Chen Mo had once been a project manager at a software company, over 40 years old. After being laid off, he spent more than half a year job hunting only to achieve nothing. His pride and confidence were ruthlessly ground down by the harsh reality. He never imagined that after a single night of drunken oblivion, he would be reborn into his youth, back in high school. An era brimming with opportunities. Inside this young body resided a mature, soul one who clearly remembered the course of the next 2 decades. Clutching the torrent of future knowledge, he was determined to seize his first fortune from lotteries, the stock market, and the surging tide of the internet. Restarting life, rewriting history. This time, he would stand atop the wave and change the fate of everyone around him. Chapter 1. Shattered Dreams, Harsh Reality. Chen Mo felt a decayed, listless aura seeping from the very marrow of his bones. The night breeze carried a chill, but it was nothing compared to the deeper, called-in, icy breath rising from the depths of his bone marrow, from every crevice of his internal organs. It was an air thick with despair, wrapping around him tightly, constricting his chest so fiercely that each breath tore through him like shards of glass. He leaned back against the concrete wall deep within the alley, its surface smeared with grease and plastered with peeling, patchy advertisements. The cold, rough texture pressed sharply against his spine through his thin jacket. He twitched his numb fingers, trying to tighten his grip on the empty liquor bottle in his hand. The bottle felt heavy. His fingertips strained, knuckles turning an unhealthy shade of white, yet the bottle still slipped from his powerless palm. Clang! It shattered on the ground with a sharp crash, exploding into fragments of glass that scattered everywhere. How many pieces, he couldn't tell. The sound seemed to disturb something. A rustling came from behind the neighboring trash bin. A stray cat with matted, filthy fur darted out, its emerald green eyes glaring at him with venomous resentment before vanishing into the deeper shadows. Chen Mo tugged at the corner of his mouth. A vague, guttural grunt rolled up from his throat, no energy left even for self-mockery. Cold. Goddamn cold. Instinctively, he hunched his shoulders, trying to bury his face into the collar of his old jacket one had worn for years, its cuffs and neckline frayed from endless use. Immediately, a pungent mix of tobacco smoke, stale sweat, and alcohol flooded his nostrils, making him gag dryly. His stomach churned violently, but nothing came upon a scorching, acidic burn that flared from his throat straight down to his heart. Today had been rejected again. That tiny tech company with a knockoff-sounding name. The HR manager man with greasy, obviously fake hair and a beer belly had looked at him with undisguised contempt. With impatient, greasy fingers, he flipped through Chen Mo's resume. Chen Mo? Oh, 42, huh? The man drawled, his tone dripping with condescension. In IT, a project manager? You've plenty of experience, sure. But at your age, in this job market, tough going, buddy. He flipped through 2 pages of their sum, then snorted. Experience-wise, yeah, you technically meet the requirements. But you got a 6-month gap right now. That's quite a long employment break. Tech evolves, fast you keeping up? He shook his head, tossing their sum back onto the desk, as if discarding trash. The soft thwop sounded like a hammer blow to Chen Mo's heart. We're really looking for a younger guy with some project management background, simple work, not complicated. You've got rich experience, maybe you should consider other paths. We'll do a comprehensive assessment. For now, just go home and wait for a call. That's all for today. I want to see you out. Wait for a call. Chen Mo knew that line too well. Had heard it over and over these past weeks. He had decades of experience, had led over a dozen multi-million-dollar projects, even 2 worth over $100 million. Yet interviews kept failing first because his degree wasn't bachelor's level. Later, when it was, they dismissed it as non-national unified enrollment now. It was simply his age. Too old. Sigh. The frosted glass door shut behind him, cutting off the hum of air conditioners and the clatter of keyboards inside the cubicles, sealing him completely outside that orderly, functioning world. As the door closed, he could almost hear muffled snickers from within. How many times had this happened? The 15th? The 20th? Had lost count. Each rejection stripped away another layer of his invisible armor, revealing not tougher flesh, but deeper exhaustion and thicker despair. Once had been full of ambition, leading teams through impossible technical hurdles, pulling all-nighters for project launches, earning client approvals and bonuses. Back then, his wife Lynn Zioyan's eyes would sparkle with admiration and security whenever she looked at him. His daughter Meow Meow would run to him with her kindergarten drawing of a superhero dad, throwing herself into his arms. His son Xiaolei loved riding on his shoulders, treating him like a horse, giggling so hard his laughter filled their entire home. Home, that place once filled with laughter, harmony, and happiness. Shivering, Chen Mo fumbled with stiff, clumsy fingers to pull a badly worn leather wallet from the inner pocket of his jacket, its lining faded gray. He struggled to open it, his fingers numb from cold and alcohol. Inside the innermost transparent sleeve lay a small family photo. The picture was old, its edges slightly yellowed and curled. It had been taken 3 years ago at a pricey children's amusement park in the city center. In the background stood a brightly colored, exaggerated cartoon castle. At the center stood his wife Lin Xiaoyun, wearing a floral dress, her smile radiant. Though fine lines now framed her eyes, her gaze remained clear and bright, brimming with hope for the future. One arm held 5-year-old Meow Meow, who had 2 crooked little pigtails and held a nearly melted pink cotton candy. Sugar strands stuck to her cheeks, laughing so hard her eyes crinkled into crescents, her missing front tooth making her look adorably innocent. On the other side, 2-year-old Xiaolei sat high on Chen Mo's shoulders in the photo, chubby hands gripping his hair tightly, his face flushed with excitement, mouth wide open as if cheering. And Chen Mo himself, his hair hadn't thinned as much then. His spirit was vibrant, his eyes sharp and confident. Dressed in a crisp shirt, though clearly struggling under the child's weight, the smile on his lips was one of pride and fulfillment, as if the whole world rested safely within his strong arms. This photo was his treasure. It was the only meaning, the sole reason he kept fighting in this disappointing world. His fingertip trembled as he gently traced the image of his wife's gentle smile, his daughter's carefree eyes, his son's excited waving hands. The plastic film beneath his finger felt cold and smooth. A sharp, indescribable ache surged into his nose, burning his eyes. Hot tears instantly blurred his vision. Mortgage, tuition, living expenses, tutoring fees, extracurricular classes. Like countless cold, slimy snakes, they coiled around him from all sides, tightening relentlessly, choking the breath from his lungs. Every inhale dragged the heavy chains of responsibility, pulling him deeper, sinking him toward an abyss with no bottom. Worthless. Good for nothing. Can't even support your family. What kind of man are you? A hoarse, vicious voice screamed from the depths of his mind, his own voice. The demon born from endless rejections, the voice that flayed him alive with guilt when he thought of his wife and children. Another violent wave of nausea rose. Chen Mo doubled over, dry heaving, his throat burning raw, but nothing came out. He staggered, practically crawling to push himself up from the cold corner of the wall, then stumbled unsteadily toward the mouth of the alley. Each step felt like walking on cotton, uneven and floating. His heart pounded heavily and irregularly in his chest, each beat bringing a dull pain and deeper dizziness. Everything in front of him wavered, twisted, spun. The headlights of cars speeding down the distant road stretched into long, ghostly trails of light. He didn't know how he made it to the corner store that stayed open all night. The fluorescent lights inside were painfully bright. Whiskey, gimme a bottle of Baijiu. His tongue felt tied, his voice hoarse and slurred, squeezed out from the depths of his throat. The clerk glanced at him, no curiosity, just the numb indifference of someone who'd seen too many drunkards and broken men. Without a word, he slowly bent down and pulled out a bottle of liquor. 25 yuan. Cash or scan? Chen Mo fumbled in his pants pocket, trembling fingers pulling out his phone, scanning to pay. Stepping out of the store, he grabbed the heavy bottle, twisted off the cap, and raised it to his lips. Like a dying traveler in the desert finding an oasis, or someone desperate to extinguish the fire of despair in his soul, he gulped down a huge mouthful. Cough, 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 cough. The liquid burned spicy, scalding, like molten fire as it brutally rushed down his esophagus, violently scorching his delicate stomach lining, making him cough violently. Tears and snot burst uncontrollably from his eyes and nose. The taste was like industrial alcohol mixed with disinfectant, bitter and laced with a strange chemical aftertaste of cheap perfume. Another powerful surge of nausea hit him. He clamped a hand over his mouth, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit, his body curling forward like a boiled shrimp, shaking violently. Don't throw up. If you throw up, it's all for nothing. This cheap, low-grade alcohol was the only raft he could grasp, the only thing capable of numbing his nerves, of temporarily escaping this endless sea of suffering. He wanted this burn, this dizziness, this chaotic haze that could blur away all pain. He needed this cheap liquid to burn away the images replaying in his mind, the cold stares of interviewers, the landlord's demands, the hopeful yet worried faces of his wife and children, and those crushing bills weighing down on his chest. Burn them all. Turn them into ashes. He raised the bottle again, this time without hesitation, without pause. The fiery liquid poured in like a flood breaching a dam, rushing into his throat with the force of total annihilation. He swallowed gulp after gulp, as if drinking not liquor, but the poison and antidote of this fucked up life. His consciousness was like a kite with a severed string, plummeting rapidly through a howling gale into a dark, swirling abyss of kaleidoscopic chaos. All sounds a distant, muffled honking of cars, the old shopkeeper's radio playing operatic tunes, even his own ragged breathing and heartbeat faded away, distorted, and were finally replaced by a massive, suffocating drone. Darkness. Endless, viscous darkness. Chen Mo felt like a piece of rag completely drained of strength, floating in a void. No light, no sound, no cold, no pain. Only a dead, heavy nothingness. He couldn't even feel his own existence. Good just sink forever. He didn't know how long passed. Maybe an instant. Maybe eternity. Chapter 2. Back to youth. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. What are you spacing out for? The teacher called your name. A deliberately lowered voice, yet still carrying the clear, impatient timbre unique to teenagers, pierced through the thick, suffocating darkness like a sharp needle. Immediately after, a wave of suppressed snickers erupted around him, bursting forth like noisy frogs in a summer pond. Ted, did he fall asleep? Look at his dumb face. The voices were noisy, vivid, undeniably the sounds of young lives. Suddenly, a massive, completely unfamiliar force seized Chen Mo's fading consciousness and violently yanked him out of the void's abyss. He groaned in pain, not from physical injury, but from the intense tearing sensation and vertigo of being forcibly awakened. His eyelids felt glued shut with thick paste. With immense willpower, he managed to pry them open just a slit. Light blinding, almost painful light flooded into his newly opened, light-sensitive pupils. Not street lamps. No, this was bright, warm sunlight, golden rays pouring through large wooden lattice windows painted green, creating countless dancing beams of light in the air. Within the beams, countless tiny dust motes swirled and danced joyfully, like a silent, miniature celebration. The light was too intense, instantly bringing physiological tears to his eyes, blurring his vision with stinging discomfort. He instinctively tried to raise his hand to shield his eyes, but his arm felt leaden and unresponsive. He blinked, struggling to adjust to the sudden brightness, trying to focus. The first thing he saw was a large, rectangular, Mursura, dark green object hanging directly ahead. On it, white chalk marks formed symbols and words he couldn't comprehend. That was a blackboard. Yes, and in front of it, there seemed to be a figure in blue clothes, a young person, pointing at the board with a thin white stick, mouth moving, speaking, but the sound was muffled, as if heard through thick wool. Heavy, nasal breathing came from very close to his left, accompanied by a faint smell of sweat and fried snacks. With great effort, he slowly turned his neck, which felt rusted, to the left. A boy in a blue and white school uniform, its style, terribly outdated, was slumped sideways behind a messy stack of books. His hair stood up like a hedgehog's, greasy, with a fine layer of sweat visible at the nape of his neck. He was deeply asleep, mouth slightly open, snoring steadily, a thin strand of drool glistening at the corner. Under his arm, a garishly colored magazine was half opened, its cover showing a grotesque, muscle-bound man striking an exaggerated pose. Uniforms. Students. Sleeping during class. His mind couldn't process it. An absurd notion slowly surfaced. Then, stronger information crashed into his recently awakened, utterly confused mind like a tsunami. Countless voices suddenly became clear and loud, blasting in his ears like 100 horns at once. The key to this problem lies in the position of the auxiliary line. Everyone, look here, the young female voice from the podium finally sharpened, rapid and tinged with a regional accent. Hey, want to play ball next PE class? A boy's hushed, excited whisper came from behind. Come on, let me see. Let me see. What happened in last night's comic? A girl's anxious plea echoed in the aisle nearby. Tap. A pen dropped to the floor and rolled. Cough, cough, someone stifled a cough. Buzzed the annoying drone of an old ceiling fan laboriously spinning overhead. Smells. A complex blend assaulted his nosy, a potent, concentrated scent unique to a collective in youth. The thick chalk dust, dry and slightly astringent. The aged wood of the desks, mingling sweat stains, carved initials, and the accumulated essence of generations of students. The sharp, chemical perfume of cheap erasers. The sweat Andes, now confirmed spicy snack odor from the boy beside him. And drifting in from outside, the faint, slightly astringent scent of early autumn plants and freshly cut grass from the distant playground. Touch. Physical sensations were terrifyingly vivid. His buttocks pressed against a hard, cold, rough wooden bench, digging painfully into his tailbone. His back leaned against a similarly rigid, icy wooden chair back. His feet, on the cement floor, felt the chill through his thin soles. His hands, he instinctively looked down at them, resting on a yellowed, coarse test paper covered in dense questions. These weren't his hands. These hands had long fingers, defined knuckles, smooth, taut skin without a single wrinkle. The nails were neatly trimmed, though ink and pencil graphite stained the creases. This was unmistakably a teenager's hand full of strength and untouched vitality, utterly different from the memory of his own. Thick-knuckled, rough-skinned, calloused from years of keyboard work, etched with the marks of time. Finally, clarity dawned. His vision cleared, and what he saw became sharp and horrifying. He was sitting in a spacious classroom. The walls were painted in the old-style half-green paint, half-whitewash. Above hung several long fluorescent tubes, coated in thick dust, emitting a dim yellow glow. In the center, a massive, rusted iron ceiling fan rotated slowly, creaking rhythmically. Rows of identical, old-fashioned, dark brown wooden double desks, covered in names, equations, and random graffiti, were packed tightly together, filled with boys and girls in the same blue and white uniforms, wash pale with age. Some sat upright, staring at the blackboard, and the young female, teacher no more than 25 or 26, wearing a blue suit dress, thin-rimmed glasses, her expression stern. Others, like the boy beside him, secretly dozed at their desks. Some rummaged in drawers, others stealthily passed notes. The windows were old-style, green-painted wooden frames. Some panes were cracked, crudely taped with white strips. Outside, sunlight streamed brilliantly, illuminating tall, leafy plane trees, their layered foliage casting dappled patterns that danced across the cement floor. At the front, the young homeroom teacher, judging by her position and demeanor, swiftly wrote complex geometric diagrams and formulas on the blackboard with a white piece of chalk. The screech of chalk on board was grating. After finishing, she turned, pushed her glasses up her nose, and swept the class with a sharp gaze. Her brows furrowed, clearly displeased with the classroom discipline. Chen Mo. The teacher's voice suddenly rose, echoing through the room, edged with clear annoyance and a hint of weary frustration. Did you understand the method for drawing the auxiliary line I just explained? Stand up and answer. Chen Mo. Was she calling him? Chen Mo's mind went blank. Who was she? Where was he? What was happening? The entire class, gazed curious, amused, or merely gawking, focused sharply on his corner. He could feel the heat of their stares, like countless tiny probes pricking his skin. The spiky-haired boy beside him, startled awake by the sudden call, jerked his head up, wiping drool from his mouth in confusion, then elbowed Chen Mo's arm hard and urgently. Hey, Mo, stop zoning out. Teacher's calling you. Get up quick. The boy's voice was hoarse from sleep, but urgent. The sensation on his arm was so real, carrying the distinct strength and warmth of youth. Chen Mo, rather, the consciousness inhabiting this young body felt a soul-rending pain, as if torn apart. A massive dizziness, even more violent than before, surged over him like a tangible tidal wave. The burning sensation of a liquor in his stomach didn't fade. Instead, under the sunlight and within this unfamiliar noise, it grew sharper, fiercer. He jerked his head down, his eyes locking onto the top of the coarse, yellowed test paper before him. There, written in blue ballpoint pen, with the characteristic messy, forceful handwriting of a teenager, was a name. Chen Mo. Class. Senior 17. Date. September 8th, 2000. September 8th, 2000. Number 2000. The number 2000 struck like a lightning bolt, wild, merciless, obliterating the last shred of his identity as a 42-year-old unemployed man buried in alcohol and despair. It smashed into the core of his chaotic mind with apocalyptic force. Boom! His head slammed against the desk, then snapped back up. His gaze, dazed, fixed on the teacher and the blackboard. It was as if a psychic bomb had detonated in his mind. A deafening roar swallowed everything. Past and present, despair and vitality, aging and youth, countless fragments, images, sounds, emotions, impossibly chaotic like a shattered kaleidoscope, spun wildly, collided, intertwined, and vanished. 42 years of heavy life flashed before his eyes. The humiliation of unemployment, debt collectors' calls, the hopeful yet disappointed eyes of his wife and children, the burn of alcohol like a vast, heavy, waterlogged black curtain being violently ripped open by an unstoppable force. Behind it shone blinding light filled with the scent of chalk dust and teenage noise, the sunshine of the year 2000. I've been reborn. Chapter 3. I have been reborn, Mo. Chen Mo, wake up. A distant and anxious voice penetrated the fog of his mind, as if muffled by a thick blanket. Suddenly, his arm was shaken vigorously, the force imbued with the recklessness typical of youth. A sharp, sweet metallic taste surged in his throat, provoking a fit of intense coughing. This coughing seemed to act as a key, instantly prying open his heavy eyelids. Blinding light. Once again, he was greeted by that dazzling, tear-inducing golden sunshine. Countless rays of golden light illuminated the dust that danced tirelessly in the air. As his vision transitioned from blurred to clear, the first thing he beheld was an enlarged, sweat-streaked, and oily visage of a boy, with disheveled hedgehog-like hair, leaning in close, his eyes brimming with urgency and a hint of barely concealed glee. "Goodness, Mo, you scared me to death. You've gone pale, and even the teacher is ready to tear you apart with that look." His deskmate, Zhang Hao, whispered excitedly, his words rushing forth with such speed that spittle nearly landed on Chen Zhangwo's face. Chen Mo gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. Instinctively, he raised his hand to rub his forehead, but his gaze was once again ensnared by his own unfamiliar yet youthful hands. The skin was smooth, the knuckles well-defined, and beneath the nails, a healthy pink hue glimmered. These hands trembled slightly at that moment. He abruptly lifted his head. The entire class's attention, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, mockery, and a pure sense of amusement, remained fixated upon him as if he were under the glare of countless invisible spotlights. At the front of the room, the young homeroom teacher, surnamed Li, stood at the edge of the podium, arms crossed, his sharp gaze behind thin-framed glasses piercing coldly into Chen Mo's face. The classroom was hauntingly silent, save for the irritating creaks of the overhead fan reverberating through the stillness. Time seemed to freeze. "Chen Mo," Teacher Li's voice, though not loud, clearly cut through the classroom's silence, brimming with a suppressed yet palpable fury. "It appears my geometry lesson serves as a splendid lullaby for you." Laughter erupted softly, rising like the tide and then receding. Chen Mo felt a rush of heat surge to his head, his cheeks and ears instantly aflame. Having lived 42 years and endured countless humiliations in the workplace, being berated by superiors, publicly harassed by clients, he had never before experienced such scrutiny and derision in an unfamiliar time and among a crowd of unfamiliar youths. This sense of shame, intertwined with the agony of a soul being torn apart and the discomfort of his body, nearly caused him to faint again. He bit down hard on his lower lip, the faint taste of iron filling his mouth. He could not faint, absolutely not. He needed to comprehend what was transpiring. Was this a dream? Or that absurd possibility? "Stand up." Teacher Li's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority. His body reacted before his consciousness could catch up. Perhaps it was the residual instinct of this youthful body or the ingrained obedience from 42 years of societal conditioning. Chen Mo forcefully pushed against the desk and unsteadily rose to his feet. His legs slightly weak, his knees trembling ever so slightly. He lowered his head, unwilling to meet that icy gaze, his eyes fixated on his worn-out, inexpensive sneakers. "Look at me." Mr. Li's voice turned even colder. "Now that you are awake, please answer my earlier question. In triangle ABC, with AB equal to AC, point D lies on side BC. If angle BAD is 30 degrees and angle CAD is 40 degrees, what is the measure of angle B?" Answer: triangle, geometry, angle BAD, angle CAD. These terms struck Chen Mo's bewildered mind like a foreign language. At the age of 42, unemployed and burdened with mortgage payments, collection notices, the faces of his wife and children, and the burning sensation of alcohol, where was there room for even a fragment of high school geometry? It was over. His mind was a blank slate. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his forehead, temples, and nape, leaving his spine chilled. Was he to fall into an abyss once more for failing to answer a question just after awakening? Yet, amidst this overwhelming panic and emptiness, a strange warmth, or perhaps a cold and lucid stream of information, unexpectedly surged into the depths of his consciousness, like a flood unleashed from a dam. It was not fragmented memories or emotional ripples, but pure knowledge, logic, the very logic of problem solving. It felt as though an invisible, utterly calm program had instantly activated within his mind, compiling and executing. The intricate geometric figure materialized clearly in his chaotic vision, the logical connections swiftly established. With the objective, angle B, the entire process flashed through his awareness like lightning, clear, precise, devoid of any emotion. It was as if he were not the one thinking, but rather a mathematical logic module, inherent to Chen Mo, was operating autonomously within this young body. 55 degrees. A hoarse voice, heavy with nasal tones and fatigue, emerged from his dry throat. The sound was soft yet sufficient to plunge the entire classroom into silence once more. At the podium, Mr. Lee's arms crossed, slightly stiffened. A flicker of shock crossed his sharp gaze behind the lenses before being replaced by a deeper scrutiny and skepticism. Clearly, he had not anticipated that this student, who appeared lost and had been caught sleeping in class, could respond so swiftly and accurately. Moreover, the voice was hoarse and deep, entirely uncharacteristic of a 16-year-old boy. What about the steps? Mr. Lee's voice remained frigid, though the aggressive tone seemed to wane slightly. Just providing an answer. How can we know you're not guessing? Steps? Chen Mo, felt a tingling at the back of his head. That stream of information had only provided the result and core logical chain, without any accompanying format for the solution process. He could only muster the courage to stammer through his thoughts, relying on that fleeting moment of clarity. Since AB equals AC, angle B must equal angle C. The sum of angles BAD and CAD equals angle BAC, which is 30 plus 40, totaling 70 degrees. The sum of the internal angles of a triangle is 180. Therefore, angle B plus angle C plus 70 equals 180, leading to 2 times angle B equaling 110, which means angle B is 55 degrees. His narrative was fragmented, lacking coherence, punctuated by odd pauses, resembling the struggle of a child just learning to articulate words. Yet, the logical core of his reasoning pointed unmistakably to the correct answer. Ms. Lee furrowed her brow tightly, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo for several seconds, as if trying to pierce through his flesh to discern what lay beneath. The classroom was eerily silent, the tension palpable as everyone held their breath, witnessing this confrontation between teacher and student. Finally, Ms. Lee broke the silence with a cold huff. While your logic is indeed sound, your expression is utterly chaotic. Have you been sleeping in class, lost in a daze, and responding incoherently? Chen Mo, have you not yet awakened? She paused, her voice suddenly stern. Stand at the back of the classroom to gather your thoughts, and come to my office after class. Now, immediately, at once. The final words were nearly a shout, imbued with an undeniable authority. A wave of intense humiliation surged within him once again, this time mingled with a sense of exhaustion akin to having survived a catastrophe. Chen Mo lowered his head, fists clenched tightly, nails nearly digging into his palms, summoning all his strength to shuffle to the back of the classroom. Facing the cold wall marred with graffiti and footprints, the rough texture of the wall seeped through his thin school uniform, carrying a hint of chill. His mind was engulfed in the profound shock of everything that had just transpired, a revelation capable of overturning the very fabric of his understanding of the universe. The clarity of his response, the correctness of his logic. No, this was not him. He was in his 40s, having long forgotten high school geometry. So was this merely the remnants of instinct from this body? Or was it the system? What was this sudden influx of cold, lucid information? He instinctively, albeit slowly, turned his eyes, scanning the objects hanging on the adjacent wall. It was a thick, tear-off calendar, the pages slightly yellowed and curled. The top page prominently displayed in bold crimson characters, September 8th, 2000, Friday, with a smaller line below, lunar calendar, year of the dragon, 8th day of the 8th month. September 8th. He had been reborn in the first week of the school year. The year 2000. The year of the dragon. These 2 numbers, this year, seared into his soul like red-hot branding irons, more vivid and shocking than when he first saw them on the test paper. For at this very moment, he stood here, in a high school classroom on September 8th, 2000, as a 16-year-old boy. This was no illusion, no dream. The cold touch of the wall, the acrid scent of chalk dust in the air, the vigorous beating of his heart within his youthful chest, all brutally and unequivocally proclaimed this truth. Rebirth, he truly experienced it. From a desolate, unemployed, and despairing middle-aged man of 42 years, he returned to the year 2000, becoming a 16-year-old high school freshman named Chen Mo. An indescribable sensation, a tumultuous blend of absurdity, profound terror, and a faint flicker of revival akin to embers rekindling, suddenly gripped his heart. He felt an overwhelming dizziness, nearly losing his footing. He pressed his back firmly against the cold wall, struggling to maintain his balance. At last, the bell rang, sharp and urgent, signaling the end of class. Class dismissed. Ms. Lee's voice remained devoid of warmth as she gathered her lesson plans. Her gaze swept over the figure of Chen Mo, who was facing the wall. Chen Mo, come to my office. Silently, Chen Mo turned, lowering his head amidst the mixed glances of sympathy, curiosity, and schadenfreude from his classmates as he followed Ms. Lee out of the now boisterous classroom. The corridor was considerably brighter, the air seemed somewhat fresher, yet the distinct atmosphere of the school remained palpable. The sound of Ms. Lee's heels clicking against the concrete floor resonated sharply, each step echoing in Chen Mo's heart. He followed quietly, striving to regulate his chaotic breathing and still somewhat weak legs, acutely aware of the gazes of passing students. Chapter 4. Truly Reborn. Ms. Lee's office was located at the end of the first floor, a large space for the grade level. As she pushed open the door, a complex aroma of aged paper, tea, chalk dust, and a hint of smoke wafted towards him from a distant corner. Several old desks were clustered together, piled high with assignments, exam papers, textbooks, and thermoses. A few teachers, free from classes, were either grading papers or whispering to one another. Ms. Lee walked directly to a desk by the window, sitting down with a heavy thump as she placed her lesson plan on the surface. She picked up a cup from the table, blew gently on the tea leaves floating atop, and took a substantial sip before raising her head, her gaze piercing as she addressed the still-bowed Chen Mo standing at her desk. Speak. Ms. Lee's voice was calmer than in the classroom, yet the seriousness remained undiminished. What is going on? It's only been a few days since school started, and you're already dozing off in class. Sleeping so deeply that I couldn't wake you. Do you have a problem with me? Or with mathematics? Chen Mo opened his mouth, his throat dry and tight. Yet no words emerged. What could he possibly say? That he was not Chen Mo, but had been reborn from 20 years in the future? That he had drunkenly stumbled into this rebirth after consuming an entire bottle of liquor the night before? He could only remain silent, head bowed, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his school uniform. Look at your state. Ms. Lee raised her voice, clearly disappointed and tinged with frustration. Pale complexion, dazed eyes. Incoherent responses. What were you doing last night? Gaming all night? Or lost in a novel until dawn? Chen Mo, high school is no child's play. This is a prestigious institution, the first hurdle in a race where thousands vie for a single path. Do you think you can just coast through like in middle school? With your recent assessments, you must realize you're standing in the lower tier of the grade. If this continues, you won't even qualify for a decent university. Teacher Lee's words struck Chen Mo's nerves like a whip. The results of the preliminary exam, which were mediocre at best, began to coalesce into a portrait of Chen Mo, an inconspicuous freshman in a prestigious high school with average, if not below average, grades. Teacher Lee's voice faltered momentarily, as if she were carefully weighing her words. A flicker of imperceptible complexity flashed in her eyes. In times like these, one must strive for excellence. Knowledge can alter destiny. The laziness you indulge in now will demand tenfold, 100-fold effort in the future. Look at Su Qing, and then look at yourself. While Teacher Lee continued her earnest admonition, Chen Mo's attention was captivated by a newspaper pressed against the corner of her desk. It was the Sports Weekly, dated September 8, 2000. The front page featured a striking, dynamic color photograph, a muscular black athlete in a vivid red tank top, sprinting down an athletic track, his muscles taut, his expression focused and powerful. Above the image, bold, provocative headlines proclaimed, "Sydney, here we come. The Chinese Olympic team sets off today, aiming for the top 3 on the medal table." The subtitle read, "The Clash of the Titans approaches. Jones versus Green. Who will prevail? The Sydney Olympics. The year 2000. This revelation struck Chen Mo like a final thunderclap, obliterating any remnants of hope or doubt within him. The year 2000. The millennium. The Sydney Olympics. The opening ceremony, on September 15th. The Chinese delegation was poised to make history by winning 28 gold medals, marking their first entry into the top 3 of the medal standings. These fragments of information, like forgotten archives, were instantly activated in the chaotic recesses of his memory, illuminating his thoughts as clearly as yesterday's news. He had been reborn, truly reborn, back to the tumultuous era of 2000, a time ripe with opportunity, and back to the moment 23 years prior when his life had begun its tragic descent into darkness. A torrent of indescribable emotions, ecstasy, fear, disbelief, and immense responsibility flooded through him. overwhelming his mental defenses like a dam bursting. His body jolted, his face paled further, and the cold sweat that had just dried on his forehead surged forth anew, soaking his back in an instant. Chen Mo? Chen Mo. Teacher Li's voice broke through his reverie, laced with concern as she noticed his unusual reaction. What is wrong with you? You look dreadful. Are you truly unwell? And no, it's nothing. Teacher Li, Chen Mo stammered, his voice hoarse and trembling uncontrollably. I might just be a bit dizzy. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night. He needed to leave this place as swiftly as possible. He required space, time, and solitude to process this world-altering truth. Teacher Li scrutinized his pale countenance and the cold sweat beading on his forehead, glancing at the collar of his uniform, where his anxious collarbone was subtly visible. After a brief silence, her stern tones softened somewhat. Very well, you do seem unwell. Return home and write me an 800-word reflection, delving deeply into your thoughts. Submit it to me by next Monday. Also, make sure to rest well and adjust your state. Next week, should I catch you sleeping in class again, it will not merely be a matter of standing at the back to write a self-criticism. Do you understand? I hear you. Thank you. Teacher Li, Chen Mo replied almost impatiently, his voice a mere murmur, yearning to escape this suffocating environment immediately. You may go. Teacher Li gestured with a wave of his hand, returning to his teacup, yet his scrutinizing gaze lingered on Chen Mo, feeling as if granted a reprieve. Chen Mo turned and stumbled out of the office, his footsteps unsteady. The afternoon sun enveloped him warmly, yet it did little to dispel the tempest raging within him. Almost instinctively, he rushed down the corridor toward the boys' restroom at the end, reeking of potent disinfectant. Bang! He slammed the door of the innermost stall shut and locked it. In this cramped, dimly lit space, filled with acrid odors, he found his solitary refuge. Leaning against the cold, graffiti-covered partition, he gasped for breath. Each inhalation stinging with the disinfectant's sharpness, every exhalation accompanied by a shudder from the depths of his soul. September 8, 2000, Chen Mo, a first-year high school student. Fragments of chaotic memories began to surface like shells revealed by retreating tides, bearing the indelible marks of the original owner of this body. His father, Chen Weigua, was a taciturn and slightly hunchbacked man, employed at an old state-run machinery factory in the western part of the city. The factory's performance had been declining for years, and recent rumors suggested impending restructuring and layoffs. His father's brow was perpetually furrowed. The pillar of the family now seemed precariously unstable. His mother, Li Xiaolan, was a quintessential housewife, industrious and frugal, taking on odd jobs at a local factory to supplement the household income. The most vivid memories of her were of her flushed face haggling with vendors at the market over a few pennies, and her weary silhouette late at night, mending his worn school uniform pants under the dim light. The family's financial situation was modest, and recently, his mother had been anxious over utility bills and his school fees, as his father had not received his full salary for 2 months. As for himself, as Teacher Li remarked, he was quite ordinary, having barely scraped through the entrance exam to this prestigious city school, a bottom dweller in a class filled with high achievers. Mathematics was particularly weak. He barely passed in physics and chemistry, and he would forget English vocabulary almost as soon as he learned it. Introverted, and even somewhat timid, he had little presence in class, with only his deskmate, Zhang Hao, as a friend. Physically frail and lacking in exercise, he always lagged behind in physical education. His social interactions were simplistic. Apart from Zhang Hao, he hardly formed close bonds with other classmates. Sighing, he decided to push aside these thoughts for now and focus on the present. First, he needed to earn money to provide a better life for his parents. And then he could contemplate other matters. How to make money. The lottery. Yes, that was it. He recalled that around October 2000, a particular provincial lottery had yielded an unexpected upset. The second prize numbers were astonishingly simple, yet the accumulated prize had reached several hundred thousand. He pondered the numbers, which were 6, 14, 18, 25, 27, 31, with the basketball number being 5. Remarkably, he had managed to remember them clearly, as if they were vividly etched in his mind. Hastily contemplating what else there might be, he recalled the stock market. A significant bull market was anticipated in 2001, soon to be followed by a catastrophic crash. Stocks like Matai and Vank, poised to multiply in value over the decades, were currently priced at shockingly low levels, urging the accumulation of initial capital. The 3 major internet portals, Sina, NetEase, and Sohu, had already been established, yet were still burning through cash in their exploratory phases. QQ, OGCQ, was witnessing a rapid increase in user numbers, albeit with a nebulous profit model. Alibaba's B2B platform was just beginning, while Taobao remained merely a figment of the future. Baidu was still in its infancy, brewing within the confines of the Peking University Resource Hotel. The 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup loomed on the horizon, remembered for Senegal's shocking victory over France and Korea's miraculous run. A plethora of information gaps awaited exploitation. The property prices in core areas of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen appeared to him as mere cabbage prices, particularly those locales destined to become golden opportunities. Presently mere outskirts or dilapidated districts. As he sorted through this information, Chen Mo slapped his forehead, astonished at how vividly and intricately he remembered it all. Deep within his eyes, previously filled with fear and confusion, a radically different light was fervently coalescing, igniting. It was no longer despair, it was no longer numbness. It was a flame, greed, ambition, the exhilaration and hunger of one poised to master the torrent of information that would shape the next 20 years. Capable of overturning fate and seizing immense wealth and power. In the year 2000, he returned, fueled by the regrets, pains, and unfulfilled desires of a failed life spanning 42 years. Armed with prophetic insight into the historical trajectory of the next 2 decades, he was determined to transcend the despair wrought by mortgage burdens, unemployment, and the tears of his wife and children. These would become relics of the past, never to occur again. The genesis of all this lay within his 16-year-old frame. On this fateful September 8, 2000, within a restroom stall reeking of disinfectant, Chen Mo abruptly lifted his head, eyes sharp as a drawn blade, gleaming with an almost frenzied light. To the swirling dust in the air, he whispered in a hoarse yet resolute voice, one only he could hear, enunciating each word with conviction, "I will reclaim all that belongs to me, and those who have betrayed or belittled me shall look up to my retreating figure." Chapter 5. The youth in the mirror emerging from the disinfectant-scented restroom stall. Chen Mo felt as though he had just crawled from the wreckage of a horrific car crash. The reverberations of his soul's tumult had yet to subside. Each heartbeat echoed dully, colliding against his young, yet unfamiliar chest. The cacophony of the corridor enveloped him, the laughter and playful shouts of students chasing one another, the thudding of basketballs against the concrete floor, and the off-key choir rehearsals emanating from a classroom. These vibrant sounds of youth now felt as though they were muffled behind a thick layer of frosted glass, blurred and distant, unable to truly reach the tumultuous waves churning within his core. Instinctively, he dragged his leaden legs through the dilapidated school corridors. The sign for Class 7 of the first year loomed ahead, and within the classroom, most students had already departed, leaving only a few on duty to slowly sweep the floor, the dust swirling in the slanted rays of sunlight. "Mosey, are you all right? The teacher hasn't unleashed their wrath and devoured you, has they?" Zhang Hao, with his hedgehog-like hairstyle, rushed over like a whirlwind and delivered a heavy slap on Chen Mo's back, enough to send him staggering. Zhang Hao's face, glistening with sweat and oil, was filled with curiosity and a hint of trepidation. "I saw you come out of the office, and your expression was, TSK, like someone just dug up from a grave." Chen Mo let out a muffled groan from the impact, struggling to regain his balance. He raised his head to meet Zhang Hao's gaze. The face of his only friend from his youth appeared both strikingly foreign and painfully familiar at that moment. The traces of adolescent acne, the excessive oiliness, and the carefree demeanor all served as relentless reminders of his current reality. "I'm fine," Chen Mo replied, his voice still hoarse and subtly trembling. He endeavored to imitate the introverted and somewhat timid tone he recalled from his past self. "I just got scolded and have to write a 500-word reflection." "Come on, writing a reflection is nothing." Zhang Hao waved dismissively, then leaned closer, lowering his voice with a hint of mischief. "But seriously, you were out cold. When the teacher called your name, I thought you had kicked the bucket. So come clean. What were you up to last night? Did you really stay up all night playing Red Alert? Or were you, indulging in something interesting?" He winked and nudged Chen Mo with his elbow. A wave of nausea surged within Chen Mo. Memories of a 16-year-old boy gaming all night flooded back, mingling with the fatigue that had weighed him down in his previous life, making him feel like he might vomit. He fought against the discomfort and replied vaguely, "I just didn't sleep well, got a headache." "Right? You don't look like someone who can game." Zhang Hao smirked, quickly shifting his focus. Let us go play basketball. The second-year kids have taken over the court, so it's the perfect chance to reclaim it. Basketball, running, jumping, and sweating. Chen Mo glanced down at his youthful, bony hands and felt the vigorous heartbeat within his chest. Theoretically, this body was brimming with vitality. Yet, the weight of 42 years of life and the current sense of disorientation compelled him to seek a quiet corner to curl up in. No, I can't go. I have a terrible headache. I want to go home and rest. Chen Mo's voice carried an authentic frailty. Zhang Hao scrutinized him for a moment, noting the unnatural pallor of his face and the remnants of cold sweat and faint bruises on his forehead from bumping against the desk. Finally, he relented. All right then. Hurry back and get some rest. Don't really get sick on us. As for the teacher, well, good luck, brother, he said, patting Chen Mo sympathetically on the shoulder before dashing off toward the playground, quickly merging into the lively sunlight. Chen Mo stood rooted to the spot, watching as Zhang Hao disappeared. The afternoon sun bathed him in warmth, yet he felt no comfort, only a profound sense of loneliness that pierced to the bone. This bustling campus, this vibrant life, this sunlight of the year 2000, all felt utterly alien to him. He resembled a hapless actor thrust into an unfamiliar costume, standing on a stage that did not belong to him, utterly at a loss. He silently returned to his seat, picking up the faded, cheap canvas backpack adorned with indistinct cartoon patterns. The bag was light, containing only a few thin textbooks, a tin pencil case, and a crumpled notebook. He slung the backpack over his shoulders and trudged out of the classroom and through the school gates. The path home was vividly etched in Chen Mo's memory. He traversed 2 tree-lined avenues, flanked by towering willows, before turning into a bustling alley filled with the scents of fried foods, cheap perfumes, and the shouts of street vendors. He then crossed a cement bridge that spanned a murky stream, its railings plastered with various advertisements for treatments of venereal diseases, old military doctors, and drain cleaning services. Beyond the bridge lay a drab cluster of low-rise buildings, the old mechanical factory housing estate in the northern part of the city. The familiar scent, a blend of inferior coal smoke, decaying vegetable scraps, public restroom odors, and years of greasy fumes, invaded his nostrils as he stepped through the gate of the estate. This aroma, long replaced in his previous life by the fragrances of upscale neighborhoods and car exhaust, now bore a sharp authenticity, instantly anchoring him back into Chen Mo's world. Reaching the door, he retrieved his keys and unlocked the entrance. As he pushed the door open, the cramped space was laid bare before him, the so-called living room, barely accommodating a folding dining table and 2 chairs. The floor was uneven concrete, swept clean. To the right, a narrow corridor led to his parents' bedroom, which also served as the main sleeping quarters. On the left, a small door led to his own room. Directly across from the main entrance was a tiny kitchen, partially obscured by a floral curtain, from which the faint sound of dripping water could be heard. There was no separate bathroom. The toilet, located at the end of the corridor, was communal. The house was eerily quiet. His parents were likely still at work. At this hour, his mother might be operating a sewing machine in a small factory on the street, while his father possibly fretted over rusted machinery in the half-closed workshop of the mechanical plant. An indescribable weariness and heaviness enveloped Chen Mo. He closed the door behind him, the creaky hinges emitting a long, mournful groan, as if sighing. Leaning against the cold door, his backpack slipped from his shoulder and thudded onto the concrete floor, stirring up a small cloud of dust. He needed confirmation, an urgent, almost frantic need to verify everything before him, to affirm the face reflected in the mirror. He staggered through the modest living room, pushing open the thin, pale green-painted wooden door that led to his room. The space was small, perhaps 7 or 8 square meters. A narrow single bed, dressed in a faded blue checkered sheet, was pressed against the wall. Beside it stood an old writing desk, its surface pockmarked and the edges worn to a shine, cluttered with a few books and a desk lamp. Above the desk hung an equally antiquated wooden-framed window, its glass less than clean, yet the light filtering through was the sole illumination in the room. Captivating all his attention was a mirror mounted on the wall beside the desk, a vintage, circular dressing mirror encased in an equally old iron frame painted green. The paint along the edges had largely flaked away, revealing the dark red rust beneath, resembling unsightly scars. The mirror itself was veiled with a thin layer of stubborn moisture and smudges, with certain edges blurring into indistinct shadows. Chen Mo cautiously approached the desk, his heart drumming heavily within his chest, each beat pulling at his temples with an agonizing throb. Inhaling deeply, he embraced a near-masochistic resolve, abruptly lifting his gaze to confront the mottled mirror. A hum reverberated in his mind, as if a high-explosive device had detonated within. The reflection unveiled a face, strange yet hauntingly familiar, belonging to a 16-year-old boy, the visage of his youth. The skin radiated health, imbued with the unique luster of adolescence. Taut and elastic, devoid of any wrinkles. Even the pores appeared almost imperceptible. His cheeks still bore a hint of baby fat, their contours soft and fluid. The nose stood straight, lips a natural, delicate pink, their shape clear and full. His brows were thick and well-groomed, while his hair, unkempt and naturally black, lay tousled against his rounded forehead. This was a quintessential face, brimming with collagen, encapsulating the essence of youthful vitality. Is this truly me? Chen Mo performed several gestures, mirrored by the youth in the glass, both expressions filled with terror and disbelief. He fixated on the eyes reflected back at him, his own eyes, well-formed, starkly defined in black and white, with long lashes. Yet, within the depths of those pupils surged an emotional tide, thick with the weight of life's trials. A weariness that spoke of worldly insight, and a numbing detachment born from relentless fate's blows, all of which were far from the possession of a mere 16-year-old. They were the eyes of someone aged and weathered, brutally affixed to this absurdly youthful countenance. The dissonance between visual reality and cognitive perception induced a vertiginous swirl of dizziness. Chen Mo abruptly shut his eyes, his body swaying, and he was compelled to grasp the edge of the desk tightly, his nails scraping against the rough wood, producing an abrasive sound that helped him regain his balance. The cold sweat that had just dried on his forehead erupted anew, soaking his temples. Loneliness, a profound, bone-deep sensation of isolation, capable of freezing the very soul, coiled around him like a frigid serpent, tightening its grip, incomprehensible and unshareable. He felt like a prisoner exiled to an alien planet, burdened with the memories of a past life, pain, regret, and unfulfilled desires, trapped within this youthful vessel. He was familiar with the fragmented memories of this body, a strained family life, mundane academic endeavors, and introverted disposition. Yet these recollections felt ephemeral, akin to watching a distant fire, incapable of resonating with the weighty realities of his 42 years of existence. He possessed prophetic knowledge that could upend the world, yet no one to confide in. A fierce flame of destiny burned within his chest, yet it could only roar silently within this youthful shell. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld not merely a young face but the strained smiles of his past wife and children amidst hardship, the disdainful looks of a landlord demanding rent, the dismissive sneers of interviewers, and the searing pain of liquor burning his throat. Xiaoyun, Miao Miao, and Xiao Lei gazed into the mirror, confronting a youthful visage that felt foreign. Silently, he uttered the name that etched itself into his soul. Scalding tears erupted uncontrollably, cascading down the smooth, taut cheeks of youth, splattering onto the cold concrete floor, leaving behind a small, darkened stain. The tears burned with intensity, while his heart remained frigid. A vast chasm of time and space loomed before him. His beloved family existed in another temporal dimension, his wife still an innocent elementary school student, their children not yet conceived. He felt like a spectator who had prematurely glimpsed the tragic endings, powerless to intervene as the gears of fate turned along their predetermined path, leaving him stranded beyond the grasp of time. A suppressed roar, reminiscent of a wounded beast, erupted from his clenched jaw. With a surge of emotion, he raised his fist, pouring every ounce of strength into a violent blow aimed at the mirror reflecting his harsh reality. With a thunderous crash, his fist did not meet the glass, but instead collided with the wall beside it at the last moment. The rough, cold surface of the concrete wall instantly tore into the skin on the back of his youthful hand, sending a sharp sting coursing through him, as crimson droplets rapidly oozed forth. The pain was real, acute, a jolting reminder that doused his uncontrollable rage like a bucket of ice water, bringing a twisted clarity. Gasping for breath, he lowered his gaze to his bleeding hand. The vivid red droplets stood out starkly against his smooth, youthful skin. With immense effort, he slowly lifted his head, once more confronting the marred reflection in the mirror. The boy within, sweat-soaked hair clinging to his pale forehead, bore traces of tears yet to dry, his eyes swirling with tempestuous waves of anguish, solitude, fury, and a chilling resolve born from excruciating pain. That gaze, like tempered ice, mirrored an unfathomable abyss, creating a dissonance that was both bizarre and soul-shattering against his youthful features. He scrutinized the aged eyes staring back at him, noticing the flames flickering within their depths, not the ashes of despair, but a fervent desire for control, forged through profound isolation and stark contrasts. "This is my body," Chen Mo rasped, his voice rough as sandpaper, imbued with an unyielding certainty, addressing his reflection with deliberate emphasis. He gradually lifted his bloodied hand, dipping his fingertip into the warmth of his own blood. Then, with a ritualistic blend of cruelty and determination, he pressed his bloodied fingertip forcefully against the smooth, full forehead of the boy in the mirror. The vivid blood imprint, like a strange brand, was left upon the cold glass, as if searing into the boy's pristine brow. From this day forth, Chen Mo's gaze pierced the mirror, locking onto those ancient eyes, his stare sharp as a blade, ablaze with a consuming ambition. "I decide." With that declaration, he stepped out of his home, resolutely prepared to reacquaint himself with the hometown he had left over 20 years ago. Chapter 6. The familiar stranger. He felt an urgent need to depart. If only for a fleeting escape, he craved fresh air, a vast expanse, and a renewed vision of the world of 2000, a world both familiar and utterly alien to him. He sought confirmation, a reassurance that the historical milestone beneath his feet was indeed real, and not merely an absurd illusion. Stepping out, he closed the door behind him, his gaze sweeping over the corner where a weathered, rust-streaked bicycle leaned against the wall, his sole means of transportation. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the bike key with an urgency akin to fleeing. Pushing open the heavy wooden door once more, the stale air of the corridor rushed in, yet he found it far more invigorating than the oppressive atmosphere inside. Navigating down the narrow, steep staircase, the wheels of the bicycle clattered over the uneven concrete steps, producing a gentle thumping sound. As he traversed the dimly lit corridor cluttered with debris, the afternoon sun at the entrance of the compound was strikingly bright. He inhaled deeply. The air, tinged with coal smoke and dust, filled his lungs with a coarse sense of reality. Mounting the bicycle, the chain emitted a dry creak as the wheels began to turn, carrying him away from the drab surroundings of the compound. A symbol of the struggles of the lower class, the wheels rolled onto the slightly broader road outside the compound, and his vision expanded. The afternoon sunlight bathed him warmly, imbued with the crispness characteristic of early autumn. The wind caressed his youthful cheeks, tousling the damp strands of hair on his forehead. While his body pedaled mechanically, his spirit floated in a suspended state, gazing with a blend of greed and detachment at this small city of 2000. First came the low skyline. As far as the eye could see, buildings rarely exceeded 6 stories. The gray, unadorned residential blocks, boxy state-run stores, and factories with their faded signs formed the city's predominant theme. Occasionally, a newly constructed building adorned with white tiles and blue glass facades would stand out, a stark emblem of affluence in this era, yet appearing rigid and lacking in aesthetic appeal. In the distance, towering chimneys emitting wisps of white smoke served as relics of the industrial age. The sky, a long-lost pale gray blue, was free from the murkiness that would later engulf it in smog. Unobstructed sunlight cascaded down, casting everything in a slightly antiquated warm golden hue. Next, the realm of bicycles unfolded before him. The road still belonged to these two-wheeled vehicles, with the sound of jingling bells forming the city's background melody, clear and abundant. People clad in various work uniforms, school attire, and casual clothes merged into a vast, slowly moving, multicolored tide. Families piled onto their bicycles, baskets hanging from the handlebars. Children perched on the back seats, while fashionable youths in flared pants and sunglasses zipped past on their mountain bikes, leaving a trail of whistles in their wake. Skilled craftsmen, donned in deep blue work attire, pedaled leisurely with toolkits strapped to their frames. The honking of cars felt jarring and infrequent here. Occasionally, a Santana or a Shali taxi would pass, drawing curious glances as if a modern contraption had intruded upon a primitive tribe, cautiously weaving through the currents of bicycles. Finally, the streets brimmed with life and allure as he rode along the thoroughfare, the aroma of the marketplace enveloping him. The streets are lined with vendors, each peddling life in the most rudimentary manner. Here, at the skewered delicacies stall, an oil pot simmers, releasing plumes of smoke, while the pungent aromas of cumin and chili invade the nostrils with relentless intensity. Potato slices, vegetarian chicken, and ham sausages, enveloped in a batter, sizzle in the bubbling oil, transforming into a golden hue. Students clad in uniforms gather around the stall, clutching a handful of coins, eagerly awaiting their turn. Nearby, an audiovisual stall displays a haphazard array of vibrant tapes and CDs, all laid out on a plastic sheet. A cacophony of sound emanates from a cheap loudspeaker, blaring the anguished wails of Ren Xianqi's Sad Pacific or the cool tones of Nicholas Tsai's Because of Love. Posters featuring blurred images of stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan, alongside exaggerated titles proclaiming original, adorn the stall, though in reality, none are genuine. Further along, a newsstand or rental bookstore displays covers of Story Weekly, Reader, and Jian, with stacks of martial arts novels creating miniature mountains. The pirated editions of Jin Yong and Gulong's works boast vibrant covers with exaggerated character depictions. An elderly man sits on a stool, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, engrossed in a copy of Reference News. A wooden board beside him bears chalk-written advertisements. Martial arts romance, 50 cents a day. Additionally, there is a general goods stall, peddling cheap plastic toys, hair accessories, keychains, and celebrity stickers, enticing schoolgirls to pause and browse. Yet, what captures Chen Mo's complex gaze are the few peculiar establishments intertwined with the bustling atmosphere. First, there's the arcade hall, Joy World, its entrance obscured by dark, heavy curtains. Yet, the deafening electronic sound effects, the simulated gunfire, the excited screams of youths, and the curses of disappointment penetrate the air. A group of young men with dyed hair, smoking cheap cigarettes, loiter at the entrance, their eyes scanning the passing students, especially those who seem timid or alone, like wolves on the hunt, ready to pounce at any opportunity. A memory flashes through Chen Mo's mind, grasping the saved breakfast money to sneak in and play King of Fighters 97, his fingers dancing on the heated joystick. However, the wariness and aversion from his past surge forth. This place breeds delinquent youths, consuming both time and pocket money. He resolutely avoids eye contact, pressing down hard on the pedals as he accelerates past on his bicycle. Next, the video hall, reminiscent of laser film or Nightingale, though modest in size, boasts eye-catching, vivid posters. On colorful cardboard, one can find images of Chun Haonan and Shan Ji wielding swords from the Young and Dangerous series, alongside explosive scenes of Schwarzenegger piloting a Harrier jet from True Lies. Yet, more prevalent are the posters of scantily clad, alluring women, their titles rendered in exaggerated, suggestive fonts, When Peaches Ripen, The Jade Lute, and The Monk of Lantern Grass. At the dim entrance, a rotund proprietor clad in a greasy floral shirt and flip-flops passionately entices two hesitant high school students, just arrived from Hong Kong. Rated R, incredibly thrilling, 50 cents a show. Students get an extra discount. Come and see, or you might regret it for life. The air is thick with the stench of low-quality tobacco, sweat, and an indescribable, humid air of ambiguity. A wave of intense revulsion surged within Chen Mo, stemming not only from an instinctive aversion to the den of filth, but also from a deep-seated anxiety regarding the potential temptations that could ensnare the youth, entwined with a sense of guardianship. Indeed, the choice to look away might lead to lifelong regret, yet to gaze upon it would certainly evoke enduring remorse. With furrowed brows, he quickened his pace. Ultimately, he arrived at the Internet Cafe, a hallmark of this era, reminiscent of the new century and its surfers. His gaze settled upon a sign flickering with cheap neon lights. As the glass door swung open, a disheveled boy emerged, sporting a messy hairstyle and dark circles under his eyes, clad in a wrinkled school uniform. He swayed unsteadily, his face glistening with the sheen of a sleepless night and a sort of morbid exhilaration. Through the crack of the door, Chen Mo beheld the hazy interior, rows of bulky CRT monitors radiating a ghostly blue light or game graphics, illuminating the faces of youth engrossed yet numb. The cacophony of keyboard clattering resonated like a relentless downpour. Voices erupted from the game, urging, "Go, go, go, flow me. Fire, fire, fire in the hole." Throwing grenades. Intertwined with the iconic beep, beep, beep of OICQ, the early name for QQ, and the background music of early online games such as Legend and Stone Age, weaving a dissonant symphony emblematic of the nascent internet age. The air was thick with the pungent aromas of smoke, sweat, foot odor, and the sharp scent of instant noodle seasoning, almost suffocating in its intensity. This scene struck a profound chord deep within Chen Mo's soul. This was opportunity. Indeed. Like an electric current coursing through his spine, he envisioned Tencent, OICQ, NetEase, and Shanda as mere infants, just beginning to take their first steps. He foresaw the colossal wave of the internet that would sweep across the next 2 decades, with concepts such as information, traffic, and users, those treasures relentlessly pursued by capital in later years, lying before him like exposed gold mines, readily accessible. A surge of primal desire coursed through his veins, causing his fingertips to tremble with excitement. He could almost sense the intoxicating aura of wealth emanating from the virtual realm. Yet, it was also a vortex. Concurrently, memories of his past life as an IT professional surfaced with clarity. Countless gifted youths plunging into this virtual revelry, grinding for gear and legend, squandering time in chat rooms, neglecting their studies, wasting their youth, only to crash against the harsh realities of life with battered spirits. The vacant yet fervent gaze of the cafe's youth felt like a bucket of cold water poured over his heart. Behind this dazzling opportunity lay an unfathomable abyss, a trap that devoured souls. He parked his bicycle beneath the shade of a willow tree diagonally across from the New Century Internet Cafe, standing quietly as he gazed through the glass door at the flickering screens and the shifting silhouettes within. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled, wavering patterns upon his youthful yet weathered face. His soul was in turmoil, torn between the fervor of a prophet seizing the era's dividends and the compassion and caution of one who has walked the path before, witnessing lost lambs wander astray. Time seemed to freeze for several minutes, and finally, he took a deep, silent breath, as if to draw in the murky air of the cafe along with the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. He did not push the door open, but instead cast a lingering glance at the flickering sign before turning the bicycle around. With a forceful push, he rejoined the slow-moving traffic, steering his way homeward. This ride felt markedly different. The city's scenery remained unchanged, yet the profound sense of alienation and the soul-wrenching agony that once engulfed him appeared to have settled after enduring the tumult of the outside world and the fierce struggles within. He no longer felt like a mere observer, but began to attempt to immerse himself in this era through the body and perspective of Chen Mo, while simultaneously employing his 20-plus years of experience to analyze and plan. As the bicycle wheels traversed the potholes in the road, each jolt seemed to dislodge fragments of his chaotic thoughts. Chapter 7. Farewell, Mother. When the familiar, drab cylindrical building came into view once more, Chen Mo's heart raced. Though it was no longer pure panic, the nostalgia of returning to his hometown was still palpable. Yet it was now accompanied by a weighty sense of responsibility and a nearly tragic determination. As he traversed the dimly cluttered corridor, the sound of his footsteps echoed in the silence. Standing before the weathered, dark red wooden door of the apartment on the 4th floor, he paused. This time, he did not immediately reach for the key. Instead, he listened intently. Inside, it was no longer complete silence. Faint, continuous sounds emerged. It was the rhythmic, slightly muffled clattering of a sewing machine in motion. The sound was soft yet carried a familiar, soothing cadence that penetrated the thin door, resonating clearly against his eardrums and reverberating through the turbulent waters of his heart. It was his mother, Li Xiaolan. She had been seated under the light, her back hunched, working diligently on that old Farron sewing machine, her calloused fingers clumsily yet intently mending clothes. Perhaps it was his father's tattered work uniform. Perhaps the school trousers he had ripped, or perhaps old garments from neighbors altered to fit, all in exchange for a meager income to support the household. This sound acted as a gentle key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of memory. In a past life, his mother had also toiled like this, on countless dimly lit nights. Illuminated by a yellowing bulb, operating that antiquated sewing machine, she mended not just garments, but the very fabric of their precarious home. Her back had gradually bent under the burden, and her eyes had suffered in the dim light. Yet he, the unworthy son, had never truly grasped the immense weight of unspoken love and the heavy burdens woven into the monotonous rhythm of that clattering sound. A sharp pang of sorrow surged up his nostrils, pressing against his eyes. Chen Mo quickly lifted his head, blinking vigorously to stave off the encroaching tears. He inhaled deeply. The stagnant air of the corridor now seemed to carry a hint of home. No longer hesitating, he withdrew the key. Click. The sound of the lock disengaging echoed distinctly in the quiet hallway as he gently pushed the door open. The scene within was indistinguishable from his memories. Yet under the current sunlight, with the curtain drawn halfway, and amidst the persistent clattering, it appeared particularly vivid and heavy. The small living room had been swept clean, the concrete floor gleaming. A folding dining table leaned against the wall, covered with a faded plastic tablecloth, while two wooden chairs were neatly arranged. The air was suffused with a faint aroma of leftover meals and the distinct, slightly charred scent that accompanies the pressing of fabric. The source of the sound lay at the threshold of the kitchen, where an old sewing machine rested, and there sat his mother, Li Xiaolon, perched on a small stool before it. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the small kitchen window, casting a warm glow upon her, causing Chen Mo's breath to momentarily falter. The sunlight delineated her silhouette. Her hair was simply gathered at the back of her head, secured with a black hairpin, while a few strands of graying hair cascaded softly at her neck. She wore an old, faded floral shirt, its collar frayed from years of wear. Her back slightly hunched as she focused intently on the sewing machine. Her movements were deft, her fingers, marked by wrinkles and calluses, skillfully guiding the fabric beneath the needle. Her feet rhythmically pressing the pedal. The sound of the machine, tap, 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 was the only melody in this small space. The sunlight illuminated the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, highlighted the stark white strands at her temples, and brought to light her lips, which were dry and pressed together in concentration. Her expression was tranquil, imbued with a deep focus on her craft. Yet the weariness and worry etched between her brows were laid bare under the sunlight. This was his mother. This was the year 2000. And though she was just in her early 40s, she had already been aged prematurely by the burdens of life. His heart clenched painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand, leaving him breathless. The frail, haggard visage of his mother from a previous life merged with the vibrant, yet fragile and resilient face before him, overwhelming him with guilt, heartache, and an immense sorrow akin to a tidal wave. He stood frozen at the doorway, like a child caught in wrongdoing, unable to utter a single mom. Perhaps it was the sound of the door that startled her. Or perhaps it was the inexplicable connection between mother and son. Li Xiaolon paused her rhythmic pedaling, lifted her gaze, and turned towards the doorway. When her eyes fell upon her son, standing there with a pallid complexion, a flicker of maternal radiance ignited within her weary, time-worn eyes. That glimmer held concern, worry, and an instinctual relief at seeing her child return safely. "Xiao Mo, you're back," she said gently, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness, an echo of years of labor. She set aside the fabric, and a natural smile blossomed on her face. That smile tugged at the corners of her eyes, the wrinkles becoming distinctly visible in the sunlight, radiating warmth. "Why are you home from school so early? Are you hungry? There's some porridge left from this morning. Let me heat it up for you." The familiar call of Xiao Mo, laced with a strong local accent, the gentle inquiry, and the warmth of her concern washed over him like a comforting tide, breaking down the barriers of distance and desolation he had erected. "Mom," he finally reclaimed his voice, raspy and trembling, softly calling out. This simple syllable traversed over 2 decades of time, carrying with it unrepayable debts from a past life and the tumultuous vows of this existence. He stepped into the room, gently closing the door behind him, momentarily sealing off the bustling, alluring world of the year 2000. In the confined space, only the mother and son remained, alongside the lingering warmth of the old sewing machine. Minuscule dust particles floated in the air, silently dancing within the shafts of light that streamed in. Chen Mo approached his mother, his gaze falling upon a pair of blue work trousers beneath the sewing machine's needle, faded and noticeably worn at the knees. They belonged to his father, Chen Weigua. "Dad's trousers?" he inquired softly, his voice tight with emotion. "Yes," Li Xiaolon nodded, shaking the trousers gently. She pointed to a deep blue patch sewn over the knee. "Your father worked around many machines at the factory, so they easily get scraped. These trousers have only been worn for 2 years, and the knees are nearly worn through. It would be a shame to throw them away. A patch can extend their life a bit longer." Her tone was remarkably calm, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Chen Mo observed the meticulously stitched patch, struggling to conceal its essence as a repair, and then looked at his mother's hands, calloused and slightly deformed at the knuckles. A lump rose in his throat, as vivid images of his father, shivering in patched work clothes while waiting for the bus in the biting cold, flooded his mind. Back then, he had felt nothing but embarrassment, a sense of shame. Now, however, his heart ached as if pierced by needles. "Mom," he spoke again, his voice even more strained. Don't patch them anymore. You don't need to be so frugal. He yearned to express that he could earn money, that he could provide a better life for them, but the words lodged in his throat. For uttering them now would only make his mother think he was delirious with fever. Li Xiaolan, taken aback by her son's unusual seriousness, looked up at him with a mixture of surprise and concern. After a moment, she chuckled softly. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking? Life requires frugality. What is wrong with a patch? It doesn't have a gaping hole, and it keeps you warm while you work. She assumed her son was entering adolescence, beginning to care about appearances and feeling embarrassed about his father's patch trousers. Setting the trousers down, she stood and reached out instinctively to touch Chen Mo's forehead, wondering if he was unwell. You look so pale. You mentioned a headache this morning when you left. As her warm, rough palm neared his forehead, Chen Mo's body involuntarily stiffened for a fleeting moment. In both this life and the last, his mother's concern always carried an overwhelming weight of guilt. He instinctively wanted to recoil, yet he resisted the urge, allowing her calloused fingers to make contact with his forehead. Yes, it is a bit warm, he admitted, causing Li Xiaolan's brow to furrow in immediate worry. Have you caught a chill? Or is it something at school? She recalled how he had seemed listless that morning. No, Mom, I'm fine. Chen Mo quickly grasped her wrist, pulling her warm, rough hand away from his forehead and holding it tightly in his own cold, youthful grasp. He forced a smile, though it appeared painfully rigid on his pale face. I'm just a bit tired. I'll feel better after a good sleep. Li Xiaolan scrutinized him, then glanced at his tightly clasped hand. His palm was icy, yet it was damp with sweat. Her gaze was complex, filled with weariness, an unrecognizable heaviness, and a determination she had never seen in her son's eyes before. Something felt amiss. Today, he was unusually strange. It is truly nothing. She remained somewhat uneasy. Really, it's nothing, Chen Mo insisted, nodding vigorously, endeavoring to imbue his tone with a semblance of lightness. Mom, you attend to your tasks. I shall retire to my room for a while. He released his mother's hand and almost fled, hastening toward his cramped bedroom. He pushed open the thin green-painted wooden door and once more immersed himself in that small space, replete with youthful vitality. Closing the door behind him, he leaned against the door panel, finally allowing his body to tremble slightly. Outside, the rhythmic sound of the sewing machine resumed, steady and imbued with a soothing power that penetrated the thin door, gently tapping against his back. He slowly slid down to the floor, resting against the cool door. Sunlight streamed through a small window, casting a square patch of light upon the ground, where dust particles danced quietly. He raised his hand, once more gazing at his young, smooth, well-defined fingers, the tips seemingly retaining the rough warmth of his mother's palm. The jarring dissonance of his youthful visage in the mirror persisted, and the profound sense of loneliness within him had yet to dissipate. Yet at this moment, enveloped by the monotonous sound of the sewing machine and under the watchful gaze of his mother's gentle yet resolute eyes, an unprecedented weighty sense of grounding, as solid as rock, gradually settled within his heart. These hands, this body, this home, though modest and unremarkable, represent the genesis of his struggle. For the mother operating the sewing machine outside, for his father in patched trousers, for all the irrevocable regrets of the past and the future he must safeguard. He clenched his fist, nails digging deep into his palm, eliciting a sharp sensation. In the depths of his gaze, the cold flame forged through isolation and anguish burned ever more fiercely and resolutely. Chapter 8. Father, hello. At that moment, a loud, heavy, and somewhat coarse metallic clang resonated unexpectedly from the living room, shattering the stillness of the room and interrupting the sewing machine's rhythm. The machine's sound abruptly ceased. Weigua, why are you home so early today? His mother, Li Xiaolan, exclaimed, her voice tinged with evident surprise and a barely perceptible hint of worry, as her footsteps hurried toward the door. Chen Weigua, father. The name struck like a stone cast into a deep pool, stirring tumultuous waves in Chen Mo's stagnant heart. He abruptly lifted his head, his spine instantly straightening, ears attuned to every subtle sound emanating from beyond the door. The jingling of keys, the heavy, weary footsteps entering the house, followed by the dull thud of some metallic object carelessly tossed onto the concrete floor, and then a long, drawn-out sigh, seemingly exhaled from the depths of the lungs, laden with profound fatigue. Oh, that sigh was deep and hoarse, akin to worn sandpaper scraping against Chen Mo's eardrum. Just this single syllable encapsulated an ineffable weight and oppression. The image of his father, Chen Mo, in the twilight of his life, surged forth from the recesses of memory, vividly grotesque. A back hunched almost to a right angle, a skeletal frame swathed in a faded, patched cotton coat. His hair had long since vanished, leaving a parched scalp that glistened under the bleak winter sunlight. Deep-set eyes, murky and hollow, gazed vacantly at the overcast sky outside the window. His cracked lips moved silently, yet no coherent syllable emerged. Only a hoarse rasping sound like air escaping from a deflated bellows. He curled up on the cold, hard bed, a cheap plastic sheet beneath him. As the room filled with the unique, uncleanable scent of decay and despair that clung to the elderly, a lifelessness utterly drained by illness and poverty. In those final days, even his father could not recognize him, staring blankly with those vacant eyes at the ceiling, until the light finally dimmed. The suffocating sensation and the profound guilt that accompanied that image coiled around his heart like a cold serpent, constricting his breath. Once again, he dug his nails fiercely into his palm, using the sharp pain to wrench himself from the abyss of despair. Outside the door, his mother's voice, laced with cautious concern, inquired, "Is there no work at the factory again?" A brief silence enveloped the air, as if it had solidified. Then, his father, Chen Mo, spoke in a voice even lower and raspier than before, as though something had lodged in his throat. "Yes, the maintenance has stopped. They are letting us go home early." The familiar heaviness had dissipated from his voice, replaced by a weary emptiness, drained of all strength. Chen Mo's breath abruptly halted. His heart thundered wildly within his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. He sprang up from the ground, his sudden movement stirring a gust of wind. He scarcely had time to arrange his chaotic expression and the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest before his fingers, almost spasmodically, twisted the doorknob with fervent urgency. The door creaked open with a long, piercing groan. Light flooded the dim bedroom, and Chen Mo's gaze, imbued with a near-greedy, frantic eagerness, pierced through the doorframe and fixated on the figure in the living room, just setting down a tool bag, wearily bending down to change shoes. Time, at that moment, stretched infinitely, suspended. The man at the door was not the stooped, frail elder nearing his end, though clouds of worry and fatigue shadowed his brow. And his back was slightly bent from years of labor. No, he was tall. He stood upright, like a pine tree, weathered but still rooted firmly in the earth. He had not been entirely crushed. His hair was thick and coarse, a healthy black that had not been dyed, though flecks of silver, like fresh frost, peppered the temples. His face bore the sun and wind's marks, a healthy bronze hue, though etched with deep lines from years of furrowing his brow. Yet, his skin was taut, muscles robust, and his jawline remained distinctly strong. His nose was prominent, and his lips, somewhat cracked, pressed tightly together, exuding a silent stubbornness. He wore a set of deep blue work clothes, faded from numerous washes, with noticeable wear on the shoulders and elbows. Above the left chest pocket, a few indistinct letters were embroidered in yellow thread, City No. 1 Machinery Factory. The work clothes were unbuttoned, revealing an equally faded gray crew-neck shirt beneath. The collar of the t-shirt hung loosely, revealing the firm, subtly defined contours of a well-built chest and collarbone, a testament to years of laborious toil, embodying the strength of a man in his prime. What truly stirred Chen Mo's soul, however, were those eyes. At this moment, they appeared somewhat dimmed by fatigue and worry, the whites tinged with streaks of blood. Yet, they remained strikingly clear. Deep within the pupils lay no trace of the emptiness and numbness wrought by illness and despair from a past life, but rather a reservoir of resilience that, despite the trials of life, had not been extinguished. As he gazed at his son, who had suddenly dashed forth, there flickered an instinctive hint of concern, tinged with confusion. Youthful vigor radiated from this robust man in his 40s. This overwhelming visual impact struck Chen Mo's senses with the force of a thunderclap, brutally contrasting with the image of his frail, dying father that lingered in his mind. The juxtaposition was harrowing, absurd, and utterly heartbreaking, leaving Chen Mo's mind in a state of blankness. All thoughts, plans, and ambitions were obliterated in that instant, replaced by a torrent of raw emotion that surged forth uncontrollably, like a river breaching its banks, crashing through the carefully constructed barriers of repressed pain, guilt, and endless longing. In that moment, the living, vigorous figure of his father ignited a conflagration of indescribable, searing anguish that surged from his nostrils to his eyes. His vision was instantly clouded by a deluge of tears. His throat felt as if gripped by a searing iron vice, throbbing with pain, while all sounds were trapped deep within his chest, transforming into a violent spasm. Chen Mo, his father, Chen Mo, was evidently startled by the sight of his son, suddenly appearing with a pale face, trembling all over, and tears streaming down. He had forgotten to fully remove his old liberation shoes. One foot still shod while the other dangled free, instinctively taking a step forward. That hand, calloused and smeared with black grease, reached out clumsily towards Chen Mo's shoulder, exuding a raw concern. "What is the matter? Why are you crying? A man should not shed tears. Who has bullied you? Or have you faced grievances at school?" The voice was no longer the rasping sound of a windbag that lingered in memory, but rather a deep, resonant tone imbued with the magnetism of middle age. Despite the current air of worry and confusion, it was rich with the essence of life, the warmth of his father's palm. Carrying the familiar scent of a mix of oil and tobacco, was poised to rest on Chen Mo's shoulder. This familiar sensation and aroma acted as the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. "Dad!" A heart-wrenching scream, imbued with a sob that seemed to bleed, finally erupted from the tightly clenched jaws of Chen Mo, reverberating through the cramped living room. The complex emotions contained within that voice, ecstatic joy, profound regret, the piercing pain of failing to honor his father in a previous life, and the overwhelming shock of reuniting with a beloved relative, washed over the space like a tsunami. Chen Mo stood frozen, his tall frame ensnared as if by a spell, rooted in place. A look of bewilderment and shock etched across his dark features spoke volumes of his disorientation. He turned to his equally astonished wife, Li Xiaolan, with a look of desperation. In her hand, she clutched an unfinished piece of fabric, her mouth agape and her eyes wide, clearly as taken aback by their son's unprecedented outburst as he was. Chen Mo, Chen Mo. Chen Mo finally regained his voice, infused with an unfamiliar sense of panic and urgency. He attempted to lower his gaze to his son, who was buried in his embrace, and implored, "What's wrong, son? Please tell Dad. Did someone hurt you? Or did the teacher scold you? Just say something." Clumsily, with his large, grease-stained hands, he tried to gently pat his son's back. The motion was awkward and cautious, as if he feared causing him pain. Li Xiaolan, finally coming to her senses, felt tears welling in her eyes. She set down her belongings and quickly approached the father and son, reaching out to touch her son's head, hesitating for fear of disrupting her husband's rare attempt at comforting him. Her hand hung in midair, her voice trembling. "Chen Mo, please don't scare your mother. What has happened? You must tell us." Chen Mo could utter nothing, engulfed in a tumultuous whirlpool of overwhelming joy and boundless sorrow. The warmth of his father, the familiar yet strange scent of oil and tobacco wafting from him, and the clumsy yet genuine caresses felt like the most comforting furnace, gradually melting the block of ice named regrets of a past life deep within his soul, transforming it into a cascade of scalding tears. He breathed in the air enveloping his father, the aroma of grease and sweat, which at that moment felt 1,000 times more precious than any exquisite fragrance. This was his father, alive and healthy, able to embrace him with strong arms. Noticing that the dampness on his chest had ceased to spread and his son's trembling had subsided somewhat, Chen Mo tentatively asked in a softer voice, "Are you feeling better? Can you talk to Dad?" Chen Mo's body stiffened momentarily. He raised his head from his father's embrace, subtly shaking it. His throat was still choked with emotion, rendering him voiceless. What could he say? That he had returned from 23 years in the future. That he had witnessed them toil through life, plagued by illness, eventually departing in sorrow. That holding his father now felt like clutching a rare treasure he thought lost forever. No, he couldn't say that. He couldn't articulate it. He needed a reason, a plausible explanation that his parents could accept for his current, unusual behavior. In that instant, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, recalling everything that had transpired at school that afternoon. Slowly, with great difficulty, he lifted his head to meet his father's worried, youthful, yet resolute face, sniffed back his tears, and with a voice thick with sobs and hoarseness, stammered half-truths. "And no one bullied me. It's just that I fell asleep in math class this afternoon, and Teacher Lee scolded me harshly, made me stand, and write a self-criticism. So many classmates were watching. I felt so embarrassed and uncomfortable, and my head has been hurting terribly. As he spoke, he instinctively raised his hand to wipe away the tear-streaked mess on his face, revealing a faint bruise at his temple from where he had bumped against a desk. The gesture, coupled with an expression laden with grievance, fatigue, and genuine pain, the headache was indeed real, struck a chord deep within Chen Mo and Li Xiaolan, awakening the softest nerves of parental instinct. Was this all? Chen Mo paused, gazing at the red mark on his son's forehead and his tear-stained eyes, feeling the taut string of his heart loosen significantly. It was not a matter of violence or an irreparable catastrophe. It was the weight of academic pressure, the bruising of a sensitive adolescent pride. A tumult of emotions surged within him, heartache, helplessness, and a faint sense of relief. You child, you frightened your mother to death. Li Xiaolan exhaled deeply, her anxious heart finally finding solace, only to be filled with both tenderness and reproach as she gently patted Chen Mo's arm. Was it really just a reprimand from a teacher? Must you cry so? I thought the sky had fallen. Does your head still hurt? Are you coming down with a fever? She immediately reached to feel Chen Mo's forehead, and the warmth emanating from it felt even more intense than in the afternoon. Just a bit, Chen Mo replied, his voice still thick with nasal congestion, his eyelids lowered to mask the tumult of emotions that lingered in his eyes. He allowed his mother's hand to rest on his forehead, cherishing the warmth it provided. See, I told you something was amiss. Li Xiaolan's concern swiftly shifted to his health. Weigua, quickly fetch some warm water. I'll find some fever-reducing medicine for Xiao Mo. His forehead is burning. She hurriedly turned to rummage through the modest family medicine cabinet perched atop the dresser, marked with a red cross. Chen Weigua nodded, casting a deep glance at his son, who still clutched the hem of his shirt, head bowed. He refrained from further inquiries, instead using his ungrasped hand to clumsily yet resolutely press down on his son's slender shoulder. That pressure bore a silent promise and strength. It's all right. I'm here. His deep voice resonated with more power than any ornate consolation could offer. Chen Mo stood still, watching his father's retreating figure as he walked towards the kitchen, broad shoulders, a straight back, and a stride imbued with strength. Tears once again blurred his vision uncontrollably. But this time, they were not born of despair. Rather, they mingled with a sense of relief, profound responsibility, and an almost reverent desire to protect. He raised his hand, fiercely wiping away the fresh tears that had welled up, his fingertips turning pale from the exertion. Dad, Mom, in this lifetime, let me guard you. Poverty, hardship, illness, and suffering. I, Chen Mo, vow to utterly crush them, with the foresight of my rebirth and the fervor of my burning spirit. Chapter 9. Home. The weight of love. The kitchen echoed with the sounds of utensils clashing, accompanied by the sizzling of oil. Under the dim, yellow light, a small folding dining table was pulled to the center of the living room, covered with a somewhat faded, worn plastic tablecloth. 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged, 2 large coarse porcelain bowls, and a small enameled bowl adorned with cartoon patterns, one that Chen Mo had used in his childhood, never replaced. The air was filled with the simplest aromas of food, the steam rising from the rice, the lingering essence of vegetables stir-fried in hot oil, and a faint yet enticing scent of meat. Chen Mo sat on his designated stool by the table, his head bowed, a white cooling patch affixed to his forehead, one that his mother, Li Xiaolan, had rummaged through the house to find. It bore a faint scent of minty herbs, cool and refreshing against his skin, providing a slight alleviation to his fevered mind. His eyes, still red and swollen from the tears he shed earlier in the afternoon, remained downcast, too timid to meet the lingering concern and scrutiny etched on his parents' faces. His fingers unconsciously traced the edge of a tiny tear in the tablecloth. The kitchen curtain was lifted, and his mother emerged, balancing 2 plates. One held vibrant, glossy stir-fried water spinach, droplets of water still clinging to the leaves, clearly freshly picked from their garden. The other plate showcased a few pieces of deep crimson braised pork, the fatty portions glistening and tender, exuding an enticing aroma. There were only 7 or 8 pieces, appearing rather solitary on the plate, accompanied by 2 boiled eggs, smooth and glistening. Dinner is ready. Li Xiaolan's voice was laced with a deliberate softness as she carefully placed the meat and eggs on Chen Mo's side of the table. Chen Weigua followed her with a small basin of steaming white rice and a dish of dark pickled radishes. He had changed out of his grease-stained work clothes into a gray shirt with dark patches on the shoulders, taking a seat across from Chen Mo. In the cramped living room, The yellowed light enveloped the three of them as they gathered around their modest dining table. Embarking on Chen Mo's first family dinner since his rebirth, the atmosphere was subtly charged, the echoes of Chen Mo's earlier sobs hanging like an invisible weight on each heart. Chen Weigua silently picked up his chopsticks, pushing the rice around in his bowl, his gaze occasionally drifting to his son's forehead adorned with the cooling patch and his swollen eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. Li Xiaolan appeared deeply preoccupied, incessantly serving Chen Mo with food. "Xiao Mo, eat more meat to regain your strength," she urged, lifting the thickest piece of braised pork, rich in sauce, and unceremoniously placing it into Chen Mo's enamel bowl. The savory sauce immediately seeped into the mound of white rice, creating a small pool. "And the eggs? Eat them too. After crying so hard this afternoon and complaining of a headache, you must be feeling weak." She swiftly added a hefty portion of water spinach on top of the meat, and more greens for the vitamins. Chen Mo gazed at the burgeoning pile in his bowl, the glossy braised pork resembling a searing ember, burning into his line of sight. He lifted his head, his eyes sweeping over his parents' bowls. His father's bowl brimmed with a mountain of rice, chopsticks reaching for the dark, pickled radishes. He took a large bite of the radish, the crisp sound echoing as he chewed, washing it down with rice, occasionally pausing to pluck a few leaves of the green water spinach, savoring them slowly. Yet, the plate of braised pork, so tantalizingly close, went unnoticed by him. Li Xiaolan's bowl was equally piled high with rice, her meal consisting of the same water spinach and pickles. Her movements were deliberate and slow, as if calculating the portions with each bite, only becoming brisk when her chopsticks reached out to Chen Mo's bowl to serve him more. The solitary plate of braised pork and boiled eggs seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, belonging solely to Chen Mo. A wave of indescribable bitterness suddenly constricted his throat, as the scene before him, so familiar it was etched in his memory, instantaneously overlapped with countless difficult dinners from his past life. His parents always did this, unreservedly offering him the best of what little was on the table, while they themselves subsisted on the cheapest greens and pickles, often skimping even on the pickles and merely swallowing a few bites of rice accompanied by the free broth. In his previous life, he had taken this for granted, occasionally complaining about the meager portions of meat and the excessive saltiness of the vegetables, until he eventually started a family of his own, suffocated by mortgage payments and the costs of baby formula. Only then did he truly comprehend the suffocating weight of love and sacrifice embedded in his parents' silent gestures. "Mom, Dad, you should eat too." Chen Mo's voice came out a bit hoarse as he picked up his chopsticks, intending to pass a piece of meat to his father. "No need." Chen Weigua replied without lifting his head, his voice low yet undeniably firm. "You eat yours. Your mother and I don't care for fatty meat. It's too greasy." His gaze remained fixed on the rice and pickles in front of him, though his Adam's apple subtly bobbed. "That's right," Li Xiaolan quickly interjected, adding a piece of braised pork to Chen Mo's bowl with a tone of playful reproach. "You child, just eat when I tell you to. You're looking pale. You should replenish your strength. Your father and I are fine. We can manage with greens. It cleanses the stomach and is good for our health." As she spoke, she picked up a stalk of water spinach and chewed slowly, as if to validate the delight of eating vegetables. Chen Mo's grip on his chopsticks tightened, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. He glanced at the meager food in his parents' bowls, observing their forced nonchalance, noting the glaring white hairs at his mother's temples and the dark patch on his father's work shirt. The sense of powerlessness from his past life engulfed him once more, like a cold tide. Yet this time, it was not despair that overwhelmed him, but rather a more ferocious and resolute flame. Lowering his head, he ceased to refuse and, with his chopsticks, lifted the glistening piece of braised pork to his mouth. The fatty meat melted upon contact, the rich aroma of the sauce blossoming on his tongue. What he might have dismissed as an ordinary home-cooked dish in his previous life now bore the weight of profound significance, pressing heavily on his heart. He chewed vigorously, as if seeking to crush this heavy love along with the determination to change his fate. A brief silence enveloped the dining table, punctuated only by the sounds of chewing and the gentle clinking of bowls and chopsticks. After a while, Chen Weigua seemed to find the atmosphere too stifling, perhaps the burdens of the factory pressing too heavily upon him, and finally broke the silence. He set down his chopsticks and took a large sip of the nearby water, his voice carrying a deliberate lightness that could not mask the underlying worry. "There was a meeting at the factory today." Li Xiaolan paused in her act of serving, immediately lifting her head with a tense expression directed at her husband. A meeting? What was discussed? Is there any news about the restructuring? Her voice trembled imperceptibly, as if fearing the arrival of bad tidings. Chen Mo fell into silence for a few seconds, the muscles on his dark face twitching slightly. His gaze, dim and forlorn, rested upon the half-eaten bowl of rice before him. His voice sank even lower as he murmured, "Yes, it has been mentioned. The higher-ups have stated that the factory's efficiency continues to decline. The burden is too heavy, necessitating structural optimization, alongside the implementation of policies aimed at reducing the workforce while enhancing productivity." He struggled to articulate these cold words, each syllable striking the dining table like a stone. "What about us?" Li Xiaolan's complexion turned pale in an instant, her voice tinged with despair. "Weigua, you are a level 8 machinist with exceptional skills. Whenever there is a major repair needed on those old machines in the factory, it's always you who takes care of it. Can they really do without you? They can't simply dismiss the importance of your expertise." Chen Weigua abruptly interrupted his wife's lament, his voice rising with suppressed indignation and helplessness. "What matters now is cost, efficiency, and youthfulness. We, the older generation, are costly, and our physical stamina pales in comparison to the younger workers who can endure late-night shifts. They deem us an expense, claiming we hold them back." His agitation mounted, the veins on his forehead subtly protruding, yet ultimately, that anger deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving only a profound weariness and confusion. He slumped against the back of his chair, exhaling heavily. "They say we can voluntarily sign up for severance packages or wait to be assigned to some newly established tertiary industry company, where the salary might be less than half of what we earn now. Otherwise, we can only await the factory's optimization." "Severance packages?" Li Xiaolan's voice shifted in pitch. "What good will that money do? What about your retirement? And going to a tertiary industry company? Isn't that just a euphemism for being laid off? A salary cut by half. How are we supposed to survive?" Her chopsticks clattered to the table, her eyes immediately reddening as despair enveloped her. "Xiao Mo's tuition. Next month's utility bills. Today I went to the market, and spinach is now 20 cents a pound. Potatoes are 12 cents. How are we meant to live like this?" Unable to contain her anguish any longer, she covered her face and began to sob quietly, her frail shoulders trembling under the dim yellow light, which only accentuated her helplessness. Chen Weigua watched his weeping wife, his lips moving as if to offer comforting words, but he found himself unable to utter a single one. Instead, he irritably raked his rough hair with his fingers and gulped down a large mouthful of lukewarm water, as though that cold liquid could extinguish the fire of anxiety within him. Lines etched deeply into his dark face from years of frowning became starkly visible, bearing witness to the sense of powerlessness crushed by the relentless march of time. Within the cramped space, only Li Xiaolan's muffled sobs and Chen Weigua's heavy breathing filled the air. The dim light seemed to dim further, and the atmosphere grew as heavy as a block of solid lead. The aroma of the braised pork wafting from the table now carried an ironic poignancy. Chen Mo kept his head bowed, the food in his bowl long forgotten. His mother's desperate cries pierced his ears like a dagger, while his father's weary, bewildered gaze was etched in his memory like a brand. The suffocating feeling of watching his family spiral into despair, helpless to intervene, coiled around his heart like a cold serpent. But this time, the serpent-like entanglement ignited only the inferno that had long been raging within his chest. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, bringing forth sharp pain that paled in comparison to the resolute determination burning in his heart. To rescue his family? No, that was far too trivial. He aimed to shatter this damned fate, to reduce to ashes the suffocating poverty, the burdens that bent his parents' backs, and the despair that clung to him like a parasite. He was resolute in altering the destiny of his family entirely. He bowed his head in contemplation, pondering what righteous path could yield quick returns. Ah, the lottery. Yes, indeed, the lottery, swift and lawful, a means his parents could readily accept. He resolved that this would be his initial fortune, and it had to be executed with utmost precision and urgency. As for the stock market and those miraculous shares that promised exponential returns, they would be strategically pursued once he secured his first windfall. Additionally, he would seize every opportunity in emerging sectors such as the internet, real estate, self-media, live commerce, short videos, and artificial intelligence. None would escape his grasp. The meal he consumed was flavorless as cardboard, yet it fortified his inner vow more than any delicacy could. He spoke no more, silently chewing each morsel his parents placed in his bowl, from the braised pork to the boiled egg, the greens, all intermingled with their unspoken hopes and despair, swallowing them with fervor, as if he were not consuming food, but rather fuel for battle. After the meal, Chen Mo took the initiative to clean the dishes. Chen Mo sat wearily in the old rattan chair, lighting the cheapest cigarette, the smoke swirling around him as his brow furrowed deeper, gazing vacantly into the thick darkness outside. Li Xiaolan, her eyes reddened, silently picked up the recently mended work pants and returned to the sewing machine. The monotonous yet resilient sound of the machine resumed, resonating in the stillness of the night with a heartbreaking tenacity. Chen Mo stood beneath the dim light bulb in the kitchen, scrubbing the greasy dishes with icy tap water that carried a metallic tang. The rush of water masked his labored breaths. He lifted his gaze through the grimy window, peering outside. The other windows in the compound glowed with a similar yellow light. Faint sounds of television, children's cries, and spousal disputes intertwined into a symphony that was heavy and authentic, emblematic of life at the bottom. On the window glass, his own reflection appeared, a youthful visage marred by an incongruous weight of resolve and determination. Deep within his eyes burned a fierce luminescence where ice and fire intertwined. It was a flame ignited by the sting of poverty, the scorch of familial bonds, the whip of past memories, and the driving force of immense ambition, a fire capable of igniting the world. Father, mother, he murmured to his reflection, each word like tempered steel, cold yet unyielding. Behold, it will not be long before I, Chen Mo, will overturn this oppressive atmosphere that hangs over our home. Chapter 10. Planning for the future. The faint clinking of chopsticks and bowls quickly subsided in the cramped kitchen. As the last enamel bowl was meticulously dried by Chen Mo and inverted onto the layer of grease-stained plastic mat in the cupboard. The chilling tap water washed away the grime, yet it could not erase the slight tremor in his fingertips nor the burning flame in his chest. He turned off the faucet, the sound of rushing water coming to an abrupt halt, while the monotonous, persistent tapping from the living room resonated through the thin walls, striking his nerves like a heartbeat. His mother continued to pedal the sewing machine, while his father's silent silhouette sat in a rattan chair, elongated by the dim, yellow light, casting a heavy, oppressive shadow upon the mottled wall, resembling a burdensome mountain. After drying his hands, Chen Mo refrained from joining his parents in the living room. Instead, he exchanged a few words with them before retreating to his room. He craved space, an absolute sanctuary of silence, a refuge to cool and temper the surging tides of tumultuous thoughts and the all-consuming resolve burning within him, transforming them into a sharp blade capable of cleaving through the future. He gently pushed open the thin green-painted wooden door of his bedroom, closing it behind him with a soft click as the hinges emitted a faint groan, effectively muffling the living room's light and sound. The small room immediately enveloped him in a relative tranquility, illuminated only by the sporadic light filtering through the windows of the adjacent family quarters, casting blurred patches of light upon the concrete floor. He hastily approached the narrow single bed, the blue and white checkered sheets faded from countless washes, imbued with a faint scent of soap and sun-dried freshness. He removed his shoes, eschewing the light, and lay back upon the hard wooden bed, which creaked softly under his weight, the thin mattress pressing against his back, offering a cold yet tangible sensation. In the darkness, he lay with his eyes wide open, gleaming with an intense light, gazing at the indistinct, water-stained patterns on the ceiling. The seismic upheaval of the day's events replayed vividly in his mind. The metamorphosis of the youth in the mirror, the juxtaposition of his parents' youthful yet weary faces, and the heavy love and despair that had collided and shattered at the dining table, ultimately settling into the stark reality of their circumstances. This household teetered on the brink of collapse. His father faced imminent job loss, with income poised to plummet or potentially vanish entirely. His mother toiled day and night, her meager earnings insufficient to counteract the spiraling costs of living. The family's savings were likely nearing zero, compounded by the burden of debt. As for himself, a low-ranking high school student, he possessed no economic capacity. A greater crisis loomed in the future, as the toll of relentless labor and lack of security weighed heavily upon his parents, leading to chronic illness that could ensnare them in a cycle of suffering, akin to a tragic fate from a past life, resulting in their premature decline. The despair he had once felt, watching helplessly as events unfolded like a powerless ant, surged back to the forefront of his mind, tightening its icy grip around his throat. Yet this time, beneath the layer of despair lay a bubbling magma of determination. This time, no, absolutely not. He would not allow history to repeat itself. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, using the sharp pain to dispel the wretched sense of powerlessness. His gaze sharpened in the darkness, igniting with a fierce flame. This time, I possess the capability, and I will unequivocally transform it. To alter the family's financial circumstances is akin to a fundamental directive, indelibly etched into the depths of one's soul. Every action must revolve around this core principle. As the economic foundation dictates all aspects of life, the health of one's parents, personal academic pursuits, future development, and even the potential to alter one's destiny. In the obscurity, the skills honed in a former life as an IT project manager awaken, akin to a program coming to life, operating at high speed. Logic, organization, risk assessment, resource allocation, and timelines. These buried abilities now shine with unprecedented brilliance, bolstered by prophetic insights. A comprehensive plan must be formulated, one with clear objectives that can be executed efficiently, maximizing the advantages of this rebirth. In his mind, a thought map rapidly takes shape. The goals are dissected and refined. Short-term objectives, within 1 year to secure the first pot of gold and transform the family's living conditions. The essence lies in accumulating initial startup capital, ameliorating the current economic plight, alleviating parental pressures, and establishing a preliminary financial buffer. Key actions include lottery, recollecting the winning numbers from the October 2000 welfare lottery second prize, with post-tax winnings estimated in the hundreds of thousands. Its advantages are simplicity of operation, no risk, and swift results. By purchasing in small, diversified amounts and persuading his father to assist in claiming the prize while maintaining confidentiality, he can handle the winnings discreetly once acquired. Stamp and antique bargains, utilizing pocket money or New Year's gifts to scout the philately and antiques market for undervalued rare stamps, such as the Year of the Monkey stamp, or specific coins poised for significant appreciation in the coming years. The advantage lies in the minimal startup funding required and the relative obscurity of the operation. Risks include unfamiliarity with the market, potential for purchasing counterfeits or missing opportunities, and a lengthy appreciation cycle. A weekend reconnaissance is advisable, starting with small investments. Academics, leveraging this second chance to enhance academic performance and gain admission to a prestigious university, thereby paving the way for future endeavors. Midterm objectives, 3 years of high school to capitalize on momentum. The core focus is to utilize the initial capital and prophetic insights for rapid wealth accumulation and strategic positioning. Achieving academic success and gaining entry to elite institutions, such as Tsinghua or Peking University, while amassing assets exceeding 10 million, liberating the family from poverty, and establishing a solid network and capital base. Key strategies involve capital operation in the stock market during the bull market of 2001, investing in future high-growth stocks like Mutai and Vank, with a long-term holding strategy, using lottery winnings to build positions gradually. Real estate acquisitions in core urban districts of major cities, focusing on suburban areas or older properties slated for demolition, which offer significant inflation resistance and long-term appreciation potential. However, this requires substantial capital and precise site selection. World Cup betting, 2002, exploiting miraculous outcomes like Senegal defeating France and South Korea's surprising victories, which could yield exponential returns on the initial investments. A secure channel for such activities must be identified, with results compiled and investments made at regular intervals. In academics, the aspiration is to attain provincial honors and secure admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, garnering societal recognition, building an early network through these prestigious platforms, and bringing joy to his parents. Ultimately, as the family's financial situation stabilizes, immediate arrangements for comprehensive health checkups for his parents must be made, alongside improvements to their diet, acquisition of commercial health insurance, and enhancement of their living environment, whether through renting or purchasing a home. Long-term goals, university and beyond, shaping the future, leading the era. The essence lies in strategic industrial layout and technological leadership, safeguarding family, and harmonizing personal and societal values. Firstly, the internet strategy involves deep engagement or investment in early-stage giants like Tencent, Alibaba, and Baidu, as well as establishing or acquiring promising platforms in social media, e-commerce, and search. Secondly, the technological strategy entails the establishment of research institutes focused on the future core technologies of semiconductors, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, and biomedicine. Thirdly, the creation of a specialized investment company for global asset allocation and strategic investments is essential. Fourthly, the establishment of a charitable foundation to give back to society is imperative. The plan gradually crystallizes in my mind, with the implicit risks, execution details, and resource requirements swiftly calculated and assessed like a stream of data within the depths of my thoughts. Simultaneously, a timeline unfurls in my consciousness. October 2000. Purchase lottery tickets. Conduct preliminary investigations into the stamp market. From October 2000 to mid-2001. Upon receiving the lottery winnings, allocate a portion to stamps and another to the stock market. Resolving family crises and stabilizing academic pursuits. From mid-2001 to mid-2003, realize profits from the stock market, initiate real estate investments, and prepare intensively for the college entrance examination and World Cup betting. June and July 2003. Take the college entrance examination, aiming for the top rank in the province. Summer 2003 and beyond. Legalize, diversify, and professionally manage substantial wealth. Gain admission to prestigious institutions, significantly improve family circumstances, and commence an in-depth layout in technology and the internet. As my thoughts become increasingly lucid and my objectives clearer, I abruptly sit up, switch on the old desk lamp beside my bed, and open the drawer of my desk. Beneath a pile of disordered old textbooks and exercise books, I unearth a pristine notebook. Grasping a ballpoint pen, I take a deep breath and turn to the first page of the notebook. My gaze sharpens as I resolutely inscribe. Rebirth Combat Plan, codename, Nirvana. Core principle, the economic security of the family supersedes all else. Executor, Chen Mo. Start date, September 8, 2000. Part 1. Short-term goals 2000 to 2001. Core objective, the first pot of gold target lottery. Provincial welfare lottery, October 10, 2000. Issue 16, second prize numbers, 6, 14, 18, 25, 27, 31, 5. Purchase strategy, save 50 yuan from the meal budget, purchase from multiple sales points, and upon winning, persuade my father to disguise the claim. Opening a new bank account for deposit. Fund management, upon receipt of the winnings, withdraw a portion in cash, 50,000 yuan, for household use. Allocate 30 to the target stamps, and reserve 70 for the stock account. Risk assessment, none. Assistance, scavenging for old stamps. Target, year of the monkey stamp. Execution, every Saturday morning, stake out the West City coin and stamp market. Budget, 50 yuan, initial. Swift in and out, seizing opportunities with alacrity. Academic endeavor, maintain a solid foundation. Objective, elevate midterm ranking to the upper tier, within the top 100. Section 2. Midterm goals 2001920036. Core, capital leap. Stock market, target stocks, Kuaichao Matai, Vank A, etc. Strategy, upon receipt of lottery winnings, from late 2000 to early 2001, gradually accumulate positions, holding long-term. With a focus on liquidating near June 2001, when the Shanghai Composite Index hovers around 2,245 points, anticipating a profit of 300. Capital, lottery winnings 70, stamp profits, if any. Real estate, target cities, Zhongguancun in Beijing, Pudong in Shanghai, Nanshan in Shenzhen, and Tianhe in Guangzhou, seeking small residential units, old properties awaiting demolition, and promising commercial shops. Execution, profits from the stock market in 2001, with 50 of gains invested in real estate, establishing a shell company, prioritizing Beijing and Shanghai. World Cup betting 20026. Objective, multiply principal by 500 to 1,000 times. Betting strategy, diversify bets across multiple high-odds underdogs, e.g., Senegal defeating France. South Korea overcoming Italy and Spain, while securing stable parlay bets. Principal, utilize a substantial portion of the family's liquid funds, with some stocks and properties pledged, assess risks cautiously. Channels, immediately seek reliable underground bookmakers or overseas agents, possibly through Zhonghouse social connections. Capital reflow, employ professional consultants to devise intricate pathways, trade, false contracts, artworks, etc., for legitimization. Key, academic comeback. Objective, achieve provincial top scholar status. Strategy: intensify efforts in the second year, sprint in the third year. Strive for provincial awards in mathematics and physics competitions. Breakthrough in English, listening, reading. Master response templates in Chinese. Timeline: systematic review of first-year content during the winter break of the second year. Focus on competitions and weaknesses in the second semester. Comprehensive sprint in the third year. Foundation: family health. Action: by the end of 2001, after profits from the stock market and real estate. Arrange comprehensive health checkups for parents at top-tier hospitals and establish health records. Purchase: high-value commercial health insurance, critical illness, medical. Improvement: enhance diet with increased protein, fruits, and vegetables. Persuade father to gradually quit smoking. Improve living conditions, rent or purchase a home. Section 3. Long-term goals 20036 Core, financial freedom, industrial layout. Direction: choose economics, finance, or computer science at Tsinghua or Peking University. Join top-tier associations, technology, finance. Establish an investment company, silent capital. Team building: seek talents akin to Fong Min and Su Qing. Deep investment: early-stage investments in Tencent, Alibaba, and Baidu. Positioning in the chip and AI sectors. Establishing Spark Research Institute. Real estate: continue acquiring prime locations for development. Responsibility: establish a charitable foundation, education, healthcare. The pen glides swiftly across the course paper, producing a rustling sound reminiscent of silkworms consuming leaves and the rhythmic beating of war drums. Each character, each numeral, encapsulates the blood and tears of past lessons and the resolute gamble of the present. Under the dim light, the youthful figure bent over the desk casts a long shadow against the mottled wall, exuding a weightiness and focus that belies their tender years. As he reached the final section, the pen hesitated momentarily. Memories of his father's heart-wrenching cough and his mother's curled figure, tormented by gastric pain, flooded his mind. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully inscribed in bold strokes the words: regular health checkups, mandatory nutrition, change of living environment. This is a strict decree. Priority, utmost. Finally, the pen came to a halt, leaving a small ink blot on the paper. He set down the pen and exhaled a long, silent sigh, as if shedding an immense burden, resembling the act of signing a life-and-death contract with fate. He closed the notebook, which contained the cipher to his future, and carefully tucked it away in the deepest recess of the drawer, pressing it down with several hefty old exercise books. Only after completing this task did an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him like a tidal wave. Turning off the desk lamp, the room plunged back into darkness. He lay down once more on the hard-board bed, his body relaxing, though his mind remained in a state of heightened alertness after rapid processing. The moonlight outside seemed to grow brighter, spilling through the small window and casting a cool patch of light on the floor. The rhythmic sound of the sewing machine outside had ceased at some point, and the entire building appeared to be in slumber, with only distant, muffled barks of dogs breaking the silence. Suddenly, a series of harsh, phlegmy coughs broke through the thin walls, resonating clearly within the stillness. It was the voice of his father, Chen Mo. The coughs were not violent, yet bore the unique heaviness of one accustomed to smoking and inhaling dust, as if wrenched from the depths of his chest. In the quiet of the night, it sounded particularly jarring and heart-wrenching. Chen Mo's body tensed instantly. In the dark, his eyes snapped wide open, pupils constricting sharply. This cough, the shadow of his father's late-stage lung cancer from a previous life, coiled around his heart like the coldest of serpents. Although the current cough was not nearly as grave, the familiar timbre and frequency struck him like a hammer, forcefully crashing upon the meticulously crafted plan. Family health, priority, utmost. Dad, he whispered into the darkness, his gaze flickering under the moonlight with a chilling glint of intertwined ice and fire. Wait for me. Soon, I will take you to the best hospital for examination, and let this damned cough vanish forever. Chapter 11. A glimpse of brilliance. The afternoon sun poured through the dust-laden glass windows, casting slanted beams of light across the somewhat cramped classroom of grade 1-7, creating elongated, crooked patterns on the cement floor. The air was thick with the dry scent of chalk dust, the faintly acidic smell of youthful perspiration, and a languid drowsiness that pervaded the atmosphere. The physics teacher, Zhao Dihai, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a receding hairline and thick black-rimmed glasses, stood with his back to the students, fervently scribbling on the blackboard. The screeching sound of chalk against the board filled the air as white dust fell in gentle cascades. He was explaining the application problems of uniformly accelerated linear motion. As the students contemplated the problem, Teacher Zhao turned around, adjusting his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. His gaze swept over the somewhat listless students seated below. Vehicle A and Vehicle B were traveling in the same direction along a straight road, with Vehicle A leading at a constant speed of 10 ms. Vehicle B, initially at rest, began to accelerate at 2 ms in an attempt to catch up with Vehicle A, with a known initial distance of 100 meters between them. The question posed was, how long would it take for Vehicle B to catch up with Vehicle A, and what would be the speed of Vehicle B at that moment? Upon completion of the problem reading, a profound silence enveloped the classroom, interrupted only by the creaking of the aging ceiling fan lazily rotating above. The majority of the students furrowed their brows. Some scribbled notes on scrap paper, others gnawed pens in deep contemplation, while a few simply stared blankly ahead. Evidently perplexed by this pursuit problem involving two objects with differing states of motion, uniform and accelerated, as well as an initial distance. For first-year students who had only recently delved into kinematics, this indeed presented a modest challenge requiring careful analysis. Teacher Zhao observed the students' reactions and noted a familiar expression of expectation on his face. He cleared his throat, ready to guide them through the analysis. The crux of the problem lay in identifying the conditions for catching up, specifically the relationship of displacement. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner of the classroom near the back window. There sat Chen Mo, slightly tilting his head, his eyes fixed on the dreary rooftops of the adjacent residential complex, his expression vacant, clearly detached from the lesson at hand. Before him lay a sheet of scrap paper, not adorned with physical formulas, but rather mindlessly scrawled with a series of peculiar number combinations, XXXXXXXXX, accompanied by a question mark and subsequently crossed out. These were the lottery numbers he had reserved in his plans for rebirth the previous night, and he was repeatedly contemplating, recalling, and verifying them. The weight of his family's financial burden loomed like a boulder overhead. The lottery represented the key to his first fortune, leaving no room for error. To him, the physics lesson was mere background noise. Zhao Dihai's brow furrowed. During the initial assessments at the beginning of the term, Chen Mo's performance in physics had been unsatisfactory, placing him in the lower tier of the class. Now, he audaciously appeared to be daydreaming in Zhao's class, lost in thought. Chen Mo, Zhao Dihai's voice suddenly rose, tinged with obvious displeasure, shattering the classroom's stillness. What are you looking at? Is there a physics formula outside the window? Do you understand this problem? Stand up and answer. In an instant, all eyes in the classroom converged on Chen Mo like searchlights, filled with curiosity, sympathy, and, more so, a sense of anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. His deskmate, Zhang Hao, startled, quickly nudged Chen Mo's arm with his elbow, whispering urgently, "Hey, wake up. Zhao's calling for you." Chen Mo jolted back to reality, his thoughts abruptly severed from the fog of lottery numbers, as if yanked back to earth. Instinctively, he stood, the legs of his chair scraping loudly against the concrete floor. Bewildered, he glanced at the podium and then at the problem written on the blackboard. The pursuit problem, with Vehicle A traveling at a constant speed of 10 ms. Vehicle B starting from rest with an acceleration of 2 ms and an initial distance of 100 m, demanded the calculation of the time t to catch up and the speed v of Vehicle B. The problem seemed to resonate within him, clear instructions implanted in his mind. In a previous life as an IT project manager, the innate ability to engage in logical modeling and resolve complex issues was deeply ingrained within him. Coupled with the efficiency of an adult in processing information and a firm grasp of fundamental physical concepts, which, even after years of disuse, had long since been internalized, this problem, which required high school students to set up equations for resolution, appeared to him as trivial as a simple arithmetic operation. Almost instinctively, a clear, concise, and efficient solution began to crystallize in his mind. He did not need to contemplate the standard solution involving equal displacements. Instead, he employed a more intuitive and essential physical representation of relative motion. Concurrently, a more convenient formula, V2, as sprang forth. A concept typically elucidated only in the latter part of high school, yet serving as an exceedingly effective tool for solving specific problems. Just as Zhao Dihai anticipated, this distracted student would, as usual, blush and stammer his inability to answer, subsequently receiving a reprimand before taking his seat. Chen Mo spoke up. His voice, though not loud and slightly hoarse from having just returned to focus, was remarkably steady. His pace neither too fast nor too slow, taking the car A as the reference frame. His opening statement momentarily stunned Zhao Dihai and several quick-witted students. Was he already discussing frame transformations so soon after beginning the study of kinematics in the first year of high school? Without pausing, Chen Mo directed his gaze at the problem on the blackboard. As if stating an obvious truth, the initial velocity of car B relative to car A is v relative 10 ms, directed opposite to the motion of car A. The acceleration of car B relative to car A is a relative 2 ms, in the same direction as the motion of car B, which is also aligned with the motion of car A. The initial relative distance S relative is 100 m, with car B positioned behind car A. Car B catches up to car A, meaning the relative displacement is 0. This is equivalent to car B having a relative initial velocity of 10 ms and a relative acceleration of 2 ms. Pursuing a stationary target positioned 100 meters ahead in the reference frame of car A, which is at rest. Let the time taken to catch up be t seconds. According to the formula for displacement in uniformly accelerated linear motion, S relative V relative T1 to a relative T, when they meet, S relative 0. Thus, 0 10 T1 2 2 T. Simplifying yields, 0 10 TT, or T, T10, 0. The solutions are T0, insignificant, as it represents the starting moment, or T10 seconds. Therefore, the time to catch up is T10 seconds. At this juncture, the velocity of car B is VV initial 8 T0 2 10 20 ms. Alternatively, using the formula VV initial 2 s, where s is the distance car B has traveled, S12 2 10 10 100 m, we find V0 22,100,400, leading to V20 ms. The results are consistent. Throughout this process, Chen Mo's narration was clear and coherent, with each logical connection seamlessly linked to the next. He did not write a single word on the blackboard. He merely stood there, calmly gazing at the problem, as if reciting a report he had long since completed. He bypassed the conventional steps that high school students typically follow, defining displacement A and displacement B, and setting SA and SB to 100, immediately delving into the essence of relative motion, effortlessly employing a more convenient formula, VV2, to validate his approach, which made it seem remarkably effortless. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The classmates who had just moments ago been gnawing on their pens and scratching their heads were now wide-eyed, their expressions brimming with confusion and disbelief. Is this really solved? How is his reasoning so different from what the teacher intended to explain, yet it sounds so plausible? And what is that V formula? Does it even appear in our textbooks? Zhang Hao, seated beside him, appeared utterly astonished, poking Chen Mo's arm, which remained suspended in midair, his face a canvas of shock as he exclaimed, "Is this really the Chen Mo I know?" At the podium, Zhao Dihai's displeasure and readiness to scold had completely frozen. Behind his thick lenses, his eyes first flickered with extreme astonishment, followed by a profound sense of surprise and scrutiny. He fixated on Chen Mo, as if seeing this student for the very first time. The concept of a relative reference frame? Such a clever line of thought. Directly simplifying the problem and sidestepping the complexities of simultaneous equations. Although first-year students had yet to study relative motion systematically, this demonstrated an advanced level of physical reasoning. What astonished him even more was Chen Mo's casual reference to the formula VV2S. Typically, this formula appears in the exercises or supplementary notes in high school textbooks. For a first-year student to adeptly utilize it and think to employ it for verification displayed a depth of knowledge and flexibility in application that was far beyond what an average student could achieve. The clarity of his thought, the simplicity of his method, and the fluency of his expression even bore an air of sophistication and ease characteristic of seasoned problem solvers. This was a stark contrast to the introverted, awkward, and mediocre student he remembered. Zhao Dihai opened his mouth, intending to speak, but was momentarily at a loss for words. He instinctively glanced down at the detailed steps he had prepared in his lesson plan, which required several steps to set up equations for solving, suddenly feeling they were rather cumbersome. Just then, a voice filled with evident skepticism and challenge rang out from the front row of the classroom. TCH. He sounds so convincing. But who knows if he's just guessing or looked up the answers beforehand. The speaker was Sun Yu, the physics class representative. a bespectacled boy who consistently ranked at the top of his class and harbored a haughty disposition. He had been contemplating the problem as well, yet using traditional methods, and had not completely unraveled it. Now, witnessing the usually inconspicuous Chen Mo suddenly speak with such audacity, employing reasoning he scarcely understood, his initial response was disbelief. Especially with Chen Mo's calm demeanor, which seemed somewhat pretentious, it struck him as particularly irksome. Exactly. Changing the reference frame? It sounds so mystical. That V formula doesn't seem to be in the textbook, does it? Is he just making it up? Could he have really seen the answers in the practice book? Sun Yu's words fell like stones into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring an undercurrent of suppressed murmurs throughout the room. Numerous students directed their gazes towards Chen Mo, their expressions shifting from astonishment to skepticism and curiosity. Zhao Dihai regained his composure, adjusting his glasses as his keen eyes refocused on Chen Mo's face. Although Sun Yu's inquiry was tinged with emotion, it struck at the heart of the matter. Chen Mo's problem-solving process was undoubtedly impressive, yet it appeared somewhat disjointed, lacking the foundational steps necessary for high school freshmen, which indeed raised suspicions. Chen Mo, Zhao Dihai's voice returned to its customary seriousness, laced with a hint of inquiry. The question posed by Sun Yu is one I, too, wish to ask. Your reasoning is quite unique. The concept of relative reference frames is commendable. Yet at the freshman level, we primarily focus on fundamental methods. Furthermore, the formula VV2 as that you employed, how did you derive it? It seems there is no explicit derivation in the textbook. While he did not directly accuse Chen Mo of consulting the answers, the implication was unmistakable. He sought a reasonable explanation to dispel any notion of luck or deceit. All eyes once again converged on Chen Mo, awaiting his response. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Chen Mo furrowed his brow slightly. His previous reaction had been entirely instinctive. He had not contemplated the notions of foundational methods or freshman-level standards. As for that formula, to him, it was as natural as the number 112. Did it require justification? He felt a twinge of annoyance, having been abruptly interrupted while his mind was still occupied with combinations of lottery numbers, which pertained to his family's lifeline. He raised his gaze to meet Zhao Dihai's, his expression calm and untroubled, devoid of any sign of distress from the questioning, displaying an almost indifferent composure. Taking a gentle breath, he spoke in a straightforward tone, as if recounting an objective fact. The formula VV2 as can be derived from two fundamental equations. Starting with the velocity formula, VV at, and the displacement formula, SVT at. Solving the first equation for time, T gives T, VV, A. Substituting this into the second equation yields SV, VV, AA, VV, A. Simplifying this leads to S, VV, 2A, resulting in VV2S. The derivation was clear, concise, and logically rigorous, with each algebraic transformation beyond reproach, elegantly sidestepping the variable of time t. Throughout the entire process, Chen Mo did not even glance at the blackboard. He maintained a steady gaze on Zhao Dihai, as if reciting a piece of code he had long since memorized. Once more, the classroom fell into a profound silence. This time, even Sun Yu stood with his mouth agape, rendered speechless. The derivation was irrefutable. Such clarity could not have been fabricated on a whim, nor could it have been so fluently recounted merely from having seen the answers. This requires a profound understanding of the essence of formulas and a solid foundation in algebra. Zhao Dihai was utterly astounded as he gazed into Chen Mo's eyes, which were calm to the point of being devoid of ripples. The clouds of doubt in his heart did not dissipate. Instead, they were replaced by an even greater tempest of astonishment. The process of derivation was clear in thought, rigorous in steps, and even more elegant and concise than what he had prepared in his lesson plan. This was certainly not something a mediocre student, who often drifted off during class, could achieve. Zhao Dihai swallowed hard, his expression becoming exceedingly complex, a mixture of shock, confusion, inquiry, and an indescribable excitement akin to discovering a raw gem. Have you derived this formula before? Chen Mo paused for a moment. Could he admit that this was merely something he had casually used in his previous life during college physics classes or while solving engineering problems at work? He could only vaguely respond, I've read some extracurricular books. This answer evidently did not satisfy Zhao Dihai, yet it was also irrefutable. He scrutinized Chen Mo deeply, as if attempting to penetrate the surface of this student to uncover what transformations were occurring within. The thought process is quite innovative, and the derivation is rigorous. Zhao Dihai finally spoke, his tone considerably more tempered than before, even tinged with a subtle note of approval. Please take your seat. But remember to pay attention during class, and do not lose focus. He paused, casting his gaze over the entire classroom, lingering momentarily on Sun Yu's face. While Chen Mo's method is clever, mastering the standard solutions is equally vital during foundational stages. He then proceeded to elaborate on the steps for solving equations using displacement relations. Chen Mo complied and took his seat, his expression still inscrutable. His desk mate, Zhang Hao, leaned closer, lowering his voice, brimming with astonishment. Wow, Mosey, you've been hiding your talents. When did you secretly become a physics genius? That derivation was impressive. Chen Mo ignored him, redirecting his gaze to the drab rooftops of the family quarters outside, though this time, the focus was not entirely blurred. Zhao Dihai's inquisitive eyes and the shocked, skeptical gazes of Sun Yu and others rippled through the calm of his heart. It seemed he had revealed his brilliance too soon. He furrowed his brow slightly, but then relaxed it. It mattered not. Maintaining his academic standing was merely a part of his plan. The lottery was the true physics problem. As his fingers, beneath the desk, unconsciously tapped the series of numbers that pertained to his family's fate. Chapter 12. I have an epiphany in the corridor of the office. I walked like a scout hesitating on the front line of enemy territory. Each step I took, the slight sound made by my shoes against the polished terrazzo floor resonated in the empty corridor, amplifying with each echo, striking against my taut nerves. My heart beat like a drum in my chest, thudding dully yet rapidly, creating a buzzing in my eardrums. My palms were already slick with sweat, clammy and uncomfortable. I instinctively rubbed them against the seams of my trousers, yet I could not wipe away the dampness of my unease. At last, the familiar wooden door, painted halfway with green, appeared before me. Above it, a small glass window reflected the indistinct, swaying silhouettes of several figures inside. I took a deep breath. The air felt as heavy as rust, sinking heavily into my lungs. I raised my hand to knock on the door, my knuckles tapping against the panel, producing a sound that seemed to drift. "Come in," came the unmistakable voice of Mr. Zhao, imbued with a metallic resonance. As I entered, I was enveloped by a melange of aged paper, chalk dust, and strong tea, a scent both familiar and suffocating. Mr. Zhao sat behind a desk by the window, cluttered with assignments and examination papers, his signature black-framed glasses perched on his nose, the lenses thick as the bottom of a bottle. He lifted his head at the sound, his gaze piercing through the lenses, sharp and scrutinizing, like a spotlight that instantly locked onto me. His eyes swept over my face, devoid of emotion, yet exuding a palpable pressure that seemed to penetrate my very being. "Mr. Zhao," my throat felt tight, and my voice was dry. He hummed a brief syllable through his nasal passage as a form of acknowledgement, casually laying a red pen on the open assignment before him. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" His tone was flat and unyielding, akin to a boulder suspended above my head. "Mr. Zhao, I am here to explain my recent performance in the sciences." I endeavored to steady my voice, attempting to make it sound natural, though each word emerged with cautious trepidation. "Recent performance in the sciences?" His brow furrowed minutely, his body leaning back slightly, the chair creaking softly. "Chen Mo, regarding your recent physics quiz, your scores indeed exhibit some fluctuations." He deliberately paused on the word fluctuations, his gaze intensifying from behind the lenses. "Pray tell, what is the matter?" His eyes distinctly conveyed a message. "Do not attempt to deceive me. I see right through you." And here it was, the moment had arrived. A shiver ran through me as the script I had rehearsed countless times in my mind sprang to life. "It is this way, Mr. Zhao." I lowered my eyes slightly, avoiding his penetrating gaze, striving to conceal my facial expressions, my fingers curling unconsciously. "During the summer, one day I went to the city library to return some books, and as I exited, I fortuitously encountered an elderly gentleman. I prepared to weave the tale of our serendipitous meeting. As I described the old man, I instinctively included details such as his neatly combed silver hair and his faded old Zhongshan suit, attempting to enhance the imagery and credibility. His eyes were particularly bright, exuding an air of sophistication, and he appeared quite knowledgeable. Having laid the groundwork, I unveiled the crux of the story. He noticed me clutching several physics books and found it intriguing, so he initiated a conversation, sharing a wealth of physics knowledge with me, and revealed that he was a retired physics professor from Normal University. He frequented the library alone, And if I was interested in learning physics, I could come to find him every afternoon at 2. Consequently, throughout the summer, I diligently sought him out daily, acquiring much knowledge in physics from him. A retired physics professor? Mr. Zhao's eyebrows raised slightly, and his body leaned forward instinctively, a signal of his interest in the matter. Indeed, I replied, acknowledging my own surprise at the encounter. I nodded vigorously, filled with an exhilarating sense of being favored by fortune. He mentioned that after his retirement, he found himself idly passing the time, and noticing my apparent interest in the sciences, he graciously offered me some guidance. After he finished speaking, I quickly retrieved the physics notebook I had meticulously prepared, its cover deliberately crumpled at the corners, bearing faint stains of tea that lent it an air of age and frequent use. I cradled it in my hands and, with a hint of reverence, presented it to him. Within it lay the thoughts, ideas, and experiences I had recorded during our previous discussions, along with a list of fundamental books he had recommended, each adorned with my own annotations. Mr. Zhao said nothing initially. He merely extended 2 fingers to delicately grasp the notebook, his movements imbued with a habitual caution. He opened the cover, allowing his gaze to linger for a moment on the deliberately imitated, yet somewhat juvenile, neatly penned handwriting. Then, in silence, he began to turn the pages, the only sound in the office being the soft rustle of paper, monotonous and elongated. I held my breath, feeling each second stretch into an unbearable thickness. He turned the pages slowly, occasionally pausing at a formula or a marginal note, his glasses glinting, obscuring the expression in his eyes. The longer he scrutinized, the more rapid the beating of my heart became, as if it might burst forth at any moment, while beads of sweat stealthily trickled down my spine, bringing a chilling, tingling sensation. Upon reaching a certain page in the middle, he abruptly halted, his finger resting on a thought-provoking question regarding the application of Newton's laws. It was then that he spoke, his voice low yet piercing through the taut silence like an ice pick. You mentioned that the concept of fields, as explained by that old gentleman, helped you understand the interactions of forces. What precisely did he convey? His gaze finally lifted from the notebook, penetrating through his thick lenses, firmly fixed upon my face with an unabashed, predatory curiosity. The test had arrived. I felt a tightening at the nape of my neck as my mind raced into overdrive, scouring through fragments of memory from all my physics textbooks and supplementary readings on fields, while simultaneously crafting a plausible narrative for the fictitious professor. The old gentleman said. I swallowed hard, striving to maintain a steady tone, feigning deep contemplation, that force does not act in a vacuum, much like a magnet. It can attract or repel across a distance due to the presence of a magnetic field. The same applies to universal gravitation. An object is surrounded by a gravitational field. He suggested that I envision interacting objects as being situated within the fields generated by each other, thus making the transmission and directional sense of force more intuitive. I spoke cautiously, endeavoring to articulate the descriptions of fields from my physics textbook in simple terms, while striving to present them as the wisdom imparted by a sage elder. Mr. Zhao remained silent, his gaze fixed upon me, as if weighing every ounce of meaning in my words. Those fleeting seconds of silence felt interminable, as though a century had passed, with only the hum of an antiquated standing fan in the corner stirring the stifling air, failing to disperse the fine beads of perspiration that had quietly begun to form upon my brow. In this suffocating moment of stalemate, a chemistry teacher named Mr. Li, seated at a nearby table, seemed to be drawn in by our conversation and suddenly interjected with a hearty laugh. Ah, old Wang, your student is quite fortunate, encountering an esteemed professor right outside, and even receiving enlightenment. Mr. Li, a jovial and portly figure, appeared oblivious to the subtle tension in the air, his tone laced with jest. Mr. Zhao, however, paid no heed to Mr. Li's banter. He seized upon the term enlightenment, his gaze sharpening once more, piercing through to me like a probing needle. Enlightenment? Chen Mo, since you claim that venerable gentleman enlightened your understanding of physics, what about chemistry? Did he impart anything there? His tone shifted abruptly, becoming urgent. Regarding last week's assignment on the periodic law, your approach to that final inference question was entirely different. Please explain how the lanthanide contraction influences the properties of elements within the same group. How do you comprehend it? Chemistry? How could there be a chemistry-related issue? The fictitious professor I had conjured only encompassed physics. I felt the color drain from my face, my mind suddenly blank as the realm of physics was obliterated by the explosive intrusion of chemistry. This was it. My deception was on the verge of being unveiled. I opened my mouth, but my throat was parched, rendering me voiceless, merely moving my lips futilely like a fish stranded on the shore, desperate as the cold tide washed over me. At that critical juncture, a fierce instinct for survival overrode my fear, and I recalled the pages of key chemical concepts I had memorized before sleep last night in anticipation of potential inquiries. Among those notes was the very subject of lanthanide contraction. In an instant, fragmented memories coalesced. Lanthanide contraction. My voice was as coarse as sandpaper, trembling with an undeniable quaver. Yet the words finally emerged. It refers to the decrease in atomic radius of lanthanide elements, which is less pronounced than anticipated as atomic number increases. I struggled to recall the textbook definition, articulating with difficulty that the added electrons filled the anti-penultimate 4f orbital, where the shielding effect of f orbital electrons on the nucleus is relatively weak, thus leading to a more significant increase in effective nuclear charge, resulting in a less noticeable contraction of atomic radius. Each technical term escaped my lips with great effort, cold sweat soaking through my thin t-shirt. I dared not pause, forcing myself to continue. The impact is that for elements in the same group, such as transition metals in the 5th and 6th periods, the insertion of lanthanides causes their atomic radii to be quite similar. Thus their properties, such as density and melting point, also exhibit similarities, unlike main group elements that show a marked variation from top to bottom. Upon uttering the final word, I felt nearly depleted, akin to having just completed a marathon. Utterly exhausted, my lungs ablaze with pain, my heart pounding violently within my chest, as if it might leap out. The sound of rushing blood echoed in my ears. I lowered my gaze, fixating on a tiny smudge on my shoe, unable to bear looking at Mr. Zhao's expression, like a condemned sinner awaiting final judgment. Time once again stood still. Teacher Zhao remained silent for a moment, gazing at the notebook in his hands, refraining from immediately commenting on my response. The suffocating silence lingered for what felt like an eternity. I could distinctly hear the thunderous beating of my heart and the rush of blood pounding against my temples. The thick lenses obscured most of his gaze, leaving only the tightly pressed, somewhat austere corners of his mouth, which conveyed an elusive caution. At last, he slowly closed the physics notebook I had handed him, his actions light, yet imbued with a sense of finality. He did not return the notebook to me right away. Instead, he placed it on the desk and gently tapped the hard cover twice with his long, bony index finger, marred with a hint of red ink. The soft thuds echoed in the suddenly quiet office, striking my taut nerves like small hammers. With potential, he began to speak, his voice deeper than before, devoid of overt emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. His thoughts were indeed clearer than previously, exhibiting considerable progress. Suddenly, his tone shifted, and the gaze behind his glasses became piercing, fixing directly upon me as if seeking to strip away all my facades. Yet, whether I had truly grasped the concept and could maintain my composure remained uncertain, warranting further observation. The term observation fell from his lips lightly, yet it felt like two heavy, cold weights pressing upon my chest, a not-so-subtle indication of doubt rather than trust. He paused, diverting his gaze from my face to a notification sprawled on the corner of the desk, adorned with complex circuit diagrams. Next week, he stated in a tone as flat as if announcing a duty roster. The physics group will conduct an internal selection to choose several participants for the preliminary round of the City High School physics competition. You. His eyes returned to my face, now carrying an air of inescapable authority, commanding that I must register for the competition. It was not a suggestion, but a directive, an unavoidable command that resonated in my mind like a drone. Competing in the preliminary round with my half-hearted, last-minute cramming and a modicum of meager talent felt akin to being thrust into the flames. Indeed, there was no distinction. Teacher Zhao, I instinctively attempted to voice my concerns, seeking a glimmer of an escape. That will be enough. You should return to prepare for your class, Teacher Zhao interjected, cutting off my words decisively, his tone leaving no room for debate. His posture unequivocally signaled the conclusion of our discussion. The fabrications and justifications I had just uttered were reduced to mere moments of scrutiny, culminating in an indisputable verdict. The office reverted to its prior state, with the rustling of papers emanating from Teacher Lee's corner, while another instructor murmured softly on the phone. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting glaring white patches on Teacher Zhao's lowered lenses, blurring his gaze, and drawing an icy barrier of light between us. The high school physics competition was an arena of relentless intensity, one from which I knew I could never escape unscathed. Instinctively, I bowed towards the distant figure of Teacher Zhao, whose demeanor was as unapproachable as a cold fortress, my movements stiff and robotic, akin to that of a marionette. Gradually, I turned and took measured steps towards the heavy green door of the office. As I pushed the door open, the warm breeze of early summer rushed in, accompanied by the cacophony of the bustling playground outside, infused with vibrant life. The towering old sycamore at the end of the corridor swayed in the afternoon sunlight, its leaves rustling softly as if countless green hands were applauding. My fingers unconsciously delved into the pockets of my uniform trousers, grazing a small, square object. Slightly softened by my body heat, it was the chocolate gifted to me by Teacher Lin, its foil wrapping showing signs of wear. She had playfully handed it to me that morning, urging me to replenish my energy. In that moment, it became my only tangible solace, a faint warmth that offered a semblance of reality. The sweetness melted fervently on my tongue, sending warmth cascading down, attempting to soothe the cold constriction in my stomach. Yet, deep within my throat, the bitterness born of deception lingered like a stubborn seed, defiantly pushing through the sweet tide, its sharpness piercing, inciting a stinging sensation in my eyes. This was the last time, truly the last time. After this, I would awaken and soar. Chapter 13. The diagnostic examination. With the commencement of our first true diagnostic examination of the first year, a heavy, moisture-laden cloud loomed over us, pressing down on each individual like an oppressive weight. The air was thick with an invisible scent of gunpowder. Mingling with the ink of new books and the fine dust of chalk, inhaled deeply, bringing a dry, heart-pounding sensation to my lungs. The figures traversing the corridor moved with a hurried, serious cadence, while the usual clamor of the break diminished, replaced by the rustling of pages and hushed, urgent discussions concerning formulas or historical events. Seated at my desk, my fingertips absently traced the edges of the pages, the coarse texture of the paper rubbing against my skin. Outside, the sunlight poured in generously, brightening the windowsill, yet it failed to penetrate the frozen lake within my heart. Its surface appeared calm, but beneath, turbulent currents surged, tightening as the examination date approached. The deceitful promise of enlightenment rested upon my brow like a crown of thorns, pinned there by Teacher Wang's insistence on observation. The high school physics competition dangled above me like Damocles' sword, its inevitability looming. This diagnostic examination felt akin to a meticulous surgical procedure, conducted under the scrutiny of all. I had to dance perilously upon the edge of a blade, masquerading under the lens of a microscope. My performance in the sciences had to be stunning enough to validate the lie that the esteemed professor had whispered to me, maintaining the flickering spark of potential in Teacher Wang's eyes. Yet I had to avoid being too extraordinary, lest I invite deeper suspicion and scrutiny. A perfect score was a forbidden territory, belonging to the realm of prodigies, a place not yet destined for the awakening of Chen Mo. In the realm of humanities, one risks descending into utter mediocrity, akin to an inconspicuous speck of dust, with only a slight improvement capable of being engulfed in the torrent of average performance, all while maintaining the facade of a profound inclination towards the sciences. This delicate equilibrium is a challenge that surpasses the difficulty of solving any Olympiad mathematics problem 1,000-fold. I feel akin to a machine programmed with intricate algorithms, laboriously poring over textbooks and exercise collections through countless nights, repetitively deducing, calculating, and simulating. On my mock examination papers, I meticulously marked with different colored pens which questions were imperative to conquer, which could afford a mistake, ensuring that any missteps remained within a precise margin of points, which knowledge points could shine forth, and which should be deliberately portrayed as lacking depth of understanding. Every scoring range corresponds to a meticulously crafted persona. Quietly, the examination week arrived. The first challenge, the mathematics exam. As I gazed upon the distributed paper in the examination hall, I inhaled deeply, suppressing the subtle tremor of my fingertips, my gaze calmly sweeping over the questions. The initial basic problems flowed as effortlessly as breathing. My pen glided across the draft paper, leaving behind clear and concise steps. The multiple-choice questions were answered swiftly and accurately, as I instantaneously filtered the options A, B, C, and D in my mind. In the section for problem-solving, I transformed into the most composed artisan. Faced with a substantial proof in solid geometry, The auxiliary lines vividly emerged in my mind. The logical chain of the proof intricately linked. I was acutely aware that this problem was entirely within my grasp to achieve full marks, yet I hesitated, my pen hovering momentarily. Intentionally, I opted for a slightly convoluted and clumsy approach rather than the most elegant and straightforward method of adding auxiliary lines. Although the proof remained rigorous and logically flawless, I deliberately allowed a few crucial conditions in one step of the derivation to appear somewhat disordered, as if induced by a touch of panic under the pressure of the examination. Ultimately, my conclusion was correct, yet the aesthetic and fluidity of the problem-solving process were partially marred by my own hand. The examiner would perceive, the reasoning is sound, the foundation solid, yet lacking in flexibility or exhibiting minor flaws in execution. A perfect opportunity to deduct 1 to 2 points, aligning perfectly with my strategy. In another composite function question, the final part presented a sudden spike in difficulty. I focused intently, the sparks of thought colliding vigorously within my mind as several methods of solution rapidly took shape. The optimal solution clearly laid out before me. However, as my pen met the paper, I opted for a method that required a slightly larger amount of computation and more steps, theoretically containing a minuscule calculation trap. I tread upon the edge of a blade, meticulously controlling the scale of my errors. The final answer was correct, yet the process was lengthy, and at a certain intermediate step, I intentionally refrained from simplifying the expression to its most concise form, leaving an unoptimized trace that warranted another point deduction. Before submitting my paper, I meticulously reviewed the entire exam. I secured every point I was entitled to, while also relinquishing precisely the right amount of points, akin to branches that have been artfully pruned, neither compromising the elegance of the trunk nor revealing excessive brilliance. Ultimately, I estimated my score to be around 148, an impressive figure sufficient to demonstrate insight and potential, yet delicately distanced from perfection. In the second examination, the physics test unfolded in a chilling silence, broken only by the soft rustle of pen against paper, akin to countless silkworms feasting upon mulberry leaves. As I unfolded the examination paper, my gaze, tranquil as still waters, surveyed the contents within. Amidst the vast ocean of multiple-choice questions, fill-in-the-blanks, fundamental concepts, and straightforward applications, I navigated like a well-equipped vessel, cutting through the waves with precision, reaching the shores of each answer with unwavering speed and accuracy, bolstered by an undeniable confidence forged through rigorous preparation. As a complex mechanics problem emerged, featuring inclined planes, pulleys, interconnected bodies, and frictional forces, the textual labyrinth of the question danced before my eyes. With a mere moment of contemplation, I conjured a vivid physical tableau in my mind, the vector arrows of forces meticulously marked, the motion unfolding fluidly in my imagination, and the optimal path to resolution shining brightly like the most luminous star in the night sky. Yet, as my pen descended to the paper, I deviated from that radiant trajectory. I forsook the most succinct approach of the system's kinetic energy theorem or the combined method of isolation, opting instead for the rudimentary yet laborious separation method, meticulously analyzing the forces acting on each object. I outlined Newton's second law equations with exquisite detail, each symbol clearly annotated, every equation properly formatted, resulting in a process as lengthy as a miniature thesis. During the calculations, I deliberately refrained from immediate numerical computation after substituting values at a certain stage, instead retaining the complex algebraic expressions for a couple of additional steps, appearing overly cautious, even somewhat pedantic. The final result, undoubtedly accurate, bore the hallmark of a meticulously crafted artifact, albeit one intentionally left with a few rough edges. The time spent, nearly 10 minutes longer than the optimal solution. However, the objective was achieved. I demonstrated a solid grasp of fundamental methods, while simultaneously revealing that my ability to adapt and apply them required further refinement. This encapsulated the image of Chen Mo, a character whose foundation was solid after guidance, but whose thinking needed further honing. I estimated a score of around 97, yet again tantalizingly close to perfection, yet falling just short, an evanescent number that elicited both regret and anticipation. In the third examination, the chemistry test featured a section on experimental questions, specifically one concerning the analysis of titration errors. The standard answer should have clearly outlined several potential systematic and operational errors, I fluidly articulated most of the key points, but intentionally obfuscated the description of the final operational error, opting for a term that was somewhat imprecise, yet not entirely erroneous. In the multiple-choice segment, amidst several foundational questions, I chose one that examined the trends in elemental electronegativity. Even as the correct answer, C, shone like a firefly in the night, I resolutely selected option B, aware that this decision would cost me points, and cognizant that the loss was entirely unnecessary. I felt compelled to leave a mark of weakness, a trace of a knowledge gap. I predicted a score of 92, still commendable, yet falling short of the pinnacle, distanced by those deliberately forsaken questions. In the fourth examination, the Chinese language test was permeated by a drowsy atmosphere, with the shadows of trees swaying outside the window and the cicadas chirping noisily. As I unfurled the examination paper, my gaze traversed the familiar characters, which seemed to shimmer behind a veil of glass, indistinct and distant. The essay prompt pertained to the themes of steadfastness and adaptability, while the topic was not particularly challenging. The scope for interpretation was vast. A plethora of profound angles flickered through my mind, and I could even conjure several vivid contemporary examples to support my arguments. However, I abruptly pinched my thigh, the sharp pain instantaneously extinguishing that fleeting spark of inspiration. I admonished myself to embrace mediocrity. Ultimately, when it came time to write, I opted for the most cautious, most banal, and arguably cliched stance. One must uphold principles while also being adaptable. The introduction adhered to conventional norms, quoting a time-worn adage that has been overused, while the subpoints were meticulously balanced. My references included the most commonplace figures such as Sima Qian and Su Wu, along with a trite example of a modern entrepreneur. The language flowed flatly, akin to tepid water, devoid of any stirring qualities, let alone literary flair. Midway through, I even deliberately repeated the same conjunction in one paragraph, creating a subtle sense of grammatical awkwardness. The conclusion was hastily wrapped up with a slogan-like call to action, lacking any lingering resonance. Upon reviewing the entire essay, it resembled a garment of the most rudimentary quality, functional, yet utterly devoid of aesthetic appeal. In the foundational section, comprising classical text translation and reading comprehension, I summoned my focus, ensuring I would not lose any basic points. Yet, when confronted with slightly more nuanced analytical questions, I deliberately restrained my capabilities, providing only superficial answers, resolutely avoiding depth. I estimated my score to be around 105 out of a possible 150. In the fifth examination, the English test, the listening section featured a clear, melodious voice, where each word struck my eardrum like a small hammer, the meanings instantly clarified. Nonetheless, I compelled myself to alter my answers on the answer sheet twice, first changing a correct response from B to the incorrect D, and then, amidst two ambiguous options, I intentionally selected the erroneous one. The reading comprehension section presented vocabulary that was not overly challenging. I skimmed through swiftly, the core meanings already clear in my mind. However, when tasked with selecting the best title, I chose one that, while relevant, was overly broad and somewhat off-topic. In the closed test segment, I purposely erred on several prepositions I was confident in. The essay required me to compose a letter of recommendation, where I aimed for grammatical and structural precision. Yet the content was hollow and tedious, with repetitive and simplistic diction reminiscent of a primary school student's work. I estimated my score to be around 115 out of 150. In the final examination, the political test, this was the last subject, and I perceived it as the most perilous. The invigilator was Mr. Zhang from the Political Studies Department. Despite his modest stature, always impeccably dressed in a Zhongshan suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, the gaze behind those lenses was sharp enough to penetrate one's very soul. He bore the nickname Zhang the Seer, as legend had it that no student attempting to employ clever tricks on the political exam could escape his scrutiny. I sat by the window, acutely aware of his piercing gaze sweeping across the examination room, scanning like a searchlight traversing the space. As the examination papers were distributed, the questions appeared rather conventional. For the multiple-choice section, I cautiously confirmed the correct answers in my mind, yet intentionally marked two current affairs questions incorrectly. In the short answer section, regarding the fundamental characteristics of the socialist market economy, the standard answer from the textbook was vividly etched in my memory. However, I deliberately omitted scientific macro control and only wrote down the other 3 points. Furthermore, in my description, I obscured the notion of common prosperity as the fundamental goal, as if my comprehension of this concept was not sufficiently profound. In the materials analysis question concerning rural revitalization, I shunned all potential angles that might delve into deep-seated contradictions or sharp viewpoints, opting instead for the safest and most mainstream interpretation: prosperity for farmers and beauty in the countryside. As I immersed myself in writing, striving to minimize my presence, a gentle breeze, tinged with the scent of chalk dust and old books, swept across my paper. My heart raced, and upon lifting my gaze, I was startled to find teacher Zhang Huaimin silently standing beside my desk, appearing as if from nowhere. He slightly leaned forward, his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the midpoint of his nose, and his keen, hawk-like eyes were fixed intently on my political exam paper. He scrutinized it for a good 7 or 8 seconds in silence, without a flicker of expression, his gaze moving back and forth over the deliberately marked incorrect choices and the intentionally simplified answers. Then, he straightened up, uttered nothing, and continued his patrol of the examination room. In the days following the exam, during which the teachers concentrated on grading, I felt like a startled bird, acutely aware of every gaze as I walked through the campus. Each time I passed the faculty building, my eyes would involuntarily drift toward the familiar window of Teacher Lin's office on the 2nd floor. At last, during a self-study session one afternoon, clutching a stack of assignments, I nervously approached that office under the guise of submitting work. The door was slightly ajar, and I gently knocked. "Come in," came Teacher Lin's gentle voice. I pushed the door open. The office was suffused with the rich aroma of coffee and the scent of ink on paper. Teacher Lin was seated behind her desk, which, as anticipated, was piled high with a precarious mountain of exam papers in various colors: red, blue, and black ink intertwining across the white sheets, resembling an expansive destiny map awaiting analysis. Among the several open papers before her were Chinese language exams. She held a red pen, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly contemplating a composition score. Upon seeing me, her face immediately brightened with a smile, dispelling the office's oppressive atmosphere. "Chen Mo, here to submit your assignments? Just place them over there." She indicated a small, empty corner of the desk. I complied and set down the assignments, though my gaze was irresistibly drawn to the mountain of papers. Surely, my exam was among them. What expression would Teacher Lin wear upon seeing the 148 in mathematics and 97 in physics? "How did it go? How do you feel?" she asked, setting down her red pen and lifting her thermos cup, gently blowing away the steam, her gaze filled with genuine concern. "It was all right," I murmured, lowering my head. "Relax," she encouraged, taking a sip of her warm water. "This is just a diagnostic assessment, primarily to help you and the teachers identify any issues, so we can address them effectively." She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the mountain of examination papers on the desk, her tone infused with a barely perceptible weariness shared among teachers. "Academic performance is merely a temporary reference. What truly matters is the effort that follows." "Thank you, Teacher Lin. I shall take my leave now," I replied vaguely and exited the office. Chapter 14. The release of results before the notice board of the grades academic building. A throng of students gathered, as if held captive by an invisible magnet. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, the ink of freshly printed papers, and an unspoken, anxious electricity. Various voices buzzed, merging into a cacophony of excitement, despondent sighs, reluctant murmurs, and incredulous discussions, akin to boiling water, incessantly pressing against the thin sheet of acrylic above the bulletin board. I stood at the periphery of the crowd, like a steadfast rock anchored at the edge of the surging tide, my heart pounding vigorously in my chest, imbued with a serene anticipation. My gaze traversed the mass of heads, fixating on the immense, still-drying leaderboard, my sight swiftly gliding across the densely packed names and numbers, determinately seeking my own name and score. There it was, Chen Mo, nestled in the upper middle of the list, unassuming yet aligning with my expectations. I shifted my focus to the total score column, where a rather ordinary number resided, not high, nor low, comfortably positioned in the upper middle of the grade. This was anticipated, but merely a facade, a temporary threshold to be crossed. A barely perceptible tightening of my lips followed by a release. My gaze continued to the right, sweeping across individual subject scores, when a surge of warmth erupted from within, instantly igniting my eyes. Mathematics, 149. That striking crimson figure fluttered like a resounding flag at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, commanding respect. Clearly marked beside it was 1. First in the grade. Yes, it felt as though flames were igniting within my chest, fervent and exhilarating. I had succeeded. This was not just a score but a milestone in my relentless struggle to alter my fate. My fingertips curled slightly at my side, then forcefully unfurled, savoring the weighty fruits born of my labor. Physics, 97. Chemistry, 93. Equally radiant numbers gleamed on their respective subject boards, heralding a significant breakthrough in the realm of science. In merely a month, I had transformed from anonymity to prominence, a leap made possible by countless nights of solitary toil under a dim light, where ideas clashed like sparks. It was worth it. Then, my gaze shifted leftward, returning to the humanities section. Chinese, 104, English, 113, politics, 85. This glaring contrast felt like a rift between fire and ice. On the left were the near-spectacular high scores in science, approaching perfection, while the right displayed the lackluster, even somewhat dim results in the humanities. Particularly striking were the juxtaposition of 149 and 85, two figures standing side by side, as if separated by a vast chasm. After a fleeting moment of silence before the bulletin board, discussions erupted like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. No way. Is this for real? Chen Mo scored 149 in mathematics, first in the grade. Physics 97, chemistry 93. Has he somehow cheated in science? Wait a moment. He scored 104 in Chinese, 113 in English, and only 85 in politics. How did his overall score suddenly drop to the middle tier? This is a clear indication of academic imbalance, a severe one at that. His proficiency in the sciences is remarkable, while his performance in the humanities leaves much to be desired. The disparity is quite astonishing. And if I recall correctly, his mathematics skills are merely average as well. Could it be fabricated? How could one elevate their science scores so rapidly in just a month? It would take a rocket to achieve such speed. Perhaps there was dishonesty involved, but that seems implausible given the strict supervision during exams. Who knows? There might be some hidden method. He is undoubtedly more capable than I am. A prodigy with academic imbalance? How peculiar. This is the first time I have encountered such extremity. He must enhance his studies in the humanities. Otherwise, his overall performance will not improve significantly. A prodigy? I think peculiar is more fitting, haha. Amidst the murmurs, there were sounds of astonishment, skepticism, envy, and pure spectatorship, all blending into a cacophony that filled my ears. I straightened my back, my gaze calmly sweeping over the scrutinizing and intricate looks directed at me. Doubt. Prodigy? These labels seemed so feeble and insipid at this moment. Only I truly understand the determination and effort that lie behind this score of 149, the resolve to turn back and be reborn. Such discussions are merely stepping stones encountered along the path to success. At that moment, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a figure, Mr. Zhang from the politics department, standing at the edge of the crowd by the bulletin board, hands clasped behind his back. He did not gaze at the list. The gold-rimmed lenses of his glasses reflected a glimmer of light. The corner of his mouth seemed to curl into a fleeting, subtle arc, imbued with a sense of scrutiny. His gaze was like a probe, but this time, I met it with unwavering calm and steadfastness. Mr. Zhang's lenses appeared to glimmer momentarily before he diverted his gaze. Chen Mo. At that moment, the class leader, Li Xiang, squeezed through the crowd, his voice tinged with urgency. Teacher Lin wants to see you in her office right away. His expression was complex, a mix of shock and bewilderment. All right, thank you, class leader. I nodded, my tone steady. What is meant to happen will happen, and this time, I felt no fear, only a fervent desire to prove myself. The tree-lined path leading to the teacher's office building was bathed in sunlight. Golden rays filtering through the gaps in the sycamore leaves, dancing upon the pristine concrete surface, resembling a scatter of gold dust. I walked with a steady pace, each step imbued with an unprecedented sense of solidity. The clamor before the bulletin board gradually faded away, and the fiery sense of accomplishment and clear planning within me served as an engine propelling me forward. Arriving at the familiar, slightly worn green-painted wooden door, I raised my hand and rapped my knuckles against the surface, producing a crisp and resonant sound. Come in, came Teacher Lin's voice, deep and unwavering. I pushed the door open and saw that she was alone in the office, seated behind her desk. The thick lenses of her glasses reflected the daylight streaming through the window, and before her lay my exam score report, spread open. She held a red pen. her gaze intense and focused. "Teacher Lin," I said as I approached the desk, standing firm, my voice clear. She lifted her head, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, instantly locking onto me, filled with scrutiny and inquiry, even tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Without immediate utterance, her fingertip pressed heavily upon the glaring score of 149 in mathematics on my transcript, then slowly and deliberately glided over the scores of 97 in physics, 93 in chemistry, finally pausing at the numbers of 85 in political science, 104 in Chinese, and 113 in English. "Chen Mo," she finally spoke, her voice not loud yet distinctly clear, imbued with a penetrating quality. "Explain this." Her finger darted back and forth between the high marks in the sciences and the scores in the humanities. How could such a remarkable transformation occur in just a month? "What have you done?" The office was enveloped in silence, the sycamore leaves outside rustling gently in the breeze. I took a deep breath. What surged within my chest was no longer a defense, but a declaration. "Teacher Lin," I raised my head, my gaze unwavering as it met her scrutinizing eyes, my voice steady and powerful. "After the last time, I believe I have truly found my enlightenment. It is not merely in physics, mathematics, and chemistry that my understanding has blossomed rapidly. It seems as if my thoughts have suddenly opened up, and I have developed a newfound interest in reading. My pace was deliberate, yet each word resonated with strength. These scores of 149, 96, and 93 are the fruits of my own diligent study, a testament to my relentless effort throughout this month." My voice rose slightly, imbued with an undeniable conviction. Formulas and theorems, each meticulously derived, challenging problems tackled with tenacity, mistakes cataloged and revisited. I am acutely aware of my foundational knowledge and even clearer about the sacrifices necessary to bridge the gap. Interest may ignite the flame, but it is I who must fuel it every single moment. Leaning slightly forward, my hands braced against the table, my eyes gleamed with fervent determination. As for the humanities, I scanned the glaring scores of 85, 104, and 113 without a hint of avoidance. I acknowledged that I previously dismissed them, finding them tedious and somnolent, treating them as burdens. This was my error. However, Teacher Lin, this does not signify my inability to master them, nor shall I allow them to remain my Achilles heel. With that, I retrieved a pristine hardcover notebook from my backpack, slamming it onto the table, its cover boldly inscribed with the words Humanities Mastery Plan. I opened to the first page, where a clear outline detailed my schedule, target scores, daily task breakdowns, vocabulary, classical literature, political knowledge, a mechanism for reviewing mistakes, and even a weekly self-assessment arrangement, organized and purposeful. Lacking interest? Then cultivate it. Short on time? Then devise a plan, squeezing it out little by little. My voice was resolute, infused with the youthful fervor and unyielding determination unique to my age. In English vocabulary, I shall commence with a daily goal of 150 words, seizing every fragment of time. For classical literature, I will engage in a thorough reading each day, comprehending and memorizing without negligence. As for political science, I pointed at the densely annotated plan, core concepts, and framework. I will dissect them as meticulously as I tackle difficult scientific problems. I assure you, in the upcoming monthly examination, I will elevate my average score in the humanities by no less than 15 points, striving to breach the top 100 in my grade. My chest heaves slightly with excitement, yet my gaze remains exceptionally bright and resolute, akin to tempered stars. The fervent desire to alter my circumstances and conquer my weaknesses reverberates palpably within the confines of the modest office. I resemble a climber who has just conquered their first perilous summit, my sights now set on the next, loftier peak. Imbued with fervent determination and an unyielding resolve to achieve my goals, the office falls into a brief silence. The rustling of the plane tree leaves outside suddenly becomes distinctly audible. Teacher Lin gazes at me, her eyes behind the lenses deep and contemplative, yet the sharp scrutiny seems to waver slightly in the presence of the burning, almost searing resolve in this young man's eyes and the meticulously detailed plan before her. She remains silent, absent-mindedly toying with the corner of the report card. At last, she exhales slowly and deeply, as if releasing a weighty burden or perhaps adopting a new, complex perspective. She leans back in her chair, which creaks softly in response. "Your determination is considerable," she murmurs, her gaze fixed upon the open humanities strategy plan. lingering for a few moments before her tone shifts from initial skepticism to one of subtle inquiry and unspoken consideration. The plan appears quite promising. She raises her eyes to meet mine, her gaze seemingly penetrating beyond the surface, seeking the core of astonishing strength that emerges in moments of desperation. Remember, you promised teacher Zhao that you would participate in the physics competition next week. Her tone regains its customary neutrality, yet carries a newfound weight. Whether you are a mule or a horse, you must be taken out to be tested. That is the true battlefield where your genuine abilities will be revealed. She pauses, her eyes sweeping over the plan. As for the humanities, her fingertip lightly touches the document. I only care for actions and results. Your empty assurances hold no value here. Very well, that will be all for now. You may leave. She gestures dismissively, averting her gaze from me, returning to another assignment. Yet this time, her lowered profile seems to carry less of the cold detachment and more of a heavy sense of anticipation. Indeed, Teacher Lin, I shall prove it through my actions. I will take my leave now. My voice resonates with strength, and without bowing, I nod firmly, akin to a soldier readying for battle. Turning, I push open the green-painted wooden door, my steps no longer unsteady, but instead marked by a steady, powerful rhythm. The bright sunlight in the corridor bathes me warmly, as though infusing me with renewed energy. I reach into my pocket, retrieving a piece of chocolate, unwrapping it, and popping the entire morsel into my mouth. My teeth sink into it with vigor, releasing a rich sweetness and the deep aroma of cocoa that explodes within my mouth, akin to a direct infusion of energy. This time, there is no bitterness, only pure, powerful sweetness that glides down my throat, soothing every cell, replenishing the recently spent vigor, and charging me with energy for the battles yet to come. The sweetness lingers as a testament to victory, heralding the commencement of a new journey. I lifted my gaze towards the end of the corridor, where a pristine azure sky awaited, the branches of the sycamore tree unfurling gracefully in the sunlight and gentle breeze, teeming with vitality and strength. The breakthroughs in the sciences serve as a solid foundation, while the journey through the humanities represents a lofty peak that must be conquered. The high school physics competition will be the stage upon which I shall demonstrate my true capabilities. The path ahead is clear, and the goals are well defined. The heart of youth, akin to a ship with sails full of wind, brims with spirited ambition and fearless resolve, charging forth into broader and more challenging waters at full speed. Chapter 15. Thunder at the dinner table. Dinner at home has always been a moment imbued with warmth and stability. Beneath the dim glow of yellow light, the small folding round table shone brightly, adorned with 3 dishes and a soup. A plate of stir-fried, seasonal vegetables glistened in vibrant green. A small dish of neatly sliced pickled cucumbers, savory and crisp. A bowl of velvety steamed egg custard, garnished with a few emerald green scallions. And a steaming pot of tomato and egg drop soup, its red and yellow hues exuding a comforting aroma, while the white rice formed a small mountain in the bowl, each grain sparkling. My mother, Li Xiulan, donned her faded floral apron, busily ladling the last bit of soup into a bowl, her voice habitually murmuring, "Momo, eat more vegetables. Look at you, so thin. Don't let the soup cool. Hurry and drink." Her voice, tinged with the everyday chatter, served as the most soothing background to these tranquil days. My father, Chen Mo, sat across from me, his back instinctively straight, even at home, carrying the demeanor of a seasoned worker from the factory. He lifted his bowl, devouring a large mouthful of rice with fervor, chewing with great effort, his cheeks slightly bulging. The light cast upon him revealed a few particularly glaring white hairs, resembling stubborn dry grass peeking through in the harsh winter. Today he seemed especially reticent. A knot of unspoken worries etched upon his brow, even lacking the usual inclination to comment on the news broadcast during dinner. As I placed a chopstick full of vegetables into my mouth, their crisp sweetness filled my senses, yet a thin veil of fog inexplicably settled over my heart. The palpable heaviness that clung to my father felt like an invisible stone, pressing down upon the dinner table, causing even the aroma of the food to wane slightly. Halfway through the meal, my mother instinctively added a spoonful of egg custard to my father's bowl. "Weigua, there's nothing much happening at the factory today, is there? You seem so withdrawn." My father's grip on the chopsticks faltered imperceptibly, then he slowly set down his bowl, the base clattering softly against the table. And instead of responding immediately, he reached into the inner pocket of his worn, gray work jacket and retrieved a neatly folded piece of paper. The paper was thin, carrying the distinctive scent of ink, and as he unfolded it with his calloused fingers, it emitted a faint, disquieting rustle. He laid the paper flat on the table, sliding it between my mother and me. Under the light, the black letters on the white paper stood out starkly, with an eye-catching title in bold red print. Confirmation Notice of Employment Placement Intent for Employees of the Red Star Machinery Factory. The air seemed to freeze instantly. My mother's hand, poised to serve soup, hung suspended in midair, the liquid in the ladle quivering before a drop fell onto the table, spreading into a small, dark circle. Her complexion visibly drained of color, her lips slightly parted, and her eyes fixated on the paper as though they were pinned to the spot by invisible nails. My father's voice resonated, deep and hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping rough wood, each word laden with an ineffable weight. Today, the factory has officially delivered the notice. He paused, his throat struggling to swallow, his gaze sweeping over my mother and me, both astonished. He presented two paths. The first, a transfer to the newly established tertiary service company, potentially to logistics, or perhaps to man the entrance or clean the premises. As he uttered those words, a sense of suppressed humiliation and bitterness tinged his voice, each syllable seeming to bear barbs that scraped against his throat. The second option, his voice lowered almost to a whisper, nearly drowned out by the faint sounds of the television outside, struck us like a heavy hammer upon our hearts, a severance of employment with buyout of service years. The term laid off felt like two icy bullets piercing through the last remnants of warmth at the dining table. Fragments of vague and burdensome memories surged within me like stones tossed into still water, transforming from blurry shadows into stark, cold realities. My father sat in silence day and night on the cramped balcony, surrounded by discarded cheap cigarette butts, his despondent figure shrouded in swirling smoke. My mother, with swollen eyes, left before dawn and returned late at night, her weary body dragging behind her, fingers bandaged with adhesive strips, her clothes permeated with an indelible scent of grease. The home was perpetually suffused with a stifling atmosphere, a blend of cheap tobacco and despair. The harsh ring of the telephone and the violent pounding on the door echoed like a nightmare, the curses of debt collectors piercing through the thin door, while my mother's muffled sobs resonated starkly in the stillness of night. Those images, those sounds, the profound terror and humility that penetrated to the marrow, surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly submerging the warmth of the dinner before us. I tightened my grip on the chopsticks, my knuckles whitening from the pressure, nails digging into my palm, eliciting a sharp sting, my heart feeling as though gripped by a frigid hand, constricting violently, each heartbeat entwined with suffocating panic. No, I must not repeat the past. A searing, almost ferocious force erupted from the depths of my being, instantly dispelling the chilling dread. Having lived again, I toiled relentlessly in my studies. Was it not for this moment? Was it not to possess the strength to alter this predetermined, despair-laden trajectory of fate? My father's white hair, my mother's wrinkles, this home swaying in the tempest. I would not allow them to be mired in the quagmire of the past once more. How much can one receive from a buyout? My mother's voice finally broke through, trembling with a forced restraint, as dry as sandpaper against wood. She set down the soup spoon, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her apron tightly, her gaze locked onto my father's face, filled with the desperate hope of a drowning person clutching at driftwood. My father inhaled deeply, then exhaled heavily, as if attempting to expel every ounce of foul air from his chest. He extended his calloused fingers, pointing to a line of small print on the notice. Based on my years of service, I have worked in the factory for 27 years and 3 months, and I can expect to receive approximately $28,000. The number, when spoken from his lips, carried an indescribable weight and sorrow. $28,000. For this family. It might once have been a considerable sum, but in the face of an uncertain future, akin to a precipice, it appeared so insubstantial and fragile. Is $28,000 all there is? Mother murmured, her gaze hollow as it swept across the small room that had sheltered them for over a decade, the peeling walls, the creaking old furniture, the rusted iron bars on the window. What could this meager sum accomplish? How long could it sustain a family before they ran out of resources? Would it suffice to cover potential calamities or the expenses of silently attending university? Her shoulders trembled uncontrollably, her voice thick with nasality and suppressed sobs. What about the job transfer? Wegwa, a transfer is better than being unemployed. Even guarding the gate would be acceptable. At least there would still be a salary, a place to pay for insurance. Guarding the gate. Father suddenly lifted his head, his voice surging with indignation and humiliation. His bloodshot eyes fixated fiercely on Mother, the veins on his forehead standing out. I, Chen Mo, I have spent the better part of my life at Hongxing Factory. Whether it be machinery, riveting, or welding, which of my skills is not among the elite in the factory? Now, you want me to bow and scrape while standing guard? I cannot afford such disgrace. He slammed his palm on the table, causing the dishes to rattle violently. And I cannot bear to lose my dignity. Anger and profound despair clashed within him, causing his entire being to tremble slightly. Dignity. Can dignity be used as nourishment? Finally, tears streamed down Mother's face, like beads from a broken string, falling onto her roughened hand and splattering onto the greasy table. Silent had already entered high school. Soon, he would attend university. The expenses would multiply, and how long could the family's meager savings last? Without work, there would be no income. Would the three of us be left to survive on the winds of the Northwest? What is wrong with guarding the gate? Earning a living through honest labor. Without theft or deceit, what is there to be ashamed of? She cried out, her voice hoarse, tinged with a despair that felt like a dead end. A fierce quarrel erupted between my parents, witnessing Father's face redden with humiliation and Mother's helplessness as tears streamed down her cheeks. I observed the thin notice that symbolized a pivotal moment in their family's fate. The memories of the past and the weight of reality collided like two mountains crashing together. Dad, Mom, my voice suddenly soared, imbued with an unprecedented clarity, as I leapt to my feet, the chair scraping against the floor with an unbearable screech. Both parents turned in astonishment, realizing only then that their son, perhaps still naive in their eyes and in need of protection, was seated at the table. Facing their bewilderment and confusion, even tinged with a hint of bewilderment, I stood resolute. Dad, let us choose the buyout. My voice rang with undeniable resolve, echoing clearly in the abruptly silent room. What? The mother gasped in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? If you buy him out, he will truly have no job. What good will that little money do? The father furrowed his brow, looking at me with a complex gaze. Mom, please let me finish. I interrupted her. Dad's skills are treasures in the factory, honed over decades of hard work. To have him stand at the gate is a waste, a misapplication of talent, and an insult to the sacrifices you both have made over your lives. I turned to my father, my eyes filled with deep respect and understanding. Dad, you are right. Your pride and expertise should not be squandered in such a manner. A tremor ran through my father's body, his lips pressed tightly together, refraining from rebuttal. I took a deep breath, my gaze sweeping over the notice on the table, my voice imbued with the resolve to sever any retreat and the audacity to forge ahead. Yes, we are short on money, but we shall not barter your dignity and expertise for it. My fingers pressed down on the table unconsciously. The buyout money was earned through years of my father's sweat, and it should serve as our family's seed capital, the foundation for our rise. Seed capital? Foundation for our rise? My mother murmured, still bewildered. Yes, I nodded vigorously, my eyes ignited with fervent belief and audacious confidence. Dad, your craft is a true golden opportunity. Leaving that sinking factory opens up a world of possibilities. My voice resonated with enthusiasm, infused with the fearless vigor of youth. There are countless small businesses and factories out there, many in dire need of a master craftsman like you, someone capable of transforming blueprints into reality. You possess skills, connections, and experience. If we are willing to work hard and shed the burdens of a state-owned factory, there is no limit to what we can achieve. Working for others is one thing, but working for ourselves is even more gratifying, and we can do it with passion and purpose. My father stared at me, his bloodshot eyes reflecting a gradually extinguishing flame of anger, replaced by a whirlwind of complex emotions, confusion, a flicker of hope, and deep-seated anxiety. I suddenly turned and dashed back into my small room. When I emerged, I clutched tightly to the notebook that chronicled all my achievements since my rebirth. Filled with dense scientific notes, problem-solving strategies, and my tentative musings on the technological developments and market demands of the coming years, however immature they may be. I also had a rough outline of how my father's skills could align with market possibilities, scrawled in the last pages of the notebook. And there was that freshly received report card. I slammed the notebook and the report card onto the dining table with a loud clap. Dad, Mom, look, My voice quivered with excitement, yet my gaze shone brilliantly, like a burning star, filled with undeniable strength and boundless aspirations for the future. This is my determination and my capability. If I can elevate my mathematics from the bottom to the top of the class in a month, then I can surely use my intellect to help our family find a way forward. My fingers pressed firmly upon the dazzling 149. Knowledge is power. And knowledge can also be converted into wealth. My father possesses skills, which represent hard strength, while I have intellect, a form of soft strength. As long as we unite as father and son, what do we have to fear from unemployment or a lack of opportunities? I abruptly lifted my head, my voice resonating with vigor and youthful spirit. This family will not falter. It shall only flourish. The money we have is but a seed. My father's expertise serves as fertile soil, and my relentless efforts, my accomplishments, my admission to the finest university, where I will acquire cutting-edge skills, are the sunlight and rain that nourish our growth. Together, as a family, we shall carve out a path that is rightfully ours, honorable and dignified. My words fell like a boulder into stagnant waters, stirring tremendous waves. My mother, momentarily forgetting her tears, gazed at me, then at the notebook and report card on the table, and finally at my husband, who was visibly moved by our son's bold declarations. As if perceiving a faint yet profoundly genuine glimmer of hope, my father stood there, as if chiseled from stone, his hands unconsciously rubbing the notification letter. His eyes, weathered and clouded by time and life, flickered with shock, disbelief, and profound astonishment. Ultimately, all these complex emotions seemed to be drawn to me, shaken by my audacity, yet also by a steadfastness and a sense of responsibility he had never witnessed in his son before. His tightly pressed lips barely twitched, and his once rigid back, accustomed to bearing the weight of life's burdens, seemed to relax ever so slightly. At the dining table, the atmosphere was stifling, yet my words and demeanor tore through the suffocating silence, creating a rift. Outside, the heavy night still enveloped the old apartment building, but within this dimly lit room, a seed named hope and determination was beginning to sprout, nurtured by a resolute and powerful voice, breaking through the frozen despair in my parents' hearts. The crises and hardships of the past were close at hand, yet in this life, a monumental transformation was about to unfold. I would not allow it to consume this home, this sanctuary I vowed to protect. Chapter 16. The first song of the Phoenix. The thunderous impact of last night's dinner table revelations lingered, casting a heavy shadow over our modest 40-square-meter abode. The morning sun struggled to penetrate the old glass windows, casting blurred patches of light that failed to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. In the kitchen, my mother, Li Xiaolong, deliberately softened the clatter of pots and pans, her movements imbued with a cautious restraint. My father, Chen Mo, sat at the small square table, the placement noticed before him like a decree of fate. His fingers unconsciously traced the edges of the paper repeatedly, producing a soft, rustling sound, as if caressing an unhealable wound. With his head bowed, the gray streaks of his hair glinting painfully in the morning light, his entire silhouette solidified into a silent mountain, bearing an invisible weight of immeasurable burden. I sat across from him, sipping the warm congee from my bowl, as fragments of past memories collided vividly with my senses. My father struggled in the mire of unemployment, his dignity gradually eroded by the relentless grind of life, while my mother toiled under the dim light, her fingers marred with cracks from hardship. The lingering scent of cheap tobacco and despair perpetually enveloped our home. Those images pierced through the hard-won resolve that had ignited in my rebirth. No, I could not repeat the mistakes of the past. A searing, almost unyielding determination surged from the depths of my heart. Last night's declaration was merely the beginning. Today, I must present a concrete plan that would rekindle my parents' hopes. Knowledge, memories, and a rudimentary grasp of the future were the only weapons I wielded. I set down the bowl, the ceramic clattering against the table, shattering the stifling silence. Dad. Mom. My voice was not loud, yet it bore an unusual steadiness. My parents simultaneously looked up at me, my mother still grasping a rag, her eyes clouded with lingering worry and a hint of confusion, while my father's murky gaze reflected profound fatigue and a barely perceptible curiosity. Meeting their eyes, I exhibited a brightness and resolve that showed no sign of retreat. I rose and approached my father, gently tapping the notification letter. Yesterday, I mentioned that the buyout money is a seed, and your skills are the fertile soil. My words flowed steadily, each syllable resonating through the stagnant air. Now, I wish to discuss how to plant this seed and cultivate this soil. My father's body tensed imperceptibly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on me, observing with the innate scrutiny an adult casts upon a youthful dreamer. My mother set down the rag, nervously clutching the edge of her apron. Her lips moved as if to speak, but she swallowed her words. "Dad," I shifted my gaze toward him, imbued with a seriousness and insight that belied my age. "Your craftsmanship, be it in car repairs, riveting, or welding, is unparalleled. With a blueprint in hand, you could assemble parts flawlessly, even with your eyes closed. The Red Star Machinery Factory may have collapsed, but your skills remain intact." My voice exuded an undeniable certainty, as if stating the simplest of truths. Your abilities are invaluable, no matter where they are applied. My father's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. The taut line of his lips seemed to relax, just a fraction, yet his gaze remained profound. "But what about the present?" I pivoted my tone, adopting a pragmatic clarity. "The buyout funds are limited. We cannot aim for grand ambitions immediately. We must proceed steadily, ensuring our survival first before contemplating further development." I paused, scanning my parents' tense faces. "I have 2 ideas. Let me share them. First," I gently tapped my fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound akin to knocking on the door of the future. "Let us start with you obtaining a driver's license." "Dad, learn to drive?" My mother echoed instinctively, her brow furrowing as she struggled to follow this leap in logic. My father, too, appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with confusion. "Yes," I nodded vigorously, my eyes ablaze with certainty about the future. I had observed and heard others speak of the rapid changes outside. The city was expanding, roads were being constructed increasingly, both in quantity and width. Goods needed to circulate, and people needed to travel. The number of vehicles on the road would undoubtedly increase day by day. My words were imbued with an exhilarating vision, asserting that being able to drive was indeed a valuable skill. Driving for the company promised stability, a reliable income regardless of drought or flood. My voice suddenly rose, infused with an impassioned fervor, suggesting that once familiar with the routes and having saved some money, we could purchase a second-hand truck for ourselves. Engaging in transportation, be it building materials, general goods, or agricultural products. As long as one worked diligently, adhered to the right paths, and was willing to endure hardships, one could be one's own boss, earning as much or as little as one desired, with the added freedom of time. We could thrive on our abilities, far superior to enduring the whims of factory life. I studied my father's expression. When I spoke of being one's own boss and thriving through skill, a faint yet brilliant spark flickered in his weathered eyes, a glimmer of a long-suppressed desire to seize control of his destiny, though it was quickly overshadowed by profound doubt. To drive independently, one must understand the ins and outs and have connections. What if there is no work? The cost of a vehicle is no small matter, my mother interjected, articulating the concerns lingering in my father's heart. "Mom, the connections will come from experience," I interjected confidently, my tone resolute and infused with youthful audacity, unafraid of the unknown. "Dad has been working in the factory for so many years. Doesn't he know enough people? Colleagues, former clients, these are all networks. The beginning may be tough, but as long as our vehicle is in good condition and data skills are reliable, honest, and our price is fair, word will spread, and work will naturally follow." I turned to my father, my gaze filled with encouragement and trust. "Dad, your steady hands operating machinery will surely translate to a steady hand on the wheel. That is your advantage." He fell silent, his grip on the notice loosening slightly, as if he were thoughtfully digesting my words, envisioning himself behind the wheel, speeding along vast roads, experiencing a long-lost sense of freedom that comes with steering one's own course. Next, I resolved not to grant my parents too much time to hesitate. Immediately proposing a more forward-looking option, my voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement. "I have heard that on the eastern side of the city, near the newly constructed train station, the government has grand plans to establish a large wholesale market for small commodities." "A large wholesale market for small commodities?" My mother echoed, clearly unfamiliar with the concept. "Yes," I nodded emphatically, my eyes sparkling as if I had unearthed a treasure. "It will be a hub for all sorts of small items, needles and threads, clothing, shoes and hats, stationery and toys, pots and pans, everything. It will undoubtedly become a bustling place with a tremendous flow of people." I turned to my mother, speaking with a tone that seemed meticulously tailored for her. "Mother, You possess such dexterity and attention to detail, having previously worked in the sewing group on the street. Your skills with needle and thread are exceptional. If only you could rent a small stall in the market, even a few square meters, dedicated to mending and alterations, hemming trousers, replacing zippers, or selling simple yet practical items like sewing kits, buttons, thimbles, and insoles. The cost would be minimal, while the demand is substantial. With a prime location, diligence, and a charming demeanor, earning enough for meals and pocket money each day would be entirely feasible. Would this not be preferable to laboring endlessly at various odd jobs? I vividly painted a scenario of bustling customers at her stall, with my mother busy collecting money, my voice brimming with anticipation. Once established, she could gradually expand her offerings, perhaps introducing attractive hair accessories or trinkets that young girls would surely adore. For the first time, the deep-seated worries in my mother's eyes were replaced by a glimmer of hope. Sewing was indeed her familiar trade, and the prospect of a stable location seemed genuinely attainable. Yet, she remained apprehensive. Renting a stall required funds, and investing in inventory necessitated capital. What if no one showed up? Was this market truly reliable? Though her concerns lingered, her resistance had noticeably diminished, now overshadowed by trepidation about the unknown risks. Just a small portion of the funds from the buyout would suffice as initial capital. I swiftly presented my solution. The stall fee will surely be modest at first. We can start with the smallest one. As for inventory, we can begin with the most basic, commonly used items, purchasing in limited quantities and replenishing as we sell. Regarding reliability, I lowered my voice, infusing it with an air of mystery. Think of the train station. Imagine the sheer volume of foot traffic. It's government planned. It must be a sound opportunity. We must seize this moment. By the time others recognize its potential, the prime spots will be long gone. My words reflected a keen awareness of trends and an eagerness to capitalize on emerging opportunities. Observing the mix of astonishment and bewilderment in my parents' eyes, along with a flicker of enlightenment, I sensed the moment was ripe to unveil my most persuasive argument, one that would resonate with my father's core values and represent my genuine long-term vision. However, I shifted my focus back to my father, my expression becoming grave. The previous suggestions are merely temporary solutions to address our immediate needs. They are the lifeblood of our sustenance. But, Father, your true worth, your invaluable skills and expertise, must not be squandered. My father abruptly lifted his head, his expression transformed by a wave of profound realization. He gazed at me as if truly seeing his son for the first time. Father, I said, my voice imbued with undeniable insight and unwavering confidence. You understand machinery, principles, and blueprints. You possess the hands-on skills and experience that are your greatest assets. Leaning slightly forward, my tone became fervent. These emerging small factories and workshops outside are precisely in need of craftsmen like you. They may have some connections and minor orders, but without your technical oversight to address production challenges and mentor apprentices, they cannot thrive. My words struck like a hammer upon the pride that resided at the core of my father's identity as a skilled worker, causing him to straighten his back, his gaze sharpening with renewed vigor. Our current capital may be limited, but that is of little consequence. As my speech quickened and my thoughts crystallized, I delineated a feasible path. You could initially venture out as a technical consultant, repairing machines that have failed, instructing those who struggle to comprehend blueprints, or advising individuals uncertain about embarking on new endeavors, ensuring quality and guidance. We could charge per task or per project, and once we have amassed sufficient funds, navigated the intricacies of the market, and established reliable channels for sales, my voice suddenly rose, imbued with boundless aspirations for the future. Father, at that point, we shall establish our own small workshop, tackling the intricate components that others cannot manage, or perhaps focusing on the few types of parts in which you excel, transforming your craftsmanship into a genuine source of prosperity for our family, becoming our own masters, the backbone of our technical endeavors. Technical consultant, small workshop, being our own bosses. My father murmured these phrases, each word akin to pebbles cast into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of profound impact. His calloused hands, instinctively clenching and unclenching, reflected the burgeoning pride in his craft and the flames of destiny he was beginning to seize, growing brighter and more fervent by the moment. My mother stood utterly astonished, the cloth she had been holding slipping from her grasp, oblivious to its fall. She gazed at her impassioned son, her husband undergoing a remarkable transformation. and the words tumbling from her son's mouth. Transportation, wholesale market, technical consultant, small workshop, being our own bosses. Each concept transcending her daily toil, enveloped in an aura of unfamiliarity. Almost surreal. Yet, witnessing the unwavering determination and formidable confidence shining in her son's eyes, listening to his coherent analysis that even accounted for initial funding and risk mitigation, and sensing the long-lost vigor and vitality emanating from her husband, the wall of despair she had constructed in her heart seemed to crumble, revealing a colossal breach. What? My mother stammered, her throat dry, her voice trembling with disbelief. How do you understand these things? Who told you all of this? Her gaze reflected astonishment, confusion, and a complex blend of worry and pride. My father remained silent, deeply, profoundly gazing at me, his eyes seemingly piercing through time, scrutinizing his son with newfound seriousness. The contours of my youthful face still bore the innocence of adolescence, yet my eyes sparkled with insight and passionate conviction, so strikingly unfamiliar yet profoundly captivating. Was this truly his once silent son, absorbed solely in his studies? He did not inquire about feasibility or from whom I had learned these notions. Instead, he silently extended his hand, imbued with an extraordinary solemnity and an indescribable weight of strength, grasping mine firmly. That hand, rough yet warm, exuded power, and trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the exhilarating release of long-suppressed potential, akin to the first signs of a fierce spring tide swelling beneath a frozen surface. Good lad. My father's voice resonated, low and gravelly, suffused with self-assurance and pride for his son, infused with an unprecedented warmth and ignited fervor. You have grown, embodying a bit of your father's bravery. He did not explicitly express his agreement to any particular plan, nor did he make any promises, yet that single handshake spoke volumes. This handshake conveyed trust, delivered strength, and represented a father's profound acknowledgement of his son's potential, a recognition that is both deep and powerful. I reciprocated with a firm grip. Although the youth's palm appeared somewhat slender, it was imbued with indomitable strength and fervent determination. Outside the window, the rising sun valiantly broke free from the horizon's grasp, casting a golden light upon the awakening city. That radiance pierced through the dust-laden old window, slanting in to illuminate our tightly clasped hands, as well as that notification letter which once symbolized despair. The cold surface of the letter seemed to be warmed by the strength of our grip and the golden glow. The shadows of past tribulations still loomed heavily ahead, yet in this moment, within the confines of our sunlit kitchen, amidst the warmth exchanged between father and son, a tender sprout named hope and possibility was drawing nourishment from the shared resolve and strength of 2 generations, defiantly and irresistibly breaking through the soil. The fledgling phoenix, though tender, had already pierced the silence, pointing towards a future sky filled with challenges, yet brimming with boundless vitality. Chapter 17. A modest trial. Ever since that thin, daunting notification letter arrived, the atmosphere at home had undergone a significant transformation. Although my father, Chen Mo, remained silent, his silence was now devoid of the suffocating despair it once held. Instead, it bore a weighty stillness, as if brewing a storm. He no longer stared vacantly at the letter all day. Instead, he unearthed his dusty toolbox, methodically polishing his gleaming wrenches, calipers, and micrometers with slow, deliberate concentration, as if inspecting a battalion of veterans poised for battle. Occasionally, he would pick up a tattered mechanical blueprint of unknown origin, squinting against the light streaming through the window. Tracing the intricate lines with his fingers, his brow furrowed and gaze sharp as an eagle, immersed in a world of steel and gears. My mother, Li Xiaolan, appeared even busier and more reticent. She rummaged through cabinets, extracting years-old scraps of fabric, fragmented lace, boxes of buttons of various sizes, and the polished old sewing machine. The rhythmic clatter of the sewing machine began to fill the afternoon air, carrying a stubborn cadence, as if stitching together the unease in her heart and her fragile hopes for the future. At the dining table, conversations inevitably circled back to unfamiliar terms like driving lessons, market stalls, and technical consulting. While arguments diminished, the heavy anxiety regarding the unknown lingered like a tangible fog, suffusing each swallow. I sat at my desk, poring over a collection of physics competition problems, yet my thoughts galloped like unbridled stallions on another battlefield. The breakthroughs in science stood as a cornerstone, While the family crisis loomed as an imminent battleground, the savings were the final seeds. Each penny must be meticulously allocated. My father's skills and my mother's diligence were foundational, yet ignition required both time and opportunity. I needed to swiftly discover a shortcut to generate wealth, a lever capable of propelling the future with minimal investment. The date for the lottery numbers had yet to arrive. What could it be? Stamps. The year of the monkey. These three characters cleave through the chaotic thoughts like a bolt of lightning, and the hazy fragments of memories from a past life suddenly crystallize. My father's old stamp-collecting mentor, who enjoyed a comfortable retirement, often lamented the missed opportunity of acquiring the elusive monkey stamp during casual conversations. Just a diminutive red and black stamp. Issued in the early 1980s with a mere face value of 8 fun, it soared in subsequent years like a rocket, becoming a legend in the philatelic market. Lauded as the golden monkey, one of the most astonishing tales of value escalation in the history of New China's postage stamps. At this moment, it lay carelessly in a corner, marked with a price that seemed almost negligible in the face of its future worth. A surge of blood rushed to Chen Mo's head, his heart pounding like a drum within his chest. There it was, the Gongshun monkey stamp. This was the key to unlocking the future, requiring neither factory nor equipment, just a modicum of insight, a little capital, and a touch of luck. On a weekend morning, just as dawn began to break, I stealthily slipped out of my home. In my pocket resided the entirety of my savings, painstakingly gathered over a year, several 10-yuan bills, slightly softened by sweat, and a few coins, totaling a meager 53 yuan and 70 cents. To my parents, this sum might suffice for a few exercise books or a couple of decent breakfasts, yet in my heart, it represented the first cornerstone in altering my family's destiny. The city's philatelic and numismatic market lay hidden in an inconspicuous alley of the old town. As I approached the entrance, a unique blend of scents, old paper, ink, dust, sweat, and the clamor of voices assaulted my senses. It was a cacophony of market life, with stalls overflowing on either side, their surfaces strewn with an array of stamps, coins, badges, old books, and even some dusty bronze and porcelain artifacts. Vendors shouted in a medley of accents, their bargaining voices rising and falling like a symphony. The air was thick with an exhilarating sense of treasure hunting and the tension of meticulous negotiation. My gaze, akin to the most sophisticated radar, swiftly scanned each stall. Colorful JT stamps, standard residential issue stamps, various commemorative sheets, all were not my targets. I forced myself to remain calm, suppressing the urgency in my heart. Pausing at each stall to peruse seemingly at random, my fingers rapidly flipped through volumes of yellowed, musty old stamp albums, my heartbeat thundering in my ears. Each turn of the page imbued with the thrill of gambling. At last, in the most unassuming corner stall, the vendor, a white-haired old man dressed in faded work clothes, bent over his lunch, had a sparse display that felt somewhat forlorn. Only a few worn, blackened-cover albums lay haphazardly spread across the plastic sheet. My attention was instantly captured by one page of an album. In the lower left corner, a solitary stamp was affixed. It was a red background with a black monkey, striking a lively and playful pose, the Gongshun monkey, carelessly nestled among a heap of ordinary, valueless stamps. Its condition was not pristine, the edges were slightly yellowed, and the back adhesive showed signs of oxidation. Yet, the design was clear, the perforations intact, free from tears or significant blemishes. Most crucially, it bore no price tag beside it. My heart felt as though it might leap from my throat. I feigned composure, crouching down and pretending to be engrossed in a nearby collection of Great Wall regular stamps. After flipping through a few pages, I casually pointed to the monkey stamp and inquired, "Sir, how much for this monkey stamp?" I endeavored to keep my voice steady. The elderly man lifted his eyelids, his murky gaze sweeping over the inconspicuous stamp, seemingly indifferent to its value, before lowering his head to resume eating. Munching indistinctly, he replied, "Oh, that monkey? It's part of the set. If you want it, take it for 3 yuan. His tone was casual, as if discussing a trifling matter. 3 yuan. A surge of ecstatic exhilaration coursed through me like electricity, and I bit my tongue, suppressing the urge to exclaim that I would take it immediately. Patience was paramount. I had to remain composed. I furrowed my brow, picked up the album, and gestured towards the monkey stamp, pointing out its slightly yellowed edges and the dullness of the gum on the back, adopting a tone tinged with disdain. "Sir, look at the condition. It's yellowed and the gum isn't in great shape. How can it be worth 3 yuan? Let us make it 150. I'll buy your set of Great Wall stamps as well. I indicated the adjacent regular stamp set, which appeared far more valuable. The old man set down his lunchbox, wiped his mouth, and glanced at me before scrutinizing the monkey stamp again, seemingly weighing its worth. Finally, with an air of impatience, he waved his hand dismissively. All right. 150 it is. You're quite the negotiator, kid. The Great Wall set totals to 850. It was settled. A wave of immense, indescribable excitement washed over me, dismantling all my pretense. I held my breath and quickly retrieved the money from my pocket, counting out 8 yuan and 50 cents to hand over. The old man accepted the cash, carelessly stuffing it into his pocket before returning to his meal. Meanwhile, I delicately lifted the Gungshan monkey stamp from the album, a thin piece of paper that felt almost weightless yet bore the weight of countless regrets and legends of newfound wealth from those who had come before me. In that moment, it lay in the palm of my hand. My gaze sharpened, akin to a hawk surveying the chaotic stalls. The Gungshan monkey stamp was the piece de resistance, but it was by no means the sole treasure. In the recesses of my memory, names of stamps that had skyrocketed in value during the latter half of the 1990s flickered in my mind like stars. The J8 stamp featuring a female tractor driver, cherished for its unique design and limited availability. The T28 galloping horse miniature sheet, with Su Beihong's magnificent steed artwork, boasting a moderate issuance and consistently appreciating in value. And the T37 Yunnan camellia miniature sheet, resplendent in color and exquisite in design, also anticipated to achieve remarkable prices in the future. These stamps, now mingled among a sea of ordinary ones, were like pearls dulled by dust, their prices yet to reflect their destined zenith. In the ensuing hours, I transformed into the most astute of hunters, traversing various stalls armed with fragmented memories that were hazy yet pointed. I meticulously examined the condition of the stamps, scrutinized the integrity of their perforations, and questioned the preservation of their gum, employing the most discerning eye to seek even the slightest flaw as leverage for negotiation. Dear sir, this set of female tractor drivers has slightly soft and folded edges. What do you think, boss? This small sheet featuring galloping horses has somewhat blunt corners, and the adhesive on the back appears a bit yellowed. Could you offer a discount? Ma'am, this small sheet of camellias is indeed beautiful, yet the color seems somewhat off. Every seemingly fastidious critique I made was aimed at acquiring those future treasures at the lowest possible cost. When the vendors were left bemused by my meticulous haggling, they would eventually wave their hands in impatience, exclaiming, all right, this little brat is quite the handful. Here, take it, consider it a bargain. In those moments, my heart would swell with joy. As the last few jingling coins remained in my pocket, I had already neatly gathered several pieces of paper gold, brimming with future promise. In addition to the invaluable year of the monkey stamp, T46, I secured a reasonably preserved set of female tractor drivers, J8. A T28 small sheet of galloping horses with slightly blunt corners, yet an intact design, and a vibrant and well-preserved T37 small sheet of Yunnan camellias. These few flimsy sheets weighed no more than a few dozen grams, yet they consumed all my savings, totaling 53 yuan and 70 cents. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I returned home, bathed in golden twilight, my face flushed with the afterglow of exertion, my steps light, my eyes bright, radiating an uncontrollable excitement and sense of accomplishment. Upon pushing open the door, the aroma of cooking mingled with the rhythmic sound of a sewing machine greeted me. You're back. Where have you been all day? My mother, Li Xiaolan, lifted her head from the sewing machine, her tone laced with concern and a hint of reproach. Holding a piece of old clothing she was hemming. My father, Chen Mo, sat beside a small table enjoying a drink with a plate of peanuts. Various markings sprawled across the blueprints before him. Hearing my voice, he too looked up, his gaze sweeping across my excited cheeks and the dust-laden sneakers, his brows furrowing instinctively. Dad, Mom. I rushed to the table, disregarding the need to wash my hands, carefully opening the hardcover notebook to showcase the pages containing my stamps. My voice brimmed with barely concealed elation. Look, I went to the stamp market today, and see what special stamps I bought. They are surely going to be worth a fortune in the future. The eyes of my parents simultaneously focused on my display. Li Xiaolan set aside her work, leaning in closer, squinting to examine the small pieces of paper in the notebook. The red monkey, the woman driving a tractor, the colorful images of horses and flowers. Her expression was filled with confusion and disbelief, her brows knitting together. Stamps, is this it? Her tone carried a palpable skepticism, even a touch of sorrow. Momo, how much did you spend on these colorful pieces of paper? With that money, you could have bought some meat to eat, or perhaps a few proper reference books. She gazed at the stamps as if looking at coins thrown carelessly into water. Devoid of any sound, her voice tinged with regret and a subtle reproach. Father Chen Mo set down his cup, leaning forward as his rough fingers refrained from touching the stamps. Instead, his scrutinizing gaze swept over the Gungshan monkey stamp and the adjacent small sheets, his eyes sharpening with the pragmatism characteristic of a skilled worker, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. Stamps? Can they really be worth something? He huffed, lifted his cup for a sip, the pungent liquid seemingly diluting his disappointment in his son's lack of seriousness. This stuff is neither food nor drink. Too trivial for anything. How much could it possibly be worth? You, my boy, must have been deceived. With all this idle time, you'd be better off solving a couple of physics problems. His tone carried a deep-seated disdain for things deemed frivolous. The unabashed disbelief and slightly reproachful words from my parents fell upon me like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the excitement and fervor I had nurtured along the way. They simply did not understand. They could not grasp what these colorful pieces of paper would signify in the future. They represented tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions in value, an opportunity that could alter the fate of our family. My lips parted, yearning to argue, to share the legend of the Gungshan monkey, to expound upon the impending frenzy within the stamp market. Yet as I looked into my parents' eyes, I could distinctly perceive their palpable concern for the unrealistic and their anxiety over perceived wastefulness. All my explanations and arguments felt utterly feeble and ineffectual. Ultimately, I merely closed my notebook with a resolute force, cradling those few pieces of paper gold, imbued with boundless hope and immense grievance, tightly against my chest. I'll go read, I mumbled, my voice low, laced with a suppressed sense of disappointment and a hint of stubbornness, before turning and hastily retreating to my cramped room. Upon shutting the door, I leaned against the cold door panel, listening to the subdued conversation outside. Is this child becoming a bit wild lately? My mother's worried tone reached me. Humph. Engaging in such useless pursuits. Truly unreliable. My father, under the influence of alcohol, grunted. Well, the money is spent now. Let us not speak of him anymore, lest we distress the boy. I leaned against the door, absorbing the murmurs seeping through the crack, filled with anxiety and confusion, my chest tight with unease. Outside, the last rays of the setting sun sank below the horizon, dusk enveloping my small room in shadow. I cautiously reopened my notebook, using the faint light filtering through the window to gaze at the Gungshan monkey stamp, which lay quietly upon the page. In the dim light, the lively black monkey seemed to possess a deeper, more profound wisdom, quietly gazing back at me with an all-seeing gaze. Feelings of grievance and unwillingness ebbed away like cold tides. A deeper, more resilient force began to stir within me, akin to the quiet rise of molten lava from the Earth's core. What does it matter if I am not understood? What does it matter if I am not favored? Time shall reveal all truths. This seemingly inconsequential piece of paper, this small foray into the unknown, is the very cornerstone upon which I will leverage my destiny. It will ultimately prove to everyone that my vision and my choices are far from mere fanciful dreams of youth. I held the notebook tightly against my chest, as if embracing an undeniable future. Chapter 18. Still waters run deep. That stamp, imbued with immense hope, yet met with misunderstanding, was carefully nestled within the innermost pages of a sturdy notebook, alongside several meticulously selected miniature sheets. This notebook was not relegated to a drawer. Instead, it was tucked into the innermost compartment of my backpack, pressed closely against the physics competition problem set. This seemingly obsessive act was driven by the belief that only by allowing these pieces of paper, akin to golden treasures, to feel the weight of knowledge could I quell the fervent urgency within myself to prove my worth. The looks of regret and incomprehension from my parents pierced my heart like a fine thorn, shallow yet persistently painful. They could not fathom the tempest of gold contained within this small square of paper, and I could only await the passage of time to validate my convictions. The air at home, after a brief stillness, was finally infused with a sense of resolute action. My father, Chen Mo, transformed his silence from stagnant waters into a surging undercurrent. The notification letter had been folded and tucked away at the bottom of his toolbox. not a token of compromise, but the last relic of an old map before embarking on a journey. On a clear morning a few days later, he donned a clean yet worn work uniform, exuding a solemn gravity as he stepped beyond the threshold of our home. His destination was unequivocal, the sole driving school registration point in the city. I understood that the balance in his heart, weighing dignity against reality, ultimately tipped in favor of my aspirations, the freedom symbolized by the steering wheel. My mother, Li Xiaolan, found the rhythmic click of her sewing machine becoming more concentrated and methodical, no longer aimlessly mending. She began consciously collecting sturdy fabric scraps, endeavoring to piece together simple shoe insoles and unearth some long-stored colorful threads, clumsily attempting to sketch tender floral patterns onto the fabric. In her eyes, the haze of confusion had dissipated, replaced by a newfound focus, occasionally furrowing her brow over simple calculations in a small notebook, estimating the cost of materials against potential sales. That blueprint for a small goods market, which I had presented, rippled through her heart like a stone cast into a still lake, creating practical waves of possibility. Though it did not incite a tempest. In my initial vision, the family vessel had begun to adjust its course, tentatively yet resolutely. My father was steering towards the unknown. My mother was weaving threads of small hopes, and I plunged into the deeper oceans of competition problems and the vast sea of information. The physics competition was imminent. Commencing next Wednesday, it represented not just a litmus test for Teacher Zhao, but also a stepping stone to a higher platform. Teacher Zhao's words, "Results are all that matter," hung over me like a sword of Damocles. The symbols and formulas in the problem set transformed from mere steps towards scores into the very foundation of future strength. Each conquered problem felt like the honing of a blade's edge, and beneath the dim light of my desk lamp, the densely scribbled calculations on draft paper bore the marks of battle. When fatigue threatened to overwhelm me, I pinched my thigh, the sharp pain instantly dispelling the fog, refocusing my gaze on equations that encapsulated the laws of the universe. I must prevail, not just to win, but to do so resoundingly, to ensure that there would be no dispute. Meanwhile, another battlefield silently unfolded. The crumpled issues of philately and economic reference news nestled in the corner of the school's reading room became my clandestine sanctuary. During the brief intermissions of 10 minutes between classes and the half-hour of midday repose, I voraciously seized every fragment of time. My gaze no longer lingered solely on sensational headlines or fleeting sports updates. Instead, it sharpened like the keenest of hounds, meticulously scouring the text for any hint regarding the trends of the philatelic and numismatic market, capturing any signals that might foretell economic shifts. I sought to amass a wealth of information, validating it to calibrate each forthcoming venture. Time elapsed quietly amidst the rustling of my pen and the turning of pages. After school, I once again ventured into the bustling alley of the philatelic and numismatic market. However, this time, my aim was not to seize a bargain, but to conduct reconnaissance. Like a seasoned scout, I blended seamlessly into the crowd, my ears attuned to snippets of conversation amidst the cacophony regarding market conditions, my eyes sweeping across the price tags adorning each stall. My heart skipped a beat before a familiar stall, as if a sudden premonition had struck. Beside the elderly vendor who had previously sold me the monkey stamp from the year of the monkey, a middle-aged man was animatedly showcasing something. Clutched in his hand was a monkey stamp, T46, of slightly superior quality to mine, yet identical in design. What sent a rush of blood to my head was his exaggeratedly elevated voice. "Look, authentic golden monkey, T46, impeccable quality. Don't even think of offering less than $60. The market is booming, understand? Prices change daily. $60. This figure struck my heart like a bullet. Just days prior, I had only paid a mere $1.50. $1.50, and now it had surged so dramatically? An overwhelming, almost unbelievable euphoria surged within me like a tsunami, my heart pounding violently against my ribs, nearly bursting forth. My fingers trembled uncontrollably at the seams of my trousers, and I bit down hard on my lip, stifling the exclamation that threatened to escape my throat, my cheeks flushing crimson. Calm down, this is just the beginning. I must not reveal my hand. I need to maintain composure. I forced myself to divert my gaze, feigning indifference as I strolled towards another stall. Yet my fingers clutched the strap of my bag tightly, knuckles widening. My ears, however, functioned like radar, keenly capturing the dialogue emanating from the stall. 60? Come on, man. That price is steep. Wasn't it just 30 or 40 a few days ago? A bespectacled buyer shook his head. A few days ago was a different story. The middle-aged vendor's voice grew louder. But now it's different. Prices change daily. Don't you read the news? Haven't you heard? This monkey stamp is about to take off. The supply is limited, and knowledgeable collectors are on the rise. Asking 60 is not excessive. 60, not a penny less. Take it or leave it. His tone was resolute, imbued with the confidence of rarity. It is not an isolated incident. I suppressed my racing heart and meandered through several stalls in the market. Indeed, the presence of the Gengxian monkey stamps was noticeably greater than during my last visit. Although their conditions varied, the prices unfailingly hovered above 40 or 50 yuan. Those in better condition soared to 60 or 70, and the number of inquiries had evidently increased, no longer relegating these items to mere obscurity. While they had yet to reach the exorbitant prices of previous years, the clearly visible upward trend acted as a potent stimulant, instantly invigorating every fiber of my being. Not limited to the Gengxian monkey stamps, my gaze swept across other stalls. The T28 galloping horse miniature sheet I had purchased previously, which was originally priced at a mere 10 yuan, had stealthily risen to over 20. The set of J8 female tractor drivers had surged from a few yuan per set to around 10. Even the T37 Yunnan Camellia miniature sheet was drawing increased interest. The entire market seemed propelled by an invisible warm current, with items of unique themes, designs, or limited availability witnessing a quiet rise in price. The fragments of memory were perfectly corroborated by the present reality. The first wave of spring in the stamp market had indeed arrived, and its momentum exceeded my expectations. After the immense joy came an unprecedented calm. As I walked home, the setting sun elongated my shadow, contemplating the notebook nestled in my backpack, which contained treasures. It suddenly felt warm and heavy against my back. Should I sell? A prompt transaction could yield profits that would be considered a substantial sum for my family. This notion was irresistibly tempting, akin to a whisper from the devil, yet my steps remained resolutely steady. No. A more powerful and clearer voice within me swiftly overpowered the temptation. The moment is not yet ripe. This is merely the beginning. The first trumpet heralding the long golden era of the stamp market. The potential for future ascension is far from over. The legend of the Gengxian monkey stamps has only just begun. Selling now would be tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, forsaking a veritable treasure trove. Moreover, if this unexpected windfall were to come to light, what repercussions might it entail? My parents would be astonished and overjoyed, yet they would inevitably question its origins. How could I explain it? A high school student possessing such astute investment insight in a realm I knew nothing about? No one would believe it, not even my parents. The greater likelihood is that it would incite unnecessary worries, perhaps disrupting my father's driving lessons or my mother's preparations for her stall, leading them into unrealistic expectations of fortune falling from the sky. This stands in stark contrast to my desire for them to remain grounded and transform their destinies through their own efforts. This wealth must remain my closely guarded secret, a trump card to be unveiled only when my family truly requires assistance. For now, it demands time to ferment quietly in secrecy, accumulating energy, awaiting the ultimate, earth-shattering revelation. With this resolution firmly established, the restlessness in my heart completely subsided, replaced by a profound sense of tranquility and control akin to the depths of the ocean. Upon returning home, I found my parents engaged in their evening meal. My father bore a subtle weariness upon his face, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He took the initiative to discuss his experiences at the driving school. Today, he had gripped the steering wheel, finding it satisfactory, though the myriad traffic regulations were rather bewildering. His tone was devoid of complaint, replaced instead by a resolute acceptance of new challenges. Meanwhile, my mother busily recounted the prices she had discovered at the fabric wholesale market, comparing the cost-effectiveness of various insole linings. At the dining table, practical discussions revolved around parking maneuvers, road tests, stall dimensions, and which stitching techniques proved most durable. Meanwhile, a seemingly inconspicuous lottery ticket, its value quietly multiplied by dozens, lay hidden in the depths of my backpack, separated from this vibrant existence by an unspoken realm of secrets. I quietly savored my meal, absorbing my parents' aspirations and feeling the subtle yet resilient strength that coalesced in our household on the eve of an impending storm. A profound sense of responsibility weighed heavily upon my shoulders, yet it also straightened the spine of youth. After dinner, I returned to my desk. seated before an open physics exercise book. Habitually, I traced the outline of the hardbound notebook nestled within my backpack, my fingertips meeting a firm and comforting sensation. My gaze then fell upon a nearly empty piggy bank, ingeniously fashioned from an old cookie tin, where only a few meager coins remained, glimmering faintly under the light. The appreciation of stamps promised distant riches, yet in the immediate present, I required a more rapid and sustainable cash flow. Lottery tickets. Deep within my memory, I recalled the sequence of numbers that had transformed countless lives, etched in clarity like a brand. October 2000, an evening when the autumn breeze stirred, marked by the sensational lottery-winning numbers that had captivated the entire city, a date indelibly imprinted in my mind, along with those unmistakable digits. A promise of fortune in the hands of a reborn soul. Yet purchasing lottery tickets demanded capital. Every draw must be accounted for, and not a single combination overlooked until that historic moment arrived, ensuring a seamless and unobtrusive acquisition. This required ongoing financial investment. The secret regarding the stamps must remain safeguarded. Not a single cent of my parents' hard-earned money could be touched. Thus, I was left to rely solely upon myself, to accumulate diligently, drop by drop. A sense of urgency welled within me. Competition demanded vigor, study required focus, and my stamps needed to be tightly held. The pace of saving must accelerate, faster. The light of my desk lamp enveloped my small study area, casting my youthful silhouette against the wall, resolute and upright. The intricate circuit diagrams in my exercise book unfolded before me, each component symbolizing a pathway to the temple of knowledge. Yet my mind, like a delicate probe, simultaneously scanned an invisible domain for more efficient avenues of income. Ghostwriting? Too inefficient and fraught with risks. Reselling minor items? Unsuitable, given the minimal capital and uncertain time frame, which would consume too much time. A spark of inspiration darted across my thoughts. The newly opened computer shop near school. The owner seemed to lament a shortage of staff on weekends and was seeking assistance with store management and cleaning. Perhaps this could be a viable opportunity. The pen glides smoothly across the draft paper, leaving behind clear steps of problem solving, while the night deepens outside, enveloping the world in silence. Within this modest room, a silent battle unfolds. On one side lies the intricate formulas representing the pinnacle of science on the pages, and on the other, a young heart constructs a meticulous blueprint aimed at altering the family's destiny. Stamps quietly appreciate in value in hidden corners. Piggy banks await to be filled. And every stroke of deduction leads toward a more potent and empowered future. Still waters run deep. The river of fate is subtly being rewritten by a resolute and lucid force emerging from the future. Chapter 19. My deskmate. The lingering aftermath of the brief storm that was the mock examination far exceeds Chen Mo's expectations. It is as if, overnight, he is no longer the blurred, silent background of the classroom's rear. When his name is pronounced by the teacher with unprecedented clarity, and the score, sufficient to place him among the top of his grade, briefly graces the projection screen, a subtle, yet almost imperceptible tremor begins to ripple through the room. The air during the 10-minute break is no longer filled with the usual chaotic clamor. It feels as if an invisible boundary has been drawn. Chen Mo's desk by the window stands as an island of tranquility amidst the storm. Initially, hesitant students, typically average in performance and wearing expressions of uncertainty and curiosity, approach cautiously, clutching their exam papers or practice books. "Chen Mo, how did you come up with this auxiliary line in solid geometry?" inquired a boy behind thick glasses, his voice low and tinged with a barely perceptible awkwardness. "I've tried several variations, but none seem right." He pointed to a repeatedly revised figure in his practice book. Setting aside the unrelated tome of Principles of Macroeconomics, Chen Mo's gaze calmly traversed the problem. He exhibited no superfluous expression or feigned enthusiasm. He simply took the book, grasped the pen, and let its tip glide across the paper, producing a faint rustle. "My thoughts are stuck on the shape," he began, his voice soft yet imbued with an assurance beyond his years. "The key lies in the momentum. Observe this dihedral angle." His pen deftly indicated several overlooked vertices and edges, articulated with succinct clarity. The boy leaned in closer, and behind his thick lenses, confusion gave way to enlightenment, as he exclaimed in realization. This exclamation was akin to a stone cast upon a lake, and soon, a second and third followed, as an invisible magnetic field began to coalesce around his seat. No longer was it merely the curiosity of an underachiever's resurgence. It transformed into an instinctive approach towards effective comprehension. During the intermission, a small vortex gradually formed around him. As chairs were drawn nearer, crowded together, surrounding him, questions expanded from the exam paper to the practice book, and some even ventured to test him with preparatory problems from the competition class. Chen Mo welcomed all inquiries, responding with unwavering efficiency and calmness. Yet, occasionally, as his gaze fleetingly wandered outside to the vast, empty blue sky, a hint of unrecognized weariness and distant longing flickered in his eyes. "Excuse me, why is everyone crowding here? Are we running a convenience store?" A boisterous voice, brimming with a reckless energy, crashed into this newly formed, slightly academic vortex like a boulder. The crowd parted, and Zhang Hao's tall and robust figure forcefully made its way through. Fresh from a game, sweat glistening at his temples, his school uniform casually undone. He radiated a vigorous warmth infused with sunlight and perspiration. With a clear purpose, he headed straight for his seat beside Chen Mo, his movements somewhat reckless. Suddenly, a dull thud accompanied by gasps resonated. A few books, haphazardly stacked on the edge of Chen Mo's desk, were mercilessly swept to the floor by Zhang Hao's sweeping elbow. Textbooks, exercise books, a plain hardbound notebook, and several scattered sheets of calculation drafts fell in disarray. Zhang Hao paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback, before expressing a hint of impatience, muttering about the inconvenience. Nonetheless, he bent down with a rough demeanor to collect the scattered items. Just as his fingers brushed against one of the sheets, a few hasty lines of script inadvertently caught his eye. He instinctively grasped the paper, his gaze ensnared by the words. "The river of time flows silently past the banks, old street lamps, in warm light, your smiling eyes bend, safe and sound, my girl. Do you know the years stretch long? I am trapped in a distant place without you." Zhang Hao's brow furrowed. The handwriting was unmistakably Chen Mo's. But what was this talk of rivers, lamps, and girls? Was it a song lyric or a love letter? He abruptly lifted his head to look at Chen Mo, who was also gazing back, extending his hand with a steady yet undeniable force, directly snatching the draft from Zhang Hao's frozen fingers. "Mine," Chen Mo's voice was low. He offered no explanation, ignoring the mixture of astonishment, embarrassment, and intense curiosity on Zhang Hao's face. Instead, he meticulously folded the paper, then carefully tucked it deep within the confines of his hardbound notebook. His movements were slow, almost ceremonious, starkly contrasting with the swiftness of his earlier action. Once this was accomplished, he raised his eyes again, glancing over Zhang Hao's flushed face, settling on the last two books on the floor, and calmly remarked, "Books." "Oh." Zhang Hao, as if waking from a dream, felt his cheeks burn and hurriedly bent to retrieve the remaining books, brushing off the dust before placing them on Chen Mo's desk. The surrounding classmates sensed the sudden, subtle chill in the atmosphere. The earlier lively chatter gradually dissipated. Zhang Hao awkwardly resumed his seat, his mind ablaze with questions ignited by those few lines. That was certainly no ordinary lyric. The way Chen Mo cherished and concealed it. What secret did it harbor? During the lunch break, a languid weariness enveloped the classroom. Sunlight streamed through the large windows, casting bright patches on the floor. Most students rested their heads on their desks or engaged in quiet conversations, while the air was thick with floating dust and hushed whispers. At the entrance of the classroom, a stifled commotion arose, with several girls huddled together, their gazes surreptitiously directed towards Chen Mo, who sat by the window. "Do you think Chen Mo seems a bit different lately?" whispered a girl with a ponytail, her tone laced with a hint of inquisitive excitement. Chen Mo was neither napping nor engrossed in a book. He merely tilted his head slightly, gazing quietly out the window. The sunlight sculpted the contours of his profile, highlighting his straight nose and the youthful sharpness of his jawline. A warm glow enveloped him, imbued with an ineffable sense of tranquility and melancholy. A profound weariness that seemed incongruous for his age hung silently around him. "Did you see that?" The girl inhaled softly, her voice tinged with a delicate vulnerability, as if she sensed a myriad of untold stories within him. "A touch of melancholy? Yes, that's the word. Melancholy. How intriguing." The group of girls leaned in closer, their expressions mingling curiosity, exploration, and a subtle, barely perceptible fondness. The youthful minds, much like the first mists of spring, quietly nurtured a natural longing for the allure of mystery, spurred on by the light and distance. Meanwhile, in another corner of the classroom, A composed gaze pierced through the languid air of the afternoon, landing upon Chen Mo. Su Qing set down her pen and rubbed her slightly aching eyes. Before her lay the mathematics placement test, in which she had performed exceptionally well, nearing perfection. Yet, her focus was not on her own paper, but rather on a separate sheet of draft paper, where she had meticulously transcribed Chen Mo's solution to the final problem. His approach was strikingly succinct, devoid of unnecessary auxiliary lines or convoluted derivations, comprising only a few steps that sliced through the essence of the problem with the precision of a skilled butcher. It dismantled all barriers instantly, navigating past the cognitive traps that often ensnared others, directly reaching the core. This method was not merely more concise than the standard answer. It exuded a high-dimensional perspective that encapsulated an almost intuitive grasp of the essence of mathematics. Such insight could not be attributed to mere enlightenment or luck. Su Qing's slender fingers unconsciously tapped against the desk, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She endeavored to adopt Chen Mo's perspective, yet found her constructed models collapsing at critical junctures. Lifting her gaze, she glanced over several rows of desks back to that solitary figure bathed in sunlight, yet strikingly aloof. As he stared out the window, tranquil in demeanor, the afternoon light cast an ethereal halo around him, creating a stark contrast that revealed a significant, discordant fracture within him. What lay hidden within that disjunction? A profound, inquisitive yearning unique to top students, accompanied by a vague sense of challenge, quietly burgeoned within Su Qing. She felt an imperative need for answers. At last, the long-drawn bell signaling the end of the evening study session resonated, akin to a weary sigh. The classroom was instantly filled with a cacophony of noise, the clatter of desks and chairs, the laughter and chatter, the sound of hurried footsteps coalescing into a torrent, surging towards the stairway and the exits. Under the bright lights, shadows flitted about, and the air was imbued with a palpable sense of relief, as if they had finally endured to the end. Chen Mo's movements as he gathered his books were unhurried, contrasting sharply with the surrounding clamor. He followed the crowd out of the teaching building, but instead of heading towards the bustling school gate, he pivoted and turned onto a narrow path that led to the back entrance of the school, flanked by towering sycamore trees. The lamplight was fragmented by the dense foliage, casting a dance of shifting shadows on the ground. The daytime uproar quickly faded behind him, leaving only the soft rustle of the wind through the leaves and the distant, indistinct sounds of the city. Darkness and silence enveloped him like a gentle tide. Venturing deeper along the path, he settled onto a bench shrouded in the shadows of the trees, leaning back slightly and gazing upward. The sky above was devoid of a brilliant Milky Way. Instead, it bore the unique dark red hue of the urban night sky, marred by light pollution, sparsely dotted with a few stars struggling to shine. A cool evening breeze caressed his cheek, carrying the fragrant essence of plants. He closed his eyes, and in that instant, the world fell silent. Thus, the voice within him, suppressed by the day's clamor, surged forth, unmistakably and irrepressibly. It was not a specific visage. The long passage of time had blurred the clear features of his wife from her youth, much like a faded photograph. What surfaced vividly at this moment were sensations, the coolness of her fingertips, which could miraculously soothe the turbulence in his heart, her faint, refreshing scent reminiscent of rain-kissed grass, pure enough to instill a sense of tranquility, the delicate tickle of her hair brushing against his neck when she rested her head on his shoulder, the soft, focused light in her eyes as she listened intently, resembling a tranquil harbor, the gentle ripples of laughter that graced her lips when he amused her, radiating warmth capable of illuminating the entire world. Countless fragmented sensations fluttered like startled fireflies through the dark night of his memory, gathering together. They did not form a coherent face, yet coalesced into a profound and tangible presence, an intimate familiarity that ran deep within his bones. This feeling surged so forcefully that it instantly breached all the barriers he had painstakingly erected during the day, producing a sharp pain that pierced his heart without warning. He gasped, as if surfacing from underwater, his chest filled with frigid air and an indescribable sense of suffocation. His hands, resting on the bench, unconsciously clenched into fists, the knuckles turning white from the strain, trembling slightly. Surrounding him was an enveloping silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind and the rustling of the leaves. The darkness embraced him, allowing this overwhelming longing and bone-deep sorrow to flow silently. In this unobserved corner, He permitted himself a fleeting release from the youthful facade of Chen Mo, granting respite to the weary, weathered man within, burdened by a heavy past. Time passed unmeasured, and the intense pain gradually receded like a tide, leaving behind a profound fatigue and an expanse of desolation. He slowly unclenched his fist, his fingertips icy, and opened his eyes to the same murky crimson night sky. He required time, a more prudent approach to draw closer to her without alarming anyone. A reckless advance would only frighten the skittish fawn or invite unnecessary misunderstandings. Rising once more, he ambled back along the path, the shadows of the trees flowing over him, each footfall resonating distinctly in the silence. Upon returning to the dormitory, the bright lights illuminated the area, faint voices echoing in the air. The fragility and emptiness that once marked his visage had vanished, replaced by a habitual veneer of calm detachment. Yet, deep within his eyes, something heavier seemed to settle, as dense as the night itself. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a lively scene in the dormitory. Zhang Hao was animatedly debating the recently concluded basketball match with another roommate, his words flying in a flurry. Upon noticing Chen Mo's entrance, Zhang Hao's voice abruptly halted, his expression transforming into something peculiar and unnatural. He quickly cast a glance at Chen Mo, his eyes betraying a lingering curiosity and a hint of barely perceptible awkwardness, before swiftly averting his gaze and resuming his loud exclamations as if the momentary pause had never occurred. Chen Mo appeared oblivious to this subtle interruption. Proceeding directly to his desk, switching on the lamp, its warm glow delineating a small sanctuary of tranquility. He retrieved a hardbound notebook and turned to a blank page. The lyrics he had unwittingly revealed to Zhang Hao earlier flickered in his mind like an unextinguished spark, igniting a silent tide of longing that surged forth. Carrying the chill of the evening breeze and the sharp ache from the bench, he picked up the pen, hesitating momentarily before setting it down. No longer scribbling casually on scrap paper. This time, the movement of the pen was slow and deliberate, imbued with an almost sculptural focus. Each character was inscribed with clarity and intent, as if he sought to etch every unspoken yearning, every bone-deep pain, and every elusive hope into permanence. The river of time flows silently past the banks, beneath the old streetlights, your smiling eyes bend in warm light. May you remain unscathed, my dear girl. Do you know how long this time stretches? I am trapped in a distant land devoid of you, across the vast sea of people. How to knock upon the tightly shut window of your heart. If fate would heed my plea, I only wish for you to remain unscathed. The ink flowed across the page like tendrils of thought, pausing momentarily at the phrase remain unscathed, leaving behind a small, dark blot. After completing his writing, he gazed intently at the words on the page, the soft radiance of the lamp enveloping him, yet failing to dispel the pervasive solitude surrounding him. This solitude felt like an invisible cocoon, isolating him from the bustling dormitory and the clamor of the world beyond. The light cast heavy shadows beneath his lowered eyelashes, concealing the tumultuous emotions roiling within, almost on the verge of breaking free. Chapter 20. A first encounter at the internet cafe. Zhang Hao's large hand, reminiscent of a fan, descended forcefully upon Chen Mo's desk, striking it with such vigor that the pages of his book leaped in response. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Zhang Hao's voice was as brash as his habit of pounding the table, imbued with an undeniable eagerness. Come on, bookworm, let us take you out to see the world. Sticking your nose in these esoteric texts will only leave you dull-witted. Chen Mo shifted his gaze from the intricate supply and demand diagrams on the pages to Zhang Hao's flushed, perspiring face, which gleamed with a kind of almost boastful excitement, as if he were inviting a friend to partake in some exhilarating adventure. In an instant, Chen Mo grasped Zhang Hao's intentions. Ever since the incident with the draft paper, there had been a curious, almost awkward glint in his eyes, akin to a cat circling a hidden secret. Dragging him to an internet cafe, it seemed, was half genuine desire for camaraderie and half an attempt to pry into the mysteries behind some lyrics. He closed the book and asked nonchalantly, "Where to?" "You'll find out once we get there. Come on, I promise it will be an eye-opener." Zhang Hao, sensing Chen Mo's lack of immediate rejection, sprang into action, yanking him from his seat with such urgency that it left no room for contemplation. "Quit dawdling, hurry up. Let us go." As dusk enveloped the sky, streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm, hazy glow. Zhang Hao expertly led Chen Mo down a narrow alley, where, at its depths, a simple neon sign flickered, announcing a bustling internet cafe. He forcefully pushed open the sticky, grease-stained glass door, and a wave of mixed scents, cheap tobacco, sweat, instant noodle seasoning, and the acrid aroma of overworked electronic components assaulted Chen Mo, crashing into him like a tangible force. The pungent, complex odor, imbued with a fermenting warmth, filled his nostrils, nearly suffocating him. Accompanying this olfactory onslaught was a cacophony of sounds, the rhythmic clattering of keyboards, the sharp clicks of mouse buttons, the raucous shouts of exuberant youths, crude expletives, and the chaotic mix of gunfire and game soundtracks emanating from subpar speakers, all blending into a tumultuous sea of noise that buzzed in his ears. Chen Mo instinctively held his breath, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. The sensory impact of this scene hit him with the force of a miniature storm. Inside lay an entirely different realm, dimly lit, with air so thick it felt as though droplets could be wrung from it. A heavy haze of smoke hung like a gray shroud, swirling under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights. Rows of makeshift computer desks were crammed into the not-so-spacious area, resembling a beehive, each desk burdened by a bulky, antiquated CRT monitor. The enormous curved screens resembled bloated faces, emitting a ghostly glow, while in front of them sat a multitude of expressions, primarily male, most clad in school uniforms or inexpensive t-shirts, their faces slick with oil, eyes glued to the screens, fingers dancing frantically over the keyboards. Zhang Hao was evidently well acquainted with this place. He moved like a nimble fish, skillfully navigating through the narrow aisles and the cluttered corners filled with ashtrays, beverage bottles, and snack wrappers. He led Chen Mo directly to an empty machine in the corner, calling out loudly to a weary-looking attendant who was sitting behind the cash register at the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Changgu, 2 machines, all set." The attendant, known as Changgu, did not even lift his eyelids, merely grunting in acknowledgement through his nostrils. Chen Mo settled into the greasy plastic chair designated by Zhang Hao, which emitted a creaky protest under his weight. The surface of the computer desk was marred by an indescribable layer of grime, sticky to the touch, while the keyboard was a veritable disaster zone, crammed with ash and food debris between the keys. The letter markings had long since faded into obscurity, and several frequently used keys, such as WASD, gleamed with a sheen reminiscent of a well-preserved antique. A potent mix of sweat and smoky residue wafted from the depths of the keyboard. "What are you dawdling for? Power it on." Zhang Hao had already deftly pressed the power button, and the chassis emitted a dull roar as if it were on the verge of collapse, the fan howling like an old blower. Following suit, Chen Mo pressed the power button, and the dusty gray chassis beside him responded with a similar cacophony. Accompanied by the rapid whirring of the fan blades, the massive CRT monitor before him initially remained dark, then a faint light appeared at its center, which suddenly expanded. The screen blinked violently, illuminating with a blinding white light, accompanied by a high-pitched buzzing. After a moment, the familiar Windows 98 startup screen featuring blue skies and white clouds slowly materialized. The booting process dragged on interminably, the screen displaying a continuous stream of hardware diagnostics. The hard drive indicator flickered erratically, emitting the sound of frantic reading and writing, akin to a laborious trek. His gaze swept past the imposing mass occupying much of the desk. The bulky chassis, dusty and humming with life, or a Pentium 3 label. Memory? He estimated it to be no more than 128 megabytes. Hard drive? Judging by the sounds, it likely topped out at 10 gigabytes, and that was at 5,400 revolutions per minute. He reached out to touch the 15-inch CRT monitor, which felt cumbersome and coarse, the edges of the screen exhibiting evident geometric distortion and flickering. Such a configuration would have been considered a relic in his previous professional life, yet at this moment, it was operating in earnest, bearing the dreams and restlessness of a room full of young individuals immersed in their virtual worlds. At last, the system booted up, revealing a dull desktop adorned with the default background of blue skies, white clouds, and green fields. The desktop icons were sparse: my computer, network neighbors, recycle bin, and the most prominent one, a blue little penguin representing OICQ, the predecessor of QQ. Zhang Hao, unable to contain his excitement, clicked on an icon on his desktop, and a rudimentary 3D game interface sprang to life, accompanied by the deafening sounds of gunfire and battle cries. He immediately donned a pair of greasy, yellowed headphones, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the fray, expletives slipping from his lips. Chen Mo did not act immediately. He moved the greasy roller mouse, the cursor tracing sluggish trajectories across the screen. The mouse ball rolled on the dirty pad, emitting a dry, rasping sound. He clicked on the small blue penguin icon, and the OICQ login interface popped up, its design rudimentary and its colors jarring. He casually input a temporary number and password, enduring another protracted wait for the login process. Once logged in, his friend list lay barren, the simplistic chat window appearing with woefully limited functionality. Nearby, a boy faced the OICQ chat window, awkwardly poking the keyboard with 2 fingers, laboriously producing a line of text. "Are you there?" He then fixed his gaze on the screen, awaiting the small gray avatar to flicker to life. Chen Mo then opened the blue E icon, Internet Explorer, as the browser sluggishly launched. He tried to input a portal website address he recalled should exist at that moment, and the instant he pressed the enter key, a piercing, shrill noise erupted in his ears, akin to nails scraping against rusted tin. The modem dial-up sound blared forth, its volume so immense, so penetrating, that it instantly drowned out all the clamor of the internet cafe, like a rusty saw brutally cutting through everyone's eardrums. Nearby, several boys engaged in fierce combat were disturbed by the cacophony, muttering expletives in irritation. The 56K dial-up internet, a gateway to the high-speed highway of the era, was accompanied by this maddening ritual of noise with every connection. On the screen, the loading progress bar crawled like a dying snail, inching forward pixel by pixel. In the center of the white browser window, an hourglass icon spun languidly, as if silently mocking the user's patience. Chen Mo stared at the hourglass, then glanced at the vast, empty spaces on the screen, interspersed with sporadic text or indistinct images. Loading a slightly complex web page with several pictures took longer than it would have in his previous life under high-speed fiber optics to download a high-definition movie. Time, within this space, seemed to slow to a crawl, thickened by the viscous air and the glacial internet. Leaning back against the equally sticky chair, his gaze drifted from the sluggishly loading screen to survey the smoke-filled, cacophonous internet cafe, observing the clunky, inefficient, heat-emitting CRT monitors, resembling small mountains atop the desks, the tractor-like roaring cases offering feeble performance, the omnipresent, suffocating waits, waiting for boot-up, waiting for login, waiting for pages to load, waiting for game responses, waiting for the OICQ avatar to flicker. His formerly sharp nerves were suddenly ignited by the raw, coarse, inefficient, yet vibrant scene before him, like an electric current surging through his body. This was not merely a dismal entertainment venue. It was clearly a freshly discovered, untapped gold mine, brimming with immeasurable wealth. Pain points. They were everywhere. Behind every pain point lies a monumental opportunity capable of transforming the world and establishing a commercial empire. The issue of internet speed, characterized by the heart-wrenching sounds of dial-up connections and the glacial loading times, stands as the most pressing concern. Where's the broadband? Where's the fiber optic technology? ADSL should have already germinated in laboratories by now. Whoever can deliver high-speed internet to households more swiftly, stably, and affordably will seize the very throat of the internet age. Internet service providers? No, that is far from sufficient. The future of content delivery networks and the foundational architecture of cloud computing present vast infrastructural voids. A colossal market awaits. Hardware. Gazing at the cumbersome CRT monitors, Chen Mo envisions the future of sleek, paper-thin LCD screens, ultra-slim laptops, high-performance core processors, and vast, speedy solid-state drives. The rapid iteration of chip manufacturing processes and the exponential growth of storage technologies signify the effectiveness of Moore's Law. Those who can lead the wave of hardware upgrades will set the benchmark for user experience. The journeys of titans such as Intel, AMD, Samsung, and Seagate have only just begun. Moreover, the significance of mobile devices cannot be overstated. Presently, one still carries a brick-sized analog mobile phone. Yet the dawn of the smartphone is on the horizon. That small, transformative square, Apple and Android, heralds a monumental hardware revolution that is imminent. Software. Operating systems. Windows 98? That simplistic, fragile system, notorious for its frequent blue screens? The future promises a more stable, user-friendly, and richly diverse ecosystem with Windows XP, as well as the rise of Mac OS X and Linux, along with that little blue penguin. OICQ. How rudimentary, how basic a social tool, yet it captured the essence of connection, Instant communication. What will its evolution look like? Where lies the nascent form of social networks? When and where will the spark of inspiration for Facebook ignite? User entry points. Traffic gateways. To the victor belong the spoils. The future competition among Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent centers on the struggle for user entry points and traffic, does it not? The search engine model, Google, the e-commerce platforms, Amazon, Alibaba, the social empires, Tencent, software-defined services. Services aggregate traffic, and traffic equates to wealth. A vast platform opportunity awaits. Gaming. The deafening cries of Zhang Hao and his peers resonate as they engage in the clamor of battle. The crude 3D graphics and choppy movements on the screen. This is what is considered cutting-edge entertainment? Single player? Local area network play? No. The future of online gaming, MMORPG, holds the true treasure. What kind of frenzy will legend unleash? How will World of Warcraft define an era? Game engine technology, server capacities, and the vast virtual economy of virtual goods transactions. An enormous entertainment consumption market. And all of this is predicated upon the enhancements in internet speed and hardware. Thoughts flow like a rushing river as accumulated industry insights, technological trend forecasts, and business case studies are activated, interlinked, and magnified in this moment by the primal scene before me. Each sluggish web page loading, every jarring dial-up noise, the rumbling of cumbersome monitors, and the anxious gaze of a youth waiting. Each resembles a sharp probe, precisely piercing through the critical nodes of future technological advancements. The immense business opportunities surge beneath his calm exterior, akin to molten lava in a state of fervent eruption. This is not a vague premonition. It is a lucid vision of the future grounded in profound understanding. In his eyes, the smoke-filled, chaotic internet cafe transforms into a vast sandbox brimming with infinite possibilities. He envisions the explosive growth trajectory of the information industry over the next decade or two, glimpsing the nascent forms of trillion-dollar commercial empires rising, as well as countless gaps ripe for disruption, innovation, and leadership. Ugh, it's lagging again. Stupid server. Zhang Hao beside him suddenly yanks off his headphones, slamming his fist onto the greasy keyboard with a resounding thud. On the screen, his game character, due to network latency, spins aimlessly like a fool before being easily vanquished by an opponent. From Zhang Hao's contorted, furious visage, Chen Mo perceives a raw, unfulfilled user demand that generates pain and inefficiency. His fingers unconsciously tap lightly on the similarly greasy keyboard before him. The tactile sensation beneath his fingertips is coarse and sluggish. A stark contrast to the premium mechanical keyboards he was accustomed to in his previous life. Yet, this subtle tapping seems to reverberate silently against the heavy, resplendent door to the future. At that moment, an exceptionally clear thought slices through the chaos in his mind like lightning. User entry. Instant messaging. That little blue penguin, although still feeble and rudimentary, with a user base barely burgeoning, its model, predicated on peer-to-peer instant connectivity, possesses an alarming potential for viral dissemination and user retention. It is a natural architect of social graphs and serves as the foundational and core entry platform for all future online social interactions and even online living services. Focusing once again on the small OSCQ window on his screen, Chen Mo moves the mouse, clicking on the rudimentary friend search feature. The search box pops up, and without a hint of hesitation, he types in a deeply etched numerical combination from memory on the grease-stained keyboard, each digit pressed deliberately and resolutely. This number belonged to Lin Xiaoyun, his wife in a past life, who, in the year 2000 of this timeline, should still be a young girl attending junior high school in a distant city. He wonders if this number exists now and if it already belongs to her. After pressing the final digit, he inhales the murky air heavy with the scent of smoke and sweat, his index finger hovering above the left mouse button, trembling slightly. Is this yet another minor ripple of fate or a futile attempt? He closes his eyes, and upon reopening them, his finger decisively presses down. No. Chapter 21. Digital thunder. As the morning sunlight streamed in, Chen Mo closed the well-thumbed volume of microeconomics, his fingertips gliding over the cool, plastic cover. The sounds of the friction between the pen and the pages, the queue at the canteen's most economical window, and the librarian's cough urging patrons to leave as closing time approached, all coalesced into the depths of an old envelope tucked away in his desk drawer, a heavy stack of loose change and coins. 82 yuan and 70 cents. Each cent bore the mark of deliberate frugality, imbued with the faint scent of the canteen's bland vegetable dishes, mingling with the musty aroma of aged paper. This sum represented the first lever with which he would pry open the door to his destiny, its aim as clear as if etched upon his retina. Mid-October 2000. The second prize of the 16th XX style competition, a sequence composed of 6 red balls and 1 blue ball, 6, 14, 18, 25, 27, 31. 5, swirling ceaselessly in his mind, like an everlasting coordinate. On a Monday afternoon during self-study, the sycamore leaves outside twirled downwards, while Chen Mo's gaze flitted past the teacher at the podium, engrossed in grading assignments. Unconsciously, he pinched the corner of a page, waiting for the moment when he could revel in absolute silence and minimal distraction. The bell signaling the end of the last class rang like a starting gun. He was the first to stow his belongings, his movements swift and silent, akin to a swallow skimming over the water's surface. Before his classmates had fully emerged from the depths of their academic pursuits, his figure had vanished through the classroom door. The setting sun bathed the city in a warm golden hue, yet it could not dissipate the weighty gamble nestled deep within his heart. The chain of his dilapidated bicycle emitted a regular, soft clattering as it carried him through the increasingly bustling streets, turning into a relatively quiet back alley in the eastern district of the city. Here, dusk settled more swiftly. The streetlights had yet to flicker to life, and only the dim glow from the windows of aging apartment buildings illuminated the surroundings. He secured his bicycle and cast his gaze towards the unassuming storefront at the corner, its faded red sign nearly obscured by years of grease and smoke. The words "Red Flag Lottery" appeared somewhat dulled, while a frosted glass door, smudged with fingerprints and grime, stood ajar like a silent mouth. As he pushed the door open, a potent and intricate aroma enveloped him. As if time itself had solidified, the acrid scent of burnt low-quality tobacco, the particulate sensation of dust suspended in the air, the mildly acidic odor of ink on paper, and an indescribable heaviness reminiscent of expired instant noodle seasoning. This murky air clung to him like a viscous liquid, instantly clogging his nostrils. Inside, the light was dim. The stark fluorescent tubes were shrouded in a thick layer of dust, barely illuminating the space. In a glass case against the wall, a colorful array of scratch-off tickets lay silently, while behind the counter, a middle-aged woman with her hair casually tied up dozed off in front of a small television, a long ash dangling precariously from her cigarette. In a corner, an old dot matrix printer whirred and clattered, tirelessly producing long strings of lottery tickets, its monotone noise piercing the stagnant atmosphere. For the moment, there were no other patrons. Only the exaggerated dialogue from the television drama floated through the murky air, mingling with the printer's relentless groans. Chen Mo approached the counter, striving to steady his breath. He unzipped his backpack and carefully extracted an old envelope, somewhat softened from being handled, and gently poured its contents onto the cold glass countertop. Crumpled 10 and 20 yuan bills mixed with gleaming 5 jiao and 1 yuan coins formed a small pile. He lowered his head and meticulously counted, the edges of the bills slightly dampened by perspiration. 82 yuan and 70 cents. His voice resonated with clarity in the stillness of the shop, deliberately subdued yet steady as a young man might attempt. The shopkeeper, momentarily roused, lifted her eyelids, her murky gaze lazily sweeping over the heap of coins before settling on Chen Mo's slightly faded school uniform. A smirk curled at the corner of her mouth, tinged with imperceptible disdain. "Oh, a student, are we? What will it be? Scratch cards or lottery tickets?" Her voice was hoarse, thick with the local accent. "XX-style lottery ticket. Please give me a betting slip." Chen Mo met her gaze, his eyes tranquil and unwavering. The shopkeeper casually retrieved a betting slip, densely filled with grids. From beneath the counter, the paper was yellowed and its edges curled. She tossed him a nearly depleted ballpoint pen, its plastic casing worn and scuffed. Taking the paper and pen, Chen Mo moved to a small table in the corner, thickly coated in dust and marred by dark, mysterious stains. The cheap plastic chair groaned under his weight, but he paid it no heed. Spreading the betting slip before him, he encountered the red balls numbered from 01 to 33, and blue balls from 01 to 16. The densely packed numerical grids resembled a barren land awaiting sowing. He grasped the worn ballpoint pen, its inferior plastic shell scratching his fingertips, inhaling deeply to suppress the drumming of his heart. The pen tip hovered above the first small square in the red ball number section. The muffled sounds of traffic outside, the din of the television within, and the printer's whirring faded into the background, drawing out into infinity. His entire world narrowed to this yellowed paper and the pen tip, poised to make a mark that would bear the weight of past memories and the gamble of this life. With a deliberate motion, the pen tip descended into the red ball number area. He chose the number 6, the black ink dotting the rough paper surface, spreading into a small, heavy blot, like the first imprint of destiny being stamped down. Next came the numbers 14, 18, 25, 27, and 31, all 6 red ball numbers, perfectly aligned in the first row. The sound of the pen gliding over the paper became the sole, clear rhythm in that moment. Finally, in the blue ball number section, he unhesitatingly inscribed the number that was indelibly imprinted in his soul, 5. This bet would serve as the key to miracles, or the precarious bridge to the abyss. He was aware of the first prize number, but it was too conspicuous. His true quarry lay within the 6 red balls that constituted the second prize. The mere act of placing this bet bore risks akin to a sword suspended above his head. Although the second prize typically had more winners, if he alone, the chosen one, were to strike this combination that round, it would be tantamount to igniting a grand bonfire in the darkness. He knew he needed to create a diversion, to generate sufficient noise to drown out this true signal. Chen Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened like that of a hawk, his mind racing with unparalleled speed. The intuition honed from a past life of managing vast data and constructing intricate models began to awaken. He needed to devise several combinations that seemed both reasonable and imbued with a touch of technical flair or the nuances of a habitual player. The tip of his pen glided swiftly across the paper, imbued with a cold, calculating precision. For the second entry, he retained the numbers 6, 14, 18, 27, and 31, substituting 25 for the adjacent 26, while randomly selecting 9 for the blue ball, mimicking the subtle adjustments of an ordinary player. In the third entry, he preserved the core numbers 14, 18, 25, and 27, while introducing 2 obscure numbers, 3 and 22. As he vaguely recalled the distribution of hot and cold numbers for this round, with 12 designated for the blue ball, crafting an illusion of a technical balance. For the fourth entry, he dismantled the original numbers into 2 sets of 3 consecutive numbers, 6, 14, 18, and 25, 27, 31, deliberately rearranging their order, while selecting 8 for the blue ball to masquerade as a lover of consecutive numbers. The fifth entry was a completely random assortment, 1, 7, 15, 20, 29, 33, 16. Devoid of any logical structure, serving purely as a smokescreen. Finally, he gazed intently at the string of core numbers, 6, 14, 18, 25, 27, 31, 5. His pen moving with a gravity akin to replication, as he meticulously transcribed them once more. He purchased 6 lottery tickets, with the core numbers dominating 3 of them, while the remaining 3 served as cleverly crafted decoys. After spending 82.7 yuan and deducting the 12 yuan for the 6 tickets, he counted the remaining 77 yuan with care, then, almost ceremoniously, returned it to the worn envelope, sealing it securely and placing it back in the depths of his backpack. Chen Mo then approached the counter with his completed betting slip, seeking out the proprietress. As she received the slip, her gaze lazily skimmed over the numbers, pausing for half a second on the combination repeated thrice. A flicker of mild mockery crossed her eyes at the student's apparent tenacity, yet it was overshadowed by a profound numbness. With a cigarette dangling from her lips, nearly burnt out, she clattered the numbers into the greasy keyboard. The ancient dot matrix printer emitted a sharp, metallic screech, spitting out narrow strips of thermal paper tickets, which trembled slightly at the exit, still warm from the printer's recent work. Chen Mo carefully accepted the 6 flimsy slips of paper, though they felt weightless in that moment. They bore the weight of his entire existence across 2 lifetimes. He retrieved a well-worn practice notebook, its cover frayed and corners curled, filled with dense classroom notes and rough calculations. Tenderly, as if handling fragile treasures, he slipped the 6 tickets neatly into the blank space of one page within the book. He then tucked the notebook into the innermost compartment of his backpack, close to his back, zipping it up and pressing it down to confirm that the searing presence was securely concealed. "Thank you," he said to the proprietress, who was once again lost in the world of soap operas behind the counter, his voice steady and devoid of any ripple. Chen Mo pushed open the sticky glass door. The brisk autumn air of the evening rushed into his lungs like icy water, causing him to shudder slightly. The sun had completely set, leaving behind only a trace of dark purple embers on the horizon. Streetlights flickered to life on either side of the road, casting a dim and solitary glow. He pushed his old bicycle, hesitating to mount it immediately, standing at the entrance of the lottery station. Slowly, he took a deep breath. The frigid air, infused with dust and the scent of burning leaves from afar, stung his nostrils. He gently turned his head, casting a final glance at the increasingly blurred red sign in the twilight. His heart pounded heavily in his chest, each beat infused with a nearly suffocating tension. The sound of rushing blood roaring in his ears. The wheel of fate had begun to spin, the pointer gliding toward the scale of his memories. He mounted his bicycle, the chain emitting a monotonous clatter, merging into the sparse flow of traffic. The thin school uniform was permeated by the evening breeze, clinging to his skin, bringing a chill. Yet the warmth within his chest blazed with vigor. He straightened his back, his body taut in the dim light, like a bow drawn taut, silently aiming toward the unknown lottery night. The old practice book nestled quietly in his backpack, akin to a bomb awaiting ignition, the power of which was unknown. Poised to alter the course of his life. How exhilarating. Upon returning home, he shared a warm dinner with his parents. The previously oppressive atmosphere had dissipated. They had found new directions. His father spoke daily of his progress in learning to drive, detailing improvements and areas for enhancement. His mother, too, discussed the market conditions and recent price fluctuations, both radiating newfound vitality, truly a stark contrast to their former lives. After dinner, Chen Mo retreated to his room, first inspecting the stamps and lottery tickets he had purchased, ensuring they were undamaged and properly stored away with utmost care. He then took out the physics competition problem set. As he was to participate the next day, he needed to review it thoroughly, ensuring he remembered the types of questions he had previously missed and that all key concepts had been revised. He then checked his exam materials, admission ticket, pencil, ruler, eraser, compass, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Once everything was prepared, Chen Mo lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, quietly reflecting. Physics competition, here I come. First place is mine. Chapter 22. The physics competition. The morning chill penetrated the fabric of Chen Mo's thin school uniform as he sat at the dining table, sipping the millet porridge his mother, Li Xiaolan, had lovingly prepared. The porridge was thick and warm, soothing as it traveled down his throat to his stomach. Uncharacteristically, a golden fried egg and a small dish of pickled vegetables drizzled with sesame oil adorned the table, a rare treat in this household. Mo, have you packed everything for the competition? Li Xiaolan called from the cramped kitchen, her face betraying her concern and anxiety. Her gaze frequently darted to the faded canvas backpack resting on the table's edge, urging him to check once more that his pencils, eraser, ruler, and admission ticket were all in order. Nothing could be forgotten. All gathered. Mother, father, rest assured. Chen Mo placed down his bowl, his voice steady, imbued with a rare conviction for one so young. He accepted the file bag handed to him by his father, meticulously tucking it into the compartment of his backpack and securely zipping it closed. Take heart and do well in the exam. Chen Zhengwo finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse yet remarkably firm, laden with unspoken burdens. Simply participating brings honor to our family. Chen Mo acknowledged, shouldering his backpack. I'm off. Pushing open the door, he mounted his bicycle, merging into the sparse morning traffic as his parents leaned against the doorframe, watching him depart with eager anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety, gradually fading from view at the street corner. At the entrance of number 1 high school, the atmosphere was palpably different from usual. Several buses emblazoned with the municipal education system's insignia were quietly parked at the roadside. A group of students, having gathered by the bus, engaged in hushed conversations, their faces reflecting a blend of excitement and apprehension, as the air buzzed with a mixture of tension and expectation. Just as Chen Mo secured his bicycle, a familiar voice, marked by its characteristic steadiness and concern, called out, Chen Mo, hurry up, come over here. It was Teacher Zhao, clad in a slightly faded navy blue Zhongshan suit, with a bulging old briefcase tucked under his arm. The glasses perched on his nose glimmered in the morning light as he briskly approached Chen Mo, scrutinizing him from head to toe, seemingly gauging his mental state. How are you feeling? Did you rest well last night? Quite well, Teacher Zhao, Chen Mo replied calmly. Good, just maintain that state. Teacher Zhao nodded vigorously. his eyes behind the lenses sparkling with anticipation. He turned to all the awaiting students, his voice rising a few octaves, infused with a spirit-lifting energy. Classmates, gather around and settle down. The clamor of chatter instantly ceased, and a dozen pairs of eyes fixated intently on Teacher Zhao. We have prepared for this moment. Today is the time to assess our efforts. Teacher Zhao surveyed each young, anxious face, his tone steady and powerful. Remember 3 points. First, maintain a balanced mindset. The competition questions may be challenging, but they remain rooted in fundamental principles. If your foundation is solid, fear not. Simply showcase the skills you've honed in practice. This is victory. Second, time management is crucial. Upon receiving the exam paper, scan it thoroughly and allocate your time wisely. If you encounter a difficult question, do not become fixated. Mark it decisively and move on. Third, details determine success or failure. Ensure units, symbols, and formulas are written correctly, and steps are clear and complete. Do not lose points due to non-intellectual factors. That would be the greatest pity. His words resonated clearly within each student's heart, dispelling the final remnants of anxiety. As his gaze briefly lingered on Chen Mo, it conveyed an unspoken trust and encouragement. All right, let us board the bus and set off. Teacher Zhao gestured emphatically. The bus smoothly departed from No. 1 high school, gliding through the awakening city. Inside, there was a tranquil hush, punctuated only by the low hum of the engine. Most students bowed their heads, either resting their eyes or diligently reviewing their error notes or formula cards. Teacher Zhao sat at the front, occasionally glancing back to assess the student states, his demeanor composed. Chen Mo sat by the window, his gaze fixed upon the rapidly passing streets outside. Yet, his thoughts wandered uncontrollably to the cumbersome CRT monitors of internet cafes in a past life. The heart-rending dial-up tones accompanying painfully slow web page loads, and the rudimentary interface of the Blue Penguin. These primitive grievances resembled untapped mineral deposits, intricately intertwining in his mind with the exquisite laws of the physical world. The bottleneck of hardware performance was, indeed, an invisible shackle restraining the advancement of computational physics. A vague notion regarding the optimization of parallel computing architectures flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. For now, the battlefield lay within the realm of physics competition. The auditorium of the Municipal Experimental Middle School had been temporarily transformed into a competition venue, adorned with a massive red banner warmly welcoming the aspiring students participating in the citywide high school physics competition. Within the hall, rows of desks were meticulously arranged with ample spacing, creating a solemn and tense atmosphere, the air thick with the scent of paper and ink. In the examination room, the invigilators maintained serious expressions as they patrolled the aisles. Chen Mo located his designated spot and settled down, his desk corner marked by a label bearing his name and examination number. He retrieved a transparent document pouch, methodically laying out his admission ticket, pencil, eraser, and ruler. Each movement deliberate and unhurried, devoid of any superfluous gestures. He adjusted his breathing, allowing his mind to sink into tranquility. The bell rang suddenly, sharp and urgent, shattering the silence of the auditorium. The competition begins. Candidates may start answering. The invigilator's resounding voice echoed throughout the hall. As the exam papers were distributed, the pale yellow sheets covered in dense print met his eyes. Chen Mo refrained from hastily putting pen to paper. Instead, he swiftly scanned the entire paper. Finding that the structure of the questions aligned closely with the topics emphasized by Teacher Zhao, multiple choice questions, fill-in-the-blank questions, experimental design questions, followed by 2 comprehensive calculation problems, with a clear gradient of difficulty. As anticipated, the final problem involved the coupling of electromagnetic induction and complex mechanical processes, characterized by a lengthy prompt and an innovative model. With a sense of assurance, he promptly began to answer the questions. The tip of his pen glided over the paper, producing a soft, rustling sound. In the multiple-choice section, discerning foundational concepts, flexibly applying formulas, and analyzing graphs came almost effortlessly. The vast repository of physics knowledge from his former life melded seamlessly with the high-speed processing of his current mind, rendering his judgments on the correctness of each option as instinctive and swift as a reflex. The fill-in-the-blank questions, probing his understanding of the essence of physics and his ability to manipulate formulas, likewise fell before him with ease. His problem-solving speed was remarkably rapid, his thought process as clear as if pre-programmed. The experimental design question required a comparison of various methods for determining local gravitational acceleration and an analysis of errors. After a brief contemplation, he recalled the principles, apparatus, procedures, and data processing formulas for the pendulum method, free-fall method, and inclined plane method. He meticulously dissected the sources of systematic and random errors, presenting improvements with logical rigor and succinct, powerful language. He even supplemented his answer with a precise measurement concept utilizing an air cushion rail and photo gate. Although it exceeded the high school curriculum, the principles were clear and feasible. With just over half the time elapsed, Chen Mo had advanced to the final two comprehensive problems. The first involved analyzing the trajectory of a charged particle in a composite field, the superposition of a uniform electric field and a uniform magnetic field, and calculating energy transformations. He swiftly constructed a physical tableau, alternating between the left-hand and right-hand rules, clearly delineating the vector composition of Lorentz force and electric field force. Theorems of kinetic energy and momentum flowed effortlessly from his pen, and complex trajectory equations appeared as if tamed under his skillful hand, each step of derivation leading to an inevitable conclusion. In the final challenging problem, the scenario described an unevenly mass-distributed disk rotating around a fixed axis on a horizontal plane, with its edge affixed to a negligible mass, smooth ring. A small object of mass m was placed on the ring at a specific point while the disk rotated at a constant angular velocity. The problem required an analysis of the forces acting on the small object during the disk's rotation, the equation of its motion trajectory. The moment it began to slide relative to the disk, considering the abrupt changes in static and kinetic friction, and the determination of the specific position and velocity magnitude at the moment of sliding. The problem presented a wealth of information, involving rotating reference frames, non-inertial forces, centrifugal force, Coriolis force, variable acceleration curved motion, and the critical point analysis of sudden frictional changes. This was precisely the difficulty emphasized by Professor Zhao. Yet, Chen Mo remained utterly unperturbed, swiftly sketching on draft paper, establishing a spatial coordinate system, marking the axis of rotation, the disk, the ring, and the position of the small object. The core contradiction: for the small object to maintain a state of rest relative to the disk, it must receive the centripetal force directed towards the center from the ring, provided by static friction. However, this force has a maximum limit, Sn, where n represents the support force from the disk on the object, which is also influenced by centrifugal and Coriolis forces in the rotating reference frame. Sliding commences when the required centripetal force exceeds the maximum static frictional force, calmly opting to analyze within the rotating reference frame, fixed on the disk. The small object is subject to force equilibrium while remaining relatively stationary. He formulated the radial and tangential equations of motion. Radially, static friction force Fr, Mr, providing centripetal force. Tangentially, the Coriolis force, perpendicular to the direction of relative velocity, is zero at this moment of zero relative velocity. Simultaneously, in the vertical direction, support force N mg, m are sin, theta, considering the centrifugal force component. This is crucial. N varies with position r and angle. Thus, the maximum static friction force Fr max Sn, S mg, m are sin. The condition for maintaining relative rest is required centripetal force Fr m or Fr max S mg, m are sin. From this, the critical condition can be derived: m are S mg, Sm are sin, leading to our S sin, theta, g. Therefore, the critical angle theta c arc sin, 1 sgr. Chen Mo's thoughts cascaded like a waterfall, rapidly performing calculations on the draft paper, listing key equations with clarity. Subsequently, he fluidly transcribed the analytical process and the final expression for theta c, along with the velocity magnitude v of the small object at the moment of sliding, r, as it was previously at rest, onto the answer sheet, with detailed steps and a coherent logical flow, presenting a vivid physical image. Upon completing the final period, Chen Mo set down his pen and gently exhaled. He glanced up at the enormous clock hanging at the front of the auditorium, noting that there were still a full 20 minutes remaining before the examination concluded. Rather than submitting his paper prematurely, he seized this precious time to meticulously review his answers from start to finish, word by word, problem by problem, formula by formula, and symbol by symbol. He scrutinized the choices for the multiple choice questions, verified the values and units for the fill-in-the-blank responses, ensured that no steps were overlooked in the experimental questions, and checked for any lapses in the derivation of the calculations, confirming that the final answers were presented correctly. Once satisfied with his thorough review, he awaited the final bell, which soon rang out, signaling the end of the competition. Upon exiting the auditorium, he was momentarily blinded by the midday sun. Most of the candidates wore expressions of relief tinged with fatigue, excitement, or disappointment as they gathered in small groups to discuss the questions, their voices creating a cacophony. "Chen Mo, over here," called out Teacher Zhao, standing under a nearby tree, his face alight with eager anticipation, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Chen Mo hurried over, followed by several other students from his school who clustered around, animatedly debating the difficulty of the questions. "How did it go?" Teacher Zhao inquired directly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. He was well aware of Chen Mo's capabilities, yet the unpredictability of the competition, particularly the final question, weighed heavily on his mind. Meeting Teacher Zhao's burning gaze, Chen Mo eschewed pleasantries and false humility, responding with calm assurance. "No problem, everything went smoothly. I solved the final question. The critical angle C is arcsin, one's GR, and the speed V is R. The other questions posed no obstacles either, conservatively estimating. I should score around 98. 98? Exclaimed a nearby boy, drawing in a sharp breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. The perfect score is only 100. Hearing this, Teacher Zhao's body jolted, fully aware of the significance of such a score, especially in a competition acknowledged for its difficulty. The light behind his glasses sparkled with exhilaration as his face trembled with emotion. He clapped a hand forcefully on Chen Mo's shoulder, the impact nearly causing Chen Mo to stagger, his voice rising with uncontainable excitement and joy. "Excellent. Well done. You solved it. Absolutely marvelous. 98 points. This is solid. Undoubtedly securing the first place in the city. You have truly brought great honor to our school and our class." He vigorously shook Chen Mo's shoulder, garnering the attention of faculty and students from other schools. In the afternoon, the competition committee exhibited remarkable efficiency, promptly posting the scores and rankings on the bulletin board at the experimental middle school. The crowd surged in front of the crimson list, with Teacher Zhao pushing to the front, anxiously scanning the top of the rankings. City number 1 high school, first in overall team score, a keen-eyed student exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Teacher Zhao's tense demeanor instantly relaxed, a broad, relieved smile breaking across his face as he punched the air triumphantly. His gaze swiftly descended like a spotlight to the top of the individual score rankings, locking onto the familiar name. First place, Chen Mo, City number 1 high school. Score, 98 points. The brilliant red score shone like the most resplendent metal. Chen Mo, first, 98 points. Truly, 98 points. Teacher Zhao suddenly turned around and called out loudly to Chen Mo, who was surrounded by other students, his face radiating unrestrained joy and pride. The surrounding classmates erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause. "Wow, incredible. Chen Mo is amazing. A score of 98. A genius. Congratulations," and exclamations enveloped Chen Mo as he stood in the center of the crowd, wearing a subtle yet dignified smile, calmly accepting the accolades. The sunlight fell upon his tranquil profile, casting a golden halo around him. As the triumphant bus returned to the first high school, it was already the time for the third class of the afternoon. However, the news of Chen Mo's victory in the physics competition, securing first place in the city, had already spread like wings, arriving at the campus ahead of him. When Chen Mo followed the still excited Teacher Zhao into the classroom of Class 3, Grade 2, the previously quiet room was instantly ignited. "Stand up." The crisp voice of class monitor Su Qing rang out with excitement. In unison, the entire class stood up, their gazes fixed on Chen Mo, filled with wonder, admiration, and genuine joy. At the podium, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, paused her explanation of a math problem, her face adorned with an unabashedly radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with pride and satisfaction. She set down the chalk and led the applause. The warm applause instantly filled the entire classroom, echoing endlessly. Ms. Lin raised her hand to signal for silence, and the room fell quiet as if a pin could be heard dropping. She walked up to Chen Mo, her gaze gentle and approving, her voice clear as it resonated in every corner of the classroom. "Classmates, let us once again extend our warmest applause to congratulate Chen Mo." The applause thundered once more. Ms. Lin smiled and continued, Chen Mo has achieved first place in the citywide high school physics competition with an outstanding score of 98. This remarkable accomplishment is not only a testament to his personal efforts, but also a pride for our class and our first high school. This honor is truly well-deserved. Her gaze swept across the class, filled with encouragement. Chen Mo has demonstrated through his actions that while talent is undoubtedly important, it is unwavering perseverance, rigorous thinking, and a relentless pursuit of knowledge that serve as the ladder to success. I hope everyone can take Chen Mo as an example and bravely scale the heights of learning. Undeterred by difficulties, applause and cheers erupted once again. Chen Mo stood at the front of the classroom, facing the eager gazes of his classmates and the approving smile of Ms. Lin, and he slightly bowed in acknowledgement. In that moment, he was no longer the taciturn transfer student, but rather the focal point, illuminated by the light of wisdom. As he pushed open the door to his home, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the small living room in a warm orange hue, and the aroma of the meal was more intense than ever. "You're back." Li Xiaolan, wearing an apron, hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, her face beaming with an almost radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Quick, wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon," she said, rubbing her hands together, clearly already aware of the news, overwhelmed with excitement. Dinner was unprecedentedly sumptuous. As Chen Mo looked at the genuine, pure, and fervent joy radiating from his parents, a warm current surged within him. Chapter 23. Persuading Father. 3 days. 72 hours. Every passing minute and second felt akin to traversing scorching gravel barefoot. Chen Mo maintained an exterior facade of tranquility, attending classes, solving problems, dining, and sleeping, like a meticulously programmed machine. Yet, only he was aware that the string within his soul, named anticipation, had been stretched to its utmost limit, emitting a near-fractured groan. Deep within his drawer, an old, worn-out exercise book resembled a black hole, exuding an invisible gravitational pull that incessantly tugged at all his nerves. Each time he reached for his textbook or opened the drawer, his fingertips seemed to sense the searing temperature of those few thin sheets, scorching the edges of his reason. He forced himself to disregard the small blackboard outside the lottery station, which might be inscribed with the cryptic codes of fate. Much like a person waiting for thunder in the dark, longing for the pronouncement while simultaneously fearing its content. The calm logic of his past life clashed violently with the youthful body of this incarnation, wrestling with an immense, unknown terror. He could only channel all his energy into the physics problem set laid before him, allowing the intricate formulas and frigid numbers to temporarily fill the chasms of his thoughts. On Thursday afternoon, during the final physical education class, designated for free activity, Chen Mo did not rush towards the basketball or soccer fields like the other boys. He feigned a stomachache and discreetly returned to the vacant teaching building. The corridor was silent, echoing only with the sound of his own footsteps, each step resonating against the taut strings of his heart. Instead of returning to the classroom, he proceeded straight to the public news bulletin board situated at the far end of the west side of the teaching building, near the teachers' offices, where the evening newspaper was typically posted. The afternoon sun slanted through the tall glass windows, casting elongated patches of light on the polished stone floor. While the glass of the bulletin board appeared somewhat blurred, Chen Mo halted a few steps away from the bulletin board, took a deep breath, and compelled himself to take those final steps, coming to a standstill. His gaze instantly locked onto an inconspicuous corner in the upper left of the evening paper, where the lottery results were usually published. The densely packed small print resembled a swarm of ants awaiting inspection. There it was. XX style, issue 2000 XXX, lottery results. His eyes, drawn like a magnet, fixated on the subsequent rows of numbers. Red balls, 0, 6, 14, 18, 25, 27, 31. Blue ball, 0, 5. First prize, 0. Second prize, 17. Prize per ticket, 128, 500 yuan. Third prize, boom. It felt as though a silent thunderclap detonated within his mind, and in an instant, the colors and sounds of the world were stripped away, leaving only those glaringly vivid numbers, 0, 6, 14, 18, 25, 27, 31, and that blue one, 0, 5, pulsating and swirling at the center of his vision. His ears filled with a sharp buzzing, blood surged like boiling lava, rushing to the crown of his head, only to cascade back into his limbs, inducing a wave of intense dizziness and cold. He had won. He had truly won. Second prize, 17 tickets. each ticket worth 128,500 yuan. And he had won 3 tickets. This overwhelming, near-drowning ecstasy surged over him like a colossal wave, inundating him in an instant. All the repression, solitude, scheming, and restraint from his past and present seemed to find an outlet at that moment. His eyes grew warm uncontrollably, and his vision blurred. He bit down hard on his lower lip, a metallic sweetness akin to rust spreading within his mouth, forcibly suppressing the scream that almost burst forth from his throat, along with the surging tide of tears. He must remain calm. He could not lose composure. This was a school, and someone could pass by at any moment. He abruptly lowered his head, feigning intense focus on the other contents of the announcement, taking rapid, deep breaths. Moments later, when he lifted his gaze again, his face bore no trace of the earlier turmoil, save for a few faint streaks of blood in the whites of his eyes, a testament to the silent storm that had just raged within him. He quickly scanned the empty surroundings. The sunlight continued to flow serenely through the corridor. He cast one last deep glance at the small announcement, as if wishing to engrave every word into his memory before turning away. His steps appeared steady, yet each stride felt as though he were walking on cotton, his mind a little dazed as he left the notice board and made his way toward the playground. The crisp autumn breeze brushed against his flushed face, offering a touch of coolness that dispersed the remnants of his dizziness. A newfound sense of grounded strength began to rise from his feet, swiftly filling his limbs with vitality. The first cornerstone had been firmly laid. Yet, this joy was fleeting, soon overshadowed by a more pressing and tangible concern: how to safely claim this substantial sum of money. At merely 16 years of age, he was legally considered to have limited civil capacity. The redemption of such a large lottery prize necessitated the involvement of a guardian, his father, Chen Mo. The plan had been meticulously rehearsed in his mind countless times. He decided to present only one of the 3 winning tickets to his father. This particular ticket represented over 100,000 yuan after tax, and would serve as the initial capital to profoundly improve their family's circumstances. The remaining 2 tickets were the seeds of his future ambitions, which he must keep firmly in his own grasp. He needed his father's assistance as a guardian to claim the prize, but he could never let him know the entire truth. When the school bell rang, Chen Mo did not head home immediately. Instead, he rode his bicycle back to the vicinity of the lottery station, remaining at a distance, quietly waiting in the shadows of the street corner. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, the shopkeeper's wife emerged, yawning and holding the freshly printed lottery announcement, beginning to transcribe it onto the small blackboard. When the familiar winning numbers, red balls, 06, 14, 18, 25, 27, 31, blue ball, 05, and the conspicuous notation of 17-second prizes appeared on the board, Chen Mo felt a profound sense of reassurance wash over him. No longer lingering, he turned his bicycle around, merging into the evening rush-hour traffic. Upon returning home, he found his mother, Li Xiaolan, bustling in the narrow kitchen, the clattering of pots and pans mingling with the enticing aroma of cooking. His father, Chen Mo, had not yet returned. As usual, Chen Mo retreated to his small room, shutting the door behind him without turning on the light. In the dim glow, he sat down and retrieved an old exercise book from the innermost layer of his backpack. As he turned the pages of the book, 6 lottery tickets lay quietly, and he carefully extracted 3 of them, the tickets inscribed with the pivotal numbers 6141, 825, 27315. The delicate paper trembled slightly at his fingertips. He retrieved a pristine, unmarked brown paper envelope and meticulously placed one of the tickets inside before sealing it shut. This ticket served as the key to his father. The other 2 were returned to the depths of his practice book, alongside the book itself. Only then did he turn on the light, take out his homework, as if nothing had transpired. Yet the fingers gripping the pen felt more steady and weighted than usual. Around 7 in the evening, Chen Mo returned home, his weary body burdened by a day of driving practice, his legs trembling from fatigue. During dinner, his mother, Li Xiaolan, lamented the rising prices of groceries, hinting that the landlord might increase the rent. Chen Mo simply focused on his meal, occasionally grunting in response, while Chen Mo quietly absorbed his parents' worries. A portion of this money must be extracted, and it must be his father who retrieves it. This was the beginning of change. After dinner, Li Xiaolan cleared the dishes and retreated to the kitchen, while Chen Mo habitually settled into the creaky old wicker chair. He casually picked up an expired newspaper, though his gaze lacked focus, clearly preoccupied with other thoughts. The room was filled only with the sounds of water from the kitchen and the occasional rustle of the newspaper. The moment had arrived. Chen Mo approached his father, choosing not to sit but to stand before him, slightly bowing his head, his hands nervously clasped behind his back, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his shirt. He steadied his breath, striving to imbue his voice with the youthful excitement and a hint of imperceptible apprehension. "Dad," he called softly, his voice resonating distinctly in the quiet room. Chen Mo lifted his gaze, his murky eyes questioning his son, unaccustomed to his serious demeanor. I have something to discuss with you." Chen Mo's voice quivered slightly, perfectly conveying a blend of exhilaration and unease. He raised his head to meet his father's eyes, deliberately igniting a spark of conviction and determination within his own. "What is it?" Chen Mo set down the newspaper, his brow furrowing slightly, tinged with a subtle wariness. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning courage, Chen Mo confessed at a slightly hurried pace. I used my saved pocket money to buy lottery tickets, XX style." "What?" Chen Mo's brow instantly furrowed, his tone darkening with evident displeasure and a tinge of disappointment. "Buying lottery tickets? Aren't you supposed to focus on your studies instead of indulging in such folly?" His immediate reaction was one of concern that his son had strayed, squandering money on unrealistic fantasies. "It's not folly." Chen Mo's voice rose slightly, infused with the stubbornness of youth and a desperate need to assert his innocence. He stepped forward, a flush of excitement coloring his cheeks. "Dad, I bought the same set of numbers for several draws. It's the combination of your birthday, amass, and mine. I feel this set of numbers has a special connection to me, and I truly believe it will win." He mimicked the fervent tone of avid lottery enthusiasts, nearly obsessively. "Nonsense." Chen Mo uttered a low reprimand, his expression somewhat grim. "What nonsense about fate? At your age, what do you understand? How much did you spend?" "Not much, just a little saved up each time." Chen Mo's voice softened, tinged with a hint of grievance, but he quickly lifted his head with renewed fervor, a glimmer of madness igniting in his eyes. "But Dad, please listen to me. Today, it truly won." "Won?" Chen Mo paused, his anger momentarily frozen in disbelief, soon replaced by deeper skepticism and absurdity. "What did it win? 5 yuan? 10 yuan? His tone dripped with incredulity. "No, it's not a small prize." Chen Mo fervently shook his head, his voice tinged with an excitement he struggled to suppress, as he produced a pristine envelope made of cowhide paper from behind his back, clutching it tightly as if it were a rare treasure. "It's the second prize. Dad, the second prize. The reward is over 100,000. When he announced that figure, his voice quivered with an almost theatrical incredulity. "How much?" Chen Mo suddenly sprang from his rattan chair, his hasty movement causing the chair to emit a piercing creak. His eyes widened, fixated on the envelope in his son's hand, then darting back to his son's face, as if seeing this familiar boy for the first time. The color drained from his face, only to be replaced by an unnatural flush. His lips trembled. "Over 100,000? Chen Mo, have you done something you shouldn't have? Or have you been deceived?" The staggering amount struck him like a heavy blow, leaving him dizzy. His initial reaction was not elation, but an overwhelming sense of fear and doubt. Could this be a pie from the sky? What fell could very well be a heavy stone. "I haven't." Chen Mo's voice quavered with a hint of tears, his eyes instantly reddening, half from performance, half from the emotional turmoil stirred by his father's reaction. "Dad, trust me. I have always played this set of numbers. The results were announced today. I saw it in the evening paper. The announcement is posted in the newsstand. The numbers match. Red balls, 0, 6, 14, 18, 25, 27, 31. Blue ball, 0, 5. 17 second prizes, each worth 128,000. This ticket is one of them." He blurted out the winning numbers and crucial details in a frantic attempt to bolster his credibility. Chen Mo stood frozen as if paralyzed, the specific numbers his son recited, along with the mention of the evening paper and the tally, felt too concrete to be a mere impulsive fabrication. His murky eyes churned with waves of shock, doubt, an overwhelming sense of unreality, and a flicker of a hope ignited by that staggering sum, a flicker he dared not acknowledge. "Where's the lottery ticket?" His voice was hoarse and dry, as if scraped raw. Chen Mo hurriedly extended the envelope, handling it with utmost care. Chen Mo's fingers trembled as he accepted the envelope, tearing it open with urgency. A small thermal paper lottery ticket slipped into his palm. He held the ticket up to the light, squinting his weary eyes to decipher the tiny printed text. Issue number 2000 XXX, numbers 0614 1825 2730 105. Below, a sequence number and a barcode were printed. Chen Mo's hands trembled more violently than ever. Although he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the lottery, he could still recognize basic numbers and dates. This flimsy piece of paper felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, nearly suffocating him. Over 100,000, an astronomical figure as described by his son, was inscribed upon this small slip of paper. Could it truly be exchanged for such a sum? He lifted his gaze to his son, his eyes brimming with confusion and profound insecurity. The overwhelming shock rendered him completely disoriented, like a small boat lost amidst tumultuous waves. Yes, it certainly can, Chen Mo asserted, nodding vigorously, his tone resolute, infused with the youthful conviction that only a teenager could possess. He stepped forward, grasping his father's icy wrist, which trembled with anxiety, his eyes earnest and desperate. "Dad, you must take me to claim it. The lottery center stipulates that a minor must be accompanied by a guardian with identification. I cannot go alone. Please, Dad, just tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. We can go first thing in the morning. Is that all right?" Chen Mo's gaze was filled with urgency and pleading. Chen Mo, observing the almost fiery anticipation in his son's eyes, glanced down at the seemingly enchanted slip of paper in his hand. The figure of over 100,000 expanded and morphed in his impoverished imagination. What could it accomplish? Could it settle the debts that had burdened their family for years? Could it free his wife from the constant worry over a few cents for groceries? Could it perhaps procure a home of their own, one where they would no longer have to fear eviction by a landlord? This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Home. A stable, personal refuge. This was the heaviest mountain pressing upon his heart, the source of countless nightmares that had awakened him in the dead of night. Chen Mo's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. He looked at his son, whose face was flushed with urgency, and saw the stubborn faith reflected in his eyes, reminiscent of his own younger self, who would not turn back until he had struck the wall. Ultimately, a blend of instinctual trust in his son, an intense yearning for a change in their fate, and a hint of reckless abandon overwhelmed all his doubts. He swallowed hard, producing a dry syllable. All right. Chapter 24. Confirmation of the wind. That dry utterance of all right fell like a heavy stone into still waters, creating silent ripples in the cramped living room of the Chen family, only to be swallowed by a deeper silence. Chen Weigua clutched the thin lottery ticket, his knuckles pale from the excessive grip, as though it were not merely a slip of paper but a searing branding iron. He was reluctant to release it, yet it burned with a disquieting urgency. He chose not to speak further, merely casting a profound gaze at his son. His expression a complex palette of emotions, tinged with residual anger, thick with unshakable doubt, ignited by the flicker of hope stirred by the prospect of over 100,000, and a hint of confusion that he himself had not yet realized, that of a father. Silently, he tucked the ticket into the pocket of his shirt, pressing it firmly through the rough fabric of his work attire, as if to embed this sudden, burning hope deep within his heart. Having completed this act, he felt utterly drained, collapsing back into the creaking old wicker chair, picking up a long-expired newspaper, yet failing to turn a single page, his gaze unfocused, unaware of where it had settled. Chen Mo observed his father's despondent demeanor, and his heart felt as though it were being pricked by countless tiny needles. He spoke softly. "Dad, there's a live lottery draw tonight, both on the radio and television. Shall we wait and watch?" This was a crucial part of his plan. He needed his father to witness the numbers being drawn one by one, to finally dispel his deeply embedded skepticism and solidify the reality of this unexpected windfall. Chen Weigua's body subtly stiffened for a moment, and after several seconds, he managed to produce a hoarse hum from deep within his throat. At 7:50, Chen Weigua suddenly rose from his seat, moving somewhat awkwardly toward the old television set, where he pressed the power button. The screen was initially enveloped in darkness, with a faint light flickering at the center, which then abruptly flashed, accompanied by a high-pitched static sound. The blurry, flickering image gradually stabilized, and he switched to the lottery channel, where advertisements were currently being aired. Chen Mo's heartbeat began to race uncontrollably, a primal tension coursing through him. He was aware of the outcome, yet the ritualistic nature of the experience and the uncertainty of his father's reaction made his palms sweat lightly. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, striving to maintain an outward calm. Conversely, Chen Mo appeared increasingly restless. He stood before the television, refusing to sit, his hands unconsciously rubbing the seams of his trousers, his eyes glued to the screen as if trying to penetrate the flickering glow and glimpse the dice of fate. The presence of the lottery ticket in his pocket felt more tangible than ever, like a branding iron searing through the fabric and onto his skin. At last, the scene transitioned, and a familiar, somewhat cliched theme song filled the air. A colossal, spinning, colorful sphere dominated the screen, with the words XX Fortune Lucky Draw flashing in ornate script upon it, accompanied by the raucous beat of drums and the blurred cheers of an audience. It had begun. Chen Mo felt as though his heart were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, only to then pound wildly against his chest, producing a dull echo. He instinctively held his breath, and beside him, Li Xiaolan sensed the intense tension in the atmosphere, feeling somewhat bewildered. The host appeared on screen with a professionally enthusiastic smile, swiftly detailing the results of the previous draw and the current prize pool amount. In that moment, these preliminary details were mere meaningless noise to Chen Mo and Chen Mo. Their entire focus was on the two enormous transparent lottery machines behind the host, one containing a red ball marked with the number 0133, and the other a blue ball marked with 0116. All right, the exhilarating moment is about to arrive. First, let us draw the first red ball number. The hostess' voice soared above the static. The red lottery machine roared to life. The internal fan began to whirl chaotically, and dozens of red balls leapt, spun, and collided within the transparent acrylic dome, resembling a boiling sea of crimson. Under the glaring lights, the numbers on each ball became indistinct, reduced to chaotic afterimages. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and Chen Mo could even hear the thunderous rush of his own blood, as well as the increasingly labored and frantic breaths of his father. Chen Mo stepped forward, his body nearly pressed against the television screen, his eyes wide with astonishment. The first red ball was forcefully propelled out of the channel. It tumbled and leaped within the transparent track before finally settling steadily into the display slot. The host elongated the announcement of the first red ball's number, creating suspense. 05. 05. Chen Mo silently shouted within his heart, his pulse quickening. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting glance at his father, who was jolted as if struck by an electric current, abruptly turning to look at Chen Mo, his gaze filled with incredulity and shock. Instinctively, he reached for the lottery ticket in his shirt pocket, his fingers trembling violently. Buzz. The second red ball machine activated. The small balls danced wildly once more. The second red ball's number, 14. 14. Chen Mo felt his palms grow clammy, fixating on the screen, forcing himself not to glance at his father's reaction. Yet he could distinctly feel the heavy breaths of his father come to a sudden halt. Chen Mo was oblivious to his son now. All his willpower was concentrated on the screen, his body taut as stone. The third red ball, 18. The fourth red ball, 25. As these two numbers were announced without suspense, Chen Mo's tensed form began to tremble uncontrollably, a faint, almost beast-like whimper escaping his throat. The fifth red ball, 27. The sixth red ball, 31. When the final red ball number 31 was articulated clearly by the host, Chen Mo felt as if all the bones had been extracted from his body. His legs weakened, and his towering form swayed, almost collapsing to the ground. He clutched the television cabinet desperately to stabilize himself, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Chen Mo, his eyes swirling with tumultuous waves, a complex torrent of extreme shock, immense joy, and deeper fears. 6 red balls. All correct. Each of the 6 red balls on his son's ticket, without exception. However, this ecstasy lasted less than a second, as Chen Mo suddenly recalled something. His gaze instantly seized by overwhelming panic. The blue ball. That damn blue ball. The second prize required 6 red balls plus the blue ball to be incorrect. What would it mean if the blue ball was drawn? It would imply that his son's ticket likely won the second prize. Over 100,000. The thought struck him like a lightning bolt. He nearly exhausted all his strength to force out a few broken syllables from his throat. The blue ball. What is the blue ball? At that moment, the blue ball machine had already started. The blue ball, numbered 0116, spun rapidly within the transparent chamber, colliding amid a dazzling white light, surrounded by a blur of blue radiance. Chen Mo's heart raced, a sensation akin to a lump in his throat. He was aware that the blue ball was 0-5, securing the second prize. Yet witnessing his father's near collapse, he compelled himself to steady his voice, fixating intently on the screen. "Dad, don't rush, it's coming." The first blue ball was blown out, leaping and rolling along its path before finally coming to a halt. The host's voice rang out with an almost judicial authority, 0-5. 0-5. Chen Mo's mind buzzed, plunging into an abyss of silence. All sounds, the host's voice, the hum of the television, even the rhythm of his own heartbeat, vanished in that moment. He stood frozen, like a statue, his gaze locked onto the still blue ball marked 0-5. Had they won? The second prize. Suddenly struck by the concrete joy of realization, he felt the world spin. Darkness encroaching at the edges of his vision. His legs could no longer bear the weight of his body. His knees buckled, and he fell backward, rigid. "Dad!" Both Chen Mo and Li Xiaolan exclaimed in unison. Reacting swiftly, Chen Mo dashed forward, using all his strength to support his father's heavy form before he completely collapsed. Li Xiaolan rushed to his side, fear etched across her pale face as she grasped his other arm. Weigua, what's the matter?" Her voice trembled, laced with panic. Chen Weigua's eyes were tightly shut, his lips quivered, and despite Chen Mo's support, his body shook violently, nearly succumbing to a brief state of shock from the overwhelming emotional impact. "Mom, don't panic. Dad is just too excited." Chen Mo's voice was remarkably steady, infused with a commanding strength that quelled his mother's alarm. As he held his father up, he quickly explained, "Dad, listen to me. We won the second prize." "The second prize?" He nearly shouted. "The second prize requires all 6 red balls, and the blue ball is also a winner. We won the second prize." "Dad, wake up. It's the second prize. Over 100,000. His voice struck like thunder, piercing through Chen Weigua's haze of confusion. His tightly closed eyelids twitched before reluctantly opening a crack, as if awakening from a nightmare. "The second prize?" His parched lips moved, the sound barely a whisper. "Yes, the second prize. Look, Dad. The announcement. The announcement." Chen Mo urgently half-dragged, half-supported his father to the wicker chair, swiftly seizing the remote to increase the television volume. On the screen, the host hurriedly announced the results. No one won the first prize this period. A total of 17 second prizes were awarded, each with a bonus of 128,500 yuan. The clarity of the announcement washed over Chen Weigua's almost parched heart like a nourishing rain, his unfocused gaze gradually sharpening as he fixated on the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen, confirming each word. 17 second prizes, 128,500 yuan. In an instant, a euphoric yet terrifying relief surged through him. It was not millions, but rather tens of thousands. Although still a substantial sum, it was no longer the astronomical figure that could crush him under its weight, bringing impending disaster. "Second prize," Chen Weigua murmured to himself, as if he were confirming the return of a long-lost treasure. Trembling, he retrieved the slightly damp lottery ticket from his pocket once more. This time, he held it not as one would a searing iron, but as if cradling a fragile, priceless artifact. His shaking hands raised the ticket to his eyes, where his murky gaze fixated on the numbers 06, 14, 18, 25, 27, 31, 05. Then, he turned his attention to the television screen, fixated on the drawn red ball numbers 061418252731 and the blue ball number 06. One by one, he painstakingly verified the numbers in his mind with every ounce of strength he could muster. Red ball, 06, correct. 14, correct. 18, correct. 25, correct. 27, correct. 31, correct. Blue ball, 05, a win. Second prize, all matched. It is indeed the second prize. Chen Weigua repeated, his voice gradually shifting from trembling to clarity, infused with a profound sense of relief and a weighty, grounding realization. He lifted his gaze to his son, Chen Mo, and the fear and doubt in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an intricate, indescribable brilliance, relief, a lingering trepidation, disbelief in his son's unwavering faith, and above all, an ecstatic joy akin to being struck by a serendipitous windfall. The flush of excitement painted his face, momentarily illuminating the deep creases that had long borne the weight of life's burdens. "Dad, see? I wasn't lying." Chen Mo interjected at the opportune moment, revealing a relieved smile tinged with youthful pride, artfully concealing the calmness that belonged to a soul from a previous life. Chen Weigua nodded vigorously, his lips quivering as he attempted to articulate his thoughts, but found himself unable to utter a single word, instead clutching the ticket tightly, as if it were the very foundation of his future. He glanced at his wife, Li Xiaolan, who remained engulfed in shock and confusion, unable to comprehend the monumental transformation that had transpired within those heart-stopping minutes. Xiaolan, Chen Weigua's voice, still hoarse, now carried an unprecedented, nearly choked excitement. We won. We won over 100,000. It's the numbers that Mo has always played. Li Xiaolan stood utterly bewildered, her gaze shifting from the unassuming piece of paper in her husband's hand to the ecstatic, incoherent man before her, then to her son's jubilant expression. The overwhelming magnitude of information left her mind blank, murmuring, "One? Over 100,000?" In the small living room, a tremendous joy surged like a flood breaching its dam, enveloping everyone. Chen Weigua clutched the ticket tightly, repeatedly confirming the numbers, his face finally breaking into a complex expression of tears and smiles, an almost distorted visage born from a prolonged burden of life, suddenly liberated from a 1,000-pound weight, reveling in the radiant light piercing through the heavy clouds. Chen Mo observed the bewildered expressions of his parents, particularly his father, who clutched the lottery ticket tightly, as if it were a lifeline. A massive weight lifted from his heart, yet deeper ripples of complexity stirred within. He quietly stepped back, granting space to his parents, who were enveloped in a blend of immense joy and disbelief. Outside, the night was profound, with the city's lights flickering in the distance. He approached the doorway of his small room, his gaze sweeping over the study desk, where 2 other slips of paper lay silently, each bearing the essence of fate. One lottery ticket had the potential to transform the foundation of their family, while the other 2 represented his aspirations for a new beginning. The gears of destiny began to turn more swiftly, and at the age of 16, Chen Mo stood at the crossroads of the old and the new world, his gaze serene, quietly unveiling the prologue to his next journey. Chapter 25. The Thrilling Claim, Part 1. As dawn broke, a shroud of gray chill enveloped the city. Yet, Chen Weigua had already risen, standing anxiously beside the table, having scarcely slept through the night. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was taut with a blend of excitement and anxiety. He had donned his finest dark blue polyester outfit, albeit faded at the cuffs and collar, yet still neatly pressed. A dark gray cap sat low on his head, casting a shadow over half his face. As his wife, Li Xiaolan, emerged, he paced restlessly in the narrow living room, his steps light yet hurried, betraying his agitation, while his eyes darted warily towards the tightly shut doors and windows. Li Xiaolan, too, had risen early, her sleep troubled, evident in the dark circles under her eyes. She placed a steaming bowl of rice porridge and a dish of pickled vegetables in front of her husband, urging, "Jiangwo, Mo, you must eat something. It's not good to start the day on an empty stomach." Her voice was subdued, trembling imperceptibly. Chen Weigua hastily took a couple of bites of the porridge, finding it tasteless, before setting the bowl down and looking at Chen Mo. He instinctively touched his chest, feeling the hard object wrapped in oil paper. Nestled deep within his shirt pocket, the lottery ticket, the embodiment of his hopes for the future, now burning like a branding iron against his heart. "Mo, are you ready?" he urged hoarsely, his eyes brimming with urgency and unease. "Yes, Dad," Chen Mo replied as he emerged from his small room, dressed in the most unremarkable old clothes. Donning a dark baseball cap that obscured most of his brow and eyes, he slung a somewhat worn canvas backpack over his shoulder, containing only his ID, a bit of change, and the 2 winning lottery tickets. "Let us go?" Chen Weigua inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself for a significant decision, then abruptly swung open the door and stepped outside. Chen Mo followed closely behind, gently closing the door to minimize any noise. The early morning streets were sparsely populated, with only a few elderly individuals out for their morning exercises and workers hurrying to their shifts. The cold wind sliced against their faces like a knife. As Chen Weigua walked, his body was taut like a string that might snap at any moment. His footsteps were light, yet carried an air of deliberate stiffness. His head was slightly bowed, the brim of his hat lowered further, while his gaze flickered like a searchlight, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Any fleeting shadow of a passerby would cause him to tense up instantly, his fists clenching tighter in his pockets. And he would involuntarily shift his body, as if to shield Chen Mo behind him, or perhaps to conceal the side of him that clutched the lottery ticket. Chen Mo trailed half a step behind his father, acutely aware of the palpable tension radiating from him. The father's overly vigilant demeanor seemed conspicuous and jarring on the open street. He hastily whispered, "Dad, try to relax. Just act as if you are accompanying me for a hospital follow-up." He fabricated an excuse on the spot. Chen Weiguo acknowledged with a grunt, yet his body remained rigid. He endeavored to straighten his back, but his pace quickened, almost resembling a competitive walk, as if invisible pursuers were at his heels. Upon reaching the bus stop, there were few people waiting, yet Chen Weiguo pulled Chen Mo to the far edge of the sign's shadow, deliberately maintaining distance from others. When a bus arrived, he nearly propelled Chen Mo onto it, quickly occupying 2 vacant seats in the corner of the last row. Once seated, he maintained an upright posture, his hands firmly pressing against his thighs, his eyes beneath the brim scanning each passenger in the compartment, particularly scrutinizing those in uniforms or appearing idle. With every abrupt stop or jolt of the bus, his body would tense sharply, instinctively clutching his chest. Observing his father's paranoid demeanor, Chen Mo sighed inwardly. In a previous life, he had managed financial flows several times greater than this, yet he had never experienced the profound trepidation of a common individual facing a windfall. He could only strive to appear calm, directing his gaze toward the swiftly passing cityscape outside the window. The bus swayed and jostled through the awakening city before halting at a stop near the city center. Chen Weiguo almost dragged Chen Mo off the bus, assessing the direction before embarking on another round of stealthy navigation. He led his son through back streets with fewer people, winding and twisting their way. Despite the lottery center being adjacent to the main thoroughfare, they made a significant detour, finally emerging from a secluded alley to behold the gray building bearing the sign of the XX Provincial Welfare Lottery Distribution Management Center. At the entrance stood a security guard, and the flow of vehicles and pedestrians was sparse. Chen Weiguo halted beneath a bare sycamore tree across the street, gazing intently at the building. After a moment, he swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, stark against the morning chill. "Dad, this is the place," Chen Mo murmured, pointing at the clearly marked redemption area on the sign. "Don't be nervous, just follow the procedure." Chen Weiguo took several deep breaths of the frigid air, seemingly attempting to muster courage, yet his voice remained taut. "Let us go." It was as if he were heading into battle, pressing down the brim of his hat once more and taking heavy steps forward. Upon entering the first-floor hall of the lottery center, warmth enveloped me, mingling with the sense of disinfectant and paper. The hall was spacious and well-lit, with a floor polished to a mirror-like sheen. The prize claim area was situated at the far end, separated by glass partitions, where a few individuals stood in sparse lines, far less bustling than a bank. The staff, clad in uniform attire, sat behind the windows, their expressions calm, even somewhat languid, as a sense of bureaucratic indifference and mild fatigue hung in the air. "Good day. I am here to claim a prize." Chen Mo approached an unoccupied window, striving to ensure his voice sounded composed and natural. Beside him stood Chen Weiguo, like a silent sentinel, his demeanor unwavering. Seated behind the window was a woman in her 30s, adorned with black-rimmed glasses. She lifted her gaze, briefly scanning the overly deliberate, understated attire of both Chen Weiguo and Chen Mo, her face betraying no emotion, as if such encounters were commonplace. She slid a registration form toward them, her tone monotonous and professional. "Please fill out this form, along with your identification and the original lottery ticket." As if receiving a royal decree, Chen Weiguo hastily retrieved an oil paper package from his inner pocket, unwrapping layer after layer with the caution of disarming a bomb. At last, the lightweight ticket emerged, which he gingerly slipped beneath the window along with his identification. The staff accepted the ticket and identification, first examining the ticket closely against the light, then employing an ultraviolet lamp equipped with a magnifying lens to scrutinize specific areas of the ticket, typically near the barcode or designated security marks, to confirm the anti-counterfeiting watermark and fluorescent indicators. Her movements were deft and swift, her expression unchanged. Next, she positioned the ticket so that the barcode aligned with the scanner connected to the computer beneath the window. A crisp beep echoed through the hall as the staff's gaze shifted to the computer screen, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. Chen Weiguo's heart leapt into his throat. He held his breath, leaning forward, his eyes fixated on the staff's face, desperately trying to glean any hint of information, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. The staff's gaze lingered on the screen for a few seconds before returning to Chen Mo. Her tone still flat and devoid of inflection. Mr. Chen Mo? This is your son Chen Mo's ticket? Yes. Yes. Chen Mo nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. I am his father. His guardian. Very well. The staff nodded, her attention returning to the screen. For the 2000 XXX issue of XX Funkai, you have won the second prize, totaling 128,500 yuan. According to regulations, a 20 income tax will be withheld, resulting in a net prize of 102,800 yuan. If all is correct, please sign here. As she spoke, she pushed forward several printed documents, indicating where he was to sign. Chen Mo gazed at the clearly printed amount on the documents. In words, in figures, 102,800. His mind buzzing as a wave of dizziness washed over him. It was real. The prospect of acquiring such a substantial sum of money flooded him with overwhelming ecstasy. Trembling, he grasped the pen handed to him through the window, leaned forward, and inscribed his name, Chen Mo, in a shaky and hasty manner. His strokes, pressed with fervor, punctured the paper. After signing one document, he proceeded to the next, including the tax confirmation and the bonus receipt. Once completed, the staff retrieved the signed documents and produced a pale, yellow bank cash check. With deft precision, they filled in the amount, the payee, Chen Mo, the date of issuance, and affixed both the financial seal of the lottery center and a reserved bank stamp. The check, alongside the tax receipt and identification card, was pushed back through the window, a cash check, payable upon presentation. Clutching the thin yet weighty check as if it were a treasure, Chen Mo scrutinized every letter and number inscribed upon it, as if engraving them into the depths of his soul. Thank you. Thank you. He stammered in excitement, expressing his gratitude to the window staff repeatedly. The staff merely nodded, their gaze already shifting to the next awaiting lottery player. Next. Their tone bore no hint of excitement. To them, a second prize was but a ripple in the stream of transactions they handled. Chen Mo held tightly to the check and his identification card, as if fearing they might vanish, pressing them against his racing heart. Turning to Chen Mo, his voice still quivering yet imbued with an indescribable relief, he exclaimed, Mo, we did it. We really did it. Yes, Dad, we did, Chen Mo affirmed, a smile of excitement illuminating his face as he steadied his father's trembling arm. You should sit down for a moment and catch your breath. He gestured towards the rows of plastic chairs designated for resting. All right, Chen Mo complied, guided by his son to a chair, yet still clutching the check tightly, sitting upright as his vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. However, the tension in his body visibly eased. Observing his father seated, Chen Mo's eyes flicked to the check in his father's grasp before darting towards the redemption window. Dad, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper, tinged with a hint of embarrassment and urgency. I drank too much water this morning and need to use the restroom. Please wait for me. I'll be back shortly. At that moment, Chen Mo's focus remained fixated on the check, the recent emotional upheaval rendering him oblivious to his son's minor request, which he accepted as a matter of course, nodding absent-mindedly. Oh, hurry back. Yes, very soon. Chen Mo replied, turning away and walking steadily towards the restroom indicated on the signs at the other end of the hall. Once he rounded the corner and confirmed that his father's gaze was obscured by the wall, he did not hesitate, swiftly and naturally veering towards a nearby window at the redemption area that was temporarily unoccupied, distinct from the one his father had just visited. He approached the window and retrieved two identical lottery tickets from his canvas backpack. The ticket issue number was 2000 XXX, and the numbers were 06141825273105. Claiming his prize, he slid both tickets through the lower part of the window while also presenting his identification card. Behind the counter was a weary-looking man in his 40s. He glanced at Chen Mo's understated student attire before examining the two tickets. Claiming two second prize tickets simultaneously was a rare occurrence, though not entirely unheard of. Following the same routine as his previous female colleague, he conducted a visual inspection, employed a UV light for anti-counterfeiting verification, and scanned the barcodes with a scanner. The crisp sound of the scanner filled the air as the staff member's gaze shifted to the computer screen, fingers dancing across the keyboard. Chen Mo's heartbeat remained steady, his breathing calm as he waited quietly. He understood that the lottery center's system recognized only the authenticity and validity of the tickets, without recording the claimant's physical attributes or questioning why a young man could win two second prizes. As long as the tickets were genuine and his identity matched, the process would proceed smoothly. The staff member, still expressionless, stated in a routine manner, "Chen Mo, both tickets are from issue number 2000 XXX, second prize, with a single ticket prize of 128,500 yuan, totaling 205,600 yuan after tax. Please confirm and sign." He pushed a new document forward. Chen Mo picked up a pen and signed his name, Chen Mo, in a smooth and tidy manner. His handwriting was clear and steady, a stark contrast to his father's earlier trembling signature. The staff member collected the document and issued 2 cash checks, or a combined check, depending on customary practice. Filling in the amounts and the payee, Chen Mo, then affixed the official seal and signature, along with the tax payment receipt and identification card. He pushed out the cash checks and certificates. "Cash checks, XX Bank for redemption. Please keep them safe. Thank you." Chen Mo's voice remained calm and deep as he accepted the 2 checks and the receipt without glancing at them. Swiftly and carefully folding them and placing them into the inner pocket of his clothing along with his identification. After completing this, he turned and walked towards the restroom. At the restroom door, he paused for a few seconds, splashed cold water on his face, adjusted his cap and collar, and then leisurely made his way back to the waiting area. Upon seeing his father, Chen Weihua, still seated upright with his hands tightly clutching the spot on his chest where the first check was hidden, he visibly relaxed, the tension in his eyes dissipating further. "You're back? Everything all right?" "All good, Dad," Chen Mo replied with a relaxed smile as he sat beside his father. "Are you feeling better? Shall we head to the bank?" "Yes, let's go right away." Chen Weihua seemed suddenly reminded, standing up abruptly. They needed to exchange the checks for tangible money and deposit it in the bank to truly feel at ease. Chapter 26. The Thrill of Claiming the Prize, Part 2. That thin, lightweight check in his father's hand felt as heavy as a mountain, instinctively prompting him to press down with his other rough hand, gripping it tightly. "Uncle, hold it steady." The staff member nearby observed my father's anxious demeanor and kindly offered a reminder, his voice slightly muffled yet tinged with amusement, evidently accustomed to such reactions. My father emitted a deep, rumbling sound from his throat, as if he had swallowed something heavy. His lips quivered, but not a single word escaped his mouth. He merely nodded absently, his gaze fixated on the edge of the check peeking through his fingers, the cold digits upon it sending tremors through his heart. He straightened his back, clutching the old cloth bag that contained all our identification documents, now burdened with this check, like a startled beast protecting its young, warily scanning the surroundings. "Dad," I gently nudged his elbow, feeling his muscles stiff as stone. "Let us go to the bank." "Huh? Oh, let us go? We should hurry." He seemed to awaken from a dream, inhaling sharply, his body rigidly turning in a different direction, yet his feet remained anchored in place. He lowered his head to confirm once more that the check was still there, and upon assurance, he tightened his grip on the old bag. Only then did he take a step forward, heading outside, while I trailed closely behind, instinctively protecting my own bag that held the lottery tickets, even hesitant to look back. Sensing countless eyes burning into us from behind, greedily fixated on the bag pressed against my father's chest. This brief journey felt fraught with trepidation, each heartbeat resounding heavily against my eardrums. After what felt like an eternity, we finally spotted the bank by the roadside, its gleaming glass revolving door appearing to my father as a monstrous maw ready to consume us. He stood outside, gazing up at the imposing entrance, his Adam's apple bobbing several times, his eyes a mixture of reverence and an indefinable retreat. The afternoon sun blazed down, reflecting off the glass with blinding intensity, adding to the surreal atmosphere. "Shall we go in?" He turned to me, his voice dry and hoarse, tinged with apprehension, as if seeking a morsel of courage. "Indeed. Let us step inside. Once we deposit the money into the bank card or passbook, we will feel more secure." I nodded emphatically, striving to keep my voice steady. My father took a deep, prolonged breath, as if drawing in every ounce of strength within him. Suddenly, he lowered his head and plunged into the revolving door, and I followed closely behind. The door turned silently, shielding us from the cacophony and glaring sunlight outside, leading us into a space of controlled coolness, soft lighting, and the distinct aroma of currency mingled with freshly printed ink. Yet, this tranquility and order did not immediately instill a sense of safety. My father remained tense. Like a taut string, leaning slightly forward, his steps quick and fragmented, heading straight for the nearest vacant counter. He nearly lunged onto the high stool, slamming the cloth bag down onto the cold metal counter with a resounding thud, startling an elderly lady at the adjacent table who was filling out a form, causing her to look up at us in surprise. Yet, the father remained utterly oblivious to the tension that enveloped him. His hands trembled as he anxiously unzipped the fabric bag, struggling against the obstinate metal zipper which seemed to resist his efforts, snagging several times before finally yielding, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. With the reverence of one handling a rare treasure, he cautiously extracted the slightly damp check, offering it through the thick bulletproof glass to the young female teller clad in uniform and sporting delicate framed glasses. "Hello, I would like to make a deposit." His voice was taut with apprehension. "Certainly, sir, please hold on," the teller replied in a soothing and professional tone, taking the check into her hands. Her gaze lingered on the lengthy sequence of numbers for a moment before she looked up, her face adorned with the quintessential smile of her profession. "Could you please present your identification and bank card?" Card. The father suddenly realized, fumbling in a frantic search within the fabric bag. He produced the household registration booklet, an old passbook, and several crumpled coins, which clattered onto the counter. Ignoring the chaos, he continued his search until he finally grasped the worn savings card. Its corners faded and imprinted with the logo of the local rural credit union, and almost forcefully shoved it forward. The ensuing process felt like an interminable ordeal to him. As he entered his password, his thick, calloused index finger hovered above the diminutive green keypad, trembling slightly. When he pressed down, it took considerable effort, as if he were inscribing the very marks of fate rather than simply inputting numbers. Each beep of the keys made his shoulders flinch. The teller operated her computer, the crisp and rhythmic sound of keystrokes punctuating the air, while the father leaned forward, his neck stretched, his eyes fixated on the blurred computer screen behind the glass, as if he could pierce through the barrier and discern the trajectory of his destiny. Unconsciously, his hand clenched into a fist on the counter, fingernails digging deeply into his palm. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The cool air from the air conditioning hissed through the hall, while murmurs from other clients at adjacent counters formed a subdued backdrop. The distant electronic voice of the call number machine coldly repeated digits, all blending into an indistinct symphony. The father's breathing grew shallow and light, each inhalation tentative, as I stood half a step behind him, hands buried in my pockets, tightly clutching the manila envelope. My eyes involuntarily darted towards the teller's hands and the screen, my throat slightly dry, while my heartbeat resounded in my ears, echoing in the stifling silence. At long last, after an extensive series of operations, the teller lifted her head, her expression still composed and trained. She picked up a printed receipt along with the father's identification and that old savings card, sliding them through the small opening beneath the glass. "Sir, your deposit has been processed. The funds have been credited in real time. Here is your receipt. Please keep it safe. Would you like to request any other services?" Her voice remained clear and steady. "Is it done?" "Gone." The voice of my father seemed to drift from a distant realm, enveloped in an air of incredulity and bewilderment. He extended a trembling hand, not first retrieving the receipt but instinctively grasping the small, vital bank card as if it were a lifeline. The card was cold and unyielding, enveloped tightly in his clammy palm. "Very well, sir. Please evaluate my service," the female clerk reiterated, her lips curving into a soothing arc. My father's fingers clutched the card with an unyielding grip. He bowed his head, his gaze fixated on the card's surface. His expression was a complex tapestry of overwhelming joy, so profound it threatened to engulf him, intertwined with an unfathomable fatigue that lingered after the storm had settled, and an immense void and confusion that surged from the depths of his soul, a sudden release from long-standing pressure. He repeatedly traced the embossed numbers and bank emblem on the card with his thumb, again and again, the roughness of his fingertip feeling the delicate texture of the raised patterns. This small piece of plastic represented his entire universe at that moment. The heavy future of his family, a glimmer of hope earned through a lifetime of toil and struggle, the one tangible essence of life he could touch. He lingered in this reverie until the clerk gently reminded him once more to evaluate the service. Finally, he solemnly tucked the card, along with the thin receipt, into the pocket of his shirt, pressing down firmly as if to meld them into his flesh, merging them with his heartbeat. Only then did he follow the prompts and complete the service evaluation for the female clerk. "Let us go." He turned to me, his voice still raspy. Yet the taut string within him seemed to have snapped. He steadied himself against the cold metal counter, attempting to rise, but his body wavered, legs feeling weak as if he had suddenly lost all strength to stand. I quickly stepped forward and grasped his arm, through the thin fabric of his summer shirt. I could feel the muscles in his arm twitching uncontrollably. "Dad, relax. Look, the money has been deposited. Shall I help you over there to sit for a while?" I whispered. "I'm fine, just my legs feel a bit numb." He shook his head, and with my arm providing support, he finally steadied himself. Remembering I had not yet deposited my checks, I said to him, "Dad, the money is safely deposited, so there is no need for concern. Let us rest over there for a bit, then we can head back. Come on, let us sit for a while. We've been tense for quite some time." With that, I led my father to a nearby seat, instructing him to sit while I took a moment to wander. He nodded without protest and settled into contemplation. I hurried to the counter to open an account, then returned with the completed application form and presented it to the female clerk, simultaneously handing over 2 checks to deposit onto the card. After a series of operations that lasted about 10 minutes, the entire process was completed. I received the receipt and bank card, carefully stowed them away, and returned to find my father still seated in a daze. I approached him. "Dad, let us go." He spoke to him gently, and then observed as he took a deep breath, straightening his hunched back to stand upright. Though the act of standing straight appeared exceedingly arduous and awkward, he no longer cast his gaze upon anyone, nor did he glance at the polished floor or the cold counter. Instead, he clutched tightly to the pocket on his chest that contained the essence of his being. His steps, unsteady yet resolutely directed towards the entrance he had previously traversed. The revolving door turned silently once more, and as the last pane of glass slid open, the sounds and light of the outside world surged in like a floodgate burst, overwhelming the senses. Unbeknownst to him, several hours had slipped by. The afternoon sun, still fierce at 3 or 4 o'clock, blazed mercilessly, illuminating everything with a blinding white light that struck his face, rendering his eyes unable to open. The cacophony of traffic, the shouts of vendors, the humming of air conditioning units, and the hurried footsteps of pedestrians, sounds that had been barred from the bank, now enveloped him in a nearly brutal manner. The sudden onslaught of noise and light momentarily staggered his father, who instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes, squinting as he stood bewildered on the bank's high steps. Gazing at the bustling street teeming with vehicles and people, his expression vacant for a considerable time. He lifted his hand, not to wipe sweat, but to press firmly and repeatedly against the left side of his chest, through the thin fabric of his shirt, where the hard, small outline of a card was distinctly felt against his palm. This gesture seemed infused with a kind of magic, gradually pulling him back from the vast disorientation and exhaustion that had engulfed him. He exhaled a long, deep breath, as if seeking to expel the weight of decades of burdens, anxieties, and the terror and tension of the previous hours, releasing it all completely and thoroughly with that breath. As he exhaled, his shoulders, which had been taut like a drawn bowstring, visibly began to slump, embodying a posture of utter relief, infused with the softness of having survived a calamity and an unprecedented sense of relaxation. "Let us return home," he said, lowering his hand that had shielded him from the sun. Though his voice remained somewhat hoarse, the heart-wrenching tension had dissipated, replaced by a profound tranquility born of extreme fatigue. He descended the steps, his steps still somewhat unsteady as he trod on the scorching pavement, feeling as though he were walking on cotton. Yet this time, his back did not hunch further. I followed closely beside him, my hand instinctively slipping into my pocket, my fingertips brushing against the edge of my brand-new bank card. The cold, hard sensation filtered through the fabric, igniting within me a flicker of youthful exhilaration and restlessness that had been suppressed. That immense, surreal sense of happiness surged forth like a tidal wave, fiercely washing over the limbs that had been frozen in tension, causing my blood to rush rapidly, igniting a flush upon my cheeks. The startup capital was finally in hand. Chapter 27, The Light of Hope. Father. I could not restrain myself from calling out to him, my voice quivering with excitement, my footsteps becoming light and buoyant, almost breaking into a jog. "Look, the bonus has been deposited. There is no turning back now." A broad grin stretched across my face, nearly reaching my ears. We must consider how to spend this money wisely. After all, it would be rather dull to amass wealth in silence. My father did not respond immediately. He continued to walk ahead in silence, his gaze somewhat vacant as he observed the legs of passers-by on the sidewalk. His rough hands habitually rubbed against the bank card tucked in his shirt pocket. an action that had transformed from a nervous gesture into one of reassurance, a silent comfort for his heart, which had just weathered a storm. After a considerable time, as we turned into a quieter street lined with tall willow trees, the dense shade enveloped us like a vast umbrella, shielding us from the blazing sun, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground. The cicadas buzzed overhead in a cacophony. It was then that my father spoke slowly, his voice deep and steady, as if discussing an ordinary matter, utterly devoid of the monumental wealth that could alter the fate of our small family. What's the rush? The money is in the card. It won't sprout legs and run away. He paused, his gaze drifting to a small shop by the street, adorned with a clearance sale sign in bold red. First, let us settle the debts for your mother's medical expenses. And don't forget the money borrowed from your second uncle for her surgery 2 years ago, and that little sum from your third aunt for last year's checkup. It's all recorded in your mother's little notebook. Each account is quite clear. He took his time, each word seeming to be weighed with careful consideration. What is owed must be repaid promptly. Neglecting these debts of gratitude is rather ungracious. A gentle pang struck my heart, and the earlier thrill of extravagant spending deflated like a burst balloon. Indeed, my mother's health had been poor, and the serious illness from a few years back had drained our savings, leaving us with considerable debts to relatives. This bonus felt like a timely downpour. Yes, of course. Let us repay the debts first. I nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. Once settled, our family would truly be unburdened. But then what? I could not help but dream aloud. Dad, look at my old computer. It's so sluggish. Let us buy a new one, something with better specs. And when was the last time we went out together? Perhaps we could find a nice spot nearby, just the three of us, to relax for a few days. I'm sure that would delight Mom. My enthusiasm grew with each word. My father listened quietly, his steps echoing softly on the shaded tiles, his face expressionless. Yet his gaze seemed to drift to distant places, particularly when I mentioned going out. His lips barely pressed together in a barely perceptible gesture. With your mother's condition, she cannot endure much upheaval, he replied slowly. A trip would mean poor food and restless nights. Not to mention the expense, it would only bring her discomfort. It's better to stay at home, safe and sound. He lifted his hand, not to touch the card this time, but instinctively reaching for where his rolling papers typically resided in his pocket, realizing he had deliberately left them behind today for this outing. He rubbed his fingers together in mild irritation. However, we cannot remain idle. I feel a sense of urgency. Let us take our time to nurture our health. Now that we have some financial stability, there are many days ahead of us. Father, consider this. You and Mother have toiled throughout your lives, surely. We must be able to. What? Suddenly, my father interrupted me, halting his steps. He turned his head to look at me, and in his eyes, somewhat clouded by the passage of time and the burdens of life, there flickered a remarkable clarity, even a sharpness, characteristic of a man who has borne the weight of family responsibilities for half his life. Son, he said, gazing at me intently, money is fleeting. It comes swiftly but departs even faster. It may appear substantial, yet when scrutinized, it is hardly sufficient to withstand the onslaught of expenses. He raised his hand, pressing firmly upon my shoulder. This money is not meant for your current indulgences. It must be allocated wisely. First, we must settle your mother's medical expenses. That is a debt of conscience we owe. The remainder should be saved diligently, securely. He paused, his gaze drifting beyond me towards the familiar alley leading home, his expression laden with emotions I could not fully comprehend. Responsibility intertwined with concern. When you marry, you'll need a house and a dowry. In this day and age, aren't those considerable sums? His voice deepened, tinged with the wisdom of hard-earned experience. Your mother and I are growing old and cannot labor as we once did. We need a financial cushion. It is better to rely on oneself than to seek help from others in times of trouble. Life cannot be viewed solely through the lens of immediate gratification. One must look ahead, considering potential hardships. To focus only on frivolous expenditures is to squander resources. He emphasized the word squander, his tone heavy with gravity. Following that, he averted his gaze, withdrew his hand, and resumed his forward motion, shielding the pocket containing his cards. I felt as if I had been doused with cold water. Frozen in place, the excitement that had flushed my face rapidly faded, leaving behind a sense of discomfort. My mind replayed the image of my father's eyes, burdened with responsibility and worry, along with the weighty admonition against wastefulness. A breeze from the alley swept past, carrying the acrid scent of smoke from a nearby eatery, which was somewhat stifling. I touched the cool surface of my new bank card nestled in my pocket. The earlier thrill had vanished without a trace, replaced by a heavy, numbing awareness of reality. Silently, I fell into step behind my father, half a pace to his side. As the thick shade of the willow trees cascaded above us, filtering dappled sunlight that danced upon the hot concrete ground. The relentless chirping of cicadas filled the air, monotonous yet enduring. The brief exchange regarding the use of money had stirred ripples of thought, like stones cast into a deep pond, only to sink into the depths of silence. Neither of us spoke again. The only sounds were the crunch of our footsteps on the rough cement and the unsteady rhythm of our heartbeats. Silence enveloped us beneath the trees. The earlier discontent swiftly overshadowed by a more profound, tangible sense of reassurance. The money was indeed securely in the account, no longer a mere ephemeral slip of paper from a lottery center, nor a fleeting illusion poised to vanish at any moment. My fingers, nestled within my pocket, unconsciously caressed the smooth edges of my bank card. The frustration that had been momentarily instigated by my father's careless words, which felt like a blow, was gradually soothed by this tangible sense of possession. Thoughts of computers and travel had not dissipated. Rather, they lay momentarily tucked away in a drawer, awaiting a more opportune moment to be retrieved. A new, more serene excitement burgeoned within me, spreading like a stream thawing in early spring, flowing with hope. Stealing a sidelong glance at my father, I noticed he continued to walk in silence, his posture seemingly straighter than before. His large hand remained instinctively placed over the pocket on his left chest and through the thin fabric. I could discern his fingers gently tracing the contours of the card within, no longer marked by tension or verification, but rather resembling a silent comfort. A lingering resonance after having weathered tumultuous seas and finally reaching shore. On his face, the usual weariness and sorrow appeared to be overshadowed by something deeper, a tranquility born of having shed a heavy burden, a sense of resolution that required no words. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his profile, revealing a steadfast and peaceful silhouette that I had never before noticed. We walked in silence, one in front of the other, traversing this long street shaded by willow trees, turning into a narrower alley flanked by low red brick houses. A few elderly men and women, fanning themselves with palm fronds, sat on small stools in front of their doorways, engaging in casual conversation. As we passed, a familiar elderly woman squinted and called out, "Old Chen, you're back at last? Have you eaten?" Father paused, managing a smile that, while not radiant, was certainly more relaxed than usual, and nodded in her direction. "Yes, just returned, not yet." His voice, though soft, carried an uncommon warmth, his brows seemingly unfurling slightly. "Look at you two, walking with such light steps. Have you struck gold?" Another elder jested, eliciting a chorus of good-natured laughter. Father chuckled a couple of times, not engaging further. But the laughter lacked the weight of his usual demeanor and felt particularly genuine. He waved his hand, signaling that we would proceed, and continued onward toward the dimly lit courtyard that belonged to us. I observed that the hand which had been guarding his chest pocket had, unbeknownst to me, fallen to his side, though he occasionally grazed that spot lightly, perhaps merely to reassure himself of the steadfast security it held. As we drew nearer to home, the rich aroma of cooking intensified, the familiar sense of home entwining with the air, beckoning us with their warm invitation. At last, the familiar, paint-chipped door of home appeared at the end of my line of sight, slightly ajar, with a warm yellow light emanating from the kitchen. The crisp sound of a spatula clattering could be heard from within, accompanied by my mother's characteristic voice, tinged with a hint of complaint yet imbued with an undeniable sense of grounding. "Where have these two been? It's already late, and they still haven't returned home." My father paused at the entrance, hesitating to push the door open. He took a deep breath, as if to draw in the essence of this familiar abode. This time, his chest noticeably expanded, and instead of reaching for the pocket on his chest, he extended his hand directly towards the door. The old wooden door creaked with a familiar, prolonged groan as it opened. In the doorway, illuminated by the kitchen light, my mother emerged, spatula in hand, speckled with grease. Her face bore an expression of impatience mingled with a barely perceptible worry, her brows furrowed in habitual concern as her gaze swept over us. "Why are you so late?" The tone carried a hint of reproach. "It's already past the hour. The dishes have been reheated twice." Her eyes searched, seemingly attempting to penetrate our facade of calm. Standing at the threshold, my father was bathed in the soft evening light, momentarily silent in response to my mother's inquiry. The hand that had just pushed open the door instinctively rose, gently pressing against the pocket of his well-worn shirt, his fingertips lingering momentarily on the small protrusion, as if engaged in a silent ritual of affirmation. Then, he lifted his gaze, his expression unremarkable, neither ecstatic nor boastful, only a profound serenity that had settled after enduring tumultuous storms. He observed my mother's silhouette, outlined by the kitchen light. Within this home they had jointly nurtured for decades, filled with the essence of daily life. The corners of his mouth gradually curved into a subtle, nearly imperceptible smile, reminiscent of thawing spring streams, imbued with a long-lost, almost clumsy warmth. "I didn't go anywhere." He finally spoke, his voice low and slightly hoarse, yet resonating with an extraordinary sense of stability and contentment akin to stones warmed by the evening sun. He paused, his gaze drifting over the small courtyard, past my mother's figure at the kitchen door, finally resting on the dazzling gold and crimson hues ignited by the sunset in the western sky. "The sun is truly splendid today," he remarked softly. The last rays of the setting sun generously cascaded down, tinting the few newly sprouted white hairs at his temples with a warm golden hue, while the knife-like wrinkles on his face were adorned with a gentle halo of light. He stood there, at the familiar entrance of home, his shadow elongated. I stood half a step behind him, hands tucked into my pockets, feeling the warmth of the new bank card beneath my fingertips. The fragrant aroma of the meal wafting from the kitchen intertwined with the air, embodying the essence of home, a comforting and steadfast presence. Mother stood at the kitchen door, holding a spatula, her face reflecting a hint of confusion and lingering reproach from being interrupted. However, my father's seemingly disjointed remark, coupled with the rare warmth of tranquility that graced his expression, seemed to awaken in her an awareness of an unusual stillness. She glanced at my father and then at me, her lips moved slightly, but ultimately, she refrained from further questioning, murmuring something indistinct before retreating back into the steaming kitchen, leaving behind the sharper sound of the spatula clashing with the iron pot. Father remained at the threshold, hesitating to enter, tilting his head slightly, squinting at the increasingly vibrant sunset in the western sky. He inhaled deeply the air infused with the aroma of cooked meals mingled with dust from the alley. And within that air, it felt as though the weighty hope brought by the card in our pocket was also permeating. It was a hope grounded in reality, no longer elusive or fraught with anxiety. It lay quietly within us, like a plump seed nestled in the deeply cultivated soil of life. He raised his hand casually, brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder, a gesture imbued with a sense of relief from burdens lifted. "Let us go inside," he said, redirecting his gaze from the horizon to me, his voice calm. He then stepped over the low, peeling threshold, his figure merging into the warm glow of the kitchen, where the worlds outside and inside felt distinctly separate. Outside lay the fading clamor of the world, while inside thrived the warmth of pots and pans, the comforting essence of home. I followed suit, crossing the threshold, the bank card in my pocket transforming from a source of anxiety into a heavy medal of honor. A solid foundation, securely placed, signaling that a monumental yet silent change had indeed taken place. Life would continue as usual, and the hardships and sweat would remain a constant. The sun would rise again tomorrow, illuminating the trivialities of this ordinary alley. Yet, I understood that something had irrevocably shifted, beginning today, at this moment. With my father's simple declaration that the sun was truly delightful. That light, once it reached my eyes, was undeniably new. Chapter 28. The joy of home. The crisp sound of the spatula clashing in the kitchen ceased. Mother still clutched the oil-stained iron spatula, yet she was rooted at the kitchen door. Father's disjointed remark about the sun being wonderful had cast ripples in the placid lake of her accustomed toil, her suspicious gaze slicing back and forth between my father and me. "What is going on? Have we won the lottery? Is it truly a win?" Her voice was low, tinged with a slight tremor. Father did not respond directly. Instead, he pulled out an equally old chair and sat down, his movements carrying an unusual, almost solemn sense of ritual. He then lifted his gaze to meet Mother's. "Go," he said quietly to me, "close the door." Father's hand rummaged in his pocket, cautiously pinching between two fingers a thin, bank-textured card, which he withdrew and solemnly placed on the oil-stained table, producing a soft thud. "This," The voice of my mother was somewhat ethereal as she leaned forward 2 steps, her waist still slightly bent, her gaze fixed intently upon the small blue card. Money, my father uttered succinctly, his finger gently tapping the card. It's all there. Money? My mother echoed, her voice rising abruptly. Old Chen, how much is there? I quickly stepped forward, pointing at the bank card. Mom, the amount we won from the lottery has been deposited into this card. My mother's gaze returned to the bank card on the table, then shifted to my father's silent yet remarkably composed face, which bore a hint of relief. The atmosphere felt suspended, with only the occasional crackling of the embers in the stove breaking the stillness. The evening sunlight streamed through the small kitchen window, casting a warm golden hue upon half of my father's face, accentuating the deep creases of his wrinkles. As time ticked away, my mother stood rigidly by the table. Her eyes locked on the card, her shoulders beginning to tremble subtly, the intensity of her quaking increasing. Suddenly, without warning, a deeply suppressed sob erupted from her throat, as if forced from the depths of her being. The sound transformed instantly from a stifled whimper to an overwhelming wail. Oh, it was as if her very bones had been stripped away. She lunged forward, embracing my father, who sat in the chair, her shoulders heaving as she released a heart-wrenching cry. Oh heavens! The heavens have opened their eyes. The wailing was heart-rending, imbued with a long-buried sense of grievance, sorrow, and an overwhelming, unimaginable joy. It has opened its eyes. Old Chen, it has opened its eyes. She cried incoherently, her tears flooding forth like a breached dam, soaking the fabric of my father's shirt. Clearly taken aback by her reaction, my father leaned back slightly as she collided into him, the legs of the chair scraping harshly against the concrete floor. Instinctively, he reached out, clumsily yet cautiously encircling her trembling form with his arms. His usually expressionless face now bore a look of helplessness and profound emotion. He remained silent, gently patting her shoulder in a slow and heavy manner. My mother gasped for breath amidst her tears, her words a jumbled stream. We can repay the debts. Oh, the money owed to Uncle Air, to Aunt San, even to the neighbor, Old Wang. We can pay them all back. No longer will we have to watch others' faces. Chen Mo's tuition for next semester. Even the one after. It will all be enough. Each name she uttered represented a burden weighing heavily upon our family, the source of countless sleepless nights that had turned her hair gray with worry. In this moment, the heavy anguish was suddenly alleviated by this unexpected joy. My father tightened his embrace around her, and her cries gradually subsided, transforming from loud sobs to muffled, intermittent sobs. She remained firmly clutched to him, her face buried in his chest, her body still quaking with the remnants of her overwhelming emotion. After a considerable time had passed, she finally seemed to exhaust all her strength and slowly, timidly raised her head. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at her father, then at me, her lips trembling. Is it truly there? You aren't deceiving me, are you? It can really be retrieved? As she spoke, her gaze fell back upon the blue card resting on the table. It is indeed there. Her father's voice was unusually hoarse, yet each word struck the table like a nail, unshakable. Tomorrow, I shall retrieve some, to repay the debts that need settling. My mother nodded vigorously, murmuring, That's good, over and over again. Though the traces of tears still marked her face, the corners of her mouth could not help but curve upwards, forming a massive, quivering smile glistening with tears, which instantly illuminated her weary visage. The food on the table had long since gone cold. No longer fixated on the bank card, my mother began to clear away the uneaten dishes, her movements brisk, yet subtly buoyant. The clattering of greasy plates and utensils produced a crisp sound. First, let us repay the debts, she said, while returning a plate of stir-fried vegetables to the stove. Continuing to chatter, Chen Mo's tuition for the next semester must be saved in advance, it cannot be touched. And look, autumn is approaching, she said, her gaze sweeping over the faded, frayed sleeves of my father's old clothes and my own. We need to get some thick fabric. Each of us should have a new cotton coat. Your father's is worn at the elbows, it's drafty in winter. Father sat silently at the table, listening intently, clutching a half-burnt, cheap cigarette that had been lit at some point. The smoke curled upwards, obscuring the deep lines etched on his face by time and hardship. With each item of expense my mother recounted, he nodded solemnly, as if confirming a series of essential tasks that awaited completion. The substantial bonus was swiftly dissected and allocated by my mother, filling the visible and invisible gaps in our home like nourishing rain upon parched fields. When my mother mentioned the new cotton coats, my father's fingers holding the cigarette paused slightly. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze not landing on her, but instead fixating on the corner where an old, dilapidated bicycle rested. The cotton coats can wait, he suddenly spoke, his voice low. He took a deep drag from the cigarette, releasing the smoke slowly from his nostrils, his eyes still glued to that broken bike. I want to enroll in driving lessons. After a brief pause, as if weighing the significance of his words, he added, to learn to drive a car, obtain a license, just as Mo mentioned. The kitchen fell silent in an instant, the only sound being the faint crackling of embers in the stove. My mother, having just turned with the steaming dishes in hand, froze upon hearing this. She stared at my father, the flicker of joy on her face solidifying into disbelief, her eyes wide with an overwhelming sense of strangeness and incredulity. Learn to drive? Her voice abruptly escalated, tinged with a sharp edge of skepticism. Old Chen, you're nearly 50. What on earth for? How much will that cost? Why exert yourself for that? She looked at him as if he were a suddenly mad stranger. We don't even have a car. Who would you drive for? To put a steering wheel on that old bicycle? Her agitation grew with each word. Father did not immediately retort. Instead, he silently inhaled his cigarette, allowing my mother's barrage of questions to rain down upon him like a storm. Amidst the swirling smoke, his face, etched with the deep scars of life, bore an expression of remarkable tranquility, almost stubbornly resolute. It was not until the cigarette burned perilously close to his fingertips that he leisurely extinguished it in the chipped earthen ashtray at the table's edge. No car, no lessons? He raised his gaze, finally directing his eyes toward his mother, contemplating that with a notebook in hand, he could drive whenever he wished. Even a delivery van would be preferable to lugging heavy bags. His voice, though not loud, fell to the ground like a stone, imbued with an undeniable force. Money spent on this is not wasted. His mother opened her mouth as if to say something, but upon meeting the unwavering gaze of his father, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, she emphatically placed the steaming dish back on the table, producing a loud clatter, and huffed through her nose, a gesture of her discontent and confusion. Turning her back to us, she scrubbed the pot vigorously. The sound of the spatula scraping against the iron pan was particularly jarring. Silence once again enveloped the small kitchen, the topic of learning to drive hanging heavy like a burden, momentarily overshadowing the earlier joy. As his mother busied herself with the stove, the faucet gushed water, while his father's gaze drifted to the dilapidated bicycle, his expression distant. At that moment, I, who had remained silent until now, broke the stillness. Mom, I cleared my throat, pointing toward the corner. The debts can be settled now. And we have a plan for tuition. I continued, Dad wants to learn to drive. That is his aspiration. What about you, Mom? Your skills were highly regarded in our village. Those years you toiled to save money for my medical and tuition fees, working tirelessly to craft insoles and stitch cloth tigers. Your fingers often bloodied and your eyes worn from exhaustion. You had to stop only when you could no longer manage it. I paused, observing the slight rigidity in my mother's posture. What if you organized things a bit and set up a small stall? It wouldn't be too taxing. It could simply be a way to pass the time and alleviate boredom. My words fell into the silence like pebbles into a deep pool. With her back turned to us, my mother's shoulders trembled ever so slightly, halting her scrubbing. The sound of running water echoed sharply in the stillness as she slowly turned to face us. Under the dim light, her face, recently stained with tears and now smudged with grease, displayed an intricate array of emotions. She remained silent, her steps hesitant as she approached the corner. Her fingers gently brushed against a faded piece of red cloth before picking up a paper template for the cloth tiger. The rough pads of her fingers caressed the edges of the cardboard with extreme tenderness, her head bowed, long lashes casting shadows that obscured the emotions in her eyes. Time seemed to stand still. Sitting at the table, my father's gaze drifted toward this scene, his expression impassive as he silently observed, while I held my breath, captivated by my mother's focused and silent silhouette. After a long while, my mother slowly lifted her head. She turned around, her gaze sweeping over the silent bank card resting on the table, ultimately landing on my father's face, then mine. The previous traces of doubt, concern, and even her confusion over my father's driving lessons were supplanted by something far more immense and tangible. It was a sense of hope, clumsy yet profoundly genuine, that emerged from the depths of an unfathomable mire, where one finally struggles free and once again finds their feet on solid ground. Filled with tears, yet brimming with anticipation for the future. On the table, A plate of reheated vegetables emitted wisps of steam, mingling with the faint musty scent emanating from the old cardboard box cradled in my mother's arms. My father stood up, refraining from mentioning the driving lessons or glancing at the box in my mother's embrace. He merely approached the stove, awkwardly filling the enamel cup on the table with hot water from a thermos. The water poured in with a dull sound, and the steam drifted upward. "Let us eat," he said briefly, his voice still deep and hoarse, yet akin to a stone smoothed by countless years in a river, exuding a sense of steady dullness. He was the first to lift his bowl, grasping his chopsticks and taking a hefty mouthful of rice, chewing slowly and with great effort. My mother, hugging the old cardboard box, stood in the corner's play of light and shadow, looking at me, then at my father, who was focused on his meal. The traces of tears remained on her face, and though her eyes were swollen, they arched into crescent moons, brimming with a clumsy joy that threatened to spill over. I lifted my bowl, feeling the warmth radiate through my palms. Inside were the slightly wilted vegetables my mother had stir-fried and a serving of white rice. I bowed my head and took a large bite. The taste of rice mingled with the vegetables was unremarkable, even somewhat bland. Yet as I swallowed, a choking sensation gripped my throat, hard and painful. I quickly buried my head lower, stuffing my mouth with more rice. Using the act of chewing to mask the nearly uncontrollable emotions, the flavors of the meal entirely lost on me. These are my parents, bent by the heavy stones of life for half a lifetime, struggling in the mire of poverty, covered in mud. A lottery ticket, like a sudden lightning strike, cleaved through the thick clouds above them. This unexpected windfall was not a means for indulgence, a stepping stone for class ascension, or a wand to alter their fates. It was merely a key that could unlock the shackles of debt, a key that could securely place their child on the path of education, a key that could provide them with warm, intact winter coats. It sparked a timid flicker of desire within my father's heart, a heart worn smooth by life's trials, longing to grasp the steering wheel. It allowed my mother's eyes, repeatedly soaked in needles, stoves, and tears, to rediscover the dusty remnants of her old dreams, a faint glimmer that belonged solely to her, waiting to be polished. They planned, they quarreled, and they cautiously guarded this stroke of luck that had descended from the heavens, as if it were a spark igniting in a moment of despair. Clumsily, and even with a touch of trepidation, they endeavored to use this spark to rekindle the humble aspirations of living a better life that they had long since forgotten. The pang of acidity churned within my chest, ultimately transforming into a scalding torrent that seared my very insides. Yet beneath this intense anguish lay a deeper, more profound warmth, akin to a subterranean spring bubbling forth, tenderly enveloping and dissolving that sharpness. Satisfaction. Indeed, it was a profound sense of fulfillment, heavy and nearly suffocating, reminiscent of a parched traveler who, after a prolonged journey, finally plunges into a refreshing, sweet spring. This gratification did not stem from the accumulation of wealth, but rather from the realization that those two stones, weathered by life until only their hardened shells remained, revealed a gentle luminescence within when illuminated by a spark of hope. I beheld the flickering, yet resolute flame in my father's eyes, and observed my mother cradling a once drenched, now revitalized old dream in her arms. I recognized that hope was not an ephemeral illusion, but a tangible reality, imbued with the scent of smoke and earth, resting in this dilapidated kitchen. I swallowed hard the morsel lodged in my throat, sniffled back my tears, and lifted my gaze. I saw my mother smiling at me, her expression both foolish and radiant. My father, engrossed in his meal, chewed vigorously, the contours of his profile appearing particularly rugged under the light. I raised my bowl, imitating my father's manner, and took a hefty bite of rice. This time, the sharp tang was finally subdued by the overwhelming warmth. My eyes remained moist as I chewed the bland food, savoring the bittersweetness that came with tears, relishing the weighty joy of home. Chapter 29. The transformation of home after acquiring wealth. The first significant matter was repaying debts. My father spread out my mother's cherished, grease-stained ledger on the table, its pages yellowed and brittle, yet densely inscribed with names and amounts in pencil. Some entries repeatedly crossed out and amended, resembling scarred wounds. Uncle Air, 300. Aunt San, 500. Old Wong next door, 200. These sums represented the years of frugality for my mother's medical treatment and my education, painstakingly saved and begged for. Following the ledger, my father meticulously withdrew cash from the bank, counting each crisp, pink bill slowly and carefully, his fingers caressing the edges of each note as if partaking in a solemn ritual of exchange. With that stack of money in hand, he stepped out, his posture straighter than usual, proceeding from one household to the next to repay the debts. Throughout the process, there were no unnecessary pleasantries. He simply handed over the money, curtly stating, "Sister-in-law, uncle, this is what I borrowed before. Now that I am more comfortable, I am repaying it. Thank you." The act of repaying was simpler yet weightier than anticipated. Most relatives initially hesitated, insisting there was no rush, but when my father insisted, and the money was finally placed in their hands, an indescribable atmosphere enveloped the air. Some sighed in relief, others displayed a fleeting, barely perceptible awkwardness, while some patted my father on the shoulder, genuinely expressing their happiness that he was doing better. The father simply nodded, his face devoid of expression, save for a slight relaxation of his taut jaw. Upon exiting the gate, he instinctively pressed his hand firmly against the pocket of his left chest, where his bank card resided, as if to reassure himself of a lingering sense of security. The debts had all been settled, and this news wafted through the home like a sweet breeze, dispersing years of accumulated gloom. The persistent cloud of worry on the mother's face visibly lightened, and even her voice brightened, no longer burdened by the weight of life's struggles, but imbued with a newfound vitality. Soon after, the matter of purchasing new clothes arose, an endeavor orchestrated by the mother, imbued with a sacred sense of ritual. On a rare, languid weekend afternoon, she meticulously tidied the kitchen, removed her apron, and donned her somewhat respectable, albeit faded, blue cloth coat, carefully arranging her hair. She produced a small fabric pouch containing a modest stack of money that the father had just withdrawn. Her hands trembled slightly as she clutched the pouch, her eyes shining with an astonishing brightness tinged with a hint of timid anticipation, as if she were about to embark on a momentous undertaking. "Let us go," she called to my father and me, her voice brimming with undeniable excitement. "We're off to the town to buy some fabric for clothes." The father, clearly not enthusiastic about such public shopping excursions, muttered, "It's sufficient to wear, no need for all this fuss." However, under the mother's discerning gaze, he swallowed the latter half of his statement, slowly rising with a stiff demeanor to follow behind her. This marked our first visit to the town's bustling market since moving back to the village, a vibrant place teeming with life, 100-fold more animated than our village. The air was filled with the cacophony of voices and the mingling of various stalls. The clothing vendors displayed an array of colorful garments, while loud promotional advertisements blared from speakers. The mother seemed to plunge into a new world, eagerly pulling me along, captivated by the fabric stalls. Her rough fingers caressed the diverse materials, cotton, synthetic fibers, and corduroy, assessing their thickness, smoothness, and drape. She lifted a piece of substantial deep blue fabric and gestured to the father, exclaiming, "This one is perfect, thick and durable. I shall make you a coat to shield you from the winter winds." Then she picked up a dark blue fabric with subtle patterns, adding, "And this will make a pair of trousers that will look sharp." The father, resembling a marionette under the mother's direction, wore an expression of awkwardness and resignation. When the mother selected a burgundy velvet fabric with a slight sheen, the father furrowed his brow in disapproval, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? No way, it's too flamboyant, I refuse." His tone was resolute in its rejection. Yet the mother was undeterred, her eyes sparkling. "Flamboyant? It brightens your complexion. Your face is dark, this will enhance your look. Trust me." Without further ado, she tucked the fabric into her embrace. Finally, she paused before a piece of light gray fabric with fine stripes, caressing it tenderly, her expression softening. "This will make a student outfit for Chen Mo. It looks refined and is also stain-resistant." She cast a glance at me, seeking my approval, tinged with a hint of pride. However, when it came to purchasing my study materials, the mother displayed an unexpected generosity. She led me into the largest bookstore in town, where the space was pristine and bright, filled with the fragrant aroma of ink and paper. With a hint of shyness, she fidgeted with her hands and quietly asked, "What do you need? Choose freely. Exercise books? Reference materials? Do you need a new dictionary?" She gazed at the vibrant and expensive supplementary books on the shelf, her eyes no longer filled with the previous timidity and calculations, but rather imbued with a nearly audacious confidence. I chose a set of physics competition problem collections that I had long coveted, and also picked up a hefty Oxford Advanced English-Chinese dictionary. Without hesitation, my mother reached for her purse and paid. When the cashier handed her the receipt, she scrutinized the numbers with great care, folding it neatly and placing it in her pocket, her expression devoid of any regret, only a serene acceptance of the necessity to spend. Of course, she did not forget to buy ready-made items either. My mother wandered around the largest clothing store at the market several times before finally gathering the courage to step inside. Upon exiting, she carried a bulging plastic bag, her face radiating a profound satisfaction, containing a deep purple, subtly patterned acrylic cotton jacket and pants that she had purchased for herself. She whispered to me that ready-made was simply more convenient than making it herself, for I knew she feared that her own creations might not be fashionable enough. The most significant change, however, was at the dining table. Previously, our family meals resembled a frostbitten landscape, perpetually bland. Pickled vegetables were the mainstay, greens boiled in water with a tragic scarcity of oil, and meat was a rare luxury, seen only during festive occasions. Even eggs had to be rationed. A fried egg required an extra drizzle of oil, which made my mother wince for quite some time. Now, things have transformed. The oil container in the kitchen is no longer merely a decorative item. When cooking, my mother finally dares to dip the ladle in, genuinely scooping out a generous spoonful. With a sizzle, the vegetables hit the pan, and the familiar aroma, long missed, surged forth, enveloping the entire kitchen. The fragrance is no longer a mere watery pretense, but rich with the essence of oil and a toasted aroma that makes one's stomach grumble in anticipation. The dishes on the dining table have visibly thickened. The slices of meat in the stir-fried bell pepper no longer serve as mere embellishments, but form a substantial layer, cut uniformly and lightly crisped at the edges, exuding an enticing sauce aroma. The glossy, oil-laden broth saturates the vibrant green peppers, making it utterly appetizing. Once bland stews now boast large chunks of pork bones or chicken carcasses. The meat on the bones becomes tender and succulent, while the broth transforms into a rich, creamy white. When perfectly cooked, shimmering droplets of oil float atop the soup, no longer revealing the bottom at a glance. Fried eggs have also become a staple. No longer a pitiful single egg, but rather 2 or 3 whisked together, splashing into the hot oil with a satisfying sizzle, rapidly expanding into a golden, fluffy delight. When plated, my mother generously drizzles a bit of soy sauce and sprinkles fresh green onions, the aroma wafting enticingly. Even the simplest stir-fried greens are now plentiful in oil, no longer appearing wilted and lifeless. The vibrant green leaves glisten with a shiny sheen, looking fresh and succulent, and the bitterness that once lingered has diminished significantly. Change is silent, yet omnipresent. My father's posture appears subtly more upright each time he returns from work. The unremovable layer of dust on his face and the deep-seated fatigue remain. Yet the furrowed lines of worry etched across his brow seem to have been gently smoothed by an invisible hand. While seated on the creaking old bamboo chair in the yard, smoking a cigarette, he occasionally squints at the corner where a pile of items awaits sorting, perhaps to be utilized in the future. His gaze, once vacant and lifeless, now carries a hint of blurred contemplation regarding what lies ahead. After dinner, he even dares to turn on the antiquated black and white television, its screen dusted with static snowflakes, keeping the volume low as he tunes into the local news channel. Although he finds himself gradually succumbing to drowsiness, this very act would have been unthinkable in the past, as he used to recoil at the thought of the electricity bill. My mother's transformation is even more pronounced. Her smile has become more frequent, no longer a forced grin laden with pretense and sorrow, but rather a genuine expression radiating from her heart, bright and even slightly silly. She hums softly while spending noticeably more time at the stove, no longer hastily preparing meals, but taking the time to tend to the half-dead plants in the yard, watering and loosening the soil. She has even unearthed a red double happiness embroidered pillowcase, long buried at the bottom of a box, washed it clean, and hung it in the sunlight, its vibrant hue infusing the drab little yard with a long-lost splash of color. The most significant change lies in her eyes, once shrouded in a restless gaze. Filled with anxiety and fear for the future, resembling a startled bird, they now exhibit a newfound calmness and brightness. While working, she no longer wears a frown or sighs heavily. Instead, she displays a greater sense of focus and tranquility. When neighbors drop by to discuss their own troubles, my mother listens with sympathy, yet the profound fear and despair that once mirrored their struggles have faded. She may even let out a sigh, instinctively touching the collar of her brand-new, deep purple cotton coat, feeling the unique texture of the acrylic fabric against her fingertips. This gesture carries a silent affirmation and comfort. The atmosphere within our home resembles a piece of dough that has been kneaded repeatedly, finally beginning to ferment gently, becoming soft. The air is no longer thick with the stifling anxiety of poverty and the dread of the future. Debts have been settled, tuition saved, and we wear new clothes devoid of holes and patches, our bellies filled with sustenance. These fundamental, modest pleasures seep through the household like warm spring water, quietly nourishing every rough corner worn by life's trials. During dinner, the ambience at the table is palpably different from before. A glistening plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers occupies the center, emanating an enticing aroma. My father, for the first time, pours himself a modest half-glass of bulk white liquor, not for a festive occasion, but simply because today's work went smoothly. He sips slowly, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat. He smacks his lips, his expression neutral. Yet the familiar cloud of gloom that usually lingers between his brows has been considerably lifted by the warmth of the liquor and the cozy atmosphere of the room. Beneath the dim yellow light, the creases on his face appeared softened. His mother, radiating a peculiar satisfaction, tirelessly served meat slices, piling them into my bowl like a petite mountain. Eat more. You need to grow. Studying taxes the mind. In her own bowl, rice was heaped high, mingling with a greasy vegetable broth, and she savored every bite. As she ate, she chattered about the plans for the following day. The daughter-in-law of old Zhang from East Street has given birth. I shall pay a visit and bring some fine fabric to make a garment for the little one. It's time to reciprocate our familial ties. Her words carried a long-lost calmness and a sense of normalcy, a rare moment of serenity and calculation. I immersed myself in my meal, my bowl overflowing with the meat slices she had served, the rice infused with rich meat aromas and the essence of fat, transforming into a genuine indulgence rather than mere sustenance. As I chewed, savoring the sensation of fat melting on my palate, I listened to the light exchange between my parents. Devoid of the previous sorrow, occasionally, my father would respond, his voice deep yet no longer morose. Outside, darkness enveloped the sky, and the early winter wind swept through the alley, bringing a chill that made the window panes hum softly. Yet inside, the dim light glowed warmly. Steam rising from the dishes, mingling with the sharp scent of cheap liquor and the faint odor of my mother's new cotton coat. This aroma was far from pleasant, even somewhat cheap, yet it was undeniably authentic and profoundly comforting. My father finished the last sip of his drink, gently placing the cup on the table. Producing a soft thud, he lifted his gaze, surveying the nearly empty platters, then glanced at my new light gray school uniform before finally resting his eyes on my mother's deep purple coat. His expression was tranquil, akin to a still pond, revealing little turbulence. However, when he averted his gaze back to his empty bowl, I distinctly noticed a slight upward tug at the corners of his thick lips. It was an almost imperceptible arc, not quite a smile, rather a subtle release from the burdens that life had pressed upon him for far too long. It was a tentative, instinctual stretching of weary muscles after shedding some weight, a private signal of relaxation known only to him. He picked up his chopsticks, scooping the last few glistening grains of rice from the bottom of his bowl, savoring them slowly, his throat bobbing as he swallowed. He responded vaguely, perhaps acknowledging my mother's earlier ramblings about familial obligations, or perhaps it was merely a soliloquy. His voice was low and raspy, yet it resonated with the tranquility of a stone smoothed by warm currents. Life must be lived in this manner. The light cast his shadow, hunched over the bowl, against the mottled wall, a shadow that remained rough and substantial. Outside, the cold wind persisted, yet within the room, a quiet warmth was taking root, steadfastly resisting the chill of the world beyond. This change was as subtle as a solitary green sprout emerging from a crack in the wall. Yet it was sufficient to grant this small abode the fortitude to withstand the harshness of winter. Chapter 30. The transformation of my parents. The small sum from the lottery felt like a heavy ballast, stabilizing the little vessel that had been adrift in the sea of hardship for far too long. Recently, the dining table has undergone significant transformations. Beyond the variations in cuisine, the subjects of conversation among my parents have also evolved. In the past, mealtimes felt like a mere obligation, filled with the silence of unspoken worries and weary sighs. Now, however, the atmosphere has shifted. The table is adorned with sumptuous dishes that emit a fragrant steam, their aromas boldly asserting their presence. More importantly, Conversations now flow freely at the table. My father, Chen Mo, a lifelong smoker who had always been taciturn, has surprisingly become quite the chatterbox, with the sole topic of discussion revolving around one thing: cars. Today, he practiced parallel parking at the driving school. He took a generous mouthful of food, his cheeks bulging as he chewed, yet his eyes sparkled with an astonishing excitement, reminiscent of a soldier returning from battle. The instructor, Zhang, has such a booming voice. My ears feel like they might burst. He mimicked the instructor's tone, puffing out his neck and bellowing. Chen Mo, is the steering wheel dead? Turn left. Turn left. Do you understand? Where are your eyes? Look in the rearview mirror. The rearview mirror. His imitation was so vivid that it nearly sent saliva spraying onto the dishes across the table. My mother, Li Xiaolan, cast him a disapproving glance, irritably sliding the dish closer to her side. We're eating. Don't spray food everywhere. And you're proud of being yelled at by the instructor? My father, unfazed, chuckled, a hint of pride on his face. Well, you can't deny it. He was right. At first, I was utterly confused. It seemed simple. But applying the right force to the steering wheel was tricky. Too much or too little, and the car just wouldn't cooperate. He set down his chopsticks and gestured dramatically above the table, as if grappling with an enormous, invisible steering wheel. A bit too far left. Reverse. Oh no, I'm going to hit the pole. His exaggerated movements nearly toppled the soup bowl beside him. I quickly steadied it, unable to suppress my laughter. Dad, your gestures are more like driving a tractor. Go on. My father feigned anger, shooting me a mock glare, but he couldn't help but chuckle. What do you know? That little car is nimble. It's nothing like our old clunky bicycle. You have to find the right feel. He lifted his bowl and took another hearty mouthful, swallowing before continuing. After a few tries, guess what? I started to get the hang of it. The car really began to respond, slowly and steadily, perfectly nestled between the two yellow lines. He smacked his lips, relishing the memory as if it were a delightful treat. It felt so gratifying, better than lugging around a heavy load all day. As my mother listened, the corners of her mouth began to rise involuntarily. She placed a serving of scrambled eggs into my father's bowl. All right, we get it. You're impressive. Now eat. You've been talking so much that the food is getting cold. Can that steering wheel serve as your meal? My father gazed at the eggs in his bowl, chuckling. And without retorting, he dove into his food. Yet, the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. He was no longer just a shadow silently bearing the burdens of life. He had found his battlefield and a triumph worth recounting. Though it was merely the clumsy act of parking at a driving school, it radiated a long-lost vitality that was distinctly his own. My mother's transformation, on the other hand, resembled bamboo shoots sprouting after a spring rain, quiet yet steadily rising. The dusty old cardboard box was ceremoniously relocated to the sunniest spot on the windowsill, revealing its contents: scraps of fabric, shoe insole molds, and patterns for cloth tigers, all basking in the light once more. She did not rush into a grand display, but instead devoted 2 evenings to meticulously polishing the old sewing machine until it gleamed, applying oil to the rusted parts, and sorting through a box of needles and threads. Subsequently, she began to practice her craft, first rummaging through a few dull, ordinary scraps of fabric, and, guided by the shoe insole template, stitched the insoles with careful precision. Initially, her movements were somewhat awkward and stiff, and she pricked her fingers several times, wincing as she sucked on them before continuing. Under the soft glow of the lamp, a strand of her graying hair fell across her face, and her profile appeared almost sacred in its focus. Days later, several pairs of neatly stitched, thick insoles lay on the windowsill. She picked one up, examining it from various angles, applying pressure to it, a small, satisfied smile emerging on her face. "Mom, they're truly wonderful," I exclaimed, genuinely praising her work. The stitching was indeed even and robust, far superior to those I had worn in my childhood. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and she shyly rubbed her hands together, replying, "Just a bit of trial and error. They're passable." She then picked up a slightly brighter piece of floral fabric, declaring, "I shall visit the market tomorrow. I've seen a space in front of Old Sun's grocery store where others have set up stalls before. I'll inquire if I may do the same." Without hesitation, the next morning, as dawn broke, she rose early. She combed her hair with greater care than usual, donned a new, deep purple cotton coat, and carefully packed the insoles along with a few charming little fabric tigers, crafted from the cheapest plain cloth, into a clean bamboo basket, covering it with a faded blue cloth. Standing in the yard, she took a deep breath, her demeanor resembling that of a warrior preparing for a fateful battle rather than a mere vendor. "Am I really going?" she asked, glancing back with a voice tinged with tension, her eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and timid inquiry towards my father and me, who were just waking up and brushing our teeth in the yard. My father spat out the toothpaste foam and, with a muddled voice, replied, "Yes, go ahead. Be sure to clarify the location. Don't wander aimlessly." His tone was neutral, yet his gaze held less of the previous worry and perhaps a hint of support. "Mom, you can do it. You will definitely sell them," I urged her enthusiastically. Encouraged by my words, she nodded earnestly, her steps quick yet resolute as she exited the gate with the basket in hand. That evening, she returned later than usual, and as she pushed open the gate, the setting sun cast a warm glow upon her. A peculiar flush adorned her face, not of exhaustion but of exhilaration. The contents of her basket had diminished by half. Several fabric tigers were gone, and only one pair of insoles remained. How did it go? My father, crouched in the corner tinkering with his old bicycle, looked up, wrench in hand. She did not respond immediately but hurried into the house, placing the basket on the table. Then, with great care, she retrieved a tightly rolled handkerchief from her coat pocket, layer by layer unfolding it to reveal several crumpled bills, 1 yuan, 50 cents, and a few shimmering 5 jiao coins. "I sold them." Her voice trembled with barely contained joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. 5 pairs of insoles, 3 little tigers. A total of 11 yuan and 30 cents. She extended her finger, tapping one coin after another as if counting some rare treasure. The old Sun family's place was tolerable, albeit windy, which chilled the bones. His wife, burdened with a child, had taken a liking to a little plush tiger, deeming it perfect for the child to grasp without fear of injury. An elderly woman remarked on the sturdy insoles she intended to purchase for her husband. She chattered on, her face illuminated by a long-lost radiance born from the recognition of her labor. This glow was more enduring and substantial than the pure ecstasy of a lottery win. Father set down his wrench and leaned over to examine the pile of coins, his expression subdued, merely uttering, "Not bad." It wasn't in vain. What did he mean by not bad? Mother, displeased, carefully tucked the roll of money away, cradling it like a precious gem, casting a sidelong glance at father. "It was only the first day. My hands are still untrained. Once I've made use of those decent scraps of fabric to create some exquisite trinkets, they will surely sell even better. You should have seen that little woman selling hair accessories next door. Her stall was vibrant and bustling." Father did not respond, turning to wash his hands. Yet, I noticed that, with his back to us, the corners of his mouth seemed to curve upward slightly. From that moment on, the atmosphere in our home, infused with the sense of cooking oil and old fabric, also began to carry 2 new, uplifting currents. One was brought home by father, mingled with the sense of driving school dust and gasoline, alongside his increasingly proficient and animated reports about driving. Today, I got on the road. What a beast. I was driving this rickety van that shook like a sieve. The instructor told me to pull over, and I nearly veered into the greenery. Goodness. I scared the lad in the passenger seat half to death. The clutch, mastering the clutch is crucial. Once I found that sweet spot, the car stabilized. "I know you want to understand." He spoke with exuberance, his words flying through the air, occasionally getting so animated that bits of rice would scatter across the table. Mother would typically chide him for lacking decorum, unable to keep his mouth shut even at mealtime, yet her tone was less critical and more imbued with a gentle amusement. She would even interject from time to time, "Drive slowly, safety first. That metal contraption has no eyes." The other current of energy emanated from mother and her burgeoning, increasingly respectable enterprise. Her small stall had gradually established itself in a sheltered corner beside the old Sun family's grocery store. The basket had been replaced with a small folding table draped in a clean blue checkered cloth. Her inventory had expanded. In addition to the insoles and plain fabric tigers, she had crafted an array of small pouches and sachets from leftover floral fabric, each uniquely shaped, colorful coasters, and hair ties crocheted from vibrant yarn. Albeit with slightly rudimentary techniques, yet distinguished by their bright colors and affordability. She no longer cowered timidly in the corner as on her first day. Instead, she actively beckoned passers-by, particularly women with children and elderly ladies. "Sister, care to look at these insoles? Handmade, thick and absorbent. Auntie, how about a little gift for your grandchild? This plush tiger is soft and safe to handle." Her voice, though not loud, carried a warm enthusiasm and budding confidence. a testament to her determination. Every evening, upon returning home, her first act was to carefully extract the tightly rolled handkerchief pouch from her bag. She would unfurl it on the dining table, meticulously counting the day's earnings. Sometimes it would amount to a little more, other times a little less, though the sum was modest. Consisting mainly of small notes and coins, she approached the task with utmost seriousness, as if tallying a trove of priceless jewels. Her expression fluctuated between furrowed brows and radiant smiles. Today, the sales were poor, the wind was too strong and the crowd sparse, resulting in the sale of but a small purse for $2.50. Oh, what a stroke of luck today. An elderly lady bought 3 pairs of insoles in one go. She mentioned her husband's feet sweat excessively, and she particularly valued these sturdy ones. She even praised my stitching. As she recounted this, her eyes sparkled and her cheeks flushed with excitement, animated by the wind. Beside her, the young woman selling hairpins, Xiaowan, gifted me 2 leftover hair ties, suggesting they would look better together. I pondered whether I might try my hand at crafting such items tomorrow. It didn't seem too difficult. New ideas and plans began to take root in her mind. Father, listening intently, would occasionally grunt dismissively, "What a waste." More often than not, however, he silently consumed his meal without offering any commentary. Yet, one day, as mother counted her money, her brow furrowed with concern over a rumor that the market supervisors might start charging a sanitation fee of $5 a month. Father listened in silence for a while, and the next morning, before leaving for work, he withdrew $5 from his recently earned wages and placed it firmly on the table, stating, "Take it for now." Mother paused, glancing at the money and then at Father's back as he walked away, silent. She quietly tucked the $5 into her handkerchief pouch, a subtle smile creeping onto her lips. The atmosphere at home began to shift gradually, influenced by Father's thrilling tales of learning to drive and Mother's reports on her market endeavors. This change was slow yet profound, emanating from within. The deep-seated weariness that had enveloped Father seemed to be alleviated somewhat by the fresh thrill and clumsy sense of achievement associated with driving lessons. He remained taciturn, but his silence was no longer a stagnant pool of despair. It now harbored a focus and anticipation directed towards a specific goal. When he smoked, his gaze no longer wandered aimlessly into the void, but subconsciously drifted towards the yard gate. As if he were yearning for the day, he could envision himself returning home behind the wheel. Mother's transformation was more conspicuous. She stood a bit taller, her gait brisker, and her voice a touch louder. The shadows of worry that once clouded her face were replaced by a sense of fulfillment and a sprinkle of achievement. She began to take note of her appearance. Before heading out to the market, she would tidy her hair in front of a small, battered mirror. She even used her saved coins to purchase a small box of the cheapest face cream, applying a delicate layer after washing her face. That inexpensive fragrance, mingled with the scents of fabric and cooking oil, became her new signature. Undoubtedly, the most significant change was the light in their eyes. Previously, that light seemed shrouded under a thick layer of dust, dim and fleeting, filled with trepidation towards the unknown hardships ahead. Now, as the dust has been swept away, within the murky depths of my Father's eyes, a small and tenacious flame ignites, belonging to the steering wheel and the engine. My mother's eyes, akin to freshly polished glass, have become markedly clearer, reflecting the vibrant hues of fabric scraps, the satisfied smiles of customers, and the little hope she has gradually accumulated, wrapped in a handkerchief. The light of the evening meal remains dim, the table adorned with homely dishes, yet the greasy meat slices on the plate are undeniably real. My father continues to recount his driving mishaps, while my mother persistently shares her business wisdom from the market. However, their words no longer seep with the bitterness of life. Instead, they are enveloped in a layer of tangible anticipation for the future. The air is no longer thick with suffocating sorrow, but rather infused with a weighty, slowly fermenting vitality. I sit at the table, listening to their casual banter, observing my father's animated expressions as he speaks, and my mother's focused satisfaction as she counts her small bills. The once overwhelming pangs of bitterness within me have long since settled, transforming into a warm, reassuring current that gently flows through my limbs. Life remains unchanged, filled with trivialities. Yet this modest home, like an old tree that has been bent for too long, strives, albeit awkwardly and with unwavering determination, to straighten its back, reaching for the once unattainable sky, quietly sprouting new buds. Chapter 31. Academic progress. The days of my first year in high school pass swiftly amidst this transformation. And the second monthly examination approaches, the air thick with a palpable tension. The classroom is enveloped in a heavier, more substantial sense of strain. The teachers' discussions of the distant college entrance examination have morphed into concerns about shaky foundations as Chen Mo sits by the window, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the increasingly thick hardcover notebook, his academic plan progressing steadily. The fortress of liberal arts. Under the relentless bombardment of mind maps and keyword memorization methods, is visibly solidifying. Classical Chinese is no longer a jumble of confusion, the historical timeline is no longer misaligned, and political terminology has ceased to be a collection of dry symbols. In the realm of sciences, he still maintains firm control, though in those inconsequential unit tests and practice exercises, the occasional slip of brilliance continues to unfold. As the smoke of the monthly examination dissipates, the tense atmosphere fades away, leaving behind the much-anticipated results being entered into the system, ultimately crystallizing into cold ranking lists posted on the grade bulletin board. As the class bell rings, the area in front of the bulletin board quickly becomes congested. The first-year students stand on tiptoes, stretching their necks, holding their breaths, eagerly scanning the dense array of names and numbers for their own positions, various voices rising and falling in excitement. Chen Wei, pulling Wang Pan along, manages to squeeze her way to the front with the agility characteristic of girls, her gaze darting anxiously across the names, her heart pounding. When her eyes finally lock onto that familiar name, she gasps sharply, her eyes widening in surprise, instinctively grasping Wang Pan's arm. Wang Pan, look, quick look. Chen Wei's voice, tinged with excitement, rose in pitch, trembling with disbelief as she emphatically pointed at the leaderboard. Mo Gu, Chen Mo, 9th in the class, 19th in the grade. Oh my heavens! What? Wang Pan followed her finger, her mouth agape as if a chicken egg could fit inside, nearly dropping her jaw to the floor. 19th place? Goodness! Mo Gu is destined for greatness. He was even behind me in the initial assessments. The surrounding classmates, drawn by her exclamation, turned their gazes in unison. Upon noticing the striking 9 and 19 next to Chen Mo's name, the room erupted in astonishment. Chen Mo, the one who was rather low-key at the start of school, in the top 10 of the class, among the top 20 in the grade. Is he riding a rocket? I remember he made a remarkable leap in the last monthly exam, but this time it's even more impressive. Oh no, a genius is right beside me, and here I am, blissfully unaware. The news spread like wildfire, instantly reaching every corner of the floor. In class 7 of the first year, Chen Mo was leisurely organizing the books on his desk, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside, until Chen Wei burst in like a whirlwind, rushing to his table, hands slamming down on the surface as she gasped for breath, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mo Gu, can you guess what score you achieved? Her words tumbled out in a flurry. 19th in the grade, 9th in the class. My goodness. Have you summoned the literary star to your home? The classroom fell silent, all eyes converging on Chen Mo, a mixture of astonishment, curiosity, scrutiny, and envy swirling in the air. Even a few diligent scholars, typically engrossed in their studies, couldn't resist glancing up at this unexpected dark horse. Chen Mo slowly lifted his head, a blend of surprise and bewilderment gracing his features, as if he too were taken aback by the results. 19th in the grade? Did I really improve that much? He furrowed his brow, his tone laced with uncertainty. Perhaps the questions aligned perfectly with my revision. It's all just luck. Luck? Not at all, Mo Gu. Chen Wei countered, her excitement palpable. Chinese, 125. History, 92. Politics, 91. My goodness, your humanities scores are nothing short of miraculous. And your science scores are equally stellar. Physics, 90. Mathematics, 142. This is not luck. She counted off the scores on her fingers, each figure striking the classmates' hearts like a hammer. The murmurs around them grew louder. All 3 humanities subjects above 90. What a phenomenon. And his science scores are so stable. How is his mind structured? Mo Gu, please take me along. Can I take a peek at your mind map secrets? Wang Pan chimed in, her expression one of flattery. Chen Mo merely smiled, not engaging in the talk of secrets, and stood up. The test papers should be distributed soon. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, the atmosphere was even more nuanced. The first-year teachers, seizing the break between classes, were discussing the freshly released monthly exam results, with Chen Mo's name becoming the undeniable focus. Lin Laosher, take a look at Chen Mo's report card, exclaimed Zhang Mingyuan, the history teacher, pointing excitedly at the computer screen. History, 92. Third in the entire grade. Goodness gracious, and this is only the first semester of first year. When he started school, he could hardly distinguish between the feudal system and the county system. Could he? The rate of progress is astonishing, as if propelled by a rocket. The Chinese teacher, Lin Wanqing, immediately leaned in to take a look, and upon seeing Chen Mo's Chinese score of 125, she exclaimed in surprise, 125? An essay score of 56. I recall he only scored 48 in the last monthly exam, right? This improvement is nothing short of transformative. Recently, this child has been participating in class with an extraordinary clarity of thought and a rather unique perspective. I was wondering if he had finally had a breakthrough, but I did not expect it to be so thorough. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Lin, adjusted his glasses, a smile spreading across his face as he held the overall ranking sheet for the grade, his gaze fixed on the line indicating Chen Mo's position, 9th in the class, 19th in the grade. He then casually pulled up the electronic version of Chen Mo's physics paper, 90 points. Among the questions was a complex problem on power calculation in circuits, where the reasoning was impeccable and the steps clear. Yet the final answer glaringly read 015A. The correct answer should have been 15A, with the comments written in bold red. Excellent reasoning. Serious calculation error, magnitude mistake. Heartbreaking. Old Lin, what are you staring at? You look constipated, joked the chemistry teacher, Mr. Sun, nearby. Look at this dark horse in our class. Mr. Lin turned the physics paper screen towards Mr. Sun and pointed at the overall ranking, noting the remarkable progress in the humanities, with top scores across 3 subjects. He remarked, this physics score of 90 is decent, but look at this mistake. The reasoning is all correct, yet the final step is calculated incorrectly. And such a ridiculous magnitude error. This is not the first time. Last unit test, he calculated sin 30 as 0.6. I wonder if his mind is truly sharp or if he is just pretending to be confused. Mr. Sun leaned in to scrutinize Chen Mo's physics paper, then pulled out his chemistry paper, 93 points, featuring a solution preparation calculation, where the relationships were all correct, but a unit conversion mistake cost crucial points. He clicked his tongue and remarked, this kid is a bit strange. If we call him foolish, how could he excel so remarkably in the humanities while showcasing such clarity in the sciences? If we call him clever, why does he repeatedly make such elementary calculation errors? Is he perhaps too distracted, too flighty? He recalled Chen Mo's active participation in the Chinese and history classes. Flighty? Lin Wanqing shook her head in disagreement. I don't see it that way. His answers in class are highly logical, and he clearly puts effort into his thinking. Moreover, Xin Wei and the others have also shown notable improvement in their humanities responses lately. I heard it's all thanks to Chen Mo guiding them with his mind maps. His approach to learning is quite methodical. Methodical? The homeroom teacher pointed at the glaring 015A on the physics paper. How do we explain that? Does his method include deliberately making errors just to seem less than perfect? What is the point? Mr. Zhang Mingyuan, an elder, leisurely sipped his tea, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Xiaoyan, don't rush. The thoughts of youth are often inscrutable. Perhaps he is simply under pressure and nervous during exams. Or maybe it was merely a moment of oversight. What matters is the potential he is displaying now, which is nothing short of astonishing, particularly in the humanities. It's as if he has transformed into a different person. I believe this mind map technique is worth promoting, and as for those minor issues in the sciences, with some attention, they can certainly be rectified. A flaw does not overshadow the brilliance. Lin Xiaoyan furrowed her brows, remaining silent, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within her. The impression Chen Mo gave off was akin to peering through a veil of mist. Despite his evident diligence, his progress in the humanities standing as testament, and his exceptional aptitude in the sciences, he still faltered at crucial moments. And with a precision that seemed almost deliberate, he stumbled in areas where substantial marks could not be lost. The examination papers were finally distributed, and Chen Mo's sheets sprawled across his desk, instantly becoming the focal point of attention, with a score of 125 in Chinese. His essay titled On Clumsiness and Skill bore a glaring 56 beside it, accompanied by the comment, ambitious perspective, progressively layered argumentation, extensive references, and eloquent expression, demonstrating remarkable progress. Xin Wei leaned in, marveling. Mo Ge, did you hire someone for this essay? The citations are dizzying. Chen Mo chuckled, Read more books, remember some examples, and connect your arguments with mind maps, and you'll find writing becomes less daunting. In history, he scored 92, nearly achieving full marks on an essay regarding the background and impact of the policies during the early Han Dynasty. The feedback was insightful analysis of background, comprehensive discussion of impact, tightly integrated historical and theoretical perspectives, with precise keywords. Wang Pan, holding his own half-correct answer for the same question, lamented, "Mo go. I beg you for a mind map. What have I even written?" The teacher noted my logic is chaotic. In politics, he achieved a score of 91. A significant tick marked the analysis question on whether a market economy inevitably leads to moral decline, with the comment, thorough analysis of contradictions, powerful rebuttals, and appropriate examples. Even Li Yun, who usually struggled with politics, couldn't resist peeking over. "Mo go. Your use of contradiction analysis is incredibly smooth. I get lost at the mere sight of such questions." Turning to the sciences, physics yielded a score of 90. A glaring red cross beside the final question was painfully conspicuous. The comment, as observed by the homeroom teacher, was filled with regret. Mathematics scored 142. Although the auxiliary lines in a solid geometry proof were expertly drawn, he had overlooked an obvious equivalence while deducing a crucial angle, leading to a lack of rigor in a deduction of process points. Chemistry and biology followed closely with scores of 93 and 90, respectively, each carrying similar minor regrets. Chen Mo calmly perused the papers, his fingertips tracing over the glaring deductions, his mind clear. The leap in the humanities was the inevitable result of meticulous planning and execution. The knowledge system and answering logic constructed through mind maps had withstood the rigors of practical application. The missteps in the sciences, however, were perfectly calibrated to maintain his overall score and ranking, securely landing within the top 20 of his grade, the teacher's slight concerns serving as the balance he had carefully maintained. During the afternoon class meeting, homeroom teacher Lin Xiaoyan ascended the podium with the report cards in hand. Her gaze swept across the classroom, finally resting on Chen Mo for several seconds, revealing a mix of inquiry, satisfaction, and a hint of barely perceptible confusion. "This month's exam has shown overall progress in our class." Lin's voice resonated, imbued with the motivational fervor characteristic of homeroom teachers. "I would like to commend several students for their remarkable improvement." She read out a few names, and at last, her voice unconsciously elevated, emphasizing, "Chen Mo, 9th in class, 19th in grade." His progress since the start of the school year has been tremendous, placing him among the top in the entire grade, particularly in the subjects of Chinese, history, and politics. His achievements are remarkably outstanding. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause, all eyes once again fixed upon Chen Mo. Shun Wei clapped especially vigorously, while Wang Pan even whistled in a playful manner. Chen Mo stood up, slightly bowing, his face adorned with a hint of bashfulness. "Chen Mo." Teacher Lin gazed at him with a serious expression. "Your progress has not gone unnoticed by the teachers, indicating that your efforts and methods are indeed effective. This is something every student should aspire to emulate." However, her tone shifted, her gaze sharp. "But your performance in the sciences, particularly in physics and mathematics, is puzzling. You exhibit a clear thought process and strong capabilities, so why do you consistently make elementary mistakes at the last moment? Calculation errors, misunderstood units, even overlooking conditions. This has been the case in your recent examinations. Tell me, where does the problem lie?" The class fell into an instant hush, all ears perked up, echoing the curiosity of many. Meeting the scrutinizing gaze of his homeroom teacher, Chen Mo's expression turned solemn and sincere. He lowered his head slightly, seemingly engaged in deep reflection. "I apologize, Teacher Lin, for causing you and the other teachers concern." His voice was soft yet clear. "Recently, I have indeed invested considerable energy into addressing my deficiencies in the humanities, and perhaps this has led to a certain restlessness in my approach to the sciences, resulting in a lack of meticulousness that has caused me to stumble over these details." Restlessness? Impetuosity? Teacher Lin's brow furrowed, her fingers tapping the podium. "Chen Mo, let me make this clear. In the college entrance examination, a mere point can signify a chasm of difference. You have made commendable strides in the humanities, but it must never come at the expense of the stability in your sciences. This is akin to picking up sesame seeds while dropping watermelons. The clarity of thought you possess in science is a gift that many covet. Do not squander it. Do you understand?" "I understand, Teacher Lin." Chen Mo immediately straightened his back, his tone resolute. I will certainly rectify my attitude. I will not commit such elementary mistakes again. Teacher Lin scrutinized him for a few moments, seemingly searching for something more in his expression, but ultimately found only sincerity and determination. With a sigh, her tone softened. It is good that you recognize your mistakes. Your potential is immense, and the teachers have high hopes for you. Do not disappoint us. Please take your seat. She then turned to the entire class. All students should take heed. Learning must be balanced, and attention to detail is paramount. The class meeting continued, with Teacher Lin beginning to analyze the overall performance of the class. Chen Mo sat quietly, and beside him, Shun Wei discreetly passed a small note with a large question mark drawn on it, accompanied by the words, "How on earth did you manage that?" Chen Mo glanced at it, neatly folded the note, and tucked it into his pencil case, choosing not to respond. Chapter 32. Investing in real estate. The aftershocks of the monthly exam had barely settled in Class 7 of the first year. Yet the air was still thick with the excitement and anxiety brought about by the rankings. Chen Mo's name had transformed from that of a rather quiet newcomer to a notable figure within the top 20 of his grade, bringing along a lively atmosphere to the small circle by his desk. Shen Wei, Wang Pan, and a few others seized every opportunity to gather around with their history and politics books, eagerly seeking Chen Mo's guidance in crafting mind maps. Chen Mo welcomed their requests with patience, articulating his thoughts clearly, though within him, the strings of ambition had quietly shifted to a new rhythm. His family's finances were due for some movement. The changes within the household are subtle yet profound. At the dining table, the frequency of meat and vegetables has noticeably increased, no longer a luxury reserved for festive occasions. Comrade Chen Wei's old jacket, worn for 7 or 8 years with frayed cuffs, has finally been honorably retired, replaced by a brand new, substantial deep blue down jacket. The frown on my mother Li Xiulan's face has diminished, and she occasionally pulls Chen Mo aside after dinner, softly murmuring about the state of life, alluding to the lottery without explicitly mentioning it, yet her words radiate a sense of gratitude. Chen Mo understands that the time is ripe. On a Saturday afternoon, the home is enveloped in the warm aroma of delicious food. Chen Weigua, unusually not out, sits on a small stool, diligently oiling the chain of Chen Mo's old bicycle in the light streaming through the doorway. Li Xiulan busies herself in the kitchen, the chopping board resounding with rhythmic thuds. Chen Mo moves a small stool closer to his father, flipping through a newly purchased city map he bought specifically from the Xinhua bookstore. Dad, Chen Mo's voice is casual, yet his finger precisely points to a section of the map. Look here, in the western part of the city, near the old cotton mill. Chen Weigua lifts his head, squinting at the map. Isn't that area quite remote? It's just old residential quarters and many bungalows. It was lively back in the day when the factory was flourishing, but now it's dilapidated, and the roads are hardly passable. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. Chen Mo closes the map, his tone becoming even more casual, as if struck by a sudden thought. I was chatting with classmates today, and someone mentioned that houses over there are selling for prices as low as cabbage. Cabbage prices? Chen Weigua pauses his work, scoffing lightly, and taps the map with his finger. Why buy in such a desolate place? If you have that kind of spare money, it's better off in the bank earning interest. With that, he resumes his task, evidently dismissing his son's words. Chen Mo remains unperturbed, shifting to a more comfortable position, as if engaging in casual conversation. Dad, it's not quite right to say that. Look at our family now. Aren't we a bit more financially comfortable than before? That unexpected windfall still has a considerable amount left, right? Would the interest from a bank outpace inflation? If it just sits there, it becomes dead money. Chen Weigua, wiping the grease from his hands with a cloth, slows his movements. His son's words strike at his underlying anxiety. Yes, there is more money, but how to make it grow? Having spent most of his life working with machines, he is at a loss. What do you suggest then? Should we buy gold? I've heard it retains value, he tentatively inquires. Gold is good, but it's cumbersome to liquidate and takes up space. Chen Mo shakes his head, his tone imbued with foresight. Dad, think about it. Our city isn't that vast. It will surely expand outward, right? But where will it expand? East towards the river has high development costs. The north is mountains. The south is farmland. And expropriation is expensive. That leaves the west. Although the area around the old cotton mill is currently shabby, it's spacious and flat. Do you believe that in a few years, the government will undoubtedly plan to move in that direction? Once the roads are built, shopping malls erected, and schools and hospitals established, that place won't retain its current price. Listening to his son speak eloquently, Chen Mo's brows gradually knitted into a frown. The future his son envisioned sounded quite splendid, yet it felt utterly unrealistic. What plans, what developments? Everything seemed far removed from the fabric of everyday life. You, my child, are chasing after fanciful dreams. Chen Mo set down his cloth, somewhat skeptical. Government planning was a matter for the leaders to decide in their meetings. Besides, even if development were to occur, who knows when that would be? What if an urgent need arose at home? He still felt that his son's ideas were overly audacious. Chen Mo understood that mere words would not persuade his father. He stood up and approached his bedside, retrieving neatly folded papers from beneath his pillow, his homework from the past few days. Dad, take a look at this. He spread the papers before Chen Mo, revealing several clippings from local newspapers and handwritten notes. The city holds a seminar on urban spatial development planning. Experts emphasize the potential of the Western District. And the Transportation Bureau responds to citizens. The widening and renovation of the main road in the Western District has been included in the 5-year plan. He pointed to the handwritten addresses and prices. Cotton spinning factory residential area, building X, unit X, room X, 62 square meters, simple decoration, priced at $1.88 million. A bungalow on the west side of the cotton spinning factory, with a small yard, approximately 65 square meters, priced at $1.65 million. The prices were marked with annotations such as urgent sale and owner relocating. Dad, look, this isn't something I made up. Chen Mo insisted, pointing at the information. Experts have acknowledged the potential, and the road is set to be constructed. The key lies in the price. His finger emphasized the figures of $1.65 million and $1.88 million. You can't even buy a toilet in the city center for that price, right? This is a legitimate 2-bedroom apartment. Consider how long we've lived in our current home. If that area truly develops in the future, we could rent this place out. And the monthly rent might just cover the mortgage. Even if prices don't rise, we wouldn't be at a loss buying at this price. Chen Mo spoke at a measured pace, yet his thoughts were exceptionally coherent, underscoring affordability, potential, practicality, rental income, and family assets. Each word struck at the core of Chen Mo's concerns. Chen Mo fell silent, picking up the papers and tracing the printed text and handwritten figures with his fingers, glancing at the map where he had always deemed the area unworthy of attention. His son's words began to take root, like a seed sprouting in the most conservative soil of his heart. Indeed, it is quite affordable. In the city center, even a rundown place costs at least $300,000 to $400,000, yet here, a house is merely a few tens of thousands? Though the potential may seem a bit vague, newspapers have reported it, perhaps it isn't entirely baseless. As for family assets, my son is growing up. The money he has is stagnant in the bank. It might be better to convert it into a tangible house for security. Even if prices don't rise, at least it provides shelter. What if, as my son suggests, it can be rented out in the future? The aroma of braised pork wafted from the kitchen as Li Xiaolan emerged with a dish. Noticing the two men silent before a pile of papers, she curiously asked, "What are you two whispering about? So secretive. Dinner is ready. Wash your hands." Chen Mo lifted his head to glance at his wife and then at his son. With a long exhale, it seemed he had made a tremendous decision. He slammed the paper onto the table, though his voice was not loud. It resonated with the authority of a family patriarch. "All right, my boy, I cannot ascertain your judgment, but your eloquence is undeniable. I trust you this time." After a brief pause, he added, "However, let us agree on this. We shall purchase something modest and affordable, lest we deplete our savings in one fell swoop." A weight lifted from Chen Mo's heart, and a smile blossomed on his face. "Rest assured, Dad, I will undoubtedly select the most advantageous option." Li Xiaolan, bewildered, inquired, What are we buying? "A house." "Where?" She set down the dish she was holding and leaned in closer. Chen Mo picked up the atlas, pointing to an area west of the city. "Here, right behind the old cotton mill. My son has taken a liking to it, claiming it is inexpensive and holds potential for the future." "What?" Li Xiaolan's voice shot up an octave, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Behind the old cotton mill? Have you lost your mind, old Chen?" She snatched the atlas from him, her finger pressing firmly on the map. "Look where this is. It's a 20-minute bike ride just to buy groceries. Do you have money to waste?" On Sunday morning, with the biting wind nipping at them, Chen Mo pedaled his bicycle, carrying Chen Mo as they traversed a significant portion of the city towards the area Li Xiaolan disparagingly referred to as a remote corner. The further west they ventured, the more desolate the landscape became. The wide main road gradually gave way to narrow, pothole-ridden concrete paths, flanked by towering yet dilapidated factory walls, their paint peeling to reveal the dark red bricks beneath. Occasionally, they spotted hastily erected signs advertising houses for urgent sale, crookedly planted by the roadside or nailed to walls. Following the information they had gathered earlier, they found a contact, a local agent named Lu, who appeared to be in his 50s and seemed quite down to earth. Master Chen. Young Chen, this way. Lu the agent cheerfully beckoned, leading the father and son into a narrower alley. This area used to be the old housing district for the cotton mill workers. After the factory's decline, the youth departed, leaving mostly the elderly behind. He explained with a hint of nostalgia. The houses may be old, but they are genuine red brick constructions with solid foundations. The key factor is the price, which is truly unbeatable. He first showed them a street-facing bungalow with a small yard, the wall of which had crumbled halfway, the yard overrun with weeds. The rooms inside were dilapidated, empty, and carried a damp, musty odor. This one is approximately 65 square meters, with a yard and clear property rights. The elderly owners have moved to the provincial capital to live with their son and are eager to sell. The asking price is a flat 160,000. Lu gestured emphatically. Chen Weiguo frowned, surveying the property inside and out, shaking his head resolutely. It's far too dilapidated. How much would it cost to renovate this? No. Chen Mo remained silent, his attention drawn to the pothole-ridden road adjacent to the house, which resembled the embryonic form of the future main thoroughfare in the west. As mentioned in the printed information, this location was indeed street-facing. Sensing their hesitation, Lu quickly offered, if Master Chen finds this too shabby, then let us explore the apartment buildings. That one ahead, on the 5th floor. Although it lacks an elevator, the property is well maintained. He led the father and son up a drab 6-story building, opening the door to a 5th-floor apartment. The space was modest, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, approximately 60 square meters in size. The walls exhibited bubbling paint in several areas, and the kitchen and bathroom were both cramped and antiquated. However, it was at least livable, and despite the age of the furniture, it was entirely furnished. This unit, with its 62 square meters, had just been vacated by an elderly couple who moved to a retirement home and entrusted us with its sale. It was minimally renovated and ready for immediate occupancy. The price was negotiable at 180,000. Lu, the agent, was keen to promote it. Chen Weiguo surveyed the apartment, his furrowed brow easing slightly. Though the place was old, it was far more presentable than the previous bungalow. The balcony offered a broad view. However, Chen Weiguo's attention was drawn to a large expanse of barren land nearby, overgrown with weeds and bordered by rudimentary blue metal sheeting. Master Lu, what is that large vacant lot over there for? Chen Weiguo casually inquired, pointing towards the desolate area. Oh, that lot. Lu leaned in closer, lowering his voice with an air of mystery. I've heard it's been earmarked by the city for a new public library, along with an accompanying cultural square. The paperwork has been approved. They just lack the funds to commence construction. It's been sitting empty for quite a few years. However, whispers suggest it will happen soon. Once the library and square are established, the vibrancy of this area will undoubtedly change. A public library? A cultural square? Chen Weiguo felt a jolt of interest and instinctively glanced at his son. Chen Mo stood in the living room, assessing the mottled walls, his expression inscrutable, as if he hadn't heard a word. Dad, the layout of this apartment is decent, albeit a bit dated, Chen Mo remarked calmly as he approached. The price is indeed attractive. What do you think? Chen Weiguo remained silent, moving back to the balcony to gaze out at the vacant land and the dilapidated streets in the distance. He recalled his son's earlier remarks about the plans, with the words potential library and cultural square swirling in his mind. Can we negotiate the price down from 180,000? Chen Weiguo turned to Lu, beginning to haggle. Look at these walls. They need repainting, right? The kitchen and bathroom are so small, they're not convenient at all. Plus, the high floor lacks an elevator, which will be difficult for the elderly. After a spirited exchange, they finally settled on a price of 170,000, and both parties signed a letter of intent. When it came time to pay the deposit, Chen Weiguo's hands trembled slightly. 17,000. This was a substantial sum of real money. On the way home, Chen Weiguo remained silent for a long time before finally speaking, his voice carried away by the wind. Mo, Please be honest with me. Buying this house isn't a reckless decision, is it? Chen Mo, seated in the back, kept his hands warm in the pockets of his father's down jacket. His tone steady. Dad, the plans published in the newspaper are legitimate, and the library approval is genuine. Our city is set to develop, and cultural facilities will inevitably follow suit. Even if we have to wait 3 to 5 years, we purchased this house for 170,000. Renting it out for a few hundred a month is surely feasible. Think of it as a fixed deposit with interest, and we'll end up with a free house. It's a win-win situation. Chen Mo's words were like soothing balm, precisely what his father needed to hear. The tension in Chen Weiguo's back seemed to gradually ease. The process of purchasing a home unfolded in a series of stumbles amidst Li Xiaolon's incessant nagging and concerns. Signing contracts, securing loans, Chen Mo insisted on borrowing only a modest amount to ensure ample cash flow at home, transferring ownership, and finally receiving the keys, when that thin, dark red document embossed with the national emblem, the property ownership certificate, was finally in hand, and he opened it to find Chen Weiguo's name inscribed as the property owner. He stood at the entrance of the housing authority, cold winds swirling around him, rendered momentarily speechless. Upon returning home that evening, Li Xiaolon gazed at the pristine property deed. Her eyes slightly reddened. It was unclear whether her emotions stemmed from the financial burden or something deeper. She refrained from voicing her complaints, instead quietly placing it at the bottom of the most robust old camphor-wood chest in their home, atop which she layered several thick quilts. Observing his parents' reactions, Chen Mo felt a sense of assurance. The seed had been sown, deeply buried in the currently desolate land of the Western city, as well as in the hearts of his parents, fraught with doubt, yet filled with hope. However, it required time, patience, and the nurturing embrace of sunlight, rain, and favorable policies. He returned to his small desk, opened the hardcover notebook, and after his academic planning, solemnly added a new heading, Family Assets Initiation. Below it were only a few succinct lines. Western City Cotton Spinning Factory Family Compound, Building X, Unit X, Room X, 62 square meters. Purchase price, 170,000, long-term hold. Awaiting regional value realization. In the short term, it may be left vacant or rented out after low-cost renovation to cover holding costs. Closing the notebook, Chen Mo gazed out into the inky night sky. The city's neon lights flickered in the distance, failing to illuminate the aging residential area. Yet he knew that in that currently silent western district, at the very bottom of his family's camphor-wood chest, lay a small seed, quietly biding its time. And time would ultimately reveal everything. The metamorphosis belonging to this family had only just begun. Chapter 33. Entering the stock market as the final bell rang for the last class of the afternoon, the entire school building erupted like a disturbed beehive, buzzing with footsteps, the scraping of chairs, and the distinctive boisterous calls of youth, instantly filling the air. Stepping out of the school gates, the cacophony of the city enveloped him, bicycle bells ringing, vendors calling out their wares, car horns blaring, mingling with the faint scent of gasoline and the tempting aromas wafting from street food stalls. Unlike his usual routine of taking the bus, Chen Mo needed a moment, a space to let the thoughts he had suppressed resurface clearly. He strolled slowly along the sidewalk, the broad leaves of the plane trees rustling overhead, casting dappled, dancing patches of light that fell upon his shoulders and backpack. 10,000 yuan to open an account, Matai, Vank. And the other two names inscribed on that slip of paper. The autumn of 2000, deep into fall. These keywords spiraled and collided in his mind, producing echoes only he could hear. He was acutely aware of the tremendous energy these names would unleash in the years to come. How they would transform from unnoticed weeds into towering giants that overshadow the skies. Just thinking about Matai's current price, was it only a few dozen yuan? Perhaps it is not yet the time. In those tumultuous markets, rife with speculative and concept stocks, this bottle of national liquor resembles a pearl shrouded in dust, heartbreakingly inexpensive. Meanwhile, Vank, the colossal entity once revered by countless individuals, likely finds itself sprawled on the floor, as affordable as if it were a mere gift. He could almost sense the palpable atmosphere of impending wealth transformation, so thick and alluring. But then, there was his father. Chen Mo's steps faltered slightly as the visage of his father, Chen Weiguo, vividly materialized in his mind. The eyes, perpetually tinged with fatigue yet imbued with the indomitable resilience characteristic of the working class, must now be filled with confusion and instinctive resistance. 10,000 yuan is no trivial sum for this ordinary working-class family. It is the fruit of his parents' frugality, intended as a safeguard against illness, educational expenses for their child, or the urgent repair of a leaking roof. Would his father believe him? Believe in the prophecy of a 16-year-old boy? Trust that these stocks, green and languishing at the bottom of the market, regarded by all as refuse, could one day be exchanged for a sturdy house? How could he convince his father to part with money for an investment account? Chen Mo pondered as he walked, feeling the slight dampness of sweat in his palms. He inhaled deeply. He must persuade his father to open an account, for this is not merely about money. It represents the first thread of fate he is grasping to alter their destiny and secure a healthier life for his parents. He quickened his pace toward home. As Chen Mo pushed the door open, he was enveloped by the familiar aroma of home-cooked meals. His mother, Li Xiaolan, donned an old apron, busily hustling in the kitchen. The spatula clashed against the iron wok, emitting a sizzling sound. His father, Chen Weigua, had already returned, his deep blue work jacket draped over the back of a chair, revealing a gray autumn shirt beneath. He sat at the well-worn folding table, which had served them for over a decade, gripping a small cup of white liquor. His brow slightly furrowed as he gazed at a crumpled local evening newspaper spread before him. Upon hearing the door, he lifted his gaze, and the weariness etched on his face softened slightly upon seeing his son. Mo, you're back? Go wash your hands. Your mother will finish cooking the last vegetable dish shortly. His father's voice, tinged with a raspy quality from smoke and alcohol, was a familiar melody to Chen Mo since childhood. Okay, Chen Mo replied, setting down his backpack and glancing at his father. As the dishes were served, they were simple: a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers, a dish of sautéed potato slices, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. Initially, the dining table was enveloped in the customary silence, but soon his mother, as was her habit, scooped some meat into Chen Mo's bowl, casually inquiring, "How was school today?" The teacher didn't say anything, did he? "Quite well," Chen Mo replied, swallowing his food, putting down his chopsticks, and turning to his father, who was lifting a slice of potato to his mouth. Feeling his son's gaze, he paused, looking back with a hint of curiosity. "Dad," Chen Mo's voice was soft, "how much money do you think we could gather at home right now?" The question arose unexpectedly, causing my father, Chen Weigua, to pause with his chopsticks in hand, while my mother, Li Xiaolan, who was beside him, halted her stirring of the dishes. My father's throat moved slightly as he inquired, perplexed, "Why ask this? Are you short on money? Or is there a fee due at school?" "It's not tuition." I shook my head. "Mom, Dad, I wish to discuss something with you." Taking a deep breath, I met my father's gaze and declared, "I want to use some money from home to invest in stocks." "Stocks?" My father, Chen Weigua, reacted as if stung by the word, furrowing his brow tightly. His voice rising, "You, a child, what do you understand about stocks? Is that something for respectable people? The news is filled with stories of how many have lost everything." His reaction was almost instinctive. "That's gambling. A gamble with no returns." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. "Weigua, lower your voice. Don't frighten the child," Li Xiaolan quickly interjected softly. "Mo, why the sudden interest in this? Did you hear something?" "Mom, Dad, it's not gambling." My tone was resolute. "I've done extensive research and reviewed numerous materials. Currently, some stocks are priced absurdly low, yet the companies themselves are exceptional and hold great potential. The market is simply unfavorable right now, and that's why they are so cheap. It's like when we go to the market to buy apples. There are good, large, and sweet apples, but if the market is empty and the sellers rush home, they sell at the same price as the bad ones. If we were to buy them now, once the market is bustling again and people recognize their quality, the prices would naturally rise, and we could make a significant profit." This analogy seemed to slightly ease the tension in my father's demeanor. He huffed, still laden with skepticism. "How do you know which are the good apples? The market is consistently bearish, and even the experts on television can't make sense of it. How can you? What if you pick a bad one? You could throw your money away without a trace." "Dad," I met his scrutinizing gaze, "I plan to initially invest 10,000 yuan and have already identified a few candidates. Like Kuaichao Matai, the renowned liquor producer. You know it, right? And Vank, a major real estate company in Shenzhen." I spoke while observing my father's reaction. "Matai? A liquor factory?" My father's tone still bore doubt. "How promising can a liquor factory be? What is its stock price now?" "About 10-something yuan per share." I uttered a figure that nearly made my father leap from his seat. 10-something. His voice peaked incredulously, laden with absurdity. A mere piece of paper is worth that much? Is that what you call cheap? Mo, have you been deceived? Can this actually be worth that? He perceived my ambition as sheer folly. Dad, please listen. I knew the price shock was immense, and I needed to present a stronger argument. Consider this. Is Matai liquor good? Isn't it in high demand? I've heard that many grand banquets feature it, and even foreigners enjoy it. You must agree. For such a company with its reputation and assets, can a single share truly be worth just 10-something yuan? That seems quite unreasonable. Thus, it can be said that it is merely a matter of the present lack of recognition for its value, or perhaps the market is too tumultuous, causing even reputable companies to be adversely affected. His voice was not loud, yet each word struck like a small hammer, attempting to break through the impenetrable shell of his father's steadfast beliefs. Furthermore, Chen Mo continued, you may not be familiar with Vank, but the houses it will construct in the future will be among the finest in the nation. With the evolving national policies, everyone will aspire to reside in better homes. Can a company that builds quality houses have its stock rendered worthless? Absolutely not. He endeavored to paint a future vision that his father could comprehend and envision. Chen Weigua fell silent, pouring himself another half-glass of baijiu. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, bringing a fleeting warmth. Yet it failed to dispel the turmoil within his mind. He gazed at his son's unusually earnest face, the glimmering fervor in those youthful eyes, a resoluteness he had never witnessed before, coupled with an ineffable insight. This child had always possessed his own ideas, excelling in studies without concern from them. Yet this time it seemed rather absurd. After all, it was 10,000 yuan, nearly all the liquid assets the family could muster. You speak as if there is some semblance of logic to it. Chen Weigua finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, laden with the weight of immense struggle. But 10,000 yuan, Mo. This is not merely 10 or 100 yuan. This amount was painstakingly saved by your mother, and what if? What if? He left the rest unspoken, yet the implication was clear. What if it all vanished? What would be the impact on this family? The atmosphere at the dining table grew tense. Motherly Xiaolan glanced between her husband and son. Her lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, she sighed softly, silently clearing the empty bowls and plates before retreating to the kitchen, leaving space for the two men. Chen Mo observed the struggle and fear in his father's eyes, a blend of instinctual trepidation towards unknown risks and the heavy burden of familial responsibility. He understood that merely reasoning had breached the limits of his father's acceptance. He needed to provide his father with a means of alleviation, a step down from the psychological burden. Dad, Chen Mo's voice softened, imbued with a soothing power. I understand your concerns. How about this? We need not invest 10,000. We could start with 5,000 or even 3,000. Let us open an account and initially invest a smaller portion. He proactively lowered the figures, reducing the psychological threshold. We could select just 1 or 2 stocks, perhaps. Let us say, Kuaichao Matai. He paused, articulating each word carefully. Let us place it in a stock account, purchasing only these few stocks. Then, we will lock it for 10 years. During this decade, we will not touch it. Consider it a preemptive savings for my education fund, to be accessed 10 years later. After a decade, we will evaluate the outcome. 10 years. Chen Weigua abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide with astonishment. The length of time far exceeded his imagination, locking up 10,000 yuan for 10 years. Indeed, 10 years. Chen Mo's gaze remained tranquil, as if he were declaring a future that was already destined. Dad, trust me one more time, just this once. After 10 years, I assure you, it will yield far more than merely 10,000 yuan. He looked directly at his father. In 10 years, it could potentially amount to a house. A spacious home that belongs to us. A spacious home? Father Chen Weigua murmured these 4 words repeatedly, as though struck by a silent thunderclap. He opened his mouth, intending to dismiss the notion, to declare it impossible, to insist that his child knew nothing of such matters. But all his words were forcefully quelled by the conviction in his son's eyes and the weighty phrase about a grand house. He abruptly seized the half-filled glass of liquor on the table, tilting it back in one swift motion, which provoked a violent fit of coughing. Motherly Xiaolan, hearing the commotion, rushed out from the kitchen, anxiously patting his back. After a prolonged bout of coughing, Father Chen Weigua finally regained his composure, hastily wiping his face, straightening up, and fixing his gaze upon Chen Mo, his chest still heaving with exertion. Fine, he finally spat out through clenched teeth. I shall comply with your wishes. I will consider this money as lost. 10 years. For a decade, I shall not lay eyes upon it. He gasped for breath, his finger jabbing toward Chen Mo. You young rascal. If 10 years pass, and the threatening words hung unspoken in the air. In that moment, Chen Mo's taut nerves slowly began to unravel. He understood that he had surmounted the most arduous hurdle. Chapter 34. Purchasing stocks on a Saturday morning, the sun shone brightly overhead. Father Chen had scarcely slept, dark circles shadowing his eyes. Clutching the family bank card, he led Chen Mo toward the bustling financial district where the Wangua Securities branch was located. As they approached the resplendent building adorned with gleaming tiles and an imposing facade, Chen Weigua's heartbeat quickened. Even from a distance, he could sense an atmosphere of clamorous activity, starkly contrasting with the tranquility of the surrounding streets. The massive glass doors swung open and closed incessantly. As a diverse throng of individuals moved in and out, some donned sharp suits, clutching briefcases and hurrying along. Others, in casual attire, barefoot and grasping crumpled newspapers, wore anxious expressions. And many, like him, dressed plainly and somewhat shabbily, bore bewildered and inquisitive looks. Pushing through the heavy glass doors, he was greeted by a swirling mix of scents, sweat, smoke, perfume, and the pungent aroma of ink and paper. A colossal electronic display dominated one wall, a cacophony of red and green numbers, and the incessantly scrolling abbreviations of companies. The glaring green, indicating a decline in the A-share market of 2000, resembled an endless, suffocating expanse of wild grass, draining the color from the faces of all who dared to gaze upon it. Waves of sound assaulted his eardrums, as the loudspeakers mechanically announced stock codes and prices with no hint of emotion. The counters were packed with individuals waving slips of paper or cash, vociferously inquiring, arguing, and urging one another. In another corner, groups huddled around a few aging computers displaying the same distressing green figures, pointing and debating fervently. Their voices a mix of despairing sighs, fretful complaints, and occasional hushed whispers of cautious excitement, merging into a dizzying torrent of noise. The father stood at the doorway, momentarily dazed by the scene before him. Instinctively, he took a half-step back, nearly pressing against the glass door. The palm that clutched his bank card became damp and slippery, as he realized that this place was far more chaotic and frightening than he had imagined. This was no venue for investment. It was evidently a vast, steam-emitting casino. He felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee with his son. Dad, Chen Mo's calm voice resonated in his ear, exuding a stabilizing force that pierced through the surrounding clamor. Do not concern yourself with those figures. Pretend they do not exist. Remember what we discussed last night. Taking a deep breath, Chen Weigua glanced at his son, whose expression remained exceptionally tranquil, seemingly impervious to the surrounding atmosphere. Observing his son's composed demeanor was akin to grasping an invisible rope that restrained his desire to escape. He nodded stiffly and, with Chen Mo in tow, pushed toward the account opening counter. The entire account opening process unfolded as Chen Mo had described. In this small town in the year 2000, the procedure was not particularly complex. The staff merely handed over a few forms for the father to complete in a formulaic manner. Hello. Please fill out the form with your name, ID number, and address, the staff member said without lifting her head, her tone languid. Chen Weigua clutched the thin form, his hands clammy with sweat. He picked up a ballpoint pen from the counter and hesitantly inscribed his name. Chen Weigua, his writing crooked and his strokes rigid, reminiscent of a child learning to write. Observing his father's struggle, Chen Mo gently touched his arm. Dad, may I assist you with the rest? Relieved, Chen Weigua promptly handed the pen and form to his son. Chen Mo leaned over the counter and fluidly filled out the remaining sections, his handwriting graceful and robust, standing in stark contrast to the chaotic environment around them. Wow, young man, your handwriting is quite impressive, remarked a middle-aged woman filling out a form beside them. Leaning over to take a glance and offering a smile of praise, the staff member finally lifted her gaze, her expression a mix of surprise as she noted Chen Mo's neat handwriting, then shifted to the anxious face of Chen Weigua, a flicker of subtle curiosity and understanding passing through her eyes. Once the form was completed, they submitted the ID and bank card. After receiving them, the staff member typed rapidly on the keyboard, then requested their signatures on a stack of documents. Chen Weigua's hand trembled slightly as he signed his name. Here you are, your shareholder code card. Please keep it safe, the staff member said, handing over a sturdy card imprinted with a long string of numbers, her tone still monotonous. There are already funds in your account. You may commence trading now. If you wish to purchase anything, please fill out this order form. With that, she slid over a commission form filled with dense boxes. Clutching the small, cold card, Chen Mo felt a sense of unreality wash over him. Just like that, his life savings of 10,000 yuan had transformed into this insubstantial plastic piece. He gazed at his son in bewilderment. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo took the order form, seized the pen, and fluidly inscribed the first digit in the securities code section, 600519, Matai. Subsequently, he inscribed a figure that would undoubtedly cause a sharp pang in his father Chen Mo's heart beside the purchase price, 1,850 yuan. This reflects the approximate price range of Matai shares in the year 2000, with the actual opening price potentially being lower. He then calculated in his mind the quantity to purchase and wrote down 500 shares. Following this, he pinned down 0.00002 Vanke at a price of 1,280 yuan for 400 shares. Finally, he swiftly recorded two other industry-leading codes and their respective prices and quantities, both of which were etched in his memory and currently at an absolute low. "Dad, please sign here," Chen Mo urged, pushing the filled-out form towards his father and pointing to the designated area for the signature. Father Chen Mo gazed at the unfamiliar numbers and amounts on the form, over 9,000 yuan, almost closing his eyes and, relying solely on instinct, scrawled his name in the blank space. After the form was submitted at the counter, the staff verified the account balance, confirming sufficient funds, and quickly executed the necessary operations on the computer. Moments later, the printer whirred and spat out a narrow slip of paper. "Hello. This is the transaction receipt for your stock purchase. Please keep it safe." The staff member handed over the slip. Father Chen Mo mechanically extended his hand to receive the paper, still warm from the machine, and looked down to see stark black letters on white paper. Glaringly bright, 600519, Matai, buy 500 shares at a transaction price of 1,850 yuan, 0.00002, Vanke, buy 400 shares at a transaction price of 1,280 yuan. Below, there were two lines containing company abbreviations and numbers entirely foreign to him. At the very bottom, it clearly printed, total amount incurred, 9x times x times x yuan, with a minuscule line beside it stating, service fee, xxxx yuan. The mention of the service fee made his heart sink once more. Just like that, dozens of yuan had vanished, money spent with such ease. Gripping the transaction receipt, he pondered the value of what 10,000 yuan had procured, mere sheets bearing cold numbers and unfamiliar names. Bewildered, he raised his gaze, scanning the bustling crowd, before his eyes settled once again on the enormous, unervingly green stock display screen. "Dad, let us go sit over there for a moment," Chen Mo's voice rang out, calm as if nothing had transpired. Gently tugging at his father, Chen Mo followed his son towards the seating area adjacent to the trading hall, where rows of seats were occupied by individuals. Some were contemplating their next purchases with pens in hand, while others were calculating figures with calculators. Chen Mo guided his father to a seat and said, "Dad, you stay here for a bit. I'll check something over there and use the restroom." "All right, go ahead," his father replied. After this exchange, Chen Mo wandered off, making a couple of circles before, taking advantage of his father's inattention, he approached the account opening counter. The staff glanced at him and handed over several forms for completion. Having just filled out the forms, Chen Mo swiftly entered his name, ID number, address, and other information. Once he completed the forms, he submitted his ID and bank card. The staff, upon receiving these, began typing away on the keyboard and subsequently requested his signature on a stack of documents. After a while, all was well. "Here is your shareholder code card. Please keep it safe." The staff handed over a hard card printed with a lengthy sequence of numbers. And then Chen Mo requested a commission slip adorned with a myriad of tiny squares. Upon receiving the slip, he grasped a pen and effortlessly inscribed the stock code in the designated space, 600519, Matai, followed by the purchase price of 1,850 yuan. He calculated mentally and noted the quantity as 5,000 shares. Subsequently, on the next line, he wrote 0.00002, Vanke, with a price of 1,280 yuan and a quantity of 8,000 shares. Finally, he swiftly jotted down the codes, prices, and quantities of two additional stocks. After signing the designated area for the client as signature, he submitted the slip at the counter. The staff verified the account balance, confirmed sufficient funds, and quickly operated on the computer. Moments later, the printer whirred and produced a narrow receipt. "Hello, here is the stock purchase transaction slip. Please hold on to it," the staff said as they handed over the receipt. Chen Mo took it, glanced down, and read the black and white text. 600519, Kuaichao Matai. Bought 5,000 shares at a transaction price of 1,850 yuan. 000002, Vank A. Bought 8,000 shares at a transaction price of 1,280 yuan. Below, there were 2 lines containing the names and figures of companies entirely unfamiliar to him. At the bottom, it clearly stated, total amount incurred, 20xxxxxx yuan, with a minuscule line beside it indicating, service charge, xxxxxx yuan. After confirming the details, Chen Mo tucked the receipt away and approached his father. "Dad, let us go." "All right, let us head out," his father, Chen Weigua, responded, rising to stride toward the glass doors of the lobby. As he pushed open the glass door, the midday sun poured down without restraint, its fierce rays prompting Chen Weigua to instinctively shut his eyes tightly. Standing there, eyes closed, he remained motionless for several seconds, feeling the suffocating cacophony of the outside world muffled behind the glass door. Suddenly, the world seemed to become serene in an instant. He said nothing, merely gazing at the lightweight transaction slip in his hand, the numbers on it serving as a reminder that the events that had just transpired were not a figment of his imagination. The receipt, in clear black and white, explicitly stated, Kuaichao Matai, 500 shares at 1,850 yuan, Vank A 400 shares at 1,280 yuan. Those frigid numbers appeared remarkably vivid under the sunlight. His gaze fixated on the characters denoting Kuaichao Matai, his fingers tightening around the slip until they turned pale and trembled slightly. Sweat trickled from his brow, coursing along the deep-set wrinkles before gathering at his chin and ultimately falling heavily onto the scorching concrete floor. A large house. Are these merely worth a large house? He silently moved his lips, as if questioning the slip of paper in his hand, the searing sunlight, and even the incomprehensible, nearly insane decision he had made. The sound was low and hoarse, audible only to him, imbued with a profound sense of absurdity and the bewilderment of standing on the precipice after a reckless gamble. The father carefully tucked away the delivery receipt, lifting his head to gaze ahead. The sunlight remained blinding, the street bustling with traffic, and pedestrians hurried along their way. Vendors selling popsicles lazily called out from beneath the shade of trees. Everything was as it had been, ordinary, noisy, brimming with the essence of human existence. Yet he alone bore the weight of a recent revelation. Certain things had irrevocably changed. The sun continued to blaze, casting his shadow into a dark, compact mass at his feet. He squinted against the brightness, peering towards the distant outlines of buildings that shimmered in the heat. In 10 years, would this flimsy piece of paper, along with the equally insubstantial shareholder code card tucked in his pocket, truly grant him a home of his own? A sanctuary belonging to Chen Weigua? He did not know the answer. He only understood that from this moment forth, he must force himself to forget the existence of this paper. With a resolute heart, he shoved the receipt into the deepest pocket of his trousers. He then extended his hand, resting it firmly, with a complex mix of emotions, on his son Chen Mo's shoulder. "Let us go home," he said, his voice hoarse. He paused, as if persuading himself, or perhaps sealing this reckless act with an acceptance that could quell his turmoil. "Consider it an investment in your education." He then turned away from his son and took the lead, walking towards the bus stop, his steps heavy yet his back straight. Chen Mo, beside him, gazed at his father's face, musing over the receipt in his own pocket. 600519, Kuaichao Matai, buying 5,000 shares at a transaction price of 1,850 yuan. 0002, Vank A. Buying 8,000 shares at a transaction price of 1,280 yuan. Soon, this investment would double back into his hands, replenishing his capital and bolstering his future aspirations. Contemplating this, he glanced once more at his father, the sunlight unabated in its brilliance illuminating his slightly stooped, yet resolute figure, enveloping them both in a luminous aura filled with promise and uncertainty. Chapter 35. Brother Zhang. How as the school bell rang, the corridor erupted into a cacophony. A group of boys, arms draped over each other's shoulders, jostled past Chen Mo. One of them, deliberately raising his voice just enough for his companions to hear, remarked, "Hey, did you hear? Our class is about to produce a mathematician. I heard from Teacher Wang that Chen Mo's exam paper impressed him greatly. He even said Chen Mo could be the next Chen Jingran or Hualuoging. Truly remarkable. The teasing tone was unmistakable. Chen Mo continued walking, his expression unchanging, as if he hadn't heard a thing. However, Zhang Hao, walking beside him, furrowed his brow and turned sharply to shout at the retreating figures. What nonsense are you spouting? If you're so impressive, why not let Teacher Wang take a look at you? The boys turned back, saw Zhang Hao, then glanced at Chen Mo, sneered, and quickened their pace to escape. Zhang Hao was renowned in their grade for his straightforward and fiery temperament. With a solid physique that made him formidable in a fight, most people preferred to steer clear of provoking him. Ahem, a collection of sour grapes. Zhang Hao spat in the direction where a few individuals had vanished, then turned back, casually resting his arm on Chen Mo's shoulder. Ignore them, Mosey. Teacher Wang values you. They know nothing. Chen Mo leaned slightly under the weight of his friend's arm, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I'm fine, Haozi. He raised his hand to pat Zhang Hao's forearm. Let us head back to the classroom. Zhang Hao is one of the few friends Chen Mo has made during his high school years. He is tall and robust, with a healthy wheat-colored complexion, a spirited buzz cut, and thick eyebrows framing expressive eyes, exuding an innate honesty and sincerity. Coming from a modest background, his father works as a maintenance worker for a bus company, while his mother takes on odd jobs at a small factory run by the local community. Life for them is quite frugal. Academically, Zhang Hao is not particularly outstanding, hovering around average, yet he excels in practical tasks. His strength and willingness to toil see him frequently at the forefront of laborious chores, such as moving books, fetching water, or cleaning, never once complaining. Their friendship blossomed from a serendipitous act of assistance. Shortly after the school year commenced, their group was assigned to clean the neglected corner behind the experimental building, an area cluttered with discarded desks and overrun with weeds. On that rainy day, the muddy ground deterred several girls in the group, who hesitated and grimaced at the sight. Chen Mo, initially silent, picked up a shovel, ready to tackle the weeds. Hey, Chen Mo, wait. At that moment, Zhang Hao happened to pass by. Without a second thought, he tossed aside the basketball he was cradling, wiped the rain from his face, and rushed over, seizing the shovel from Chen Mo's hands. This isn't a job for your skinny arms and legs. Let me show you how it's done. The rain continued to pour relentlessly that day. Clad in an old t-shirt, Zhang Hao wielded the shovel with determination against the heavy, broken furniture, mud splattering across his face and body, sweat mingling with rainwater. Yet he persevered, fervently clearing the area until it was spotless. Chen Mo attempted to assist, but was repeatedly pushed aside. Stay over there. Don't make it messy, eh? Once the task was completed, Zhang Hao stood there like a muddy monkey, grinning widely, his white teeth gleaming. All done. We did it. His smile was pure, radiating the simple satisfaction that follows hard work. Chen Mo offered him a bottle of the mineral water he had just purchased. Thanks, Haozi. Ah, it's nothing, Zhang Hao replied, taking the bottle and gulping down half of its contents. He carelessly wiped his mouth with his dirty sleeve. Just call me for any heavy lifting from now on. From that day on, their bond deepened. Chen Mo, though reserved, possessed a sharp intellect, while Zhang Hao, boisterous and straightforward, was fiercely loyal. Zhang Hao admired Chen Mo's brilliance, particularly in mathematics and physics, where complex problems that left him scratching his head were effortlessly elucidated by Chen Mo in just a few words. In return, Zhang Hao's carefree optimism and tangible enthusiasm provided Chen Mo with a long-missed warmth, reminiscent of youthful simplicity. Chen Mo reciprocated by offering Zhang Hao genuine academic support. Recognizing his shaky foundations, he patiently started from the most basic formulas and theorems, meticulously breaking them down until even Zhang Hao felt somewhat embarrassed by the level of care. During breaks, lunch hours, and after school, one could frequently observe two individuals huddled together, one speaking earnestly while the other listened intently, albeit with a furrowed brow. Although Zhang Hao was not particularly quick-witted, his determination to put in hard work was commendable. If Chen Mo explained a concept once and Zhang Hao did not grasp it, he would blush and request another explanation. This tenacity earned a nod of approval even from Chen Mo. Why must this problem be so convoluted? Zhang Hao inquired, pointing to a geometric proof in his practice book. Can't we just apply the formula directly? Chen Mo took his draft paper, deftly sketching a simple auxiliary line with his pencil. You see, applying the formula directly yields only half the points. By adding this line, We can connect the relationships between these two angles, and the thought process becomes clear. The exam requires a complete logical chain. Zhang Hao gazed at the seemingly casual auxiliary line and the coherent logic that Chen Mo had delineated. His eyes sparkled with understanding as he slapped his thigh in realization. Oh, I see now. It all makes sense. He eagerly seized his pen, unable to contain his excitement as he recalculated. At that moment, Chen Mo felt a sense of gratification in assisting Zhang Hao. His motivation extended beyond simply receiving help. He admired Zhang Hao's sincerity and diligence. In this renewed beginning, Zhang Hao was the first person willing to lend him a hand. Their friendship blossomed amidst the monotony of high school life, until an unexpected upheaval deepened their bond. One afternoon during free time in gym class, Chen Mo observed classmates playing basketball while Zhang Hao was actively participating. A few unruly boys from a neighboring class, including the notorious Zhao Xiaohu, began to bicker. It was unclear how the quarrel escalated, but Zhao Xiaohu, emboldened by his companions, began hurling insults, eventually redirecting his ire towards Chen Mo, who was watching from the sidelines. What are you pretending for? Just because you solved a few trivial problems? Do you really think you're Hualuogan? Wang Fatty talks nonsense, and you forget your own name? Zhao Xiaohu glared at Chen Mo, his demeanor rife with provocation. A few of his cronies erupted in laughter, echoing, yeah, acting all high and mighty. Hualuogan, more like a slippery character. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo had no intention of engaging with such petty taunts and turned to walk away. However, he underestimated Zhang Hao's protective instincts. Zhao Xiaohu, mind your language. Zhang Hao exploded, slamming the basketball onto the ground with a resounding thud. He charged forward, grabbing Zhao Xiaohu by the collar. Who are you talking about? Say it again if you dare. Startled, Zhao Xiaohu stumbled back, his bravado faltering. What is it to you, Zhang Hao? You want to fight, huh? Bring it on. Zhang Hao shouted defiantly. Instantly, a scuffle ensued, chaos erupting as the physical confrontation escalated. The gym teacher, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, but amidst the turmoil, one of Zhao Xiaohu's companions executed a sneak attack, delivering a sharp kick to Zhang Hao's calf. Taken by surprise, Zhang Hao cried out in pain, collapsing to one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xiaohu pushed him again, causing Zhang Hao to crash to the ground, his forehead scraping against the surface, blood streaming forth. Zhang Hao. Chen Mo's expression shifted to one of alarm as he rushed forward, forcefully pushing Zhao Xiaohu away. Are you all right? Zhang Hao grimaced in pain, the wound on his forehead burning fiercely, drawing sharp gasps from him. It's nothing. Damn it, these bastards play dirty. The physical education teacher finally arrived, sternly halting the conflict and punishing Zhao Xiaohu and his companions with laps and written reflections. Zhang Hao was assisted by Chen Mo and another classmate to the infirmary. On the way home from school, Zhang Hao limped, a white bandage atop his forehead rendering him somewhat comical. While he continued to curse Zhao Xiaohu for his lack of sportsmanship. Mosey, truly, I'm fine. Look at my tough skin and robust flesh. I'll be alright in a couple of days. Noticing Chen Mo's silence, he assumed his friend was still feeling guilty. Chen Mo, however, said nothing, merely inquiring, how's he? How much did the medicine cost? Oh, just a few bucks. Zhang Hao waved dismissively, unconcerned. The school nurse just gave me some iodine, bandages, and a few anti-inflammatory pills. It barely cost anything. That won't do. I must cover this expense. Chen Mo insisted firmly. This situation arose because of me. What are you saying? Don't be so formal. Zhang Hao replied, a bit agitated. Who are we to each other? The real issue is those loud-mouthed bastards. It infuriated me. So it was only right to teach them a lesson. It's just, I didn't manage to do that and ended up getting bitten by a dog, he added, a hint of regret in his voice. Observing Zhang Hao's demeanor, Chen Mo chose not to argue further but committed the matter to memory. A few evenings later, as usual, Chen Mo went to Zhang Hao's home to see him. Upon reaching the stairwell, he heard the sound of a quarrel inside. Although the voices were not loud, they resonated clearly in the silent corridor. Mom, we can't touch that money. It's meant for my dad's follow-up and medication. Zhang Hao's voice was filled with urgency and agitation. How's he? Your father's leg is causing him sleepless nights. The doctor said it may not have healed properly, leaving complications that could worsen if neglected. Zhang Hao's mother sounded weary and helpless. But that's not acceptable. I barely managed to scrape together the money for his follow-up. My dad's leg is more important than my minor injuries. Zhang Hao's voice suddenly rose. Child, look at how swollen your foot is. How can you not get it checked? What if you've injured your bones? Your father would be even more distressed to know. Chen Mo's mother spoke, her tone thickening with tears. The conversation devolved into muffled sobs and sighs, prompting Chen Mo to pause outside the door. He recalled how Zhang Hao had walked with noticeable difficulty days prior, as well as the school nurse's warnings. It seemed Zhang Hao's leg injury was more severe than he had admitted, and the family was in such financial straits that they had to choose between his treatment and his father's medical expenses. He stood quietly for a few moments, inhaled deeply, and knocked on the door. The arguing within ceased abruptly. After a brief moment, the door opened to reveal Zhang Hao's somewhat flustered face. Mosey, what brings you here? He instinctively tried to block the doorway, seemingly reluctant for Chen Mo to witness the family's predicament. I came to ask you about the homework, Chen Mo replied calmly, naturally stepping inside. In the cramped living room, Zhang Hao's mother turned her back to the door, hastily wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Upon hearing movement, she quickly turned around, forcing a smile. Oh, it's you, Chen Mo. Come in and sit down. Howsy, get some water. Hello, Auntie, Chen Mo greeted politely, his gaze sweeping across the tidy yet cluttered small room. The furniture was quite old but meticulously clean, and in the corner stood a cane that Chen Mo had not seen during his last visit. Mother, please do not busy yourself. I will speak with Mosey in the back room, Zhang Hao said, a hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. There's no need, Haizi. Chen Mo remained still, his gaze fixed on Zhang Hao's right foot. Is the medication prescribed by the school doctor ineffective? Zhang Hao's expression stiffened, and he stammered. It's all right, almost healed. Zhang's mother sighed softly nearby. This child is so stubborn. His foot is swollen like a bun, yet he refuses to go to the hospital, claiming he fears the expense. Unable to contain her emotions, she wiped her eyes. Mom, Zhang Hao exclaimed, his voice rising with discomfort. Chen Mo disregarded Zhang Hao's protest and retrieved a thin envelope from the inner pocket of his school jacket. This was something he had specifically withdrawn from the bank that afternoon. Approaching Zhang's mother, he handed her the envelope, saying, Auntie, please take this money. Zhang's mother was taken aback, staring at the envelope and repeatedly shaking her head. Oh dear, child, what are you doing? This is unnecessary. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Mosey, what are you doing? Chen Mo looked at Zhang Hao. Haizi, this money is not for you. It's from my father for you. He paused for emphasis. My father heard me mention your fight on my behalf and how you injured your foot. He said we have some money at home that ISNT needed at the moment, so he wanted it to be available in case of emergencies. He deliberately attributed the source to his father, adding, my father said that healing from such injuries takes time. Use this money to get an x-ray and seek proper treatment. Consider it a loan from my father. He articulated the term loan clearly, then turned back to Zhang's mother, speaking sincerely. Auntie, Haizi got hurt because of me. If you refuse this money, my father will surely scold me. Besides, it truly is a loan. He can repay it once he starts working. His words were meticulously crafted, clarifying the money's origin, emphasizing it was a loan, while also preserving Zhang Hao's dignity, the aspect of future repayment, and taking responsibility upon himself to avoid scolding from his father. Zhang's mother gazed into Chen Mo's eyes, then looked at her son's injured foot. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Zhang Hao stood by, his face flushed with embarrassment, wanting to refuse, wishing to assert that it was unnecessary. Yet, upon seeing his mother's expression, feeling the excruciating pain in his ankle, and recalling his father's need for a follow-up examination, he found himself rendered speechless. Mosey, Zhang Hao's voice was hoarse as he bowed his head suddenly, taking a deep breath. Thank you. I will definitely repay this money in the future. Chen Mo gently pressed the envelope into Zhang's mother's hands. Auntie, please take it. It's vital to take Haizi to see a doctor. Zhang's mother clutched the thin envelope tightly, looking at the young man before her. Thank you, dear child. Thank you, brother Chen, she stammered, grasping the envelope with fervor. Chen Mo shook his head. Auntie, please do not mention it. Haizi is my brother. He patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder, urging him to hurry to the doctor. Do not delay. As Chen Mo stepped out of Zhang Hao's home, the evening lights began to twinkle. The city's cacophony reached him from a distance, slightly muffled. He walked home alone, the evening breeze caressing him. Although he was 500 yuan lighter, a peculiar sense of reassurance filled his heart. Days later, Zhang Hao's ankle was diagnosed, and it was set in a cast. Though his mobility was hindered, his spirits had undeniably improved. He returned to school, leaning on his cane, becoming a unique sight in the corridor. No longer shying away from Chen Mo, he instead approached him with a sense of familiarity, his eyes reflecting not only warmth but also gratitude and a stubborn conviction. Chen Mo often regarded him in turn. Their bond, having taken root in their youth and nurtured during times of hardship, had already begun to flourish. Chapter 36. Class Monitor Su Qing in the classroom of Class 7, Grade 1. The air was stifling and thick. The old ceiling fan creaked as it spun overhead. At the podium, the history teacher, Mr. Ma, was vividly recounting the tumultuous years of the 1960s, diverging from the cautious and succinct descriptions found in the textbook. In summary, during this period, the country navigated its path through adversity, accruing invaluable experiences and lessons. Mr. Ma's voice was calm, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Most of the students in the classroom had their heads drooped, either doodling in their textbooks or secretly perusing novels and magazines beneath their desks. Only in the front row, by the window, did the class monitor, Su Qing, sit upright, her slender fingers gripping a pen as she swiftly and neatly jotted down notes in her open notebook. Her brow furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the textbook's vague narration. Mr. Ma's gaze swept across the classroom, noticing Su Qing's earnestness amidst the general inattentiveness. Habitually, he sought to engage someone for interaction to awaken the class's spirit. His eyes passed over Su Qing and landed on the boy named Chen Mo, who had recently garnered considerable attention. He also noted that Chen Mo appeared focused, quietly gazing out the window. Chen Mo, Mr. Ma cleared his throat. Chen Mo, as if pulled back from a distant place, slowly turned his head, stood up, and faced the podium, his expression calm and unperturbed. Please share your thoughts on the summary of this historical segment in the textbook. Or, what do you believe are the deeper underlying reasons? Mr. Ma posed the question, with a hint of challenge. An immediate hush fell over the classroom, with several previously drowsy classmates lifting their heads, intrigued to hear what Chen Mo would articulate. Su Qing also paused her writing, slightly turning her body to gaze curiously at Chen Mo. Her impression of him stemmed largely from his astonishing academic efficiency and his remarkable ability to dissect problems with a creative, direct approach that reached the core of the matter. This level of composure and depth of thought, far surpassing that of his peers, instilled in her a sense of indescribable pressure and curiosity. Chen Mo rose, his movements deliberate and unhurried. He did not respond immediately, instead calmly surveying the room before finally resting his gaze on Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma, he began. His voice soft but clear, the textbook summary is macro and qualitative. It highlights the outcomes of the tumultuous explorations and the lessons learned. However, to grasp the deeper reasons behind it, one must perhaps transcend simplistic judgments of right and wrong, focusing instead on the state of the entire societal structure at that time. He paused momentarily, leaving even Mr. Ma momentarily astonished, watching him with wide eyes. Chen Mo's voice remained steady, continuing, the society underwent tremendous upheaval and mobilization. The existing grassroots governance system was dismantled, while new authorities and orders had yet to be fully established. Power, to some extent, exhibited a dispersive nature, descending from the higher echelons into various grassroots organizations and even into the hands of individuals. The decentralization and diffusion of power have, in a short span, immensely unleashed the energy of social participation. Yet it has also engendered a fundamental dilemma. How can we effectively supervise and constrain this dispersed power to ensure that its exercise aligns with the overarching and long-term interests of the nation? He furrowed his brow slightly and articulated in simpler terms. To put it plainly, power has been released, but the mechanisms of governance have not kept pace. Countless points now possess energy, yet there exists a conspicuous absence of a robust, unified braking system and steering wheel. When numerous forces, each pulling in different directions, converge without effective coordination and restraint, chaos and loss of control become highly probable events. This issue transcends mere policy missteps. At a deeper level, it reflects the governance challenges faced by the societal operational mechanisms during a period of profound transformation. As Chen Mo's voice faded, a profound silence enveloped the classroom, the air seemingly frozen. Lao Ma opened his mouth in astonishment, having forgotten to close it. After teaching history for over 20 years, he had never before encountered such a sociological analysis from a high school student. This insight far exceeded the depth of the textbook, not merely a critique or an ode, but an attempt to deconstruct the underlying logic of power dynamics during that unique era, a feat requiring substantial comprehension of sociological and political theory. Su Qing, Her pen, having unknowingly dropped onto her open notebook, tilted her head slightly, gazing at Chen Mo's profile. In her bright eyes, the flames of curiosity were thoroughly ignited. How could he conceive such thoughts? What books did he read? This was not something that mere intelligence could explain. She felt a compelling urge to delve deeper into his mind. Clearing his throat, Lao Ma finally regained his voice, his tone laden with complexity. Chen Mo's perspective is quite novel and profound. Everyone should consider this line of thought. He truly did not know how to evaluate it further and could only gloss over it vaguely. As the bell rang, students surged from the classroom like birds released from their cage. However, Su Qing, unusually, did not immediately gather her belongings to leave. She watched as Chen Mo packed his bag, and just as he was about to rise, she took a deep breath. Clutching her notebook in a hefty volume titled An Outline of Modern World History, and briskly approached him. Chen Mo, her voice rang out, clear and resonant. Chen Mo paused, lifting his head to see Su Qing, the class monitor. Is there something you need? Su Qing approached his desk, placing the book before him and pointing to a page concerning the Vienna system. She got straight to the point. What you said in class earlier was intriguing, and I happened to see this section. The book presents a rather negative evaluation of Metternich's balance of power diplomacy, stating that he upheld a decaying old order. Yet, I feel that it may not be so simplistic. She tilted her head slightly, fixing her gaze on Chen Mo. If we set aside moral judgments and consider it purely from the perspective of international political maneuvering, did his maintenance of relative peace in Europe for decades not reflect a form of pragmatic wisdom? Or perhaps, a choice made out of necessity? Her question was equally incisive, directly addressing the complexity of historical evaluation. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Mo's eyes. Su Qing's perceptiveness and depth of thought indeed surpassed that of her peers. The balance of power in international politics was not directly addressed by Chen Mo. Instead, he introduced a more fundamental concept, essentially a dynamic equilibrium of mutual checks among powerful entities. Metternich was the master of this set of rules. The old order he upheld indeed suppressed the tides of nationalism and liberalism, yet it also, in an objective sense, averted the outbreak of total war among the European powers driven by territorial ambitions and hegemonic desires. He paused, observing Su Qing's rapt attention, and continued, to deem it decayed is to view it from the perspective of historical progress, yet from the standpoint of the rulers of Europe at that time. Particularly within the Austro-Hungarian Empire, a multi-ethnic entity rife with internal contradictions. Maintaining the status quo and preventing the spread of revolution and war aligned with their core interests as the optimal solution. Metternich's reactionary stance was precisely a choice made after an acute awareness of the existing power dynamics. He was not oblivious to the waves of change, but understood that both forceful obstruction and laissez-faire would lead to the empire's collapse. He opted for delay, using diplomatic finesse to postpone the inevitable, thereby buying time for the Habsburg dynasty. This choice is difficult to assess in terms of simple right or wrong. Rather, it reflects a pragmatic consideration within specific historical conditions, a brutal political wisdom aimed at preserving entrenched interests. Chen Mo's voice, though not loud, incisively dissected the logic and temporal limitations behind Metternich's diplomatic policies, captivating Su Qing as if a new window had swung open before her. His interpretation, offered from this fresh perspective, filled her with a profound sense of intellectual exhilaration and astonishment. Thus, rather than labeling him as reactionary, one might more aptly describe him as the most astute paperhanger of the old system. Su Qing blurted out. Chen Mo paused momentarily, struck by the aptness of her analogy. A paperhanger maintains a facade of splendor while failing to address the fundamental rot within. When the edifice teeters, a single pillar cannot suffice. Does this mindset of balance hold significance today? Su Qing pressed further. Indeed, but the form has transformed, Chen Mo patiently elucidated. The advent of nuclear weapons has rendered the cost of total war between great powers unbearable, creating a state of terrifying equilibrium. Furthermore, economic globalization has deeply entwined the interests of major powers. Thus, the contemporary balance manifests more in the realms of economic, technological, and geopolitical influence, exhibiting a complexity in its expressions. Yet, the core logic of preventing singular hegemony and maintaining dynamic equilibrium remains intact. Su Qing felt a swell of excitement, as his spontaneous insights resonated with her profoundly, this intellectual allure far surpassing any superficial affection. Chen Mo, she could not help but inquire. laced with genuine admiration and a hint of curiosity. What books do you usually read? How do you know so much? Chen Mo hesitated momentarily in his task of packing his bag, responding vaguely that he reads a variety of books. Just pondering, really. Does the class monitor have anything else? No, it's fine, she replied, sensing the invisible barrier that had emerged. He was willing to share knowledge yet maintained a sense of boundaries. A self-protective instinct that left her somewhat disappointed but ignited an insatiable inquisitiveness within her. Oh, it's nothing. Su Qing quickly shook her head and smiled, saying, thank you. Chen Mo, listening to you has been particularly enlightening. Standing in place, she gazed at the figure that vanished around the corner of the corridor. The sunlight streamed in at a slant from the window, casting a play of light and shadows on her fair face. Her expression was intricate, a blend of curiosity, admiration, confusion, and the subtle ripples of youthful emotion stirred within her. She yearned to decipher him, yet found it challenging to even locate the opportunity to turn the first page. This delicate sentiment, straddling the line between admiration and vague affection, entwined itself around her heart like tender vines quietly sprouting in the spring, filled with innocent exploration. Time passed leisurely, and Chen Mo continued his solitary existence, excelling academically while remaining exceptionally low-key. As the class monitor, Su Qing found her interactions with him inevitably increasing. Each exchange regarding homework collection, conveying notices, and organizing class meetings brought her closer to Chen Mo, both intentionally and inadvertently. Chen Mo, the theme for next week's class meeting is my aspirations, and everyone needs to prepare a 1-minute speech. You got that, class monitor? Chen Mo received the notice, glancing at it briefly before responding. This is the registration form for the math competition. Teacher Lin asked me to give it to you. Ah, thank you. He took the form and placed it in his backpack. Chen Mo, regarding the class entrance ceremony for the sports meet. Our class committee has discussed several proposals and would like to hear everyone's opinions. What do you think? I'm fine with anything. You all decide. His tone was gentle. He was always like this, polite and considerate. His demeanor warm yet resembling an invisible, smooth wall that gently but firmly kept everyone, including her as the class monitor, at bay from his world. However, the more he distanced himself, the stronger Su Qing's curiosity and desire to explore him became. She began to pay attention to the details of Chen Mo's life, the books he read during breaks, his disinterest in the boys' post-class antics, and the occasional glimmer in his eyes. On one occasion, while delivering homework to the office, she happened to overhear Teacher Wang praising Chen Mo once again. You all haven't seen it. That kid has a spark for problem-solving. The way he thinks is simply extraordinary, like the elusive antelope's horns, impossible to trace, yet perfectly on point. Teacher Wang exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. All right, old Wang, a nearby teacher chuckled, interrupting, you've said that 1,000 times. But to be fair, this child is indeed exceptional, remarkably composed. Su Qing, as class monitor, you interact with him often. What do you think of him? Su Qing, holding her homework, pondered for a moment before softly replying. Chen Mo is quite quiet, but he understands a lot and has profound thoughts. Profound? Teacher Wang's eyes lit up. Indeed, indeed. I've always said this child is extraordinary. His mind is like a well-lit bulb. Su Qing, you excel in your studies and are the class monitor. Communicate with him more, and you'll both benefit. If you can grasp his mathematical thinking, it will be invaluable. Su Qing felt her cheeks slightly flush, responding vaguely before hastily leaving the office, homework in hand. The turning point emerged during a self-study session when the homeroom teacher was unexpectedly called away, entrusting the duty of maintaining discipline to the class monitor, Su Qing. Initially, the atmosphere remained relatively tranquil. However, it wasn't long before whispers of laughter began to ripple through the room, gradually escalating in volume and disturbing other students. Su Qing rose to her feet in an attempt to restore order, but the silence lasted only a few fleeting moments before the noise resumed. At that moment, a calm voice resonated within the classroom. Silence. The voice, emanating from a seat by the window, belonged to Chen Mo. He did not even lift his gaze, his eyes still fixed upon the pages of his book, as if he had merely uttered a casual remark. Yet, those two simple words halted the merriment, causing the laughing students to fall silent, their expressions tinged with an inexplicable sense of unease and embarrassment as they lowered their heads and feigned interest in their reading. The classroom was enveloped in a stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop, the only sound being the rustle of turning pages. Su Qing stood beside the podium, astonished by the scene before her. She glanced at Chen Mo and noticed he remained quietly seated. And she felt her heartbeat skip a beat, not for any other reason, but because she distinctly sensed an aura of strength emanating from him. A compelling power rooted in his very being that instilled in her an unexpected sense of reassurance. As the school bell rang, students surged out of the classroom. Su Qing gathered her belongings and noticed Chen Mo preparing to leave. Summoning her courage, she hastened a few steps to catch up with him at the classroom door. Chen Mo, she called out. He paused, turning to face her. Thank you for today's self-study session, she said. It was a mere trifle, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Su Qing stood still, watching his figure swiftly vanish around the corner of the staircase, her heart feeling oddly empty. The setting sun elongated her shadow, and the evening breeze tousled the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. Chapter 37. Emerging prominence in the mathematics class of Grade 1, Class 7. The atmosphere was a tad peculiar. Teacher Wang Zhengwo, his face aglow, animatedly brandished a notice, resembling a banner of victory. Students. Exciting news. A monumental announcement. His booming voice resonated, causing the windows to tremble. The municipal government is organizing the Eagle Cup High School Mathematics Competition, commencing at the beginning of next month. Our school has been allotted 5 spots. A smattering of applause echoed through the classroom, interspersed with a few half-hearted groans. For most students, a competition like this was akin to a battleground for the academically gifted, a nightmare for the ordinary. This is a splendid opportunity to shine and bring glory to our school. Teacher Wang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Chen Mo, you are one of them. You must participate. He pointed decisively at Chen Mo, asserting his authority. I shall reserve a spot for you, and should you dare decline, I will visit your home for dinner every day. Chen Mo lifted his head, furrowing his brow. The municipal high school mathematics competition, in his view, was merely a waste of time. The problems appeared as simplistic as elementary arithmetic to him. He opened his mouth, poised to offer an excuse to decline. Mosey, go for it. Zhang Hao, sitting beside him, suddenly nudged his arm, his face alight with excitement and pride. What is there to fear? Go and outshine them. Let our class take pride in you. A small bandage adorned Zhang Hao's forehead, yet he was more animated than the situation warranted, waving his arms enthusiastically. Exactly, Chen Mo. If you don't go, who will? Teacher Wang has specifically chosen you. Indeed. Let the students from other schools witness the prowess of our Hua Luoging. A few boys from the back row, accustomed to mingling with Zhang Hao, joined in the raucous cheer. Chen Mo observed the determined stance of Teacher Wang, as if he would remain seated until he received an affirmative response, and glanced at Zhang Hao's expectant gaze, along with the surrounding cacophony of encouragement. The words he had prepared faltered on his lips, and with a resigned sigh, he nodded in acquiescence. All right, Teacher Wang. Splendid. How forthright, exclaimed Teacher Wang, clapping his thighs and beaming widely, as if envisioning the moment when Chen Mo would triumphantly return with the trophy. It's settled then. Chen Mo, you must prepare diligently. I have high hopes for you. Preparation? Chen Mo felt an unwavering calm within. What was there to prepare for? He hadn't even thoroughly perused the competition notice. His days unfolded in their usual rhythm, attending classes, studying, returning home, as if the competition were an affair utterly detached from him. However, Zhang Hao was far more invested, frequently approaching him with inquiries. Mosey, do you want to tackle some competition problems? I can help you find some. No need. Chen Mo's responses were consistently succinct and clear. Su Qing observed Chen Mo quietly. As the class monitor, she had managed the competition registration. Yet, witnessing his detached nonchalance, she felt a twinge of anxiety for him, coupled with an inkling that perhaps he possessed an inherent confidence. Several times, she contemplated reminding him to prepare, but upon gazing into his tranquil, ripple-free eyes, the words remained unuttered. The day of the competition swiftly arrived. With the venue set in the grand auditorium of the first high school of the city, bustling with top students from various schools, the air thick with palpable tension. Chen Mo, clutching his examination admission ticket, leisurely found his designated seat, his demeanor in stark contrast to the surrounding students who frantically reviewed their notes, murmuring incantations of last-minute study. Zhang Hao, still recovering from a foot injury and relying on crutches, surprisingly made his way there. Seated in the parent waiting area at the back of the auditorium, straining his neck to catch a glimpse of Chen Mo, more anxious than Chen Mo himself. Su Qing, representing the school, assisted in the waiting area, yet her gaze frequently drifted toward that quiet figure. The invigilator first articulated the examination regulations before distributing the test papers. The rustle of writing instruments crescendoed, imbued with an atmosphere of solemn urgency. Chen Mo picked up his exam paper, his gaze steady as he scanned each item. The multiple-choice questions elicited immediate clarity, while the fill-in-the-blank items required but a moment of mental calculation, the results flowing effortlessly onto the page. The problem-solving section drew a slight arch of his eyebrow. The questions proved a tad more intricate than those in his practice books, yet no more than that. He grasped his pen and began to write, uninterrupted and without the need for recalculation. The tip glided smoothly across the paper, producing a series of crisp and powerful characters and symbols, the logical connections so elegantly simple that it seemed as if the answers had been etched in his mind. Merely awaiting transcription, he wrote with remarkable speed, akin to flowing water. Nearby, a bespectacled boy fidgeted with the first major question, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His scratch paper a chaotic mess. By chance, he glanced over at Chen Mo, only to find him already turning the page, his eyes widening in astonishment, mouth agape, as if he had encountered an extraterrestrial being. He instinctively glanced at the few hastily scribbled answers on his paper, then turned to observe Chen Mo's sheet, which was brimming with meticulous, orderly writing that seemed almost surreal. A wave of immense frustration and absurdity washed over him. With the time barely past the halfway mark, Chen Mo set down his pen and signaled that he was ready to submit his paper. The invigilator, an elderly teacher with graying hair and thick glasses, named Mr. Zhou, a veteran of the city's mathematics teaching research group, was currently patrolling the aisle with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon noticing Chen Mo's raised hand, his brow furrowed immediately. Was he raising his hand already, with so much time left? Either he was a hopeless slacker who had given up, or he was attempting to disrupt the examination order. With a stern expression, he briskly approached, lowering his voice to convey severity. "Student, what is it? The examination time isn't over yet. Early submissions are not permitted." Chen Mo lifted his gaze, his tone calm and unwavering. "Teacher, I have completed my work." "Completed? Mr." Zhou was momentarily taken aback, instinctively repeating the phrase, only to furrow his brow even deeper. "If you have finished, then review your answers carefully. Do you think competition questions are that easy? Sit down. I have already reviewed them," Chen Mo replied, his voice still devoid of emotion but tinged with an undeniable certainty that brooked no argument. Mr. Zhou, irritated by this impudent demeanor, felt a surge of anger. After decades of teaching, he had encountered numerous prodigies who ultimately faltered due to carelessness. This boy was utterly lacking in restraint. He hardened his expression. "No issues, is it? Quite the bold claim. Do you even know the level of this competition? Sit back down. Review your work meticulously. Examine every single word." Although Mr. Zhou kept his voice low, his sternness caused several nearby students to instinctively shrink back in their seats, observing the obstinate old teacher before him. Chen Mo understood that further discourse would be futile. Nonchalantly shrugging, he resumed his posture, his gaze drifting out the window as his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Review? The problems had already traversed his mind, and the answers were firmly established. Checking them 100 times would yield the same results, a mere waste of time. When Mr. Zhou finally noticed that Chen Mo had settled down, he let out a huff and resumed his patrol. Yet his peripheral vision could not help but keep glancing toward Chen Mo's direction. There he sat, indeed, pen still, staring blankly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the desk in a display of utter boredom. Mr. Zhou felt a mix of irritation and disappointment at the boy's apparent lack of seriousness. At last, the bell for submitting papers rang, and Mr. Zhou was the first to arrive at Chen Mo's desk, scrutinizing him with an expression that seemed to challenge. "Let us see how many points you can earn." He snatched the paper from him, eager to discover what this audacious young man had produced. Upon his gaze falling upon the paper, the first thing he noticed was the clear, powerful handwriting, the sheet impeccably neat, truly a sight for sore eyes. Mr. Zhou felt his irritation begin to dissipate slightly. As he continued to examine the problem-solving process, he noted the clever placement of auxiliary lines in a geometry problem. How astute! The reasoning was so concise. Adjusting his thick glasses, he leaned in closer. Then, regarding the subsequent function problem, he observed that the solution bypassed several conventional steps, directly addressing the crux of the issue. Mr. Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he flipped to the back, where the complex combinatorial number theory question lay. An answer that would typically require extensive derivation and classification discussions stretching over half a page. On Chen Mo's examination paper, only a mere 7 or 8 lines were utilized. The logic was exquisitely clear, each step resembling precisely calculated gears, fitting seamlessly together, directly targeting the essence of the problem. There wasn't a single superfluous word or an extraneous symbol. Teacher Zhou, holding the paper, began to tremble slightly, having taught mathematics for a lifetime. He had only witnessed such an ability to distill complexity into simplicity, an ability that penetrated to the very core, in a handful of esteemed scholars he had admired in his youth. "Did you do this?" Teacher Zhou abruptly raised his head, fixing an intense gaze on Chen Mo, his voice quivering with excitement. His eyes behind the glasses wide with incredulous shock. Chen Mo calmly nodded, "Yes." "What is your name? Which school do you attend?" Teacher Zhou asked eagerly. "Chen Mo. From the second high school," he replied. "The second high school? Is that the class of that Wang Jingwo?" Teacher Zhou clearly recognized the chubby Wang, his astonishment deepening. What a remarkable young man. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly articulate himself. Disregarding the invigilator's authority as he dashed out of the examination hall with Chen Mo's paper in hand, forgetting to collect the other papers. In the rest area, Zhang Hao was anxiously craning his neck, while Su Qing kept a watchful eye on the exit. Upon seeing Chen Mo emerge first, his face serene, Zhang Hao, leaning on his crutch, hopped over excitedly. "Mosey, how did it go? Was the exam difficult? Why are you out so early? What did that old man say to you? Why does his face look so red?" Chen Mo steadied the exuberant Zhang Hao, who nearly stumbled in his enthusiasm. "I finished and came out. The questions were manageable." "Manageable?" Zhang Hao's eyes widened. Then he broke into a grin. "I knew it. To you, it's just a drizzle." He held an unwavering confidence in Chen Mo. Su Qing approached as well, observing Chen Mo's calm demeanor, and softly inquired, "How do you feel?" She noted the extraordinary excitement of the invigilator when he had rushed out earlier. "Normal," was Chen Mo's succinct reply. Within a couple of days, even before the official announcement of the competition results, news spread like wildfire through the faculty office of the second high school. "Have you heard? The internal results of the Chewing Cup are out. Who came in first? The first high school or the experimental school?" "Neither. It's our school. Chen Mo. Full marks. More than 20 points ahead of the second place." A young teacher burst into the office, his voice nearly cracking with excitement. "What? Chen Mo? Full marks? Is that for real? That's a citywide competition." "Absolutely true." Teacher Zhou, the old stickler, personally called team leader Li, stumbling over his words in excitement. He said, "Our school has struck gold." The entire office erupted with jubilation. Teacher Wang Jingwo suddenly leaped from his chair, grabbing the messenger's arm, his eyes wide as saucers. "Did you say who? Chen Mo? Full marks? Is that really true? Are you sure?" He was so animated that he sprayed saliva in the other's face. "Teacher Wang, it's absolutely true." Teacher Zhou said it himself. "The method Chen Mo used to solve the problems is astonishingly brilliant. Some of the standard answers can't compare to his simplicity and elegance." Team leader Li has already taken the paper to make copies, intending to use it as a model. "Ha! I knew it. I knew this kid was a gem." Wang Jingwo looked up to the sky and laughed heartily, his excitement causing him to pound the table, making the teaching materials bounce. "My vision. Isn't it remarkable, old Li? Did you hear that? Full marks. First in the city. Let's see if you dare to say I'm bragging." He boasted loudly to the elderly teacher in the corner, who happened to be the head of the mathematics research group. Mr. Li Zhongming. Just the other day in the office, he had sternly criticized Chen Mo for his unorthodox approach to problem solving, deeming it unacceptable. At this moment, he held a few freshly printed and still warm copies of the examination papers, including Chen Mo's unconventional competition answers. Adjusting his glasses, he leaned in closely, scrutinizing each line and word with exceptional care, his brow furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, producing a faint tapping sound. The discussions and exclamations of other teachers in the office seemed to fade into the background as he became completely absorbed in the paper before him. The more he examined it, the more the sternness on his face diminished, replaced by astonishment and disbelief. The thought process, the methods, the ability to simplify complexities, these were nothing short of astonishing. Having taught competition classes for decades and nurtured many talented students, he had never encountered a student who approached problem solving with such effortless ease. This was no mere intelligence. It was an almost instinctive, profound insight into mathematical structure and logic. Finally, Mr. Li Zhengming set down the copies, lifted his gaze, and looked at the exuberant Wang Zhengwo, who was still animatedly celebrating. With an unprecedented seriousness, he instructed, "You need to call Chen Mo to my office immediately." "What for?" Wang Zhengwo paused, then grew wary. "Oldly, you can't be thinking of criticizing him for his unorthodox methods again. He scored full marks. First in the city. What does that prove? It proves his method works. I'm not chastising him." Mr. Li Zhengming raised his voice unusually, his face alight with urgency and excitement. "This is important, crucial. The National High School Mathematics Competition is opening registration next month. This kid has the potential to reach the provincial level, even national. We cannot afford any delays." Upon hearing the mention of the national competition and provincial level, Wang Zhengwo's eyes widened even more than before, his breaths coming heavily. "Oldly, are you saying he should compete at the national level? What else could it be?" Mr. Li slammed the table. "What does it matter if he wins first place at the city level? His battlefield lies beyond that. We must bring him into the competition group for systematic training and a full sprint toward success." At this moment, he completely forgot his previous doubts about Chen Mo. Consumed with thoughts of how to unearth this rare talent's potential, Wang Zhengwo's face flushed with excitement. Yes, I'll go get him right away. This kid has truly hidden his brilliance." With that, he dashed out of the office, as if to seize the opportunity. Mr. Li Zhengming picked up the printed paper once more, his fingertips gently brushing over Chen Mo's clear and powerful handwriting. His expression was complex and difficult to articulate. There was shock, elation, regret for his earlier misjudgment, and a sense of excitement and responsibility akin to a gardener discovering an extraordinary bloom. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, "Chen Mo, my boy, it seems our school might truly be on the verge of producing a true prodigy, first in the province. Perhaps it is not beyond the realm of possibility." The notion burgeoned wildly within him, rekindling the long-dormant fervor for education that had lain in desolation for an extended period. He could almost envision the quiet, reticent youth poised to stir ripples upon a grander stage. Chapter 38. An encounter with an old friend. As evening descended, Zhang Hao, leaning on a crutch, limped alongside Chen Mo, a scab adorning his forehead, yet his face aglow with excitement. "Mosey, hurry up. If we delay any longer, the best machines will be taken." His voice boomed with the exuberance characteristic of youth. Although the cast on his ankle had been removed, the lingering effects of his injury rendered his gait unsteady, yet this did nothing to dampen his enthusiasm for the impending battle. Chen Mo, with his hands tucked in the pockets of his school uniform, ambled leisurely, his gaze sweeping over the familiar sights lining the streets. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, fluttering insects danced about, while the sounds of cheap speakers wafted from the small shops, and hurried pedestrians cycled home on their sturdy bicycles. All these elements held the distinctive ambience of a small town in the year 2000, imbued with a sense of warmth and nostalgia. He acknowledged Zhang Hao's urging with a nonchalant murmur. The internet cafe remained the same, speedy storm, its air thick with smoke, the clatter of keyboards creating a cacophony. And the atmosphere mingled with the sense of sweat, smoke, and the savory aroma of instant noodle flavor packets. Zhang Hao, well acquainted with the place, exchanged greetings with the attendant and quickly settled into two adjacent machines, his eagerness palpable as he booted up, clicking on the icon for the game, exclaiming, "Mosey, get online quickly. We must obtain that weapon today." Chen Mo took his seat beside him, the soft blue light from the screen casting a glow on his face. He slowly powered on his machine, observing the antiquated Windows 98 interface, while Zhang Hao donned his headphones, animatedly shouting to his comrades within the game. Fully immersed in the realm of his virtual conquest, Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the familiar chubby penguin icon of OICQ on the desktop, his heart fluttering as if gripped by an invisible hand, a tingling sensation coursing through him. After a moment's contemplation, he felt a surge of anticipation as he prepared to perform the friend's search, a ritual he had repeated countless times before. Taking a deep breath, he clicked on OICQ. Logging in with his short, often overlooked number, his friend list appeared desolate, devoid of companions, as the cursor hovered over the search button. Clicking through, search for user's input number. He typed in the OICQ number of Lin Xiaoyun, a number etched deeply into his soul. With a tentative finger, he pressed the enter key. Tap. The screen flickered momentarily, and the search results emerged. Chen Mo's pupils dilated in astonishment. There it was. His heart skipped a beat before racing uncontrollably. He had found her, truly found her. An exhilaration surged through him. The search results clearly displayed. User nickname: Xiaofeng Canua QQ number, XXXXXXX region, XX province, XX city age, 16 gender. Female. It was indeed her. It truly is her. Gazing at that familiar name, imbued with the bittersweet memories of a past life, it now appears vividly and authentically on the screen. Akin to dormant stars suddenly illuminating his vision, blood rushed to Chen Mo's head in an instant, and a wave of intense dizziness engulfed him. His fingers clutched the edge of the keyboard, his throat felt constricted as if a ball of hot cotton were lodged within, and he was overwhelmed by the longing of countless days and nights from a previous existence, the profound ache of loss, and the careful search since his rebirth. All the disappointments and self-doubt accumulating in a moment like a flood breaching its dam, surging forth and nearly overwhelming him. He yearned to click the Add Friend button immediately and shout to her, "Xiaoyun, it's me. I have finally found you. Mosey, what are you dawdling about? Get online now. The boss has respawned. Damn, these guys are so quick." Zhang Hao suddenly yanked off one earphone and turned to bellow at him, spittle nearly spraying Chen Mo's face. Zhang Hao's coarse shout felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Chen Mo's boiling thoughts, jolting him awake from the overwhelming impact. The cacophony of the internet cafe flooded back into his ears, and the words on the screen, "Xiaofeng Qinyu," clearly reminded him. It was still the year 2000. And she was merely 16-year-old Lin Xiaoyun. While he was the young Chen Mo, she had yet to know. He could not reveal himself. Absolutely not. To intrude recklessly would only frighten her and render everything unpredictable. Taking several deep breaths, he struggled to calm his wildly heaving chest, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his emotions had been forcibly suppressed, leaving only a glimmer of moisture at the corners of his eyes. Trembling, he extended a finger, guiding the mouse cursor slowly to the Add Friend button, and then clicked. A verification box appeared. "Hello, I am Chen Mo. Please state the reason for adding." Chen Mo's finger hovered over the keyboard. What should he write? "I am your future husband. I have searched for you for so long." That would only label him a lunatic. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, mustering all his strength to steady his trembling fingertips. In the verification message box, he typed the most ordinary, age-appropriate, and safest words. "Hello, classmate. Would you like to be friends?" Done. He clicked send, watching the small notification confirming the request's successful sending. Chen Mo felt as though his energy had been drained. He leaned heavily against the back of the chair, his eyes fixated on the small OICQ icon in the lower right corner of the screen, waiting for the sound of approval, waiting for the friend icon to pulse. Zhang Hao became engrossed in the furious gaming battle once more, completely oblivious to Chen Mo's unusual demeanor, cursing as he exclaimed, "Damn, this warrior's gear is rubbish. Mosey, get online and support me. Hey, Chen Mo, are you really offline?" Amidst the chaos, he glanced back at Chen Mo, who sat in a daze, staring at the screen. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What has you so entranced? Let me see. Nothing is happening. Could it be a beautiful girl is adding you?" Zhang Hao curiously leaned over. "Nothing. The computer is lagging," Chen Mo replied softly. "TCH. So mysterious." Zhang Hao curled his lips, dismissing his thoughts, and promptly redirected his attention back to the gaming realm. "Hurry up. I can barely hold on." At that moment, a series of crisp notification sounds pierced through the air. Chen Mo felt as though his heart had been abruptly seized by that sound. He swiftly grasped his mouse and clicked on the wildly flashing penguin icon in the lower right corner. A system prompt appeared. "Xiaofeng Qinyu has agreed to add you as a friend." Almost immediately, a fresh chat window sprang up. The avatar displayed a charming cartoon cat with the nickname Xiaofeng Qinyu and the status online. Chen Mo's breath hitched as he stared at the blinking cursor in the empty input box, the avatar dancing enticingly. The notification sound echoed with remarkable clarity. After a brief pause, the other party, noticing his silence, took the initiative to send the first message, a simple smiley emoji, followed by the words, "Hello, Chen Mo." As he gazed at the familiar, slightly playful emoticon, Chen Mo's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Memories of his previous life flooded back. She always loved to end her messages with such little expressions, a habit that had evidently begun in her youth. He blinked vigorously, finally allowing his fingers to descend upon the keyboard, typing slowly and deliberately. "Hello, Xiaofeng Qinyu. I apologize, I was experiencing some lag. He offered the most feeble excuse he could muster. No worries. Which school do you attend? She replied swiftly, brimming with youthful vivacity and curiosity. City number 2 high school. First year. What about you? Wow. A key school. That is impressive. I'm from city number 1 high school, also in my first year. City no. 1 high school is great too, Chen Mo responded cautiously. Hee, it's alright. What do you like to do in your spare time? She seemed quite intrigued by this newfound acquaintance from a prestigious school. Well, I enjoy many things, such as reading and occasionally playing games, Chen Mo answered truthfully. Casting a glance at Zhang Hao, who was dominating the game. Reading? I love that too. I'm currently reading Jane Eyre. What books do you enjoy? The conversation naturally gravitated towards studies and literature. Chen Mo felt a slight sense of calm as they discussed academics. An area he was most familiar with and felt secure in, Jane Eyre. That book is a classic. I've been delving into some historical texts lately. He deliberately avoided more complex material unsuitable for their age. History? Wow, that sounds profound. Our history teacher's lectures are so dull. He always just reads from the textbook. She sent a playful emoji with her tongue sticking out. A faint smile crept across Chen Mo's lips, illuminated by the glow of the screen. It was undeniably her, the tone of mild complaint laced with a touch of charm, the shared disdain for tedious lessons, reminiscent of their past life. He could almost visualize the girl on the other side of the screen, with her ponytail swaying and eyes sparkling, wrinkling her nose at the textbook. He relaxed somewhat, his fingertips dancing lightly across the keyboard. Our history teacher is quite similar, yet there are certain aspects that the textbook simplifies excessively. He began to attempt, in a manner she could comprehend, to share intriguing historical details and perspectives beyond the confines of the textbook, much like he had done countless times in his previous life. Time flowed through his fingertips, slipping by quietly amid the exchange of words, discussing amusing anecdotes from school, favorite teachers, disliked subjects, and the vague aspirations for the future. The topics, trivial and commonplace, brimmed with the vibrant essence of 16-year-old youth. Chen Mo cautiously played the role of a peer, somewhat precocious yet never out of place. He greedily absorbed the unique aura of Lin Xiaoyun, her kindness, her intelligence, her occasional moments of confusion, and her curious yet timid exploration of the world. In the internet cafe, Zhang Hao finally concluded a thrilling battle, stretching widely, removing his headphones, and exhaling contentedly. Today was quite rewarding. He turned to Chen Mo. Noticing he was still fixated on the screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Zhang Hao suddenly felt as if he had discovered a new world, leaning in eagerly. Whoa, Mosey, who are you chatting with? You seem so engrossed. Are you actually smiling? Is the sun rising in the west? His eyes widened in excitement. Which girl? Let me see. Chen Mo swiftly minimized the chat window with a decisive click. His movements so quick that they left only a blur, wearing an impatient expression. It's nothing, just a net friend, someone I just met, discussing some study matters. New net friend? And you can be so animated about studying? Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, a skeptical expression on his face, his curiosity ablaze. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Mo retorted, adopting a serious demeanor. We are genuinely discussing problems. He glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the screen, feeling a slight tightening in his chest. Unbeknownst to him, they had been chatting for over an hour. Taking a deep breath, he reopened the small chat window. On the screen, Lin Xiaoyun had just typed, I didn't realize we've been chatting for so long. I need to go do my homework, or I'll get scolded by the teacher tomorrow. Looking at her distressed emoticon, Chen Mo could almost envision her wrinkling her nose, fretting over her homework. And his heart softened, tinged with a strong sense of reluctance. He had finally found her, and they had only exchanged a few words. Yet, he understood the necessity of restraint. Moderation is key in all things. He squeezed his fingers, which had grown somewhat numb from prolonged typing, and typed his response. Yes, it is indeed time to do homework. I should log off too. It was a pleasure chatting today. I'm glad to have met you. She replied with a radiant smiley face. Me too. As Chen Mo typed those two words, they felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, far beyond mere happiness. It was the ecstasy of rediscovery, a glimmer of mercy finally bestowed upon him, the stowaway of fate. Shall we chat again next time? She inquired, laced with anticipation. Yes, let us chat again next time. Chen Mo replied almost instantaneously, fearing that a moment's delay might cause her to vanish. Goodbye. An emoticon of a waving hand. Goodbye. After Chen Mo typed those two characters, he watched as her avatar transitioned from vibrant hues to a muted gray, signaling her departure from the online realm. With a slow, deep exhale, he felt as if he had shed an immense burden, as though all his energy had been utterly expended. "Hey, are you really leaving?" Zhang Hao observed him logging out of OICQ and shutting down the computer, an expression of lingering curiosity etched on his face. Something's definitely up. Bro, there's definitely something going on. Haha, look at you, managing to keep it all under wraps while engaging in an online romance. He stood up, leaning on his cane, and couldn't resist teasing him. Chen Mo ignored him, rising to exit the smoke-filled internet cafe. The cool night breeze greeted him, infused with the refreshing scent of early summer foliage. The city's neon lights flickered in the distance, sketching hazy outlines against the darkened sky. He inhaled deeply, feeling his heart, which had been racing throughout the night, gradually settle, though it still retained a warm glow. On his way home, Chen Mo walked slowly, while Zhang Hao, propped up by his cane, incessantly probed for details about his online acquaintance. Chen Mo remained silent, occasionally responding with a vague his thoughts drifting far away. The dim, yellow light of the street lamps elongated and shortened his shadow, and his mind was filled with the image of that animated cat avatar. The playful greeting adorned with whimsical symbols, and the trivial conversations brimming with youthful exuberance regarding studies and life. Each word, each expression from that time cast immense ripples in the lake of his heart, refusing to subside. Memories from a past life surged forth like a tide, both gentle and cruel. The visage of the girl who smiled at him beneath the sunlight in the library, the one adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, tears glistening in her eyes as she proclaimed her vows, the wife who held his hand at the bedside, weeping yet striving to comfort him, urging him not to cry. Each scene was as vivid as if it had transpired yesterday, an overwhelming sense of happiness intertwined with sharp pain, as if two invisible hands were mercilessly tearing at his heart. The sound of his footsteps echoed monotonously along the silent street. Chen Mo squeezed his eyes shut, digging his nails into his palm, the sharp pain bringing a fleeting clarity to his tumultuous thoughts. He lifted his gaze to the profound night sky, where scattered stars twinkled faintly. "Xiaoyun," he silently whispered her name, as if reciting the most sacred of incantations. "I have found you. This time, I shall not allow you to suffer. I will ensure your happiness in this life. I shall present myself anew, offering you a life of unparalleled excellence. I will guard you silently, shielding you from the storms, crafting a splendid and fulfilling life for you. Until then, I will patiently await the blossoming of flowers." Chapter 39. Father's graduation. As dawn's light began to break, Chen Weiguo quietly lifted the blanket with a sense of barely contained excitement. Careful not to disturb his still sleeping wife, Li Xiulan. In the dark, he donned his faded deep blue work uniform, the very attire he had worn during driving practice at the driving school, now destined for a far more significant purpose. In the kitchen, for the first time, he took the initiative, clumsily preparing a bowl of noodles and frying an egg, finishing the meal with a hearty appetite before washing the dishes. After completing all of this, he stood before a small, cracked mirror, meticulously arranging his hair and smoothing the hem of his shirt. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly picked up the brand-new, deep brown driving license that still bore the scent of plastic. His fingers trembled ever so slightly as they repeatedly caressed the smooth plastic cover, savoring its rigid texture. The photograph captured him with a somewhat stiff expression, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. Flipping to the inner page, he saw his name, identification number, and that vivid red stamp. Each detail felt so tangible it ignited a warmth within him. "Dad, are you up?" Chen Mo's voice drifted in from the inner room. Raspy from sleep, he emerged in a tank top and shorts, and upon witnessing his father's silly grin directed at the driving license, a smile crept onto his lips. "Indeed, I am up." Chen Weiguo suddenly snapped back to reality, as if his son had uncovered a secret. He hurriedly tucked the driving license into his shirt pocket, exclaiming, "Today is the day I get my license." His voice boomed with a triumphant exuberance. "Congratulations, Dad." Chen Mo approached the table, poured himself a cup of water from the thermos, relieved to have endured the wait. "Absolutely." Chen Weiguo straightened his back, unable to suppress his pride. "Your father is cut out for driving. The instructor said so. Good grip, quick learner." Mimicking his coach's tone, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Let us go. Off to work. Let your mother sleep in." The father and son stepped out of the house, the morning air cool with dew. They encountered their neighbor, Old Wang, who was out for his morning stroll. "Hey, Weigua, you're looking lively today. What's the occasion?" Old Wang squinted at him. "Hey." Chen Weigua immediately halted, his voice rising a notch as he instinctively patted his chest where the driving license rested. "Nothing much, just passed my driving test." "Wow, that's great, Weigua." Old Wang gave him a thumbs up. "Now you're one of those with 4 wheels. Are you planning to get your own vehicle for work?" "Let us see how it goes." Chen Weigua replied vaguely, yet inside, he felt like he was cradling a small furnace, radiating warmth. Chen Mo quietly walked alongside, observing his father's eagerness to emblazon the words, "I have a driving license," across his forehead. A wave of warmth surged within him, for he understood that this little booklet represented not merely a skill, but a newfound possibility to break free from the confines of factory life and alter the family's fate. In the evening, upon returning from work, Chen Weigua's excitement had not yet waned. At the dinner table, he astonishingly poured himself a half glass of white liquor, a rarity he reserved for weekends. After savoring a sip, Chen Weigua smacked his lips, his face aglow as he began to recount. "Mosey, guess what? Today at the factory, I showed my driving license to the workshop manager, old Lu. He was astonished, patted my shoulder, and said, 'Weigua, well done, quietly achieving great things.'" Several co-workers gathered around to see, murmuring in admiration. His eyes sparkled as he vividly described the scene from earlier that day, as if it were the pinnacle of his life. Li Xiaolan, serving him vegetables, playfully scolded, "Look at you, all proud. You pass a driving test. And your tail is in the sky." The tuition fees are quite substantial, yet they are the result of our frugality and careful saving. We must contemplate ways to recoup this investment. She felt a pang of concern over the expenses, but also shared in her husband's joy. Indeed, Chen Weigua immediately adopted a serious demeanor, setting down his wine glass and calculating with his fingers. Tuition, 2,200. Examination fees, 350. Plus the expenses for hiring a coach, refreshments, and various other costs. It all adds up to nearly 3,000 yuan. This money must be earned back swiftly. His eyes sparkled with determination and visions of a promising future. "I have already devised a plan. With this skill, our family's life will surely transform." Chen Mo listened intently, waiting for his father's exuberance to subside before he set down his chopsticks and inquired, "Dad, what are your next steps? Are you considering purchasing a vehicle to start your own venture?" Upon hearing this, Chen Weigua paused, his shoulders drooping slightly, and the flush on his face diminished considerably. His brow instinctively furrowed. What vehicle? Even a second-hand van would cost tens of thousands. With our limited funds, he absently patted his pocket, as if recalling that their savings were tied up in property and stocks. He vaguely mentioned these investments, his voice lowering. "Besides, even if we had the money to buy a vehicle, how could we manage it on our own? The roads are unfamiliar, and without knowing where to operate. What if we encountered an accident? We wouldn't even be able to afford the repairs." Li Xiaolan, too, set down her chopsticks with concern. "Indeed, Weigua, the risks of going solo are significant. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer?" Observing the worry etched on his parents' faces, Chen Mo calmly presented the suggestion he had long contemplated. "Mom, Dad, I believe it's a bit premature to buy a vehicle and go solo. Why not first seek a job as a truck driver?" "A truck driver?" Chen Weigua looked at his son. "Yes," Chen Mo nodded, articulating his thoughts clearly. "Currently, there is a significant demand for transport drivers, especially for large trucks. You've just acquired your license. It's essential to hone your skills and familiarize yourself with the routes. More importantly, you need to connect with people in this industry, learn the ropes, and drive for others. While the pay may not be high, it offers stability. Think of it as a paid internship, a chance to accumulate experience and build a network." He paused, studying his father's contemplative expression, before continuing. "Once you have mastered the routes, understood how to calculate freight costs, and established relationships with freight owners and dispatchers, you will have some capital saved up. Then, you can consider purchasing your own vehicle for independent work. By that time, you will have a clearer understanding of the business, and the risks will be considerably lower. What do you think?" Chen Mo's words acted like a key, unlocking the door in Chen Weigua's mind that had been obstructed by the thought of buying a vehicle. Indeed, how had he become so fixated? In his desire to leap straight into entrepreneurship, he had overlooked the value of gaining experience through working for others. Driving someone else's truck minimizes risk and provides opportunities to learn and network. This idea is sound. The tension in Chen Weigua's brow relaxed instantly, his eyes brightening anew as he slapped his thigh in realization. Yes, Mosey, you are absolutely right. It makes perfect sense. Driving for someone else will allow me to hone my skills and familiarize myself with the routes. This work is feasible. He seemed to envision himself gripping the steering wheel of a large truck, racing down the highway. What of driving a big truck? With the steering wheel in hand. The world is mine. It is certainly preferable to toiling away in a factory. The earnings will undoubtedly surpass a meager salary. Li Xiaolan observed her husband reigniting his fighting spirit, and upon glancing at her son's composed and analytical demeanor, her previously anxious heart settled. Though her son was young, he often demonstrated a clarity of thought that surpassed that of many adults. A smile of satisfaction graced her face. All right, Wei Guo. It is commendable that you possess such determination. Let us take our time. There is no need to rush. Steady and methodical. Chen Weiguo lifted his glass, savoring another sip, and nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. Experience and connections cannot be purchased with money. Tomorrow, I shall seek out information, particularly from old Zhao, who handles transportation for our factory. He seems to be well acquainted with the external fleet. In the ensuing days, Chen Weiguo moved with the fervor of a wound-up toy. After work, he either sought out his colleagues at the factory to inquire about transportation opportunities or rode his rickety bicycle, which made noise at every turn except for the bell, to the outskirts of the city, lingering near several large distribution centers. He would offer cigarettes to passers-by, smiling as he asked, "Excuse me, is there a need for drivers of large trucks at this station? I just obtained my license, my skills are decent, and I am willing to work hard. The pay is negotiable." Initially, he encountered several setbacks. Upon seeing his faded work attire, many assumed he was inexperienced, either shaking their heads in refusal or dismissing him with vague promises of a call when an opportunity arose. Yet, Chen Weiguo remained undeterred, embodying the resilience typical of a laborer. One evening, he found himself at the entrance of a distribution station named Shunda in the southern part of the city, engaging in conversation with a weathered middle-aged driver named Sun, who had just completed a long haul and appeared thoroughly exhausted. "Master Sun, would you care for a cigarette?" Chen Weiguo offered. Sun lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, declining. "I've quit." Undeterred, Chen Weiguo retracted the cigarette, smiling as he said, "Master Sun, I would like to ask you something. Is there any opportunity for novice drivers here, or do you know of any? I just obtained my license and am seeking a position to ride along and gain experience." Sun scrutinized him for a moment. "A novice? Have you driven large trucks before?" "I have practiced at the driving school, handling the Liberation 141 without issue, and I have also driven on the road. My practical experience is somewhat limited." Chen Weiguo replied candidly, his tone earnest. "That training is quite different from actual driving," Sun scoffed, but softened upon noticing Chen Weiguo's earnest and eager expression. "It's tough for novices. Employers fear accidents. A new truck with a new driver is like a ticking time bomb, unless you can find an experienced mentor to guide you." "Exactly. I am eager to find a mentor to accompany me. I am open to lower wages as long as I can learn," Chen Weiguo exclaimed, as if grasping at a lifeline. Sun regarded him thoughtfully, weighing his sincerity before leisurely inquiring, "Are you able to endure long nights? Long hauls can last several days, with all meals and accommodations on the road. Does your wife complain?" "Absolutely, I can endure it. At the factory, we worked in shifts. Night work was commonplace. My wife is supportive," Chen Weiguo assured him, thumping his chest with conviction. "Are you prepared to work hard, to repair a breakdown under the vehicle, covered in oil and dirt, even in the depths of winter?" "I fear no hardship. As a worker, I have tackled every kind of dirty and laborious task," Chen Weiguo responded resolutely. Master Sun pondered in silence for a moment before finally speaking. "Very well. It seems you are quite sincere. Our team has an old Zhou, who drives short routes within the province. His assistant is aging, unable to continue due to back troubles, and he is looking for a younger helper. I shall provide you with his pager number. You may inquire yourself. Whether this works out depends on your fortune." "Thank you, Master Sun. I am immensely grateful," Chen Weiguo exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement as he bowed repeatedly and quickly pulled out a small notebook, diligently jotting down the precious pager number. A few days later, good news arrived. After a round of interviews, mainly consisting of Master Zhou observing him as he took a few test drives and probing into his family situation and determination to endure hardships, Chen Weiguo secured the position of assistant driver to Master Zhou. His duties primarily involved driving along several established routes within the province, transporting construction materials and sundries. The salary was notably higher than what he earned at the factory, and most importantly, Meals were provided on the road, as well as accommodation. On the eve of his first official day at work, Chen Mo was filled with childlike excitement. He meticulously packed his freshly laundered work uniform, personal toiletries, an old military canteen, and a pack of cigarettes into his canvas backpack. His mother, Li Xiaolan, observed with a mix of concern and encouragement. Chen Mo, witnessing his father's flurry of preparations, felt inspired and approached him, handing over a compact, newly purchased compass along with a simple transportation map of the province. "Dad, take this. It will be useful on the road." Chen Mo accepted the compass. Gazing at the densely packed routes on the map, his heart swelling with warmth as he patted his son's shoulder. Good son, I understand." The following morning, before dawn had broken, Chen Mo stepped out, invigorated, with his bulging canvas bag slung over his shoulder. Master Zhou's somewhat worn blue Liberation 141 truck was parked on the dirt road outside, its engine emitting a deep, powerful rumble, while the two headlights cast brilliant beams of light into the hazy morning. "I'm off." Chen Mo waved to his wife and son, who had come to see him off. As he awkwardly opened the truck door and clumsily climbed into the high driver's cabin. "Drive carefully and stay safe," Li Xiaolan called out, her voice choked with emotion. "Understood, don't worry." Chen Mo leaned out the window, flashing a broad smile. He inhaled deeply, feeling the vibrations and power emanating from the massive iron beast beneath him. An unprecedented sense of stability and control surged within him, far more reassuring than listening to the machine's roar in the workshop or fixating on the fluctuating red and green numbers of the stock market. This was a tangible livelihood, one he could see, touch, and grasp firmly in his hands. He fastened his seatbelt, adjusted his collar in the rearview mirror, then turned the key. Vroom. The engine's roar intensified suddenly, and the truck shuddered slightly. Chen Mo took a deep breath, shifted into gear, released the clutch, and gently pressed the accelerator. The heavy blue Liberation 141, like a colossal beast awakening, smoothly departed from the dirt road outside his home, the tires crunching over gravel as it rolled toward the distant asphalt highway. Li Xiaolan leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the direction in which the truck had departed, watching until it faded into a distant blur. With a gentle sigh, she turned and returned indoors. Chen Mo did not immediately follow. Instead, he stood amidst the cool morning air, reflecting on the path his father had taken until he could envision him seated in the driver's cabin, gripping the steering wheel with a straightened back, wholly absorbed in the road ahead. At that moment, his father's face surely bore the marks of focus and a newfound vigor. Brimming with hope, this family resembled the old truck his father had just driven. Though aged and burdened, its engine had been reignited, embarking on a fresh, uncharted road filled with possibilities and promise, moving slowly yet resolutely forward. A faint smile of reassurance and determination graced Chen Mo's lips. His father's transformation marked the initial step towards the family's renewal. He would ensure that this vehicle would run more steadily and travel further. Chapter 40. Midterm examination. The atmosphere in the office of the first-year grade group was somewhat tense. As several homeroom teachers gathered around a schedule for the midterm examination across the 5 schools, their brows knitted in worry. This was a joint examination, and it was rumored that the questions were set by the prestigious First High School, undoubtedly posing a significant challenge. Indeed, it was said that old Zhou from First High had declared his intention to thoroughly assess the true capabilities of each institution. Alas, our school's enrollment has been precarious in recent years. We cannot afford to be left far behind by First High, losing face in the process. Mr. Wang Zhengwo's booming voice shattered the gloomy atmosphere. What is there to fear? When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall contain it. We have our secret weapon. His large hand slapped the table with force, causing the teacups to clatter, and his gaze swept across the crowd. At that moment, he recalled the quiet figure in the corner of the classroom. Chen Mo. This time, you must show your true abilities. Let them see what you are capable of. The impending examinations cast a shadow over the entire campus, an invisible pressure hanging in the air. When the bell rang, the usually bustling corridors fell into a hush, filled with students clutching books or notes, murmuring to themselves. Even Zhang Hao, typically carefree, had settled down in these days, leaning on his cane, furrowing his brow as he grappled with the English vocabulary list, muttering, "Abandon, abandon. What does this wretched word mean? To give up? I shall not give up. Mosey, come help me. Is this physics problem even solvable?" Zhang Hao pushed a practice paper towards Chen Mo, which was filled with lines and diagrams. What is this force analysis? With inclined planes and pulleys, ropes tangled all over. It's maddening. My head is spinning. Chen Mo set down his book, took the paper, and glanced over it. The questions indeed seemed convoluted for an average first-year student, rife with traps. Thus, he picked up a pen and swiftly sketched a clear and concise diagram on Zhang Hao's draft paper, with arrows indicating the magnitude and direction of each force. He then pinned a few key points. Here, the movable pulley saves effort but does not save work. The tension in the rope is equal at both ends. Decompose these two forces along the incline and perpendicular to the incline, and then set up the equilibrium equations. Zhang Hao stared intently at the intricate strokes and formulas before him, then glanced at his own doodle-like draft. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. Oh, how simple it is. How could I have overlooked decomposing it along the inclined plane? He looked at Chen Mo with eyes full of admiration. Su Qing, seated in the front row, witnessed this scene unfold, observing Chen Mo's calm demeanor, as if solving problems was a mere trifle. She couldn't help but feel a pang of pride prick her heart, quickly replaced by a fervent curiosity. Just how far does this person's potential extend? What remarkable feats will he unveil in this midterm examination? The day of the exam finally arrived. The first subject was mathematics. As the papers were distributed, a hushed murmur of inhalation and the sound of pens scratching against paper filled the room. The multiple-choice questions posed an immediate challenge, with several traps embedded within. The fill-in-the-blank questions were particularly tricky, and the last two major problems left many students feeling overwhelmed. One problem required a complex proof in spatial geometry, while the other combined sequences and inequalities in a comprehensive application task, the lengthy prompt appearing quite daunting. When Chen Mo received the exam paper, his gaze calmly swept across the questions. Traps? To him, they appeared transparent. Puzzles? Merely paths of thought with a few additional turns. He picked up his pen, moving without hesitation or the need for verification, his pen gliding smoothly across the draft paper and answer sheet. The answers to the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions were already etched in his mind, flowing forth like a stream. As he approached the final two major problems, he didn't even draft rough notes, directly inscribing his solutions on the answer sheet. For the spatial geometry question, he discarded the cumbersome auxiliary lines, employing a concise transformation of vector coordinates, striking at the core in just a few steps. The comprehensive application problem was simplified further, revealing its essence as a test of iterative thinking and scaling techniques, with a refined and efficient solution that bypassed extensive conventional derivations. He wrote swiftly, while most of his classmates still grappled with the multiple-choice questions or scratched their heads over the first major problem. Chen Mo had already turned to the back of the exam paper. As the proctor strolled by, he couldn't help but pause, his gaze drawn to the neatness and clarity of Chen Mo's work, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Zhang Hao, seated diagonally behind him, was already sweating profusely, stuck on a spatial geometry multiple-choice question, unsure which of the three seemingly correct options to select. He unconsciously glanced at Chen Mo, only to find him checking the final page. In that instant, Zhang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of despair washing over him. Oh no! How is this even possible? A profound sense of helplessness surged within him. All he could do was grit his teeth and continue to struggle. The afternoon exams consisted of physics and chemistry, transforming the science examination room into Chen Mo's personal showcase. He navigated the complexities of electrical circuit analysis, dynamic force processes, organic deductions in chemistry, and challenging experimental design problems with effortless ease. His thought processes were clear, his steps methodical, yet he always managed to uncover the most concise and effective paths to solutions, especially in the final physics problem, which intricately combined electromagnetic induction and the principle of energy conservation. The standard answer was expected to require more than half a page of derivation. Yet, Chen Mo accomplished it in less than 10 lines, with a logical progression so coherent that even the proctor, upon collecting his paper, could not help but cast a lingering glance at it before slightly shaking his head, seemingly lamenting the disparity among individuals. The following day, in Chinese, English, and comprehensive studies, history, politics, was where Chen Mo truly needed to exert his control. The Chinese essay prompt was the road, a seemingly ordinary yet profoundly deep topic. Instantly, numerous angles flooded Chen Mo's mind, from historical changes to individual destinies, from philosophical contemplation to technological advancement. Each perspective held the potential for depth. Yet he ultimately chose the most prudent and fitting theme for an exceptional high school student: the choices and perseverance along the path of growth. His prose flowed smoothly, with a clear structure and ample evidence, incorporating well-known quotations and several inspirational anecdotes, such as those of Edison and Helen Keller, ensuring a high score without being overly sensational. English was even easier for him. His vocabulary, grammar, and reading speed far exceeded high school standards. In the listening section, he could select the correct answers with his eyes closed, and in the extensive scientific reading comprehension, a mere glance sufficed to grasp the main ideas and details. The closed tests and grammar questions were mere trifles, and the essay required writing a letter to a pen pal, introducing his school life. Chen Mo's word choice was precise and idiomatic, with a rich variety of sentence structures, yet the content remained exceedingly standard: rising on time, attending classes diligently, and having a passion for sports, though he hardly participated, and a genuine love for reading. He fit the mold of an exemplary student. In the comprehensive studies examination, the subjective questions in history and politics were paramount. Chen Mo strictly adhered to textbook perspectives and mainstream discourse. When asked to evaluate a certain historical event, he clearly outlined 3 significances and 2 limitations from the textbook, his handwriting neat and his expressions rigorous, never straying into irrelevant commentary. In addressing the role of a market economy in politics, he flawlessly recited the well-memorized advantages from the textbook, supplemented by a brief analysis of the materials, perfectly aligning with the scoring criteria of the standard answers. He understood that in these subjects, correctness of viewpoint was more crucial than profundity. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the exam, a collective sigh of relief and lamentation echoed throughout the room. Zhang Hao, leaning on his crutch, approached Chen Mo with a look of having survived a catastrophe, lamenting, "Mosey, it's over. I didn't even touch the last 2 math problems. I didn't even understand the last physics question. I'm surely doomed this time." Chen Mo gathered his stationery, responding in a flat tone, "Once the exam is over, there's no point in dwelling on it." "Not dwell on it? How can I not?" Zhang Hao dramatically clutched his chest and stomped his feet. "My mom said if I come in last again, she'll cut off my allowance. My legend. My fate." He lamented over his fortunes. Su Qing approached, her expression somewhat fatigued. She looked at Chen Mo and softly inquired, "How do you feel?" She believed she had performed reasonably well, but the last few subjects had drained much of her mental energy. "Not bad," Chen Mo replied succinctly, maintaining his usual brevity. Su Qing gazed upon his tranquil visage, and her fleeting sense of triumph dissipated. His performance was adequate, yet the chasm between their understandings seemed as vast as the Mariana Trench. The grading process was underway, fraught with urgency, as it was a unified examination across 5 schools, with the venue set at the first high school, where educators from various institutions had been summoned to participate. In the mathematics grading team, papers flowed like a swift current. However, when a script with clear, forceful handwriting, a tidy layout, and a concise problem-solving process landed in the hands of Teacher Zhou, the head of the teaching and research group at the first high school, he adjusted his thick glasses and held his breath. "Old Zhou, what's wrong? Did you come across a perfect score?" A nearby teacher jested. Zhou said nothing, his fingers trembling slightly as he flipped through the pages. All the multiple-choice questions were correct. The fill-in-the-blank section was flawless. The first problem in the explanation section was exemplary. The second problem was even more exemplary. The method for the third problem? It was more succinct and efficient than the standard answer. The fourth problem was perfect. The last 2 major questions, gasp. Zhou inhaled sharply, his eyes fixed on the solution to the spatial geometry problem. Could vector coordinate transformations be utilized in such a manner? What brilliance! Upon examining the comprehensive application question, he was further astonished, having bypassed 3 redundant steps, getting straight to the core. Was this young man's mind equipped like a supercomputer? He could hardly contain his excitement as he flipped to the front of the paper and beheld the familiar name. Chen Mo, from the second high school. Not again. Zhou murmured to himself, a complex expression etched upon his face. This was undoubtedly a perfect score. No, this paper deserved 120 points. He exuberantly waved the paper, nearly hitting a colleague in the process. Meanwhile, the physics and chemistry grading teams were also in uproar. As Chen Mo's papers stood out distinctly, the answers precise as though they were replicas of the standard responses. with problem-solving processes so concise that the evaluators hesitated to deduct any points. Particularly, the ingenious method for the final physics question was circulated among several teachers, who marveled at its brilliance. In the language arts group, an elderly teacher scrutinized Chen Mo's South essay titled The Road, furrowing his brow before gradually relaxing. The prose flowed beautifully, the structure was rigorous, the arguments were clear, and the evidence ample, aligning perfectly with the standards of top-tier essays. Yet, there lingered an elusive quality that felt absent. It seemed too flawless, resembling a crafted artifact, devoid of the stirring elements that resonate with the heart. Nevertheless, the imperfections did not overshadow its brilliance, and a high score was assured. In the comprehensive studies group, the history teacher nodded repeatedly at Chen Mo's answers. Well done. The viewpoints are accurate, the arguments clear, and tightly linked to the textbook. The handwriting is beautiful. The political science teacher was equally satisfied. The organization is coherent. The key points comprehensive and closely tied to the materials. A promising talent. In their eyes, such exemplary, standard answer-like scripts epitomized what a good student should embody. The speed of score compilation was unprecedented. Just 2 days later, the midterm examination results were disseminated to all the schools. Within the teaching office of the first-year high school at the second high school, the moment the score sheets were unveiled, the room erupted into a cacophony of discussion. The teachers' faces alight with shock, elation, and disbelief. Instantly, all eyes converged upon the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Ranking, 1 name, Chen Mo class, Senior 1, 7, total score, 746 Chinese, 138 mathematics, 150 English, 148 physics, 100 chemistry, 100 history, 95 politics, 95. A profound silence enveloped the announcement board. As if a mute button had been pressed, leaving everyone agape, their eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the name and the astonishingly high, almost inhuman scores that followed. 746? The total score for the 5-school joint examination was 750. He scored 746. Perfect scores in mathematics. Perfect scores in physics. Perfect scores in chemistry. Chinese, 138. English, 148. Combined liberal arts, 190. Is this even human? Teacher Wang Zhangwo leapt 3 feet into the air, his booming voice nearly lifting the roof. Ha! I told you. I told you so. Chen Mo, what a remarkable lad. You've truly made me proud. You've brought honor to our school. Oldly, did you see? Perfect scores. All perfect scores. Let us see if you dare to underestimate my student again. He was so exuberant that he danced about, spitting words as he grasped the equally astonished teacher Li Zhengming's arm, shaking it vigorously. Teacher Li Zhengming held the copy of Chen Mo's mathematics exam that had been brought back from the first school, as he gazed at the concise and flawless problem-solving process. Amidst the thunderous laughter of Wang Zhangwo and the uproarious discussions in the office, the usually stern and rigid expression on his face transformed into one rich with emotion. Shock? Yes. Exultation? Even more so. There was bewilderment at the complete upheaval of his prior understanding and a hint of embarrassment. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately, he merely adjusted his glasses and carefully smoothed out the copies of the exams, folding them neatly before placing them into his satchel. After school, at the end of the corridor, Chen Mo walked alone, his backpack slung over his shoulder, quietly making his way through the bustling crowd. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting mottled shadows upon him. He walked with composure, his gaze serenely fixed on the distance. Chapter 41. A stunning revelation during the morning self-study session in Senior 1-7. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, had yet to arrive. The classroom buzzed like a boiling pot, with a few well-informed individuals huddled together, whispering in hushed tones, their faces unable to conceal their excitement and disbelief. Hey, have you heard? The results of the midterm exams were compiled yesterday. I know. They're talking about the 5-school joint examination, right? Has the list been posted? Not yet. But there are rumors that it's explosive. What do you mean by explosive? Did the first school crush us again? Nonsense. It's our school, our grade, that has produced a prehistoric behemoth. A behemoth? Who could it be? The speaker's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively pointing towards the quiet figure engrossed in reading. Chen Mo. 746. How much? 746. Total score, 750. Mathematics, 150. Perfect scores in physics and chemistry. Chinese, 138. English, 148. Combined liberal arts, 190. Good heavens. The sound of gasps filled the air, several heads froze in disbelief. 746? Is this a score achievable by a mere mortal? Surely, this isn't merely a photocopy of the answer sheet with the correct responses. Zhang Hao leaned on his cane. Grappling with a mathematical conundrum, his brow furrowed in concentration. His desk mate nudged him, recounting a piece of intriguing gossip he had just overheard. The pen in Zhang Hao's hand clattered to the desk as his mouth gaped open in utter disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging out. How much? 746. Mo. He abruptly turned his head to look at Chen Mo, feeling as if he were in a dream. Did you really score 746? His voice trembled with astonishment. Chen Mo lifted his gaze from a global history, casting a casual glance at him. His tone as nonchalant as if discussing the pleasant weather. We'll know once it's posted. Zhang Hao felt choked by his nonchalant demeanor, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Finally managing to utter, beast. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the corridor, accompanied by gasps and the sound of hurried footsteps. The results are up. The midterm exam scores are posted. A voice called out, igniting an eruption of excitement throughout the classroom. Everyone surged forward as if propelled by a spring. Desks and chairs tumbling in disarray. Even the usually composed top students could hardly remain seated. Zhang Hao, desperate, leaned on his cane, ready to rush forward, but was firmly grasped by Chen Mo's arm. What is the hurry? It's not like you can outrun anyone. The bulletin board was already surrounded by throngs of students, packed tightly together. Those in the back strained on their toes, while those in the front craned their necks, their eyes scanning the densely packed names and scores like searchlights. Found it. I'm here. Oh my, I've improved by 10 places. Oh no, I've dropped out of the top 100. I'll be in big trouble at home. Look, Su Qing, 5th place, 692. The class monitor is amazing. Wow, Zhang Hao, you didn't come in last? Must have had some good luck. Gasps, wails, and murmurs intermingled in a cacophony. Suddenly, a piercing, high-pitched female voice sliced through the noise. First place. Is it Chen Mo? 746. The sound seemed to press the pause button on the chaos. In front of the bulletin board, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Hundreds of eyes, drawn together like iron filings to a magnet, fixated in disbelief on the top of the list. Rank, 1 name, Chen Mo class, grade 1, 7, total score, 746 Chinese, 138 mathematics, 150 English, 148 physics, 100 chemistry, 100 history, 95 politics, 95. The silence lasted less than 3 seconds, quickly drowned out by an even more thunderous uproar. I can't believe it's Chen Mo, 746. Perfect score in mathematics. Perfect score in physics. Perfect score in chemistry. Is he even human? 138 in Chinese. 148 in English. He is a science student. Has the star of literature possessed him? This is faster than a rocket. 746 in the 5-school joint examination. What was the highest score from those arrogant guys at the first high school? Was it only 712? This is madness. Absolutely insane. Zhang Hao, leaning on his cane, finally squeezed through the crowd to the front. He stared at the name at the top of the list along with the score, then glanced down at his own meager performance, barely hanging on in the middle of the pack, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a duck egg inside. He abruptly rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was still that name, still that score. An overwhelming, ineffable pride surged through him, igniting an exhilarating thrill at the brilliance of his brother. In a spontaneous outburst, he swung his uninjured arm and, with all his might, bellowed, "Did you see that? Chen Mo, my brother. First in the grade. 746. Incredible." His voice erupted like cold water splashed into a boiling pot, instantly igniting an even greater wave of discussion. Su Qing stood slightly apart from the crowd, her face pale as she gazed up at the name atop the list alongside the glaring score. Then, she glanced at her own name, followed by a 5 and 692. 746 was a full 54 points higher, with perfect scores in mathematics and physics. She recalled the arduous effort she had exerted to solve the final few challenging problems. The stark contrast between her struggle and Chen Mo's effortless demeanor left her almost unsteady. She finally comprehended that the genius spoken of by Teacher Wang was no mere hyperbole. This individual was so elevated that even gazing upon him felt laborious. However, not everyone was immersed in awe and admiration. In a corner, a few boys who typically performed well, especially one named Lu Yang, who had been a regular in the top 10 but had failed to qualify for the last math competition, wore expressions dark enough to draw tears. Liu Yong, who had scored 689, initially felt self-assured, but now, upon seeing Chen Mo's score, jealousy and resentment gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. 746? Surely a fabrication? Liu Yong crossed his arms, his voice low yet laced with sharp acidity and deliberate skepticism, which resonated clearly in the ears of those nearby. It's only been a few months. Even a rocket wouldn't ascend so rapidly. Perfect scores in physics and chemistry? Full marks in mathematics? The questions from the 5-school joint examination. Those beasts from our school wouldn't dare claim to have answered them all correctly. A tall, lanky boy beside him immediately concurred, exactly. It's too bizarre. I heard he wrote his exam in a flash, as if copying answers. Surely he must have left some questions unfinished. Who sat next to him in the exam room? Did anyone see anything? Another murmured quietly. Who knows? Regardless, this rate of improvement is unreasonable. There must be something awry. Liu Yong concluded emphatically. These sour, malicious whispers, akin to a few drops of murky oil, tainted the already boiling whirlpool of discussion, though the voices were hushed. The words cheating, unreasonable, and problematic precisely stirred the dark suspicions lurking in some hearts. Indeed, this progress was alarmingly swift. He had been so inconspicuous until recently. During the exam, it seemed he hadn't pondered much at all, writing as if inspired. Once the seed of doubt was sown, it rapidly sprouted under the nurturing of jealousy and resentment, transforming pure astonishment and admiration into a complex web of glances and hushed conversations. The name Chen Mo, along with that formidable score of 746, was swiftly dragged from its revered pedestal into the eye of controversy. The sounds of awe and skepticism collided and intertwined like ice and fire in every corner of the campus. The news also spread like wildfire to the teacher's office. The head of the grade entered, wearing a serious expression. Old Wang, Old Li, and everyone else, the results are in. Student Chen Mo is indeed exceptionally outstanding. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, his voice growing somber. Outside, disconcerting murmurs arose, casting doubt on the authenticity of the recent results, primarily due to the astonishing improvement, particularly the perfect scores in science, which seemed almost unbelievable. Some even went so far as to anonymously submit materials questioning the integrity of the outcomes. The office fell into an immediate silence, teachers exchanging anxious glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of gravity and indignation. Enough of this nonsense. Wang Jingwo erupted first. His face flushed and his neck taut with emotion. Who dares to question this? Who wrote that anonymous letter? Let them step forward. I, Wang Jingwo, guarantee that Chen Mo has not cheated. This is genuine talent. He is a genius. Calm down, old Wang. The grade director interjected, frowning. We need concrete evidence to silence everyone's doubts and to uphold Chen Mo's integrity. He turned to Li Jingming. Mr. Li, you possess the most experience. What is your perspective? Li Jingming took a deep breath, adjusting his glasses, and without uttering a word, strode purposefully to the desk. He carefully retrieved several photocopied papers from his briefcase. Chen Mo's mathematics, physics, and chemistry tests. Then, from the mountain of midterm answer sheets cluttering the desk, he swiftly located the original answer sheets belonging to Chen Mo. The seal had been broken. He placed the photocopied tests and the original answer sheets side by side on the desk, pointing to the clear, distinctive handwriting. His voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Observe this handwriting. Identical penmanship, identical problem-solving style. Concise, efficient, and straight to the heart of the matter. He picked up Chen Mo's mathematics answer sheet, highlighting the final comprehensive question, and remarked, look at this solution. It is more refined than the standard answer provided by the school, with a thought process that is both imaginative and flawless. Is this something that can be copied? Who could he have copied from? The standard answer? It pales in comparison to his work. He then lifted the physics answer sheet, pointing at the last major question. And this, the combination of energy conservation and electromagnetic induction, with a process that is a third shorter than the standard answer, yet more logically rigorous. This method, let alone copying, would take me at least half an hour to conceive on my own. Can he produce such answers in an exam setting? Li Jingming's gaze swept across each teacher in the office, finally landing on the grade director's face. His voice was calm, yet powerful, exuding the gravitas of a seasoned educator. Doubt? Certainly. Let them present evidence. Show us answers that are more exquisite and impeccable than this paper. If they cannot produce such, they should remain silent. This is not cheating, it is prowess. It is an overwhelming strength. In my 30 years of teaching, I have never encountered such an astonishing set of answers. None can compare. The office fell into a profound silence. All doubts and whispered conjectures dissolving in the face of Li Zhengming's resounding and well-founded rebuttal. Wang Jiangwo's eyes glistened with emotion as he fervently patted Li Zhengming on the shoulder. Well said, oldly. The grade director exhaled a long sigh of relief, a smile of assurance gracing his face. Excellent. With Mr. Li's compelling words and this undeniable evidence of penmanship and answers, I challenge anyone to speak ill. I shall report to the principal immediately and issue a statement to clarify the facts. Chen Mo is undoubtedly the top student of our school, a veritable academic prodigy. The clarification announcement was swiftly affixed beside Chen Mo's alarming report card on the bulletin board, articulated in stern language, affirming the authenticity of his scores and cautioning the rumor-mongers that they would bear the consequences of their actions. Mr. Li Zhengming's testimony regarding the uniqueness of the handwriting and problem-solving method became the most compelling endorsement. The voices of doubt were silenced. Akin to a duck whose neck had been grasped, as Lu Yang and his envious companions, upon seeing the announcement and the scornful gazes of their peers, were left blushing with embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. However, a greater storm was brewing. It was unclear who initiated it, but a blurry photo of Chen Mo's terrifying report card and the clarification announcement from the second high school, accompanied by the sensational headline proclaiming the emergence of a genius from the second high school who had achieved a staggering score of 746 in the 5-school joint examination, with perfect scores in mathematics and physics, was posted in the education section of the local BBS forum under the banyan tree. The post detonated like a depth charge cast into a tranquil lake, igniting an explosion of reactions. 746? The poster must be drunk. The total score is only 750. Perfect scores in mathematics and physics? One must adhere to basic facts when concocting stories. Second high school. Never heard of it. The fact that the first high school produced a freak with a score of 712 is already remarkable. How could it possibly yield 746? It's definitely photoshopped. A blatant attempt to attract attention. Doubtful, mocking. And incredulous replies flooded the thread until someone claiming to be a student from the first high school posted a screenshot of an internal report card, clearly displaying Chen Mo's name and that glaring score of 746, alongside a comparison to the highest score of 712 from the first high school. The forum fell silent for a few seconds. Then, a frenzy of responses erupted. Holy cow, it's real. Goodness. 746. What an astonishing feat. 150 in mathematics? Perfect scores in physics and chemistry? Have the examiners been held hostage? Second high school. This school is destined for greatness. Genius. Please accept my humble admiration. Seeking the genius's secrets. Generous rewards await. The name Chen Mo, along with his astonishing score of 746, took flight like a bird, transforming overnight from a figure of intrigue within the second high school to the focal point of discourse throughout the city's educational circles. A burgeoning, legendary super scholar. The voices of skepticism were utterly drowned in an ocean of awe and reverence. Yet at the epicenter of it all, Chen Mo himself sat quietly in the classroom, perusing a copy of The Wealth of Nations, seemingly indifferent to the tumultuous waves that had risen outside in his honor. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his tranquil profile. He slightly lowered his eyelashes, his fingertips gliding over the pages, producing a soft rustling sound. A stunning revelation? This was merely an inconsequential first step in a meticulously crafted plan. Chapter 42. The favor of mentors. Chen Mo's desk by the window had unequivocally become the most sought-after spot in the classroom. At the sound of the bell signaling the end of class, a swarm of students would rush over. Previously, they called him Chen Mo. Now, they uniformly referred to him as Brother Chen or Mo Go. Brother Chen, help. Please take a look at this problem for me. I'm not familiar with this function graph. Lu Pongzi, seated in the front row, raised his hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, crowding to the front. Pointing at a problem on his paper with a look of earnestness directed at Chen Mo found himself at a loss for words. A shiver coursing through him as goosebumps prickled his skin. All right, let me take a look. Please don't gaze at me like that. It frightens me, he said, taking the paper and glancing at it. He then commenced his explanation, swiftly sketching on a piece of draft paper. He began with an exceedingly simple coordinate system, marking 3 points before connecting them with a smooth curve. Next to it, he inscribed a small formula, noting that at this point, the rate of change had turned. Applying this model would suffice. The onlookers listened intently as Chen Mo concluded his explanation of the function graph problem. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, a new exercise booklet appeared before him. Lu, the rotund classmate, pointed at a problem with a finger. "Brother Mo, what about this one?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo didn't even lift his gaze, took the booklet, scanned it for 2 seconds, and began elucidating the approach to solving the problem. Lu's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets as he fixated on the few strokes of Chen Mo's pen, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. "No way. It's that simple. I toiled over this for half the night. Brother Chen, you truly are my kin." The surrounding crowd echoed with gasps of enlightenment, gazing at Chen Mo as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. In stark contrast, Wang Peng and his entourage slumped in despondency, retreating to the far end of the classroom. Wang Peng himself wished he could bury his head in a desk. Previously, he had been the loudest in making sarcastic remarks. Yet now, even making eye contact with Chen Mo felt like a jolt of electricity, causing him to flinch away, his face flushed with embarrassment. Occasionally, some boys who used to join in his mockery contemplated approaching to hear Chen Mo's explanations, but they were subtly blocked by others, leaving them feeling more ostracized than if they had been scolded. The earlier doubts had long been obliterated by Chen Mo's elegant simplifications, leaving only a sense of admiration and reverence. A gentle breeze swept into the teacher's office, intensifying as it did so, particularly within the mathematics department, which had transformed into a fan club for Chen Mo. Teacher Li, the one who had sweated profusely during the examination supervision, had now become Chen Mo's most ardent admirer. His notebook, which he never parted with, now showcased neatly transcribed divine solutions from the midterm exam, while the latter pages began to capture Chen Mo's occasional classroom insights that left even this seasoned educator in awe. "Old Zhang, come and see this." Today, Chen Mo tackled that limit of the sequence using this remarkable technique. Teacher Li exclaimed, his enthusiasm spilling over as he pointed to a succinct formula in his notebook. "This is simply extraordinary." He bypassed 3 intermediate steps. "I can't fathom how this child's mind works. How could he conceive such an approach?" The teacher known as Old Zhang leaned in to take a look, furrowing his brow in contemplation for several seconds before suddenly slapping his thigh. "Indeed, this is quite ingenious. One wouldn't typically think of such a method. Old Li, lend me that notebook so I can transcribe it. I must document this." Upon hearing the news, the other mathematics teachers in the office gathered around, all expressing their astonishment. Chen Mo's name had transformed from that of an ordinary student into a phenomenon marked by exclamation points within the mathematics department. This fervor inevitably seeped into the other subject teachers as well. Mr. Wang, the notoriously strict physics teacher, known for his harsh grading, found himself turning over Chen Mo's nearly perfect physics exam multiple times, particularly fixated on the final comprehensive question. Chen Mo's clear thought process, precise force analysis, and seamless energy transformations left Mr. Wang perplexed. How could this student, who had previously been merely average, suddenly soar to such heights? Sister Kai, the chemistry teacher, nodded vigorously at Chen Mo's innovative and meticulous experimental design. "Such creativity. His practical skills are evidently strong. He is indeed a promising candidate for scientific research." Even the language teacher, who typically perceived science students as rigid, was taken aback while grading Chen Mo's essay on technology and humanities. The essay's solid foundation, supported by well-chosen references and sharp insights, prompted her to exclaim in the office, "Chen Mo truly possesses an abundance of knowledge. His logic is impressive, and his foundational skills are exceptionally robust." In an instant, Chen Mo became the centerpiece of conversation among teachers across all subjects, and their attitudes towards him began to shift subtly. During that afternoon's study session, while Chen Mo was engrossed in a slightly yellowed copy of advanced mathematics that he had unearthed from a second-hand bookstore, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Lin, approached quietly, tapping on the desk with a blend of pride and mystery in his smile. "Chen Mo, please come with me." His voice was soft yet clear. "All right," Chen Mo replied, closing his book without a word, rising calmly to follow. The gazes of his classmates tracked them with a mixture of curiosity and envy, sensing that this was no ordinary conversation. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, Their destination was not the familiar grade office. Instead, Mr. Lin led him directly to the heavy wooden door at the end of the hall, marked with a plaque reading Principal's Office. Chen Mo hesitated momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but quickly regained his composure. Mr. Lin gently knocked on the door. "Come in," a steady voice resonated from within. Upon entering, a delicate aroma of tea enveloped them. The room was bright and clean, sunlight streaming through the tall windows. Behind a spacious desk sat Principal Zhou Jingming, while the grade director, Mr. Zhao, and the head of the mathematics research group, Mr. Sun, occupied the sofa, cups in hand, evidently having waited for a while. "Principal, Director, and Mr. Sun, I've brought Chen Mo." Mr. Lin stepped aside to allow Chen Mo to enter, standing proudly at the doorway, as if presenting a precious gem. "Thank you, Mr. Lin," Principal Zhou acknowledged with a nod, his gaze softening as it fell upon Chen Mo. "Welcome, Chen Mo. Please come in and take a seat. There's no need to be nervous." He pointed to a chair across the desk. Chen Mo complied, sitting upright, with his hands resting on his knees, maintaining his tranquil demeanor, devoid of any anxiety or surprise. Principal Zhou did not rush to speak. Instead, he picked up an open workbook on the table, the very one Chen Mo typically used. Filled with densely written calculations and annotations, the handwriting slender yet vigorous. Flipping to a page, he indicated a blank margin where Chen Mo had casually penned several lines of conjecture and deduction regarding an advanced problem. "This line of thought," Principal Zhou noted, glancing at Chen Mo with unmistakable admiration. "Is this your own exploration?" Chen Mo glanced at it and nodded, stating, "Yes. I thought of it while reading and jotted it down." Nearby, Teacher Sun could not help but softly reiterate it, lifting his teacup to conceal his reaction, his expression a mixture of complexity. They had struggled to discuss the background material for this question in their research group, yet this child had effortlessly brushed against the threshold. Principal Zhou chuckled, a genuine joy emanating from him as he set the workbook aside, leaning slightly forward, his tone becoming more gentle. "Chen Mo, your mathematical talent and this dedication to diligent study have not gone unnoticed by the school. Such qualities are exceedingly rare and invaluable." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Director Zhao and Teacher Sun, continuing, "The school hopes to provide you with a richer environment, allowing you to flourish freely. Henceforth, the teacher's reading room at the far end of the library will be accessible to you, containing relevant professional books and journals for your perusal at any time." The teacher's reading room, a repository of various university textbooks, professional journals, and competition materials, typically required registration even for teachers to enter, making it a forbidden space for students. Chen Mo's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. This offer indeed exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, Principal Zhou added, "You will have a degree of autonomy regarding your study pace and methods. If you feel you have fully grasped the classroom content, with the consent of the subject teacher and without affecting your classmates, you may utilize classroom time for more in-depth exploration of advanced materials." He turned to Teacher Sun. "Sun, your mathematics group must provide full support." Teacher Sun immediately nodded, affirmatively stating, "Rest assured, Principal, we will do our utmost to cooperate. Chen Mo, come to my office later. I have some classic textbooks on university mathematical analysis and competitions that will surely benefit you." Grade Director Zhao quickly added, "Yes, Chen Mo. If you have any special academic needs, feel free to approach Teacher Lin or me directly. We will do our best to accommodate you." This level of recognition and support, personally endorsed by the principal, with resource allocation and granted autonomy, transcended the treatment typically afforded to an outstanding student. Chen Mo listened quietly, his face remaining largely impassive, though his eyes brightened at the mention of the teacher's reading room. Once the leaders finished speaking, he slightly nodded. "Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Directors. Thank you, Teacher Sunday. I will make good use of this opportunity and strive to learn diligently." There was neither the frenzy of incoherent excitement nor the pretense of modest refusal. It was as if he had simply accepted an ordinary after-school assignment. This composure, far beyond that of his peers, stirred a profound sentiment within the adults present. Upon exiting the principal's office, Teacher Lin's smile remained unwavering. As she made her way back to the classroom, her steps were light, and she found herself increasingly fond of the silent student beside her. "Chen Mo," she said, pausing at the office door, her tone unusually warm, imbued with a familial familiarity. "In the future, for those basic questions where the answers are obvious, just provide the result. Skip the steps. Don't waste your time." She gestured toward the office interior. If any teacher gives you trouble about this, just have them come to me and say it's my instruction. Her words resonated with conviction, clearly protective of him. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Teacher Lin's smiling eyes, and nodded. Yes, understood. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Once back in the classroom. No sooner had he settled into his seat than the door swung open again. This time, it was Teacher Li, holding a thick, somewhat worn book. His eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he strode directly toward Chen Mo, entirely ignoring the class monitor who was busy organizing matters at the podium. Chen Mo, Teacher Li exclaimed, crossing the distance to place the hefty tome with a thud on Chen Mo's desk. As Chen Mo lifted his gaze, he recognized the title, Jimmy Davich's Mathematical Analysis Problem Set, a Russian edition renowned among mathematics enthusiasts for its extensive and challenging problems, often deemed a deterrent for many. This is for you. Teacher Li rubbed his hands together, his face flushed with excitement. I struggled with it for ages and barely made it through half. It's just gathering dust on my shelf. Take it. Some of the problem-solving methods in here resonate with the approach you showed that day. It will surely inspire you. Seemingly anxious for Chen Mo to accept, he hastily added, you don't need to return this book. Just keep it. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. The entire class was left in astonishment. Was this really the usually stern and meticulous Teacher Li, who had never before given out books? What an unusual privilege. Chen Mo gazed at the heavy tome on his desk, his fingers brushing over the embossed Russian letters on the cover. At last, a flicker of genuine interest and a faint desire for knowledge stirred within him, rippling through the tranquil depths of his thoughts. He opened the front page to find a yellowed note tucked inside, inscribed with Teacher Li's youthful, neatly penned, yet somewhat naive handwriting, detailing insights into problem-solving. Chen Mo lingered over the words for a moment before gently closing the book and carefully stowing it away in the innermost part of his backpack. Outside, the sunlight shone perfectly. The once inconspicuous Chen Mo now found himself delicately uplifted by his mentors, placed in a higher realm, where expectations for him to radiate brilliance were palpable. Resources, privileges, and favor, like an invisible staircase, had quietly been laid at his feet. With a sense of purpose, Chen Mo hoisted his still-deflated old-school bag over his shoulder and made his way towards the recently opened teacher's reading room, a sanctuary imbued with the rich aroma of ink and knowledge. In this new realm, the sound of turning pages unfurled a world of possibilities before him. Chapter 43. A mother's pride. As the door to the reading room gently closed behind him, it cut off the clamor of the corridor, leaving only the distinctive dry fragrance of ink and paper to fill the air. Standing amidst the towering shelves that reached the ceiling, Chen Mo felt like a child who had stumbled into a land of giants. Here, there were no colorful supplementary materials, only the imposing volumes of hardcover tomes, their titles hinting at profound depths: Real Variable Theory, Introduction to Topology, Principles of Combinatorial Mathematics. The silence was so profound that one could almost hear the dust dancing in the sunlight. As he ventured into the mathematics section, his fingertips glided over the spines of the books until they came to rest on a deep blue-covered volume of linear algebra and its applications. He gently pulled it from the shelf and opened it, greeted by the familiar matrices and symbols that felt like old friends. He quickly found a seat by the window, where the light was most favorable, and soon became engrossed, the sounds of the sports class outside fading into mere background noise. It was not until the librarian kindly reminded him that closing time had arrived that Chen Mo realized the entire afternoon had slipped away. Cautiously, he returned the book to its rightful place and stepped out of the reading room, his steps lightened with a newfound joy. Just as he rounded the corner of the staircase, he nearly collided with someone. Ouch! Chen Mo, why are you in such a hurry? It was Teacher Lin, who had evidently been waiting for some time, clutching a brand new eco-friendly bag adorned with the school logo, bulging with contents. You've finally come out. Here, this is for you. Without hesitation, she stuffed the bag into Chen Mo's arms, its weight palpable. Curious, he opened the bag to discover it was filled to the brim with books. At the top lay a pristine copy of new lectures on mathematical analysis, beneath which rested the first volume of the Feynman Lectures on Physics, alongside several hefty English-language mathematics journals and even a copy of Introduction to Algorithms. The fresh pages still exuded the delightful scent of ink. This is a collection curated by Teacher Sun and the math department. And even old Wang from physics contributed some hidden gems, Teacher Lin said with a twinkle in her eye. They were worried you wouldn't have enough to read in the reading room, so you can take these home to savor. But please, do not lose them. They are precious to us. Embracing the weighty bag of treasures, Chen Mo felt as though his heart was filled with warmth. He nodded vigorously, his voice resolute as he replied, "Thank you, Teacher Lin. Please extend my gratitude to Teacher Sun and Teacher Wang. I will take great care of them. There's no need for such formality." She patted his shoulder, her pride evident as she regarded him like a promising child. "Study hard. The school is counting on you to shine." With a wave, she clacked away in her high heels, leaving Chen Mo standing silently, cradling the books. As he trudged home with a school bag that felt more than double its usual weight, he reflected on the day. Upon reaching his doorstep, he opened the door, and the familiar aroma of home-cooked meals enveloped him, bringing with it a comforting warmth. "You're back, Mo. What took you so long today?" Motherly Xiaolan, with her apron on, peeked out from the kitchen, her face adorned with her customary warm smile, albeit tinged with a hint of perplexity. Her gaze fell upon Chen Mo's old backpack, which was so bulging that it seemed on the verge of bursting at the seams, causing her smile to falter momentarily. "Oh dear, what have you packed in this bag? It appears so full, as if it contains stones." Chen Mo remained silent, quietly placing the heavy backpack onto the chair beside the small dining table. The weighty thud resonated, prompting Li Xiaolan to set down the spatula, wipe her hands on her apron, and approach him. "What on earth is this? Why is it so heavy?" she queried, her curiosity piqued as she unzipped the backpack. With a sudden whoosh, several brand-new, substantial volumes tumbled out, landing on the table with a thud. The intricate titles and dense English text dazzled Li Xiaolan's eyes. While she recognized the individual characters, the collective titles appeared as foreign as celestial scripture. "What are all these books? Why are there so many?" Li Xiaolan picked up the topmost book, Introduction to Mathematical Analysis, which was as thick as a brick. As she flipped it open, her eyes were met with an array of incomprehensible symbols and diagrams. "Is this from school? That can't be right. I've seen your textbooks for this semester, and none were this thick." "These R&T textbooks," Chen Mo replied, methodically removing the remaining books from his backpack and neatly arranging them on the table. "These were given to me by my teachers. They are more advanced texts on mathematics and physics." "Given to you by your teachers?" Li Xiaolan was taken aback. In her lifetime, her experience with educators had been limited to the occasional distribution of practice workbooks or critiques on assignments. She had never witnessed teachers so proactively bestowing such an abundance of books upon their students. She then picked up an English journal, scrutinizing the densely packed letters, her fingers unconsciously tracing the text. Simultaneously, her mind was racing with questions. "So many books, they must be quite expensive. How much did all this cost? Why are your teachers so generous towards you, Mo?" Chen Mo discerned his mother's bewilderment and offered a simple explanation. "Because I performed well on my midterm exams. My teachers felt I was ready for these and provided them to me." "Oh, I see. So it's because of the midterms." Li Xiaolan suddenly recalled the parent-teacher meeting held a couple of days prior, which she had missed due to her busy schedule. She had been preoccupied with thoughts about it, but did not want to pressure her son by constantly inquiring about his grades. Instantly, her expression was filled with anxiety and anticipation. "Has the result been announced? How did you do? With teachers being so supportive, does that mean you made significant progress?" she asked cautiously. Chen Mo walked over to his small desk against the wall, opened the drawer, and retrieved a thin sheet of paper emblazoned with the school's red seal, handing it to his mother. "Here, this is my midterm exam score. Take a look." Li Xiaolan accepted the paper, inhaling deeply before slowly scanning the rows of subjects and scores. Chinese, 138 mathematics, 150 English, 142 physics, 148 chemistry, 146 total. First in the grade in that instant, Li Xiaolan felt as though her breath had been stolen. She fixated on the striking red 150, rubbed her eyes vigorously, and looked again. It remained 150. This was a perfect score. First in the grade. A total score of perfection? Her voice trembled, accompanied by an expression of disbelief as she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment, fixating intently on Chen Mo. Perfect score in mathematics? 150? First in the entire grade? Each word seemed to struggle its way out from her throat. Chen Mo felt a twinge of discomfort at his mother's overwhelming reaction, averting his gaze slightly and responding with a soft hum. "Oh my goodness!" Li Xiaolan exclaimed, slapping her thigh with fervor, her voice rising sharply, infused with a near-hysterical joy. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she clutched the thin report card, her hands trembling as if she were holding the most precious treasure in the world. You did it, my son. You truly excelled. Such a remarkable achievement. Her excitement rendered her almost incoherent as she enveloped Chen Mo in a tight embrace. He stiffened momentarily, but ultimately surrendered to her warmth, allowing her tear-streaked face to rest against his hair. I always knew you would succeed, my child. You have always been unique. Li Xiaolan wept, her hands repeatedly patting Chen Mo's back, as if to imprint her immense joy and pride into his very bones. Let those who look down upon us see. My son is a genius, a prodigious talent. Years of suppressed bitterness, grievances, and a fervent hope for her son's success surged forth in a torrent of hot tears. Chen Mo quietly nestled into his mother's embrace, feeling the intensity of her heartbeat and trembling body, listening to her disjointed cries and praises. The embrace was firm and warm, carrying a hint of the acrid smell of cooking oil, yet it felt more authentic than any certificate of achievement. He raised his hand, somewhat awkwardly, and gently patted her back twice. After a considerable time, Li Xiaolan gradually managed to quell her overwhelming tears, releasing Chen Mo. Yet her hands clung tightly to his arms, her eyes swollen but alight with joy. She gazed at her son's delicate yet overly composed face, unable to take her eyes off him. Are you hungry? I'll prepare something delicious for you. We must celebrate this occasion, Li Xiaolan exclaimed, hastily wiping her face and bustling towards the kitchen, her steps imbued with cheer. Mom, it's not necessary, Chen Mo called after her. Li Xiaolan turned, remnants of tears and smiles adorning her face. What's wrong? Chen Mo regarded his mother's eyes, now brimming with pure joy and pride, paused briefly, his gaze gliding over the stack of complex books on the table before returning to her. In a steady voice, he replied, It's nothing. This amount of food is sufficient. I will achieve even better results in the future. Let us wait for Dad to celebrate together. Besides, I have grown up now. His words momentarily startled Li Xiaolan, but she soon burst into a soft, nasal laugh. Silly child, of course, I know you have grown up. You're so tall now, and you achieved first place. That is what makes you an adult. She didn't ponder it further, interpreting her son's words as a display of responsibility, which sweetened her heart. Turning around, she hummed a little tune as she entered the kitchen, the clattering of pots and pans sounding even more vibrant than usual. Chen Mo stood still, observing his mother bustling about in the kitchen, her figure imbued with a lively rhythm. The words "I've grown up" echoed in his heart. He understood that his mother did not grasp the full meaning of those words. Beneath her calm tone lay complex equations, profound theories, the fervent expectations of his mentors, and the open door to a library brimming with the unknown and challenges. These elements had already propelled him away from the ordinary path of youth. The joy reflected in his mother's eyes was genuine. Yet hidden within the unshed tears at the corners of her gaze was perhaps a hint of confusion and unease regarding this notion of growing up. He approached his small desk, his eyes gliding over the report card proclaiming his top rank, ultimately resting on the thick tome of Jimmy's multidimensional exercises. He extended his finger, gently brushing over the gold-embossed Russian letters on the cover, feeling a cool and solid texture, before slowly opening it to examine its contents. In the kitchen, Li Xiaolan cracked eggs into the hot oil, the sizzling sound releasing an enticing aroma. Her smile remained radiant, yet her hands faltered for a brief moment. When her son had uttered the words "I've grown up," a tranquil gaze flickered in his eyes, subtly mingling with an almost imperceptible ripple of worry amidst the joyous tide, an unvoiced blend of pride in her child's growth and the bittersweet distance that accompanies it. Truly, it was a feeling that evoked both pride and melancholy. Chapter 44. Final examination. The wind of the 12th lunar month sliced through the air like a blade, stinging the faces of those caught in its grasp. The classroom was sealed tight. A thick layer of moisture clung to the window panes, and the atmosphere grew stifling, infused with the scent of ink and an intangible, taut tension. The words "final citywide examination" weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, like a leaden weight. The test papers had yet to be distributed, and the classroom was enveloped in a silence broken only by suppressed breaths and the occasional nervous cough. Even the usually boisterous students sat subdued, their fingers unconsciously fidgeting with erasers. Wang Peng occupied a seat in the front row, his neck stiff and the muscles at the back taut. Just behind him was Chen Mo's desk, and he could feel the collective gaze of the class, magnetically drawn to that corner. Chen Mo sat there, unchanged, with only a pen and an eraser on his desk, not even a scrap of paper spread out. He slightly tilted his head, gazing out at the overcast sky, his expression vacant, lost in thought. Yet that calm demeanor clashed starkly with the impending tension that filled the room. Keep pretending, Wang Peng seethed internally, yet his palms betrayed him, slick with sweat. The sting of humiliation from the previous midterms lingered. He lacked the courage to even meet Chen Mo's gaze and could only stew in his own frustration. This citywide examination will surely be impossibly difficult. Let us see if you can still achieve a perfect score, or if your brilliance can withstand this challenge. The invigilator entered, clutching a sealed brown paper bag, each heavy footfall striking a nerve in every student. Silence. Everyone, quiet down, clear your desks, and prepare for the examination. The teacher's voice was cold and firm, the sound of tearing paper piercing the silence with a jarring intensity. Soon, the test papers were distributed to each student. One by one. Upon receiving his examination paper, Wang Peng eagerly flipped to the final, daunting mathematical problem. A mere glance left him feeling dazed. As if a fog had enveloped his mind, the question was convoluted, lengthy, and the accompanying diagram resembled a chaotic tangle. Just deciphering the problem statement triggered a wave of disorientation, causing his heart to plummet and a chill to creep into his fingers. Instinctively, he cast a quick glance in Chen Mo's direction. Chen Mo had lowered his head, the tip of his pen gliding across the paper as he wrote at a leisurely pace. His movements were slow, almost languid. Yet the rhythmic scratching of the pen against the page exuded an ineffable calm and fluidity. He neither furrowed his brow nor hesitated, nor did he exhibit any signs of anxiety. It felt less like he was grappling with a problem that would leave most in a state of panic, and more akin to solving a routine exercise from class. This sight ignited a fire of frustration within Wang Peng, leaving him feeling strangely unsettled. He forced himself to redirect his gaze to the formidable obstacle on his own paper, striving to concentrate. Yet his mind was consumed by the image of Chen Mo's serene demeanor, stirring a tempest of agitation. A second slipped away. The examination hall was permeated by the sounds of pen tips against paper and the rustling of test sheets, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Numerous students began to perspire, occasionally biting their pen caps and sighing in despair at the questions. Meanwhile, Chen Mo maintained his steady rhythm, his pace unwavering. When he encountered a need for diagrams, the lines he effortlessly sketched were precise and clean, with auxiliary lines drawn with remarkable accuracy. The supervising teacher strolled to his side, lingering noticeably longer than with others, her gaze sweeping over his paper, revealing an unmistakable mixture of astonishment and admiration. The 2.5 days of examinations felt like an interminable ordeal. As the final bell rang, signaling the end, the entire building erupted like a deflated balloon, submerged in a cacophony of noise. Some students pounded their chests in despair. Others sighed heavily, while a few stubbornly compared answers, their faces flushed with heated debate. It's over. I didn't write a single word on that last math problem. I mistakenly changed one of my answers on the physics multiple choice. Did my English essay stray off topic? I can't even tell if I deviated. The air was thick with lamentation. Chen Mo collected his stationery, slung his still bulging backpack, stuffed to the brim with hard-earned knowledge, over his shoulder, and walked out of the classroom with an air of tranquility amidst the myriad scrutinizing gazes. The surrounding clamor seemed to part around him, leaving him unscathed. Wang Peng watched Chen Mo's figure vanish at the staircase, his emotions swirling like a tumultuous mixture of flavors. A nearby classmate leaned in and whispered, "Peng Ge, do you think Chen Mo is going to be all right this time?" Wang Peng irritably pushed him away, retorting, "What do you mean, all right? The papers haven't even been graded yet. This is a citywide examination. Do you think it will be that simple?" He just breezed through it. His words seemed to serve as a rebuttal to others, but more so as a means of rallying his own spirits. The days spent awaiting results were excruciating, far more so than the examination itself. The campus was enveloped in an atmosphere of restless anxiety. Even the teachers appeared somewhat distracted during lessons, frequently glancing towards the door as if anticipating something. At long last, on the eve of the winter break, the grand academic rankings were unveiled. The bulletin board was instantly besieged. An ocean of students surged forth, their voices a cacophony of discussions, gasps, and sharp intakes of breath. "Make way, let me see. Who is at the top this time? Who else but Chen Mo? Is that so? How many points did he score? Let me take a look. Chinese 135. Mathematics 149. English 145. Physics 100, Chemistry 100, History 91, Politics 93, total score 726. My goodness, 726? He has outpaced the second place by nearly 30 points. Is he even human? What about the entire city? Where does he rank among all? Quickly, look at that red list beside it. That showcases the top 100 in the city. Students at the front craned their necks, fingers swiftly tracing the densely packed names and scores. Found it. Here it is. Chen Mo, 7th in the entire city. 7th in the whole city? My heavens. How many years has our school gone without a student in the city's top 10? This is truly divine. A scholarly deity. Absolutely a scholarly deity. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, gazes sweeping like searchlights through the throng, seeking that familiar figure. Chen Mo, however, did not push his way in. He stood a few paces away on the periphery, like a silent reef, the tumult of voices seemingly separated from him by an invisible barrier. His expression was inscrutable, devoid of both ecstasy and relief, simply observing the names and scores on the list with calm detachment. At that moment, Wang Peng was also jostling within the crowd, his face ashen, fixated on the name and glaring score that hung at the pinnacle of the list. 7th in the city, it felt like a heavy blow, striking hard against his chest, rendering his vision dark and his ears ringing, obliterating any remnants of false hope he harbored. He abruptly bowed his head, squeezed out of the crowd, nearly fleeing in despair, oblivious to the calls of his companions beside him. The atmosphere at the afternoon's semester conclusion ceremony had shifted dramatically. Principal Zhou Zhengming delivered a speech, his face aglow with pride, his voice resonant and powerful. He took a full 5 minutes to extol the virtues of Chen Mo from Class 7 of the first year, employing lavish praise, extraordinary talent, diligent study, bringing glory to the school, a paragon of excellence. Each phrase struck like a resounding slap against the faces of those who had once doubted. In the audience, the area for Class 7 was a focal point, all students' gazes fixed on Chen Mo, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Even Teacher Lin, standing alongside, straightened his posture, his face beaming with pride. Finally, the awards ceremony commenced. The Director of Education, voice imbued with excitement, announced the special scholarships for this semester, awarded to students who had achieved outstanding results in the city-wide examination. Chen Mo's name was the first to be called. Amidst the gaze of countless classmates, he ascended the stage, his youthful and slender figure appearing somewhat fragile, yet his steps were steady. Principal Zhou personally handed him a large, red envelope adorned with the school emblem and the words Special Scholarship. On top of that, he placed an even thicker envelope bearing the inscription Talent Reward Fund. The principal grasped his hand firmly and whispered something, his face radiating unreserved admiration and expectation. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, which continued unabated. Chen Mo accepted the 2 heavy envelopes with a slight bow, feeling the intense warmth of applause and gazes from below. Yet, his expression remained inscrutable. Only his eyes seemed to shine a bit brighter. He then quietly turned and walked off the stage, casually slipping the envelopes, symbols of supreme honor and generous reward, into the ample pocket of his school uniform, his movements effortless and relaxed. Soon, 2 hours had passed, and the graduation ceremony officially concluded. The crowd surged toward the school gates like a tide, eager to embrace the impending winter holiday. Chen Mo did not leave immediately. He strolled to the bulletin board, where a few stragglers were still gathered, pointing at the list. He looked up, his gaze landing on his name at the very top. Scrutinizing the 7th place ranking in the city with great seriousness, as if verifying a coordinate. After a while, he turned around, moving against the flow of people toward the teacher's reading room, for he had a few books yet to finish, hoping to complete them today. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was nearly closing time for the reading room. Chen Mo exited and made his way directly to the school gate. The winter break had commenced, but for him, it merely signified a change of venue to tackle those thick, challenging tomes. The 2 hefty envelopes in the pocket of his uniform pressed heavily against his thigh. They were not the end, but rather a new beginning. The crown of a scholar was securely in place, and the path ahead was just beginning to unfold. The biting cold wind swirled the dry leaves on the ground, sending them spiraling past him as the boy's silent figure vanished into the tranquil shadows of the teaching building. Chapter 45. A new strategy. The smoke of the final exams had yet to dissipate, the red marks on the papers already a relic of the past. When the report cards were distributed, Chen Mo's name topped the list, significantly ahead of the second place. Amidst the buzzing discussions in the classroom, the title Brother Chen was uttered with increased frequency, tinged with a familiar respect. Chen Mo himself felt little of the commotion. He packed his bag a bit faster than usual, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the winter holiday. As he pushed open the door to his home, the aroma of the kitchen enveloped him, warm and inviting. His mother, Li Xiaolan, stood by the stove, stirring a bubbling pot of bone soup. Without turning around, she cautiously inquired, "Is that you, Mo? How did you fare in the exams?" Her spoon slowed, her ears perked up, eager not to miss a word. It was all right," Chen Mo replied succinctly, placing his bag on a chair. Only then did his mother turn, a smile brightening her face, though her eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. "What are your plans for the winter holiday?" This year, Mother has taken on an abundance of work, likely leaving her with only a few days off throughout the entire winter break, which means you will be home alone. "Don't worry, I can manage by myself," Chen Mo interrupted, stepping to the threshold of the kitchen and gazing at the swirling, milky soup in the pot. "I have already made arrangements for the winter holiday. I will study, read, and," he paused, "I am thinking of visiting the place where Dad works." "Visiting your father's workplace?" Mother, Li Xiaolan, momentarily paused, her brows knitting together in concern. "What would you do there?" "There's nothing to see. It's merely a chaotic place filled with large trucks. Besides, your father hasn't returned yet. You wouldn't be able to see him, and you might not even be allowed in." Instinctively, she resisted the notion of her son venturing into such a complex environment. "It's fine. I just want to take a look. I won't cause any trouble," Chen Mo replied calmly, though his tone was resolute. "Dad has been coming home quite late and looks exhausted." Upon mentioning her husband, Li Xiaolan halted her stirring, a sigh escaping her lips. "Yes, he is indeed tired. There are fewer people driving the large trucks these days, and today's workload is particularly heavy, with every task on a tight schedule." She didn't continue, her face shadowed by a cloud of worry, but she soon gathered her spirits. "All right, if you want to go, then go. Just be sure to pay attention to your safety. When you get to the factory, don't wander around. Keep your distance from those machines. And remember to come back early." Chen Mo nodded, choosing not to say more. He observed his mother's busy silhouette under the soft glow of the kitchen light, the faint hint of worry masked by the clattering of pots and pans. Turning, he retreated to his bedroom, his own little sanctuary. In his room, the desk leaned against the wall, and a thin layer of frost adorned the window pane. Chen Mo took out a brand new hardcover notebook, slowly opening it. It was given to him by Teacher Li a few days ago, designated for recording imaginative thoughts. He uncapped the black pen, its tip hovering above the pristine pages. With the impending winter break, a month of uncharted time lay ahead, yet for him, this void would not be filled with lazy mornings or television watching, but rather, it represented a strategically planned period of profound purpose. The first segment pertains to the bastion of learning, which necessitates further fortification. As his pen descends, he inscribes this title. The key to the teacher's reading room weighs heavily in his pocket, serving as a pass to a realm filled with a vast sea of mathematics, physics, and computer science tomes, his most formidable arsenal. He has barely tackled a third of the book Jim's multidimensionality, where the problems are intricate and peculiar. Each solution feels akin to carving a new path through a labyrinth of thought. Moreover, the English edition of Feynman's lectures provided by the venerable Mr. Wang requires attention, its physical concepts rendered with clarity. Additionally, the university-level mathematical analysis textbooks hinted at by Professor Sun must be efficiently segmented. He ponders carefully and delineates the following points. 1. Mornings are when his focus is most acute, ideal for grappling with challenging materials such as Jim's multidimensionality and mathematical analysis. 2. The afternoons may be more leisurely, suitable for studying physics, foundational computer science, and English readings, Feynman's lectures, Introduction to Algorithms. 3. Evenings should be reserved for organization and reflection, reviewing notes, and practicing a few competition problems to maintain his skills. Furthermore, the teacher's reading room has limited hours, necessitating careful timing for visits. His small desk at home also requires reorganization. The cherished books gifted by teachers should not merely be neatly arranged, but also easily accessible for frequent consultation. The second segment involves visiting his father. His pen hesitates momentarily as he writes this title, the ink appearing slightly darker. The factory where his father works is surrounded by the constant bustle of large trucks, the environment chaotic and noisy. Observing his father's increasingly pronounced eye bags, The lingering scent of grease and dust that clings to him during infrequent visits, and his mother's unspoken worries, all feel like small pricks of discomfort. Merely stopping by is insufficient. He reflects on his father's honest nature, often sharing only good news while bearing the true pressures of the factory, the expressions of the team leaders, and the frictions among workers, not to mention potential safety hazards that he may silently endure. Chen Mo needs to grasp the reality of the situation. Perhaps it will unveil something significant. Thus, he writes down his aspiration to accompany his father to the factory for 12 days, to observe the environment, personnel, workflows, and to ascertain any safety risks or underlying conflicts. It is crucial to listen to the casual conversations between his father and the workers in hopes of gathering valuable insights. The third segment concerns the monetization of his own information as he seeks the next small opportunity. At this point, his pen hovers the longest. Recalling how previous minor fluctuations in the stock market provided him with startup capital and that precious computer. Yet, it felt akin to teetering on the edge of a precipice. He distinctly remembers the chilling sensation of being scrutinized by unseen eyes. With the winter break being brief, his goals must be modest, prioritizing safety above all. Engaging in the stock market is temporarily off the table due to excessive risk and tightening scrutiny. His gaze drifts to the corner of his desk, where a few vibrant internet cafe cards lie, tokens of gratitude from Lou Fatty after he assisted him in a bind. Upon reflecting on this, he pondered deeply and noted that the recharge channels for point cards in various internet cafes exhibited slight price discrepancies. Additionally, he had recently overheard the boys in his class lamenting about the rampant private trading of virtual items in certain popular games, rife with deceit and chaotic pricing. At that moment, a nebulous idea began to crystallize in his mind. Perhaps he could exploit this information asymmetry. By harnessing his mathematical modeling skills, he could analyze the price fluctuations within these niche markets. Alternatively, he could simplify matters by acting as an information broker, merely providing insights without directly handling money, thereby significantly mitigating risk. He swiftly jotted down, researching the local internet cafe's point card systems and the trading status of virtual items in popular games, with a particular focus on price distribution and existing pain points. He aimed to meticulously analyze whether there existed stable opportunities for small-scale arbitrage or the value of information asymmetry. This would enable him to devise a low-risk intervention model, relying solely on pure information and employing minimal scale for purchasing on behalf of others. His objective was to achieve sustainable income, albeit modestly in the hundreds, through small, secure channels, accumulating wealth over time. The fourth aspect was to keep an outward gaze, attuned to the waves of the era. He turned to a fresh page in his notebook and inscribed this title. The computer's tower emitted a low hum beneath the desk. The internet, this rapidly burgeoning behemoth, was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. This reminded him of a small news snippet that had caught his attention during his last research session. A search engine called Google seemed to be gaining significant momentum in the United States. Furthermore, an article in the outdated issue of Computer World he had ordered mentioned that companies surviving the dot-com bubble were in search of new models. Indeed, the winter break was an opportune time for information gathering. Thus, he wrote, tracking the latest developments in internet technology with a focus on search engines, e-commerce, and online communities. By comparing this information, he sought to analyze the movements of existing internet giants, such as Microsoft and Yahoo, as well as domestic portals, while remaining vigilant for the emergence of promising new technologies or models. He would compile valuable information and store it in encrypted documents. His thoughts flowed smoothly from his pen, gradually becoming clearer. The four segments served as pillars, supporting the framework of his winter break, learning as the foundation, his father as the embodiment of responsibility, monetization as the essential fuel for survival and growth, and the technological tide as a telescope to gaze into the future. He set down his pen and flexed his stiffening fingers. At that moment, the sky outside had completely darkened, and the buildings across the way sparkled with twinkling lights. He rose and approached the window. The cold glass dissipated the warmth from his fingertips. Below, under the dim glow of the streetlights, a familiar figure was pushing an old bicycle, taking uneven steps toward the entrance, seemingly burdened by something slung over his shoulder, his back slightly hunched. It was his father, Chen Mo, returning home later than usual. Chen Mo quietly observed as his father parked the bicycle and laboriously unloaded what appeared to be a bag of cement or tools, leaning it against the wall. He then retrieved a cigarette from his pack, lit it under the faint yellow light of the street lamp, the ember flickering in the cold night, illuminating his weary face. Chen Mo's gaze lingered for a brief moment upon the flickering red light before he turned his attention to the distant, blurred outline of the city. There, unseen torrents of data surged forth, colossal vessels of capital altered their course, and countless individuals, much like his father, gasped under the weight of life's relentless pressures. The winter break was not a time for respite. It was a period for accumulating strength and reorganizing one's plans. He returned to his desk, grasped his pen, and with resolute strokes inscribed additional words beneath his father's annotations. One must strive to accompany them. Downstairs, his father, Chen Mo, extinguished the last puff of his cigarette against the wall, exhaling a long, silent stream of white vapor that dissipated instantly into the cold night air. Then, he bent down once more to shoulder the heavy bag. Step by step, he treaded into the dim shadows of the entrance. Above, Chen Mo closed his notebook, leaving behind a pristine and neat 44 on the cover. He then powered on his computer, the cold glow of the screen illuminating his serene and focused visage. A new chapter had already commenced. Outside, the world lay cloaked in silent snowfall. Chapter 46. A warm winter in the initial days of the winter break. The old iron gate of the Chen household creaked joyfully, more so than usual. His father, Chen Mo, pushed the door open, ushering in a gust of cold air. Yet his face bore an unusual semblance of relief as he entered, clutching a bulging plastic bag, his frostbitten fingers turning white from the pressure. Xiaolon, come over and lend a hand. This is heavy. His mother, Li Xiaolon, was bustling around the stove, where fragrant meat simmered, causing the lid to rattle with delight. Upon hearing her husband's call, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and hurried over. What on earth did you buy? It looks like a lot. As she grasped the bag, her arms nearly sagged under its weight. These are the New Year goods for this year. Chen Mo rubbed his numbed hands and moved closer to the stove. I bought sunflower seeds, peanuts, candy, and a few small firecrackers. Oh, and there are 2 frozen pears in here, as hard as iron. Li Xiaolon opened the bag, the vibrant wrappers of candies dazzling her eyes. Observing the plump, glistening seeds and peanuts, her face blossomed with joy, though she playfully chided, "Oh dear, you bought so much, and the New Year isn't even here yet. You just know how to waste money." Yet, despite her words, the smile in her eyes could not be concealed. Chen Mo emerged from his small room just in time to witness his mother delicately lifting a chocolate ball wrapped in gold foil, examining it under the light with a soft, approving murmur. "Look at this candy. It appears so precious." Chen Mo's gaze swept over his father's rare, relaxed wrinkles, then fell upon his mother's delighted profile. He spoke not a word, instead moving to assist in dragging the heavy bag into the kitchen. What does this amount to? His father, Chen Mo, removed his dust-covered coat, his voice elevated slightly. This year's work has gone smoothly. The factory has settled payments promptly. He glanced at his son and added, "Moreover, our Mo has performed so well in his exams. We must reward him properly." Chen Mo paused momentarily in his tasks, continuing to arrange the items in the cupboard. The 2 thick envelopes in his pocket felt warm against his leg, as if carrying a promise of warmth and care. The following day, Mother Li Xiaolon rose early and roused both father and son from their slumber, exclaiming with undeniable enthusiasm, "Come on, come on. We are all going to the market today to purchase new clothes. The new year is approaching, and we must wear fresh attire." The 3 of them squeezed into a bus heading towards the city center, surrounded by a throng of people, the air thick with mingled breaths. Mother Li Xiaolon clutched a faded cloth wallet, containing a substantial portion of Chen Mo's scholarship funds, which imbued her with unprecedented confidence. Father Chen Mo sat by the window, gazing at the fleeting street scenes, worn advertisements, and the hurried crowd enveloped in thick winter coats, his expression somewhat dazed. In previous years, he would have been at the construction site negotiating wages with the contractor or fretting over the expenses of the season, with little thought or funds to spare for new garments. Chen Mo stood in the aisle, one hand gripping the overhead strap while the other shielded his mother from being jostled. The bus windows were frosted over, obscuring the outside world. Yet he could sense his mother's taut excitement and his father's silent reflections. Upon disembarking, they hurried to the largest department store in the city center, where the heating was ample and the atmosphere bustling, with vibrant red promotional signs adorning every corner. Mother Li Xiaolon appeared transformed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she led her son and husband into the men's clothing section. "Wei Gua, Come and take a look at this, she exclaimed, her gaze fixated on a deep blue down jacket that appeared both substantial and stylish. Without hesitation, she ushered Father Chen Mo to the fitting mirror, eagerly helping him into the garment. Observing the reflection, he saw himself shed the old work attire, long stained with dust and grease, now enveloped in the fluffy softness of the new jacket. His shoulders seemed to straighten, and the weariness etched upon his face, a result of life's trials, appeared somewhat diminished against the vibrant blue. Father Chen Mo, slightly uneasy, turned his neck and touched the smooth fabric, inquiring, "Isn't this rather expensive?" "Expensive? Look how warm it is. We shall buy this one," Motherly Xiaolan decisively declared, then turned to pull Chen Mo closer. "Mo, come here. You should choose something you like." Chen Mo scanned the racks, lacking any particular preference, and pointed to a simple black mid-length down coat. "This one will do," he said. "Such a dreary color for the new year." Motherly Xiaolan protested, insisting he try on a nearby jacket edged in dark red, claiming it looked more spirited and would enhance his complexion. "You sit there reading all day, your face has gone pale." Chen Mo, unable to resist, took the garment to try on. It fit well, and the subtle warmth of the dark red trim indeed added a touch of vibrancy. Motherly Xiaolan examined him from various angles, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. This is the one. It looks wonderful on you." She briskly called over a sales assistant to finalize the purchase and dashed off to pay, her steps light and sprightly like a young girl. When it was her turn to purchase for herself, the initial excitement subdued considerably. She wandered through the women's clothing section several times, her fingers grazing the vibrant hues and innovative styles of cotton jackets and sweaters. Although her eyes sparkled with fondness, her lips voiced criticisms. "This color is too bold. This style is impractical for work. Oh, the collar on this one is too high. It chokes." Ultimately, in the discount area, she selected a remarkably ordinary yet substantial and warm navy blue cotton jacket, its price tag boldly marked with a red cross. "This one will do," she declared, finding it economical and easy to maintain. Clutching the jacket, a satisfied smile graced her face. Her father, Chen Mo, stood nearby, his lips moved as if to utter something. Yet he ultimately refrained, silently observing the well-worn, faded jacket that adorned his wife. Chen Mo's gaze lingered for a moment on both his mother's old coat and the pristine navy jacket in her arms before he looked away. Upon exiting the mall, the trio carried bags of new clothes. Motherly Xiaolan walked in the middle, flanked by her husband, now invigorated in his new down jacket, and her son, wrapped in a brand-new black and red down coat, standing tall. The biting cold wind outside stung their faces, yet within Li Xiaolan's heart resided a small, warm furnace, radiating comfort. She glanced at her husband, then at her son, her face alight with an uncontainable smile, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes softening. "Let us head home. Once we're back, I'll prepare dumplings filled with cabbage and pork for you. Time to buy some meat." Her voice rang out, imbued with the warmth of daily life. On New Year's Eve, the cacophony of firecrackers filled the air, shattering the frigid night sky. In the modest living room of the Chen Mo family, warm yellow light cascaded down, and the aroma of savory meat mingled with the steam rising from boiling dumplings. The well-worn folding round table gleamed, laden with a bounty. A large bowl of steaming cabbage and pork dumplings, plump and white, resembling a cluster of small ingots, alongside glistening, fragrant braised pork, tender and quivering in its bowl, a plate of soy-sauced pig trotters, thinly sliced soy beef, and a dish of vibrant garlic stir-fried greens, an abundance once deemed a dream. Motherly Xiaolan busied herself in the kitchen, preparing the final soup, humming an off-key tune. Father Chen Mo sat at the table, awkwardly arranging 3 wine glasses, then producing half a bottle of treasured white liquor. As he twisted the cap, a rich aroma wafted forth, bringing a long-forgotten, relaxed smile to his face, softening the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Chen Mo assisted in setting the table, surveying the feast before him, observing his father's slightly trembling hands as he poured the wine, listening to his mother's cheerful humming from the kitchen, and the distant yet continuous sound of firecrackers outside. An unfamiliar yet deeply comforting sensation enveloped him, akin to warm spring water. Is this the essence of celebrating the new year? Is this what a harmonious home looks like in times of prosperity? "Let us eat," Motherly Xiaolan announced, emerging with a large bowl of egg drop soup adorned with scallions and sesame oil. Her cheeks flushed with warmth from the stove, as well as the joy that blossomed within her heart. 3 individuals gathered around the table, Father Chen Mo raised his glass, his hand slightly unsteady. Yet, as he gazed at his son and then at his wife, his Adam's apple bobbed a few times, as if he wished to utter some meaningful words. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to squeeze out a few phrases. This time, our Mo has done well. And this year, our family is thriving. Let us drink to that. Motherly Xiaolan also lifted her glass, filled with orange juice, her eyes twinkling with delight. Cheers. Let us all drink. May our family continue to flourish. Chen Mo raised his own glass, also filled with juice. Although he was not entirely accustomed to such rituals, the pure and radiant smiles on his parents' faces and the warm golden light reflected in their eyes compelled him to gently clink his glass with theirs. His voice, though soft, rang clear. Indeed, may our lives grow ever better. The sound of the glasses clinking resonated crisply, and outside, a flurry of firecrackers erupted, as if in joyous response. Motherly Xiaolan tirelessly served Chen Mo dumplings piled high with meat. Mo, you must eat more. Look at how thin you are. Studying is demanding on the mind. You need to nourish yourself. As she spoke, she added a generous piece of braised pork to Father Chen Mo's bowl. You should eat too. You've worked hard this year. You look exhausted. Father Chen Mo bit into the meat, the rich flavor melting in his mouth. He mumbled an appreciative sound, his eyes glistening slightly as he quickly turned his attention to the dumplings. Recently, he had been working in transportation, braving the elements and returning home weary, with a bent back and cracked hands. Yet, as he surveyed the bountiful spread before him and the contented smiles on his wife and son's faces, he felt a profound sense of stability that surpassed all else. The funds for this meal came from his son's scholarship, but the strength sustaining their warm winter was derived from his relentless labor, journeying back and forth. This sense of security made him feel that his backbone could endure a few more years. Chen Mo quietly savored the mountainous heap of food in his bowl. The dumpling skins were delicate, and the filling generous. With each bite, the piping hot, savory juices flooded his mouth. The braised pork was tender and unctuous, dissolving with ease, and the experience was more gratifying than solving any complex problem. He lifted his gaze to see his parents immersed in their simple contentment, the fine lines around his mother's eyes shimmering with light, while his father's previously furrowed brow had completely relaxed. Outside, the winter night was frigid, while inside, the warm yellow glow and the rich aromas filled the air. Was there any greater comfort than this warm winter? He lowered his head, a faint yet genuine smile curling at the corners of his lips. In his pocket lay the remaining scholarship envelope, quietly pressed against him. He looked at the warmth surrounding him, recognizing how hard won it was. Yet, safeguarding this warmth required even more effort. The cacophony of firecrackers continued outside, celebrating this small warmth-filled abode. Chapter 47. Business in the glass. The festive spirit of the new year lingered, as red lanterns swayed in the cold breeze. Chen Mo, with the remaining scholarship funds tucked in his pocket, accompanied his mother, Li Xiaolan, to the market. The small town was lively, with the bustle concentrated along a few main streets. At the entrance of the market, a group of children huddled, clutching glass bottles of soda purchased from a nearby shop, their teeth chattering in the cold as they sipped and fizzed. Motherly Xiaolan was meticulously selecting meat at the stall, haggling with the vendor, while Chen Mo stood at a distance, his gaze drifting across the street. There, at the entrance of a newly opened stylish hair salon, a group of young individuals adorned with vibrant hairstyles squatted on the steps, smoking. Their glances occasionally wandered nearby as they grumbled. This shabby place doesn't even have a decent cup of hot water. I'm freezing. Exactly. All that's available is bland soda and bitter tea dregs. As he took a few more steps forward, the narrow street behind the high school was crowded with students. Clad in bulky uniforms, the adolescents clung to one another, their hands either empty or clutching identical bottles of mineral water or bags of soy milk, their plastic straws chewed flat. The biting cold made them huddle, their faces reflecting the chill and their lack of flavor. Chen Mo slowed his pace, his mind like a tiny hook, connecting the fragmented images he had just observed. The shivering youth craving ice-cold soda, the hair salon worker lamenting the absence of hot water, the students listlessly gnawing on their soy milk straws. What were they missing? A certain something, an item that could warm their hands, satisfy their cravings, bring a touch of novelty, and not be overly expensive. In an instant, a vague idea bubbled up like a bubble rising in water. He recalled glimpses of images from southern metropolises while researching on his computer. In those bustling streets, Young people often cradled transparent plastic cups filled with a tea-colored liquid, beneath which floated round, dark pearls, accompanied by a thick straw. What was that called? Ah, bubble tea. It certainly appeared far more intriguing than tasteless water or overly sweet soda. Warm, fragrant, and with something to chew on. Suddenly, he began to calculate rapidly in his mind. Milk? Tea? Sugar? The cost should be relatively low, but the key was that no one in this small town had ever laid eyes on it. Could this be an untapped niche? His mother, Li Xiaolan, emerged from the stall with a carefully selected piece of pork, her face beaming with the triumph of successful bargaining. Come on, Mo. Let us head home. Mama will make you braised pork. She was oblivious to the contemplative expression on her son's face. Chen Mo refrained from mentioning his idea to his mother immediately. He felt compelled to give it a try, while his mother busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner. Chen Mo sneaked into the small storage room adjacent to the kitchen. It was filled with grains and oils, and in a corner stood a small cabinet containing his mother's treasures, local honey gifted by relatives, labor tea from his father's workplace, and a small tin of milk powder she had been saving for guests. Like a scientist conducting an experiment, Chen Mo carefully retrieved the tin of red tea, scooped out a small spoonful of milk powder, and took a bit of honey. He then returned to his small room, retrieved an enamel mug, and boiled a kettle of water. The red tea needed to be steeped in boiling water, releasing a rich aroma. He then added the milk powder and honey, stirring with chopsticks. However, the milk powder did not dissolve well, forming small clumps, while the honey settled at the bottom, resulting in a murky tea that looked rather unappealing. Momo, what on earth are you concocting in there? It smells rather strange. The voice of Chen Mo's mother, Li Xiaolan, wafted from the kitchen. Chen Mo remained silent, his gaze fixated on the enamel mug, his brow slightly furrowed. The presentation was lacking. He recalled the images of pearls resting at the bottom. What could he substitute at home? As he pondered, his eyes swept across the desk and landed on a few frozen dumplings left from the new year. Resting on the windowsill, a spark of inspiration struck him. He hurried to the windowsill, pried 2 hard, frozen dumplings free, and tossed them into the steaming enamel mug. The dumplings gradually thawed in the murky tea broth, bobbing up and down, plump and white, resembling pearls in their innocence. As Chen Mo gazed at the muddled concoction he had created, with the softened dumplings floating within, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Would this even suffice? Just then, his father, Chen Weigua, returned, weary and enveloped in the chill from outside. Is dinner ready? I'm famished, he said, his voice hoarse. Chen Mo carried the experimental mug outside and addressed his parents. Dad, Mom, would you like to try this? Li Xiaolan, busy setting the table, glanced at the murky liquid and the floating dumplings, her eyes widening in disbelief. Oh my goodness, what have you concocted? Such a waste. The milk powder is quite precious. And the honey. Chen Weigua, however, remained silent. He took the mug, brought it to his lips, blew gently on the steam, and cautiously sipped. The scalding, sweet liquid, imbued with rich tea and milk, slid down his throat, instantly dispelling the cold he had brought home. Following that, a soft dumpling was drawn up, and upon biting into it, a sweet filling burst forth. Chen Weigua emitted a muffled sound from his throat, his eyes brightening momentarily before he took another generous gulp. Chewing on the dumpling, and muttered, warm, sweet, and quite fragrant. After a long day of driving, he found this hot, sweet, and chewy concoction perfectly satisfying. Li Xiaolan observed her husband's reaction with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. She too took the mug and sampled the brew. The initial taste was a strong sweetness and creaminess, perhaps a bit overwhelming. Yet the warmth and tea fragrance were undeniably comforting, especially when she encountered the soft dumpling. The texture was surprisingly novel. Oh, not bad, huh? She mused, her irritation fading significantly. Still, she lamented, but it's far too sweet. It could choke you. The milk powder isn't fully dissolved, and this isn't a proper way to eat dumplings. Watching his parents' expressions, Chen Mo felt a sense of reassurance. His father found warmth and relief, while his mother, though critical, was intrigued enough to accept the creation. This approach had potential. At the dinner table, Chen Mo absent-mindedly pushed around his rice, seemingly casually remarking, Mom, Dad, that drink I made earlier is called milk tea. It's quite popular among the youth in the bustling cities of the South, cherished like a treasure. Li Xiaolan served him a piece of meat. Milk tea? Isn't tea that just milk mixed with tea? We can make that at home without all the fuss. It's different, Chen Mo set down his chopsticks, his tone growing earnest. They present it beautifully, in transparent cups, with real pearls made from tapioca, chewy and delightful. There are various flavors, some with red beans or coconut jelly, served warm to cradle in your hands. In summer, they even add ice, refreshing and indulgent. Father Chen Mo was quietly eating his meal, absorbed in thought. Yet his ears were evidently attentive. I had just observed the back entrance of the nearby school and the newly opened hair salon. Many young people were yearning for a warm, flavorful drink, but were left to sip on cold sodas instead. Chen Mo scrutinized his parents' reactions and pondered the idea of setting up a small stall or renting a modest storefront to sell milk tea. Surely, it would thrive. What? Open a shop? Exclaimed his mother, Li Xiaolan, nearly dropping her chopsticks, her voice rising in disbelief. Good heavens! Mo, have you lost your mind with all that studying? Is opening a shop so simple? It requires capital, a storefront, and someone to oversee it. I still have to work, and your father can't leave his job either. Besides, selling drinks? How much profit could there be? What if it fails? Her barrage of questions came forth like a rapid-fire volley, her face etched with skepticism. Chen Mo did not hastily retort. Instead, he retrieved a thick envelope containing his leftover scholarship funds from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. Capital? I have a bit here. He watched as his mother's eyes widened in surprise. Continuing, we don't need a large shop. We could rent the smallest stall by the school entrance or along the pedestrian street. We could even start with a small cart. I've researched this. Milk, black tea, sugar, tapioca pearls made from cassava. The costs are low. We could sell each cup for 2 or 3 yuan, slightly more than soda, but far tastier and warmer. Surely, people would buy it. If we could sell dozens of cups a day. He didn't calculate further, but his intent was clear. Li Xiaolan stared at the envelope on the table and then at her son's earnest face, momentarily speechless. She recognized that her son had his own ideas. Yet this notion seemed quite far-fetched. Selling drinks? Particularly such an unusual milk tea? Suddenly, the previously silent father, Chen Mo, set down his bowl, wiped his mouth with rough fingers, and turned to Chen Mo. Is that tapioca pearl easy to make? Do people really enjoy that? His inquiry delved into technical details and market viability. Through his recent transportation work, he had gained insight into what sells well and what does not. It's easy. Similar to making glutinous rice balls. It's not difficult to learn. I've researched it in books and online. It's very popular in big cities, especially among young people. Chen Mo replied with confidence. Father Chen Mo fell silent again, picking up the cigarette box from the table, shaking out a cigarette, and lighting it. As the smoke curled around him, his gaze flickered between the envelope on the table, his wife's worried face, and his son's calm, yet determined expression. He recalled passing through large cities during his transportation runs, where he had indeed seen vibrant little shops with long queues of young people laughing and holding cups. Sometimes, after exhausting days of work, feeling as if his back might break, and with his wages being tightly squeezed, he realized that his son was indeed promising. Yet, that scholarship money felt stagnant. What would be the rent for a small stall at their doorstep? Chen Mo exhaled a puff of smoke, grumbling a question that made Li Xiaolan's heart leap. She sensed her husband was beginning to entertain the idea. The weight that had burdened Chen Mo's heart finally lifted. He quickly pulled out a small notebook from his backpack, where he had noted down the locations of several small street shops and the approximate rent he had inquired about over the past few days. The most economical option. Adjacent to the small stall selling stationery by the rear entrance of the first high school, features a small window that has recently become available, reportedly costing only a few hundred yuan per month. A few hundred yuan, repeated Chen Mo, his gaze behind the smoke taking on a somber depth. It was merely the sum he earned from 3 or 4 short trips for work. Contemplating this, he glanced at his son and then at the murky remnants of the experimental concoction that remained in the cup before him. The warmth and sweet fragrance lingering on his palate. Outside, the cold wind howled, yet within the confines of their home, the atmosphere around the dining table shifted. Li Xiaolan, the mother, looked from her husband to her son and then to the thick envelope resting on the table. The unreliable thoughts in her mind were gradually overtaken by a profound, albeit somewhat bewildered, glimmer of hope. Selling water? Milk tea? Could this truly be feasible? Yet, witnessing the determination in her son's eyes compelled her to entertain the notion. At last, Chen Mo decisively declared, "All right, let us give it a try." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's face lit up with joy. Chapter 48. Persuading the parents. At this moment, the braised pork on the dining table had grown cold. a layer of white grease congealing atop it. Li Xiaolan, however, was not inclined to tidy up, her gaze flitting nervously between her son and husband, her heart racing as if it were harboring a frightened rabbit. Opening a shop? Selling milk tea? The thought felt overwhelmingly grand, leaving her somewhat dazed. Chen Mo pushed his visually improved cup of pearl milk tea to the center of the table. This iteration incorporated cooked glutinous rice balls, serving as a makeshift substitute for pearls, markedly enhancing its visual appeal. Within the milky liquid floated several round, glistening pearls, their steam wafting enticingly, heightening one's appetite. "Dad, Mom." Chen Mo spoke softly yet clearly, as if solving a logical puzzle. "I have meticulously calculated this venture, and I believe it is viable." Chen Weigua, lost in thought with a cigarette in hand, was obscured by the swirling smoke, while Li Xiaolan anxiously clutched the edge of her apron. "How did you come to this conclusion? This is not merely a matter of idle talk. I need you to explain in detail. Firstly, the capital required for this business is minimal," Chen Mo began, raising a finger. "Regarding the rental space, it is merely that small window by the rear entrance of the first high school. I have inquired and learned that it costs at most 500 yuan a month. Let us trial this for 3 months. The rent is 1 month's deposit plus 3 months' rent, totaling 2,000 yuan. He then cast his gaze over the thick envelope on the table. 2,000 yuan? That is quite a sum. Li Xiaolan gasped, her heart skipping a beat. Secondly, the ingredients for making milk tea are relatively simple, he continued, raising a second finger and gesturing toward the cup of milk tea. You see, it mainly consists of these few items: milk, black tea, sugar, and tapioca pearls. The milk can be made from powdered milk, which is quite inexpensive. Ordinary black tea suffices. Sugar is even cheaper, and tapioca flour is readily available at local dry goods stores without breaking the bank. A large bag lasts a long time. Furthermore, we already have the necessary pots and utensils at home. When all is accounted for, the cost of a single cup of milk tea amounts to roughly 1 yuan and 80 cents. What? You mean it only costs 1 yuan and 80 cents? Father Chen Weigua finally lifted his eyelids, extinguishing the cigarette with his fingers, and hoarsely inquired, "How much do you intend to sell it for?" "At least $2.50. $3 would suffice," Chen Mo replied with unwavering confidence. "Each cup can yield a profit of at least $1.50. If we sell 30 cups a day, that amounts to $40 or $50. Over a month, after deducting rent and utilities, we could still net over $1,000. The prospect of earning over $1,000 in a month struck like a searing iron, jolting both Mother Li Xiaolan and Father Chen Weigua. Li Xiaolan, tirelessly toiling away, earned only a few $100s monthly, while Chen Weigua, who labored daily in transportation, earned more, yet at the expense of his life, braving the elements and enduring the whims of others, all while his back ached from the strain. "Can we truly sell 30 cups in a day?" Li Xiaolan's voice wavered, the allure of $1,000 income overwhelming her trepidation. "If we truly embark on this venture, will people come to buy? As long as we produce it, there will certainly be buyers," Chen Mo asserted resolutely. "Mother, consider the throngs of students outside the school each day at dismissal. They're shivering like quails, clutching either bottled water or hard, stale buns. Our milk tea would be a warm, sweet, chewy delight, 100 times better than those options. Furthermore, across the street at the hair salons, the young people, with some pocket money, are always eager for something trendy and novel. Our milk tea would be unique in this small town." He paused, adding, "Moreover, Father, with your extensive experience in transportation, think about the bustling small shops near large city bus stations. Isn't there always a queue outside each one?" Father Chen Weigua remained silent. Yet Li Xiaolan observed him absently fiddling with his fingers on the table, as if weighing something. Imagining the scene her son had painted, she could envision the youth's penchant for novelty, coupled with their spare cash, indeed made it plausible. However, a pragmatic concern surfaced in her mind. But who in our family will manage this? She was reminded of her own job, fearing she could not abandon her current income for untested aspirations. Instinctively, she clutched her apron, as if it were her last bastion of security. "Mother, there's no need for you to resign," Chen Mo interjected swiftly. "The busiest hours are just before and after school, from 3:30 to 6:30. You could pause your work and see if you can arrive a little earlier. That way, you would have time. If it proves too difficult, my father and I can lend a hand on weekends." He turned to his father. "Dad, if you return early from your route, or if you have a day without work, you could help out too. The milk tea shop will undoubtedly be hectic at first, But once we get the hang of it, it will become manageable, even for one person. Father Chinwagwa remained silent, his brow furrowed tightly. He lifted the cup of cold milk tea from the table, shaking it gently while watching the pearls float within. He contemplated the calculations his son had just made, which indeed seemed plausible. If they could sell over 30 cups a day, it would yield more than 1,000 yuan a month, much steadier than the exhausting toil he endured in harsh weather, nearly breaking his back for meager earnings. Yet, how could such fortune exist in this world? What are the risks? Setting the cup down, his voice was low and heavy, as if shrouded in a layer of dust. What if those goods didn't sell? Renting a place and purchasing supplies without any buyers would mean their money had been squandered. Moreover, if the tapioca pearls weren't well made, customers would surely complain, tarnishing their brand and driving away future business. He had witnessed too many small enterprises that started with great fanfare only to close within a couple of months. This meager capital was earned through his son's scholarship and could not be wasted in vain. His words fell like a bucket of cold water on the flickering hope ignited in Mother Li Xiulan's heart, draining the color from her face. Indeed, Mo. I believe your father has a point. What if we incur losses? Chen Mo observed the profound concern in his father's eyes, a manifestation of caution forged through the relentless trials of life. He understood that mere dreams were insufficient. They must also acknowledge potential risks and establish a safety net. Father, your concerns are valid, Chen Mo replied with a steadier tone. Thus, let us take smaller steps to begin. Instead of renting a storefront, we can rent that small window for 500 yuan a month, with a total of 2,000 for 3 months' rent. We can use our own pots and pans. Purchase a sealing machine, which is inexpensive, merely a few hundred yuan, along with some plastic cups and straws. All in all, the initial investment would be capped at 4,000 yuan. He paused, his gaze resting on his parents' faces before offering a reassuring tidbit. This money won't touch my scholarship. Remember the leftover from the last lottery ticket? I have bought a few more since then and earned several thousand yuan, which is just enough for the initial investment. He deliberately obscured the origins of the funds, delivering the information with a casual air, as if that unexpected fortune had always been there, waiting to be utilized. Lottery money? Mother Li Xiulan's eyes widened in surprise. You bought again? Next time, you mustn't do it secretly. We need to be prudent. She recalled her son mentioning a small win that had allowed him to buy a computer and contribute to the family's New Year expenses. Little did she expect there would still be a remainder, and a substantial sum at that. This figure startled her, yet somehow instilled a sense of confidence. After all, it was as if that money had been found without effort. Father Chinwagwa suddenly fixed his sharp gaze upon his son. Lottery? You bought again and still have this much left? He harbored lingering doubts about the source of this money. It's sufficient, Chen Mo replied without hesitation, his eyes clear and resolute. Even if we were to incur losses, we would simply treat that money as if it had never won. Our family's life would proceed as usual, unaffected. As for my scholarship, it remains untouched. Not a single penny has been spent. He articulated the loss of the guaranteed money with utmost clarity, dismissing the lottery funds as inconsequential, ensuring the family's foundation remained intact. His words struck like an anchor, alleviating much of the anxiety that had gripped his mother, Li Xiulan. Indeed, the lottery winnings were merely an unexpected windfall. Although their absence stung, it was not catastrophic. Moreover, their son's scholarship remained secure, suggesting that this venture could indeed be worth exploring. She glanced at her husband, her eyes brimming with longing and cautious inquiry. What do you think, dear? Shall we give that little window a try? 500 a month. Surely, we can manage that? If it doesn't work out, after 3 months, we can simply terminate the lease. We can always bring our things back home and enjoy them ourselves. The more she contemplated, the more she found her son's reasoning compelling. The costs were manageable, the risks minimal, yet the potential rewards seemed tantalizingly promising. Father Chinwagwa did not meet his wife's gaze. Instead, he fixed his solemn stare on his son, observing the calmness in his son's eyes, akin to a still pond. Devoid of the youthful fervor that typically ignited excitement, he sensed a weighty, deliberate assurance that reminded him of his son's methodical approach to solving mathematical problems and the unflappable composure he exhibited when ranking 7th in the city. This boy possessed a sharp mind and a keen perception. That cup of milk tea indeed had a delightful taste, refreshing and warming, much like the invigorating atmosphere surrounding the students gathered at the entrance of the school and the nearby salons. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply, the rich scent of tobacco lingering in the air. He retrieved a cigarette from the pack, rolling it between his rough fingers without lighting it. The stillness in the room was palpable, interrupted only by the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. Motherly Xiaolan, tense and breathless, watched her husband intently. Finally, Father Chen Mo set the cigarette back on the table, raised his eyes, and let his gaze traverse his wife's hopeful expression before settling on their son's tranquil face. His voice was hoarse, imbued with a weighty resolve. "All right, then let us give it a try." Li Xiaolan responded with a sense of relief, her face breaking into a smile that mingled joy and tears. "Let us try. We shall give it a go." The heavy stone that had burdened Chen Mo's heart finally tumbled down. He observed the blend of excitement, apprehension, and immense hope reflected in his mother's smile, alongside the undeniable determination that shone through his father's lingering concern, and he knew that the first step had been taken. He picked up the now-cold cup of milk tea from the table, taking a gentle sip. Its sweetness, although somewhat cloying, was accompanied by the authentic fragrance of tea and milk. The few chewy pearls at the bottom added a delightful texture. Outside, the biting cold wind howled, rattling the windows. Yet within the warmth of their home, that cup of cooled milk tea lay like a seed, quietly rooting itself in the frigid embrace of winter's night. Chapter 49. Scouting the storefront. Father Chen Mo's weighty declaration of "let us try" seemed to ignite a spark in the room. Motherly Xiaolan's smile remained unwavering as she deftly tidied up the dishes, humming a cheerful tune, as if they were on the cusp of opening their doors and counting their profits. In contrast, Father Chen Mo appeared transformed, his brow furrowed tighter as he chain-smoked, enveloped in a haze of smoke, contemplating the feasibility of this venture. The money is the son's lottery winnings, and even if it is lost, he will accept it. However, how many unseen pitfalls lie behind this facade? Chen Mo observes keenly, realizing that mere words are insufficient. His parents must witness the reality for themselves to feel reassured. The following day, coincidentally a weekend, as they gather for breakfast, Chen Mo finishes the last spoonful of porridge and sets down his chopsticks. "Dad, Mom, shall we go out for a stroll later?" "What for?" His mother, Li Xiaolan, busily clearing the dishes, does not lift her head. "We can scout the bubble tea shop." Chen Mo replies calmly, hoping to assess the area and gain some confidence. His father, Chen Mo, pauses momentarily, his murky eyes rising to meet his son's gaze. Scouting a bubble tea shop? This boy seems unexpectedly prudent, he thinks to himself, grunting in agreement. The day is overcast, the wind strikes their faces like small blades, and the family wraps up warmly before heading towards the small street behind the school. As the winter break is not yet over, the school appears desolate, its iron gates firmly shut. However, the street is lined with snack stalls, stationery shops, and rental bookstores, most of which are half open, albeit with few customers. The shop owners huddle inside, warming themselves by the fire, creating a somewhat melancholic atmosphere. Chen Mo points to a small vacant window he had previously noted. The window is indeed diminutive, nestled in the side wall of a grocery store, measuring less than 2 meters wide and about 1 meter high, shrouded in darkness and dust. It faces the back gate of the school, a mere few meters away. This is the spot, Chen Mo asserts, the rent is the cheapest, and it directly faces the flow of students after school. His father, Chen Mo, remains silent, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the area like an old farmer inspecting his own plot of land. He circles the window twice, then leans in to peer into the dark interior before stepping back, squinting as he assesses the direction of the student traffic when they pour out after classes. Ultimately, his brow furrows in concern. "It's too small," he shakes his head, his voice hoarse, revealing his frustration. When the crowd gathers, turning around will be a challenge. Moreover, in this bitter cold, students rush home after school. Who has the time to stop for a drink? They'll freeze to death. After stating this, he gestures towards the empty street. Look around. Not a soul in sight. Li Xiaolan's earlier excitement wanes slightly as she gazes at the palm-sized space, feeling a touch of uncertainty. Indeed, Momo, can this work? The place seems rather unappealing. It's winter break. Of course, there are no people, Chen Mo insists, unwavering in his tone. Once school resumes, from 4 to 6 in the afternoon. This street will be bustling with students, all with pocket money. When they feel hungry or thirsty after class, they will conveniently buy a warm drink to sip on the go. Our small space is not a problem. We will sell this one item, quick in and out. The key is affordability and convenience, right along their main thoroughfare. He pauses before adding, moreover, the neighboring shops sell stationery, snacks, and books. A hot drink vendor is precisely what is lacking. Chen Mo maintains a stoic expression, non-committal. Let us observe a bit longer. Their next destination is the bustling pedestrian street in the city center, which presents an entirely different scene. Despite the chill in the air, the weekend throngs were substantial. Groups of young people huddled together, their necks tucked against the wind, as they strolled about, clutching steaming roasted sweet potatoes and sugary chestnuts. Some indulged in icy tonghalu or slurped from cups of soy milk. Chen Mo led his parents to a T-junction, where the foot traffic surged even more. He pointed to a spot, remarking, "This location is ideal, as it attracts the largest crowd, though the rent is steep, over 1,500 a month." Over 1,500? His mother, Li Xiaolan, gasped. That's extortionate. It's 3 times more than the area near the first high school. His father, Chen Mo, inhaled sharply, his gaze sweeping over the hurried, fashionably clad youth. He noticed a newly opened fried chicken shop at the corner, its modest facade drawing a line of 5 or 6 patrons. Among them were several young girls, holding transparent plastic cups with thick straws, sipping a milk tea-colored beverage with dark, chewy tapioca pearls at the bottom, laughing and chatting as they walked. "Look, Dad," Chen Mo observed, catching his father's attention. "That milk tea is a trend that has made its way here from the big cities. It can command a higher price, anywhere from $3.50 to $4 a cup, and shoppers tend to spend more freely." Chen Mo remained silent, approaching the fried chicken shop, feigning interest in a neighboring store's sign while his gaze remained fixed on the queue, particularly the young patrons with their milk tea cups. He overheard 2 boys, likely students, one of whom lamented, "Not this dreadful sour plum soup again. It's cloyingly sweet. It could freeze a person." The other chimed in, "Right? There's not even a warm option available. If only we had something like that girl's drink. It looks so comforting." Chen Mo's ears perked up, and he felt a shift in his thoughts. Indeed, on a frigid day, who wouldn't crave something warm and sweet? The sour plum soup from the dessert shop seemed utterly unappealing. This locale was bustling with potential customers willing to spend. "Too expensive," he ultimately declared, shaking his head as he returned to Chen Mo and his wife, Li Xiaolan, his tone resolute. 1,500 for rent. Not to mention utilities and labor costs. How many cups must we sell to break even? The risk is too great. This location won't do." His innate desire for stability prevailed. Li Xiaolan nodded vigorously. "It's too pricey, truly exorbitant. It's terrifying." Chen Mo, not wanting to press the issue further, leaned towards the back entrance of the first high school, where costs were lower and the target clientele more precise. Bringing his parents to the pedestrian street was meant for comparison and to demonstrate the tangible demand for milk tea among the youth. "Then it shall be the back entrance of the school," Chen Mo concluded decisively. "Although the space is smaller, the rent is more manageable. The students provide a steady flow of customers, allowing for modest profits through volume, making it a more stable choice." This time, Chen Mo did not immediately oppose. Instead, he furrowed his brow, staring at the ground, as if calculating unseen sums in his mind. As they retraced their steps, they passed a newly opened small supermarket, prompting Chen Mo to pause. "Dad, Mom, please wait for me a moment." He strode inside and emerged a few minutes later, clutching several items: a package of the most inexpensive bagged black tea, a small pouch of milk powder, a tiny packet of dried black pearls that required cooking, along with a few transparent plastic cups and thick straws. "Can this really be made?" His mother, Li Xiaolan, curiously inquired, eyeing the dark, round morsels. "Let's try it at home," Chen Mo suggested. Upon returning home, he dove into the kitchen, instructing his mother to boil water while he examined the instructions for the black pearls. He poured out a small bowl of them to soak in warm water, and once the water boiled, he prepared a large cup of strong black tea, mixed in the milk powder according to memory, added sugar, and finally cooked the soaked black pearls in the pot. The kitchen was soon filled with an enticing aroma of tea and milk, prompting Li Xiaolan to inhale deeply and remark, "I must say, it smells quite delightful." Once the black pearls were cooked to a translucent perfection, plump and chewy, Chen Mo retrieved them, rinsed them under cold water, and divided them into several plastic cups. He then poured in the warm milk tea and inserted the thick straws. 3 cups of this simplified version of pearl milk tea were laid out on the table, the clear cups revealing the black pearls resting at the bottom. A striking improvement over the previous version with glutinous rice balls. Chen Mo, his father, picked up a cup and mimicked the actions of the young, stirring with the straw before taking a substantial sip. The scalding, rich liquid, infused with the astringency of tea and the sweetness of milk, slid down his throat, followed by the chewy black pearls that offered a unique and satisfying texture. The tension that had gripped his brow throughout the day seemed to ease, albeit subtly. In that moment, Li Xiaolan cautiously sipped, gasping at the heat, yet her eyes brightened. Oh, this is quite good. Much better than the last one. These little black pearls have a nice chew to them. These are called pearls, Chen Mo remarked as he tasted it himself. Though the flavor was somewhat coarse, the fundamental structure was present. With just these ingredients and simple preparation, you'll be able to master it easily, Mom. Li Xiaolan observed the floating black pearls in her cup, her confidence slowly returning. Chen Weiguo set down his cup, still half full, licking the milk froth from his lips as he gazed at Chen Mo with a complex expression. This can indeed be made, but the flavor needs refinement. It's overly sweet, the tea flavor is a bit overpowering, and the cooking time for the pearls is crucial. Both undercooked and overcooked versions are unpalatable. He had begun to critique the technical details. You're right, Dad, Chen Mo responded promptly. The recipe requires gradual experimentation to find the perfect balance of sweetness, tea to milk ratio, and cooking time for the pearls. With practice, I can master these details. I'll take care of it. You'll handle it? Li Xiaolan interjected anxiously. You still have school. High school is demanding. How can you divert your attention to this? It won't be a distraction, Chen Mo replied with a steady tone. I can research the recipe, gather information, and conduct experiments in my spare time as a means of relaxation. Cooking the pearls and preparing the milk tea are practical skills that I can teach you. The menu will be simple. We'll start with the original flavor of pearl milk tea, perhaps adding red beans later. We'll use these transparent cups and thick straws for packaging, clear and cost-effective. I've even thought of a name, warm tea, simple and memorable. He meticulously organized the division of labor and preliminary preparations. After securing the rental space, Father, you will assist Mother in tidying it up, setting up a small stove, and connecting the water and electricity. I shall procure the ingredients wholesale from a dry goods store to ensure cost-effectiveness. If I finish school early, I can lend a hand as well. Once Mother becomes proficient, she will be fully capable of managing the busy hours after school on her own. Listening intently, Father Chen Weiguo remained silent, smoking a cigarette as he observed his son's thoroughness, considering everything from flavor adjustments to ingredient sourcing, from simple menus to specific operations, even devising a name for the venture. The meticulousness and composure exhibited by the boy surpassed his years. He was genuinely contemplating this endeavor rather than acting impulsively. He glanced at the cup of milk tea on the table, now reduced to a few pearls, then looked at his wife, Li Xiaolan, whose eyes sparkled with a mix of apprehension and eagerness. Finally, he regarded his son's calm yet resolute face, recalling the bustling scene outside the back entrance of the school, where throngs of students held milk tea cups, alongside the memory of the warm, sweet, and chewy flavor he had just experienced. With a deep inhalation, he finished his last puff of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette in a tin can on the windowsill, his rough fingers trembling slightly from the effort. All right, he suddenly exclaimed, lifting his head as if making a momentous decision. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a sense of determination as he fixed his gaze on Li Xiaolan, also seemingly addressing his son. Let us proceed as we've discussed. We'll rent that small window at the back of the school. Xiaolan, please bear with it and give it a try. Yes, yes. Mother Li Xiaolan responded repeatedly, her eyes glistening with emotion, both excitement and pressure. I'll give it my all. Chen Mo felt a weight lift from his heart, knowing that this time the decision was indeed final. Despite the gloomy skies and howling cold winds outside, a seed named warm tea had finally been sown into the soil of reality within their small home. Father not only shouldered the weight of the family's responsibilities, but also bore the heavy expectation of venturing into the unknown. Chapter 50. MOMOT. Father Chen Weiguo's resolute declaration marked a turning point for the household, propelling it forward as Mother Li Xiaolan's anxieties were overshadowed by an overwhelming drive. Her hands and feet moved with remarkable alacrity, as though wound up like a clock. Although the cloud of worry still lingered on Father's face, his actions were decisive. The following day, armed with the stack of lottery winnings provided by his son, he took Chen Mo and headed directly to the landlord at the back entrance of the school. The landlord, a lean old man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, barely lifted his eyelids upon hearing the request to rent the dusty little window. 500 yuan a month, with a 3-month deposit. You'll need to pay 2,000 up front, and you'll handle the connections for water and electricity, charged monthly. He exhaled smoke rings, exuding an air of indifference. Father Chen Weigua's hardened temperament, honed from years of transportation work, nearly surfaced, but Chen Mo gently tugged at his sleeve. Stepping forward, Chen Mo spoke calmly. "Uncle, we're looking for a long-term lease with at least a 1-year contract. Would it be possible to reduce the deposit? Could we manage with just 1 month's deposit? We're just starting a small business." The elderly man lifted his eyelids, scrutinizing the silent youth before him and the sturdy, honest-looking man behind him. The 1-year lease tantalized him, for this dilapidated window had remained vacant for over 6 months. "Very well, seeing your earnestness, with a deposit and 2 months' rent. You can take the key for just 1,500. He waved his hand dismissively, as though shooing away a nuisance. In his heart, Chen Weigua swiftly calculated. A deposit with 2 months' rent would save him 500 compared to the usual arrangement. He hurriedly extracted the prepared money, counting swiftly, anxious that the old man might change his mind. At last, the key was in his grasp, a rusted, antique brass key, heavy and solid like a small brick. Observing the thick layer of dust in the small window, Chen Weigua silently shouldered a broom, dustpan, and bucket, as if preparing to besiege a fortress. He crouched down and squeezed inside, which barely accommodated 2 people. As he swung the broom, the dust erupted like a smoke bomb, choking him into a fit of coughs. Meanwhile, Li Xiulan, his mother, donned an old mask and vigorously wiped the greasy walls and the tiny counter with a damp cloth, while Chen Mo busied himself with fetching water and disposing of trash. After toiling for much of the day, the trio managed to transform the dark, rat-infested hole into something resembling a welcoming space. The walls were painted white, a mixture of lime that Chen Weigua had prepared himself. The small counter gleamed brightly, and a cheap plastic mat covered the floor, allowing light to filter through the small window, brightening the once dreary place. Now that the space was prepared, what would they sell? How would they sell it? Li Xiulan gazed at the empty little window, momentarily bewildered. "Let us sell milk tea, and we shall call it warm tea," Chen Mo declared, pulling out several sheets of paper from his backpack. "I have decided on the name and even sketched a simple logo." The paper bore a basic design, a rounded outline of a teacup with a few wavy lines representing steam emanating from it, alongside the handwritten letters Momo Tea. Li Xiulan, unable to comprehend the English, found the drawing of the teacup rather charming. Momo Tea? That name sounds delightful. It feels so familiar. She automatically translated in her mind. Chen Weigua leaned in for a closer look, frowning. Who would recognize this foreign script? "The students will recognize it," Chen Mo explained. "The youth these days prefer this trendy vibe. It seems a bit sophisticated, and as long as the name is memorable, that's what matters." "Very well. Then it's up to you." Chen Weigua waved his hand, uninterested in such fanciful matters, more concerned with the practicalities. "What about the essentials? Have you gathered all the necessary pots, pans, and utensils?" "The list is here," Chen Mo replied, producing another densely written sheet of paper. "Dad, take a look at this. You know the best places to find affordable and useful supplies." The inventory is meticulously detailed. 2 large stainless steel thermal containers for hot milk tea and boiling water, a coal stove or small gas burner for cooking pearls, a sizable pot for boiling pearls, several large plastic buckets for soaking pearls and holding water, a long-handled spoon, a funnel, a filtering net, a sealing machine, the most economical hand-operated type, a plethora of transparent plastic cups, cup lids, and wide straws, a stainless steel square tray for holding pearls and red beans, and a small blackboard for inscribing the menu and prices. Father Chen Weigua, holding the list, pointed at the thermal containers and the sealing machine, his brow furrowing in concern. "How much will this cost?" "Second-hand will suffice," Chen Mo had already contemplated. "Dad, do you know old Lu, who collects scrap? He must have thermal containers discarded by restaurants, all cleaned up and ready to use. There is also a second-hand market for sealing machines, and we can borrow the stove and pot from home." Father Chen Weigua's eyes lit up. Yes, second-hand is perfectly acceptable. He was well acquainted with a myriad of people from various walks of life through his driving job, and finding affordable second-hand goods would not pose a challenge. His mind began to race with calculations. "All right, leave this to me." He tucked the list away and rushed out, his enthusiasm rivaling that of when he sought payment from the contractor. The kitchen at home transformed into a makeshift laboratory. As the black pearls, tapioca balls, purchased by Chen Mo became the primary adversary of his mother, Li Xiulan. During the first attempt, the heat was too high and the cooking time too long, resulting in a pot of sticky, semi-transparent mush that could not be scooped with a spoon. Oh dear. It's turned into paste. Motherly Xiaolan lamented, stamping her foot in dismay. What a waste. Chen Mo remained silent, jotting down notes. High heat, boiling water, 10 minutes. Failure. On the second attempt, the heat was reduced but the cooking time insufficient, and the pearls emerged hard as unripe stones, causing discomfort with each chew. Yuck. It's like biting on gravel. Motherly Xiaolan grimaced upon tasting. Chen Mo noted again. Low heat, 8 minutes. Failure. For the third attempt, Chen Mo meticulously timed the process. Watching the flame. Mom, the water's boiling. Add the pearls. High heat. Stir well. Now switch to medium heat. He instructed, resembling a diligent chemistry experimenter. 8 minutes later, he promptly turned off the heat. Cover it. Let it steam for another 5 minutes. After the allotted time, the pearls were rinsed in cold water, transforming into glossy, plump spheres. When tasted, they were perfectly chewy and tender, with just the right amount of resilience. Success! Motherly Xiaolan exclaimed in delight, sampling one herself. Yes, this is the right texture. Mo, you really have a clever mind. The adjustments for the milk tea proved to be equally challenging. Too much milk powder rendered it overly rich, while excessive black tea made it bitter, insufficient sugar left it bland, and too much sugar caused a cloying sweetness. Chen Mo employed the household measuring cups and spoons as tools, meticulously adhering to proportions as he concocted batch after batch of experimental mixtures. The three of them took turns as judges, critiquing each cup. This one has too strong a milk flavor. It's like drinking milk. This tea is too astringent. It's quite overpowering. Sweet. This one is excessively sweet. Are you giving away sugar for free? Father Chen Weiguo rarely took things seriously. Each time he tasted the concoction, he would frown and ponder for a considerable time before offering his insights. The milk and tea must be harmoniously blended, rather than each maintaining its distinct flavor. A touch less sugar would suffice, merely to enhance the taste, for too much would render it cloying. Chen Mo meticulously recorded every detail in his notebook. Black tea XX grams, boiling water XX milliliters, steeping for X minutes, milk powder XX scoops, warm water XX milliliters. The ratio of sugar and taste notes. After countless trials, they finally settled on the most fundamental recipe. The black tea should be brewed robustly yet without bitterness. The milk powder must dissolve into a silky smoothness, and only a pinch of sugar to elevate the flavor, culminating in a perfectly blended infusion where the aroma of tea and the creaminess of milk intertwine harmoniously, yielding a soothing and palatable experience. Motherly Xiaolan held the finalized secret formula as though it were a sacred decree, repeatedly scanning it with fervor. I've memorized it all. Brew the black tea for 5 minutes. Mix the milk powder with warm water and add just a small spoonful of sugar, she recited, gesturing with her hands. A few days later, Father Chen Weiguo returned triumphantly, pedaling his tricycle laden with treasures. 2 gleaming, nearly new, large stainless steel thermos containers stood firmly in the cart, alongside an old yet functional hand-operated sealing machine and a sturdy coal stove. Several large plastic barrels and square trays accompanied these second-hand finds, all meticulously cleaned. I got the thermos for a steal from old Lou. This sealing machine was a gem from the flea market. I tested it, and it works. And this stove is quite solid, Father Chen Weiguo boasted, patting the thermos with a hint of pride. The small window was now fully equipped. The thermos was positioned against the wall, the coal stove nestled in a corner, and the pots, water buckets, square trays, and long-handled spoons were all neatly arranged. A small blackboard hung above the window, where Chen Mo had inscribed in colorful chalk, warm tea momo tea pearl milk tea, 25 yuan per cup red bean milk tea, 3 yuan per cup, hot drinks to warm your hands. Sweet and delightful. Motherly Xiaolan donned her brand new navy blue cotton coat. Finally, she had decided to wear it, tied on a clean apron, and stood at the small window, gazing at the familiar street and the closed school gates, her palms slick with sweat, her heart racing. With school reopening tomorrow, would this warm tea truly bring warmth? Chen Mo stood outside the window, observing the somewhat cramped yet tidy little space, the handwritten blackboard, and the anxious yet hopeful expression on his mother's face. He took out his mobile phone, purchased with the winnings from the last lottery, a second-hand Nokia, and snapped a photo of the window and the blackboard. The pixel quality was low, the image hazy, yet the modest Momo tea sign, which bore the weight of his family's new aspirations, appeared strikingly clear in the dim light. Unbeknownst to him, Father Chen Weiguo had also approached, his rough hands rubbing against his trousers. He gazed at the small window, then at the blurry image on his son's phone, and finally focused on his wife without uttering a word. He simply retrieved a small stool from the tricycle, placing it steadily inside the window. "Sit down, standing is tiring," he murmured before turning to organize the ropes on the tricycle. Motherly Xiaolan gazed at the small stool, her nose tinged with a hint of emotion, yet unable to suppress a smile. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her back. For tomorrow, this modest window would welcome its very first patrons. The air seemed to already carry a gentle warmth, mingled with the aromas of tea and milk. Chapter 51. Grand opening. The words "Silent Tea" in bold gold lettering against a crimson backdrop glimmered in the bright morning light, resembling a fresh and solemn promise. Suspended above the slightly aged streets of the small town, the storefront was modest, its glass polished to a shine, reflecting the curious faces of passers-by. A few wooden tables and stools positioned at the entrance formed a temporary gathering place. Father Chen Mo and Motherly Xiaolan had risen before dawn. The pot bubbled with pearls, releasing a luscious, sweet fragrance, while a large container held refreshing green tea. Red tea and fresh milk were neatly arranged in the refrigerator nearby, alongside several large jars of syrup meticulously crafted by Chen Mo. Despite their nimble movements, the flicker of uncertainty lingered in their eyes. "Will anyone really buy a cup for 3 or 4 yuan?" Li Xiaolan murmured, her voice low and tinged with doubt. Casting a worried glance at the still quiet street outside, Father Chen Mo slammed a stack of freshly printed flyers onto the polished counter with a resounding thud, attempting to bolster his courage. "What are you fretting about? You've tasted what our son has created. It's far superior to that instant mix. Just wait and see." Yet, even as he spoke with bravado, his fingers trembled slightly while handling the small cash box. Chen Mo entered, a large, pristine sign resting on his shoulder, boldly inscribed with fluorescent ink, "Grand opening. Second drink half price, plus an additional discount for students." Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Dad, Mom, let us hang the sign outside. The students will be out of class soon." No sooner had he finished speaking than the distant sound of a raucous school bell reverberated, akin to pebbles dropped into a tranquil lake. Soon, a throng of students in uniforms surged forth, chattering animatedly, their backpacks thumping against their backs like waves crashing ashore. "Silent tea? Newly opened? Wow. Second drink half price. Plus student discounts. It smells delightful. Should we give it a try?" In an instant, the modest storefront was flooded with eager patrons, youthful faces pressing against the counter, their curiosity palpable amidst the warm scent of perspiration. Father Chen Mo felt a rush of warmth surge to his head, surrounded by flailing hands and excited voices. "Auntie, 1 bubble tea, please. Make it iced. Uncle, I want that lemon black tea. Excuse me, make way, I was here first." Motherly Xiaolan, flustered, grasped the cups Chen Mo handed her, her hands trembling as she nearly spilled the first spoonful of pearls. "Pearl, pearl," she muttered, her movements quickening despite the initial chaos. Scoop the ingredients, pour the tea, seal the lid, insert the straw. Her actions gradually took shape amidst the frenzy. Father Chen Mo was busy collecting payments and making change, the cash box chiming with every transaction. "Wow, this is delicious." A girl with a ponytail took a deep sip of bubble tea, her eyes instantly brightening. 100 times more vibrant than the pastel concoctions at the school gate. The pearls were delightfully chewy. Her companion nodded vigorously, chewing on the pearls, exclaiming, "Indeed. The milk flavor is rich and authentic. The sweetness is just right, not overly cloying." This praise erupted like droplets of water hitting hot oil, immediately igniting a fervor. "Boss, I want a cup of bubble tea too. And a lemon black tea, please. Classmate, yours looks good. What is it?" The counter echoed with the sound of hands slapping against it, as Chen Mo, the father, became weary from handling the cash, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, forgotten in the rush. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolan, the mother, felt her arms grow weary, mechanically repeating the motion of shaking the cups. Her earlier doubts washed away by the tidal wave of customers, leaving only one thought. "Hurry, make it faster. Don't keep them waiting." Chen Mo darted like a nimble fish, weaving between the narrow operational space and the throngs of customers. Having just sealed a cup of milk tea for his mother, he swiftly accepted cash from his father and stuffed it into a tin box, all while keeping a watchful eye and attentive ears. "Classmate, your bubble tea is ready. Just a moment, I will prepare yours right away." Dad, change. This classmate gave 5 yuan. The milk tea is 350. Give back 150. His voice was clear and rapid, imbued with an unexpected steadiness for his age, soothing the impatient crowd. Suddenly, a boy peeked in, pointing at a small sign in the corner that read fresh fruit slush, trial operation, and asked, "Boss, what is this mango slush? Is it really made with mangoes?" Of course. Chen Mo efficiently handed a sealed cup of lemon black tea to a customer and turned to respond, "Fresh mangoes, cut and blended on the spot. Guaranteed, no artificial flavors or colors. Today is a trial operation, buy one get one free. Would you like to try it? Buy one get one free? Then give me 1 cup. No, make it 2. 1 for her and 1 for me." The boy eagerly pointed to the girl beside him. The petite MOMO shop buzzed like a well-oiled hive, humming with energy as steam rose, drawing the attention of passers-by who couldn't help but stop and curiously observe this newly opened establishment that was already thriving. As the sun climbed higher, the stream of customers showed no signs of dwindling. The large container of pearls visibly lessened, while the black tea barrel emptied, leaving only a trace in the green tea barrel. Seizing a moment while pouring tea, Chen Weiguo wiped his brow and leaned toward Chen Mo, his voice slightly breathless. "Son, we're running out. The pearls are nearly gone. The tea is running low. There are too many people." Chen Mo glanced at the supply area, his brow momentarily furrowing before relaxing swiftly. His gaze swept over the long line outside, his mind racing. "Mom, how many more cups can we make with the pearls?" His voice, though soft, cut through the din with clarity. Li Xiaolan, hands still in motion, quickly estimated, "At most, we can stretch for 20 more cups. We're completely out of black tea." "All right." Chen Mo decisively strode to the entrance, addressing the waiting crowd with an apologetic yet sincere smile, raising his voice. "Dear classmates and friends, I sincerely apologize. Today marks the inaugural day of our quaint little shop, and thanks to everyone's support, our pearls and red tea have completely sold out." A collective sigh of disappointment arose from the queue. However, with a bright smile, Chen Mo swiftly shifted the conversation, announcing that green tea and fresh milk are still available. "We also have an ample supply of lemon slices. To express our gratitude for your patronage, from this moment onward, all remaining green tea beverages will be offered at a student discount. The original price of lemon green tea is 5 yuan, but the student price is 3 yuan. Fresh milk green tea, originally 4 yuan, is now just 5 yuan for students. Furthermore, our trial promotion of buy one get one free on fresh fruit slushes continues. What do you all think?" The atmosphere of disappointment was instantly transformed by this new offer. "Fresh milk green tea sounds delightful. 1 cup for me, please. Lemon green tea. I want lemon green tea. It's 3 yuan, right? Slushes. Buy one get one free on slushes. I'll take 2 mango ones." The queue began to flow once more, and both Chen Weiguo and Li Xiaolan, the parents, let out a sigh of relief, gazing at their son with a mixture of astonishment and an indescribable sense of reassurance. This clever little rascal truly thinks on his feet. Chen Mo did not idle. He immediately instructed his father, "Dad, hurry. Bring out the backup syrup we prepared yesterday from the freezer. Mom, fill the green tea to the brim and shake the shaker vigorously. The flavor must not falter." As he directed, he swiftly began processing the slush orders, with fresh mango chunks being tossed into the slush machine, producing a resounding roar and an enticing fruity aroma. The sun slanted westward, casting a warm golden hue over the sign of MOMOT, and as the last wave of customers left, cups in hand and satisfaction on their faces, the bustling atmosphere receded like the tide, leaving behind a peculiar, exhausted tranquility. With only scattered cups and straw wrappers on the floor, and the work table smeared with a mixture of water and tea stains, sticky and disordered, while the air was thick with rich scents of milk, tea, fruit, and sweetness, as if a massive bottle of perfume had been overturned. Chen Weiguo leaned against the freezer door, exhaling deeply with a heavy sigh, fatigue evident in his breath. He rubbed his sore and stiff back, feeling the creaking of his bones. Meanwhile, Li Xiaolan slumped onto a small stool, lacking the strength to even lift her arms, her bangs plastered to her forehead with sweat. Chen Mo was the only one still in motion, diligently wiping the stubborn tea stains and syrup on the stainless steel work table with a cloth. His movements quick and seemingly tireless. "Goodness," Li Xiaolan murmured, surveying the chaos before her, her voice hoarse. "This and tea opening a shop. It's akin to waging a battle." After regaining some composure, Chen Mo moved to the cash box, lifting the heavy container filled with an assortment of bills and jingling coins. Carefully, he placed the box onto the only relatively clean square table and with a clatter, emptied its contents, colorful notes, and a small mountain of coins instantly covering the tabletop. The three of them, 6 hands in total, began to tally the fruits of their labor on this first day, with the only sounds in the room being the rustling of banknotes and the crisp clinking of coins. 5 yuan, 10 yuan, and 15 yuan. Over here are the 50-cent and 1 yuan coins. The voice of Father Chen Mo was low and somber as he awkwardly unrolled the crumpled bills. 350, 7 yuan, along with the earlier pile of 3 yuan. Motherly Xiaolan counted another stack of loose change. Chen Mo worked with remarkable speed, organizing the larger notes of 10 and 20 yuan into a neat stack. As time trickled away, the vacant corner of the table gradually filled with the crisp 10 and 20 yuan notes. Finally, the last crumpled bill was smoothed and set aside, and the final coin was added to the pile. The three of them halted simultaneously, their gazes fixed upon the heap of money that represented their hard work and immense surprise. The room was so silent that they could hear each other's slightly labored breathing. Father Chen Mo licked his cracked lips, shifting his gaze from the pile of money to his son's face and back again, his voice hoarse with disbelief. Chen Mo, pinch me, would you? I counted without considering the cost of materials, and there's over 400 yuan, clean and clear. It is 468 yuan and 50 cents. Chen Mo stated with precision, his tone calm, yet his bright eyes sparkled with an unmistakable radiance, like ripples on a lake stirred by a pebble. 460. Motherly Xiaolan gasped, her eyes widening in surprise as she stared at the stack of money, as if she were encountering it for the first time. In just one day? Today? Instinctively, she reached out, as if to touch the thickness of the bills, but her fingertip hesitated midway, as if the money might burn her. What a waste this must have cost, she suddenly exclaimed, her voice trembling with uncertainty, whether from heartbreak or joy. Mom, what a waste. Chen Mo chuckled, slightly exasperated. This is what we earned. This is the result of our efforts with tea, milk, sugar, and the labor of the three of us. He picked up the topmost crisp 20 yuan note and flicked it, producing a sharp sound. Do you see? This is real money. Father Chen Mo gazed at the money, his expression a complex interplay of emotions. After the initial shock and elation settled, a deeper, more substantial feeling surged within him, mingled with the fatigue of the day, yet invigorating him to his core. He suddenly slapped his thigh with a resounding clap, startling Motherly Xiaolan. Good boy, he exclaimed, his voice booming with genuine admiration and a hint of relief. You truly succeeded with this milk tea venture. You've really made it work. He reached out, ruffling Chen Mo's hair with a rough yet affectionate pride that only a father could possess. You're far better than I am. Much better. Motherly Xiaolan observed her husband and son, then glanced at the substantial pile of money. The tension that had gripped her throughout the day finally melted away, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upward, her eyes glistening with moisture. Yes, you're right. Much better. But it's exhausting. Look at my arms. I can hardly lift them. What's a little fatigue in the face of such success? Father Chen Mo declared grandly, gesturing toward the pile of money. If we have this kind of income every day, it's worth the effort, even if it kills us. Let us stand tall. It seems that this 400 yuan has magically dispelled the weariness of the day. Tomorrow we shall rise earlier. We must prepare more materials. More, even double. No, 3 times as much. I can see this momentum. There will surely be even more people than today. Father, mother. Chen Mo carefully gathered the counted money and placed it back into the iron box. Tomorrow is the weekend, and surely there will be more customers. With just the 3 of us, we cannot manage the workload. We must hasten to recruit additional help. At least one person, quick and efficient, who can handle the tea shaking and packaging. Father, you will oversee the cash collection and maintain order. Mother, you are responsible for cooking the pearls, preparing the ingredients, and keeping everything clean. I will be flexible, assisting wherever needed and experimenting with new ideas. Recruiting someone? Father Chen Mo paused for a moment, contemplating the wages. But this wage, Father. Chen Mo closed the iron box with a soft click, his gaze steady and resolute. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. We are exhausted today due to a severe shortage of manpower, leading to low efficiency and increased errors. Even if we hire someone and pay them 20 yuan a day, if it allows us to sell a few dozen more cups and maintain our reputation and service, it would be worth it. Moreover, by freeing your energy, we can improve the critical aspects of our business, which hinges on taste and reputation, not merely on brute strength. Chen Mo's words were coherent and strikingly to the point. Father Chen Weigua and Mother Li Xiaolan exchanged glances, finding mutual understanding in each other's eyes. All right, this boy truly has a different mindset. Fine. Father Chen Weigua decisively agreed. I will visit the labor market tomorrow to find someone diligent and clean. As night enveloped the small town, the dim glow of the streetlights filtered through the glass door, casting long shadows in the cluttered shop. The family of three worked together to tidy up the battlefield, moving with increased agility, yet fatigue remained etched on their brows. A heavy joy and hope flowed silently through the small space, like a warm current. The first week passed in an almost frenzied, high-intensity operation. Indeed, Father Chen Weigua managed to find a young girl named Xiaoling from the labor market, around 18 or 19 years old, quick with her hands and possessing a keen mind, who learned rapidly. With her joining, Mother Li Xiaolan was finally liberated from the endless shaking of cups, allowing her to focus on cooking pearls, boiling syrup, and preparing various ingredients, thus ensuring quality consistency. Father Chen Weigua firmly manned the cash register, his voice booming as he maintained order, while Chen Mo acted as the true firefighter, assisting wherever necessary and meticulously analyzing sales and ingredient ratios in the evenings. Momo T's reputation soared, spreading rapidly among students and young people. Clean, delicious, and made with quality ingredients, along with student discounts, every aspect precisely met the demand. In particular, the signature rich and smooth pearl milk tea, the tangy and refreshing lemon black tea, and the buy one get one free fruit smoothie became ubiquitous street scenes, with each person holding a cup. The weekend's bustle far surpassed the opening day, with lines stretching from morning until night, winding to the neighboring grocery store's entrance. The ingredient barrels were replaced with larger ones, still emptying at an astonishing rate. The sounds of shaking cups, the rumble of the smoothie machine, the chorus of orders, and the laughter of students intertwined, creating the unique background music of Momo Tea. On Friday night, the cleaning work continued late into the evening after closing. When the last light was extinguished, Xiao Ling joyfully departed with the wages given to her by Chen Weigua, which exceeded their agreement by 10 yuan as a token of appreciation. In the shop, only the Chen family of three remained, accompanied by the increasingly heavy cash box. Throughout the week, Chen Mo diligently performed a nightly ritual, tallying the day's earnings, deducting the costs of materials and Xiao Ling's wages, and meticulously recording the net profit in the ledger. His father, Chen Weigua, and mother, Li Xiaolan, sat by the table, breathlessly observing. Tonight, as Chen Mo neatly placed the final stack of 10 yuan bills and closed the ledger, he lifted his gaze, a serene glow illuminating his face. Dad, Mom. His voice resonated clearly in the quiet shop. After deducting all costs, including Xiao Ling's wages, our net profit is. He paused, articulating the figure with clarity. 2,863 yuan and 50 cents. How much? Chen Weigua sprang to his feet, the chair scraping noisily against the floor, disbelief etched across his features. Li Xiaolan remained silent, abruptly covering her mouth, her eyes wide in astonishment as she fixated on her son, then glanced at the pile of cash resembling a small mountain before her, her body trembling slightly. Over 2,800 yuan. In just 7 days. An average of over 400 yuan a day. In their previous lives, sustained by meager salaries and meticulous budgeting in their small town, this sum felt astronomical. An overwhelming windfall that left them dizzy. Chen Weigua swallowed hard before speaking, his voice husky with reverence. Is it truly that much? Xiao Mo, you haven't miscalculated? He extended his hand, fingers trembling as they brushed against the neatly stacked bills, feeling their tangible thickness and weight, as if to affirm an unfathomable dream. Li Xiaolan finally lowered her hand from her mouth, taking a long, deep breath as if to inhale the fragrant aromas of tea, milk, and money that filled the room. Her gaze shifted from the pile of cash to her husband's astonished face and finally settled on her son's youthful, yet steady countenance. A tumult of indescribable emotions surging within her. Was it ecstasy? Pride? Ultimately, it manifested as moisture in her eyes and a gentle upward curve at the corners of her mouth. Under the dim light, the quaint shop was suffused with the scent of cleaning agents and the ink of banknotes. Chen Mo refrained from joining his parents in their emotional whirlwind. He quietly sat at the table, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough edges of the ledger's pages. There. The clear lines of numbers represented the fruits of a week's labor. The figure of 2,863 yuan and 50 cents pressing heavily upon his heart. Yet it brought no sense of relaxation. The light cast a small shadow beneath his lowered eyelashes, concealing the flickering flame within his pupils, a flame more intense and vivid than the excitement of the opening day. This modest establishment, MOMOT, was merely the first cornerstone in his quest to reshape his destiny, a starting point, a testament to his endeavor. His fingertips drifted from the edge of the page, gently resting upon the thick stack of bills on the table, warm and imbued with a profound sense of reality, symbolizing his initial triumph. Chapter 52. A chance encounter with Xiaoyan. The fervor surrounding MOMOT had been thoroughly ignited. Since the explosive opening week, not only had business not cooled down, but it had instead snowballed, growing ever larger. The other tea shops in the small town, relying on colorful powdered mixes and adorned with low-quality cartoon stickers, had visibly dwindled in patronage. The discerning students, having tasted authentic ingredients, could hardly swallow artificially flavored concoctions. Not to mention, with a student ID in hand, Chen Mo's customers enjoyed a discount of 50 cents. The team had expanded. Xiaoling, a diligent girl, proved herself capable, deftly shaking cups, sealing lids, and packing orders in one fluid motion, significantly alleviating the pressure on her mother, Li Xiaolan. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's father, Chen Weigua, manned the cash register, his booming voice welcoming the queue of customers. Please don't rush, everyone. The pearls will be ready shortly. How about trying our fresh milk green tea? We just received a new batch of milk today. Li Xiaolan, focused and unwavering, diligently cooked pots of glistening pearls and simmered rich syrup in the kitchen, ensuring the foundation of Momo's flavor remained intact. Chen Mo continued to be the indispensable firefighter and chief planner. As the school bell rang, he would swiftly shove his backpack under the counter, don his apron, and immediately step in to take orders, shake tea, greet customers, replenish supplies, and monitor which flavors sold swiftly, pondering what ingredients to stock up for the following day. His mind was perpetually engaged. The exhaustion was palpable. Yet witnessing the increasingly relaxed smiles on his parents' faces and the heavy metal cash box at the end of each night imbued him with an inexhaustible vigor. That afternoon, as was customary, the peak hour post-school saw the small shop teeming with students clad in blue and white uniforms. The air was a melange of milk, tea, sweat, and the exuberance of youth. Chen Mo had just finished packaging 2 cups of mango slush for an impatient classmate, wiping the sweat from his brow when he lifted his gaze. His eyes, cutting through the throng of heads, landed upon 2 newcomers who had just pushed open the glass door. The first was a petite, elderly woman with graying hair, dressed in a faded floral blouse, her face reflecting the characteristic caution and curiosity of the town's elders. Following her was a girl in a uniform similar to that of Chen Mo's school, albeit in a slightly darker shade, her hair tied back in a refreshing ponytail, her head slightly bowed as if overwhelmed by the shop's bustle and clamor. Suddenly, Chen Mo's heart leapt unexpectedly, as if struck by a gentle force. It was the girl who had quietly read in the park. The very same girl who had prompted him to clumsily type hello to her on QICQ for the first time. Almost instinctively, he edged forward a step, yearning for a clearer view. At that moment, the girl seemed to sense the gaze upon her. She raised her head, her expression somewhat bewildered as she scanned the crowded space. Indeed, it was her, Lin Xiaoyan. Chen Mo felt a rush of warmth flooding his cheeks, his lips involuntarily curling into a broad, somewhat foolish smile. "Grandma, what would you like to buy?" Chen Mo managed to squeeze to the edge of the counter, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement, his eyes sparkling as they remained fixed on Lin Xiaoyan. The elderly lady found herself somewhat bewildered by the young man's enthusiasm. After a moment's contemplation, she replied slowly, "Oh, I heard from Yun that your milk tea is delightful and reasonably priced. She insisted on bringing me to try it. As for me, what should I drink? Grandma, do you prefer something sweeter or more subtle?" Chen Mo immediately engaged, enthusiastically introducing the options. "We have pure milk tea, rich in flavor, fresh milk green tea, refreshing with a hint of tea aroma, and lemon water, which is perfect for quenching thirst. Too sweet makes me feel uneasy." The grandmother waved her hand. "How about the fresh milk green tea? It has a good tea fragrance, the milk is fresh, it's light on the palate, and quite healthy." Chen Mo recommended with particular care. "All right, We'll take the young man's suggestion. 1 cup of fresh milk green tea, please. The grandmother nodded with a smile and turned to Xiaoyun. Yun, what will you have? Lin Xiaoyun scanned the colorful menu with a hint of hesitation. How about a cup of pearl milk tea? Let's see if you like it. Chen Mo blurted out almost instinctively, then paused, quickly adding, our pearl milk tea is the most popular, with pearls freshly cooked, delightfully chewy. Lin Xiaoyun cast a surprised glance at Chen Mo, then smiled softly, giving a gentle as her approval. All right, 1 cup of fresh milk green tea for grandma, and 1 cup of pearl milk tea for the young lady. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. Chen Mo's voice rang out brightly, filled with vigor as he swiftly made his way to the operation area. His movements quicker than usual. He personally prepared the fresh milk green tea for the grandmother, where the green tea broth was clear and the milk was perfectly proportioned. After shaking it well, it revealed a gentle pale green hue. He sealed it, inserted a straw, and handed it out confidently. Grandma, your fresh milk green tea. Be careful. It's hot. Next was Lin Xiaoyun's pearl milk tea. Chen Mo scooped a generous spoonful of perfectly cooked, amber-glossed pearls, which plopped into the cup with a satisfying sound. It seemed he added a tad more than usual for other customers. As the red tea merged with the fresh milk, he vigorously shook the cup, the ice clattering within. Just before sealing it, an impulsive thought led him to add a small pump of glistening syrup. He remembered she mentioned liking it sweeter. Here you go. Your pearl milk tea. Chen Mo extended the cup towards Xiaoyun, his fingertips slightly warm, unable to meet her gaze, instead focusing intently on the cup of tea. I added a bit more sugar. I hope it suits your taste. Lin Xiaoyun accepted the substantial, cool cup of milk tea, feeling its chill against her fingertips. Gazing at the abundant layer of round pearls at the bottom, she whispered, "Thank you." The grandmother and granddaughter settled the bill and, finding the shop too crowded, retreated outside to a small shaded spot against the wall. Chen Mo watched through the glass door as Lin Xiaoyun carefully cradled the cup of milk tea he had crafted, lowering her head to bite the straw and taking a generous sip. At that moment, he distinctly observed her beautiful eyes narrowing in satisfaction, a charming curve gracing her lips, and a deeper blush adorning her cheeks. An indescribable warmth, akin to warm syrup, unfurled within Chen Mo's heart, spreading through his limbs. As the earlier fatigue and the shop's clamor felt distant and far away, he only knew that the milk tea he made brought a smile to her face, a sensation that was even more delightful than counting money. Xiao Mo, why are you dazed? Are the 3 cups of bubble tea ready? His father, Chen Weigua, called out with a hint of urgency in his booming voice. Oh, coming. Chen Mo suddenly snapped back to reality, his face flushing as he quickly turned around and plunged into the chaotic scene, shaking cups, sealing lids, and handling change with remarkable speed. Yet, his peripheral vision couldn't help but steal glances at that serene blue figure outside the door. After enduring the initial rush, as the line in the shop began to dwindle, Chen Mo swiftly called out to his father, "Dad, I'm stepping outside for some fresh air." Without waiting for a response, he slipped out the door like an eel. The afternoon sun cast a lazy warmth across the street, where an elderly lady sat on a small stool left at someone's door, sipping green tea with milk, a look of contentment gracing her face. Xiaoyun leaned quietly against the wall, delicately sipping the pearls in her milk tea, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. Chen Mo's heart raced again. He took a deep breath and casually walked over, standing a short distance away from Lin Xiaoyun, leaning against the wall as well. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes, turning his head slightly as he mustered the courage to speak, his voice somewhat dry. "Is it delicious?" Lin Xiaoyun looked up upon hearing him, a faint blush rising to her cheeks as she nodded. "Yes, it's delicious. The pearls are very chewy, and the milk tea is fragrant." Chen Mo's smile widened. Of course, the ingredients we use are quite genuine, all fresh." He paused, glancing at the school badge embroidered on Lin Xiaoyun's uniform. "You must be from No. 1 high school." "I'm from number 2, just 2 streets away." "Yes." Xiaoyun nodded, her ponytail swaying gently with the motion. "I'm in the 1st year." "I'm also in the 1st year." Chen Mo's eyes sparkled as if he had found a kindred spirit. "It's already the 2nd semester. Time flies." He hesitated. "What is your name? I didn't get a chance to ask when we met in the park." He scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful. "Lin Xiaoyun." The girl's voice was soft yet clear. Lin from the woods, Xiao from dawn, and Yun from the myriad beings. "Lin Xiaoyun." Chen Mo repeated in his mind, finding the name melodious, much like her refreshing demeanor. I'm Chen Mo, Chen from the East, and Mo meaning silence. He quickly introduced himself as well. I know, Lin Xiaoyan suddenly said in a low voice, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of her mouth. Huh. Chen Mo was taken aback. Your QICQ name is Silence is Golden, right? Lin Xiaoyan looked at him, her eyes shining like they contained stars. Boom. Chen Mo felt as if something had struck him on the head, leaving him momentarily blank. How did she guess that? He widened his eyes and stammered. Why you are Xiaoyan? Lin Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushed with excitement at the realization. Yes. I'm Xiaoyan, like the cloud. That day in the park, I thought it resembled you, but I didn't dare to confirm. When you smiled at me just now, and with this milk tea. She shook the nearly empty cup in her hand. I was certain. My goodness. It really is you. Chen Mo was so exhilarated that he nearly jumped up. He leaned in closer, his eyes shining with astonishment. What a remarkable coincidence. I was just thinking about asking you on QICQ someday. I never imagined that you would be the owner of Momo Tea. Lin Xiaoyan, observing his excitement, could not help but chuckle, her laughter like a babbling brook. No wonder you said you were going to open a shop. It turns out you really did, and it's thriving. Hee, it's all about luck. Chen Mo scratched his head and grinned foolishly, his heart swelling with joy, primarily because of everyone's support. He noticed Lin Xiaoyan's cup was nearly empty and blurted out. Would you like another? I can make you another cup, lemon black tea, or perhaps try a smoothie. No. Lin Xiaoyan quickly waved her hands. Her cheeks flushed deeper. One cup is sufficient. I wouldn't be able to eat dinner if I had more. She glanced at the elderly grandmother beside them, who was smiling and watching their conversation, and whispered, we should head back. The joy felt like a balloon that had been punctured, deflating swiftly and leaving Chen Mo with a profound sense of reluctance. Yet he knew he couldn't keep her from leaving. Oh, yes, it is time to go. His tone betrayed a hint of disappointment. Lin Xiaoyan seemed to sense his feelings. After a moment's hesitation, she softly suggested, then shall we chat on QICQ tonight? Those words shone like a beacon, instantly illuminating Chen Mo's heart once more. Absolutely. He nodded vigorously, fearful she might change her mind. I should be done and back home by around 8. And you? I should be about the same time, Lin Xiaoyan replied softly. Great. It's settled then. Chen Mo's smile blossomed anew. Do take care on your way back. Lin Xiaoyan replied, stealing another glance at Chen Mo before gently assisting her grandmother, who had risen to her feet. Grandmother, shall we go? Yes, let us go. The elderly lady responded cheerfully, pausing to tell Chen Mo, young man. Your milk tea is truly delightful. I'll be back next time. Ah, thank you, Grandma. Please take care. Chen Mo quickly replied, watching as the grandmother and granddaughter gradually disappeared into the throng of pedestrians, only retracting his gaze once they were out of sight. The bustling sounds within the shop became distinct again. Standing at the door, basking in the warm afternoon sunlight, he glanced down at his hands, as if he could still feel the cold of the cup when he had handed it to her, and the slight warmth when she accepted it. The air still seemed to carry a hint of her faint, clean fragrance of soapwort. Xiaomo, don't just stand there like a fool. Come inside. Another customer has arrived. Chen Weigua's booming voice called from within the shop. Coming. Chen Mo responded loudly, turning to push the door open, his smile still lingering. Infusing his actions with a buoyant rhythm, shaking cups, sealing lids, collecting payments, and giving change, his movements as nimble as a gust of wind. Occasionally glancing outside, he watched the golden glow of the setting sun bathe the street, his heart cradling a small, fervent promise, feeling as though the chaotic yet vibrant days of life had been imbued with an exceptionally brilliant hue. Just past 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Mo finally wiped down the last table and finished mopping the floor. Xiao Ling has already taken her wages for the day and left, while her father, Chen Weigua, and mother, Li Xiulan, remain in the small back room, diligently washing large buckets and cooking pots, the sound of running water echoing around them. Dad, Mom, I'm heading home. I still have some homework. Chen Mo called out as he untied his apron. All right, hurry back. Be careful on the way. His mother's voice mixed with the sound of water reached him. Chen Mo practically sprinted home, his backpack bouncing against his back, the evening breeze brushing coolly against his face. Yet, he felt a wave of heat coursing through him. Bursting through the door, he neglected to turn on the lights. Instead, he lunged towards the old, bulky computer, pressing the power button. The familiar beep resonated as the screen glowed with a soft blue light. The agonizingly long wait of a few seconds for the system to boot felt like an eternity, making him anxiously tap his fingers on the desk. Finally, the familiar Windows desktop appeared. Flustered, he double-clicked the little penguin icon, his hands trembling slightly as he entered his username and password. Login successful. The friend list popped up. Chen Mo's gaze instantly locked onto the familiar gray avatar of Xiaoyun. Is she online? His heart sank. Had she forgotten? Or was there something happening at home? Just as disappointment began to creep in, the gray avatar suddenly flickered and transformed into vibrant color. Xiaoyun was online. Chen Mo's heart raced. Almost holding his breath as his fingers flew across the keyboard, a dialog box appearing instantaneously. Silence is golden. Are you there, Xiaoyun? Xiaoyun, I am here. Chapter 53. Zhang Hao to the rescue. The biting cold wind of late December felt like shards of ice slicing against the skin. The streets of the small town were dull and gray, pedestrians huddled against the chill, hastening their steps. Yet, beneath the bright red sign with golden lettering of MOMOT, a warm, bustling atmosphere thrived, becoming a magnet for students on winter break. The condensation on the glass door formed and was wiped away, only to form again. Inside, it felt as though an entirely different season prevailed. The rich aroma of milk and tea mingling with the sweet scent of boiling tapioca pearls, wafting insistently into the air. 2 cups of bubble milk tea. Hot. I want a cup of hot fresh milk green tea, extra sugar. Boss, is my lemon black tea ready? I'm freezing. The counter was packed. Young faces flushed from the cold, exhaling clouds of vapor, their eyes gleaming with desire for that warm, sweet beverage. Chen Weigua's booming voice cut through the chatter. No pushing. One at a time. Xiaoling, is the tapioca ready? Almost there, Uncle Chen. Just a moment. The crisp response from Xiaoling came from the back, accompanied by the sound of the pot lid being lifted, releasing an even richer sweetness into the air. Chen Mo was like a spinning top, darting between the counter and the preparation area, taking orders, collecting payments, giving change, assisting in shaking tea, sealing cups. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Stealing a glance at the clock on the wall, he mentally calculated the time. Dad, Zhang Hao should be here soon, right? He asked his father, seizing a moment while handing change to a customer. He said 9:30, it won't be long now. Father Chen Weigua remained absorbed in his work, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the greasy calculator. This boy, sleeping in on the very first day of vacation? Quite uncharacteristic. Just then, the glass door swung open with a clang, and a gust of frigid air accompanied a burly figure into the room. Goodness, I'm freezing. Before Zhang Hao could steady himself, his distinctive booming voice echoed, causing ears to ring. He was bundled in a puffy old down jacket, the zipper barely fastened, revealing a wrinkled sweater collar beneath. His hair was windblown, resembling a bird's nest, and his nose was a vivid red from the cold. Upon entering, he exaggeratedly shivered. Howsy, you finally made it. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, akin to spotting a savior. He thrust some change into the customer's hands and hurried over. Quickly. The apron is hanging over there. Put it on. Oh my, brother Mo, your shop is bustling. The line outside stretches nearly to the street corner. Zhang Hao, in a flurry, donned the blue apron emblazoned with MOMOT, while craning his neck to peek outside the counter, exclaiming in awe at the potential earnings. Less chatter. Get to work. Chen Mo chuckled, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder and nudging him toward the operation area. Do you see? Sister Xiaoling. Learn from her today. Whatever she instructs you, just follow. Absolutely. Sisterling, I look forward to your guidance. Zhang Hao grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites, and called out to Xiaoling, who was busy pouring freshly cooked, steaming pearls into a large bucket. She looked up and smiled, saying, Sure, Howsy, right? First, help me move those empty buckets over to the sink. I need to wash them soon. At your command. Zhang Hao replied enthusiastically, rolling up his sleeves to work. Though he often appeared carefree, his strength was remarkable. He carried several heavy stainless steel empty buckets, one in each hand, with perfect ease. With the addition of Zhang Hao, the operational pressure in the shop visibly diminished. His capacity to learn was commendable, and he was quick-witted. Xiaoling taught him to shake the milk tea, explaining the ratio of black tea to fresh milk and how much ice to add. After watching twice, he grasped the rhythm of shaking the mixture with surprising finesse, and he mastered the sealing machine after just one demonstration. Well done, Howsy, you're picking it up quickly. Father Chen Weigua glanced over, offering a rare compliment. Hee hee. Uncle Chen, what's difficult about this? It's just a matter of strength. Zhang Hao replied proudly, increasing the speed of his movements. Chen Mo primarily handled the cash register and coordination. Observing Zhang Hao's growing synergy with Xiao Ling in the operational area, he felt considerably reassured. Zhang Hao, despite his rugged appearance, had a genuine heart, was loyal, and was willing to put in the effort, a truly dependable individual. Just past the lunch hour, the shop enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility for a brief spell. The few of them seized the opportunity to share some of the hot meals prepared by motherly Xiaolan. Zhang Hao, in particular, held a large bowl, slurping his food with gusto, and between mouthfuls, he mumbled, "Brother Mo, your milk tea is truly exceptional. I just secretly tasted a sip, and it's 1,000 times better than that instant powder from the school gate. No wonder business is so good." Indeed. When has your brother Mo ever engaged in anything he wasn't confident about? Chen Mo replied casually while continuing to eat. He set down his chopsticks, observing Zhang Hao devouring his meal with great enthusiasm. In his mind, he contemplated the situation. If Zhang Hao could consistently lend a hand during this pre-academic period, he would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Furthermore, the boy's fervent obsession with games was quite remarkable. Chen Mo took a sip of hot water and casually inquired, "There's still some time before the winter break concludes. Do you have any plans aside from toiling here?" "What plans could I possibly have?" Zhang Hao wiped his mouth and let out a satisfied belch. "It's rather dull staying at home. My mother nags me incessantly. Coming here is far better. I can enjoy milk tea, earn some money, and even catch a glimpse of attractive classmates." As he spoke, he winked at Xiao Ling, prompting her to chuckle and playfully scold him for being so frivolous. Chen Mo laughed as well, then shifted the conversation. "How's your practice with StarCraft coming along? Are you planning to pull all-nighters at the internet cafe during the break?" Don't even get me started." Zhang Hao's eyes lit up at the mention of games. "I was just about to tell you. I've recently developed a new strategy, using Terran Marines combined with medics for a powerful rush. It's incredibly effective. Just yesterday at the cafe, I completely annihilated Big Mouth and the others." He animatedly gestured, recalling the precision of his maneuvers. "I was so impressed with my own skills." "Oh, is it truly that impressive?" Chen Mo feigned interest, following the thread of conversation. "Is it merely about speed? Haven't you considered anything beyond that?" "Beyond that?" Zhang Hao hesitated, scratching his head. "What else is there? Knowing the map, understanding unit counters, and the rest is just a matter of speed and reaction time." Chen Mo set his cup down, leaning slightly forward, his voice lowering and taking on a mysterious tone. "Have you ever pondered why the little characters in the game obey your commands and move around? Why does a simple keystroke prompt the Marines to fire? Why do the health bars plummet when two units collide?" Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback by this series of questions, blinking his eyes, still glistening with enthusiasm. "Isn't that just how the game is designed? The programming is already established." "Exactly," Chen Mo exclaimed, smacking his thigh. "Programming. It involves writing code, using a slew of incomprehensible symbols and commands to instruct the computer on what to do." He gestured toward the old computer in the corner, which was primarily used for playing music and recording inventory. Just like that device, it operates on a foundation of code. The game, too, is supported by programming. Zhang Hao's gaze followed Chen Mo's finger, landing on the humming old computer. For the first time, a glimmer of intrigue appeared in his eyes, transcending his previous mere amusement. "Isn't writing code difficult? To say it's difficult is one thing, but to call it simple is another." Chen Mo observed his expression, sensing a budding interest that required patience. "Just like your strategic explorations in StarCraft, it demands contemplation and trial and error. However, the creations born from coding can be far more exhilarating than merely winning a few rounds of a game." He paused, as if recollecting something. "Imagine if you could craft your own mini-game, even the simplest one, and invite your friends to play. It would be an exhilarating feeling." Chen Mo's words fell like a small stone into Zhang Hao's mind, which had previously only harbored thoughts of game visuals and the thrill of victory, creating ripples of newfound possibility. The idea of creating a minigame himself, inviting Big Mouth and the others to play, that was a notion he had never dared to entertain before. It sounded somewhat cool, didn't it? "Is that for real? Brother Mo, do you understand this?" Zhang Hao gazed at Chen Mo with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. He possessed a rudimentary understanding of the subject. Chen Mo chuckled softly, choosing not to delve deeper. He had previously perused a few books on computers in the library, finding them quite intriguing. "If you are genuinely interested, I could procure a few introductory magazines for you to peruse later. Perhaps Computer Weekly or something similar. It even teaches how to write simple programs in BASIC and draw a square. He intentionally downplayed his suggestion. Computer Weekly? Sounds good. Zhang Hao's enthusiasm was evidently piqued. After all, he had plenty of time during the winter break to spare. Just then, the shop door swung open again, allowing a group of students clad in thick down jackets to enter, bringing with them a gust of cold air. Boss, 4 cups of hot bubble tea. Extra pearls. A new wave of busyness commenced. Here they come. Zhang Hao immediately set aside his earlier thoughts, swiftly rising to re-engage in the fray. Shaking cups, adding ingredients, sealing lids, his movements were now more adept than they had been in the morning. Observing Zhang Hao's industrious silhouette, Chen Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. The seed had been sown. He understood Zhang Hao's nature. When genuinely interested, his tenacity for exploration was commendable. This month of winter break, aside from working in the shop, might allow him to encounter something distinctly different. Games serve as an introduction, but the true treasure lies in the programming and design behind them. In the future, the field he intended to explore would require collaboration. Relying solely on himself would be insufficient. A partner like Zhang Hao, with whom he had grown up and shared a deep understanding, and who possessed an innate passion for gaming, would be an invaluable foundation. Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Hao worked with greater zeal, seemingly channeling some of his gaming fervor into shaking the milk tea, as if the cup contained not tea, but soldiers ready to charge into battle. During rare moments of respite, he couldn't help but cast curious glances at the old computer in the corner, his eyes reflecting a newfound inquisitiveness. As dusk settled and the last wave of customers departed, the weary group began to tidy up after a long day. Zhang Hao, strong and willing, took it upon himself to handle the heavy tasks of mopping and taking out the trash. By the time he returned from the alley with 2 hefty bags of rubbish, Chen Mo was waiting for him, holding a thin envelope. Here, Haozi, for today, Chen Mo said, extending the envelope. Zhang Hao paused, surprised, as he accepted the envelope and squeezed it gently. Inside were several thin bills, and he chuckled bashfully. Mo gu, you really meant it? I just lent a hand. Agreed upon compensation. Take it, Chen Mo insisted, firmly placing the envelope in Zhang Hao's hand. It's only right that you receive payment for your efforts. We will settle daily after closing. It will be reassuring. Clutching the envelope, still warm from Chen Mo's grip, Zhang Hao felt a surge of warmth within him. 20 yuan. This was the first money he had earned through his own labor. Previously, he had merely asked his parents for money, spending it without feeling its weight. But this 20 yuan, held tightly in his hand, felt significantly different. Thank you, Mo gu. Zhang Hao's voice was somewhat muffled, tinged with an indescribable emotion. Don't mention it. Just come early tomorrow. Chen Mo chuckled, giving him a pat on the back. By the way, I'll bring you 2 copies of Computer Weekly tomorrow. Feel free to take a look when you have the time. Sure thing. Zhang Hao readily agreed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The lively atmosphere of the milk tea shop, the money he had earned himself, and what Mo gu had mentioned about coding this winter break suddenly seemed to take on a new allure. He tucked away the precious 20 yuan, donned his puffy down jacket, and stepped into the biting cold of the night. The frigid wind still pierced through. Yet Zhang Hao felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. He glanced back at the brightly lit MOMOT, where the warm yellow light appeared particularly inviting against the winter night. Inside, Chen Mo watched Zhang Hao's figure disappear around the corner, exhaling softly. He bent down to pick up the mop, continuing to clean the puddles on the floor. He understood that today marked not only the addition of a helping hand, but also a quiet, solid step forward towards the vague, yet resolute blueprint of his future. This small milk tea shop not only sustained a family's livelihood, but also quietly nurtured possibilities of dreams and distant horizons. Chapter 54. Market surprises that afternoon. The shop enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility. Zhang Hao was vigorously scrubbing the stubborn water stains on the counter glass with a rag, humming a tuneless pop song, while Chen Mo was hunched over a small table, serving as a makeshift accounting desk, busily calculating the month's income and expenses with a calculator. In the back, his mother, Li Xiulan, was diligently washing the large pot used for cooking pearls. Suddenly, the shop door creaked open, ushering in a gust of cold air mixed with the scent of motor oil. It was his father, Chen Weigua, returning from a long drive. He bore the fatigue of the journey on his face, with fine dust clinging to his eyebrows and stubble, and grease stains smudged on the shoulders of his thick cotton coat. Dad, you're back? How was your day? Chen Mo looked up, setting down his pen. Not bad. Made 2 trips to the city and picked up some goods. his father replied, plopping down heavily onto a small stool by the door, letting out a deep breath. He removed his dust-covered gloves, rubbing his reddened hands together. This damn weather is unbearable. He accepted the cup of hot water Chen Mo handed him and gulped down several mouthfuls. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. His father called out to the back. Yes, yes. I saved you some food. It's warming up, came his mother's voice. After drinking a few more sips of water, Chen Mo seemed to recall something, putting down the cup with a spark of energy in his expression. Guess what I heard from those bosses today while hauling goods? What do you think they were chatting about? What else could it be? Money or women, of course. Zhang Hao interjected with a grin. Hey, you little rascal. Chen Mo chuckled, not keeping them in suspense any longer. They were talking about stocks. Yes, stocks. You know, that thing everyone has been buzzing about lately. Chen Mo's heart stirred slightly, his fingers pausing over the abacus beads. A whole truckload of bosses, and several were discussing this. Chen Mo grew animated, mimicking their tones. Oh, old Wang, has your Matai gone up? Yes, it has, just a bit. I've heard Shinfa is doing well too. That's an old brand. They spoke with such fervor, as if they had stumbled upon golden treasures. He smacked his lips, his tone infused with the familiar curiosity and skepticism typical of someone from a small town regarding the affairs of the outside world. It was as if those pieces of paper could truly transform into currency. I listened quietly, refraining from interjecting, for I too was unfamiliar with such matters. After he finished speaking, he lifted his cup and took another sip of water, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Chen Mo suddenly, as if jolted by a spark. He recalled that just a few months prior, his son had taken him to purchase stocks. What was it he had urged him to buy? Ah, yes. It was Maodai and Shinfa Development. What had his son said at the time? To hold on to them for now? Father Chen Weigu's hand, still clutching the cup, hung suspended in the air. The weariness etched on his face replaced by a sudden uncertainty. He glanced at his son's calm visage, his mind buzzing. Dad, Chen Mo called out, noticing his father's abrupt stillness. Oh, Father Chen Weigua snapped back to reality, setting down the cup with a somewhat stiff motion. He no longer looked at his son, nor did he accept the steaming dishes that his mother, Li Xiulan, had just brought out. Instead, he sprang to his feet, as if ignited by a fire beneath him. Mo, I need to run home for a moment to fetch something. I'll be back shortly. His voice was hoarse, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Without waiting for Chen Mo's response, he grabbed the gloves carelessly tossed on the chair and rushed out, leaving the door frame creaking in the cold wind. Hey, old Chen, aren't you eating? Motherly Xiulan followed him to the door, only to catch a glimpse of his hurried figure disappearing around the corner. That old man. Is he on fire? Not even finishing his meal, she muttered, retreating with the bowl in hand. Zhang Hao, bewildered, nudged Chen Mo with his elbow. Mo, what is up with Uncle Chen? Does it have to do with stocks? Chen Mo gazed at the still swaying door, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he picked up a pen and gently tapped it against the ledger. Nothing much. Perhaps my father simply remembered something, he replied in a calm tone, yet a flicker of light danced in the depths of his eyes. Father Chen Weigua nearly raced home, the biting wind lashing against his face like a blade, yet he remained oblivious, consumed by a sensation in his chest akin to a small rabbit thumping furiously. He recalled his son's words, echoing clearly in his mind. Dad, just trust me this once. Buy a few and leave them be, like putting money in the bank. Don't touch them for a few years. Maotai and Shinfa Development. Upon entering the house, the cold air enveloped him, and he paid no heed to turning on the lights. He dashed straight to the old 5-drawer cabinet in the bedroom, pulling open the bottom drawer stuffed with various receipts and miscellaneous items. Using the dim light filtering in from the window, he rummaged through the chaotic contents, the sound of crumpled old invoices and utility bills rustling around him. Finally, at the very bottom, his fingers brushed against a hard, plastic-covered booklet. His heart raced, and he yanked it free. It was the deep blue securities account card, its rigid plastic shell embossed with the gold letters of XX Securities. It felt cold to the touch, and he remembered shoving it into the bottom of the drawer after obtaining it, like tossing away a hot potato. Out of sight, out of mind. Father Chen Weigua clutched the rigid little card, his palms slick with perspiration. Leaning against the frigid counter, he gasped for breath, as though he were on the brink of a monumental decision. How to investigate? Where to inquire? He was utterly oblivious to the very usage of this item. There was a passbook. His son had seemingly transferred some funds into it. This thought struck him like lightning, and he hastily rummaged through drawers until he unearthed the bank passbook that had been issued alongside the account card. Upon opening it, he found the over 9,000 yuan that Chen Mo had deposited, quietly resting in the balance column. Was this money still intact? Had any amount diminished? Chen Weigua exhaled slightly, but an even greater wave of confusion washed over him. What about the stocks? What had become of them? No, he must see for himself. Grasping the account card and passbook as if they were two searing irons, he turned and dashed out of the house. Where to go? Yes, first to the bank. They would surely be able to assist. The street was bitterly cold, with few pedestrians in sight. Father Chen Weigua wrapped his cotton coat tightly around him, hunching his neck as he hurried towards the nearby savings institution. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, one moment fixating on his son's resolute gaze, the next recalling the boastful bluster of the bosses in the car, and then fleetingly considering the icy account card nestled in the drawer. This was over 9,000 yuan, a substantial amount for their family. What if it was indeed as his son had stated? Inside the savings institution, the harsh fluorescent lights cast a pale glow, and the heating was ample. A few clerks languidly awaited their shifts end when Father Chen Weigua burst in, an anomaly amidst the chill. Comrade, comrade, he exclaimed as he approached the counter, thrusting the deep blue account card and passbook into the slot. His voice trembled with anxiety and exertion. Please, help me check this stock. What has become of the investments inside? The clerk, a young woman, was momentarily taken aback by his urgency. She examined the card and passbook before replying. Sir, this is a securities account card. We can only check the balance of the related passbook here. For stock information, you must contact the securities company where you opened the account or inquire via telephone. Securities company? Where is it? Chen Weigua was bewildered. In the city center, along XX Road, quite far from here, she replied kindly. Perhaps you could try a phone inquiry? She suggested. The inquiry number should be printed on the back of your account card. Father Chen Weigua quickly flipped the card over and, to his relief, discovered a string of numbers. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly and, clutching the card, exited the savings institution. On the street, he spotted a solitary public telephone booth. Diving inside, he inserted a 1 yuan coin, his fingers trembling as he meticulously dialed each digit of the number. The prolonged, waiting tone echoed in his ears, striking at his taut nerves. Hello, XX Securities Self-Service Inquiry System. Please enter your fund account number, a cold electronic female voice finally announced. Fund account number? Father Chen Weigua hastily brought the account card closer, squinting in the dim light of the booth as he strained to decipher the lengthy string of numbers. One by one, he recited them carefully, pressing each digit onto the phone keypad. Please enter your password, and press the pound key to confirm. Password. Father Chen Weigua felt a knot tightening in his throat as he struggled to recall the initial details. Was it his son who had set a password? Perhaps linked to his birthday? Tentatively, he pressed a few numbers, his palms clammy with sweat. Incorrect password. Please try again. A cold, mechanical voice chimed. Sweat poured down his forehead. Was it not his birthday? Was it his mother's instead? In a state of frantic confusion, his mind blank, he attempted once more. Incorrect password. Please try again, or press the asterisk key to return to the main menu. It was over. Darkness engulfed his vision as he leaned against the frigid glass of the telephone booth, his heart sinking. This wretched contraption offered no visual aid. In frustration, he struck the phone with his fist, producing a dull thud. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck him. Could the password set by his son be his own birthday? Remembering the date of Chen Mo's birth, his fingers trembled with desperation as he pressed the digits once more. Silence enveloped the receiver for a few seconds, and Chen Weigua felt his heart nearly cease its rhythm. Password verification successful. Please select a service. 1. Fund inquiry. 2. Stock inquiry. 3. Transaction inquiry. 2. Stock inquiry. Chen Weigua nearly shouted, fearing the voice on the other end might not hear him. After a brief electronic beep, the cold feminine voice returned, each word striking Chen Weigua's heart like a hammer. Your holdings are as follows. Security code 600519. Security name Huaichao Matai. Holding quantity 500 shares. Current market price 246 yuan per share. Security code 000001. Security name Vank A. Holding quantity 400 shares. Current market price 198 yuan per share. Chen Weigua felt as if he were frozen in place within the telephone booth, the emotionless voice repetitively echoing those figures, blending with the thunderous sound of his own racing heart. 246? 198? What had he purchased them for? He strained to recall his son's earlier words. Matai had seemed to be only around 10 yuan. Deep development was perhaps just 12 or 13 yuan. 246 per share? How much is that for 500 shares? His mind felt like rusted gears, slowly grinding into motion. 24 yuan multiplied by 500 is 12,000. Plus 06 multiplied by 500 is 300. That totals 12,300 yuan. Bank A at 198 per share. 400 shares would be 198 multiplied by 400 is 7,920 yuan. 12,300 plus 7,920 equals 20,220 yuan. How much had he initially invested? Over 9,000 yuan. The passbook clearly stated over 9,000 yuan. 20,220 minus 9,000 equals over 11,000 yuan. A net profit of over 11,000 yuan. A surge of warmth flooded Chen Weiguo's head, and the world around him began to spin, clutching the cold receiver tightly. The veins in his hand stood out, as though he could grasp that elusive figure. Inquiry complete. If you require further assistance. The electronic voice continued to drone on. Father Chen Weiguo, as if scalded, abruptly ended the call with a sharp click. The receiver crashing onto the base with a jarring sound. Leaning against the frigid glass wall of the phone booth, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. The winter chill seeped through the thin glass, yet it could not quell the feverish heat radiating from his face or the thunderous eruption in his mind. Over 11,000. In just a few months? Simply left to sit, and it had multiplied by over 11,000? This was more than he earned from a month of hard labor, far surpassing the meager 400 he made after a grueling day at the milk tea shop. Just as his son had said, one could earn money while lying down. Did that boy truly possess such talent? After the immense shock and disbelief came a tidal wave of elation and trepidation, the joy of real, tangible wealth, the fear stemming from his initial reluctance, almost dismissing his son's advice. Had he not invested, that money would have vanished. Pushing open the door of the phone booth, the biting wind rushed in, but Father Chen Weiguo felt a surge of warmth envelop him. He inhaled deeply, the frigid air entering his lungs infused with a sharp, sweet essence of wealth. Striding forward, he no longer jogged, but walked with purpose towards the direction of the silent tea shop. As he entered, the familiar aroma of milk and tea enveloped him. Zhang Hao was still wrestling with the glass, his wife Li Xiulan tidying the counter, while Chen Mo sat in the corner, seemingly engrossed in a book. His father? Back so soon? Before Li Xiulan could finish her sentence, she was struck dumb by her husband's appearance. Chen Weiguo's face glowed with an unusual radiance. His eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, and his lips curled upward uncontrollably, as if he were trying to suppress laughter. He walked straight to Chen Mo, wordlessly gazing intently at his son. Chen Mo looked up, meeting his father's gaze, which held shock, exhilaration, disbelief, and an unprecedented weight of conviction. Understanding dawned upon him. He set aside his book, a calm, knowing smile spreading across his face. Dad, did you find out? Father Chen Weiguo nodded vigorously, his Adam's apple bobbing several times before he managed to speak, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. I found out. He instinctively pressed a hand to his chest, as if to steady his racing heart. How much did we earn? Chen Mo's voice remained steady. Father Chen Weiguo took a deep breath, glancing around the shop where Zhang Hao and Li Xiulan had paused their tasks, curiosity etched on their faces. He licked his chapped lips, as if about to reveal a monumental secret or confirm a miracle, his voice low yet piercingly clear. Matai at 24.6. Bank A at 19.8. Altogether, worth over 20,000. He paused, his voice suddenly rising with an exuberance that seemed to burst forth. Initially, we invested over 9,000. A net gain of over 11,000. What? Li Xiulan dropped the cloth she was holding, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Old Chen, are you having a fit? Over 11,000? Just from that piece of paper? Zhang Hao was taken aback, the cloth in his hand frozen midair. My heavens, Brother Mo, did you have Uncle Chen buy this? This is faster than robbing a bank. His father, Chen Weiguo, paid them no heed. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Chen Mo's face, an expression of profound complexity and almost reverent belief etched upon his features. His voice, tinged with hoarseness, broke the silence. You were absolutely right when you said to leave it be. It's truly remarkable. He paused, as if digesting this reality, astonished by the sheer brilliance of it all. Chen Mo observed his father's excited, almost incoherent demeanor, his mother's astonished expression, and Zhang Hao's look of utter disbelief. A warm sensation blossoming within him. He understood that, in this moment, the significance surpassed any monetary gain. He had finally, through tangible results, dismantled his father's deep-seated skepticism towards ephemeral matters. With a smile, he spoke with a casualness that belied the gravity of the situation. Dad, this is merely the beginning. As I mentioned before, leave it be for now. Good days are yet to come. He lifted a teacup from the table and savored a sip. Considering this money as the family's reserve, or perhaps the capital for opening a branch in the future. Chen Weiguan nodded vigorously, his face glowing with excitement. He slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. Yes. Yes. The reserve. The branch. It was as if he had found an outlet for his exuberance, his voice resonating with newfound confidence. I will heed your counsel. I shall no longer grumble. Whatever you say goes. He rubbed his hands together, pacing the store in a fervor, his exhilaration seeking release. Finally, he seized the cloth that Zhang Hao had carelessly left on the counter and vigorously wiped the recently cleaned glass, humming a tuneless melody. His wife, Li Xiaolan, picked up the cloth from the floor, glancing at her husband, who was as animated as a child, then at her son, whose calm demeanor belied the brightness in his eyes. The initial shock within her gradually transformed into an indescribable sense of stability and pride. Zhang Hao approached Chen Mo, lowering his voice, brimming with admiration and curiosity. Brother Mo, is there still an opportunity to invest in those stocks? Chen Mo cast him a sidelong glance, refraining from a direct answer, instead smilingly countering. Howsy, did you read today's computer report? Did you comprehend that basic program with the square blocks? Zhang Hao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I glanced at those English symbols. They seemed like a foreign language. Take your time, Chen Mo reassured him, patting his shoulder, his gaze drifting toward the overcast sky that held the promise of the festive season. His voice, though soft, carried a determined strength. Only by understanding the esoteric can one strike gold. There are countless opportunities for profit here with your brother Mo. The sound of Chen Weigua humming still reverberated throughout the store, infused with a sense of triumph. The unexpected gain of over 11,000 yuan acted as a revitalizing tonic, invigorating not only his wallet but also his spirit. From this day forth, the visions of the future articulated by his son, Chen Mo, would no longer be fleeting illusions. They had transformed into substantial, golden wisdom that warranted his full attention and belief. Chapter 55. Property appreciation. The business of Momo Tea has been flourishing, with the shop buzzing throughout the day, a symphony of clinking cups, the roar of the ice blender, and the enthusiastic calls for orders, all mingling with the sweet aroma of milk and tea, creating an atmosphere as lively as a pot boiling over. Chen Weigua, my father, stood behind the cash register, an apron tied around his waist, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the greasy calculator, handling transactions and cheerfully addressing the queue. No need to rush, everyone. Please line up properly. The pearls will be ready shortly. Would you like to try the fresh milk green tea? We just received a new batch of milk today. His face glowed with the vitality of busy work. Ever since the delightful surprise of earning over 11,000 from stocks, he seemed reinvigorated, standing a bit taller and speaking with newfound confidence. Previously, when his son spoke of the future and investments, he often felt it was mere fanciful talk, but now, every word that came from his son's mouth warranted careful contemplation, as if they might conceal hidden treasures. That afternoon, the shop enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility. Zhang Hao was battling with a stubborn milk tea stain on the floor, wielding a mop, while Chen Mo sat at a small table in the corner, jotting down figures in the ledger and calculating the year-end accounts. His wife, Li Xiaolan, was in the back, boiling a fresh pot of pearls, the sweet, sticky aroma wafting through the air. The bell above the door jingled, heralding the entrance of two middle-aged women clad in thick cotton coats, their arms laden with bulging bags of New Year goods, unmistakably fresh from the market. Ah, Weigua, my brother, your business is thriving, exclaimed one of the women, her curly hair framing her face, as she greeted him warmly. She was Aunt Wang, who ran a grocery store at the street corner. Aunt Wang, Aunt Lu, come in and warm yourselves. Father Chen Weigua smiled, inviting them in. What would you like to drink? Perhaps some hot pearl milk tea or a refreshing lemon water to cleanse the palate. 2 cups of hot milk tea, please, with extra pearls. On a day like this, I feel like my bones have frozen solid from all that walking. Aunt Wang rubbed her hands together, puffing out white clouds of breath. While waiting for the milk tea, the two women engaged in lively conversation. Aunt Wang leaned in conspiratorially, lowering her voice as she spoke to Father Chen Weigua. Have you heard, Weigua? It seems there are plans for development over in the Old West City. Development? What kind of development? Father Chen Weigua inquired casually, gesturing for Xiao Ling to prepare the milk tea. That area over there, the dilapidated stretch by the river. Aunt Wang gestured animatedly, her eyes glinting with excitement. I heard there's a plan in the works to build a major road connecting to the riverside and to renovate the creek. They might even create a small park. My husband heard it from his cousin who works at the planning bureau. It sounds credible. Aunt Lu chimed in. Indeed. I went over there today to buy some inexpensive New Year goods and passed by old Sun-'s crumbling house. Lo and behold, I saw a few individuals with blueprints gesturing around, even setting up a contraption with a tripod, aiming it at that decrepit house. It must be for surveying. Is that true? Father Chen Weigua felt a sudden jolt in his heart, his hands momentarily faltering in the act of giving change. The Old West City, the creek side, the dilapidated house. Why did all of this sound so familiar? It was as if a tiny hammer had struck his mind with a resounding thud. Surely, it cannot be false. Aunt Wang accepted the hot milk tea handed to her by Xiao Ling, savoring a sip as she exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful the aroma is. If this is genuine, those old houses in that area would certainly be worth a fortune." Old Sun's dilapidated courtyard, which nobody wanted even for free, has finally turned into a treasure. By the way, Brother Weigua, I recall your son also purchased a small, rundown house over there, didn't he? Aunt Wang's seemingly innocuous remark struck like a bolt of lightning, suddenly illuminating the vague memories in Chen Weigua's mind. Yes, his son, Chen Mo. Just a few days ago, after the milk tea shop made a bit of profit, that young lad had stealthily pestered his mother, Li Xiulan, until she relented and handed over more than 20,000 yuan. He then scurried off to the old town by the riverbank, acquiring an even more decrepit and diminutive house, the paint nearly flaking off. Chen Weigua had been furious at the time, scolding his son for being reckless and wasteful, lamenting the uselessness of that place, where not even a bird would dare to land. What on earth was it good for? It seems there is some truth to that, Chen Weigua replied vaguely, yet inside, his mind was in turmoil. He instinctively turned to glance at his son in the corner. Chen Mo, having overheard the conversation, lifted his head, his expression unremarkable, merely casting a glance toward his father. Oh my, your little Mo truly has an eye for opportunity, Aunt Lu exclaimed dramatically, slapping her thigh. If they really do build roads and parks, that dilapidated house's value would surely skyrocket. Brother Weigua, your son must be the reincarnation of the god of wealth. Everything he touches turns to gold. Huh, just a lucky coincidence, a fortunate stroke of luck. Chen Weigua chuckled, but his heart was overrun with doubts and astonishment, growing like wild grass in his mind. Luck in stocks, perhaps. But could this crumbling house also be a matter of fortune? What are the odds of such serendipity? After sending off the two chattering, enviously admiring women, he unconsciously wiped the counter with a rag, though his gaze drifted elsewhere. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Weigua found himself distracted, nearly miscalculating change for a customer who had to call out to him several times before he snapped back to reality. The words Old Town West, Riverbank, dilapidated house, road construction, and parks swirled in his mind. That place, which he often passed while transporting goods, was indeed a sight to behold, so dilapidated that he had deemed it not worth a glance, even when his son had bought it. At long last, as evening fell and the shop closed, after the last few customers departed, Zhang Hao and Xiao Ling assisted Li Xiulan in tidying up the back. Chen Weigua hastily washed his hands, removed his apron, and tossed it onto the counter before saying to Chen Mo, "Mo, I'm going out for a stroll, just to get some fresh air." Without waiting for a response, he grabbed his greasy cotton jacket and stepped outside. As the cold wind bit into him, Chen Weigua shivered and felt his mind sharpen. Wrapping himself tighter in his jacket, he inexplicably began walking towards the Old Town West Riverbank. It was not particularly close to the milk tea shop, and he had no desire to take a vehicle. Instead, he trudged along on foot, step by step. The further he ventured into the old town, the more dilapidated the streets appeared, with potholes in the road and old houses leaning precariously, their walls peeling to reveal the bricks beneath. Some windows lacked glass, boarded up with splintered wood, and the air was thick with a faint, unpleasant odor of stagnant river silt. At last, I arrived at the bank of a narrow, murky creek, its waters muddied and littered with debris. The banks were overrun with weeds, strewn with various construction refuse and domestic waste. There stood the dilapidated little house that Chen Mo had purchased, forlornly perched in a hollow on the eastern shore, huddled among a few similarly decrepit dwellings. The gray, low brick walls and the roof, missing tiles, painted a dismal picture, while the small wooden door remained tightly shut, and the windows were dark and foreboding. From a distance, my father, Chen Mo, stood atop a dirt embankment, gazing at that particularly shabby house, his heart a tumult of emotions. He wondered how such a ramshackle structure could possibly be worth over 20,000 yuan. He was at a loss to comprehend his son's reasoning at that time. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he noticed a muddy pickup truck parked not far from the vacant lot opposite the crumbling house. Beside the vehicle, several figures were moving about. One clad in a dark blue work jacket, holding a tripod-mounted instrument, gesturing towards the creek, while another individual clutched a sizable blueprint, animatedly discussing something with yet another person. Though the exact words eluded him, the scene mirrored precisely what Aunt Wang and Aunt Lu had described. An inexplicable sensation gripped my father's heart, a mix of shock, fear, and a profound absurdity. He looked from the figures back to his son's inconspicuous little house, and could no longer contain himself. He turned on his heel and departed, his pace quickening to a near sprint. The cold wind whipped against his face, yet he felt no chill, only an overwhelming heat coursing through him. With a singular thought racing through his mind, he must return and interrogate his son. Breathless, he rushed back to the milk tea shop, which had been tidied up, the lights aglow. There, his son Chen Mo sat at a small table engrossed in a book. Zhang Hao fiddled with an old computer, and his wife Li Xiaolan was preparing vegetables for dinner. "Dad, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" Chen Mo inquired, noticing his father's flushed face and labored breathing. Leaning against the door frame, Chen Mo gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on his son. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "I went to the old town in the west." "Oh," Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, his expression unchanged. "Did you see anything?" "Yes, I did." Chen Mo strode to the table, resting his hands on its surface, his body leaning forward in suppressed excitement and disbelief. At the creek's edge, there are indeed several people with blueprints, operating that surveying instrument, gesturing away. He scrutinized his son's calm demeanor, as if searching for a clue in his expression. What Aunt Wang and the others said is true. They really are planning to build roads and a park over there. The winds carry such rumors, Chen Mo replied. Closing his book, his tone as mundane as if he were commenting on the weather. However, specific plans have yet to be formally announced. Then our house. Chen Mo's voice trembled slightly. It truly could become valuable? Chen Mo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, if the plan is realized and the location remains as it is, it will undoubtedly be worth more than it was at the time of purchase. The extent of appreciation will depend on specific policies. His father, Chen Mo, seemed utterly drained of energy as he plopped down on the adjacent bench, slapping his thigh with a heavy thud. How fortuitous. Shaking his head, he wore a mixture of disbelief and amusement on his face. When they initially bought it, it was nothing more than a dilapidated shack that cost 28,000. His mother and he had spent sleepless nights worrying over it. Who could have foreseen this turn of events? He lifted his gaze to his son, his expression as complex as a spilled jar of spices. "Mo, your luck is truly unparalleled. Investing in stocks, and they rise. Purchasing a shabby house, and it too shares in this good fortune. This is an unstoppable windfall." "Dad," Chen Mo chuckled at his father's expression of reliance on destiny. He leisurely lifted a teacup from the table and took a sip before continuing. "Do you truly believe it's merely luck? What else could it be?" His father, Chen Mo, exclaimed, widening his eyes. "If it weren't luck, how did you know that dilapidated place would turn around?" Chen Mo set down his cup and gently tapped the table, producing a soft sound. "When it comes to stocks, I assess the company's purpose and the quality of its products, as well as public perception. As for this house," he glanced out at the heavy darkness of the night. "I studied the map. The creek may be dirty, yet it is a living waterway, not far from the city's core. It's just that the access road is in disrepair, isolating it. As the city develops, these areas will eventually be rediscovered. Consider that over 20,000 was merely an investment in potential." He paused, observing the contemplative look on his father's face. His voice steady yet imbued with a wisdom beyond his years. "Dad, while it's true that opportunities may fall from the sky, they seldom do so consecutively. And certainly not directly onto my head. This so-called luck is sometimes simply the ability to see what others fail to perceive. His father, Chen Mo, listened intently, his mind stirred by his son's words, and he recalled Chen Mo's unwavering confidence when buying stocks, as well as his persistence in acquiring the rundown house. This was not mere happenstance. It was clearly a well-calculated decision. What is it that occupies this boy's mind? His mother, Li Xiaolan, had been attentively listening nearby. She approached with a dish in hand, her face radiant with uncontainable joy, casting a knowing glance at her husband, Chen Mo. Did you hear that, old man? Stop insisting it's luck. Just look at our son. He has vision and talent. Her gaze on Chen Mo brimmed with unabashed pride. Zhang Hao also leaned out from behind the computer, looking at Chen Mo with admiration. Mo Gu, you are incredible. Wherever you lead, I shall follow. Being with you is a surefire path. Seated on the bench, Chen Mo gazed upon his son's calm and confident demeanor, his wife's proud smile, and Zhang Hao's adoring eyes. The notion that it was merely luck began to melt away like snow under the sun, transforming into a warm, solid stream of pride and reassurance. He exhaled deeply, a broad smile blossoming on his face, tinged with self-deprecation, yet predominantly suffused with relief and total acceptance. All right. My son truly possesses talent and vision. I concede. After speaking, he rose and approached Chen Mo, giving his son's shoulder a hearty pat. From now on, whatever you deem worthy of purchase, I shall not hesitate to provide the funds. He then walked to the corner, picked up the mop, and vigorously scrubbed the floor he had just cleaned, humming an off-key tune, louder and more cheerfully than usual. That dilapidated house, newly acquired by the riverside in the old town, no longer represented a burdensome testament to squander. Rather, it transformed into a heavy, shimmering symbol of hope. His son's foresight surpassed that of this seasoned man who had lived for half a lifetime. Indeed, life seemed to be blossoming with promise. Chapter 56. Harvest Summary. The glass door of Mo tea room swung open, ushering in a refreshing chill reminiscent of early spring mornings, rendering the space somewhat expansive. Chen Mo, donned in a faded blue apron, meticulously wiped down the stainless steel countertop, erasing the remnants of last night's water stains and sugar residue. Sunlight streamed through the glass, cascading onto the polished surface, scattering delicate points of light. His mother, Li Xiaolan, was in the small backroom, busily scrubbing the large pot used for cooking pearls, while his father, Chen Mo, wielded a broom, gathering the scraps of paper blown in by the wind from the previous night. Zhang Hao had yet to arrive. With winter break concluded, the boy needed to return to school. Everything seemed to have returned to its starting point, yet the atmosphere was palpably different from the anxious, constrained opening morning a few weeks prior. Dad, Mom, Chen Mo wrung out the cloth and hung it up, moving to the small square table where his hardshell notebook, which he had clung to over the winter break, lay open. Shall we review the accounts before the school term begins? His voice was calm, tinged with a sense of routine, yet a light flickered steadily in his eyes. Chen Mo immediately leaned the broom against the wall and approached, rubbing his hands together with unabashed anticipation. Yes, let's review, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His mother, Li Xiaolan, turned off the faucet and dried her hands as she emerged, a smile adorning her face. She wiped her hands on her apron and sat beside her husband. Chen Mo opened the notebook, filled to the brim with numbers, dates, incoming and outgoing expenses, raw material costs, and clearly delineated wages for Xiaoling and Zhang Hao. Let's start with the shop, Chen Mo said, pointing to the entries. From the end of the 12th lunar month to the 15th day of the 1st lunar month. Over this 1.5-month period, after deducting all expenses, rent, utilities, materials, and wages, the net profit is. He paused before announcing the figure. 18,632 yuan and 50 cents. Wow. Chen Mo gasped, though he had anticipated a positive outcome. Hearing such a figure still made him unable to suppress a grin. Goodness, this is merely a month and a half's work, equivalent to what I earned driving for half a year. He recalled the arduous nights spent to earn a few extra bucks, and as he looked at the tangible number before him, it felt as though a jar of honey had been overturned in his heart. Li Xiaolan also beamed with delight, gently nudging Chen Mo. Look at your lack of ambition. Just see how capable our son is. It was said that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes had unfurled. What about Dad's racing car? Chen Mo inquired, casting a glance at his father. Chen Mo. His father straightened his back, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. Hey, there was plenty of work around the new year. Although it doesn't compare to our shop, I managed to earn a bit over 5,000. Together with my savings, it's all right here. He patted his bulging, greasy wallet, a symbol of his endeavors. Good. Chen Mo noted in his notebook before turning the page. Now let's discuss stocks. At the mere mention, the eyes of his parents, Chen Weiguo and Li Xiaolan, sparkled with excitement as they held their breath. Before the new year, Dad, when you checked, Matai was at 24.6 and Vank A was 19.8. After the new year, I called to check again. Chen Mo maintained a steady tone. Matai is now 26.3 and Vank A is 21.5. Quickly, Chen Weiguo began calculating on his fingers. One stock rose by 1.7. 500 shares, that's 805. Vank A, one stock rose by 1.7. 400 shares, 608. Together, that's 1,530. He abruptly looked up at his son, his voice rising in astonishment. How long has it been? It has increased by over 1,500. Chen Mo nodded. Yes, the total market value is now over 20,000. With an initial investment of over 9,000, yielding a net profit of more than 12,000. He paused before adding, this money will remain untouched, as per our plan. Indeed, it must stay put. No matter what, we shall not touch it. Chen Weiguo interjected, now revering the notion of leaving the funds undisturbed as a guiding principle. Li Xiaolan nodded vigorously. Yes, we shall follow Xiao Mo's advice. Letting it be is the best course. Finally, they arrived at the topic of the house. Chen Mo flipped to the last page of his notebook, where specific figures were absent, only brief notes remained. The plans were tightening, and after visiting the site twice post-New Year, he noted that surveyors were still present. Although no formal documents existed yet, 2 dilapidated houses nearby had been quietly purchased. He looked at his parents and continued, our rundown house, by conservative estimates, could now sell for around 40 to 50,000. 40 to 50,000. Li Xiaolan gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. We bought it for only 28,000. In less than a week, it has skyrocketed. It's as if I'm dreaming. This time, Chen Weiguo was less animated, merely thumping his thigh with a heavy hand, gazing at Chen Mo with a complex expression. Ultimately, he let out a long, contemplative sigh. I must say, I truly admire your foresight. He shook his head, leaving his thoughts unspoken, as everything was conveyed in silence. Chen Mo closed his notebook with a soft snap, marking the end of a busy period. Then, as if remembering something, he spoke more casually, before the new year. Mom tucked away that hidden stash of money in the quilt. I checked at the bank and purchased some short-term treasury bonds. The interest is considerably higher than a regular savings account, and the principal is secure, having appreciated by a few hundred. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaolan's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. As long as it's safe and can yield a little extra, that's even better. The unexpected windfall had not only landed securely, but had also increased in value, allowing her to finally release the last lingering anxiety in her heart. Thus, as the accounts were settled, Chen Mo's gaze swept across his parents' faces, which radiated joy yet bore a hint of disbelief. This winter vacation had significantly bolstered the family finances. Excluding the unrealized appreciation of their property, they had amassed a solid 30,000 yuan in cash and stocks. Coupled with the earnings from his father's sports car and the principal from the milk tea shop, the family now had access to nearly 50,000 yuan. 50,000. This figure weighed heavily like a gold ingot, resonating within the small milk tea shop, leaving his father, Chen Weiguo, and mother, Li Xiaolan, momentarily speechless. Chen Weiguo lifted the now lukewarm cup of water from the table, his hand trembling slightly. He gulped down a generous mouthful, feeling relief wash over his throat. Setting the cup down, he gazed at his son, who had just entered his first year of high school, and felt as if he were in a different era. Just a year prior, the family had been embroiled in heated debates over opening the milk tea shop, fretting over 9,000 yuan spent on stocks that had robbed them of sleep. Now, the milk tea shop was thriving, the stocks were soaring, and their dilapidated house was transforming into a treasure trove. Miraculously, they had accumulated 50,000 yuan. The transformation was nothing short of revolutionary, akin to a dream. And the source of it all was the composed and astute young man before him. How wonderful, Chen Weiguo murmured, his eyes misting over. He turned his head, blinking vigorously. Realizing that life was indeed looking brighter, Li Xiaolan discreetly dabbed at the corners of her eyes. Her face adorned with a smile of satisfaction and pride as she adjusted Chen Mo's collar. My son is flourishing. You haven't neglected your studies, have you? At the mention of academics, a hint of youthful ease brightened Chen Mo's countenance. Don't worry, Mom. I ranked in the top 10 for the final exams. And I've completed all my winter vacation assignments. He gestured towards his backpack stuffed beneath the counter. Top 10? Excellent. Chen Mo straightened his back at this news, his face breaking into a broad grin. Earning money is a skill, but education is fundamental. Our family is poised to produce both a literary star and a god of wealth. Ha ha. His hearty laughter echoed through the shop. Just then, the shop door swung open, and Zhang Hao burst in with a gust of cold air trailing behind him. Mo go, Uncle Chun, Aunt Li, I'm here. His voice boomed as always, but the youthful naivety of yesteryear had been replaced with a newfound vitality. Working in the shop over the winter break, earning his own money, and even glancing at the arcane codes in the computer report alongside Chun Mo had transformed him entirely. How's he's here? Come sit. Chen Mo welcomed him warmly. Have you eaten? Should I have Aunt Li make you some hot buns? I've already eaten, Uncle Chun. Zhang Hao plopped down beside Chen Mo, peering at the account books. Though he couldn't decipher the numbers, the joy reflected on Chen Mo and Li Xiaolan's faces led him to surmise that things were going well. Mo go. Have we made a fortune this winter vacation? Not too shabby, Chen Mo smiled, putting away the ledger. How was your winter break? Fantastic. Zhang Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I made money, drank milk tea, and even looked at that report you gave me. It was a bit confusing, but quite interesting. Much better than just playing games. Chen Mo patted his shoulder encouragingly. If you find it interesting, keep at it. Take your time. The day of returning to school has swiftly arrived. Chen Mo neatly folded the freshly washed apron and locked it, along with the account book, into the small drawer beneath the counter. He then slung his backpack over his shoulders, filled with meticulously organized winter vacation assignments and textbooks for the new semester. The milk tea shop was entrusted to his parents and Xiaoling. His father, Chen Mo, stood behind the gleaming glass door, watching his son, clad in his school uniform and carrying his backpack, walk towards the end of the alley. The boy's posture was upright, his steps steady, exuding a sense of determination beyond his years. This lad, Chen Mo murmured to himself, pride and joy evident on his face, is truly remarkable. His mother, Li Xiaolan, who was wiping cups nearby, chimed in, of course. Just look at who raised him. At the alley's entrance, Chen Mo paused and glanced back. Under the sunlight, the sign of MOT shone vividly red. Inside the shop, his father was swiftly replenishing the pearl bucket, his mother was cleaning the countertop, and Xiaoling had already begun preparing for the first wave of morning customers. Everything was in perfect order, brimming with vibrant life. He turned and joined the flow of students, all carrying backpacks and heading towards school. The weight of his books was substantial, and within his heart lay the heavy rewards of the winter vacation, a family that had completely turned around their fortunes, an embryonic blueprint for a budding career. The unwavering trust of his parents, and the spark of curiosity ignited in the eyes of his companion, Zhang Hao. The winter break of his first year in high school concluded amidst the sweet aroma of milk tea and the jingling of cash registers, while the numbers in his stock account quietly ascended, and whispers of rising property values in the old city echoed around him. This was not merely the end of a holiday, but rather the dawn of a new beginning, brimming with infinite possibilities. The youth's gaze was clear and resolute, directed towards the straight path leading to the school, as well as towards a broader and more promising future. Each step he took on the road beneath him was solid and assured. Chapter 57. New challenges as the lingering chill of early spring had yet to dissipate. The bare branches of the sycamores in the campus of No. 2 High School resonated with the chirping of sparrows. The bell sliced through the morning mist, and students clad in blue and white uniforms surged into the teaching building like a tidal wave. Chen Mo, burdened by his heavy backpack, ascended the familiar steps amidst the throng. Alongside the newly issued textbooks, his bag also contained a few hefty volumes that clearly did not belong to the first-year curriculum. Their spines emblazoned with titles such as Introduction to the Olympiad in Informatics and Data Structures and Algorithm Analysis. His steps were steady, and his gaze swept over the vibrant red slogans adorning the hallway walls, yet deep within his eyes lay a clear vision of his plans. On the first day of the new semester, routine activities such as settling down, distributing books, and the homeroom teacher's admonitions took place. Watching the instructor passionately emphasize the importance of the second semester of first year, attempting to awaken those who had dallied over the winter break, Chen Mo sat upright, his focus unwavering, a pen spinning in his fingers, while his mind raced with thoughts. Academic achievement was the foundation that must be firmly established at the pinnacle of priority. This was indisputable. Having already perused the new semester's textbooks during the break, he had grasped their structure and identified the challenging aspects. Maintaining this advantage required sustained focus and efficiency rather than mere time spent. The spinning pen tip momentarily paused at his fingertips. The informatics competition represented another window of opportunity he had opened for himself. Leveraging the hazy memories of his past life and the exceptional logical reasoning that surpassed his peers in this life. This was a crucial stepping stone that he had to secure. The results of the competition served as a passport to prestigious institutions and a ticket to enter the expansive realm of the internet. The few obscure tomes tucked away in his drawer were the formidable challenges he intended to conquer this semester. The pen resumed its motion, accelerating slightly in speed. The World Cup. The 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup was approaching, and this thought flickered like a blazing flame in his heart. It was a pivotal step in his plan, a significant source of capital that was daunting to contemplate. The underdog scores and surprising victories etched in his memory were his trump cards. However, he now required information, an abundance of it. The rosters of various teams, player conditions, and betting odds were not easily accessible in this small town at the onset of 2002. He needed to be a patient hunter, weaving a web of information. Chen Mo. The homeroom teacher's voice suddenly rose, tinged with dissatisfaction. What are you daydreaming about? It's only the first day of school. Stand up and share your goals for the new semester. Chen Mo snapped back to reality and stood calmly before the class, unperturbed by their gazes. Report, teacher. My goal for the new semester is to maintain a position within the top 10 of my grade. He paused for a moment before clearly stating, additionally, I wish to sign up for the school's informatics interest group to learn about computer programming and engage with computer competitions. A brief silence enveloped the classroom, soon followed by a murmur of low discussions. Top 10 in the grade, and he still wants to pursue computer competitions? This kid is too arrogant. The homeroom teacher was momentarily taken aback, adjusting his glasses as he regarded Chen Mo's composed demeanor and refrained from chastising him further. He merely nodded. Well, having clear goals is commendable. You may attempt the competition, but remember that academics are paramount. Do not lose sight of your priorities. Please sit down. As Chen Mo took his seat, he ignored the curious and disapproving glances around him. His gaze drifted outside the window, as if envisioning the bustling bubble tea shop his family owned a few streets away. The exploration of franchising represented the fourth line of his strategy. Over the winter break, MOMOT had already gained considerable recognition among the students and young people in the small town, with a stable reputation and cash flow. It was time to contemplate the next steps: standardization of processes, confidentiality of core recipes, and site selection strategies swirled in his mind, requiring gradual clarification and practical implementation. As the school bell rang, Chen Mo dashed out of the classroom, his goal clear: the bubble tea shop. With the new semester just beginning, the shop had yet to reach its peak hours, and his parents and Xiao Ling were engaged in preparations. Dad, Mom, Chen Mo announced as he dropped his backpack and adeptly donned an apron. School has started, and I'll be coming to the shop after school and on weekends. I'll need to look after you both during the week. All right, your studies are important. The shop is running smoothly now, and we can manage. His father, Chen Weigua, was lifting a box of freshly delivered milk, his voice robust. He now deferred to his son's wishes. By the way, Dad, Chen Mo said, picking up a cloth to wipe the counter, casually inquiring, is our old radio still usable? It would be nice to have it in the shop to listen to the news and avoid the monotony. The radio? It's still gathering dust under the cabinet. It should still work, but we'll need to buy new batteries. His mother, Li Xiulan, chimed in. All right, I will procure some batteries later. Chen Mo replied, the radio being a crucial channel for him to acquire information about the World Cup. In this era, the internet was far from being widespread, newspapers were often outdated, and the sports news and commentary broadcasted were the swiftest and most direct sources of information. In the days that followed, Chen Mo resembled a precisely functioning top, spinning rapidly across 4 dimensions. In the classroom, he consistently maintained the most upright posture and the most focused gaze. He aimed to swiftly comprehend and absorb the new lessons presented by the teacher. When discussing exercises, he sought the optimal solutions, while revisiting old knowledge. He constructed a network of understanding in his mind, identifying gaps and enhancing efficiency, his weapon against the pressure of time. During the brief 10-minute breaks, while others engaged in playful banter, He either quickly perused a certain chapter of competition literature or derived an algorithmic thought on a piece of scratch paper, meticulously segmenting time into its smallest units for optimal utilization. Regarding competitions, the school's informatics interest group convened in the computer room every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon. On his first visit, Chen Mo garnered the attention of the supervising teacher, Mr. Li. While others were still exhilarated by the output of Hello World, Chen Mo was already adept at writing simple sorting algorithms and consistently provided insights that transcended the textbook, addressing the core of the questions posed by the teacher. Chen Mo, have you had prior exposure to programming? Mr. Li inquired after class, unable to restrain his curiosity. I read some books and tinkered a bit during my vacation. Chen Mo responded modestly. Mr. Li, observing the calmness in his eyes, recognized that such proficiency could not merely be attributed to random tinkering. He gently patted Chen Mo's shoulder, his gaze filled with the delight of discovering a precious gem. What a promising talent. Study diligently. I believe you can try your hand at this year's city selection competition. Chen Mo nodded, for this was precisely what he desired. Thus, he began to consciously conceal his shortcomings while strategically showcasing his brilliance at critical moments, ensuring his entry into the formal ranks of the competition for more systematic training resources. As for the World Cup intelligence station, the old radio at home was polished to a shine and placed inconspicuously in a corner of the milk tea shop counter. The batteries were fresh, and every afternoon, during the relatively quiet hours, Chen Mo would adjust the volume to a level just audible enough to catch the sports news and football commentary, which became the background music of the shop. As he shook the milk tea, his ears functioned like radar, capturing every significant keyword: the Brazilian team's warm-up roster, Ronaldo's return from injury, Zidane's uncertain condition with the French team, South Korea's home advantage, and China's first qualification. He carried a compact hardcover notebook, and whenever he heard crucial information, he would quickly jot down a few symbols or abbreviations that only he could decipher. Upon returning home in the evening, he meticulously organized and archived these fragmented pieces of information. Simultaneously, he began to consciously collect various sports newspapers, such as Sports Weekly and Football. Even if the analyses appeared superficial or erroneous to him, they served as a window into understanding the current mainstream opinions and fluctuations in odds. These newspapers were neatly stacked beneath his bed, silently accumulating strength. The blueprint of the milk tea shop, the bustling atmosphere within the shop, serves as an optimal experimental ground for Chen Mo's contemplation of franchising. No longer content to merely act as a firefighter, he begins to consciously observe and document his surroundings. Initially focusing on processes, he wields a notebook and stopwatch, meticulously recording the time it takes for Xiao Ling to prepare a standard pearl milk tea from order to completion, scrutinizing which segments may be optimized. He experiments with the arrangement of materials at the bar, ensuring that the most frequently used syrups and pearls are readily accessible, thus minimizing unnecessary movements. Sister Ling, give this a try. If we place the black tea barrel here and the fresh milk there, doesn't it feel more convenient? He even encourages Sister Ling to assist in his experiments. Next comes quality control. He diligently adjusts the recipes for several core beverages, weighing ingredients with a kitchen scale down to the gram and documenting them to create simple recipe cards. Mom, for boiling pearls, once the water is boiling, cook them on medium heat for 25 minutes and let them sit for 20 minutes for the most stable texture. We must adhere to this timing precisely. He even begins to contemplate a straightforward method for blending several core syrups into a composite syrup, thereby reducing operational steps and raising the bar for imitation. Finally, he considers site selection. On his way home from school, he starts to intentionally observe foot traffic. The area near the entrance of the second high school is crucial. But what about the crowds at the first high school and vocational school? What are the rental prices on the commercial street? Which locations are both prominent and affordable? All this information is quietly noted in his mental ledger. One evening after closing, his mother, Li Xiulan, observes her son scribbling in his notebook with symbols and numbers that elude her understanding. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asks, "What are you pondering all day? With computers and football newspapers? Isn't running a milk tea shop enough to keep you busy?" His father, Chen Weigua, also draws near. Picking up a sports newspaper from the table, where several football team names and peculiar numbers, odds, are circled in red. The World Cup? What is so fascinating about that? Even if the Chinese team participates, it's merely for show, he remarks dismissively. Chen Mo chuckles and puts away his notebook. Mom, there's no harm in learning more. Football is just for entertainment and a way to understand the world outside. As for the shop, he gestures towards the sign hanging on the wall that reads MOMOT. We cannot merely focus on this one store. We must also contemplate the future. Contemplate the future? Chen Wei's eyes light up. Are you thinking of opening a branch? Yes, that idea has crossed my mind, but we must take it step by step. Chen Mo refrains from elaborating, knowing he must first solidify the current establishment and gain a deeper understanding of the processes involved. Exchanging glances. His parents find excitement and a hint of trepidation in each other's eyes, recognizing their son's ambitions are indeed expanding. Having experienced the stock market and real estate ventures, they now possess an almost blind trust in their son's grand aspirations. All right, you ponder on it. Just let me know if you need anything from Dad, Chen Weiwa proclaims with a pat on his chest. In the quiet of the night, the desk lamp in Chen Mo's room casts a warm glow. To the left, an open physics problem set lies sprawled, while to the right, a chapter from the informatics competition textbook Introduction to Algorithms is spread out. In the corner of the desk, several recent sports newspapers bear his annotations. In the drawer lies a small notebook quietly recording the optimization processes and site selection ideas for the milk tea shop. He rubbed his slightly sore eyes and surveyed the battlefield before him. Academics, competitions, the World Cup layout, and career blueprints, each thread distinctly visible and brimming with challenges. His time felt like a tautly stretched rubber band, pulled to its limits. Yet, he remained composed. The multi-threaded processing ability and exceptional resilience he honed in the high-pressure IT environment of his previous life shone through at this moment. He resembled a finely tuned computer, calmly allocating his limited memory and CPU resources. He picked up a pen and fluidly wrote down the steps to solve a physics problem in his exercise book. The soft scratch of the pen gliding across the paper resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night, marking the commencement of a challenging semester filled with concurrent tasks in his sophomore year. The light in his youthful eyes was calm, yet piercing, akin to tempered steel. He understood that every seed sown this semester would bear rich fruit in the future, capable of altering his destiny. Chapter 58. Learning Programming in the Computer Room of No. 2 High School. An antiquated scent of plastic mingled with the faint, acrid aroma emitted by the machines in operation. A dozen square-headed monitors, their casings tinged with age, clunked and whirred as they functioned, while the keyboards, old-fashioned mechanical types, clicked audibly, their keycaps glossy and nearly worn smooth. Every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, this space transformed into the stronghold of the informatics interest group, overseen by Mr. Li Chong, a 30-something mathematics teacher with thick glasses. His enthusiasm for computers far exceeded his teaching prowess. At this moment, he stood beside a humming mainframe, passionately explaining to the dozen or so students seated before him. Thus, in the basic language, the loop structure is key. The first statement is akin to your lapse in physical education class. It instructs the computer on where to start, where to end, and how many steps to take each time. Do you understand? Now, observe this example. Calculating the sum from 1 to 100. The students below, mostly curious sophomores and juniors, were filled with a sense of wonder and confusion. The green cursor flickered on the screen, and the lines of code, adorned with line numbers 10, 20, 30, appeared to them as an arcane script. Teacher, must the line numbers be written in order? A boy raised his hand, cautiously inquiring. Teacher, after input, it doesn't respond when I press enter. Another girl anxiously tapped her keyboard. Teacher, does it matter if I add a semicolon after print? I see some examples with it and some without. The classroom buzzed with the clumsy and exploratory noise of beginners. Chen Mo sat in the last row by the window, his screen displaying the same basic example of summing from 1 to 100. His fingers rested on the greasy keyboard, unmoving, as he calmly observed Mr. Li's somewhat laborious explanations and scanned the anxious expressions of his classmates. Years of immersion in the IT realm and a logic ingrained deep within his very being bestowed upon him an ineffable sense of dimensionality reduction as he surveyed the landscape before him. Basic language? This rudimentary programming tongue, long relegated to the dusty corners of a museum in his former life, alongside its clumsy line numbers and simplistic syntax, resembled nothing more than witnessing a group of primitive beings awkwardly striking flint to create fire. All right, everyone, give it a try. Make sure to carefully input the line numbers. Mr. Li concluded his lecture, wiping the perspiration from his brow as he descended from the podium to commence his rounds. Instantly, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of clicking sounds, interspersed with murmurs of discontent and pleas for assistance. Oh dear, I've forgotten the line number again. What does S0 mean? Why must it equal 0 first? Next I? What is I? Why must we next it? Mr. Lee, akin to a firefighter, navigated through the rows of machines, addressing an unending stream of elementary inquiries, his visage adorned with patience, albeit tinged with a barely perceptible fatigue. As he strolled to the last row, he noticed Chen Mo's screen remained fixated on the example program, his fingers unmoving, prompting a furrow of concern upon Mr. Lee's brow. This student, who had boldly declared his intent to engage in competitions on the very first day of school, now exhibited a rather lackadaisical demeanor. Chen Mo, why aren't you trying it out? Mr. Lee approached him, his tone imbued with gentle encouragement. Simply observing one T suffice. Programming is a hands-on endeavor. Chen Mo lifted his gaze, adjusting his nearly prescription-free glasses, worn to enhance his scholarly appearance. Mr. Lee, I comprehend the logic of this program. The basic for loop essentially initializes a counter, sets conditions, executes the loop body, and updates the counter until the condition is no longer satisfied. Utilizing the formula n1, 2 allows for a direct calculation of the sum from 1 to n, which is far more efficient than looping. Mr. Lee blinked in surprise. He had yet to discuss the efficiency of loops, let alone mention any summation formula. This student not only grasped the looping mechanism, but had also arrived at a mathematical solution. His thought process was remarkably clear. Indeed, the formulaic approach is indeed superior, Mr. Lee nodded, intrigued. Why don't you attempt to write it using a loop? It would be beneficial to familiarize yourself with the syntax. All right, Chen Mo replied, finally positioning his fingers upon the keyboard. Just as Mr. Lee prepared to turn his attention to the other students, a rapid, fluid series of keystrokes erupted from behind him. The sound was unlike that of his classmates, filled with hesitation and trial. It flowed like water, imbued with an extraordinary rhythm. Mr. Lee spun around abruptly. There stood Chen Mo, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with such swiftness that they seemed to leave traces of motion in their wake. On the screen, the green cursor swiftly glided to the right, and lines of code emerged seamlessly. As if enchanted. 10S020 for I12 130S S I40 next I50 print 34 some 34S60 yendi in less than 10 seconds. A flawless summation program, devoid of any grammatical errors, was completed. What astonished Mr. Lee even further was that once Chen Mo finished, he merely tapped the enter key without even glancing at the results, deftly inputting a run command instead. The screen flickered, and the result promptly appeared below, some 50-50. The entire process flowed like a gentle stream, executed flawlessly without hesitation, as if the program had not been freshly composed, but rather copied and pasted directly from his mind. Mr. Lee's mouth fell slightly agape, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, forgotten in his astonishment. Having taught interest groups for several years, he had encountered many talented students, yet none like this. This was far beyond that of a novice. The dexterity with which he typed, the fluidity in his coding, and the audacious confidence to run the program without checking the outcome surpassed even that of Mr. Lee, a teacher who had only recently ventured into this field. Nearby, a few classmates, previously embroiled in a heated debate over line numbers, were drawn to the rhythmic symphony of keystrokes, turning their heads to witness Chen Mo's program displaying results, contrasting sharply with their own screens littered with half-finished, error-ridden code. They were left utterly stunned. Wow, Mo Gu, have you learned this before? Zhang Hao, seated beside Chen Mo, gaped in disbelief, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. He had been coaxed by Chen Mo to join, still grappling with the very meaning of print. Chen Mo smiled, offering no response, and instead turned to Mr. Lee, saying, Mr. Lee, I understand loops now. Do you have any other exercises? Mr. Lee snapped back to reality, hurriedly adjusting his glasses to mask his astonishment. Ah yes, very quick to comprehend. Let us try this. How about using loops to print a multiplication table? This one is slightly more complex and requires nested loops. All right, Chen Mo nodded, placing his fingers back on the keyboard. This time, Mr. Lee remained close, standing behind Chen Mo, fixated on the screen and his fingers. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo's fingers danced across the keyboard once more. The clicking grew even more intense and fluid. Lines of code multiplied rapidly. 10 for A12920 for B12, A30 print B3434, A 3434 AB, 343440 next, B50 print 60 next, a 70 END in less than half a minute. A clearly structured and neatly formatted multiplication table program was completed. With a final tap of the enter key, he typed run. Instantly, the screen displayed a neat array of multiplication equations. Teacher Lee held his breath, not merely astonished by the speed, but by the clarity of the program's structure and the rationality of the variable names, though basics requirements are not stringent. The nested loops were flawlessly logical. Such proficiency could not simply arise from a modicum of study. Chen Mo, Teacher Lee's voice was somewhat hoarse. Do you have a computer at home? Did you study this formally before? No, Chen Mo replied calmly. I just read a few books on logic and algorithms during the holidays and pondered over them myself. You understood the examples in the books, and it just flowed smoothly when you wrote it? Teacher Lee regarded Chen Mo's serene face, feeling a chill rise from his feet. What extraordinary comprehension and learning ability was this? His own students often miscopied line numbers from examples in books. How could this lad, through self-study, craft such fluid code? And algorithms? The subsequent class became a profound psychological challenge for Teacher Lee and the other students. He endeavored to present a question of moderate difficulty. Let us consider how to determine if a number is prime. The other students scratched their heads. Some began flipping through books, while others quietly discussed trial division from 2 to 1. Chen Mo, upon hearing the question, hardly hesitated before his fingers began to move. On the screen, a program rapidly materialized, utilizing loops and modulo operations to ascertain primality, even incorporating special handling for 2 and optimizing the loop to only divide up to the square root. The code was concise and efficient, making Teacher Lee's eyelids twitch. Another question followed. How do we reverse the output of an input string? While the other students were still contemplating how to use the MID function to extract characters one by one, Chen Mo had already pinned a clear program that employed the len function and a loop to concatenate characters in reverse order. Teacher Lee began to sweat. He felt as though he were not teaching students, but rather being schooled by one. This lad seemed to possess an entire algorithmic manual and a high-speed compiler within his mind. Any problem presented to him could be instantly deconstructed, modeled, and articulated in code. The absolute mastery of logic and precise command of code he exhibited was something Teacher Lee had never witnessed in any other student. When the class bell rang, the other students, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly shut down their computers, rubbing their sore eyes and fingers as they departed. In the lab remained only Teacher Lee and Chen Mo, who remained seated, while Zhang Hao slipped away, claiming the material was too taxing and he needed a cup of milk tea to calm his nerves. Teacher Lee approached Chen Mo, gazing at the final prime-checking program on his screen, and remained silent for an extended moment. He pulled a chair beside him, observing Chen Mo with a gaze as complex as if he were scrutinizing an extraterrestrial being. Chen Mo, he inhaled deeply, his tone unusually earnest. Please tell me honestly. What is your level of expertise? Chen Mo closed the pristine copy of Introduction to the Olympiad in Informatics and replied calmly, Teacher Lee, programming languages are merely tools. The essence lies in the underlying logic and algorithms. I have likely explored the foundational algorithms in the books, such as sorting, searching, and recursion, and I have comprehended their principles. The syntax of BASIC is rather restrictive, making its expression somewhat awkward, yet the thought process remains coherent. Have you deduced this? Do you grasp the principles? The reasoning is sound. Teacher Lee felt as though his heart had been gripped tightly. Is this truly what a first-year high school student ought to say? He, a mathematics teacher who had self-studied programming for several years, would never dare claim to have comprehended all the foundational algorithms. Can you understand C? Teacher Lee inquired tentatively, his voice trembling slightly. C is the mainstream language for competitions, significantly more powerful and complex than BASIC. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then pulled out the book Data Structures and Algorithm Analysis, C description, from his backpack, flipping to the chapter on linked lists. He pointed to a segment of code that implemented linked list insertion using pointers. He understood the concepts of pointer manipulation and memory management, as well as the definition of structures. The implementation method described in the book has a time complexity of 1, but one must be cautious of pointer operation safety and memory leak issues. If we were to describe the core logic in pseudocode, it would be clearer. He indicated the C code in the book, succinctly elucidating the core logic, time efficiency, and potential pitfalls using the simplest of language. As though he were commenting on a straightforward mathematical problem, Teacher Lee was utterly petrified, staring at Chen Mo, then glancing at the C-linked list code in the book that seemed somewhat obscure to him, before returning his gaze to Chen Mo's expressionless face. With only one thought echoing in his mind, I have stumbled upon a treasure. No, I have encountered a prodigy. He suddenly slammed his palm onto the desk, the old computer tower vibrating with a buzzing sound, startling Chen Mo. Well done, young man. Teacher Li's face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming ominously behind thick lenses. Starting next week, you shall no longer waste time on such rudimentary matters alongside them. It is nothing but a waste of time. He snatched the introduction book from Chen Mo's hands, stuffing it back into his backpack, and forcefully placed the data structures and algorithm analysis book in front of Chen Mo. Devour this. Absolutely devour this. Come to me whenever you encounter difficulties. No, I will seek you out. His words flowed rapidly, nearly spitting upon Chen Mo in his fervor. Additionally, the city's informatics Olympiad is coming up next month. I will enroll you, and you must prepare diligently. Our goal is not merely participation, but to win prizes and to secure a commendable ranking. Teacher Li's voice wavered with excitement. Whether the second high school could regain its glory in competitions relied on this young lad. He looked at Chen Mo, his gaze fervent as if he had discovered an unparalleled treasure. Your mind is inherently suited for this endeavor. Do not waste it. Do you hear me? Chen Mo regarded his impassioned teacher, calmly nodding. I understand. Teacher Li, I will prepare. This was precisely the outcome he desired, to enter the fast lane, obtain competition resources, and subsequently achieve a decisive advantage. Stepping out of the dim computer lab, the afternoon sun was somewhat blinding. Chen Mo squinted, acclimating to the surroundings. The weighty data structures and algorithm analysis book in his backpack seemed to resonate with Teacher Li's enthusiastic words and the rhythmic clatter of keyboards in the lab. Mo Gu. Mo Gu. How are you? Zhang Hao appeared from nowhere, clutching a cup of bubble tea, wearing an inquisitive expression. He remarked, I saw that the King of Hell Li, a nickname given to Teacher Li by students, kept you behind after class. Why is your face so flushed? Did he reprimand you? Chen Mo accepted another cup of milk tea that Zhang Hao handed over, took a sip, savoring its icy sweetness. He shook his head, his tone as nonchalant as if discussing someone else's affairs. He didn't scold me. He just advised me to skip basic and go straight to C. Preparing for next month's competition in the city. What? You're participating in next month's city competition. Zhang Hao's voice jumped an octave, drawing the attention of nearby classmates. Mo Gu, you've only been studying for a few days. Has the King of Hell lost his mind? Chen Mo offered no explanation, merely smiling, his gaze drifting toward the distant figures racing on the playground track. For him, the obstacles on the path of the informatics competition had been cleared. What lay ahead was the opportunity to employ the skills he had amassed in his previous life to outshine his contemporaries in this era. The curtain for this dimension-reducing strike had only just begun to rise. Chapter 59. The path to competition begins in early April. The weather bore a warmth tinged with a hint of chill. At the entrance of No. 2 High School, an aging minibus was parked. Teacher Li Chong rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth beside the vehicle, occasionally standing on tiptoe to peer ahead, his face flushed with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Beside him stood 3 weary students, laden with heavy backpacks, their eyes reflecting the trepidation of the impending ordeal. They were accompanying participants in the city's Olympiad in informatics. Teacher Li, why hasn't Chen Mo arrived yet? One boy asked, his voice slightly quavering. They had crammed the night before, poring over the book introduction until dawn, their minds still muddled. He'll be here soon. He said he was going to the milk tea shop for something. Just as Teacher Li finished speaking, a figure clad in a blue and white school uniform emerged from the school gate, carrying a somewhat worn backpack and a paper bag emblazoned with the logo of Momo Tea. It was Chen Mo, approaching leisurely as if he were merely attending an ordinary quiz. Oh, my dear student, you finally made it. Hurry up. Teacher Li rushed to meet him, taking the paper bag from his hands. It felt heavy. What is this? Is it materials? Get on the bus quickly. It's not materials. It's bubble tea to perk everyone up for the journey, Chen Mo replied, leading the way onto the bus and claiming a seat by the window. Teacher Li paused, glancing at the bag containing several cups of milk tea, then at Chen Mo's calm demeanor, nearly gasping in disbelief. At such a critical moment, he was still thinking about bubble tea. Suppressing the urge to toss the drinks out the window, he called for the other 3 students to board the bus promptly. The minibus swayed as it made its way to the computer room of the experimental middle school in the city center, where the examination would take place. Throughout the journey, Teacher Lee's voice was incessant, reiterating the key points. First, read the questions carefully, don't get too nervous, manage your time wisely. And if you encounter a particularly difficult problem, skip it. Ensure you secure the basic points. Do you understand? 3 other students cradled their milk teas, sipping delicately, their faces growing increasingly pale as they listened. The pearls in their mouths lacked sweetness. Only Chen Mo leaned against the car window, eyes closed in quiet repose. The rigid spine of his textbook, data structures, and algorithm analysis pressing against his back. The material was deeply ingrained in his mind. As for the difficulty of the municipal competition, to him, it seemed akin to the level of an elementary school information technology class in his past life. The computer lab at the experimental high school was far newer than that of number 2 high school. Yet the familiar scent of plastic mingled with the warmth of machines remained. Dozens of computers were arranged neatly, filled with contestants from high schools across the city. The atmosphere thick with a palpable tension, punctuated only by the rhythmic clicking of keyboards, the tapping of mice, and the muffled breaths of anxious participants. Chen Mo located his designated workstation, powered on the machine, and logged into the competition system. The screen displayed a list of problems, 3 programming tasks, and 1 comprehensive algorithm question, all to be completed within 3 hours. He quickly scanned the requirements. The first problem: input a set of integers to find the maximum and minimum values. Unquestionably elementary. The second: simulate the Josephus problem, where n people stand in a circle, counting off until the mth person is eliminated, seeking the last remaining individual. A classic introductory algorithm. The third: simple string manipulation to count the occurrences of a specific word. The comprehensive problem: a maze navigation issue with obstacles, requiring the output of the shortest path. It held a modicum of interest, yet was merely a standard application of breadth-first search, BFS. Chen Mo felt no stir of excitement within. Indeed, he was somewhat disheartened. This was even easier than he had anticipated. The LeetCode challenges he had mastered in his previous life were 10 times more complex. The supervising teacher's voice rang out. The competition begins. Instantly, the lab was engulfed by a cacophony of keyboard clatter, akin to a sudden downpour. The other competitors, including the 3 teammates Chen Mo had brought along, sprang into action. Their fingers clumsily dancing across the keys, brows furrowed, eyes fixated on the screens, murmuring to themselves, occasionally tugging at their hair, beads of sweat quickly forming on their foreheads. Some, after typing just a few lines, discovered logical inconsistencies, frustratedly deleting and starting anew. Others agonized over variable names, and some, so tense that they misspelled their input statements, struck the keyboard in desperation. Mr. Lee, the team supervisor, paced nervously outside the examination room, peering through the window. He observed his 3 students, each wearing expressions of torment as they wrestled with their code, and his heart sank. However, when his gaze fell upon the corner where Chen Mo sat, he was taken aback. Chen Mo's posture was relaxed, his back slightly reclined against the chair. His fingers glided over the keyboard, not particularly fast, yet remarkably steady and fluid, possessing an unusual rhythm. The distinct sound of keystrokes resonated calmly amidst the surrounding chaos. His eyes remained fixed on the screen, exuding tranquility and focus, devoid of anxiety or indecision, only a near-cold clarity. Lines of code appeared on the screen with rapid precision, structured and logical, and he did not frequently glance up at the problems or perform calculations, as though he had already deconstructed the tasks in his mind. Now, it was merely a matter of transcribing the answers. In the first task, define variables, input an array, loop for comparisons, and output the results, all accomplished in under 3 minutes. With successful compilation and passing test data, submit. The second task involves establishing a circular linked list model or simulating it with an array, performing a counting game, removing nodes or marking them, and outputting the remaining nodes, all within a clear core algorithm, completed in 10 minutes. Submit. For the third task, read a string, split it into words, and loop to match counts. Basic string operations, accomplished in 5 minutes. Submit. Having completed these 3 foundational tasks, scarcely 20 minutes had elapsed. Chen Mo leisurely picked up the cup of slightly cooled bubble tea he had brought from the milk tea shop, inserted a straw, and took a slow sip. Outside the window, Teacher Lee observed Chen Mo's demeanor, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What was he witnessing? While others struggled with the first problem, this young man had completed all 3 tasks and still had time to sip bubble tea. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he was experiencing a mirage. Chen Mo set down his cup, turning his attention to the final comprehensive problem involving a maze. The problem outlined a 2-dimensional grid maze, complete with a starting point, an endpoint, and obstacles, requiring the discovery of the shortest path. BFS, the classic solution, Chen Mo mused internally. His fingers returned to the keyboard, typing with increased speed. He defined a queue, established a direction array, initialized access markers, enqueued the starting point, and processed the queue until either the endpoint was reached or the queue was empty. The standard BFS framework flowed smoothly from his fingertips, and he even accounted for boundary checks and obstacle assessments, crafting code that was remarkably precise for an on-site handwritten effort. 20 minutes later, a complete, efficient maze-solving program, accompanied by detailed annotations, was finished. Chen Mo inputted the test maze data, and the program instantaneously outputted the correct number of steps for the shortest path. After verifying its accuracy, he clicked Submit. After accomplishing all of this, Chen Mo glanced at the time displayed in the bottom right corner of the screen. The competition had commenced 1 hour and 5 minutes prior. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long, silent breath, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Finally, under the astonished, bewildered, and somewhat incredulous gazes of the invigilator and surrounding contestants, how could he be so fast? He gathered his pen and scratch paper, raising his hand to signal. The invigilator approached with a look of skepticism. "Student, do you need assistance?" "Teacher, I have finished. May I submit my paper and leave?" Chen Mo's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the relatively quiet examination hall. "Finished?" The invigilator thought he had misheard, instinctively glancing at the time displayed on the screen, then at the green notification box indicating successful submission on Chen Mo's screen, mouth agape in astonishment. Had he truly completed 4 substantial problems in just over an hour? What a ludicrous notion. The surrounding contestants directed their gazes toward him in unison, as if regarding a creature of myth. Many of them had yet to clarify their thoughts on the second problem. This individual had completed everything and was seeking to submit early? "Are you certain?" The invigilator stammered. "Absolutely. All problems have been completed," Chen Mo replied with unwavering assurance. The invigilator, with a countenance full of disbelief, confirmed the submission on Chen Mo's examination system and gestured for him to leave. Rising, Chen Mo shouldered his backpack and, under the scrutiny of numerous complex gazes, calmly exited the examination room. Behind him, the frenetic clattering of keyboards seemed to crescendo. Outside the examination hall, Teacher Li paced anxiously like an ant on a hot skillet. Upon seeing Chen Mo emerge so early, his mind buzzed, nearly causing him to faint. This cannot be. Surely, he hasn't given up. He rushed over, his voice tinged with desperation. "Chen Mo, why are you out already? Was it too difficult? Did you not manage to solve it? It's all right. Participation is what matters. Don't lose heart." Observing the despair etched on Teacher Li's face, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. "Teacher Li, I finished the questions, so I came out." "Finished?" Teacher Li's voice suddenly rose, breaking into a pitch that drew the attention of other supervising teachers. "All 4 questions? How could that be? You didn't simply guess, did you?" "I completed them all, and the test data has passed as well," Chen Mo replied, disinterested in further elaboration. He pointed toward the examination room, where 3 questions still remained. "You can wait to see the results." With that, he settled beside a flower bed, pulling out the book data structures and algorithm analysis from his bag, and immersed himself in reading, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Teacher Li stood frozen, gazing at Chen Mo's serene profile, and then at the firmly closed door of the examination room, his heart racing and his mind in turmoil. Had he truly finished? And successfully? Was this even possible? Was Chen Mo human or a ghost? After what felt like an agonizing 2 hours, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. The contestants emerged from the examination hall, drained and dejected, their faces pale. The other 3 students from the second high school looked particularly ashen, supporting each other as they lamented, "It's over. It's over. We didn't even understand the last question." Teacher Li, neglecting to comfort them, eagerly scanned the crowd for the teachers responsible for grading. Soon enough, he spotted several graders hurrying toward the bulletin board, clutching thick score sheets. The crowd surged forward. Leveraging his height, Teacher Li pushed his way to the front, his heart pounding in his throat as his eyes anxiously scanned the lengthy list of award recipients, skimming past the third and second prizes until finally resting on the first prize column. Only one solitary name stood out. First prize, Chen Mo, second high school, accompanied by a striking note, perfect score. First prize, Chen Mo. Not only the first prize, but a perfect score. Teacher Li leaped into the air, like a child, fists pumping with excitement, his voice hoarse as he shouted, Chen Mo, first prize, perfect score, it's from our school. Our second high school. He spun around, bursting through the crowd, hastening to where Chen Mo still sat reading by the flower bed, and seized him, shaking his shoulders vigorously. Saliva spraying Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo, you marvelous boy, you've won first prize, a perfect score, the best in the city. Ha ha, this time our second high school will shine. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, his books tumbling to the ground, yet his expression remained unperturbed, only revealing a faint smile. Teacher Li, please be gentle, my bones might just fall apart. Beside him, the three students from No. 2 high school and competitors from other institutions gazed in astonishment at Chen Mo, who was embraced enthusiastically by Teacher Li, then glanced at the solitary name of the first prize on the bulletin board. Their eyes brimmed with shock, envy, and a touch of bewilderment. How could it be a perfect score and submitted over an hour in advance? How is this even possible? The news spread like wildfire back to number 2 high school. The following day, after the morning exercises, all the students were gathered on the playground. The head of the teaching department, beaming with excitement, held the microphone, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. Students, I bring you remarkable news. In the recently concluded Citywide Informatics Olympiad, our very own Chen Mo from Class 7 of the first year triumphed over all competitors, achieving a perfect score and earning the first prize, along with qualification for the provincial competition. This marks a historic breakthrough for our school in the realm of computer competitions. Let us extend our warmest applause to congratulate Chen Mo. A thunderous applause erupted across the playground, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. Chen Mo? Isn't he the owner of that milk tea shop? A perfect score and first prize. Incredible. Isn't he also proficient in the humanities? Truly a polymath. Running a thriving milk tea business and excelling in competitions. How is this even possible? Countless gazes converged on the Class 7 assembly, where Chen Mo stood at the back. His demeanor serene. He merely nodded slightly, the sunlight casting a gentle glow upon him, his school uniform slightly faded, yet unable to mask the quiet brilliance he exuded. Upon returning to the classroom, the atmosphere was electric. Zhang Hao was the first to rush over, delivering a hearty punch to Chen Mo's shoulder. Mo, good, you're amazing. A perfect score and first prize. You've been hiding your talents too well. Surrounding classmates chimed in, expressing their astonishment and congratulations. Even the usually stern homeroom teacher entered the classroom with an uncommon smile, regarding Chen Mo as though he were a rare treasure. Chen Mo, well done. You have brought honor to our class and our school. He paused, his tone softening. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies, feel free to seek my help at any time. Prepare well for the provincial competition. The school will fully support you. Chen Mo responded graciously, wearing an appropriately humble smile, fully aware that this city-level first prize was merely a small, expected step in his plan. The provincial competition, and even further, the national contest, were the true arenas where he needed to exert his energy and strive for excellence. After school, he went to the milk tea shop as usual. Before he even stepped inside, he could hear his father, Chen Weigua, boasting with an exuberant voice that could nearly lift the roof, passionately recounting to several regular customers. Of course, my son, inheriting my intellect, effortlessly claimed the city's first prize, perfect score. Do you understand what that means? He is the best of the best. What? Milk tea? He even devised that himself. This is what it means to balance learning and earning. This is true ability. Chen Mo pushed open the door, and his father, Chen Weigua, immediately fell silent, a beaming smile illuminating his face. He hurried over, taking 3 steps to cover 2, and patted his son's shoulder vigorously. Good lad. You truly bring honor to your father. What would you like to drink today? I shall personally prepare it for you, with double pearls. His mother, Li Xiulan, also wore a broad smile, quickly retrieving a red envelope that had been prepared in advance from behind the counter, and stuffed it into Chen Mo's hands. Here, take this. It's a reward from your mother. Go buy yourself something delicious to nourish your brain. As Chen Mo held the thick envelope, He gazed at the unabashed pride and joy radiating from his parents, feeling warmth envelop his heart. The certificate from the municipal competition was carelessly shoved into the compartment of his backpack, while the registration form for the provincial competition was carefully folded and placed in his pocket. The path of the informatics competition had officially begun, leading towards a grander and more splendid vision of the future he had meticulously planned. Amidst the fragrant ambience of the milk tea shop, the youthful light in his eyes was calm yet piercing. Chapter 60. The Milk Tea Branch, Part 1. The cash register chimed brightly as the last banknote was smoothed out by his mother, Li Xiaolan, and tucked into the bulging canvas bag. She did not immediately zip it up, but stood there, staring blankly at it. The shop had long since closed. The lights dimmed to a minimum, leaving only a yellow glow from the overhead bar light that cast a soft halo over her and the open hardbound notebook, filled with dense numbers that resembled a swarm of ants creeping anxiously across her mind. For 3 consecutive months, the figure circled in red ink at the bottom of the ledger had surpassed the threshold of 40,000 yuan. Li Xiaolan's head buzzed as if countless bees were swirling about. She had lived over half her life, enduring shifts at the factory that left her hands calloused and her back weary, yet she had never seen so much money in a single month. This money had flowed from that small shop, suffused with the sweet aroma of milk. She unconsciously pinched the rough edge of the ledger, repeating the action over and over. "Mom, are you in a daze?" Chen Mo's voice, laced with amusement, broke through from the side. He had just finished mopping the last section of the floor and leaned the mop against the wall to drain. He pulled over a high stool and sat beside his mother, extending his hand to point at the vibrant red figure of 423,587 in the ledger. "Look at this momentum. It's as if it's riding a rocket, unstoppable." Li Xiaolan recoiled as if scorched by the number, her fingers retracting instinctively as she wiped them on her apron. "That's quite a sum," she murmured, her throat dry and her voice light. The past few months had indeed been exhausting. Her back felt like it belonged to someone else. Exhausting, yes, but worth it. Chen Mo turned to face his mother, his gaze intense as he regarded her somewhat fatigued face illuminated by the light. "Mom, we cannot merely tend to this small patch of land. You understand the principle of making money work for us. I've been contemplating. It's time to open a branch." "What?" Li Xiaolan's hand trembled, nearly toppling the stack of empty plastic cups on the table. "A branch? What branch are you talking about?" She seemed to have heard some outrageous tale, her voice suddenly rising in pitch. "Just the two of us are already overwhelmed with this one store. We're as busy as if we were in battle from dawn till dusk. Open another one. Who would manage it? We are at our wits' end, my dear." Images flashed through her mind, getting up before dawn to prepare ingredients, her arms aching from boiling pearls, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she made syrup, and the throngs of customers pouring in at noon, their orders and calls loud enough to raise the roof. She and her son spun around like two tops, hardly having a moment to sip water. The thought of opening another store was too daunting to contemplate. "Mom, please don't rush. Let me finish," Chen Mo said with an unusually calm tone, as if he had anticipated his mother's reaction. He then leisurely produced 2 booklets from his well-worn canvas backpack, placing them flat on the bar counter. The covers bore bold, handwritten titles. One was the operation manual for MOMOT, Full-S edition, and the other was the partnership and cooperation guide for MOMOT. "We do need to open a branch, but it doesn't mean you and I have to split ourselves in half to handle it." Chen Mo pushed the partnership and cooperation guide towards his mother, pointing to the word partnership. "We should find a partner. Let us choose someone from the family. They are our own people, and we can trust them, as we know them well." Li Xiaolan, his mother, focused on the word partnership, her brow instinctively furrowing, her lips moving as if countless questions and concerns were vying to escape. "What about my third aunt?" Chen Mo interjected before his mother could voice her doubts. "Her house is just across from the main entrance of the first high school, down that alley. It's on the 2nd floor and has a little courtyard, right? That location is simply perfect. Students flood past her door after school. Plus, my third aunt is diligent and reliable, and my cousin Xiaowei is old enough to help out. Didn't my aunt mention recently that Xiaowei's father's factory wasn't he doing well, and he was looking for another line of work?" Li Xiaolan's brow remained furrowed, but the shock and instinctive opposition in her eyes gradually gave way to a contemplative expression. She reached for the partnership and cooperation guide, not immediately opening it, her rough fingers unconsciously stroking the letters on the cover. Her third sister, Lu Yume, indeed lived there. The image of the throng of students outside the school gate loomed in her mind. The crowd truly was astonishing. Moreover, her third sister was a good person, capable of hard work. However, relatives are still relatives. Li Xiaolon finally spoke up, her voice tinged with uncertainty. But in business, even blood relatives need to be clear about accounts. Besides, bubble tea seems simple, but once you get down to it, the skills are all in the hands. Can she manage it? She looked up at her son, her eyes filled with genuine concern. So, Mom, take a look at this. Chen Mo immediately opened another volume of the Silent Tea Beverage Operation Manual, Fool's Edition, and pushed it in front of his mother. The pages were densely packed with tables, step-by-step diagrams, and photographs. They detailed everything from the precise grams of each type of tea, the optimal water temperature and steeping time, to the methods for boiling syrups, sugar-water ratios, and even the preparation techniques and ideal tasting times for ingredients such as pearls, coconut jelly, and pudding. The combinations for each popular beverage, including ice standards, shaking techniques, and sealing methods, were all meticulously documented, accompanied by illustrative images taken by Chen Mo himself. This is the result of several sleepless nights, Chen Mo remarked, pointing to the charts with a hint of barely perceptible pride. The 7 or 8 signature drinks that sell well in our shop have every step nailed down. All we need is to follow this template. Anyone who can read and adhere to these strict guidelines will find the taste impeccable. Tell me, doesn't this demonstrate that the methodology is in our hands and all laid out on paper? His mother, Li Xiaolon, flipped through the pages, her eyes widening with each turn. The tables even specified details like the weight of spring tea at 15 grams and 0.5 grams, steeping at 92 degrees Celsius for precisely 7 minutes and 30 seconds. The images clearly displayed the scale's readings, reminding her of her own beginnings, when she relied solely on intuition to measure tea leaves, pouring boiling water without a thought for timing. It dawned on her that her son had already quantified all those instincts, methodically contained them. Isn't this a bit excessive? It resembles a scientific experiment, Li Xiaolon murmured, as her lingering doubts about the craft were gradually assuaged by this meticulously rigid manual. This method, though seemingly precarious, appeared capable of transforming the artisanal skill into a set of rules anyone could master. That has precisely the effect we desire, Chen Mo declared resolutely. The reason our flavor can thrive lies in its consistency. The taste today must mirror that of tomorrow. The branches need this reliability. Relying on intuition, 10 individuals will have 10 different perceptions. Therefore, we depend on standards and processes. As long as Auntie and the others adhere to these strict rules, the flavor will match that of our main store. He paused, meeting his mother's gaze. Mom, you are the steadfast anchor of our silent tea beverage. The branch relies on you to oversee and teach them this set of rigid rules. You manage the main store and are responsible for training and supervising them to ensure the taste remains unchanged. Do you think this will work? Li Xiaolon fell silent, glancing at the glaring figure of 423, 587 in the ledger, then at the 2 volumes of her son's painstaking effort, and finally at his youthful yet remarkably resolute eyes. Outside the shop, the city night had settled into tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional passing car, while the dim light above the bar continued to glow softly. With a long, silent sigh, she seemed to expel the hesitation and anxiety that had been building within her. She pressed her finger heavily on the rough cover of the franchise cooperation guide, leaving a faint imprint of perspiration. All right. Li Xiaolon raised her head, her eyes still reflecting a trace of apprehension, but more prominently a newfound determination. Let us proceed as you suggest. I will call your Annie tomorrow to give it a try. A few days later, in a somewhat antiquated alley directly opposite the first high school of the city, a small storage room on the ground floor of Lu Yumei's home was vacated. The space was modest, just sufficient to accommodate an operation table, a sealing machine, and a small freezer. The walls were coated with a layer of white paint, and several energy-saving light tubes hung from the ceiling. Lu Yumei's mother, Li Xiaolon, arrived early in the morning, bringing with her a thick stack of printed operational manuals prepared by Chen Mo, along with several large bags of raw materials. Lu Yumei's younger sister and her daughter, Lin Xiaowei, were already waiting in the shop. Lu Yumei, the third aunt, wore a brand new apron adorned with the logo of MOMOT, her face beaming with a smile, yet her eyes betrayed an unmistakable tension and unfamiliarity. Meanwhile, cousin Lin Xiaowei, a girl of 17 or 18, stood quietly behind her mother, her ponytail swaying slightly as she observed the small shop that would soon become her refuge during free time. "Sister, Imowa, you finally made it." Lu Yume greeted them with a voice that was a touch louder than necessary, perhaps to bolster her own courage. "My heart is racing. I've got all the pots and pans according to the list, but I have no clue how to make this milk tea. And there's no need to rush. Let us take it step by step. Shall we can learn along with us?" Chen Mo replied with a smile, placing the bags of ingredients down and getting straight to the point. "In the days leading up to our opening, we shall focus on one task: practice. We must train until every step in this manual becomes second nature." The practical training commenced with the boiling of tapioca pearls, a fundamental skill and one of the signature secrets behind the delightful chewiness of Mo tea. Chen Mo flipped to the page in the manual detailing the preparation of the pearls and pointed to the step-by-step illustrations. "And, shall we, pay attention here. The first step is measuring the water." He placed an electronic scale on the operation table, set a clean stainless steel pot atop it, pressed the 0 button, and carefully poured purified water into a measuring cup, watching the red numbers on the scale steadily rise to 1,000 grams. "The water must be exactly 1 kilogram, not a gram more or less," he emphasized. "Goodness, you even need a scale to boil pearls?" Lu Yume leaned in to take a look, unable to suppress a chuckle. "I've been cooking for decades. A few scoops of water don't require this. It's all by feel. And haven't I fed you all to be plump and healthy?" Her tone carried the typical nonchalance of an experienced cook regarding precision. Li Xiaolan, who was opening a bag of black pearls, paused at her sister's remark and glanced up silently. Chen Mo maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet his tone grew a touch more serious. "Aunt, the popularity of our milk tea hinges on this meticulous consistency in flavor. Can your instinct remain the same with varying weather conditions? If today the water is a bit too much, the pearls will be overly soft. If tomorrow it's less, the centers will be undercooked. Customers will discern the difference. And after a few experiences, they will no longer recognize our flavor." As he spoke, he placed the measured pot of water on the stove and ignited the flame. "The second step is to bring the water to a boil, and it must reach a vigorous rolling state with large bubbles before we add the pearls." He pointed to the pot as the water began to churn violently. "Once the water is fully boiling, I'll weigh out 150 grams of pearls and pour them into the boiling water," Chen Mo declared, lifting the bag of pearls and meticulously weighing them again. With a flourish, he dumped them into the pot, and a plume of white steam erupted. "The third step is crucial: timing." He picked up a mechanical kitchen timer, twisting it firmly twice, setting it to high heat, covering the pot, and instructing it to boil for precisely 25 minutes. Not a second more, not a second less. When the time was up, he would turn off the heat immediately and let it sit for another 25 minutes, this too requiring precise timing. He placed the ticking timer prominently on the countertop. "Boil for 25 minutes? Let it sit for another 25? Aunt Lu Yume gazed at the timer, her brow furrowed in disbelief. "This is rather rigid, isn't it? With varying flames and different thicknesses of pots, shouldn't there be some flexibility? When I make glutinous rice balls, I don't time it to the second. It's all about listening and observing the state. Now that's true skill." She instinctively reached for the lid, but Chen Mo gently restrained her. "Aunt." Chen Mo's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. "The observation you speak of belongs to the realm of masters. Right now, we are running a business, a production line, and what we need is the standard state that remains consistent through countless repetitions. This timer is our standard. Different pots? We shall use the same one. Different flames? We will consistently use medium to high heat. By minimizing all variables, we can ensure that every batch of pearls has an identical texture. This is the foundation of our MOT. The atmosphere grew tense. Aunt Lu Yume pursed her lips, clearly unconvinced, yet constrained by the presence of her sister and nephew from expressing her discontent. Cousin Lin Xiaohui stood by, glancing between her serious elder cousin and her seemingly indifferent mother. She bit her lip, inching closer, her gaze fixated intently on the ticking timer, observing with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Mother Li Xiaolan approached, holding a well-worn operations manual. Without acknowledging her sister, she took a spare timer and placed it into Aunt Lu Yume's hands. "Yume, listen to Mo." Mother Li Xiaolan's voice, though soft, bore the weight of authority from the head office. She pointed to a bold line in the manual: "Standardization is the lifeline." This phrase was penned by Mo and encapsulated the essence of our shop's survival. "Feel. When I worked in the factory assembling parts, a slight deviation rendered them defective. Now that we are making milk tea, even a moment's difference in timing can alter the flavor. Our customers are discerning, and if one batch is off, they may not return. This timer," she gestured to the one in Lu Yumei's hands, "is our measuring stick. Follow it, and we cannot go wrong. Don't worry about being inexperienced. Practice. Practice 100 times until you can accurately gauge this 25 minutes even with your eyes closed." Aunt Lu Yumei regarded her sister's unwavering gaze, then glanced at her nephew's manual filled with strict regulations, and finally down at the cold timer in her hands. Her stubbornness was gradually quelled, leaving her somewhat sheepish. She mumbled, all right, you are the head office. Your word is final. I will follow the timer." She twisted the timer in her hands, fumbling awkwardly before resetting it. Cousin Lin Xiaowei gently interjected, "Mom, I think my brother is right. Stability is paramount. I can keep track of the time." She took the timer from Lu Yumei's hands, carefully positioning it. The forthcoming practice unfolded in an atmosphere tinged with tension, as Chen Mo meticulously measured tea leaves, calibrated water temperature, timed the steeping process, proportioned syrup, and standardized ice, each step executed with precision in accordance with the manual. Li Xiaolan observed intently, correcting every slight deviation made by her niece and daughter. Third aunt, "The syrup. Watch the scale. 25 milliliters. Just a smidge too much. Pour a bit back. Xiaowei, the ice. Fill the medium cup to this line. Yes, just so. Use your wrist. Shake. Yes, just like that, with rhythm. Listen to the sound of the ice colliding. In the workspace, the ticking of the timer, the clattering of ice in the shaker, and Li Xiaolan's intermittent reminders intertwined as beads of sweat began to form on Lu Yumei's forehead. Her movements evolved from clumsy and rigid to somewhat fluid, though she could not help but mutter under her breath, "Oh dear, this is even stricter than the assessments at the factory back in the day." Meanwhile, her cousin Lin Xiaowei practiced with remarkable seriousness, her gaze focused, striving to replicate every motion to match her cousin's demonstration. Chapter 61. The Milk Tea Shop, Part 2. After several days of intensive, rote training, Lu Yumei and Lin Xiaowei seemed to have been forcibly imbued with an entire set of intricate operating procedures. Although Lu Yumei privately lamented to her daughter about how these rigid rules could stifle creativity, outwardly, their actions began to align with the manual's requirements. The few sample cups they produced tasted reasonably good, resembling the offerings from the main store to a notable extent. The opening day was chosen for Saturday, coinciding with the afternoon break at the first high school, maximizing student foot traffic. Outside the modest new shop, a striking sign in red and yellow announced MOMOT, second high school branch. Chen Mo had even taken a half-day leave to join his mother Li Xiaolan early in the morning to oversee the preparations. Both inside and out, the shop gleamed. Ingredients were neatly arranged, the work's surface spotless, and the refrigerated display showcased glistening pearls, coconut jelly, and pudding, all exuding an inviting sheen under the lights. Nervous and restless, Lu Yumei fidgeted with her apron, checked the sealing machine, and inspected the straw box once more. In contrast, Lin Xiaowei remained composed, quickly reviewing the operation manual before standing quietly behind the counter like a soldier awaiting inspection. Shortly after 10 o'clock, the first wave of customers arrived, several girls clad in the first high school's uniform, giggling and chattering as they entered. "Wow, a new MOMOT? The main stores is so delicious. Really? I want the signature pearl milk tea. Me too. Medium size, less sugar." Business erupted unexpectedly, the impact of the promotional flyers, the established reputation of the main store, and the allure of the MOMOT brand converged, causing what was initially a spacious shop to be suddenly filled to capacity with students. The sounds of orders cascaded in a lively chorus. Large pearl milk tea. Normal sugar. 1 cup of herbal jelly. Add coconut jelly. Lemonade, less ice. 3 cups of four-season milk tea. Hurry up, boss. Aunt Lu Yumei and cousin Lin Xiaowei were momentarily engulfed by a deluge of orders. Aunt Lu Yumei, flustered, hurriedly collected payments and made change while shouting at the order list, "Xiaowei, 1 medium pearl milk tea with regular sweetness." Meanwhile, cousin Lin Xiaowei operated like a wound-up machine, swiftly working behind the small counter, measuring tea leaves, boiling water, steeping tea, adding syrup, milk, and ice, shaking the cup. She strived to recall every step from her training, forcing herself to ignore the cacophony around her and her mother's anxious urging. Her eyes fixed intently on the measurement lines of the cup and the open page of the operation manual. Chen Mo and his mother, Li Xiaolan, were equally busy. Chen Mo squeezed himself beside the counter to assist with orders and payments, speaking rapidly, while his mother stood closely by the operation station, her gaze sweeping over every action Lin Xiaoyi performed. Syrup, 25 milliliters. Yes, steady. Ice. Fill to here. Good. Shake. Shake vigorously. Sweat trickled down cousin Lin Xiaoyi's temples. She felt her arms ache from the constant shaking of the shaker, her nerves taut with tension. When a boy in a school uniform ordered a large pearl milk tea with regular sweetness, cousin Lin Xiaoyi took a deep breath and began her task. The cooked pearls were in the warming barrel. According to standard procedure, a large cup required 2 generous scoops using a specially designed long-handled spoon. As she scooped the first spoonful, her wrist trembled, and the hefty black pearls tumbled into the cup. When she lifted the second scoop, an unexpected thought flitted through her mind. Did 2 scoops suffice for this tall boy? The main store sometimes offered generous portions. An audacious, unauthorized notion flashed through her mind. She tilted her wrist, quickly scooping a bit more from the warming barrel. This small extra handful of pearls plopped into the cup with a satisfying sound, blending with the standard 2 scoops, creating an overabundance that nearly filled the rim. A pang of anxiety shot through cousin Lin Xiaoyi. She had deviated from the manual. Instinctively, she raised her eyes, only to meet her Aunt Li Xiaolan's sharp gaze, which had evidently caught her recent indiscretion. Lin Xiaoyi's face flushed crimson, her hand trembled, nearly toppling the cup. In a flurry, she lowered her head, scrambling to grab cream and black tea, her heart racing, afraid to glance at her aunt. This was it. She thought despairingly, I'm going to be scolded severely. Despite her trepidation, she managed to seal the cup of overly generous pearl milk tea, inserted a straw, and handed it to the tall boy. He accepted it casually and took a big sip. Lin Xiaoyi's heart leaped to her throat, and she stole a glance. The boy chewed a few times, his eyes suddenly sparkling with delight, exclaiming, Wow, boss, this cup of pearls is quite substantial. Plenty of ingredients, delicious. From now on, make my milk tea like this, with extra. His voice, not particularly loud in the bustling shop, nevertheless caught the attention of several nearby students waiting for their drinks. Is it really generous? Seriously? I want extra too. Boss, make my cup with more pearls. Lin Xiaoyi was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at her mother, Lu Yumei. Lu Yumei was preoccupied with collecting payments. Upon hearing the shout, she too appeared momentarily bewildered, but a subtle expression of mixed guilt and pride soon crossed her face. In contrast, her other mother, Li Xiaolan, furrowed her brows tightly, pressing her lips into a thin line. Chen Mo had also heard the commotion from across the crowd. He cast a complex gaze towards his cousin Lin Xiaoyi, his eyes filled with inquiry, yet he refrained from immediate reprimand. Within the confined space of the operation area, the standardized procedures seemed to have been disrupted by an excessive serving of milk tea. Standing at the eye of the storm, Lin Xiaoyi clutched an empty cup, momentarily at a loss. The wave of overwhelming orders continued unabated until past 8 in the evening, finally dissipating as the last few students were sent off. When the final customers departed, the roll-down gate clattered shut, isolating the shop from the cacophony of the streets outside. Under the bright lights, the small shop appeared to have endured a cataclysm. The counter was splattered with syrup, milk, and tea stains. Empty cups and used shaker cups filled the sink, while the floor was strewn with wrappers and a few solitary pearls. Aunt Lu Yumei collapsed onto the only plastic stool in the corner, leaning against the cold white wall, exhaling deeply, her voice imbued with the exhaustion of survival. Goodness, this is not running a shop. It feels like warfare. She massaged her painfully sore calves, feeling as if her entire body had disassembled. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyi silently tidied the chaotic counter, her movements mechanical, her complexion pale, clearly fatigued. Chen Mo and his mother Li Xiaolan assisted in hastily clearing the manageable areas. Chen Mo handed the bulging cash box to Aunt Lu. Aunt, please secure the accounts for now, and we can settle the details later. Thank you for your hard work today, both you and Xiaoyi. We must return to the main store. There are numerous matters to attend to over there. His voice carried a note of weariness. Aunt Lu Yumei weakly waved her hand. All right, you two hurry back. I'll take my time cleaning up. Upon returning to the main store, they were met with yet another flurry of activity. It wasn't until nearly 11 at night, after bidding farewell to the final wave of students finishing their evening classes, that Li Xiaolan and Chen Mo were finally able to shut the store door and commence the closing procedures, mopping the floor, washing the tools, tallying the scant remaining supplies, and organizing the accounts. By the time they finished, the clock on the wall had silently passed midnight. The store finally fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the deep hum of the refrigerator compressor and the monotonous glow of the fluorescent tubes illuminating the empty tables and polished floor. Li Xiaolan, exhausted to the point of struggling to stand upright, leaned against her lower back and gradually made her way behind the bar to pour herself a glass of warm water. She then observed her son, Chen Mo, still at the computer, diligently reconciling the day's accounts, his fingers flying over the keyboard. At that moment, her old mobile phone, tucked in the pocket of her apron, suddenly vibrated violently, the sound starkly jarring in the stillness of the shop. Startled, Li Xiaolan nearly spilled her water, hastily placing the cup down to retrieve the small, outdated device. The screen displayed the name Yume flashing vibrantly. So late. A pang of anxiety struck Li Xiaolan's heart, the weariness instantly replaced by tension. Could there be an issue on the very first day of business? She hastily pressed the answer button, pressing the phone tightly to her ear. Hello? Yume? What's wrong? The voice of her mother, Li Xiaolan, was laced with urgency. On the other end of the line, there was no immediate response from her sister. Instead, a cacophony of raucous background noise surged into Li Xiaolan's ears. The sounds were strikingly intense, intermingled with the exuberant shouts of young men and women, the overlapping orders being placed, the rapid clattering of sealing machines, and the raucous clinking of ice in shaker cups. Amidst this chaos, one could even faintly hear her sister Lu Yume hoarsely shouting, "We're out of pearls. Quick, replenish the pearls. Shall we? Bring another roll of film for the sealing machine." Just a moment, everyone in line. This was evidently a scene far more bustling than the grand opening earlier that afternoon. Sister, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Lu Yume's hoarse and excited voice finally pierced through the clamor, akin to a cannonball striking, infused with disbelief and a near-manic joy. It's exploded, it's truly exploded. Just after 9 o'clock, a huge crowd of students flocked in, all eager for our milk tea, specifically demanding our rich pearl milk tea. Xiao Wei and I are completely overwhelmed. We can't stop. We've been busy until now. The store's supplies are nearly depleted, and the staff just dispersed. Lu Yume's voice, strained and trembling from excitement, quivered as she continued, "Sister, it's working. It's really working. Our branch has taken root. Listen to this noise." She seemed to lift the phone higher, attempting to transmit the overwhelming, electrifying clamor that signified flourishing business. Li Xiaolan felt herself freeze, gripping the small phone tightly. Her ears filled with the jubilant noise mixed with the overwhelming din from her sister's end. The sound was so vivid, so chaotic, so brimming with vitality that an indescribable warmth surged from the depths of her heart, colliding with her eyes and nostrils, bringing both a bittersweet ache and pressure. She opened her mouth to speak, yet her throat felt as though it were tightly blocked by a mass of scorching cotton, rendering her voiceless. The smooth plastic surface of the bar counter before her blurred as moisture quickly fogged her vision. All she could do was futilely murmur into the microphone. In the corner, the freezer continued to emit a low, rhythmic hum, serving as a constant backdrop, while on the bar counter, a brilliantly washed glass began to condense a tiny droplet of water, which, overwhelmed, slid down the wall of the glass, leaving behind a fleeting, winding trail. Li Xiaolan abruptly turned her head to gaze at her son, Chen Mo, who was still engrossed in balancing the accounts at the computer, the light casting softly on his youthful, focused profile. Finally regaining her voice, Li Xiaolan spoke, her words hoarse and gravelly, each syllable wrapped in a layer of heated grit, yet tinged with an unusual fragility born of immense surprise. "The branch over there is truly thriving." Chapter 62. The Father's Opportunity in the Quiet Hours of the Night. The lights of the silent tea shop still burned bright, the air lingering with the sweet scent of milk and the bitter aroma of tea leaves. Li Xiaolan sat on a small stool, with 2 account books spread out before her. One is from the main store, its pages slightly frayed, densely filled with figures. And amidst them, numbers circled in red exude a sense of substantiality. The other belongs to a branch store, pristine and still carrying the scent of fresh ink. Yet, the number circled in red is equally significant. Her fingertips glide back and forth over the 2 numbers, as if weighing 2 hefty gold bars. Has it only been a few days since the branch opened? The figures on the ledger have caused her, a woman who has toiled in the factory for most of her life, to feel her heart race, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the rough paper. as if she could extract the sensation of real gold and silver from it. Mom, we haven't finished calculating yet. Chen Mo approached with a cup of warm water, placing it on the small stool beside his mother. He had just finished counting the inventory, fatigue etched on his face, yet his eyes sparkled. Li Xiaolan, his mother, did not lift her gaze, her fingers still poised over the glaring figure in the branch ledger. Moer, look at this, it's only been a few days. After deducting costs, the share for your third aunt is almost equivalent to what we earn in half a month at the main store. She raised her head, her eyes reflecting a blend of disbelief and a dazed wonder at the prospect of such immense wealth. Is money truly this easy to earn? Chen Mo chuckled softly, pulling up another stool to sit, his voice resonating clearly in the quiet shop. Mom, this is just the beginning. The path has been cleared, and it will only get better from here. You and Dad will no longer need to endure sleepless nights for a few extra dollars. Nor will you have to fear the uncertainties of the road, only to find the money doesn't even end up in your own pockets. The phrase fear and uncertainty pricked Li Xiaolan like a tiny needle, reminding her of her husband, Chen Weiguo. In the past few days, the family business had flourished, keeping her so busy that she hardly had a moment to breathe, her thoughts consumed by the milk tea shop, almost forgetting the man who was also tirelessly working outside. When was the last time he came home? It seemed he had only hastily scarfed down a few bites of food, skipped a shower, answered a call from a client, and rushed off again. She had heard that his transport company was once again delaying wages. A twinge of guilt crept into Li Xiaolan's heart. She closed the ledger and lifted the cup of warm water, slowly sipping it. The warmth flowed into her stomach, yet it could not dissolve the sudden wave of worry. When her husband Chen Weiguo stepped through the door in the early hours of the morning, the living room was dimly lit by a single yellow wall lamp. He resembled a tree stump drained of energy, heavily sinking into the creaking old sofa, the mingled scents of sweat, gasoline, and dust forming an inescapable cloud around him. He kicked off the mud-stained liberation shoes, revealing a hole in his sock, with his big toe exposed, its nail caked with black dirt. With a long, weary sigh, he exhaled as if carrying the weight of an entire freight truck. In the corner of the living room, Li Xiaolan awoke to the sound, rubbing her eyes as she sat up from the makeshift bedding. In the faint light, she could discern her husband's appearance, sunken eyes, prominent cheekbones. His face smeared with grime and fatigue from long hours on the road, unshaven and hair resembling dry straw. You're back? Are you hungry? I've kept some porridge warm for you. Li Xiaolan's voice was laced with sleepiness and concern. Chen Weiguo waved his hand dismissively, his movements heavy with exhaustion. I'm not hungry. I have no appetite. He wiped his face, his palms as coarse as sandpaper. Having run for an entire day and night, subsisting on nothing but 2 dry buns along the way, his bones aching with fatigue. His mother, Li Xiaolan, rose to pour him a cup of hot water and brought it over. His father, Chen Weiguo, took the cup but did not drink. Instead, he cradled the feeble warmth between his hands as if it were the only source of heat available to him. After a moment of silence, he hoarsely uttered, his voice dry, this trip was in vain again. Li Xiaolan's heart tightened. What happened? Did the client default again? Chen Weiguo offered a bitter smile, one that was more sorrowful than laughter. Well, they haven't outright refused. They just keep dragging it out, claiming their funds are tied up. In a few days, we'll settle, they say. It's infuriating. They've promised that for the past 800 times. I had to cover the fuel and tolls out of my own pocket. The company? I can't count on them either. The boss is overwhelmed. And this month's salary is uncertain again. His voice grew louder, fueled by a suppressed sense of frustration and indignation, yet beneath that lay a profound sense of helplessness. He gulped down a mouthful of hot water, scalding his throat, but he barely registered the pain. Li Xiaolan observed the deep exhaustion and despair etched in her husband's bloodshot eyes, and it felt as though something was gripping her heart. She recalled the vivid figures in the milk tea shop's ledger and contrasted them with the man before her, crushed by life's burdens, unable to reclaim even the fruits of his labor. Such a stark contrast made her throat tighten with emotion. She sat down beside him, gently placing her hand on his tense back, feeling the rigidity of his muscles. Why don't we just stop? It's too much suffering. Our milk tea shop is doing well, with the branch thriving. You could come back and lend a hand there. Chen Weiguo's body stiffened noticeably. He abruptly turned his head, his eyes wide in the dim light. A mix of shock, wounded pride, and a hint of barely concealed panic swirling within them. Come back? What for? To assist you and our son? To brew milk tea? I'm a grown man. His voice suddenly escalated, like a cat with its tail stepped on. I, Chen Mo, have worked half my life to learn how to drive a truck, and now you want me to throw it all away? If I don't achieve something, I'd rather be dead. His chest heaved violently, the pent-up anger finding an outlet, yet it only served to intensify his own discomfort. I didn't mean that, Li Xiaolan exclaimed, startled by his vehement reaction. I know what you mean. Chen Mo interrupted her harshly, standing up abruptly and knocking over a small stool with a jarring sound. You two can earn big money now and look down on my back-breaking labor that barely brings in a few coins. Am I a source of embarrassment to you? He paced like a caged beast in the cramped living room, agitated, before finally collapsing back onto the sofa, cradling his head in his hands, fingers digging into his disheveled hair in a gesture of despair. The living room fell into a profound silence, broken only by Chen Mo's heavy breathing and the monotonous ticking of the old wall clock, both sounds weighing heavily on Li Xiaolan's heart, as well as on Chen Mo, who had just reached the threshold of the living room, silently absorbing it all. Chen Mo leaned against the doorframe, observing the frail figure of his father hunched on the sofa. That silhouette had once been as steadfast as a mountain, capable of shouldering the weight of the entire family. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and stepped inside. Dad, Chen Mo's voice pierced the silence, soft yet remarkably clear. His father, Chen Mo, abruptly lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes reflected remnants of despair and a hint of embarrassment at being confronted by his son, yet he remained silent, gazing at Chen Mo with weary eyes. Ignoring his mother's concerned gaze, Chen Mo settled onto the small stool opposite his father, meeting his gaze with calm composure. Driving for others, enduring their anger, covering expenses, and appeasing the boss, only to find oneself unable to secure even the fruits of one's labor. That must be a bitter pill to swallow, wouldn't you agree? Each word he uttered was deliberate, articulating his father's recent plight. Chen Mo's lips twitched, as if he wished to retort, but silence enveloped him. Working for someone else, your fate lies in their hands. No matter how well you perform, you remain merely an upgraded beast of burden. Chen Mo's voice was steady, imbued with a maturity beyond his years. Dad, you've driven for so long. You know the roads, you've built connections, and you understand the work inside and out. Why not venture out on your own? Venture out on my own. Chen Mo scoffed at the notion, his lips curling into a bitter smile. It sounds easy, but how much does a vehicle cost? You think it's as simple as buying a bicycle? Even the most dilapidated second-hand truck 1T come cheap, at least 70 or 80,000. And then there's fuel, tolls, maintenance. What if something goes awry on the road? An accident could cost a fortune. Where would that money come from? Is it conjured by the wind? Or do you expect your mother's milk tea shop to fill this endless pit? His agitation grew, fingers unconsciously digging into the worn armrest of the sofa. Accumulating debts, if we lose work or run at a loss, our family will be left with nothing. The risk is too great. You, a mere child, cannot comprehend. The risk is indeed substantial, Chen Mo acknowledged with a nod, yet he countered, but working for others carries its own risks, does it not? Can you guarantee that the money you've advanced will be returned? With a single word from your boss, you might find yourself without a vehicle tomorrow. That risk is imposed upon you, inescapable. Chen Mo was taken aback, his son's words striking him like a hammer against the anvil of his entrenched beliefs. To go out on my own, the risk would be in my hands. Chen Mo leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing. The path is yours to choose. The vehicle is yours to command. Whether you earn more or less, whether you profit or incur losses, at least you will have clarity of mind. You won't have to appease anyone or wait for a meager salary. Dad, is your driving skill inferior to those bosses who merely point and command? What you lack is merely an opportunity, the chance to take charge of your own destiny. Chen Mo's words fell like a massive stone into the still waters of his father's heart, prompting him to unconsciously straighten his back. A faint glimmer of light flickered in his murky eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by deeper worries. Opportunity? Where would such an opportunity arise? The streets are flooded with transporters. Freight rates are driven to the ground, and the better jobs are snatched up by those with connections and resources. For individuals like us, all that's left are the most grueling tasks that yield scant rewards. Exhausted from relentless toil, one barely scrapes by, living in constant trepidation. Opportunities must be sought out independently. Chen Mo stated emphatically, Father, after all these years of driving, traversing goods across the length and breadth of the land, reflect upon it. Which routes have proven most prosperous in recent years, And what types of cargo have yielded the most? Which clients settle their payments most readily? Or rather, which regions and factories have recently been exceptionally busy, with a remarkable surge in shipments? His father, Chen Mo, found himself momentarily at a loss, furrowing his brow as he unconsciously tapped his knee, lost in thought. The dusty highways and the cacophony of bustling freight yards flashed vividly in his mind. A parade of diverse cargo owners. The routes he frequented the most were primarily short hauls within the province, especially those connecting the provincial capital with nearby cities. Laden with a variety of goods, hardware, daily necessities, food ingredients, and more. To the east of the provincial capital, Chen Mo murmured, his murky eyes seemingly catching a fleeting clue. Particularly those new industrial parks, tile factories, sanitary ware manufacturers, and window and door producers. Yes, it seems I've made more trips there recently. With trucks lining up outside the factory gates, and those small business owners appear to settle their accounts more promptly than those dealing in trivial goods. Though they may push for payment, in the end, they almost always deliver. As he continued, a subtle affirmation crept into his tone, an instinct honed over years of driving that had become nearly second nature. Building materials. Chen Mo thought, certain this was the answer he sought. He pressed on with an undeniable assertiveness. Father, think again. Isn't there a flurry of construction across the city? New residential complexes springing up one after another? These new homes, from their bare shell to habitable spaces, require tiles, toilets, doors, and windows. Where do these materials originate? Aren't most produced by these factories surrounding the provincial capital, then transported to various cities and construction sites? Won't the demand for such transportation only continue to grow? Chen Mo's words acted as a key, unlocking neglected corners of his father's mind. He suddenly slapped his thigh, the crisp sound echoing in the quiet living room. Indeed, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, the earlier despondency dispelled, his voice resonating with newfound clarity. It makes perfect sense. As I drive past those new developments, with cranes towering like trees, the building materials piled high as mountains. The volume is immense. For the first time, he perceived the burgeoning opportunities swirling beneath the wheels of commerce, a realm he knew well but had never examined from this vantage point. Let us specialize in building materials transportation. Chen Mo seized the moment, presenting the core proposal. Father, let us fixate on this niche. No more running errand loads or handling miscellaneous goods. We shall exclusively serve these building material factories and those small business owners eager to deliver goods to construction sites. You have the connections and knowledge of which factories have stable output and which owners are trustworthy. Let us concentrate on this route, mastering it thoroughly. Establish our reputation. Consider this. What do those in the building materials industry fear most? They dread delays in delivering goods to the site, which could jeopardize the entire timeline of construction. If you can ensure timely and safe delivery at a reasonable price, how could they possibly disregard you? The next time there is work, wouldn't Master Chen be the first to come to mind? The vivid and enticing imagery painted by Chen Mo captivated his father, Chen Mo, who felt his breath quicken, as if he could already envision himself driving a truck emblazoned with the Chunji Transport logo, laden with gleaming tiles or pristine toilets, steadily making its way to bustling construction sites. This was no longer aimless wandering, but rather a determined pursuit with direction and purpose, a livelihood dictated by his own choices. Yet, that imagined truck ultimately required substantial financial investment to materialize. The flicker of hope ignited in Chen Mo's eyes was doused by the cold reality, dimming its brightness. He rubbed his hands together, his brow instinctively furrowing. While that may be the case, the cost of the truck is between 70 to 80,000, if not more, looming over him like a heavy mountain. What if he were to take out a loan? Just contemplating the interest and the relentless monthly repayments sent a shiver down his spine. Regarding the finances, my mother and I will find a way. Chen Mo's tone was resolute, infused with an undeniable determination. You've seen the cash flow from the milk tea shop. The branch is thriving. If we tighten our belts, we can scrape together a down payment, and the rest can be inquired about at the credit union. We will surely secure a loan. As long as you are determined and willing to work hard, we can earn this money back. He turned to his mother, Li Xiaolan. She had been listening intently to the exchange between father and son. And upon meeting her son's gaze and witnessing the rekindled spark of desire and struggle in her husband's eyes, she hesitated not a moment, nodding emphatically. Your father, Mo, is right. We have the foundation now. We cannot allow you to continue enduring that indignity outside. We will gather the funds. The money in the shop can circulate, and if it's insufficient, I will return to my family to find a solution. Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated with unwavering resolve. Chen Mo observed his wife and son, seeing the unreserved support and trust reflected in their eyes. He opened his mouth as if to speak, yet his throat felt constricted, and ultimately, he said nothing, merely nodding heavily. An action imbued with the weight of a decisive commitment. Outside, the city slumbered in the profound darkness before dawn. In the distance, a few unfinished skyscrapers stood like immense black silhouettes, silently piercing the leaden gray sky. The long arm of the crane, silhouetted against the faint urban light pollution, pointed towards an unknown horizon. Chen Mo gazed longingly at those silent giants. His broad shoulders remained taut, as if still burdened by invisible pressures, yet his spine stood straight. In his eyes, those cranes and uncompleted buildings transformed from a frigid concrete jungle into moving gold mines. A pathway paved with golden opportunities, leaving tire tracks behind. He envisioned trucks laden with tiles and sanitary ware, continuously traversing familiar roads, the tires grinding against the ground, producing a resonant, powerful echo. The indoor lighting cast his silent and resolute figure long against the mottled wall. Chapter 63. Loan for the truck with a definitive click. The heavy glass door of the credit union closed behind him, severing the cacophony of the bustling outside world. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting bright spots upon the polished marble floor. There stood my father, Chen Mo, clutching a brown paper folder, its opening crumpled from his grip. He quietly occupied the spacious, tranquil waiting area, squinting against the glaring sunlight, while the mechanical voice of the loan officer echoed in his ears, urging patience for the approval results. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to his hands. These very hands had just inscribed his name, Chen Mo, in crooked strokes across several documents densely printed with fine print. Each signature followed by a vivid crimson fingerprint. Within the folder lay his and his wife Li Xiaolan's identification cards, household registration booklet, marriage certificate, and two thin yet weighty copies of the business licenses for their bubble tea shop and its branch at No. 2 Middle School. He reminisced about the sweet aroma wafting through the tea shop, the incessant flow of customers, and the burgeoning revenue figures now encapsulated in that very bag. Dad, did it work out? Chen Mo's voice broke through the silence, tinged with a hint of anxiety. He had been waiting outside and now approached briskly, his gaze fixating on the folder in his father's hand. Chen Mo remained silent, stiffly passing the folder over to his son. Chen Mo took it, opened the folder, and examined the familiar copies of the business license and bank statements, feeling a slight flutter of nerves within. It's all signed, Chen Mo finally spoke, his voice dry and strained, conveying a sense of exhaustion. They said we should wait for the news. If all goes well, it should take 3 to 5 days. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. On their way home, an unusual silence enveloped the father and son. Chen Mo sat in the back of the tricycle, watching the familiar streets blur past in a swift retreat. The sunlight felt warm and inviting, yet a flicker of worry gnawed at him. The vibrant sign of the bubble tea shop danced in his mind. What if, upon purchasing the vehicle, there were no customers? What if something went awry on the road? Countless what-ifs whirled in his head, conjuring the fear that this could tighten a noose around the family's neck. Dad. Chen Mo's voice pierced the stillness, as if he had glimpsed his father's concerns. The money is stagnant. It needs to be put to use. Our bubble tea shop is merely mortgaged, not sold. Once we get the business running, the money will start to flow. This mortgage will simply become a piece of paper. We can not only repay the loan, but also earn even more. Chen Mo remained silent, inhaling deeply and exhaling heavily, as if trying to expel the weighty anxiety lodged in his chest. His son's reasoning resonated with him. But having lived most of his life holding steadfast to the belief that security lies in having provisions at hand, he found it difficult to shake off the apprehension. The days of waiting are invariably arduous, each moment stretching out to an excruciating length. Father Chen Mo appears as if his spirit has been lost. Even while assisting at the milk tea shop, he remains distracted, the cloth he uses to wipe tables endlessly revolving in the same spot. When serving milk tea, he nearly hands over the wrong cup, much to the silent concern of motherly Xiaolan, who, though eager to speak up, fears exacerbating his mental burden and instead takes on more tasks herself. Chen Mo, on the other hand, immerses himself in the used car market. contemplating the scant but invaluable oral knowledge his father has accumulated regarding the merits and flaws of various truck brands. He fervently absorbs all he can from online resources about purchasing second-hand vehicles and avoiding pitfalls, eagerly noting which brands have robust engines, which models are cost-effective and easy to repair, how to identify accident vehicles through subtle details, and whether odometers have been tampered with. His notebook brims with critical insights. Days later, a call from the credit union finally announces the approval. Father Chen Mo's hands tremble so violently that he can scarcely hold the phone. Listening intently to the loan officer's clear articulation of the loan amount, interest rate, and repayment period, every figure resonates deeply within him. After the call, he stands dazed for a few seconds before suddenly turning to his son and exclaiming, "Mo, it's approved." His voice is infused with the exhilaration of rebirth. In the subsequent days, father and son move like clockwork, rushing back and forth to the credit union to sign the final loan contract, complete mortgage registration, and withdraw funds. When Chen Mo finally holds the loan card in his hand, it feels weighty. The sum contained within is a fortune he never imagined, representing the lifeblood of their family. The car selection process becomes a battle of wits and courage. In the used car market, dust hangs thick in the air as various models of trucks are tightly packed. The car salesman's slick gazes scan every potential buyer like searchlights. With experience steering the wheel, Chen Mo focuses on tangible indicators such as the engine, chassis, and tire wear, tapping and listening attentively. Chen Mo, resembling a young detective, wields a printed guide to avoid pitfalls, meticulously checking for signs of grinding on the vehicle identification number, whether the screws in the cockpit have been tampered with, and inspecting the cleanliness beneath the seats and in the corners. At times, he even crouches beneath the vehicle to examine the chassis for hidden damage or signs of re-welding. "Boss, this truck has had an incident, hasn't it?" Chen Mo calmly inquires, pointing to an inconspicuous, slightly newer weld on the inner side of the door frame of a pristine blue heavy-duty truck. Upon hearing this, the salesman, who had previously extolled the vehicle with fervor, suddenly freezes, his smile faltering and his eyes flickering. "Ah, young brother, your eye is quite discerning. Just a minor scrape. The door frame is slightly deformed, but it's been repaired and looks as good as new. Don't worry, it doesn't affect driving at all, and at this price, it's an absolute steal." He attempts to gloss over the matter. Chen Mo immediately leans in for a closer inspection, his expression darkening. He understands all too well what such minor scrapes signify. The father and son exchanged a knowing glance, shaking their heads in unison before turning to leave, ignoring the vendor's calls about negotiable prices behind them. Over the course of several days, they had dismissed numerous vehicles with significant flaws or inflated prices. At last, they found a somewhat trustworthy used car dealership where they set their sights on a slightly worn red Dongfeng Tianjin, which was just over 5 years old and had traveled less than 300,000 kilometers. The exterior bore some dents and scratches, yet the engine purred robustly. The frame remained straight and unblemished, and the tire wear was uniform. Although the cabin showed signs of age, it was relatively clean. Most importantly, the owner's asking price was reasonable. After a spirited negotiation, Chen Mo managed to reduce the price to a figure that his father, Chen Mo, could reluctantly accept. The final steps involved signing contracts, making payments, and transferring ownership. Once these tasks were completed, the heavy, worn car key was placed into Chen Mo's palm. He gripped it tightly, feeling its rough edges press against his skin, a tactile sensation that stirred a multitude of emotions within him. He circled the red Tianjin several times, as if attempting to reacquaint himself with it in earnest. He bent down to carefully examine the sturdy tire treads, still carrying the scent of soil, then opened the door and settled into the slightly worn yet comfortable driver's seat. His hands instinctively rested on the familiar yet foreign steering wheel, and as he inserted the key into the ignition and turned it gently, a deep, resonant roar of the engine erupted, steady and powerful. The sound vibrated through the steering wheel and seat, enveloping him completely. This was a sound he had listened to for a long time, but today, this thunderous roar belonged solely to him, Chen Mo. In an instant, a wave of warmth surged from his feet to the crown of his head, dissipating all the anxiety, fear, and unease that had plagued him in recent days. He inhaled deeply, savoring the blend of diesel, engine oil, and leather, which at that moment bore a hint of sweet freedom. "Dad, how does it feel?" Chen Mo asked, smiling from outside the car window. Chen Mo did not reply, merely nodding gravely, his lips pressed tight, the muscles in his jaw subtly tensing, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Now that they had the vehicle, the next step was to secure a source of goods. This time, Chen Mo did not rush about like a headless chicken, but instead retrieved an old, worn-out phone directory. Finding the contact numbers of a few reliable small business owners in construction materials with whom he had previously collaborated. Taking a deep breath, he dialed the first number. Hello? Is this Boss Zhang? It's me, old Chen Mo. I used to deliver tiles for you. Yes, that's right. Well, Boss Zhang, I'm going out on my own now. I just bought a Dongfeng Tianjin. The vehicle is in excellent condition. I wanted to ask if you have any jobs heading to the industrial parks in the east or construction sites in the city. You can trust me on the pricing. I promise it will be fair, and I assure you, there will be no delays. On the other end, a voice tinged with surprise and hesitation responded, Oh well, old Chen, you're your own boss now? That's great. Actually, I do have a few truckloads of tiles that need to be delivered to a new development in the eastern city. Chen Mo felt his heart leap into his throat, his palms beginning to sweat. Boss Zhang, do you still doubt my reliability? In all the times I've worked for you, have I ever let you down? This time, it is my own vehicle. Undoubtedly, I will be more attentive, and there is no salary to pay. The price is half a notch lower than the market rate. What do you think? Consider it as a gesture of goodwill for my brother's business launch. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. As if weighing something, Father Chen Mo felt his heart racing with tension. All right, Lao Chun, for your sake, in this discounted price. Tomorrow morning, come to my warehouse to load the vehicle. You know the address. It's south the usual place. When you arrive, I will have Xiao Wang prepare the paperwork for you. And upon reaching the construction site, simply find Engineer Li for the receipt. But do ensure you are on time. The project deadline is pressing. Certainly, Boss Zhang. Thank you so much. Rest assured, I will arrive punctually. There will be no delays. Father Chen Mo's voice rose with excitement, his face instantly lighting up with a smile. After hanging up, he clenched his fist and silently waved at the air. It was done. He was ready to commence work. However, the toil of going solo far exceeded his expectations while driving for others. The first task was to transport a load of tiles to the Eastern Development Zone for Boss Zhang. While loading, due to a shortage of personnel in the warehouse, Father Chen Mo rolled up his sleeves without a second thought and joined the laborers in carrying the heavy tiles. The weight pressed on his shoulders, and sweat quickly soaked through his work attire. To beat the morning rush hour, he rose at 4 in the morning to inspect the vehicle, warm it up, and arrived at the warehouse at dawn. After loading the goods, he rushed straight to the construction site. Upon arrival, the situation became even more troublesome. The site management was chaotic, with a long queue of vehicles delivering materials. After a considerable wait, when it was finally his turn, the security guard posed numerous obstacles, demanding various permits and tickets. After a prolonged delay, he located the designated unloading point, only to find the crane overwhelmed, leading to another nearly 2-hour wait in the sweltering sun. The cabin felt like a steam room, leaving him to sit in anxious anticipation. Finally, after unloading, he sought Engineer Li for the receipt but struggled to locate him amidst the dust-filled site, wandering several circles before finally cornering him in a temporary office. What's the rush? Can't you see I'm busy? Li, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, didn't he even lift his eyelids, his tone impatient. Father Chen Mo, with a forced smile, handed over the crumpled delivery note. Engineer Li, I would appreciate it if you could sign here, so we can report back. Waiting. Li continued to point at the blueprints, his head still down. This wait stretched on for another half-hour, causing the smile on Father Chen Mo's face to nearly freeze. His back drenched in sweat that would dry and then soak again. Finally, he obtained the receipt, feeling as if he had fought a battle, his body aching all over. And when he glanced at the time, it was already past lunchtime. The return trip felt empty, with the fuel gauge visibly dropping. Father Chen Mo calculated the expenses for this run, fuel costs, toll fees, and the unloading fees he had to cover out of pocket. The warehouse only handled loading, while unloading at the site was his own responsibility, and he had to hire temporary workers at his own expense, and after deducting the discounted rate given to Boss Zhang, the amount left in his pocket was hardly better than what he earned while working at the company. An overwhelming fatigue and a sudden wave of disheartenment enveloped him, leaving him slumped in the driver's seat, gazing out at the fleeting scenery. For the first time, he found himself deeply questioning his decision to operate independently. Was it truly worth it? After all this relentless toil, what was the gain? His phone buzzed with a message from his wife, Li Xiaolan. Dear, Have you finished your run? Is everything going smoothly today? Business at the shop is good, and I've saved you some dinner. Reading that simple message, Chen Mo's nose tinged with emotion. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the swell of vulnerability and grievance within him. Wiping his face, he started the engine. The steering wheel must continue to turn, and the road must be traversed. Having learned from his initial experiences, Chen Mo began to adopt a more astute approach. He no longer bore the burden of heavy loads alone, unless absolutely necessary. He communicated in advance with cargo owners to clarify loading and unloading responsibilities. Before arriving at unfamiliar construction sites, he would call to ascertain the procedures and contact persons, avoiding uncertainty. While unloading, he would seize the opportunity to rest briefly in his vehicle to recharge. He also began to pay attention to whether he could transport goods on his return journey, even if the prices were lower, as it was preferable to an empty return trip. More importantly, he cultivated a reputation for specializing in building materials, ensuring timely deliveries and fair pricing, gradually disseminating this information through phone calls and old connections. He no longer focused solely on a few long-standing clients, but proactively reached out to other building material factories and small wholesalers he had met during his previous hauls. While phone expenses rose, the results began to manifest gradually. One evening, half a month later, after dragging his weary body into a small parking lot he had temporarily rented near an urban-rural fringe to save on parking fees, his phone rang. It was a small business owner from a bathroom fixture factory, surnamed Wang, with whom he had collaborated only once before. Hello? Is this Master Chen? It's old Wang from the bathroom factory. I'm in a bit of a bind. I have a batch of toilets and sinks that must be delivered to the Jinxiu Jiyuan construction site in Xiqing by tomorrow morning. They're waiting for installation, and a day's delay will cost me dearly. I've contacted several transport companies, but either their vehicles are fully booked or their prices are exorbitant. Master Chen, is your truck available tomorrow? Help me out, and we can discuss a fair price. Upon hearing Jinxiu Jiyuan, Chen Mo's heart raced. He knew that location well. Moreover, old Wang had settled their previous transaction promptly. As his mind raced, he realized that although he had just completed a delivery and felt tired, he could manage it with a little determination. The critical factor was that this was an urgent job, and the pay would undoubtedly be higher than usual. He stifled his excitement, adopting a tone of feigned difficulty. Boss Wang, tomorrow? I originally have a job in the east suburb, and I've already received a deposit for it. Oh, Master Chen, please help me out. You can forfeit the east suburb job. I'll cover the deposit loss. For this trip, I'll increase your freight by 30%. No, make it 50%, as long as you deliver it to the site by 10 tomorrow morning. What do you say? Old Wang was frantic on the other end of the line. 50% more? Father Chen Mo's heart unexpectedly leaped, his voice striving to maintain steadiness. Boss Wang, it's not merely a matter of money. It's primarily about credibility. Master Chen, let us be straightforward. Increase by 50%. And I can provide you with a 2,000 yuan deposit right now. Upon delivery and signing, I shall settle the full payment immediately, with absolutely no delays. Old Wang patted his chest in assurance. All right, since you put it that way, I must lend a hand. Chen Mo finally relented, his tone imbued with a sense of reluctant camaraderie. Please send me the warehouse address and the contact person at the construction site. I shall head over to load the truck now, ensuring no delay for your matters tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo could no longer contain himself, breaking into a silent laugh that revealed a set of teeth stained slightly yellow from smoke. The weariness remarkably dissipated by half. He leapt from the vehicle, circling the red Tianjin truck and giving the door a couple of hearty slaps, producing a dull thud. Old buddy, work is calling. Hard work. He neglected to eat, starting the engine and racing towards the warehouse address provided by old Wang. Upon arrival, he collected the 2,000 yuan deposit, and this night was destined to be another all-nighter, loading, binding, and inspecting the vehicle's condition before setting off towards the western part of the city without pause. He aimed to reach the vicinity of the construction site before dawn, finding a spot to park and rest for a moment, ensuring he would be the first in line to unload the next morning. On the late-night highway, with sparse traffic, the red Tianjin cut through the heavy darkness, its headlights casting two brilliant beams of light. Inside the cab, Father Chen Mo chewed on invigorating betel nut, his eyes bloodshot from fatigue, yet his spirit was remarkably invigorated. He hummed a tuneless melody, tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel with his rough fingers. The fuel gauge was declining, the odometer numbers flickering, but his mental ledger was clearly accumulating. This expedited freight charge, after deducting fuel and tolls and further accounting for tonight's labor, would represent his income. He cast a glance at the tattered canvas wallet tossed onto the passenger's seat. Within it, aside from loose change, lay a note pinned by his son Chen Mo, bearing only a single line. First loan monthly payment, XXXX yuan. Repayment date, every 15th of the month. Chapter 64. World Cup Information Compilation. The evening rush at the milk tea shop had just subsided, the air still infused with a rich sweetness. At the counter, motherly Xiaolan was swiftly counting the dwindling pearls and coconut bits, muttering about the restocking list for tomorrow. Father Chen Weigua slumped in a corner on a plastic chair, eyes closed, his gentle snores faintly rising and falling. He hadn't even changed out of his work clothes, caked with dust and grease. And at his feet lay an unopened aluminum lunchbox. After a day of driving, he was utterly exhausted. Chen Mo finished clearing the last few tables and flipped the stools upside down. His gaze swept over his parents' weary forms, and a familiar thought bubbled up like a restless wave, unsettling his mind. He stepped behind the cash register and unlocked the small drawer, revealing the cash flow accumulated over the past few months at the milk tea shop. Thick bundles secured with rubber bands, exuding a unique scent of ink and milk. This was the fruit of the family's labor, the backbone for the car loan, and the very foundation supporting their humble household. His fingers absently traced the edge of the crisp banknotes, which bore a certain resilience. How much of this money was actually liquid? His father's nascent transport business required circulation. The shop needed to be stocked with supplies, and a significant loan was due early next month. Every penny was meticulously accounted for, as if wound tightly with a spring. No, he told himself firmly, not a single cent from the shop could be touched. The risk was too great. He dared not contemplate the possible repercussions. Gently, he closed the drawer. The sound of the lock clicking resonated sharply. His gaze fell upon a humble tin cookie box tucked away in the corner of the cash register. He opened it and poured its contents onto the countertop, red and green bills alongside a pile of coins. He counted them meticulously, again and again. A meager figure of $378.50 stared back at him, a sum that, tossed into the vast whirlpool of the World Cup, would barely create a ripple. Frustration surged within him as he raked his fingers through his hair. Should he resort to using his stock money? Or would he simply stand by and watch this golden opportunity slip away? Had he returned to this life solely to manage a bubble tea shop and his father's fledgling delivery truck, enduring the mundane? He felt restless. The allure of the vast information gap clawed at his heart like a cat's paw. In the stillness of the night, Chen Mo's small room was illuminated only by the dim glow of a desk lamp, the city's lights outside appearing distant and blurred. He paced like a caged beast within the confines of his space, treading lightly so as not to disturb his slumbering parents next door. Each step on the cold tile felt like a tread on his own anxious heart. Principal, principal, he silently repeated those words. The shop's funds were off limits. What about from his father? Having just taken out a loan to buy a truck, the pressure was immense. Every cent was stretched thin, and asking for money would be tantamount to asking for his life. And relatives? That was out of the question. Who would believe a teenager's inside information about betting on the World Cup? Such a revelation would only invite skepticism and trouble. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze landing on a dusty old soccer ball in the corner of his desk, a relic from his elementary school days, long deflated. An idea struck him like a bolt of lightning through the darkness, illuminating his chaotic thoughts. Sell the soccer shoes. The pair of Adidas Falcons, a birthday gift from his mother after much pleading last year, had cost several $100s. He cherished them dearly, reserving them for significant matches. And they were still mostly new. This was his only asset that could be quickly liquidated without alarming his family, and the amount would be just enough. The next afternoon, taking advantage of the lull during lunch, Chen Mo carefully polished the Falcons and rode his bike directly to the makeshift second-hand sports equipment street outside the city stadium. The roadside was covered with plastic sheets, piled high with old jerseys, shoes, and protective gear. Finding a moment of opportunity, he gently placed the shoes on a clean cloth he had brought and stood silently, not calling out, but waiting. Those in the know would understand. Sure enough, within moments, a tall boy in a school team training uniform, tanned from the sun, was drawn over. He crouched down, picked up the shoes, examining them closely, squeezing the studs and feeling the surface. Hey, are these authentic? Which generation of Falcons are they? The boy inquired. Genuine merchandise, purchased from an official counter, accompanied by a receipt. Chen Mo maintained a calm demeanor as he extracted the crumpled receipt copy from his pocket. The FG studs had scarcely been worn, as evidenced by the almost imperceptible scuff marks at the tips of the shoe studs. The young man examined the shoes with a mix of admiration and shrewdness. Ready to negotiate. They are fine shoes, albeit slightly worn. 300? Chen Mo felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained an impassive facade. My friend, observe closely the condition. The studs and the original box are all intact. I bought them for over 700 and have worn them less than 10 times. Anything below 400, and I shall use them to prop up my table. His tone bore the stubbornness and unwavering conviction characteristic of youth. The young man clicked his tongue and rubbed the familiar traction strips. 400. Take it or leave it. Chen Mo locked eyes with him. A silent contest ensued as seconds trickled by. The distant sound of whistles from the training field faintly echoed in the background. Deal. Chen Mo extended his hand decisively. 400 yuan in cash, warm from the stranger's grasp, landed in his palm, coupled with the more than 300 in his small reserve. He now possessed 700 yuan, the first and only bargaining chip in his quest for the World Cup. With the money secured, the real challenge was just beginning. He needed an utterly secure location to solidify this life-altering information. Riding his bike like a phantom through the city, he finally halted in front of a dilapidated print shop. Far from the bustling center, gazing at the grimy glass door, he noted the dim light within, illuminated solely by the monotonous whir of an antiquated inkjet printer. The proprietor, an elderly man with graying hair and reading glasses, shuffled through a stack of flyers, barely acknowledging Chen Mo's arrival. Sir, I need to print something, Chen Mo said, handing over the slightly damp USB drive that he had clenched tightly in his hand. The old man took the USB drive and gingerly connected it to a similarly outdated computer, his movements reminiscent of a slow-motion film. What shall I print? Just some study materials, Chen Mo replied vaguely, his voice somewhat parched. The proprietor asked no further questions and opened the sole document on the USB drive. A dense array of characters and symbols filled the screen. Squinting, he leaned closer, his murky eyes betraying no sign of recognition. As if he perceived nothing more than a jumble of gibberish, he slowly set the printer to work, the aged machine beginning to churn out sheets of paper imbued with a strong scent of ink. Chen Mo fixated on the emerging pages, each one a revelation of his greatest secret. The printer's clattering noise resonated sharply in the stillness of the shop, and he nervously glanced at the proprietor, who continued to methodically arrange his flyers, seemingly indifferent to the printing content. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the last of the pages were printed. The old man leisurely unplugged the USB drive and handed it back to Chen Mo along with the stack of still-warm sheets. 5 yuan, he stated. Chen Mo swiftly paid, hastily folding the papers and stuffing them into the innermost compartment of his backpack. Grabbing the USB drive, he exited the shop. It was only after riding a considerable distance and blending into the bustling crowd that his heart, which had been lodged in his throat, finally descended back into his chest. Upon returning home, he securely locked the door to his small room, drew the curtains, and illuminated the space with a solitary desk lamp, creating an atmosphere of secrecy. He spread the precious stack of printed papers across the desk, alongside a hardbound notebook filled with an array of peculiar symbols and abbreviations, and a finely sharpened pencil. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo closed his eyes. The summer of 2002, the distant Korea-Japan World Cup, with its cacophony and controversies, replayed vividly in his mind. He needed to anchor those pivotal moments, the unexpected events capable of overturning the odds, onto paper in a code only he could decipher. He began by drawing a large circle, inscribing FRA within it, representing the reigning champions, the formidable France. Adjacent to it, he sketched a small, almost inconspicuous SEN for Senegal. With a red pen, he drew a glaring arrow between the two, pointing towards SN while forcefully writing 10 beside it. After a moment's contemplation, he added a line in smaller text. Diop? First half. The memory was somewhat hazy, only recalling the world-shocking goal, seemingly in the first half. Unsure, he punctuated it with a question mark. Below FRA, he drew 2 heavy horizontal lines, marking, Zidane injured? No goals. The absence of their core player Zidane and the front line's lackluster performance foreshadowed this astonishing upset. Next came another seismic event. He inscribed URU for Uruguay, with their opponent DN for Denmark. His recollection suggested a dull stalemate. He drew an equal sign 0-0. However, the The more critical concern was France's ensuing fate. In the group, France, FRA, Uruguay, URU, Denmark, DN, and Senegal, SEN, were pitted against each other. Senegal had triumphed over France, and what if France faced another loss or draw, thereby exiting the tournament as the defending champion? The thought constricted his breath. He swiftly drew a line between FRA and DN, jotting down 0-2, and then wrote 0-0 between FRA and URU. After 2 rounds, France had not scored a single goal, accumulating only 1 point. In a flurry, he hastily circled FRA's name in red ink, marking it with a large cross. Last in the group, eliminated. These words were inscribed with palpable intensity. His thoughts drifted to another battlefield. He wrote GR, the German war machine. Their first opponent was the Desert Foxes, KSA, Saudi Arabia. This match, in his memory, resembled a massacre. He wrote 80, adding an exclamation mark beside it. Close's hat-trick header? Yes, indeed. The emerging young talent. Next to GR, he annotated, K-God? Header? Then came the South American powerhouse, Argentina. ARC. Their debut opponent was the African team, NGA, Nigeria. Chen Mo furrowed his brow as his memory became somewhat clouded. The match seemed rather intense. The result appeared to be a narrow victory for Argentina. Hesitatingly, he wrote 10, followed by a question mark. Was it Batistuta or Crespo who scored? Uncertain. Yet he was sure Argentina had won. The most perplexing aspect emerged, the host nation, KOR, South Korea. The trajectory of this team in 2002 was rife with controversy and external factors. He inscribed KOR, then drew a long line pointing towards POL, Poland. This marked South Korea's inaugural match. Did they emerge victorious, as his memory suggests? He noted down 20. Next was the encounter with the USA. It seemed to have ended in a draw, perhaps 11. He annotated, 11. A crucial match for advancing from the group stage, facing the formidable POR, Portugal. This game lingered in Chen Mo's memory, not due to its brilliance, but because of the red cards. Were 2 Portuguese players sent off? Perhaps Pinto and Bento? He wrote POR, and beside it, drew 2 large red exclamation marks, annotating, 2 reds. Reduction in numbers. Ultimately, South Korea triumphed, 10? He recorded 10. After securing advancement, South Korea faced ITA, Italy, a match often regarded as one of the darkest in World Cup history. Totti's red card? Tomasai's goal disallowed. On Yoonghwan's golden goal? Chen Mo's pen hovered over the paper, his heart racing. With an almost cryptic flair, he drew a distorted referee symbol beside ITA, marking it with a cross. Inscribing, controversial red card? Goal disallowed. Extra time goal? The result pointed to KOR, advancement. Then came the astonishing match against ESP, Spain, where yet again, 2 legitimate goals were annulled. Joaquin's cross, Morieni's header? The flag was raised? And then the penalty shootout? Chen Mo's handwriting became somewhat hurried, burdened with the weight of chronicling a dark history. Goals disallowed too. Penalty shootout? Yet again, the outcome was, KOR advanced. Finally, South Korea faced GR, and this match seemed more conventional. Bollock's goal? 10. Germany ultimately shattered South Korea's dream. He inscribed GR 10 KOR. Laying down his pen, Chen Mo gazed at the cryptic notations on the paper, abbreviations only he could fully decipher, arrows, question marks, exclamation points, red crosses, and the distorted referee symbol resembling a bizarre strategic map. This would serve as his operational guide for the forthcoming month. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. Yet it was eclipsed by excitement and a thrilling sense of control over the unknown. Next came the formulation of a betting strategy. A capital of 700 was insufficient to weather any storms. He must meticulously calculate, planning every penny's trajectory like the most miserly of merchants, and if necessary, sell stocks to amass funds. Underdogs were gold, yet with such limited initial capital, even high odds would yield little profit. He murmured to himself, inscribing the first principle in his notebook. Seek stability in the first round, accumulate capital. In the initial group stage, the likelihood of strong teams faltering was relatively low. Matches like Germany versus Saudi Arabia, GER versus KSA, showcased a stark disparity, with pitiable odds. Nevertheless, even a mosquito's leg is meat. He intended to place a modest bet on Germany winning decisively, perhaps $100, to secure a small profit. Argentina against Nigeria, YRG versus NGA. Although he recalled a narrow victory, Argentina's form was unstable. He resolved to observe or place a minimal bet on Argentina winning without specifying a score. The true opportunity lay with France versus Senegal, FRA versus SEN, where the odds for an upset were astonishing. Chen Mo's heart began to race again. He calculated that after making a small profit from the German match in the first round, he would wager at least half on Senegal winning or France losing. This was the starting point for his path to riches. He sketched a heavy dollar sign beside the SEN. As the group stage progressed, unexpected results, such as the match between South Korea and Portugal, which exploited refereeing factors, would yield high odds. Yet, Chen Mo hesitated. His gaze fixed on the distorted referee symbol on the paper, an overwhelming discomfort swelling within him. Such money was tainted. More importantly, the variables in such matches were immense. What if his memory faltered, or the butterfly effect led to a different outcome? The risks were exceedingly high. He drew a large question mark next to the match, annotating, high risk. During the knockout stage, particularly in South Korea's matches, these were the contests he focused on intently, pivotal for his financial surge. As he repeatedly calculated the potential returns, abruptly, he slammed his notebook shut, along with the stack of printed paper filled with codes, shoving them deep into the innermost drawer of his desk. Yet feeling this was insufficiently secure, he retrieved them, scanned the room, and ultimately rolled them up, concealing them beneath the old textbooks in a cardboard box under his bed, weighed down by several hefty dictionaries. Outside, the city's lights continued to twinkle. On this ordinary night, unbeknownst to anyone, a youth prepared to leverage his singular, future-derived chip to pry open the lever of fate. In the silence, the only sound was the relentless drumming of his heart, echoing like a war drum, heavy and powerful. Chapter 65. Additional investment. The night was as thick as indelible ink. His father, Chen Mo, eased the red Tianjin truck into a makeshift parking lot demarcated haphazardly with white chalk on the outskirts of the city. As the headlights extinguished, the surroundings plunged into deeper darkness, save for the sporadic flicker of headlights from distant highways, ghostly flames flitting by. The driver's side door creaked open, and his father nearly tumbled out, feeling as though his legs were filled with lead, heavy and aching, as his feet met the uneven, muddy ground, sharp stones biting painfully. Leaning against the searing hot door, he took several deep breaths before dragging his weary body to the rear of the vehicle. Unfastening the tarp's ropes proved a formidable task, his fingers somewhat uncooperative. Utilizing the faint glow of his phone screen, he inspected the cargo's bindings, confirming their security before he shuffled to a relatively level precast concrete slab and collapsed onto it. The cold, hard surface beneath him was uncomfortable, yet he sighed in relief. He was utterly exhausted. He fumbled in his pants pocket for the worn, shiny old wallet, his fingers trembling slightly. With the distant dim light, he opened the wallet and pulled out a thick stack of bills. It was all small denominations, 10 and 20 yuan notes, with the highest value being 50. This was the fare earned from 2 short trips today, cobbled together. Wetting his fingertips slightly, he painstakingly counted the meager bills under the scant light, taking his time to be meticulous. 100, 170, 185, he murmured hoarsely, his voice dry and raspy. After finishing the count, unease crept in, prompting him to start anew. 100, 170, 185. Indeed, he meticulously organized the bills, tucking them into the innermost section of his wallet before zipping it shut. He lifted his gaze and regarded the distant, blurred glow of the city, his expression vacant. After toiling throughout the day, he found himself with a meager sum, a mere 100 or so. In the early months after settling his car loan, it felt as though his wallet were a sieve, leaking every hard-earned penny. When would this cycle ever cease? The following afternoon, his father, Chen Mo, returned home from work earlier than usual, his attire dusted with grime and the scent of motor oil clinging to him. The milk tea shop had just passed its bustling midday rush, with only a few students idly chatting. His mother, Li Xiaolan, was behind the counter, washing utensils, the sound of water splashing resonating in the air. Chen Mo sat at a small table in the corner, several newspapers spread before him, along with the ledger he used for bookkeeping. Chen Mo plopped down onto the small plastic stool across from his son, the stool creaking under the sudden weight. He grasped the cup of warm water that Chen Mo had pushed towards him and drank deeply, quenching the fiery thirst that had built up. "How was your day, Dad?" Chen Mo inquired, setting down his pen. "What more can I say? Just running about," replied Chen Mo, waving his hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell on the meager earnings. His gaze wandered over the colorful pages of the newspapers before him, filled with various graphs and charts that made his head spin. What is the purpose of this? Can it be eaten? Chen Mo did not respond directly, but pushed a financial newspaper towards him, pointing to a prominent headline. Dad, take a look at this. Squinting, Chen Weiguo leaned closer, reading the bold black title. Shanghai and Shenzhen markets reach new heights. Bull market pattern solidified. Investor confidence soars. Below it were two large, upward swinging graphs resembling electrocardiograms, the dense text beside them utterly incomprehensible to him. What does this mean? He asked, a frown creasing his brow, confusion evident on his face. It means the stock market is flourishing, akin to riding a rocket, rising every day. Chen Mo's voice brimmed with youthful enthusiasm. Look at this chart, see this line? He pointed to one particularly steep curve. This is the market index. How many points was it at the end of last year? It's nearly doubled now. It's skyrocketing. Chen Wei was scoffed, unimpressed. Rising, rising, rising. What good does it do if it reaches the heavens? The fall will be even more devastating. Didn't we learn from the lessons of the past few years? How many people lost everything, left with nothing but their undergarments? All of this is illusory. It's far better to hold on to the cash we have. He instinctively patted the pocket of his trousers where his wallet resided, as if to reassure himself that his hard-earned money was still there. Dad, what you're talking about is the past, speculating on junk stocks, following the crowd blindly. Chen Mo countered earnestly, his tone serious. This time is different. Look at what the news says. Economic improvement, policy support. This is what we call fundamental backing. Moreover, we are not investing in any random stocks. He opened his hardbound notebook, pointing to a page within. Father Chen Weiguo leaned forward to take a look, where several lines were meticulously inscribed with a pen. Guizhou Matai, 600519 purchase price X yuan, current price X yuan, increase XX Vanke, 0002 purchase price X yuan, current price X yuan, increase XX China Merchants Bank, 600036 purchase price X yuan, current price X yuan, increase XX following each name. A remarkably substantial percentage figure circled in red caught his eye. Chen Weiguo's gaze fixated on the increase associated with Matai, his eyelids twitching. Has it risen this much? He found it hard to believe. He was aware of his son's initial investment, and although it pained him, he thought it was merely his son's saved pocket money and New Year's gift, so he chose to turn a blind eye. But how long has it been? A few months? The percentage following that figure was already almost equivalent to his monthly earnings from driving. Money generates money so swiftly? And this is merely on paper. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo spoke with an assured tone. Dad, think about our current situation. The milk tea shop is profitable, but it's hard-earned money. Every penny is a result of your and Mom's toil. As for your driving, amidst all the wind and rain, how much do you actually take home after each trip? But these stocks, he emphatically pointed at the red circles on his notebook, they are different. They earn money while lying idle. As long as you choose wisely, they will generate wealth on their own. This is called capital appreciation, the fastest route for money to breed more money. Father Chen Weiguo remained silent, merely lifting the remaining half glass of water and downing it in one gulp. His son's words hammered away at his entrenched beliefs, generating doubt. Can money truly breed more money? He recalled the frustration of counting that meager sum of money in the parking lot yesterday. Casting another glance at the buoyant percentage figures in the notebook, and for the first time, the scales in his heart began to visibly tip. But what if it falls? He still felt uneasy, his voice dry. This thing rises quickly, but it can plummet just as terrifyingly. What if it drops back down? Wouldn't we lose our capital? Dad, look at the stocks we've purchased. Chen Mo was well prepared, his tone resolute. Matai, you think this brand, this liquor, will cease to be consumed? It will only grow in value. Bank, the leading player in real estate. Buildings are rising everywhere in the city. There will only be more construction in the future. China Merchants Bank, the custodians of wealth. As people's lives improve, the number of savers and borrowers will only increase. These companies are solidly profitable, with a stable foundation. They are not those fleeting, worthless stocks. He paused, observing the flicker of uncertainty in his father's eyes, and proposed a crucial suggestion. Dad, my point is, we cannot just watch it rise. The market is thriving now. It is the perfect time to invest more. Let us reinvest some of the profits we made and allocate a portion of the idle funds saved from the milk tea shop. This is called additional investment. While prices are low, let us buy more seeds so that, in the future, we can harvest a greater bounty. What? Invest more money? Father Chen Mo felt as if he had been stung by a scorpion, nearly springing up from his small stool, his voice suddenly rising. The money from the milk tea shop? However, your mother toils from dawn till dusk, selling 1 cup at a time. This is the last of our family's savings, meant for repaying the car loan and stocking up for emergencies. How can we throw it into this intangible stock market? He was so anxious that his face turned crimson, as if his son were about to cast the family fortune into a fiery pit. The sound of rushing water from the operation station ceased, and his mother, Li Xiaolan, approached, wiping her hands, her face etched with concern. Mo, your father has a point. I may not understand stocks, but I've heard that the risks are substantial. Our family cannot afford such uncertainties. Mom, Dad, please listen to me. Chen Mo took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound steadier and more persuasive. It's not about wagering our entire fortune. We're only considering a portion of our funds. The milk tea shop has stable cash flow, and the branch is also thriving. Every month, after expenses, loan repayments, and inventory, we always have some surplus, right? Why let this money sit idly in the bank, earning a paltry interest when it could be invested in the stock market to yield greater returns? He pointed to the upward trend on the newspaper. Look at this momentum. As experts say, we are merely halfway through a bull market. If we don't buy now, will we wait until it skyrockets to chase after it? That would be a loss. We are investing in reputable companies, not engaging in short-term speculation. We plan to hold for 5, 10 years, or even longer. This is what we call long-term holding. The longer we hold, the more we earn. Dad, think about Matai. How much was it when we bought it? How much is it now? In 5 or 10 years, will it not become more valuable, just like the wine that becomes more fragrant with age? Long-term holding, Chen Mo. His father murmured the phrase. He might not grasp concepts like K-line charts or fundamentals, but he understood the simple truth that good things only get better with time. Matai is a fine product. It's difficult to buy even a bottle during the festive seasons. His son's comparison of stocks to Matai seemed to hold some merit. Dad, Mom, look. Seeing his father's attitude soften, Chen Mo swiftly produced his trump card. He pulled out an antiquated Nokia phone with a blue screen, its display quite small. Clumsily pressing the buttons, he took a while to retrieve the stock account information, which he had secretly activated for phone inquiries. He held the tiny screen up to his parents' eyes. The dim blue light illuminated the suddenly widened eyes of Chen Mo and Li Xiaolan, clearly revealing several figures. Guizhou Matai. Current stock price XXX yuan. Shares held. XX shares. Market value. XXXXX yuan. The 5-digit market value, though starting with a 1, struck Chen Mo's heart like a silent thunderbolt. How much had his son invested initially? Merely a few thousand? In just a few months, it had multiplied to such an extent? This money had increased so swiftly, far quicker than his own relentless labor. Chen Mo's hand instinctively clenched into a fist, his gaze fixated on the small blue screen as if trying to see through it. A lump formed in his throat, rendering him speechless. That string of numbers bore a magical impact, shattering all his doubts and conservatism. It dawned on him that money could indeed generate more money in such a manner. Could it be that the seemingly insubstantial endeavors of my son could indeed transform into tangible wealth? Mother, Li Xiaolan, stood in astonishment, covering her mouth. And after a prolonged silence, she quietly inquired, "Is what is inscribed here truly real? Is it genuinely worth this much?" "Absolutely," Chen Mo asserted with unwavering conviction, reclaiming his phone. "This is merely on paper. As long as we refrain from selling, its value will continue to ascend. Father, Mother, the opportunity is right before us. By investing now, we secure a profit. In a few years, you will witness how this modest sum could multiply exponentially. It is infinitely superior to saving in a bank or leaving it to rust at home." In the small corner of the milk tea shop, a brief hush enveloped the space, pierced only by the deep hum of the refrigerator compressor and the methodical ticking of the wall clock. The air was saturated with the lingering scent of milk and an exhilarating essence known as wealth. Father, Chen Mo, bowed his head, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the greasy seams of his work pants. In his mind, two voices clashed. One vehemently warned against touching the funds of the milk tea shop, deeming it hard-earned money, while the stock market was a treacherous beast. The other, however, was incited by the 5-digit figure on the blue screen, its eyes ablaze with the mantra of seizing the opportunity, for money begets money, presenting a chance for redemption. He suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto his wife, Li Xiaolan, who was gazing back at him with a complex expression an amalgamation of concern, confusion, and an instinctive desire ignited by the allure of those figures. "How much liquid capital do we have in the shop?" he croaked. Motherly Sholon hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at the locked drawer of the cash register before looking at her son. After a few seconds of silence, as if calculating swiftly in her mind, she cautiously replied, "This month's payment has just been settled, and I've also set aside the funds for next month's raw materials. We must reserve the car loan money. If we squeeze a bit, could we manage to extract 5,000? Her voice trembled as she uttered this figure. 5,000, Father Chen Mo repeated, as if savoring the weight of that number. He took a deep breath and turned to his son, Chen Mo. His earlier fervent opposition dissipated, replaced by a grave determination tinged with a hint of reckless abandon. "Very well, 5,000 it is." Each word deliberate, as if pried from between clenched teeth. "Mo, this money is entrusted to you. Invest in the Moutai, Vank, and that bank. Acquire them all." However, he intensified his tone, imbued with an undeniable sternness. "Remember your earlier words. Hold them long-term. Without your mother and me giving the nod, you must not act rashly, and absolutely refrain from frivolous maneuvers. Father, rest assured." Chen Mo's heart raced with exhilaration, a powerful surge coursing through him, yet he maintained a facade of utmost seriousness. "I assure you, I will only purchase these specific stocks. Once acquired, they will remain untouched. This sum shall serve as the golden seed buried within our family's soil, and in 5 or 10 years, I promise to unearth a mountain of gold for you and mother." Father Chen Mo ceased further dialogue, merely responding with a weighty affirmation. At the operational desk, Chen Mo hastily noted in his notebook, "Additional capital, 5,000 yuan. Target stocks, Moutai, Vank, China Merchants Bank. Strategy, immediate purchase, long-term retention." The tip of the pen glided across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound akin to silkworms nibbling on mulberry leaves, heralding a certain silent growth. Motherly Sholon quietly returned to the cash register, retrieved a key, and unlocked the heavy drawer, where neatly stacked bills seemed to carry an extraordinary weight. She extracted 5 bundles of 100 yuan notes secured with rubber bands and handed the money to her son. Chen Mo accepted the thick stack of bills, imbued with the unique sweet aroma of the milk tea shop, feeling the weight in his palm as if cradling the future of his entire family. Chapter 66. Brilliance unveiled in the computer room of the Provincial Experimental Middle School. The air was infused with a stimulating blend of new plastic casings and static electricity. The powerful central air conditioning emitted a low hum, contrasting with the heat generated by a dozen computers running at full capacity, creating a surprisingly cool atmosphere. The fluorescent lights cast a sheen on the computer screens. Chen Mo sat in a rear position, fingers poised over the keyboard, his gaze sweeping across the freshly loaded competition questions for the final round of the Provincial Information Olympiad, NOIP, Advanced Group. Amidst the tense, oppressive silence, the competition commenced, punctuated by the intermittent, suppressed inhalations and the rapid clicks of mice, resembling a flock of birds flapping their wings, trapped in a cage. Turning to the boy beside him, Chen Mo noticed beads of sweat forming on his nose as he fixated on the first question, his lips silently moving as if he were savoring each word of the problem. In the front row, a girl anxiously tugged at her hair and slammed her pen onto the desk with a soft thud, drawing a warning glance from the proctor. Yet Chen Mo remained unaffected. Akin to a rock submerged in the depths of the sea, the swirling currents around him seemed irrelevant. The intricate logical descriptions, algorithmic requirements, and temporal constraints that appeared as cryptic to others were effortlessly deconstructed and reassembled in his mind, transforming into clear pathways for problem solving. The vast repository of accumulated knowledge and experience loomed like a precise navigational chart, instantaneously charting the optimal route to resolution. His fingertips lightly descended upon the keyboard, devoid of hesitation or uncertainty, akin to the most seasoned pianist striking the most familiar keys. The crisp, rhythmic sounds of his keystrokes resonated, steady as if he were not engaged in a fierce competition, but rather completing a task he had long mastered. On the screen, lines of code flowed smoothly, as if drawn by an invisible hand, structured and logically coherent. First question, AC, accepted. A green prompt flashed the moment the evaluation system refreshed. Second question, AC. Third question, the boy beside him had just managed to complete a small portion of code for the first question with great difficulty. Upon glancing up, He caught sight of the green AC notifications continuously appearing on Chen Mo's screen, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. The color drained from his face, overwhelmed by a mix of incredulity and despair. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to his own stagnant code, then abruptly looked back at Chen Mo's hands, which hardly paused at all, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. As time passed minute by minute, the atmosphere in the computer room grew increasingly tense. Some individuals began to bite their nails, while others incessantly switched problems, and a few emitted low, frustrated growls. The sound of keyboards striking became more frequent and agitated, the air thickening with a mixture of sweat and the machine's warmth. Yet, Chen Mo seemed to exist in an alternate realm, immersed in his own rhythm. His fingers danced across the keys, thoughts racing like lightning. When confronted with a graph theory problem requiring deep optimization, he momentarily furrowed his brow, his fingers hovering above the keyboard for a few seconds, as if rapidly constructing a model in his mind. Then, an extraordinarily ingenious solution, one that transcended conventional thinking, suddenly crystallized in his mind. His fingertips swiftly descended once more, and lines of code flowed from him effortlessly. The supervising teacher, hands clasped behind his back, silently patrolled the aisles. As he strolled to the back of Chen Mo, his steps involuntarily came to a halt. His gaze fell upon the neat code interface on Chen Mo's screen, where a string of glaring green AC indicators in the assessment system window showcased results far surpassing the majority of participants. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes behind the lenses, and after observing Chen Mo's focused and tranquil profile for a few moments, he moved on, bearing an expression laced with an indescribable complexity. For many, the 3-hour battle felt interminable, when the sharp sound signaling the end echoed through the room. Several contestants slumped in their chairs, pallid and drained, their vacant stares fixed on the ceiling as if every ounce of energy had been extracted from them. Others pounded the table in frustration at the large swathes of red markings on their screens, indicating errors, WA, wrong answer, and time limits exceeded, TLE, time limit exceeded. Amidst the chaos, Chen Mo calmly saved the code for the final problem and clicked submit. On the screen, the green AC symbol, denoting successful completion, illuminated steadily. He glanced at the time in the bottom right corner. There were still a full 40 minutes until the mandatory submission. With a gentle exhale, he felt as though he had accomplished something trivial, neither excited nor agitated, only a serene acceptance of what was meant to be. He stood up, gathered his pen and admission ticket, and as the chair legs scraped against the smooth floor, a faint creaking sound pierced the sudden silence of the computer room, drawing nearly everyone's attention. Eyes turned towards the anomaly of someone submitting early, filled with curiosity, confusion, and a profound sense of astonishment. Had he really finished? And submitted so far ahead of schedule? Ignoring the stares, Chen Mo calmly exited the computer room, thick with sweat and anxiety. Inhaling the cool air of the corridor and feeling the slight chill of early spring outside. Days later, on the official website of the Provincial Competition Committee, the results for the Provincial NOIP Advanced Group were published. The colossal leaderboard page gradually materialized, and at the very top, a name and score shone like the sun. First place, Chen Mo, Anna number 2 high school, total score, 400 points, full score. Amidst a screen filled with a flurry of names and scores, this single line stood out in crimson, dominating the rankings and declaring its existence with an overwhelming presence. Incredible. 400 points. A perfect score. Anna number 2 high school. What obscure corner of the world is that? I've never even heard of it. Chen Mo? Who is he? I don't recall him ever making an appearance in provincial competitions. This is madness. Surely, that last question was one that few in the province managed to solve. Yet he answered it all correctly. In the coach group for the informatics competition of several top high schools in the provincial capital, Provincial Experimental, Normal University affiliated, City No. 1 high, this news erupted like wildfire. Coach Lee from Provincial Experimental. Has everyone seen the results? This Chen Mo from Annan No. 2 high actually scored a perfect 400 points. Lao Zhao. Is this person on your provincial training roster? Coach Zhang from Normal University affiliated. No. This individual is definitely not on our list. And as for Annan number 2 high, I can hardly recall them having a decent computer lab. Are we sure this score is accurate? Coach Zhao from City number 1 high. I just called the organizing committee. The results have been verified. And the on-site surveillance confirmed he completed the exam at an astonishing pace, submitting it 40 minutes early. It's truly uncanny. I wonder how this student emerged. Coach Lee from Provincial Experimental. Investigate. Find out immediately. Which teacher is responsible for him? Who has contact information? I recall their essay teacher named Wang and Annan, who leads the team. Is Mr. Wang available? This Chen Mo is from your school. What is the situation here? Mr. Wang from Annan number 2 high, trembling with excitement. Coach Lee. Yes, I'm here. This Chen Mo is indeed a freshman at our school. This child is a genius, an absolute prodigy. He has consistently excelled in training and even achieved full marks in city competitions. However, I never expected him to secure the provincial first place, let alone a perfect score. Mr. Wang was so overwhelmed with joy that his words became disjointed, clearly dazed by the immense surprise. Coach Lee from Provincial Experimental. Mr. Wang, immediately provide me with the contact information for Chen Mo and your principal. We at Provincial Experimental must secure this student, and you may set any conditions you desire. Coach Zhang from Normal University Affiliated. Laoli, that's rather unfair. Why are you monopolizing? Mr. Wang, our conditions at Normal University Affiliated are even better. Priority for Olympiad recommendations, full tuition waiver, and substantial scholarships. Coach Zhao from City No. 1 High. Our city number 1 High is much closer to Annan. The environment here is far more suitable. Mr. Wang, please consider us, shortly. Our principal will personally visit your school to discuss. In the small office of the principal of Annan number 2 High, the old landline phone rang incessantly, sounding as if it had gone mad. Just after hanging up with the admissions office of a prestigious provincial school, the phone rang again with a frantic urgency. The principal clutched the microphone, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead, yet his face radiated an unprecedented flush of excitement. Throughout his life, he had never received such a flurry of calls from the finest high schools in the provincial capital, each more urgent and courteous than the last. Ah, Principal Zhang, greetings. Yes, Chen Mo is indeed a student at our school. You are too kind. Provincial Experimental? Certainly. What? You wish to come in person? Oh, how embarrassing. Very well. Welcome. We shall extend our utmost hospitality. As he wiped his brow, the principal bowed and nodded towards the microphone, his voice trembling with exhilaration. No sooner had he hung up than the phone rang again. Hello? Oh, Director Lee, greetings. What? The Normal University Affiliated High School? Ah, it is an honor. Indeed. Chen Mo is the pride of our institution. A scholarship? A recommendation quota? We are immensely grateful for your esteemed school's generosity. We shall certainly deliberate with the utmost seriousness. The principal felt as though he were in a dream. These prestigious schools, of which he hardly knew the entrance, were now vying to extend an olive branch to a student named Chen Mo. Clutching the now warm microphone, he gazed out at the dilapidated playground and the weathered teaching buildings, finally realizing that this humble, forgotten school could indeed enjoy moments of glory. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire second high school. Have you heard? That Chen Mo from the first year won first prize in the provincial information competition, and with full marks. Full marks. My heavens. A provincial first prize? Doesn't that guarantee admission to a prestigious university? Not just that. I've heard that the Provincial Experimental and Normal University Affiliated High School are all clamoring for him to transfer. Is that true? That's incredible. Didn't he also open a milk tea shop? How can he excel in both studies and business? In the corridors, classrooms, and cafeteria, discussions centered around the same name. When Chen Mo entered through the back door of the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds as dozens of gazes converged on him, some filled with envy, others with admiration, curiosity, and a complexity that was hard to conceal. He walked straight to his seat, seemingly oblivious to it all. His desk mate, Lu, nudged him excitedly with his elbow, his chubby face contorting with enthusiasm as he whispered, "Mo Gu, you are truly amazing. Provincial first prize. With full marks. You are destined for Tsinghua or Peking University. Don't forget your brothers when you make it big." Chen Mo glanced at him and replied with a nonchalant hum. As he retrieved the textbook for the next class from his drawer, his expression remained unperturbed, as if the attention was not directed at him. Such scrutiny paled in comparison to the greater tempests he had weathered in his past life. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, almost burst into the classroom. Her face flushed with an unusual hue, her hair slightly disheveled from her anxious grasp. In her hand, she waved a freshly printed report card, still warm from the printer, her voice trembling with excitement. "Class, please quiet down. I have a momentous announcement to make. Our classmate, Chen Mo, has achieved a perfect score and won the provincial first prize in the recently concluded Provincial Olympiad in Informatics. ranking first in the entire province. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom, erupting into a cacophony of applause, gasps, and whistles. Although rumors had circulated prior, the impact of hearing the homeroom teacher announce such exhilarating news in a fervent tone was overwhelming. Ms. Lin approached Chen Mo's desk, firmly patting his shoulder, her lips quivering, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Well done, my boy. You have brought pride to our school and to our class. Truly remarkable." Her words became somewhat disjointed, as the sheer joy caused the normally composed teacher to momentarily lose her poise. "The principal has announced a celebratory gathering in your honor, and the city's education bureau has called to commend you. Chen Mo, you are the pride of our school, a promising talent destined for Tsinghua or Peking University." The mention of those esteemed institutions detonated like a bombshell, further igniting the atmosphere within the classroom. The gazes of his classmates shifted entirely. They no longer viewed him merely as a high-achieving peer, but as a revered scholar on the brink of entering a prestigious university with limitless potential ahead. Feeling the weight of Ms. Lin's hand upon his shoulder, Chen Mo lifted his gaze to meet the flushed face of his teacher, then scanned the fervent faces of his classmates. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, a faint acknowledgement, yet his eyes remained tranquil, tinged with a subtle detachment. Tsinghua and Peking University were indeed among his aspirations, but merely one of many. The landscape of his ambitions extended far beyond these confines. As the school bell rang, Chen Mo, as customary, slung his old backpack over his shoulder and navigated through the chattering crowd, stepping out of the school gates. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed him in warmth, casting a long shadow behind him. From the direction of the milk tea shop near the entrance, he faintly heard his mother's familiar calls and the soft sound of a straw penetrating a plastic cup, the air fragrant with sweetness. He did not pause, resolutely making his way homeward. The accolades of provincial first prize, the olive branch from prestigious schools, the admiration of his peers, and the praise from his teacher, all these clamorous accolades were cast aside like the retreating tide. His thoughts drifted toward more distant horizons, the quietly appreciating value of stocks in his bank account, the old cardboard box beneath his bed filled with notes of passwords, and the impending World Cup, poised to stir the winds of change. Beneath his calm exterior lay a torrent of ambition and meticulous calculations. The cool sensation of tapping on a keyboard lingered on his fingertips, akin to the feel of counting banknotes or analyzing stock charts, tools and pathways, all. He narrowed his eyes slightly against the afterglow of the setting sun, his steps steady and resolute. The journey ahead remains long, and he has only just begun to accelerate. Chapter 67. Direct Admission or Top Scholar. The repercussions of Chen Mo achieving a perfect score in the provincial NOIP competition crashed into the long stagnant waters of Ainun Too High School like a colossal stone, stirring up waves that rose higher with each passing moment. The antiquated landline in the principal's office enjoyed a brief respite. Yet the chatter surrounding Chen Mo within the campus bubbled incessantly, akin to boiling water. The phrase provincial first place with full marks hung like a golden sign at the entrance of the dilapidated teaching building, and even the Municipal Education Bureau, in an unprecedented move, allocated a special bonus, modest in amount but sufficient for the principal to beam with pride at the staff meeting, proclaiming it the highest honor our school has ever achieved in academic competitions, a milestone of great significance. What further invigorated the teachers was the avalanche of invitation letters that followed. Principals or heads of admissions from nearly all the top high schools in the province, such as Provincial Experimental, Normal University Affiliated, and City No. 1 High School, were set to personally visit the humble abode of Ainun No. 2 High School, their singular intent being to recruit the suddenly prominent gem, Chen Mo. As the news spread, the entire school buzzed with excitement, and a banner proclaiming a warm welcome to the leaders of sister schools was hung at the entrance. Its bright red background and yellow lettering almost dazzling. The corridors gleamed, and the principal oversaw the preparations, directing several young teachers bustling about to set up a small conference room, adjusting the dusty projector with a nervousness akin to awaiting a significant inspection. Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin. The principal seized the hurriedly passing homeroom teacher, Lin, his voice lowered yet brimming with barely contained excitement. "Whereas, Chen Mo. Hurry. Get him to change into something presentable. Principal Lee from Provincial Experimental will be here this afternoon. This is crucial for our school's reputation and Chen Mo's future. A direct admission, perhaps even to Qingbei. This is all but guaranteed." Observing the principal's somewhat distorted expression of excitement, Lin felt a twinge of discomfort but nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Principal. Chen Mo understands the gravity of the situation. I will go fetch him right away. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the small conference room. The air was still infused with the scent of freshly sprayed air freshener mingling with the aroma of newly brewed tea. Principal Li from Provincial Experimental, Director Zhang from Normal University Affiliated, and Director Zhao from City No. 1 High School, 3 eminent figures in Ainan's educational sphere, sat side by side at a long table draped in pristine velvet, their assistants standing behind them, exuding an air of scrutiny. Opposite them sat the principal of No. 2 High School along with several school leaders, all wearing smiles while maintaining a rigid posture, their palms sweating. Lin, as Chen Mo's homeroom teacher, occupied a seat at the edge, feeling somewhat constrained, while at the eye of the storm. Chen Mo sat quietly beside the principal in a faded school uniform jacket, calmly surveying the varied expressions of the 3 distinguished guests, his countenance betraying no hint of tension or excitement, as though this moment held no relevance to him. Chen Mo, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Principal Li of the Provincial Experimental School was the first to speak, his voice resounding with an air of authority as he beamed at Chen Mo. We have all seen your remarkable achievements, an exceptional full score, a rarity in our province's history. The Provincial Experimental High School is the cradle of our province's Olympiad talent, boasting the finest faculty, the most advanced experimental facilities, and the most developed competitive training system. Should you choose to join us, we promise you entry into the science experimental class, paired with the best competition coaches, with our full support to secure a position on the national training team. Furthermore, we offer preferential access to guaranteed admission quotas for Tsinghua and Peking University, along with a complete tuition waiver and generous scholarships. Your future will be a smooth path. His rapid delivery made each promise resonate like a heavy bombshell, stiffening the smiles on the faces of the leaders from the 2nd High School. Director Zhang from the Normal University Affiliated School adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his smile gentle, yet his gaze sharp. Indeed, we pride ourselves on a rich academic environment fostered by our affiliation with the Normal University, placing great emphasis on the comprehensive development and cultural literacy of outstanding talents. We, too, offer the best classes and the strongest faculty, and I can assure you that if you join our school, you will undoubtedly occupy the core position representing our province in the national competition next year. As for the guaranteed admission quotas for Tsinghua and Peking University, we possess more mature and reliable channels. He deliberately emphasized the word reliable. Director Zhao from the 1st Municipal High School was equally resolute, his voice steady and powerful. Chen Mo, our school is closer to Annan, providing a more familiar environment to help you adapt swiftly to the rigorous demands of competitive studies. Moreover, our principal has personally instructed that, upon your agreement, we will arrange the finest apartment-style dormitories, single occupancy, along with one-on-one coaching from our competition instructors. Our foundation in informatics competitions is second to none, and we are fully confident in our ability to secure admission quotas for Tsinghua and Peking University. He cast a significant glance at the principal of the 2nd High School, adding, we also respect the groundwork laid by the 2nd High School for Chen Mo and are willing to offer substantial support for future collaborations. The 3 esteemed figures took turns presenting increasingly enticing offers, akin to a series of meticulously prepared delicacies, emanating the alluring aroma of prestigious institutions and guaranteed admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. The conference room was enveloped in a silence that highlighted their voices. As the leaders from the 2nd High School found their breaths quickening, their gazes towards Chen Mo filled with eager anticipation, as if silently urging him to respond. Chen Mo, do hurry and agree. Whichever you choose, it is a tremendous fortune, and our 2nd High School's reputation will be firmly established. Unable to contain himself, the principal of the 2nd High School leaned closer, his voice almost a whisper of excitement. Chen Mo, look at this rare opportunity. Provincial Experimental, Normal University Affiliated, 1st Municipal High, these are the top schools in our province. Whichever you choose, admission to Tsinghua and Peking University is a certainty, and your future is boundless. Please express your choice quickly, and rest assured, the school will fully support you. All eyes instantly focused on Chen Mo. The air in the conference room seemingly suspended in anticipation. Chen Mo slowly lifted his head, his gaze meeting the eager eyes of the 3 esteemed figures across from him. then glancing at the impatient expression of the principal beside him, finally settling on the face of his homeroom teacher, Mr. Lin, which was filled with a complex array of emotions. He then took a gentle breath, his voice soft yet resonant in the quiet conference room. I am grateful for the kindness of all the principals and the director. The Provincial Experimental School, the affiliated high school of Normal University, and City No. 1 High School are all excellent institutions. He paused, observing the knowing smiles of the three dignitaries opposite him, their expressions reflecting a sense of approval. The principal of the second high school also relaxed, a smile forming as he prepared to offer some conventional pleasantries. However, Chen Mo's subsequent words fell upon them like a bucket of ice water. However, regarding the matter of transferring and being recommended for admission, I do not intend to consider it at this time. What? Not considering? The three voices erupted almost in unison, filled with shock and disbelief. Principal Li of the Provincial Experimental School wore a frozen smile. Director Zhang of the affiliated high school had his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. And Director Zhao of City No. 1 High School's composed demeanor shattered instantly. The principal of the second high school looked as if he had stepped on a cat's tail, nearly leaping from his chair as he exclaimed, Chen Mo, what nonsense are you talking about? This is an opportunity for guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. So many people yearn for it. Mr. Lin also abruptly lifted his head, staring at Chen Mo in astonishment, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately transforming into a silent sigh of deeper concern. He truly wondered what this child was thinking. Chen Mo, seemingly oblivious to the disarray of those around him, continued calmly, I have not rejected the path of competition. I will continue to study informatics and participate in forthcoming contests. His tone shifted, imbued with an undeniable conviction. My goal is to take the college entrance examination, and my ultimate aim is to become the top science student in the province. The top science student in the province. Taking the college entrance examination. Chen Mo, have you lost your mind? This time, the gasps grew louder. Even the three dignitaries, who had been striving to maintain their composure, utterly lost their poise. Chen Mo was willing to forsake this easily attainable recommendation for admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, opting instead to navigate the fierce competition of the college entrance examination, and even aspiring to be the province's top science student. Was this child overconfident, or had he lost his senses? Attaining the title of top science student was no trivial feat. It required absolute excellence and a touch of fortune. What if he faltered? Would it not be a complete waste? The principal of the second high school turned pale with anxiety, pointing at Chen Mo, his fingers trembling. Chen Mo, you are truly too impulsive. Being recommended is such a secure path. The college entrance examination is a battleground of countless candidates, with too many uncertainties. If, by chance, you do not perform well, you will regret it before you even realize. Principal Li of the Provincial Experimental School furrowed his brows tightly, his tone taking on a blend of elder-like advice and subtle condescension. Student Chen Mo, having confidence is commendable. However, being the top science student requires excellence across all subjects and being among the very best. Excelling in competitions does not guarantee outstanding performance in the entrance examination. Your decision is exceedingly risky. I advise you to reconsider it judiciously. The conference room was engulfed in an oppressive silence. The three prominent figures, who had just been embroiled in a heated argument, now wore expressions of confusion, regret, and even a hint of derision towards the audacity of youth. The leaders of the second middle school appeared as though they had lost something dear, as if they were witnessing a perfectly cooked duck suddenly take flight. At that moment, the usually reticent teacher Lin suddenly slammed his hand on the table with a thunderous clap, startling everyone present. Bravo! Teacher Lin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he stood abruptly, his gaze locked onto Chen Mo. His voice trembled with fervor, yet resonated powerfully. Chen Mo, splendid. I stand behind you. What of the provincial science top scholar? If others can attain it, why can't my student? It is merely the college entrance examination. Let us face it with pride and return with that title to show them. Teacher Lin's unexpected outburst was like a bolt of lightning that shattered the stifling atmosphere of the conference room. The principal and other leaders of the second middle school were taken aback, staring in astonishment at the usually subdued Teacher Lin. Even the three distinguished guests from the provincial capital were momentarily stunned by the fervor radiating from Lin's flushed face. Chen Mo turned to Teacher Lin, and in his previously calm demeanor, there flickered a subtle warmth and gratitude, prompting him to nod gently in acknowledgement. The principal of the second middle school was the first to regain his composure. He glanced between the animated teacher Lin and the resolute, yet composed Chen Mo, and then at the complex expressions on the faces of the three distinguished guests. In that fleeting moment, a more audacious and enticing thought struck him. While the opportunity for direct admission to Tsinghua and Peking University was undoubtedly prestigious, it was merely a gift. However, if Chen Mo could indeed secure the title of provincial science top scholar in the college entrance examination, what would that signify? It would mark an unprecedented moment in the educational history of Anan City, indeed, the entire region. His own name, Zhang Weiman, would be indelibly etched alongside the title of principal who nurtured the provincial top scholar, elevating the once obscure second middle school into a new legend. In that eventuality, what would the likes of provincial experimental schools and teacher training college affiliated schools matter, overshadowed by the illustrious reputation of the alma mater of the top scholar? Concerns over student recruitment, funding, and policy support would become trivial, easily resolved. The overwhelming joy washed away the previous disappointment and anger, and the principal's breathing grew heavy. He abruptly turned to Chen Mo, his face breaking into a radiant smile, his voice trembling with excitement. Excellent. 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 Chen Mo, you are ambitious. You possess courage and vision. This is the caliber of a true student from our second middle school. I wholeheartedly support you. Our school shall be your strongest backing. He then turned to the three still recovering dignitaries, standing tall with an odd blend of pride and ambition illuminating his countenance. Esteemed leaders, you have all heard. Our student Chen Mo aspires to great heights, not content with mere recommendation. He seeks to prove his worth on the most equitable battlefield of the college entrance examination and bring back the title of top scholar. He seeks to bring honor not only to our school, but also to Anan. Is this spirit not worthy of encouragement? The three prominent figures exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Principal Li opened his mouth, observing Chen Mo's calm, yet undeniably confident gaze, then glanced at the fervent expression of the principal from the second high school, who appeared as if he had struck gold. Ultimately, he merely cleared his throat and forced a strained smile. It is commendable for the youth to possess such vigor. Yet, the smile appeared somewhat rigid. A fierce competition for talent came to an abrupt halt in a manner that left everyone astonished. The principals and directors from the provincial capital departed with a plethora of doubts and a hint of disdain, while the leadership of the second high school was enveloped in euphoric fantasies of academic success, surrounding Chen Mo with inquiries and warmth, as if he were destined to bring home the coveted top scholar trophy the very next day. As the crowd dispersed and the clamor faded, Teacher Lin accompanied Chen Mo out of the office building. The sun's warmth bathed Chen Mo's tranquil visage. Chen Mo, Teacher Lin paused, gazing at this student who evoked both pride and concern within her. With a serious tone, she implored, "Let us speak candidly. Have you truly forsaken the guaranteed admission merely to pursue the title of top scholar, or do you harbor other intentions?" She sensed that the depths of his thoughts were as unfathomable as the ocean. Meeting the teacher's concerned gaze, Chen Mo's lips curled into a faint smile, devoid of youthful recklessness, exuding instead a profound calmness and an air of control. "Teacher Lin," he spoke softly yet distinctly, "the guaranteed admission is indeed a shortcut, but the path is too narrow. Achieving the title of top scholar is akin to traversing a narrow bridge, yet beyond that bridge, the radiance is far more brilliant, and the road much broader." He refrained from elaborating on where the path broadened, but as Teacher Lin observed the depth and certainty in the young man's eyes, her doubts and worries strangely dissipated by more than half. Eventually, she exhaled deeply, firmly patting Chen Mo's shoulder, her myriad unspoken words distilled into a single phrase. "Good lad. The path you have chosen is yours alone, but having chosen it, walk it to the end. Strive for the highest. I believe in you. I support you." Chen Mo nodded, refraining from further words, and instead lifted his gaze towards the distance. The twilight's glow cast a golden hue over the worn campus. And beside the school gate, the sign of a tea shop lit up with a warm glow as dusk settled. The aura of being the provincial science top scholar would serve as the most resplendent and steadfast shield in his future endeavors. With this thought, he stepped forward toward the illuminated area, his stride steady, his silhouette elongated in the setting sun. Chapter 68. The blossoming of affection, the smoke of competition for the top score in the provincial capital had yet to fully dissipate within the campus. But Chen Mo's rejection of guaranteed admission, aimed squarely at the title of top scholar, had rendered him a living legend at Anan No. 2 High School. In the corridors during breaks, unfamiliar students often pointed at him from a distance, whispering in admiration, their eyes betraying unabashed reverence. Upon returning to the classroom, he became the focal point of attention. Even the usual troublemakers regarded him with newfound respect, unconsciously lightening their steps as they passed his desk. Chen Mo remained indifferent to the commotion around him, akin to a stone submerged in a deep pond, stirring no significant ripples amidst the clamor of the outside world. He casually tucked away his certificate of excellence into the depths of his drawer, alongside notebooks filled with stock codes and World Cup passwords. Methodically, he attended classes, tackled problem sets, and assisted at the milk tea shop, while his mind relentlessly churned with thoughts of the impending World Cup group stage odds, the surging curve of his stock account featuring Matai, and ways to efficiently streamline the knowledge framework for the college entrance examination. To him, time was a resource more precious than gold. The only aspect that felt slightly different was Su Qing, the acknowledged belle of Class 7 in her first year of high school, and the class representative had recently appeared in his line of sight with noticeable frequency. No longer did she observe him from a distance with a hint of reserved admiration. Her approach was now more direct and proactive. On that particular afternoon during self-study, as the teacher had just exited the classroom, Su Qing approached his desk, clutching a hefty tome entitled Physics Competition Essentials. Dressed in a light beige sweater that accentuated her fair complexion, her meticulously styled ponytail framed her face, with a few playful strands gently falling on her smooth forehead. As she slightly leaned in, a subtle and clean scent of laundry detergent wafted towards him. Chen Mo, I've been stuck on this mechanics problem for quite a while. Could you help me with the thought process? Her voice was bright, imbued with an appropriate tone of inquiry. As her finger traced a challenging problem filled with force analysis diagrams on the page, a gesture so natural and justified that it was impossible to decline. Nearby, several boys cast envious glances in their direction, with Lu, the plump boy, exaggeratingly forming an "oh wow" expression, only to be met with a cold glance from Chen Mo. Setting aside his English vocabulary book, Chen Mo accepted the problem set she offered. His eyes swiftly scanned the question, and with deft precision, his fingertips moved rapidly across the draft paper, clearly marking several key formulas and points of force application. Look here, he pointed to an inconspicuous connection point on the diagram. You've miscalculated the direction of the moment balance. And here, observe, taking point O as the pivot, the force F2 should produce a clockwise moment, not the counterclockwise direction you indicated. A shift in direction alters all subsequent equations. His voice was calm, the logic clear, devoid of superfluous chatter, directly addressing the crux of the issue. Su Qing leaned in closer, her long eyelashes fluttering as she absorbed Chen Mo's concise annotations. A look of realization spread across her face, quickly followed by unabashed admiration. Ah, so that's it. Now I understand. I wondered why my final data didn't match up. You spotted it at a glance. Truly impressive. Her smile was sweet, imbued with youthful exuberance, her eyes sparkling as they gazed at Chen Mo. Your fundamental approach is correct. Just pay attention to the details regarding direction. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, pushing the problem set back toward her. His gaze returned to his vocabulary book, where the densely packed English words seemed more alluring than the class beauty before him. Su Qing's smile momentarily faltered, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the book she held. It seemed she yearned for a deeper exchange, even if it were merely a few more words of explanation or a gentler smile. However, Chen Mo's response was polite and professional, yet imbued with an intangible sense of distance, akin to a barrier of transparent glass between them. She bit her lower lip, softly uttering a thank you before turning to return to her seat, her silhouette betraying a subtle hint of disappointment. A few days later, during the break, Su Qing approached once more, this time clutching not a workbook but a pristine, brown paper folder emblazoned with the logo of a well-known educational brand. Gently placing the folder on the edge of Chen Mo's desk, her voice was softer than before. This is from my uncle at the provincial publishing house. It's their latest internal mock exam for the comprehensive science section of the college entrance examination. I've heard it's quite accurate in predicting questions. I managed to get an extra copy, thinking you might find it useful. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze drifting as she dared not meet Chen Mo's eyes. The effort she had put into obtaining this additional resource was evident. Around them, Classmates cast envious glances upon hearing about the exclusive mock exam. Recognizing it as a valuable asset, Chen Mo lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on the new folder. He was well aware of the significance of such materials. In an era of limited information, these internal documents were indeed precious. After a brief moment of silence, he reached for the folder, his fingertips brushing against the texture of the paper. "Thank you. This is quite timely," he responded, his tone sincere yet calm. "How much do I owe you?" "Let me pay you." Su Qing's blush vanished in an instant, replaced by a pallor as she hastily waved her hands, her voice tinged with urgency and hurt. No, you don't need to pay. I said it's an extra copy." Watching Chen Mo's businesslike demeanor, preparing to pay, felt like a sudden sting to her heart. Why was he so eager to distance himself? "Oh, then thank you," Chen Mo replied, seemingly oblivious to her emotional shift. Nodding, he casually tucked the folder into his old backpack, as if accepting a mere piece of scrap paper. He then returned to his world, engrossed in his studies. As though he had merely accepted an ordinary classroom note, Su Qing stood frozen for a moment, observing Chen Mo's engrossed profile. A wave of helplessness and grievance surged within her. Such a thoughtfully prepared gift had sunk like a stone into a deep pool, failing to create even a ripple. Clenching her fingers, her nails digging into her palm, she silently turned away, her steps heavier than before. The sense of loss was starkly evident in her slightly drooping shoulders and tightly pressed lips. On Friday after school, Chen Mo went to the milk tea shop to help out, as was his routine. As closing time approached, only 2 or 3 students remained in the corner, diligently working on their assignments. He was focused on tallying the day's cash flow, the calculator beeping rhythmically under his fingers. Ding dong. The entrance sensor emitted a crisp chime. Without raising his head, Chen Mo greeted, "Welcome. What would you like to drink?" "A cup of original pearl milk tea, lightly sweetened and served hot." A familiar voice emerged, laced with an intentional nonchalance. Chen Mo lifted his gaze and beheld Su Qing, standing at the counter with her backpack, her face adorned with a slightly awkward smile. Fingers nervously twisting the straps of her bag. Under the dim light, her fair cheeks bore a faint blush. "Su Qing?" Chen Mo was taken aback, recalling that her home was not on his route. "Oh, I just happened to pass by and felt a bit thirsty," Su Qing quickly explained, her eyes darting to the menu as if seeking confirmation. "Very well, please wait a moment." Chen Mo did not inquire further, turning with practiced ease to brew the tea. Add milk, sugar, and pearls, sealing the cup with fluid motions that belied his youthfulness. The milk tea was swiftly prepared, and as he handed it over, Su Qing grasped the warm cup, her fingertips brushing against Chen Mo's, sending a slight tremor through her, akin to a delicate electric shock, her cheeks reddening further. "That competition must have been exhausting, right?" she said, cradling the milk tea, remaining at the counter, seeking a topic of conversation with a gentle tone. "Teacher Lin mentioned you finished well ahead of time. That's truly impressive." Her gaze rested on Chen Mo's face, imbued with a cautious curiosity and concern. Chen Mo paused in his accounting, momentarily halted by her words. He then raised his eyes to meet Su Qing's clear, expectant gaze, a familiar glimmer of admiration flashing within them. In his past life, he had encountered countless expressions of affection, both overt and subtle, yet Su Qing's feelings were transparent, like a thin layer of rice paper, now gently pierced by the soft light and her tender inquiry. He fell silent for 2 seconds. The air seemed to thicken. Even the students in the corner, engrossed in their assignments, sensed the subtle tension and discreetly glanced over. "Fortunately, I'm accustomed to it," Chen Mo finally spoke, his voice warm yet distinctly aloof, reminiscent of early winter frost, unfrozen, yet sufficient to create a barrier against warmth. "Thank you for your concern." He paused, observing as Su Qing's eyes dimmed noticeably, and added clearly, as if delineating an invisible boundary, "It's getting late. You should head back now. Please be careful on your way, Su Qing. See you tomorrow." The formality of Su Qing served to widen the distance between them. The color drained from Su Qing's face. Her fingers, clutching the milk tea, turned pale from the pressure, the warm cup suddenly feeling too hot to handle. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately managed only a faint, almost imperceptible nod, her throat constricted as though choked with cotton, both dry and tight. "Yes, see you tomorrow." Her voice was as soft as a whisper. Then, she nearly fled, pushing open the door and stepping into the encroaching twilight. The early winter evening breeze, laden with chill, brushed against her flushed cheeks, causing her to shiver, though the milk tea was warm in her hands. Her heart felt doused in icy water by his gentle, yet distant words, leaving her feeling thoroughly cold. The nascent feelings, which had just begun to surface with timid courage, were extinguished by the frigid reality, leaving behind only a sense of damp embarrassment and an overwhelming sense of loss. She lowered her head and walked briskly, the streetlight casting a long shadow that stretched lonely upon the cold, concrete ground. Tears swirled in her eyes, held back with great resolve. It turned out he knew everything. His gentle refusal was more painful than indifference. Chen Mo watched the slender figure vanish into the darkness beyond the street corner, letting out a soft sigh. He was not made of stone. Su Qing's affection was sincere and beautiful. Yet, at this moment, his heart was already filled with the deep love from a past life and the cautious plans of this life, leaving no room for the blossoming of another youthful sentiment. Memories of Lin Xiaoyun flooded his mind, her gentle smile from a previous existence, her pale visage in her final moments. It felt as though something had sharply tugged at his heart, causing a dull ache. In this second chance at life, all his schemes and struggles were aimed at standing before her sooner and stronger, to protect her entirely and rewrite that tragedy. On this path, any potential distractions must be severed with clarity and resolve. He withdrew his gaze and picked up his pen once more, inscribing the final digit in the ledger. His fingertips were cold, yet his heart stirred with warmth at the memory of that distant silhouette, sending ripples of fervor through his soul. The shop's light cast his serene profile against the wall, the contours sharp and unwavering. Chapter 69. The conclusion of first-year time passed swiftly. The gray teaching building of No. 2 Middle School shimmered under the scorching June sun, the corridors filled with a unique blend of books, sweat, and the dust of cheap chalk. The buzzing of chatter resembled boiling water, flowing out from various examination rooms. It's over. I drew the auxiliary line for the last question in solid geometry incorrectly. The final physics question completely baffled me. Which way did that slider move? The English listening was too fast. It felt like deciphering a foreign language. Amidst the cloud of despair, Chen Mo emerged from the examination room of Class 7. His expression neutral, neither the ecstatic liberation of finishing nor the anxious worry over answers. He was remarkably calm, as if he had merely returned a book to the library, separated from the surrounding clamor and complaints by an invisible barrier. Mo Gu, Lu Fatty, like a cannonball, chased after him from behind, his face slick with sweat, displaying a mix of exhaustion and an attempt to please. How do you think it went, especially that last chemistry equilibrium question? What did you choose? Was it C? I saw you writing so quickly. Chen Mo did not pause his stride, responding casually, I forgot. He truly had forgotten. Those questions flitted through his mind, the answers emerging automatically. Once completed, they were erased, making room for more pressing matters. Such as an old commercial unit in the western part of the city, he was eager for his father to negotiate. Lu Fatty was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head awkwardly as he watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, muttering under his breath, that guy is definitely a monster. 2 days later, the results of the final exams were posted. Beneath the teaching building for the first-year students, the announcement board was surrounded by a throng of eager faces, all stretching their necks, earnestly searching for their names. A chorus of sighs, gasps, and frustrated hand slaps resonated around the crowd. Once again, I find myself outside the top 50. Looks like it's time to brace for mixed doubles. Oh, to my astonishment, I have actually made it into the top 100. Truly, the heavens have smiled upon me. Su Qing remains steadfast, ranked 5th in the grade. She truly is a goddess. The focus of the crowd is undoubtedly drawn to the pinnacle, where the crimson printout announces the final exam rankings for the first-year students. At the top, in bold, first place, Chen Mo total score, 732. That number radiates brilliance, piercing the eyes like a dazzling light. 732? Good heavens! Is this even humanly possible? Mathematics, 149. Comprehensive science, 295. Chinese, 138. English, 150. Are these scores genuinely attainable? He leads the second place by nearly 50 points. This is a chasmic first place. I hear the citywide examination rankings have also been released, and he stands third in the entire city, just behind the Provincial Experimental School and the Teachers College Affiliated School, both of which are renowned for their exceptional standards. What an academic prodigy! To decline direct admission and instead aspire to be the top scorer. Such confidence must stem from this. The gasps of admiration ripple through the crowd like waves, drawing countless gazes filled with awe towards the solitary figure of Chen Mo, who walks calmly from the throng, seemingly oblivious to the commotion behind him, heading straight to the teacher's office to collect his report card and summer assignments. Meanwhile, Su Qing stands at the edge of the crowd, clutching her own report card, 5th in the grade, also quite impressive, her gaze a blend of admiration, disappointment, and an elusive confusion as she follows Chen Mo's retreating silhouette, feeling as though he is an unapproachable iceberg, so near yet eternally distant. The newly established MOMOT glows with a warm yellow light at the corner across from the city's 3rd high school. The storefront is significantly more spacious than the original location or the 2nd branch, adorned with pale green walls and wooden tables and chairs, exuding a refreshing brightness. Although summer vacation is approaching, the vicinity is teeming with tutoring centers, bustling with activity during the evening hours. Li Xiulan, Chen Mo's mother, dons a new apron emblazoned with the MOMO logo, expertly maneuvering behind the counter as she brews tea, adds ingredients, shakes drinks, and seals them, all executed with fluid grace. Despite the busy flush on her cheeks and beads of sweat forming at her temples, her eyes sparkle with an unusual brightness, her lips curling into a smile as she directs 2 newly hired young women. Xiaoli, the coconut jelly is running low. Go grab a new bag from the freezer. Xiaozhong, the mango sago at table 3 is ready. Take it over quickly. I'll handle the cash register. What would you like, dear customer? Her voice resonates with confidence, embodying the poise of a capable matriarch, a stark contrast to the timid woman who, just a year ago, fumbled in a decrepit little shop, fretting over every penny. In a corner, Chun Weigua, her husband, sits at a small round table. A cup of complimentary original milk tea, store policy, free for family, before him, untouched. He is engrossed in counting a thick stack of greasy bills, comprised entirely of small denominations earned from his car business. His rough fingers, moist with saliva, swiftly flick through the notes, murmuring to himself, 380, 400, 420, yes, adding yesterday's 1,200 from Old Lee after deducting fuel costs, tolls, and parking fees. This is the amount we'll net for the month. He forcefully twisted out the last few bills, a smile of exhaustion mixed with immense satisfaction gracing his face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. He carefully organized the money and stuffed it into his bulging old wallet, securely zipping it shut before lifting the cup of milk tea, now tepid, and savoring a generous sip. As Chen Mo entered the shop, a wave of heat from outside accompanied him. Mom, Dad, Moer is back. His mother, Li Xiulan, glanced up amidst her busy tasks, hands never pausing. Are you hungry? Should I get you something to eat? Business was quite good at the Sanzhong branch today. Her tone was filled with vigor and a sense of accomplishment. No need. I've already eaten at the school cafeteria. Chen Mo settled down beside his father, his gaze sweeping over the carefully stored wallet. Dad, was today smooth? Very smooth. His father, Chen Weigua, replied with a booming voice, patting his bulging pocket, an unmistakable pride on his face. Old Wong at the East City Building Materials Town has jobs lined up until next week. And this is just the dedicated line. We've even raised the prices a bit. It seems this vehicle was a worthwhile investment. His confidence was palpable. He was no longer the man who had lost sleep over loan worries. Chen Mo nodded, his eyes drifting to the bustling street outside, dusk settling in as the city lights began to twinkle. Across the street corner, a newly opened real estate agency displayed several eye-catching property sale notices. One of them prominently featured the old commercial property in the West City neighborhood that his family had purchased over a month ago. The price listed had quietly risen by nearly 20% since their acquisition. His expression remained placid, yet internally, he calculated the silent appreciation this would add to their assets. Upon returning home, Chen Mo locked the door to his small room, drew the curtains, and turned on the table lamp. Instead of diving into his studies immediately, he first powered on the cumbersome old computer, its fan humming as it sluggishly booted up. He then launched the stock trading software and entered his account credentials. The bluish light of the screen illuminated his calm face. The total asset figure was clear, 6,842,751. The details of his holdings displayed. Kuaichao Matai, XXX shares. Current price XXX yuan, floating profit XX. Vank A, XXX shares. Current price XX yuan, floating profit XX. China Merchants Bank, XXX shares. Current price XX yuan, Floating profit XX, gazing at the vibrant red profit percentages, reminiscent of dancing flames. He realized that his initial investment, including an additional $5,000 later on, had more than doubled in less than a year during this ongoing bullish market. This did not even account for the two properties quietly appreciating, the total storefront and the West City commercial property, along with the stocks he owned. Chen Mo quietly observed those figures, devoid of ecstasy, but rather enveloped in a profound sense of calm and control. He moved the mouse, opening a web browser and clicking on an inconspicuous link in his bookmarks, a mirror site of an offshore gambling platform, accessed through special means. Once the page refreshed, it displayed the odds for all upcoming matches. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanning the football events. Fixated on the soon-to-be updated page for the 2002 World Cup, which was not yet clickable, as the time had not yet arrived. However, he was already making preparations. Rummaging through an old cardboard box beneath his bed to retrieve a few anonymous phone recharge cards, which served as his exclusive channel for gambling funds. After meticulously inspecting them and finding no issues, he carefully stored them away again. Upon completing this task, he closed the web page and cleared his browsing history. The glow of the computer screen dimmed, leaving only the soft, yellow halo of the desk lamp in the room. Leaning back in his chair, he exhaled a long, silent breath, waiting in torment for the 2002 World Cup. His first year of high school had concluded, and academically, he had maintained an absolutely dominant position at the top of his grade, ranking among the top 3 in the city and achieving a perfect score in the province, thereby solidifying his unshakable foundation in pursuit of the top scholar title. The base of this pyramid was as solid as rock. In matters of family and career, his mother, Li Xiaolan, had transformed from a timid housewife into the successful owner of 3 thriving milk tea shops, her business flourishing and her management increasingly mature. His father, Chen Mo, had taken the wheel of his own freight line, witnessing steady income growth and standing tall with newfound confidence. This household, once a fragile boat weathering storms, had now evolved into a robust ship, full of vigor and promise. As for him, the intricate strategies he had laid out in the stock market, the subtle appreciation of real estate, and the imminent financial windfall anticipated from the World Cup were all unfolding with remarkable clarity, progressing steadily along the trajectory he had envisioned, even surpassing expectations, merely awaiting the right moment for a complete explosion of success. Chen Mo picked up the thin sheet of paper that was his final exam report card, which bore the weight of 732 points. His fingertips brushed over the cold digits, but his gaze transcended the paper, reaching out to the profound night beyond the window. The city lights outside shimmered like scattered stars, and he knew one of them belonged to Lin Xiaoyan, the girl living across the river, who was perhaps poring over her studies under a lamp at that very moment. A gentle ripple stirred in the depths of his heart, soon overshadowed by a more powerful resolve. With the curtain of summer vacation now drawn, a vast expanse of challenges awaited him, a rapid acceleration of his capital endeavors, and a determined sprint towards his ultimate goal of financial freedom and safeguarding those he cherished. In the warm glow, the silhouette of the young man was calm, yet resolute. The first year of high school had concluded, but his journey was far from over. His blueprint was beginning to unfurl. Chapter 70. Summer plans. July in Annam felt like a colossal steamer, the scorching sun baking the asphalt roads, the air distorted, while the cicadas cried out in exhaustion, creating a cacophony that frayed the nerves. Chen Mo's small room was tightly sealed, heavy dark blue curtains blocking the majority of the heat and blinding sunlight. An old Hongyun fan buzzed in the corner, stirring the stifling, humid air. The wind it produced languid and tepid against his skin. The desk was illuminated by a small area of light from a desk lamp, revealing Chen Mo, bare-chested and clad only in a pair of basketball shorts. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on his back. Before him lay not the burdensome assignments of summer vacation, but a substantial stack of pristine supplementary books: Advanced Mathematics, Elective, for Grade 11, Comprehensive Physics, Complete Volume, 5 years of College Entrance Examination, 3 years of Simulations, Chemistry, and Advanced Vocabulary for Grade 12 English, alongside an introductory text on Higher Mathematics, Tongji edition. His fingertips grazed the cold, printed titles along the spines, and Chen Mo's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, filled with scrutiny. He extracted the book on Advanced Mathematics, Elective, and swiftly flipped through its pages, the sound of paper rustling echoing in the stillness. His eyes scanned the table of contents, examples, and exercises at an astonishing speed, akin to a high-speed scanner. After a few pages, he furrowed his brow ever so slightly and pushed the book into a small box labeled to be processed at the corner of his desk. The concepts are convoluted, and the problem types are outdated. The efficiency is far too low, he murmured softly, his voice barely rising above the stifling warmth of the room. He then picked up the advanced vocabulary for grade 12 English, opened it, and found it filled with dense lists of words and example sentences. After just a few pages, he similarly relegated it to the processing box. Next, he reached for the 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulations, chemistry. This time, however, his pace slowed. Focusing on the comprehensive experimental questions and analyses of past college entrance examination questions, his fingers tracing some classic organic inference problems and industrial process questions with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. This one can stay. I will concentrate on the true questions and comprehensive sections. He set the chemistry book aside, keeping it close at hand. In mathematics, he ultimately decided to retain training in competitive thinking for high school mathematics, algebra and geometry, and the introductory higher mathematics, Tongji edition. For physics, he selected a book that emphasized problem-solving methods and model construction, core ideas and methods in high school physics. However, the English supplementary materials were entirely dismissed. He opened a drawer and rummaged through a pile of documents, unearthing several unadorned booklets with noticeably rougher paper, marked with the words internal communication. These were compilations of past college entrance examination English questions and selections from original foreign publications, acquired through the profits from his milk tea shop and connections with his uncle in the provincial capital, sourced from the provincial experimental high school. These volumes brimmed with excerpts from the science section of the New York Times and the Economist's business reviews, laden with extensive vocabulary and complex sentence structures. Practical experience is the ultimate truth. Chen Mo solemnly placed these internal materials at the forefront of his English study area. Beside them lay a brand new Sony Walkman and several blank cassette tapes, his tools for recording and repeatedly listening to BBC and VOA news. His entire summer plan was clear. In the mornings, he would tackle advanced mathematics and physics content, employing competitive thinking and calculus tools to break down the high school knowledge system, seeking depth and efficiency. In the afternoons, he would immerse himself in the ocean of practical English, meticulously analyzing true questions and rigorously engaging with foreign publications, sharpening his listening skills. And in the evenings, he would dedicate time to chemistry and organizational summarization. This is not merely a review. It is a systematic and overwhelming occupation, with a clear objective: to thoroughly master the core scientific content of the second and third years of high school before the summer vacation concludes, thus creating a formidable advantage that allows for a concentrated effort towards achieving top marks and paving the way for more significant future endeavors. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the most sweltering moment of the day, the cicadas outside crescendo in a relentless symphony. Chen Mo removed his headphones, which continued to loop a BBC report on nanotechnology, and rubbed his throbbing temples. The mental exertion of English reading was as demanding as solving a complex physics problem. Rising from his seat, he retrieved a chilled bottle of water from the refrigerator, tilted his head back, and drained nearly half the bottle. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, providing a momentary clarity. He then approached his desk, bypassing the science study aids and instead powering on the old, humming computer. He opened the stock trading software, logged into his account, and examined his financial information. Total account assets, 7,138,522. Observing the silent fluctuations of red and green numbers representing his stocks, he lingered on them for just a few seconds before swiftly transitioning to the K-line chart interface. He minimized the daily K-line chart of Moutai, extending his view to the monthly scale, revealing a steep curve that ascended without retreat, akin to a staircase climbing into the clouds. The trend remained unchanged, yet the slope approached its zenith. Chen Mo murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. He then switched to the K-lines of Vank and China Merchants Bank, noting similar patterns of an impressive upward surge. Currently, market sentiment was exuberant, with newspapers, television, and street conversations buzzing with stock discussions as elderly women rushed to open accounts. Nevertheless, Chen Mo's gaze remained remarkably composed, tinged with a hint of caution. He maneuvered the mouse to access a deeply hidden folder, containing the news summaries and industry reports he had compiled during this period via the school's network. The titles were rather alarming. Nasdaq index plummets. Tech stock bubble bursts. Global internet enterprises face harsh winter. Wave of layoffs approaches. Domestic portal stocks halved. Profit models questioned. The chill from across the ocean had not yet fully permeated this fervent eastern land, but Chen Mo understood that the cold would eventually spread here. Observing the peak of this revelry often accompanied by an abyss, he focused not on how long the current core assets could continue to rise, but rather on the genuine gems that would be misjudged and buried amidst the ensuing chaos following the bubble's burst. His mouse cursor hovered over the severely declining codes of Chinese concept stocks, Sina, NetEase, NTS, Sohu. These names, now battered and scorned by the market, glimmered with future promise in his eyes, particularly NetEase. He distinctly recalled that this company would discover a breakthrough in online gaming, propelling its stock price from a pit of under $1 to astonishing heights. There are still companies within the domestic A-share market that have been affected yet possess solid fundamentals and unique resources. At present, it remains a time for observation and the continued accumulation of resources. Chen Mo created a text document titled Crisis Prey List, and with nimble fingers, he swiftly typed a series of codes and company abbreviations, accompanied by succinct notes on key observations, core business, cash flow status, management movements, current stock price positions, and potential future catalysts such as game licenses or new business lines. The computer fan whirred vigorously, the chassis emanating waves of heat that mingled with the stifling air of the room, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Chen Mo's temples and slide down his cheeks, splashing onto the desk. Yet his gaze remained focused and bright, as if the sweltering heat and noise were non-existent. He was weaving an invisible net, awaiting the storm's aftermath to capture the true gold cast aside by panic. After 11 o'clock, the clamor of the day had utterly subsided. Even the tireless cicadas outside had quieted. The room was left with only the monotonous hum of the old fan and the faint, rhythmic tapping of Chen Mo's fingers against the desk. The halo of the desk lamp cast his silhouette against the wall, its contours sharp yet silent. At the center of the desk lay an open hardbound notebook, no longer filled with stock codes but instead inscribed with a cipher that only he could fully decipher. Phrasen, 10 H1 Zisong Xwu ARGNGA, 10 BC Corpor, 10 Tufung, Ganjan Espker, Extinto, Wu Shao X2. To Chen Mo's left rested a calculator, and to his right, several pristine, anonymous phone top-up cards of varying denominations, 50 yuan, 100 yuan. His expression was concentrated, his gaze sharp as a blade, as he moved swiftly between the notebook's codes, the odds table, and the calculator. He calculated repeatedly, ruminating on the arrangements of the 2002 World Cup, contemplating how much capital he could utilize at that time, whether to temporarily withdraw his stock investments, and then gamble everything in the World Cup to reap substantial profits before reinvesting in the stock market to acquire the renowned companies he had meticulously recorded. This approach would maximize the utilization of his funds while allowing him to amass considerable capital for the future. He reflected on the traditional powerhouses like France, Argentina, and Portugal being eliminated from the group stage, the rise of new forces such as Senegal and the United States, and Korea's unprecedented fourth-place finish, all of which hinted at enormous profits. As thoughts of that controversial match resurfaced in his mind, the referee's piercing whistle, the anguished and desperate faces of the Portuguese and Italian players, Chen Mo's eyes flickered. High risk, high reward, yet the outcome felt so tainted. He muttered softly to himself, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze, but the prospect of significant gains remained paramount. Next to the line in his notebook, he emphatically crossed it out with a red pen. Underdog matches. Focusing on these certain underdog matches would yield the greatest profits. He picked up a 100 yuan phone recharge card, the cool plastic glinting softly under the desk lamp. It was the key to a clandestine channel. Each operation demanded surgical precision, leaving no trace behind. He unfolded a blank sheet of draft paper and commenced designing the operational process, utilizing the recharge card to fund a designated account via a specific number, the amount corresponding to the wager. Logging into the mirror's site, requiring a brief connection to a specialized network, a method he had mastered, swiftly locating the target match and betting item, entering the wager amount, confirming, exiting, and erasing all evidence. Each step was meticulously annotated with precise time windows and precautions, such as the choice of internet cafe computer usage and IP masking techniques. Upon completion, he scrutinized it twice, then lifted a lighter. With a sharp flick, a cerulean flame flickered to life, igniting the sheet filled with operational intricacies. The fire rapidly consumed the paper, transforming it into a small, dancing ember of orange, illuminating his tranquil visage, only to extinguish moments later, leaving behind a wisp of ash and a faint charred aroma that lingered in the stifling air. The secret was destined to reside solely within his mind. After completing this task, Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and let the fan's breeze caress his sweat-drenched skin, offering a fleeting coolness. In his mind, 3 lines stood clear and parallel. The fortress of academic knowledge was accelerating its construction. The hunting net of the capital world was silently unfurling, and the battlefield of the World Cup had entered its final countdown. He held his breath, awaiting the inevitable first wave that would alter his destiny. Outside, the city drifted into slumber, while within the halo of the desk lamp, the silhouette of the youth stood steadfast as a rock. Every moment of the summer vacation was accumulating a breathtaking force for the impending, fervent summer. Chapter 71. The frenzy of self-study. The July heat clung to the skin. Even the air felt scorching, evoking the sensation of a sauna, leaving one uncomfortably slick. Chen Mo's small room was sealed tight, heavy, deep blue curtains blocking out the world, transforming the space into a stifling fortress of isolation. Only the old electric fan in the corner tirelessly buzzed, stirring the stagnant air, though the breeze it produced was also warm. On the desk, the lamp's glow illuminated a bright battlefield. Chen Mo remained bare-chested, clad only in basketball shorts, beads of sweat glistening along his spine as he diligently studied under the dim light. Before him lay not the typical summer assignments of an ordinary high school student, but rather several impressively thick tomes with serious covers. Advanced Mathematics, Tongji 7th edition, Volume 1, Feynman Lectures on Physics, Volume 1, and Inorganic Chemistry, University Foundation edition. The edges of the pages had begun to curl slightly, the blank spaces densely filled with annotations and calculations, the handwriting bold and incisive, exuding an undeniable certainty. The air was infused with the scents of paper, ink, and the fine dust stirred by the aging fan, mingling with the faint aroma of the boy's sweat, creating a peculiar yet focused atmosphere. Chen Mo's gaze was firmly locked on a particular page of the open textbook, Advanced Mathematics, where the definition of limits lay inscribed. For the vast majority of high school students, this might as well have been a foreign script. His brow furrowed slightly as his fingertips unconsciously traced smooth, yet meaningless paths on a sheet of draft paper. Mere seconds passed before a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He then picked up his pen and inscribed several lines of concise derivation in the adjacent blank space, seamlessly connecting the abstract mathematical definition with the high school function graphs and trends that had long been etched in his mind. Oh, so this is merely an accurate description of approaching infinity. The dynamic limit concept of high school function graphs is sufficient for comprehension, he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible in the stifling room. Turning a page, he directed his attention to the more profound chapters on derivatives and differentials, not pausing for a moment. Akin to the most seasoned mountaineer effortlessly traversing a seemingly perilous pass, his steps steady as he ascended to greater heights, ceaselessly climbing upward. Outside, the sun had reached its zenith, scorching the earth with relentless rays, while the cicadas wailed in exhaustion, merging into a cacophonous sea of noise. Chen Mo gently set down his pen, rubbing his eyes, sore from prolonged concentration. Before him lay a substantial stack of draft paper, adorned with intricate force analysis diagrams, electromagnetic field vector sketches, and sophisticated organic molecular structures. This was his recent endeavor, utilizing profound insights from Feynman's lectures on physics regarding the principle of least action, to reorganize and optimize a complex dynamics problem suitable for a high school physics competition, reducing the originally cumbersome process of over a dozen steps to a mere 7. With a clear logical chain, he then reached for the inorganic chemistry book, flipping directly to the theoretical section on atomic structure and molecular orbitals. The rote memorization of electron configurations and polarity judgments, once daunting in high school chemistry, suddenly became lucid and coherent in the context of deeper quantum mechanical models and molecular orbital energy diagrams. Swiftly, he seized his pen and, With just a few strokes on a new sheet of draft paper, sketched the sp3 hybridization orbital diagram of a water molecule along with its polarity causes, annotating key points succinctly. This explanation was far more essential, profound, and comprehensible than any high school supplementary material. Understanding through dimensional reduction truly yields remarkable efficiency. He closed the book, savoring the exhilarating sensation of knowledge coalescing in his mind. For him, the foundational content of university studies was not an unattainable peak, but rather a vantage point overlooking the labyrinth of high school knowledge, a sharpened axe for clearing the way, enabling him to dismantle, reconstruct, and dominate the core scientific principles of the 11th and 12th grades with a higher dimensional arsenal. This was not mere preparation. It was a meticulously planned and highly efficient campaign of intellectual conquest. A gurgle from his stomach protested, jolting Chen Mo to the realization that lunch had long since passed. Rising from his seat, he walked unsteadily toward the kitchen, only to find the refrigerator nearly empty, containing merely half a packet of noodles and 2 eggs. The kitchen was narrow and stifling, yet Chen Mo adeptly brought water to a boil before cracking an egg. As the steam enveloped him, he leaned against the countertop, his gaze momentarily vacant, lost in the complexities of an integrated problem concerning electromagnetic induction and the conservation of momentum that had just been swirling in his mind. This mental labyrinth intertwined bizarrely with the sight of noodles tumbling in the boiling water. Subconsciously, he extended a finger, tracing diagrams of force analysis and magnetic flux changes on the cool, moisture-laden tiles of the countertop. It was only when the broth bubbled over the edge of the pot, scalding his finger and prompting a reflexive withdrawal, that he jolted back to reality, hurriedly extinguishing the flame and fishing out the noodles. Soon, a bowl of bland egg noodles appeared on the dining table. Sitting beside it, he mechanically picked at the noodles and brought them to his mouth, their tastelessness akin to chewing wax. Yet his eyes were irresistibly drawn to a few scattered papers on the coffee table in the living room, drafts of betting strategies he had devised for the second round of the World Cup group stage, filled with odds, projected returns, and risk probabilities. The logic of capital coexisted harmoniously with the laws of physics, the balance of chemistry in his rapidly functioning brain. Much like precisely interlocking gears, all serving a grand design. Before long, the bowl was emptied, and without a moment's pause, he set down his chopsticks and returned to his desk, illuminated by the halo of a desk lamp. The fan continued to hum, the oppressive heat lingering thickly in the air as the sound of his pen scratching across paper resumed, steady and resolute. As evening approached, the heat began to wane slightly. His mother, Li Xiaolan, returned home, burdened with bags of groceries and the warmth of the outside world clinging to her. After spending the afternoon at the milk tea shop, her face bore signs of fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with brightness. After setting down her items, she instinctively approached her son's tightly shut door, intending to inquire about his dinner preferences. Just as she neared the threshold, she heard the soft, rapid murmuring from within, accompanied by the hurried scratching of a pen on paper, the rhythm astonishingly swift. She halted, refraining from knocking, and gently cracked the door open. In the dim glow of the desk lamp, she beheld her son's rigid silhouette, bent over his work. To his left lay a mountain of draft papers, while to his right sprawled a hefty volume of advanced mathematics. As Li Xiaolan's gaze swept across the desk, her heart skipped a beat. Beside the university mathematics book lay an open copy of the elective Physics 35, covering atomic physics and momentum, its blank pages densely filled with derivations, clearly having been recently perused. In the corner of the desk, a copy of 5 years of college entrance exam, 3 years of simulations, chemistry, lay open, lingering on the section of comprehensive experimental questions. This scene struck her with even greater astonishment than finding her son counting money. How had just a few days passed, and already he had devoured the material from both sophomore and junior years, intermixed with university textbooks? The sheer volume of draft papers rivaled that of her accounting notes for an entire month. Mother Li Xiaolan gently closed the door, standing beside the wall outside, her chest heaving violently. She did not comprehend the intricate symbols and formulas, yet she could perceive the unwavering focus, the sweat-drenched back, and the resilience emanating from the pen tip that threatened to pierce the desk. This evoked memories of her son's calm, yet resolute gaze when he declined the offer of automatic admission, and the clarity of thought he exhibited while planning the expansion of his milk tea shop. A tumult of emotions, heartache, pride, and an indescribable feeling washed over her. How much energy resided within this child? She silently turned and entered the kitchen, tying on her apron and deftly preparing dinner, deliberately softening the clatter of pots and pans. Tonight, she would simmer an old hen soup to nourish her son. A few days later, in the afternoon, Chen Mo rode his old bicycle to the city library to return books and borrow a few new reference texts on university physics. As he turned onto the shaded avenue beside the library, a familiar figure came into view. Su Qing stood at the roadside in the shade, pushing her bicycle. With a few literary classics nestled in her basket, she seemed to have just exited the library, her fair cheeks slightly flushed from the heat. Tiny beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Upon seeing Chen Mo approaching, she paused, a flicker of surprise lighting her eyes, quickly overshadowed by a complex mix of admiration, distance, and a lingering sense of disappointment. "Chen Mo?" she greeted softly, striving to make her smile appear natural. "Are you here to borrow books as well?" "Yeah. I'm returning a few and then borrowing some more," Chen Mo replied, stopping his bicycle and nodding. His gaze swept over the titles in her basket, which included The Hunchback of Notre Dame and 100 Years of Solitude. After a brief silence, filled with the cacophony of cicadas overhead, Su Qing's attention involuntarily drifted to the thick tomes strapped to the back of Chen Mo's bicycle. The deep blue covers glinted in the dappled sunlight. Adorned with gilded titles, Mathematical Analysis, Electromagnetism, Zhaokaihua, Fundamentals of Structural Chemistry. Are these university textbooks? Su Qing's heart clenched momentarily, her breath hitching. She had presumed that Chen Mo's summer would involve merely previewing the content for his sophomore year or practicing competition problems. But these books were clearly specialized materials reserved for university science students. Judging by their thickness and titles, it was evident that he was not merely skimming their contents. "Are you actually studying these now?" Su Qing's voice trembled with incredulity, pointing to the hefty volumes, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Yeah, I borrowed them for reference." Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, as if he were merely discussing a few magazines. "Reference?" Su Qing murmured, repeating the word as she regarded Chen Mo's calm demeanor. Then her gaze shifted to the heavy books, symbols of higher knowledge, and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and disparity engulfed her. While she still struggled with sophomore coursework and a few literary classics, he had already nonchalantly stepped into the realm of higher education. This chasm in understanding felt more insurmountable than any polite estrangement. She suddenly felt that her previous cautious approach and thoughts appeared so childish and insignificant in the presence of this individual. The world he contained in his eyes existed in a dimension entirely different from her understanding. "Oh, is that so? Well, that's quite good." Su Qing managed to force a smile, her fingers tightly gripping the bicycle handlebars. "I won't take up any more of your time. I'll be on my way." In a state of near panic, she hurriedly pushed her bicycle, swiftly turning away and pedaling off as if fleeing. Her silhouette, framed by the dappled shadows of the trees, appeared somewhat flustered and fragile. Chen Mo silently watched as Su Qing vanished at the end of the shaded path. His gaze lingered for a moment on a few university textbooks, his expression betraying no emotion. He pushed his bicycle onward, continuing towards the library's entrance. For him, knowledge knew no boundaries, only steps to ascend. He was merely climbing the ladder of learning with utmost efficiency. After returning his old books, he sought out the desired volumes in the reading room. As he emerged from the library, cradling the newly borrowed Introduction to Quantum Mechanics and Mechanisms of Organic Reactions, the golden hues of the setting sun poured onto the street, while the evening breeze brought a rare touch of coolness. He mounted his bicycle, securely fastening the thick new books to the rear seat. The wheels produced a subtle rustling sound as they rolled over the sun-baked pavement. Yet his mind was still organizing the various methods for solving differential equations, the knowledge framework of the newly borrowed texts, and the several physical models he needed to verify later. All ran like a meticulously programmed sequence, orderly and methodical. The calculations under the desk lamp, the serendipitous encounters along the shaded path, and the search within the library were but trivial nodes in his journey. His sweat dripped onto the draft paper, darkening a small patch before being swiftly covered by new formulas. The marks left by his pen on the paper served as coordinates leading towards the future. Outside, the cicadas screamed their summer chorus, while within the modest room, the young man surged forth at a pace transcending the seasons, racing through the realm of knowledge, laying the most unyielding foundation for the grand and tumultuous future that awaited him. Chapter 72. Breakthrough in English. The afternoon sun poured like molten gold onto the windowsill of Chen Mo's small room, yet it was firmly blocked by the heavy, deep blue curtains. The room felt as stifling as a sauna, with only an old fan in the corner futilely stirring the thick, warm air. Chen Mo, bare-chested, leaned over his desk, beads of sweat trickling down his spine, dampening the elastic waistband of his old basketball shorts. Before him lay not a physics workbook, but a rough-textured booklet, the printing somewhat blurred, bearing the title Internal Communications and Business Weekly Selected Articles 2002 Q2 on the cover. This was a photocopy obtained by his uncle from a provincial city publisher, featuring selections of the latest industry analyses and company reports from Business Weekly. Chen Mo's brow furrowed in perplexity as his fingertips traced an analysis concerning the Nasdaq tech wreck. The dense array of specialized terminology and convoluted clauses in English resembled an impenetrable wall, leaving the words he recognized fragmented within unfamiliar syntactic structures. The meanings seemed disjointed, rendering them incomprehensible at that moment. Struggling through liquidity crunch fire sale contagion, he painstakingly deciphered the terms while rapidly flipping through the dictionary. Beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead and staining the pages with dark spots. Even after examining the unfamiliar words, the sentences remained opaque, and a wave of familiar frustration surged within him, as if ensnared by an invisible web, rendering him powerless. He snapped the dictionary shut and pushed the tome aside, leaning back in his chair and exhaling a long, silent sigh of exasperation. This wretched feeling was more stifling than grappling with a challenging physics problem. It was evident that if he continued with this arduous method, his efficiency would remain dismally low. His gaze flickered to the corner of his desk, where a brand new Sony Walkman and several blank tapes lay, realizing that merely listening to tedious news broadcasts and memorizing vocabulary lists would not suffice to breach this wall. What he required now was more vibrant, immersive material. As evening approached, with the day's heat beginning to dissipate, Chen Mo rode his old bicycle into the bustling electronic street of the city center. The thoroughfare was lined with stalls selling pirated discs, secondhand electronics, and mobile phone accessories, while the cacophony of subpar speakers blared popular songs, mingling with the scents of electronic components and fried foods. With a clear objective in mind, he headed straight for a stall constructed from red and blue plastic sheeting, where the vendor, a lean middle-aged man clad in a greasy undershirt, was puffing on a cigarette while boasting to the female proprietor of a neighboring stall. "Excuse me, do you have friends? I want the complete series," Chen Mo inquired directly. The vendor cast him a sidelong glance, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Oh, little brother, quite trendy. Watching American dramas, are we?" "Yes, I have it all. Friends seasons 1 to 8. Package deal, very cheap." He rummaged through a bulging cardboard box at his feet, producing several stacks of discs encased in transparent plastic bags, their covers adorned with blurry stills. Without indulging in unnecessary conversation, Chen Mo crouched down to sift through the discs. The quality varied widely, some covers faded, and he ultimately selected a set that appeared to be in relatively better condition. He also grabbed a few discs from the stall featuring English song titles, adorned with unfamiliar names of Western artists. "And these as well, let's include them all. Will this be enough?" he asked, producing several bills from his pocket and handing them over. The vendor grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Little brother, you truly have taste, listening to music and watching shows to learn English. How fashionable." He stuffed the discs into a crumpled plastic bag. Upon returning home, Chen Mo immediately sprang into action. He inserted the aging friend's DVD into the equally antiquated DVD player in the living room, which creaked ominously as it read the disc. The television screen flickered momentarily, revealing a grainy image accompanied by rapid-fire English dialogue, regrettably devoid of subtitles. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, armed with a pen and notebook, Chen Mo listened intently to the American sitcom playing on screen. Ross was vociferously lamenting his job in the cafe, while Rachel playfully retorted. The sounds cascaded into his ears like a bubbling cauldron of incomprehensible porridge. "Gunther! Cup!" Phoebe suddenly exclaimed, and Chen Mo seized upon this brief phrase, pausing the screen to jot down, "Gunther? A name? Cup." The scene unfolded in the cafe. Was Phoebe calling the waiter for a cup? He rewound the scene repeatedly, listening to the pronunciation several times, and combined with Phoebe's gesture toward the empty cup, he pieced together a rough understanding. Thus, like a clumsy yet determined archaeologist, he excavated scene by scene, deciphering word by word. When laughter erupted like canned applause, he often remained bewildered, entirely missing the punchline, only able to surmise from the exaggerated expressions and body language that Ross had likely committed another faux pas. The entire process was arduous and slow. Sweat trickled down his temples and dripped onto his notebook, while a sense of irritation gnawed at his nerves like ants. Yet, he compelled himself to focus, listening repeatedly, guessing based on the visuals, and if utterly perplexed, he noted the pronunciation to later consult a dictionary. A few days later, a shift began to manifest. When Chandler uttered his iconic line, "Could I be any more?" Chen Mo instinctively tugged at the corners of his mouth. This time, he comprehended it, not merely the literal meaning, but he also faintly grasped Chandler's unique, self-deprecating deadpan humor. In that moment, a profound sense of achievement dispelled his previous agitation. His portable audio player was also put to good use, filled with blank tapes recording the BBC hourly news, painstakingly captured amidst the crackling static of a shortwave radio. He listened through his headphones on the way to the bubble tea shop, during brief moments while assisting his mother with preparations, and even late at night, accompanied by the hum of the fan. Initially, he could only vaguely catch scattered words like China and USA. But gradually he learned to discern familiar economic terms such as economic growth, stock market, and interest rate. He began to consciously mimic the characters, softly repeating their colloquial phrases. "How you doing?" Chandler's signature pickup line. "Oh my God." Rachel's exclamation. Although his pronunciation was awkward and stilted, he at least had the courage to speak. He even attempted to articulate the recent fluctuations in oil prices to his father in broken English within the confines of his mind. Although his words faltered, the peculiar sensation of organizing thoughts in another language ignited a thrill of breakthrough within him. One afternoon, as he revisited a photocopy of Business Weekly, his gaze fell upon an article analyzing post-bubble investment opportunities. The sentences, which had previously seemed incomprehensible, now appeared somewhat more accessible. The sharp correction in tech stocks, while painful, has created a landscape ripe for value investors to uncover fundamentally sound companies trading at distressed valuations. This time, he no longer needed to consult a dictionary for every word. He recognized the majority, and though the intricate clause structures still demanded careful dissection, he could grasp the core essence of the sentences. Realizing that good companies had been unjustly punished in the aftermath of the market crash. Was this not precisely the target he had been seeking on his recent stock market hunting list? The article's perspective resonated profoundly with his strategic, prophetic insights, flooding him with a sense of strong resonance. Excitedly, he grabbed a pen and swiftly jotted down his understanding in the margin. The window for value investing has opened. Focusing on high-quality stocks that have been unjustly punished, such as NetEase, Sina, and leading industries affected in the A-share market. The barrier of the English language had been breached, and the spark of thought instantly penetrated his consciousness. A few days later, as he cycled past a newsstand, his eyes once again scanned the colorful magazine covers before inexplicably landing on the English newspaper China Daily. After a moment's hesitation, he extracted some change and purchased a copy. After dinner, remarkably, he did not immediately delve into mathematics and science, but instead spread the freshly inked English newspaper across the dining table. His mother, Li Xiaolan, was clearing the dishes and, glancing curiously at the page filled with unfamiliar characters, exclaimed, "Goodness, what kind of celestial script is this?" His father, Chen Mo, leaned in closer, pointing at a large photograph of Beckham in the sports section, saying, "Oh, I recognize this one. He is a football player. What is his name, little Beckham?" He strained to decipher the English headline beside the image, stammering, "B. Beckham leads England to victory?" "Ah, yes, England won last night." Chen Mo did not lift his head, his gaze swiftly scanning an article concerning domestic automotive industry policies. His fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the table, capturing key phrases such as policy support and market expansion, while his mind rapidly assessed the potential implications these might have on his father's future construction material transportation business. His mother, Li Xiaolan, exchanged a glance with his father, Chen Mo, both surprised to see their son seemingly deciphering the complexities of this article. Ignoring their astonishment, Chen Mo shifted his attention to the international finance section, where a brief report on the recent fluctuations in international crude oil prices piqued his interest. The article mentioned terms like OPEC production quota and geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, triggering fragments of information he had recently absorbed while listening to BBC News, which instantly coalesced in his mind. "Dad, Chen Mo suddenly lifted his head and looked at his father. Remember to fill up the tank in the next couple of days. Try to top it off. Chen Weigua, savoring the remnants of his dinner, paused in surprise. What? Fill it up? Why? International oil prices are likely to rise, and significantly at that. Chen Mo explained rapidly, pointing to the English section of the newspaper. The situation in the Middle East is unstable, and oil-producing countries may need to control production. Although there will be a delay in our area, it's only a matter of time before gas station prices increase. Filling the tank now could save us some money. He instinctively articulated his thoughts interspersed with English terms. Chen Weigua, though somewhat bewildered by the jargon, OPEC, geopolitical, grasped the essence of the conversation, rising oil prices and the potential savings from filling up the tank. This was a matter that directly impacted their finances. Is that true? Did you really glean this from a foreign newspaper? Chen Weigua questioned, both astonished and skeptical. Yet, seeing the conviction in his son's eyes, and recalling his son's astuteness displayed at the milk tea shop and in stock trading, he was convinced enough to agree. All right. I'll take your advice. Tomorrow, I'll fill the tank to the brim. Li Xiulan, listening from the side, watched her son eloquently discuss the nuances of the English article and advise on the seemingly trivial matter of refueling. A complex mix of emotions washed over her as she recalled the thick university textbooks, the late-night calculations, and the calm, confident demeanor radiating from her son. It filled her with a sense of both unfamiliarity and profound reassurance. This child, like a tree, had quietly embedded his roots deeper into the vast, unseen terrain of knowledge and maturity. Chen Mo lowered his head once more, his fingertips gliding over the newspaper's coverage of the World Cup. He came across a preview article analyzing the prospects of the French team defending their title, employing phrases such as beleaguered defending champions and Zidane's injury cloud. This elicited a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, a secret only he could decipher. Outside, the cicadas continued their incessant chorus, while the stifling heat within the room remained unyielding. Yet, at this moment, Chen Mo's state of mind felt as if a new window had been opened. The once unattainable tomes of original texts, American dramas, news reports, and songs were now being methodically, albeit somewhat clumsily, dismantled and absorbed by him, transforming into something utilitarian. Beneath the halo of the desk lamp, the open pages of China Daily emitted the scent of ink, as his pen swiftly traversed the vocabulary notebook, recording each new word conquered, beleaguered, quota, geopolitical. Each triumph illuminated a lighthouse in uncharted waters, as fragments of auditory information began to merge with the written words, constructing a more authentic and expansive landscape of the English language. This was not merely an enhancement of his linguistic abilities. It was a gateway to directly acquiring information and gaining insights into the dynamics of the world. This window would become one of his most potent navigational instruments in the vast ocean of capital and international perspectives. His tongue awkwardly mimicked the tones from the dramas, while the headphones looped with articulate news broadcasts. Before him lay a dense yet gradually clarifying tapestry of English reports, with beads of sweat trickling down, merging into the paper, silently nurturing the bridge to a broader realm. Chapter 73. The digital treasure. The sign of the internet cafe sagged in the afternoon heat. As the door swung open, a wave of stale air, thick with the mingling scents of smoke, perspiration, instant noodles, and machine exhaust, surged forward. Only the faint hum of the air conditioning could be heard in the corner, offering little respite from the oppressive atmosphere. In the dim light, dozens of CRT monitors glowed softly, illuminating the faces of the young and weathered, engrossed or anxious, as the cacophony of keyboard clatter, mouse clicks, intense gaming skirmishes, and the occasional outburst of expletives melded into a dizzying din. Chen Mo navigated through the space with ease, settling into a quieter corner where the machines appeared slightly newer. The cost was a mere 50 cents more per hour than the others. He glanced sideways to see a youth with greasy long hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, immersed in a frenzy of combat on the screen of legend, completely oblivious to Chen Mo's presence. "Boss, I'll take 3 hours with this package," he said, handing over the money. The cafe's attendant, a yawning young man, did not even lift his eyelids. After accepting the cash, he tossed Chen Mo a hard paper card inscribed with the login time. After Chen Mo sat down, he expertly powered on the machine, the aging Celeron processor's fan emitting a cacophony reminiscent of a tractor's roar. Gradually, the screen unveiled the azure sky and white clouds of the Windows 98 desktop. Unlike most around him who hastened to game icons or the QQ penguin, he clicked on the blue Yai browser, instantly greeted by the jarring sounds of a dial-up connection, akin to tearing open a portal to the external world. While awaiting the web page to load, he opened a newly created Word document titled Internet Observation Notes 722, marking the seventh such document since the summer break began. The browser's homepage defaulted to Sina, where beneath its colossal logo lay a multitude of news headlines. The 2002 World Cup approaches. Who will claim the championship? Nasdaq remains tepid. The winter for tech stocks persists. Domestic portal websites' financial reports raise concerns. Profit models under scrutiny. Chen Mo's gaze lingered momentarily on the words portal websites, and he typed on the keyboard, Sina, NetEase, and TS. Sohu, stock prices continue to plummet. In TS1, market's extreme pessimism, news highlights, losses, layoffs, entrapment in model dilemmas. He then navigated to Sina's technology channel. The page refreshed sluggishly, akin to a stuttering slideshow. A brief news item about NetEase caught his attention. NetEase CEO Ding Lei states that the company is actively exploring new business lines, including online gaming and SMS services, in a bid to reverse its fortunes. Online gaming. Chen Mo's eyes sharpened. A vision of a colossal online gaming empire flickered in his mind, and he immediately emphasized in his document, NetEase, NTS, key developments, online gaming, network gaming, continued monitoring of future progress. After closing Sina, he entered Sohu's website. Observing a similar page design filled with news, he swiftly skimmed through, pausing at an inconspicuous report in the finance section. Sohu's Sogu input method beta launches. Featuring intelligent word grouping, user feedback is fairly positive. Input method. Chen Mo's fingers tapped the desk thoughtfully. This seemed to be a highly engaging entry point. Yet the profitability model remained to be seen. Thus, he noted, Sohu, new endeavor. Input method, strong tool attributes, monetization path pending observation. Finally, his gaze shifted abroad as he entered the Yahoo Finance website, where the page loaded excruciatingly slowly, filled with English text interspersed with numerous unreadable garbled squares. He patiently sifted through fragments of news regarding Amazon, YMZN, and eBay, noting that the headlines predominantly indicated continued losses, slowing growth, and stock price pressures. The entire internet sector seemed shrouded in the shadow of the Nasdaq crash, enveloped in a cloud of despair. Damn it, it blew up again. This is my decree. Suddenly, the long-haired youth beside him slammed the keyboard, the mouse crashing down with a resounding thud as he roared into his headset. That damn priest. How could he be oblivious to healing? How can one play without knowing how to heal? Spittle flew as ash fell onto the keyboard. Chen Mo furrowed his brows and shifted his chair slightly. He then closed Yahoo and opened a bookmarked website, a local BBS forum named Haijiao Community. The page was rudimentary yet distinctly categorized: casual chats, local transactions, computer technology, and emotional realms. He first entered the casual chat section, where the pinned post read, "The World Cup is here, are you ready?" Below it, hundreds of replies flooded in, igniting fervor among the users. "I've been ready. Just waiting to watch. Indeed, I'm keen to see France clinch the championship, Zidane. Nonsense, Brazil is the strongest. Calm down, I have my faith in Germany. The German machine is unstoppable." Chen Mo quickly skimmed through the posts, noting in his document, "The online community is abuzz with excitement, eagerly anticipating the World Cup. Yet their expressions of enthusiasm are primarily emotional, as mainstream sports reporting remains lacking." He then switched to the local transaction section, where posts varied widely. Almost new giant mountain bike for 800 yuan. Pick up at Annan University. Looking to purchase a second-hand Nokia 3310, must be unaltered. Selling a level 35 warrior account in Legend. Comes with a judgment staff, serious inquiries only. In need of QQ usernames, 7-digit, 8-digit consecutive numbers, birthday numbers. Prices via private message. Chen Mo paused briefly on the posts regarding the purchase of QQ usernames and the transfer of the Legend account. Virtual goods trading? He astutely recognized this nascent demand and jotted down in his document, "The early emergence of virtual economies, game accounts and equipment trading, QQ numbers, social assets, transactions are surfacing. Yet current platforms are unregulated, rife with fraudulent exchanges, leading to a significant lack of trust among users. The pain points are glaringly evident." The computer technology section, in contrast, was more professional but filled with various help-seeking posts. Help. My computer is blue screening on startup. Stop 0x00000007B. What should I do? Please recommend a good antivirus software. My machine keeps getting infected. I want to learn web design. Where should I start? Is Dreamweaver difficult? Share latest Windows XP SP1 patch download. Email link. Chen Mo also noted the high demand for security measures, system troubleshooting, and foundational skill learning, promptly recording. Current user pain points include system security, fault resolution, and inadequate skills training. With no appropriate solutions available, there is a significant need for tools, antivirus, web design, but access channels are chaotic, pirated versions, broken links. He then clicked into the emotional realm, where the tone of the posts diverged sharply. Brimming with youthful confusion and hormonal fervor. I've had a crush on my deskmate for 3 years, but I don't dare to speak up. What should I do? Waiting online. Is graduation synonymous with breakup? Does long-distance love truly lead to nothing? Confession, my parents don't understand me at all. I just want to escape this home. The heartfelt musings of these young boys and girls resonated through the screen, evoking a sense of their innocence and sincerity. Chen Mo silently browsed through, deep in thought. Social interaction, emotional expression, and connection are eternal human needs. Furthermore, there exists a profound desire for social connectivity, emotional release, and identity affirmation. Yet current platforms such as QQ and BBS offer only limited satisfaction. Time quietly slips away in the glow of the screen and the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard. Sweat trickles down Chen Mo's temples, landing in the crevices of the greasy keyboard, yet he remains oblivious, akin to a sponge immersed in an ocean of information. Fervently and ravenously absorbing, filtering, and analyzing the primal pulses of this nascent internet realm. Beside him, a long-haired youth seemingly finished with his task, removed his headphones. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, he grabbed the half-consumed iced red tea from the table and took a large gulp. Upon noticing the dense text and forum pages on Chen Mo's screen, he curiously leaned closer, asking, "Brother, what are you looking at? Aren't you playing games? Hanging out on forums is so dull." Chen Mo, maintaining his composure, minimized the Word document, leaving only the lively discussion board of Haijiao community visible. "Oh, just browsing," he replied vaguely. "Honestly, if I were you, I'd spend this time learning how to slay monsters instead. Look how exhilarating Legend is. If you get a good drop, you could sell it for hundreds." The youth exhaled a smoke ring, his tone laced with a sense of superiority. "By the way, which server do you play Legend on? Want me to guide you?" "No, not yet. I haven't started playing." Chen Mo politely shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the screen. He clicked on another local technical forum, Annan Geek Camp. At that moment, a post on the forum's homepage caught his attention. Original share. I've created a small tool to clean system junk files with one click. Brothers in need. Give it a try? The poster, under the ID Feng Qingyang, had included a rudimentary download link, indicating several hundred downloads. Upon seeing the poster's ID, a flicker of intrigue stirred within Chen Mo. He promptly clicked on the post, scrutinizing the description. The tool's functionality was straightforward. It automatically scanned and deleted system temporary files and browser caches. However, the comments section was abuzz with activity. "Great guy? I tried it and cleared 800 megabytes of junk. Impressive. Indeed, it's far more convenient than manual deletion. Will it mistakenly delete important files? I'm a bit worried. Could the creator add a custom cleaning path feature?" Seeking open source learning. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Chen Mo's eyes. A tool. Yes. A small yet practical tool that directly addresses users' pain points, with broad demand. Although the technical barrier is low, it captures the essence of convenience. Moreover, the enthusiastic feedback from users, even expressing further feature requests, exemplifies a vivid, ongoing case of demand fulfillment. He promptly created a new page in his Word document, titled Observations on Entry Points, Tools Category, and meticulously recorded the details of the post, tool type, system optimization, junk cleaning, user pain points, uncertainty in operation, confusion about what to clean, fear of erroneous actions, and the cumbersome nature of manual cleaning core value. Convenient and swift, simple operation, one-click functionality user feedback, positive, with clear demands for iteration, customizable paths, dissemination method, forum sharing, free link downloads potential models, free tools to accumulate users for value-added services, advanced features, or traffic monetization, redirecting, or brand establishment. As he typed the final question mark, Chen Mo leaned back against the rigid plastic chair, exhaling deeply. On the screen, the page of Haijiao Community and Anning Geek Camp continued to refresh. The lively posts, eager requests for help, and clumsy shares no longer appeared as a chaotic stream of information, but rather as a freshly plowed field brimming with infinite possibilities. He closed the browser and removed the stiff paper card that bore the time. 3 hours had passed swiftly, leaving him with little time remaining. He stood up, feeling a slight numbness in his legs, while the long-haired youth nearby immersed himself in another round of gaming, the keyboard clattering thunderously. Stepping out of the bustling internet cafe, the cool evening breeze, infused with the aromas from the street food stalls, washed away the stale miasma of the cafe, leaving a hint of vibrancy in its wake. Taking a deep breath, he felt his mind instantly clear. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. He quietly mulled over the keywords of Tool Community Information Aggregation, his stride steady as he merged into the throng of office workers heading home. Unlike the sweat-drenched youth in the cafe, capturing signals amidst the noise and chaos, he was deep in thought, contemplating how to delve into this new frontier, seeking his first cornerstone. Reflecting on the figure on the screen, Feng Qingyang, and his small tool felt akin to a stone cast into his tranquil mind, creating ripples that silently spread outward. Chapter 74. Raising funds days seemed to whip by like a lash, driving him forward, with thoughts of the impending World Cup occupying his mind. Glancing at the date, he realized there were only 48 days left until the tournament began, a number etched into his retina, lingering day and night. He felt the crumpled bills in his pocket, a tangible weight representing half a year of hard-earned savings. The thought of his investment in stocks, which had escalated from an initial 200,000 to over 600,000, loomed large in his mind. The gap to his target of 1 million felt insurmountable. How could he bridge this financial chasm? Should he resort to purchasing a few stamps? Yet, even if sold, those stamps would fetch only around 100,000. And selling them now felt like a regrettable misstep, as it was still not the right time to part with them. No, he could not continue to wait idly. Clenching his jaw, the dull ache at the base of his teeth spurred his sluggish mind into action. He needed to be like a ravenous wolf, eager to scavenge every coin, to exploit every opportunity for investment, domestic or international. He would pursue every avenue for profit. By day, he resembled a silent specter, hurrying through the intervals between classes, during lunch breaks, and after school as the evening sun elongated his shadow. His gaze was keenly scanning the streets. With his current objective being a Chinese sports lottery shop, he recalled a recent winning number, one he had memorized after countless failures in his past life. Thus, he approached a storefront adorned with large betting symbols and vibrant soccer posters plastered across its glass facade. "Boss, the World Cup is approaching. Can we place bets here? The kind that predicts wins and losses?" Chen Mo pushed open the door to one establishment, striving to sound like an ordinary, inquisitive student. The air inside was thick with the scent of low-grade tobacco and old newspapers, with several middle-aged men gathered around a trend chart, exhaling plumes of smoke. The proprietor, a balding and corpulent man, barely lifted his eyelids, casually gesturing towards a massive chart affixed to the wall. "Yes, of course you can place bets. And there are numerous options. Win-draw loss, adjusted win-draw loss. You can look at the scores yourself. Just fill out the form for what you wish to purchase, and then pay." His tone was as mundane as selling cabbage. Chen Mo refrained from reaching for his wallet, pretending to study the regulations. Yet his peripheral vision meticulously scanned the placement of surveillance cameras, a vague lens in the corner, the cashier, behind the owner, and the narrow entrance, the exit. He noted the proprietor's lethargic demeanor and excused himself, opting to continue his observations. He visited another shop, and the next, and after several days, he had traversed every lottery outlet near the school and along his route home. In his mind, he had constructed a hazy map of safety, which owners possessed sharp gazes and were difficult to deceive, which locations were obscure and under-monitored, and which establishments seemed lax in their management. He realized that the lottery odds were dismally low, making it nearly impossible to amass substantial wealth from such meager investments. Thus, he required another battlefield, a gambling table with odds high enough to facilitate his rise. By night, he found himself at a dingy corner of an internet cafe, seated before a greasy machine. The screen's ethereal blue light reflected the heavy dark circles under his eyes and the stubble emerging on his chin. Once he donned his headphones, he isolated himself from the surrounding cacophony, took a deep breath, and clicked on an inconspicuous icon on his desktop. an application for circumventing internet restrictions. He felt his heartbeat quickening with the advancing progress bar. After around 10 minutes, a message indicated a successful connection, and the familiar symbols of network restrictions vanished. In that moment, it felt as though he had plunged into the depths of the ocean. His fingers trembled slightly as he entered the address of a well-known foreign gambling website. The page loaded, bursting with vibrant colors and an exotic allure. The English interface was densely packed with various team names and alarmingly high odds, alongside a plethora of complex betting options. Chen Mo forced himself to remain calm, activating a translation plugin and laboriously deciphering the terms for account creation, identity verification, proof of address, bank card. He furrowed his brow. Even if he filled these out, domestic information would be inadequate. They required foreign details, which he did not possess. Could this path be unfeasible? Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, his gaze darting across the screen like a caged beast in search of an escape. Suddenly, a seemingly inconspicuous option in the list of payment methods caught his eye. Supports cryptocurrency deposits, Bitcoin, Ethereum. Cryptocurrency? Chen Mo's heart leapt suddenly, his breath caught in his throat. This concept seemed familiar to him, akin to shadow currency, seemingly devoid of the need for a true identity. He immediately typed into the search bar how to purchase gambling with cryptocurrency, and a deluge of information flooded in, akin to discovering an oasis in a desert, which he greedily absorbed. It turned out that there were dedicated cryptocurrency exchanges where one could buy coins, such as stablecoins like USDT, using renminbi, and then deposit them into gambling sites that supported cryptocurrency. Although the fees were substantial and the process convoluted, it circumvented the most critical barrier, identity verification. A spark of hope ignited within him. He quickly noted down several seemingly reputable exchange names and began to delve into the registration process and methods of purchasing coins, primarily using renminbi. Each step felt like walking a tightrope, yet his gaze was fixated solely on that elusive pathway. The fog surrounding the purchasing channels seemed to part. Yet merely having access was insufficient. He needed ammunition, more funds. The principal, exchange fees, potential currency conversion losses, and more left him feeling like a famished wolf, ravenously hunting for every morsel of information he could find. Chen Mo recalled the physical lottery store he visited today, with the World Cup approaching. Numerous preliminary football matches were garnering public interest, particularly the matches related to China's qualification for the World Cup. With this thought, he considered selling his stocks to gradually invest in these matches. This could provide a boost to his funds, allowing him to make a significant impact when the World Cup finals arrived. Once this notion took root, it proliferated wildly. Yes, that's the plan. Tomorrow, he would head to the stock exchange to sell all his stocks and then visit various physical stores to make purchases in stages. He needed to calculate precisely how much to sell and how much to buy. If a high school student bought too much, it would certainly attract attention. He had to exercise restraint. Mosey, Mosey. Suddenly, he heard his brother Zhang Hao's voice, echoing as if from underwater, tinged with urgency. A large hand clapped forcefully on his shoulder, yanking him from his calculations. Chen Mo jolted, instinctively adjusting his demeanor, his heart racing. He looked up to see Zhang Hao's enlarged, worry-laden face. What are you daydreaming about? I've called you several times. Zhang Hao frowned and plopped down beside him. What is on your mind? You seem so focused. Lowering his voice and leaning closer, he asked, what have you been up to lately? I've noticed you frequently checking the World Cup news. Chen Mo remained silent, tightly gripping his phone in his pocket. Zhang Hao grew more anxious. Come on, just tell me. Is it about the World Cup? Are you really considering betting money on it? Where do you plan to get that money? I can't shake this feeling that it's too risky. He swallowed hard, his voice tinged with fear. What if you lose? What then? He grasped Chen Mo's arm, trying to pull him back from the precipice. Chen Mo forcefully shook off Zhang Hao's hand. What do you know? The World Cup is a global spectacle, a focal point for capital. The amounts wagered on each match are unimaginable. With unwavering determination and a sense of desperate gamble, I was resolute in my intention to profit significantly from this venture, rendering Zhang Hao momentarily speechless, a chill surging to the crown of his head. Zhang Hao opened his mouth, gazing into the fervent, flame-filled eyes before him. His words of caution lodged in his throat as he leaned back dejectedly in his chair. Damn. So what is your plan? How much are you considering investing? You must tread carefully. Chen Mo tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a relaxed smile. I've surveyed several domestic lottery shops and am well acquainted with the basic odds and purchasing conditions. The redemption channels are reliable, and I can place some bets. Furthermore, the odds from international channels are higher. I intend to capitalize on the underdogs. His eyes sparkled with fervor. This time, I aim to adopt a dual approach in life. I must take a chance. Zhang Hao's heart raced. You're going for a dual approach? Where's the money? How much are you planning to invest? Do your parents know? Chen Mo did not respond directly, instinctively reaching for his phone in his pocket, which housed his stock trading account. His gaze flickered, evading Zhang Hao's scrutiny. Don't worry, I have a plan, and it won't go awry. Let us keep this from my parents for now. I have other means. The school bell rang like a clarion call, and Chen Mo seized his backpack, being the first to dash out of the classroom, leaving Zhang Hao's concerns behind. He needed to execute that audacious financial scheme immediately. At the stock exchange where he had previously purchased shares, Chen Mo approached the counter with the purchase receipts in hand. The staff behind the counter greeted him politely. Good day. Are you here to buy or sell stocks? Chen Mo presented all his documents, sliding them across the counter. Hello, I intend to sell all the stocks under my name. I would appreciate your assistance. After reviewing the materials, the staff member began typing rapidly on the computer. After a moment, they confirmed, hello, here is your current stock information. Please verify and confirm if you wish to sell all. The screen displayed the following. 600519, Kuaichao Matai. Purchased 5,000 shares at a transaction price of 4,010 yuan. 000002, Vank A. Purchased 8,000 shares at a transaction price of 5,280 yuan. Upon reviewing the information, Chen Mo calculated quickly, estimating around 600,000 yuan. Without a second thought, he instructed the staff member, I confirm, sell all. Understood, the staff member replied, working meticulously before stating, all stocks have been sold, and the funds have been transferred to your bank card. Would you like to proceed with any other transactions? No, thank you, Chen Mo replied, turning and heading towards the exit of the stock exchange. Once outside, he made his way to a nearby bank, where he inquired about the balance in his bank account. He discovered approximately 640,000 yuan. To reach his goal of 1 million yuan within the remaining 40 days until the World Cup, he needed to secure an additional 400,000 yuan. The thought weighed heavily on him, and he realized he needed to carefully strategize how to leverage his insights to amass funds swiftly. Thorough preparation was essential to await the grand arrival of the World Cup festivities.